no talent means you're trash? When everyone mocked me, a transmigrator, my god-tier talent conversion system, activated. I started with a mid-tier fire talent, which directly transformed into the god tier, Devouring Flame God, complete with a perfect level combat skill, Devouring Flame Dragon Burst. You're still gloating about your low-tier talents? Sorry, when I make a move, it's god tier. With one attack, the entire novice secret realm exploded. In a remote city in Donghai, Xinshen looked around in a daze, surrounded by chattering voices. The results of the magic test are out. I hear it will directly affect the final assessment. Magic assessment? I've been reborn? Xinshen looked at his own youthful hands, his voice trembling. On the podium, Instructor Lu began to announce the results. Xiaofeng, Magic Sensitivity, 4, Magic Level, Rank 0, Stage 1, Talent Level, C. Wow, Xiaofeng is already a mage? The crowd was envious. In this world of cultivating spiritual power and creating magic, the status of a mage was supreme. Meng Zhou, Magic Sensitivity, 7, Magic Level, Rank 1, Stage 2, Talent Level, A. The entire place was shocked. A Rank 1 mage in his first year of high school? What a genius! However, when it was Qinshen's turn, Instructor Lu's face turned ugly. Qinshen, Magic Sensitivity, less than 1, Magic Level, none, Talent Level, F. The entire class burst into laughter. Ha ha, I knew it. This good-for-nothing still has no rank. He's already 18. If he wasn't held back, how could he be in the same grade as us? Amidst the mockery, Xinshen fell into deep thought. He remembered now. This was a world overrun by demonic beasts, and mages were humanity's main force against them, and he was a piece of trash who couldn't even enter the threshold of magic. What pained him more was that he had a genius sister, Qinshenjia, who was already a rank 3 mage in her senior year. Yet, because of him, this good-for-nothing brother, she had declared that she would not attend university if he couldn't pass the exam, becoming a burden in the eyes of many. In his previous life, it was because of him that his sister was targeted by prominent families, which ultimately led to her tragic death. After his sister's death, he, who had no magic talent, resolutely embarked on another path, cultivating ancient martial arts. He fought his way to the peak of the gang realm, eventually annihilating his enemies, but he could never bring his sister back. In an attempt to resurrect his sister using technology, he was unexpectedly reborn to this moment. Since I'm back, let's start over. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister, Qinshenjie. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. A long-lost smile appeared on Qinshen's face. He packed his things and left the classroom amidst the continued ridicule of his classmates. At the school gate, Qinshenjie, dressed in a green dress, stood like an ice lotus, waiting quietly. Brother, Instructor Li wants to see us, Qinshenjie said, a hint of joy in her worried eyes. She felt that today's brother was different, no longer so inferior, but full of confidence. They went to the teacher's dormitory and met Instructor Li. Instructor Li first arranged a trial opportunity for Qinshenjie in a dimensional rift, a good place for low-rank mages to improve their strength and earn resources. Qinshenjie was hesitant to go, worried about her brother being bullied at school, but Qinshen strongly encouraged her to go. He knew that his sister's tragedy in her past life was largely due to her lack of experience and ignorance of the evil in people's hearts. With Qinshen's persuasion and Instructor Li's guarantee, Qinshenjie finally agreed. Then, Instructor Li turned the conversation and asked Qinshenjie a sharp question. If someone were to threaten your brother's life to force you to be with him, what would you choose? This question left Qinshenjie speechless and silent. But Qinshen stepped forward and said loudly, Instructor is right. At a critical moment, a choice must be made. Why can't you answer? Isn't it because you're not strong enough? You just need to keep getting stronger and become a rank 9 mage. Will such a problem still exist then? His words were like a beacon, instantly enlightening Qinshenjie. But Instructor Li was furious. In her eyes, Qinshen was a parasite leeching off his sister. A trace of killing intent, unnoticed by others, flashed in her eyes. She would never allow anyone to become a stumbling block on the path of Qinshenjie, this future mage god. At this moment, Qinshen was unaware that he had been targeted. He was just thinking that although he had no magic talent, with his past life's experience of cultivating to the peak of the gang realm, as long as he trained his body and discovered the chi within, he could still release what others called magic. This life, it's my turn to protect you, my sister. The teachers also began to inquire about the students who had just been in the secret realm. They knew that these students must have seen something. However, many of the students were still in shock, unable to regain their composure. Finally, one student spoke up. All eyes turned towards him. I had just entered the secret realm when it started to tremble violently, and then I saw hundreds of 100-meter-long flame dragons attacking deep within. Yes, I saw it too. It seemed like there were not just hundreds, but thousands. I think there were tens of thousands. It was terrifying. The secret realm exploded. The bewildered students began to come to their senses, sharing what they had witnessed in the secret realm. However, the more they talked, the more outrageous their claims became. Principal Lin Xian and the teachers swallowed hard. If that were the case, then surely a powerful being had entered the secret realm, and it had to be a strong individual with a high-level flame talent. The explosion of the secret realm was beyond their imagination. By the way, Principal, do you remember those huge pits outside the food base? Suddenly, a teacher recalled something and hurriedly spoke to Principal Lin Xian. Principal Lin Xian was taken aback, his eyes filled with shock. Yes, how had he not thought of that? The explosion of the secret realm and the enormous pits outside the food base could very well be the work of the same flame warrior. Could it be that a powerful flame warrior was hiding in their Bai City? With that thought, Lin Xian quickly turned to the students who were still taking pictures with their phones. If you have posted videos on the Warrior Forum, delete them immediately. If you don't delete them, there will be severe consequences. After saying this, Principal Lin Xian assigned one of the teachers to manage the scene and hurriedly walked out of the first high school. The secret realm had exploded, and Bai City was likely hiding a powerful being. He had to report this matter. You all heard what the principal just said. Quickly delete the posts you made on the Warrior Forum. The teacher said to the students. He understood what the principal meant. If Bai City really was hiding a powerful flame warrior, who knew? If that warrior would browse the Warrior Forum? What if they saw something they shouldn't? If a powerful being were to get angry, it could lead to a massacre. A place like Bai City could not withstand the attack of a powerful warrior. The students were not as quick to comprehend as the teachers. Since the principal had already instructed them to delete their posts, they could only comply. But it was already too late. The explosion of the secret realm at First High School had already caused a stir on the Warrior Forum. No wonder I heard a loud bang earlier. I thought it was the end of the world. I heard it too. It scared me to death. I almost thought a ferocious beast was attacking our Bai City. So it was the explosion of the secret realm at First High School. I wonder what happened. The executive government. The highest authority in every city of the Great Xia is the executive government. Principal Lin Xian had already arrived at the executive government. Under the guidance of a staff member, Lin Xian quickly met with the city lord, Wang Tong. City lord, the secret realm at First High School exploded. I already know it should be an explosion caused by the instability of the secret realm. Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, City Lord Wang Tong interrupted him. He had also heard the loud noise and was about to send someone to investigate when he discovered the posts on the Warrior Forum. Upon learning that it was the explosion of the secret realm at First High School and not an invasion by ferocious beasts or the arrival of powerful beings, he felt relieved. He planned to handle his current affairs before personally going to First High School. The explosion of the secret realm at First High School naturally required a new application for powerful beings to come and rebuild. This was something that the city lord had to take charge of personally. City Lord, it wasn't an explosion caused by the instability of the secret realm. Lin Xian swallowed hard. Then what was it caused by? City Lord Wang Tong asked, puzzled. The students inside the secret realm said that countless 100-meter-long fire dragons have appeared deep within the realm, bombarding it and causing the explosion. Fire dragons? The City Lord Wang Tong's pupils widened slightly. That relates to the food base outside. Yes, City Lord, I think so too, which is why I'm reporting it immediately. If that's the case, does that mean there's a powerful presence hidden in Bai City? Wang Tong said thoughtfully. His talent was also related to fire, being a top-tier fury flame tide. He knew that with his strength, it was absolutely impossible to cause an explosion in the secret realm. He was already a junior grandmaster. So, is the hidden powerhouse in Bai City a grandmaster or one of the legendary 4 war generals? City Lord, what do you think we should do now? Lin Xian looked toward City Lord Wang Tong. Everything remains the same. The presence of a powerful figure hidden in Bai City may not necessarily be a bad thing. Indeed, it could also be a good thing, as long as we don't offend this powerful figure, especially in today's environment where there's hostility between nations and fierce beasts. After a while, Lin Xian, having completed his report, left the executive office. Yang Shen had already arrived at the small grove behind the school. It was usually deserted. Ding! Would you like to convert the low-level lightning talent, lightning control? The system's voice had already appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Convert. Without any hesitation, he chose to convert. Ding! Conversion successful. Lightning control has been converted to the god level. Lightning talent, Crimson Thunder Emperor. Yang Chen was overjoyed. Crimson Thunder Emperor, just hearing the name was incredibly imposing. After top-tier talent comes super talent, and after super talent comes extraordinary level. The extraordinary level is followed by the god level. The higher the talent, the more difficult it is to master perfectly. In addition, the system could also match the most suitable combat skills, and the matched combat skills would immediately reach perfect proficiency. Each of these steps was extremely challenging. That's why Yang Chen could unleash such powerful force despite his low realm. Ding. Does the host wish to fuse the god-level lightning talent, Crimson Thunder Emperor? Fuse. Ding. Fusion of Crimson Thunder Emperor successful. A few minutes later, the god-level lightning talent, Crimson Thunder Emperor, was successfully fused. Ding. Autonomous comprehension of the god-level lightning talent combat skill, Annihilation Thunder Pillar. Yang Chen's mind was filled with the text of the Annihilation Thunder Pillar combat skill, and within seconds, it progressed from entry level to perfect. Annihilation Thunder Pillar. Hundreds of towering thunder pillars emerge from the ground, capable of destroying everything. Yang Chen was secretly astonished. He knew that this power was definitely much stronger than the sky-devouring flame dragon explosion. Even though he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Annihilation Thunder Pillar with his current strength, its might was still evident. Speaking of strength, he had gained quite a bit of combat power in the secret realm, so he opened his attribute panel. Host, Yang Chen. Age, 18 years. Combat power, 18250, Realm, Junior Grand Martial Artist. Talent, Sky-Devouring Flame God, Crimson Thunder Emperor. Combat skills, Sky-Devouring Flame Dragon. Explosion, Annihilation Thunder Pillar. Looking at his combat power and realm, Yang Chen felt it was quite reasonable. It was like playing a game. Leveling up with hacks was as easy as drinking water. With a Grand Martial Artist and 2 god-level talents, his current strength was formidable. But it wasn't enough. When facing a truly powerful opponent, he was not their match. He needed to grow quickly. In Blue Star, he didn't have a strong background, everything had to rely on himself. But that was not the main concern. It was about to rain. After glancing at the dim sky, he thought to himself that he should go home and collect the laundry. Jiangming Community. After returning home, he suddenly remembered something. He hadn't seen his homeroom teacher since returning to school today. He hadn't reported in. He forgot. Shaking his head, he thought. It was fine to forget. He was the only one at home. His father, Yang Yonghua, was at work and his sister, Yang Shuer, was at school. Yang Chen didn't plan to go to school today either. He could report to his homeroom teacher tomorrow. He glanced at the time. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Bored, he stepped out of the community again. There was still more than a month until the martial arts examination. After that secret realm explosion, it would take a considerable amount of time to invite strong practitioners to reconstruct it. Yang Chen knew that even if the school took students with awakened talents to the underground caves for training, they would only go to the weakest caves. Now that he had 2 god-level talents and was a junior martial artist, he wanted to enter higher-level caves. However, getting into the caves was not that easy. Every city's wild underground caves were controlled by the governing authority, and to enter a cave, one had to file a report. Entering a cave alone was impossible unless one was a master-level practitioner, otherwise, it was out of the question. If some forces entered the caves, the conditions would be much more lenient. Even so, getting approval for every entry into the caves was not guaranteed. Yang Chen thought about joining a force and seeing if he could enter the caves during this time. That way, he could go in with them. He had already thought about what kind of force to join when he left home. Tenglong Martial Arts School, the largest martial arts school in Bai City, with thousands of students. The headmaster, Lei Qianshan, was one of the strong practitioners in Bai City, a senior martial artist. Only by joining such a powerful force would he have the opportunity to train in the caves. Moreover, joining Tenglong Martial Arts School would not restrict his freedom. It wasn't like signing a contract of servitude, so why not? He headed towards Tenglong Martial Arts School. After about 10 minutes, he arrived outside Tenglong Martial Arts School. As the most powerful martial arts school in Bai City, the building of Tenglong Martial Arts School was quite impressive, with the main building towering over 20 stories high. Upon entering the main hall, a staff member from Tenglong Martial Arts School immediately approached him. "Excuse me, are you interested in becoming a student at Tenglong Martial Arts School? We are the most powerful martial arts school in Bai City, and we also." The staff member was a sweet-looking young lady, and she began to tirelessly introduce Tenglong Martial Arts School to Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen came here to join Tenglong Martial Arts School, it was far from as simple as becoming a student. Unlike schools, martial arts schools rarely took students for training, let alone into the caves. It was the higher-ups who would enter the caves. Besides fierce beasts, the caves usually contain some precious herbs, holy fruits, and other items. "Miss, can I ask you something?" Yang Chen pulled the sweet-looking girl to a corner and said mysteriously. "What is it?" The girl looked a bit stunned. "What are the requirements to become a higher-up in Tenglong Martial Arts School?" The girl was taken aback. She never expected Yang Chen's question to be like that. "Sir, please don't joke. I'm just a worker." "You? Alright then, just take me to test my combat power." No need for further discussion. The girl would understand once they went to test his combat power. "Okay, sir, please follow me." The girl led Yang Chen to the testing room. Upon entering the testing room, Yang Chen was secretly amazed at the scene inside. After all, it was the strongest martial arts school in Bai City, there were actually hundreds of combat power testing machines in one testing room. Sir, please begin testing your combat power. We will record the entire process. If your strength is particularly outstanding, we will recommend you to the appropriate martial masters, the young lady said clearly. If he was a genius student, the recorded video would be shown to good martial masters. If he was an ordinary student, he would only receive guidance from ordinary martial masters. Yang Chen looked at the combat power testing machine in front of him, took a deep breath, and raised his fist. Then, he punched heavily at the combat power testing machine. At that moment, all his strength converged into his fist, and once it struck the machine, the screen would display the combat power index. Bang! When Yang Chen's fist hit the combat power testing machine, a loud explosion echoed from the machine. The others in the testing room looked over at Yang Chen, puzzled. The girl immediately looked up at the combat power testing machine. She had never heard such an explosive sound before. Her intuition told her that Yang Chen must be a genius student. Whether she recruited a genius student or the genius student joined voluntarily, she would receive a generous reward in summer coins. Such opportunities do not come by often. After the girl's pupils fixed on the screen of the combat power testing machine, she froze. For a moment, as if struck by an electric current, her mouth agape in shock. The screen of the combat power testing machine displayed a combat power index, 18,250. The combat power of a junior grand martial artist is 15,000, exceeding by more than 3,000. The girl swallowed a few times, her throat moving, before she finally came to her senses and exclaimed in astonishment, "A junior grand martial artist, how is that possible?" Remembering what Yang Chen had just told her about the requirements to become a high-ranking member of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, she thought he must be joking. How could a young man who looked to be under 20 become a high-ranking member of the Tinglong Martial Arts School? Now, the combat power displayed on the testing machine told her that Yang Chen was not joking. Although the high-ranking members of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, aside from the schoolmaster, were all intermediate grand martial artists, one must not forget one thing: Yang Chen's age. Being a junior grand martial artist at such a young age meant that his future achievements would far surpass those of the current high-ranking members. Such a super genius, not to mention becoming a high-ranking member of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, would be welcomed with open arms by any force in the entire Great Xia. Sir, you, wait a moment. After stammering out this sentence, the girl quickly left the testing room. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man hurried towards the schoolmaster's office. The middle-aged man was a senior elite martial artist, and he soon arrived at the schoolmaster's office. "Schoolmaster, something big has happened," the middle-aged man, named Luo Jun, said hurriedly after entering the office. "Something big?" Lei Qianshan looked at Luo Jun in confusion. What big thing has happened? Their Tinglong Martial Arts School was in Bai City, not in the wilderness, so he couldn't understand what big event could occur. Just watch the video and you'll understand. Saying this, Luo Jun began to operate the controls. A virtual large screen appeared in front of Lei Qianshan, showing the testing room of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. What does this mean? Lei Qianshan was puzzled. Next, on the screen, Yang Chen delivered a heavy punch to the combat power testing machine. Combat power, 18,250. What the hell? Lei Qianshan exclaimed as he looked at the combat power index on the testing machine screen. A junior grand martial artist. At this age, how could one become a grand martial artist? Bai City actually has such a genius? He quickly rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread, but the result confirmed he had not made a mistake. After confirming he was not mistaken, Lei Qianshan thought, wait, Yang Chen must not be from Bai City. He must be a super genius from those big cities, or even from the imperial capital, Longyan City. Lei Qianshan did not believe that Bai City could produce such a level of genius. How wonderful it would be if such a genius joined our Tinglong Martial Arts School. Lei Qianshan's face was filled with envy. He knew that a genius of this caliber would likely just be passing through Bai City and stopped by their Tinglong Martial Arts School to test his combat power. How could he possibly join them? That schoolmaster, what if I said he really is here to join our Tinglong Martial Arts School? Luo Jun said. Are you serious? Lei Qianshan immediately looked at Luo Jun. Yes, but he has one condition. He doesn't want to become a student of our Tinglong Martial Arts School, but a high-ranking member. What kind of condition is that? Not to mention becoming a high-ranking member of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. I would be willing to make this schoolmaster serve him. After realizing Luo Jun was not joking, Lei Qianshan excitedly continued. Where is he? Take me to him quickly. Such a genius must be personally welcomed. One must broaden their horizons. He had never seen a genius like Yang Chen before. With Yang Chen's addition, perhaps the Tinglong Martial Arts School could grow even larger and stronger. The strongest in Bai City? Of course not. What if the Tinglong Martial Arts School became the most powerful martial arts school in the entire Great Xia? Should he be the deputy head of the strongest martial arts school or the head of the Tinglong Martial Arts School in Bai City? Moreover, he only wanted to be in a high position, not the head. Luo Jun listened to the headmaster Lei Qianshan's words and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, quickly leading the headmaster to a certain place. The testing room. Yang Chen was still in the testing room, and the combat power index on the screen had already reset to 0. He knew that the young lady had gone to report, and the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School should be coming to find him soon. If the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School didn't come, then he could only say that the school lacked vision. Oh, I thought I was mistaken, isn't that Yang Chen? Suddenly, a somewhat harsh voice appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Yang Chen focused his gaze and found it was an old classmate. Zhang Jingjing? In the first year of high school, Zhang Jingjing was his classmate. She had even expressed her affection for him. After all, he was quite good-looking and had been confessed to by several girls. But he was a transmigrator, especially in a place like Blue Star. He had no time for romance. Later, Zhang Jingjing transferred after studying for a year at the first high school, and he didn't expect to encounter her here. Next to Zhang Jingjing was a good-looking young man, seemingly around Yang Chen's age. Yang Chen, I heard you didn't awaken your talent and then went to work at the grain base. How come you're back? Zhang Jingjing looked at Yang Chen with a half-smile, her face full of disdain. Do I even need to explain why? A few days ago, the grain base was invaded by ferocious beasts. I must have been scared silly, otherwise, how would I have come back? The boy next to Zhang Jingjing laughed. I see. Zhang Jingjing smiled. Yang Chen, I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Wang Wen, who awakened a medium-level boxing talent with enhanced punching power. How boring. He thought Zhang Jingjing was simply calling him, but it turned out she was showing off her boyfriend in front of him. Wow, the headmaster actually came to the testing room. Suddenly, several exclamations arose in the testing room. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the testing room and found that the headmaster had indeed arrived. What surprised them even more was that Headmaster Lei Qianshan appeared somewhat nervous, as if he were there to receive some important figure. Upon entering the testing room, Lei Qianshan and Luo Jun immediately spotted Yang Chen. They quickly walked towards Yang Chen's position. Huang Wen and Zhang Jingjing were also beside Yang Chen, and when they realized that Lei Qianshan and Luo Jun were walking towards them, their faces froze in shock. Everyone in the testing room turned their eyes towards the path of Headmaster Lei Qianshan and Luo Jun. They were eager to know what the headmaster's purpose for coming to the testing room was. Under everyone's gaze, Headmaster Lei Qianshan and Luo Jun finally reached Yang Chen and stopped in front of him. Little brother, it's truly wonderful that you can join our Tinglong Martial Arts School, Lei Qianshan said excitedly, looking at Yang Chen. After saying this, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, this isn't a place for conversation, please come to my office for a detailed discussion. Everyone in the testing room was stunned to see the headmaster speaking to Yang Chen in such a manner. What kind of identity must one have to receive such treatment from the headmaster? This was the headmaster of their Tinglong Martial Arts School, Lei Qianshan. Huang Wen and Zhang Jingjing beside Yang Chen were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. They would never have dreamed that Yang Chen had such an identity. To have the headmaster of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, Lei Qianshan, come here to welcome him meant his background was definitely beyond their imagination. Okay. Yang Chen nodded in response. The few of them then prepared to leave the testing room and head to the headmaster's office. After taking a few steps, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and stopped in his tracks, looking at the dazed and terrified Huang Wen and Zhang Jingjing. I don't want to see them at the Tinglong Martial Arts School anymore. No problem. Lei Qianshan nodded without a second thought. After that, the group left the testing room. Huang Wen and Zhang Jingjing, however, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, collapsing helplessly to the ground. If it was just that they couldn't enter the Tinglong Martial Arts School, that would be one thing, but now they had offended Yang Chen. Yang Chen's background was enough to have Lei Qianshan personally welcome him, which said it all. In this context, they were like ants. How would they live in Bai City from now on? Damn it, you've ruined me. Get lost. Huang Wen, in despair, could no longer hold back and shouted at Zhang Jingjing. Under Lei Qianshan's lead, Yang Chen had already arrived at the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office of the Tinglong Martial Arts School was quite luxurious. Yang Chen knew that if the headmaster of Tinglong Martial Arts School personally came to find him, it meant that the school had a significant standing. After Lei Qianshan invited Yang Chen to sit down, he asked, little brother, may I ask your name? My name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen truthfully stated his name, as there was no need to hide it. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from a big city or the imperial capital, right? Yang Chen did not refute this. It was quite normal for Lei Qianshan to think so. No one would expect a super genius to emerge from a small city like Baiha. Headmaster Lei, I joined your Tinglong Martial Arts School because I want to know when you will enter the underground cave. Yang Chen got straight to the point. If it weren't for the underground cave, he wouldn't have joined Tinglong Martial Arts School. Yang Chen, so you want to enter the underground cave for training? Lei Qianshan finally understood why Yang Chen wanted to join their Tinglong Martial Arts School. 3 days from now, the higher-ups of Our Tinglong martial arts school will enter the Lu Fong underground cave. I've heard that there are holy spirit fruits inside and we want to take a look. The report has already been approved. Yang Chen had heard of the Lu Fong underground cave. It was considered a relatively powerful cave. Just think about it, the higher-ups of Tinglong martial arts school were all great martial artists. A cave that required so many great martial artists could not be weak, right? Yang Chen secretly looked forward to it. Such a cave wouldn't collapse from just one of his strikes. As for the Holy Spirit fruit, he knew that it could reduce the restrictions of realms. The so-called realm restrictions were the limitations between major realms. For lower-level martial artists, it wasn't obvious. However, for high-level great martial artists, breaking through to the master level had very clear realm restrictions. Some people would be stuck at the high-level great martial artist stage for their entire lives, unable to break through to the master level no matter what. Some items that could reduce realm restrictions were highly sought after in the market, with some even reaching a point where they were valuable but unavailable. He had no interest in the Holy Spirit fruit. He entered the cave to hunt fierce beasts, becoming stronger while also gaining talents. He thought that perhaps Blue Star was just a starting point for him. What if there were many higher civilizations in the universe? People strive for higher places, just as water flows downwards. He had a system. And if he didn't have the goal of dominating the universe, what was the difference from being a salted fish? He needed to lay a solid foundation. On Blue Star. Yang Chen, do you need to have the higher-ups come here to get to know each other? I think it's unnecessary, after all. We will all go down to the Lu Fong underground cave in 3 days, and we will get to know each other then. Headmaster Lei Qianshan nodded, agreeing that Yang Chen made a lot of sense. Then, Yang Chen left a contact number for Lei Qianshan to reach him in 3 days. Lei Qianshan readily agreed. After leaving the Tinglong martial arts school, Yang Chen returned home. His father, Yang Yonghua, and sister, Yang Shuer, were already back. Brother, do you know there's big news on Blue Star? As soon as he returned, Yang Shuer rushed to him and said, big news? Yang Chen was a bit taken aback. He hadn't heard of any big news. Could it be that fierce beasts invaded and destroyed some country? He did know that recently, the 100 Islands had been breached by fierce beasts. Yes, a starship has fallen within the territory of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Yang Shuer said. Listening to her words, Yang Chen realized that his suspicions were correct. Besides Blue Star, there are indeed other life planets in the universe. Perhaps among the high-ranking officials of various countries, this is no longer a secret, but rather has become classified information. After finishing their meal, Yang Chen accompanied Yang Yonghua for a walk in the park below their community. Xiao Fong, the most important thing in life is to be happy. I hope you don't carry any burdens in your heart, Yang Yonghua implied without stating it directly, but Yang Chen could understand the meaning behind his words. He had not awakened any talents, but how could his dad know that he already possessed 2 god-level talents? Don't worry, Dad, I'm very happy, Yang Chen reassured him. He wasn't just comforting his dad, he truly felt happy. Having awakened such an incredible system, he had broken through to the initial level of a great martial artist in just a few days, along with 2 god-level elemental talents. Anyone would be extremely excited, right? After their walk, Yang Chen returned home, watched some martial arts news, and found it uninteresting, so he went to his room and lay on the bed. The next day arrived. After a simple wash-up, he headed to school. Yang Chen's homeroom teacher was named Yao Wei. After arriving at the literature college area, it wasn't long before he returned to his familiar classroom. It had been a long time since he had taken leave and not returned. Of course, he wasn't there to attend class. Yang Chen? The classmates were surprised to see him walk into the classroom. After staying in the classroom for a while, he walked out again. What he didn't expect was to see his homeroom teacher Yao Wei just outside the classroom. Yang Chen, aren't you working at the grain base anymore? Yao Wei was surprised to see Yang Chen outside the classroom. Not anymore. Teacher Yao, I'm here to tell you that I plan to take the martial arts exam, so I won't be attending class during this time leading up to the exam. Yang Chen, are you crazy? Yao Wei looked at him in disbelief. He knew very well that Yang Chen had no talent. How could he take the martial arts exam without any talent? It was simply unrealistic. Teacher Yao, you don't need to worry about that, you'll benefit from it too. What benefit could I possibly have? Think about it. If I become a genius, then you are my homeroom teacher. Yang Chen didn't continue, as the implication was clear to anyone. He spoke to his homeroom teacher Yao Wei because he felt that 2 months ago, when he took leave, Yao Wei had said a lot to him. This made him feel that Yao Wei was a very good teacher. Otherwise, what would it matter if he didn't report back? Would they not let him take the martial arts exam then? If that were the case, he could just show a bit of strength, right? Yang Chen, you. Before Yao Wei could finish his sentence, he noticed that Yang Chen was already walking away. Looking at Yang Chen's back, Yao Wei felt a bit puzzled. He thought Yang Chen seemed somewhat mysterious. Was it just an illusion? Yao Wei didn't think too much about it. He knew that it was Yang Chen's decision and he didn't want to interfere, so he walked back into the classroom. 3 days later. During these 3 days, Yang Chen stayed at home and didn't go to school. Just after getting up, his phone rang. Hello? It was Lei Qianshan, the owner of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, calling. Yang Chen went out and took a taxi to the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Upon arriving, he was received by dedicated staff and taken to a training ground. On the training ground, besides the owner Lei Qianshan, there were other high-ranking officials from the Tinglong Martial Arts School, and no one else was present. When Yang Chen appeared on the training ground, the high-ranking officials of the Tinglong Martial Arts School all turned to look at him. After Lei Qianshan watched the video of Yang Chen's power assessment, he also showed it to the high-ranking officials. Their expressions upon seeing the video were exactly the same as Lei Qianshan's at that time. They were all more than willing to have Yang Chen as one of their high-ranking officials. Yang Chen, you're here, Lei Qianshan smiled at Yang Chen as he approached. Yang Chen nodded. Apart from Lei Qianshan, there were a total of 8 intermediate grand warriors in the upper echelons of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Next, Lei Qianshan introduced Yang Chen to these high-ranking members of the school. After the introductions, a bus arrived at the training ground. The bus could drive to the nearest station to the Lu Fong cave. Yang Chen, if there's nothing else to say, we should get going, Lei Qianshan said. Nothing else? Yang Chen replied. The sooner they departed, the better. Once everyone boarded the bus, it left the Tinglong Martial Arts School and sped towards the outskirts of Bai City. Several hours later, the bus came to a stop. The group got off the bus, having now arrived in the wilderness outside Bai City. The bus could not reach the Lu Fong cave directly. The cave was located within the Lu Fong stone area, which was still over 3 hours away from there. They began to make their way quickly towards the Lu Fong stone area. A few hours later, they finally caught sight of the Lu Fong stone area. Various oddly shaped stones came into view, many resembling sharp wolf fangs, creating an indescribable sense of awe. Yang Chen thought that if this were on Earth, it would make a great tourist attraction. The Lu Fong stone area was part of the wilderness, and there were already some wild beasts and ferocious creatures on the ground, though not in large numbers. Their main purpose for coming here was to enter the Lu Fong cave and see if there were any holy spirit fruits inside. They had no interest in the wild beasts and ferocious creatures within the Lu Fong stone area. Continuing forward, they soon saw a massive cave entrance. Yang Chen had seen many pictures of cave entrances online, so he wasn't overly shocked. However, he had to admit that the cave entrance in reality was far more startling than in the photos. From the pitch-black cave entrance, eerie sounds occasionally echoed. Anyone timid would feel their scalp tingle and their hair stand on. And in this place, is everyone ready? Lei Qianshan looked at the high-ranking members of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Ready? They all nodded. This wasn't their first time entering a cave, and they were quite confident about the dangers inside. Yang Chen, you're here for training, so make sure to stay close to us. The cave can be very terrifying, Lei Qianshan warned. Understood. With that, the group began to enter the Lu Fong cave. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but they finally reached the depths of the Lu Fong cave. The stench of decay, the smell of blood, and a sense of desolation filled their nostrils and eyes. Everyone, start searching, Lei Qianshan's voice rang out, and the high-ranking members began to look for the holy spirit fruits within the cave. Yang Chen wasn't there to search for any holy spirit fruits. Master, I'm going to take a look around by myself. He thought it would be good to at least say goodbye to Lei Qianshan. He had promised to stay close to them outside the cave, and it would be a bit rude to suddenly disappear. Yang Chen, have you forgotten what you promised me? Outside the cave? You should stick with us. There are master-level ferocious beasts deep inside the Lu Fong cave. There are master-level ferocious beasts? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Master-level ferocious beasts were equivalent to 4th-tier beasts. Lei Qianshan was taken aback. He didn't understand why Yang Chen would show such an expression. Don't worry, Master. When I left my family, my grandfather gave me many life-saving techniques. A mere Lu Fong cave can't do anything to me. Yang Chen casually made up a reason, and after saying that, he prepared to head deeper into the Lu Fong cave. Lei Qianshan and the high-ranking members watched Yang Chen's departing figure, wanting to call out to him but hesitating. They thought that if his grandfather really had given him many life-saving techniques, then forcing him not to go deeper into the Lu Fong cave would be unnecessary. With that thought, they didn't call out to Yang Chen and began searching for the holy spirit fruits within the cave as well. Yang Chen continued walking deeper into the Lu Fong cave. He knew that using divine-level combat skills in the depths would yield the best results. The Lu Fong cave was a powerful cave. It was impossible to eliminate it with just one strike. As he walked, he began to sense that something was off. Did he actually see signs of humans here? Could it be that besides them, there were others who entered the Lu Fong cave? Apart from this, he hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts along the way, which was unexpected. Could it be that all the ferocious beasts were in the deepest parts? A few minutes later, he suddenly noticed a narrow opening not far away. This opening was only large enough for smaller ferocious beasts to enter. Most of the beasts wouldn't be able to fit. As he approached, he was secretly astonished. Inside, there was a human presence. Without thinking much, he stepped into the narrow opening. After a while, he saw a dozen young people inside the cave. These young people looked to be about his size. They should be students. If they weren't from the first high school, then they were from the second high school. The dozen students were clearly terrified, trembling all over. "How did you end up here?" Yang Chen asked curiously, looking at the students before him. To him, it seemed that training shouldn't be done in such weak caves. Coming to the Lu Fong cave for training, wasn't that just asking for death? "We are students from Ningzhou City, here for training. Our teacher was killed by a ferocious beast, and we hid in this cave to survive," a female student explained, her voice trembling. Yang Chen understood. Ningzhou City was a large city with a population of over 10 million, one of the top cities in the Great Xia. Coming to the wilderness of Bai City for training, they probably thought they could handle anything. They barged into the Lu Fong cave without investigation, and it was no wonder they were in trouble. "Excuse me, are you here to rescue us? Do I look like someone who's here to rescue you?" Yang Chen rolled his eyes. People from big cities were more delicate than flowers in a greenhouse. The dozen students fell into despair. Upon hearing this, they were lost and terrified, not knowing what to do. "You can go outside, there are no ferocious beasts out there." After dropping this line, Yang Chen walked towards the cave entrance. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the students' faces lit up with a glimmer of hope. There really weren't any ferocious beasts outside? "I believe him, I don't want to wait here to die." One student followed him. "I believe too." "Me too." The dozen students quickly reached a consensus and followed Yang Chen out of the narrow cave. After looking around, they indeed found that there were no ferocious beasts. Not only did they find it strange, but Yang Chen also found it odd. He hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts since entering the Lu Fong cave. "Don't blame me for not warning you, but you need to leave this cave immediately, it's about to explode." The students from Ningzhou City were all shocked. They didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. An explosion was about to happen here? They didn't know how Yang Chen knew this, but the absence of ferocious beasts excited them. This meant they could leave. As long as they could escape the Lu Fong cave, they would survive and return to Ningzhou City. The students didn't dare linger. They hurried towards the exit of the Lu Fong cave. This was just a small episode. What Yang Chen wanted to figure out most was why there were no ferocious beasts. The Lu Fong cave was a powerful cave in the wilderness of Bai City, and there should be many ferocious beasts inside. Since he entered the Lu Fong cave and walked this far, not encountering a single ferocious beast made him suspicious. He was now in the middle section. If he continued deeper, he would reach the depths of the Lu Fong cave. Yang Chen began to walk deeper into the cave. An hour later, he reached the depths of the Lu Fong cave. During this time, he still hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts. As soon as he arrived at the depths, he sensed some terrifying auras. He had a thought: all the ferocious beasts in the Lu Fong cave must be gathered together. The purpose of gathering together was likely to prepare for something. This was just his guess. To know the exact situation, he had to investigate further. The depths of the cave looked like a black hole in the universe. Once you entered, you couldn't come back out, and each step felt overwhelmingly oppressive. The strange sounds coming from all around sent chills down one's spine, as if stepping into hell. What is going on? Suddenly, Yang Chen spotted a massive opening in the distance. He quickly walked over. The opening was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. If the narrow cave from before was only suitable for humans, then this enormous cavern was fit for ferocious beasts. Yet, this cave appeared to have been carved out. Could it have been excavated by the beasts? With such questions in mind, Yang Chen stepped into the vast opening. He had come to the Lu Fong cave to exterminate the beasts. If he didn't encounter a single one, wouldn't that be a loss? Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School had first searched the outskirts of the cave for the Holy Spirit Fruit. They found nothing. Gradually, they moved deeper into the cave. At that moment, several figures entered the Lu Fong cave. If the people from the Tinglong Martial Arts School encountered them, they would surely recognize them. The ones entering the Lu Fong cave were none other than City Lord Wang Tong and several powerful martial artists from the governing body. Half a month ago, they had received reports that the ferocious beasts in the Lu Fong cave had mysteriously disappeared. This time, they came to the Lu Fong cave to see what had actually happened. They speculated that the beasts might have gathered together and carved out a new entrance to the cave, or perhaps opened a passage connecting to other caves. If they didn't take control of the situation, the Lu Fong cave would only grow stronger, and when it erupted, it wouldn't be something that Bai City could withstand. Of course, their main purpose for entering the Lu Fong cave was to clarify what had happened. With their strength, they couldn't pose a lethal threat to the beasts in the Lu Fong cave. On the contrary, if they encountered a beast tide or were besieged by the strongest beasts in the cave, they would be in danger of losing their lives. They quickly made their way deeper into the cave. Before long, they spotted the group from the Tinglong Martial Arts School. City Lord, what brings you here? Lei Qianshan, also a high-ranking official in Bai City, held a very high position. The higher-ups of the Tanglong Martial Arts School were all-powerful martial artists, making the school a significant force in Bai City. Wang Tong and the others hadn't expected to find Lei Qianshan and the powerful martial artists from the Tanglong Martial Arts School here. Through conversation, Wang Tong learned that Lei Qianshan's group had come to the Wolf Fong Cave in search of the Holy Spirit fruit. Lei Qianshan didn't mention Yang Chen, believing he was someone who preferred to keep a low profile. Moreover, since Yang Chen didn't belong to Bai City, it wouldn't matter much even if he did mention it. City Lord Wang Tong also informed the Tanglong Martial Arts School of their purpose for coming. No wonder we haven't encountered any ferocious beasts, the Tanglong Martial Arts School group suddenly realized. This matter concerns Bai City. I think we should abandon the search for the Holy Spirit fruit and go deeper into the cave with the City Lord. Alright, the higher-ups of the Tanglong Martial Arts School agreed without a second thought. Immediately, the group advanced deeper into the Wolf Fong Cave. Not long after, they saw students from Ningzhou City approaching them. How did you get into the Wolf Fong Cave? City Lord Wang Tong looked at the students running towards them in confusion. A dozen students and their mentor had come to Bai City and sought out Wang Tong at the governing body. Wang Tong knew they were from Ningzhou City and treated them with courtesy. He learned that these individuals from Ningzhou City wanted to train in the wilderness of Bai City, and he didn't think much of it. But Wang Tong never expected that their so-called training would involve entering the Wolf Fong Cave. Woo, City Lord, several students recounted the entire sequence of events. It is Just as these students were about to say something more, the City Lord and his entourage were not prepared to listen any longer. They had more important matters to attend to. You all go outside the cave first. There are no ferocious beasts here, said City Lord Wang Tong. Alright. A dozen students ran towards the cave exit. There was still some distance from here to the outside of the Wolf Fong Cave. After seeing the students leave, City Lord Wang Tong shook his head inwardly. Although it was somewhat regrettable, weren't they bringing this upon themselves by entering the Wolf Fong Cave? They continued to hasten deeper into the Wolf Fong Cave. Yang Chen had already entered this massive cave entrance for quite some time. In front of him, he finally saw the ferocious beasts. Seeing this, he felt relieved. These ferocious beasts were digging a passage, not knowing where they were headed. Roar! 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 The ferocious beasts also noticed Yang Chen, letting out angry roars. Immediately, these beasts began to charge wildly towards Yang Chen. Seeing this, Yang Chen ran towards the cave exit. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the roars of the beasts could carry far. There might be even more ferocious beasts outside this dugout cave. He was currently a junior martial artist, and among the beasts digging the passage, there weren't any particularly powerful ones that could catch up to him in speed. Yang Chen ran out of the cave. As soon as he exited the cave, just as he had thought, numerous ferocious beasts were attacking from all directions, densely packed like a dark cloud pressing down. It seemed that the ferocious beasts inside the Wolf Fong Cave were not just opening a passage, the beasts from other cave passages also rushed out upon hearing the noise. Looking at so many ferocious beasts, a smirk appeared at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth, a hint of cold laughter crossing his face. The number of ferocious beasts was over 10,000. The Wolf Fong Cave was merely a cave outside Bai City, quite powerful for Bai City. However, it was insignificant compared to the top caves on Blue Star. In those top caves, the number of ferocious beasts could reach millions, even tens of millions. Over 10,000 ferocious beasts should be enough for him to break through to the master level, Yang Chen thought to himself. The combat power of a junior master is 100,000. Even though there are realm restrictions between high-level martial masters and junior masters, with so many ferocious beasts, he should be able to break through. Moreover, with so many ferocious beasts, there was no reason they wouldn't drop talents. When the time comes, the dropped talents could be converted into divine-level talents. Yang Chen felt secretly delighted. Human, you actually discovered our secret. This is truly unforgivable. A humanoid ferocious beast appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight. This was a low-level 4th-tier ferocious beast, equivalent to a human junior master. Low-level 4th-tier ferocious beasts can speak human language. This is not a secret. Previously, Yang Chen already knew that there were 4th-tier beasts deep within the Wolf Fong Cave, and his expression did not change much. He scrutinized the humanoid ferocious beast. This humanoid beast stood tall, over 3 meters high, and according to the aesthetic standards of ferocious beasts, it should be quite handsome. Unforgivable, Yang Chen said lightly, looking at the furious humanoid ferocious beast. What can you do about it? Roar! The humanoid ferocious beast, hearing Yang Chen's words, roared in anger. Roar! 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 After the roar, the over 10,000 ferocious beasts surrounding Yang Chen also began to roar. Over 10,000 ferocious beasts started to charge. An 18-year-old person being besieged by over 10,000 ferocious beasts. This must be the first time in all of Blue Star. Would Yang Chen be afraid? Of course not. Watching the ferocious beasts rushing from all directions, Yang Chen secretly thought to let you help amplify the power of the Crimson Thunder Emperor. In an instant, several bolts of crimson thunder appeared around Yang Chen's body. These lightning powers surged like thick giant snakes straight towards the cave ceiling. The over 10,000 ferocious beasts charging towards Yang Chen halted in their tracks. The humanoid ferocious beast was also stunned. It never expected such a scene to suddenly appear. The lightning power, as thick as giant snakes, coiled around Yang Chen, and his figure transformed into lightning power at an incredible speed. In an instant, Yang Chen transformed into the form of the Crimson Thunder Emperor. Towering at 100 meters, the Crimson Thunder Emperor was incredibly imposing, surrounded by the power of lightning, its entire body a deep red, looking as if a thunder god had descended. On the other side, City Lord Wang Tong and his group had reached the depths of the Lu Fong Cavern, where they first discovered a massive cave. Strange, this cave doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It looks like it was excavated, City Lord Wang Tong muttered to himself. The others, gazing at the enormous and pitch-black cave before them, realized their earlier suspicions were correct. The absence of fierce beasts outside the Lu Fong Cavern was indeed because they had gathered to open other passages. There are signs of fierce beasts moving here, as if many of them had rushed out, someone noted. Everyone, look around, there must be more than one such cavern passage. Stop searching, this is already the deepest part of the Lu Fong Cavern. If we get surrounded by fierce beasts, it would be disastrous. Let's return to White River City and discuss a strategy first. Just as the group was debating, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the Lu Fong Cavern. What was happening? City Lord Wang Tong and his group immediately turned to look, and they saw several streaks of crimson lightning appearing in the distance, shooting straight up to the ceiling with immense force. Before they could react, the form of the Crimson Thunder Emperor coalesced. Hiss! City Lord Wang Tong and his group gasped, their eyes wide in shock. It was a bolt from the blue. They certainly knew what this was. A divine-level talent, the Crimson Thunder Emperor. In the Lu Fong Cavern, they witnessed such a top-tier talent. Just days ago, a flame warrior had appeared in their White River City, and now the Crimson Thunder Emperor had emerged in the wild? What right did they have in White River City? Not only were they stunned, but over 10,000 fierce beasts were also paralyzed with fear. The oppressive aura of the Crimson Thunder Emperor was simply too overwhelming, let alone attacking Yang Chen. Many fierce beasts had already collapsed to the ground. Their strength seemed to have been drained, their pupils filled with terror. How is this possible? How could such a powerful being appear? The humanoid fierce beasts cried out in fear. Yang Chen looked down upon these beasts like a deity, ready to pronounce their fate at any moment. Annihilation. Thunder Pillar. Without hesitation, Yang Chen unleashed a perfect-level combat skill of his divine-level lightning talent against these fierce beasts. Boom! After casting the Annihilation Thunder Pillar, hundreds of giant thunder pillars began to emerge from the ground. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a hellish battlefield. Lightning intertwined, with no safe zone anywhere. The power of the thunder pillars was terrifying, and even the shockwaves were beyond what these fierce beasts could withstand. Run! This low-level humanoid fierce beast was terrified. All it wanted to do was escape. But under the blockade of the thunder pillars, escaping was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Soon, this humanoid fierce beast was mercilessly killed. Ding! Killed the Azure Moon Wolf, battle power plus 80. Ding! Killed the Iron Rhino, battle power plus 120. Ding! Killed the Ghost Python, battle power plus 50. Yang Chen looked at the data of increased battle power in his retina, hoping for a talent drop. Also, he desperately wanted to break through the boundary between high-level martial artists and low-level masters. There were too many drops, so he decided to check later. In the distance, City Lord Wang Tong and his group were frozen in place, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape, witnessing a scene they thought could never happen in the world. To them, the Crimson Thunder Emperor was terrifying. They had imagined the divine-level lightning talent of the Crimson Thunder Emperor to be fearsome, but the power it displayed was far more terrifying than they had imagined. And such combat skills. City Lord Wang Tong and his group were certain that the proficiency had reached the perfect level. Incredible! This was the gap. They thought that if such a powerful being were to deal with their Bai City, then there would be no hope for them. They might as well wait to be annihilated. What are you thinking? Suddenly, Lei Qianshan asked the group. I was thinking about leaving the Lu Fong cave as soon as possible. If we accidentally offend this existence, then Bai City will be in danger. Yes, let's leave the Lu Fong cave quickly. With that, the City Lord Wang Tong and his group hurried towards the exit of the Lu Fong cave. Outside the passage of the Lu Fong cave, a dozen students listened to the explosions coming from within, their mouths agape and exchanging glances. It was at this moment that they finally understood the meaning of Yang Chen's words. The entire ground was also riddled with countless massive craters. The difference was that this time the craters reached depths of over 100 meters. The world-destroying thunder pillars were truly terrifying. Yang Chen knew very well that this was still under his concentrated attack in a specific area. If it were an indiscriminate attack, then the Lu Fong cave would probably experience a strong earthquake. He had previously been certain that the Wolf Fong cave could withstand his attacks, but now he felt that such a notion needed to be reconsidered. He began to check the remaining drop data. Ding! Killed a red ant, battle power plus 50. Ding! Killed a ghost rabbit, battle power plus 80. Ding! Killed a shadow moon wolf, battle power plus 240. No matter what cave, the number of low-level ferocious beasts was always the highest. Ding! Killed a blood skull bat, battle power plus 2500. The blood skull bat was a low-level humanoid ferocious beast of the 4th rank. Yang Chen thought to himself that the battle power dropped from killing high-level ferocious beasts was indeed frightening. It was almost like dropping a junior warrior, and it exceeded the basic battle power of a junior warrior by 500. As for the talent, he actually dropped a talent. Medium talent, ice reinforcement. A medium ice talent. Looking at the medium talent of ice reinforcement that he had dropped, Yang Chen smiled. He thought about those novels he had read on Earth, where ice talents were usually awakened by the female lead or a younger sister. He never expected to obtain an ice talent himself. He opened the attribute panel to take a look. Host, Yang Chen. Age, 18 years. Battle power, 150,000. Realm, Junior Master. Talent, Devouring Heaven Flame God, Red Thunder Emperor, Ice Reinforcement, not yet transformed. Combat skills, Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion, World Destroying Thunder Pillar. Looking at the attribute panel, Yang Chen felt secretly delighted. He thought to himself that he had indeed broken through to Master. He had even exceeded the battle power of a junior master by 50,000. This was quite normal. After all, there were over 10,000 ferocious beasts. One must admit that the realm limitation between high-level great warriors and junior masters was still terrifying. Yang Chen didn't know if it was just his realm limitation that was so frightening or if everyone was the same. However, before entering the Wolf Fong cave, his realm was merely a junior great warrior, and now he was already a junior master. His strength had increased too quickly. Roar! What Yang Chen didn't expect was that just as he was about to transform the ice reinforcement into a divine-level talent, a ferocious beast's roar echoed. Another ferocious beast? He immediately looked over and discovered a flying ferocious beast appearing in the sky. The city lord Wang Tong and his companions, who were originally preparing to leave, immediately halted in their tracks upon hearing the roar of the ferocious beast. After focusing their gaze, they were stunned. Their eyes fell upon a flying ferocious beast. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird. This Crimson Flame Demon Bird was enormous. Although it couldn't block out the sun, it was still shocking. The most terrifying part was that this Crimson Flame Demon Bird was a low-level ferocious beast of the 5th rank. A 5th rank low-level ferocious beast was a beast at the Grand Master level. How could such a level of ferocious beast exist in the Wolf Fong cave? Was it because the Wolf Fong cave had connected with other caves? But there had never been any discovery of 5th rank ferocious beasts in the wilderness outside Bai City. The faces of Wang Tong and his group turned pale with horror. If this Crimson Flame Demon Bird were to deal with them, then even combined, they would not be a match for it. Yang Chen was now his true self, which made the city lord Wang Tong and his companions unable to see the form of the Crimson Thunder Emperor. City lord, what should we do now? Lei Qianshan was also shocked, looking at city lord Wang Tong. Don't panic, let's observe the changes. That being should still be in the underground cave. He might take action, city lord Wang Tong said. Yang Chen looked at the Crimson Flame Demon Bird in the sky and couldn't help but smile. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird was a low-level 5th-tier beast. If he hadn't broken through to the master level, facing a 5th-tier beast would indeed be troublesome. Now, he had already broken through to the initial master level. Even if he hadn't fought before, he felt that a low-level 5th-tier beast was not his opponent. Human, how do you want to die? After the Crimson Flame Demon Bird said this, it transformed into a humanoid form. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird was a fire attribute beast, and flames enveloped its entire body, giving off a strong visual impression of a powerful being. That line, Yang Chen looked at the now humanoid Crimson Flame Demon Bird, should be directed at you. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird was taken aback. It clearly did not expect this human to remain so calm in the face of it. Human, I originally wanted to make your death a bit easier, but it seems you don't need that. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird sneered coldly. Then I'll let you experience the feeling of 1,000 fires burning your heart. As the words fell, the Crimson Flame Demon Bird extended its arm, and a ghostly blue flame swept toward Yang Chen. Just a little trick. Yang Chen smiled. You have fire? I have it too. And right now, my fire is immense. Heaven-swallowing flame god. He was now an initial master and was not as weak as before. He wouldn't be the type to use a divine-level combat skill just once and then be done with it. After activating the heaven-swallowing flame god, he instantly transformed into a towering flame god over 100 meters tall. The ghostly blue flame was instantly devoured, as if it had never existed. Holy crap! Watching this scene, City Lord Wang Tong and his companions couldn't help but shout out loud. Just moments ago, the Crimson Thunder Emperor had appeared. Now the heaven-swallowing flame god had emerged. Wait a minute. Heaven-swallowing flame god? Isn't that from outside the food base in the first high school secret realm? Realizing this, City Lord Wang Tong and his companions were left dumbfounded. Is there a possibility that this powerful being possesses both the heaven-swallowing flame god and the Crimson Thunder Emperor? Lei Qianming said to the group in a daze. It could also be that two extremely powerful beings are simultaneously here. They would never have imagined that the powerful existence they spoke of was merely a student. It was just using a divine level talent, coupled with perfect level combat skills. The perfect level combat skills here were not the same as those on Blue Star. If they were, how could such terrifying power be unleashed, even ignoring realms to kill? Yang Chen didn't even know if there were such combat skills on higher level life planets in the universe. But he knew that the combat skills matched by the system were incredibly powerful and terrifying. The humanoid Crimson Flame Demon Bird was stunned. Human, how? The Crimson Flame Demon Bird had never seen such talent. It was regretting deeply in its heart. Could it be that this human was the cause of the deep pits on the ground? As a low-level 5th-tier beast, it had seen many humans. It also knew that Yang Chen was a young man. Being young meant he couldn't possibly have any powerful strength. It would never have thought that the deep pits hundreds of meters deep were created by Yang Chen. But now it knew it was not only wrong but completely wrong. Human, stop pretending. After snapping back from its fear, the Crimson Flame Demon Bird shouted at Yang Chen. Perhaps this talent was just a facade, merely shocking in appearance. It refused to believe that it, a dignified low-level 5th-tier beast, was not Yang Chen's opponent. Die for me! The Crimson Flame Demon Bird roared. The ghostly blue flames wrapping around its body began to surge wildly toward Yang Chen. At this moment, the momentum of the Crimson Flame Demon battle was incredibly fierce. As he watched the numerous azure flames rushing towards him, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Playing with fire? Wasn't this just a small witch meeting a great witch? Yang Chen knew that this Crimson Flame Demon Bird was ultimately a low-level 5th-tier beast, and to kill it quickly, he would still need to use a divine-level flame combat technique. Then let's use it. Yang Chen didn't hesitate much. He unleashed the divine-level flame combat technique, Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion. In an instant, hundreds of 100-meter-long flame dragons appeared in the deepest part of the Lu Fong cave. These flame dragons emitted waves of dragon roars, filling the entire Lu Fong cave with such sounds. Hundreds of flame dragons began to strike fiercely at the humanoid Crimson Flame Demon Bird. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird was taken aback, filled with terror. Its flames were nothing compared to these flame dragons. Wasn't it like an egg hitting a stone? At that moment, it finally understood that Yang Chen's form, Devouring Heaven Flame God, was not just for show but truly terrifying. The azure flames that had been attacking Yang Chen had vanished without a trace, and hundreds of flame dragons had completely surrounded the Crimson Flame Demon Bird. The Crimson Flame Demon Bird now had nowhere to escape, no way to enter the ground. All that awaited it was death. In the distance, the city lord Wang Tong and his group finally understood why there were so many fiery deep pits outside the food base. They also understood why the students who entered the secret realm described it so terrifyingly. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions began to erupt in the area of the Crimson Flame Demon Bird. Wang Tong and his group swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. If they experienced such a scene too often, their hearts really couldn't take it. They all knew that in front of a strong person, they were nothing, but they had almost no direct experience of it. Now they had not only experienced the Thunder Emperor but also the Devouring Heaven Flame God. This feeling made them deeply realize they were like ants that a strong person could crush at will. Ding! Slayed a Crimson Flame Demon Bird, battle power plus 30,000. Looking at the increase in battle power, Yang Chen smiled. High-tier beasts were indeed high-tier beasts. The increase in battle power was significant. He knew this was normal. Whether it was a martial artist or a beast, the higher the level, the greater the gap. There was a difference between low-level and mid-level martial artists, but it wasn't that big. If it were low-level battle generals and mid-level battle generals, the difference would be truly significant, even to the point of being irreparable. Next, he would convert the medium-level ice talent into ice enhancement. He pressed the conversion button. Ding! Conversion successful. Ding! Ice enhancement converted to divine-level ice talent, extreme ice underworld god. Yang Chen knew that ice-type talents were among the top in elemental talents. With the extreme ice underworld god, his strength reached another transformation. Ding! Does the host wish to fuse with the extreme ice underworld god? Fuse. After choosing to fuse, a few seconds later, the fusion of the extreme ice underworld god was successful. Ding! Self-comprehension of divine level ice combat technique, underworld ice prison. After the underworld ice prison entered Yang Chen's mind, it immediately progressed from entry level to perfect proficiency. Underworld ice prison, within the range, it is like an unending purgatory. Any creature is frozen to death, a terrifyingly powerful ice combat technique. That's enough. Yang Chen secretly rejoiced. This trip to the Lu Fong cave was truly rewarding. Time to get out. He walked towards the exit of the Lu Fong cave. Wang Tong and his group had come back to their senses. They did not linger here and quickly left the Lu Fong cave. Lei Qianshan knew that Yang Chen had died. In the cave, he could only lament Yang Chen's death. If he had held on a little longer and not let Yang Chen act alone, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Now it was all too late. It was useless to think about anything. After Yang Chen exited the Lu Fong cave, he returned to the bus station, but the bus was no longer there. He shook his head, thinking that the people from the Tinglong martial arts school must have thought he died in the cave, which was why they left. Time to walk back. Only by becoming a battle general can one transform into a great sun and soar through the sky. A junior master is a formidable presence in front of ordinary martial artists, but in the face of true powerhouses, they are nothing. However, the speed of a master is quite fast, and Yang Chen quickly headed towards the direction of Bai City. Bai City, the city gate. This city gate is not the main gate, it connects to the wilderness. Yang Chen had already arrived here. Please show your wilderness pass, a soldier said to Yang Chen. Wilderness pass? Yang Chen suddenly remembered this point. Except for the semi-wilderness area of the food base, which does not require it, other areas need a pass whether going to the wilderness or returning to the city. This is to prevent some students from sneaking into the wilderness out of curiosity. A pass is also required to return to the city to confirm whether one is truly from Bai City. Some martial artists, after committing crimes, escape to the wilderness, and without checking the pass, it would be easy for these criminal martial artists to enter and exit major cities. I don't have a pass. Yang Chen shook his head at the soldier who spoke. It is true that he is from Bai City, but there must be a way to resolve this. Otherwise, if he lost his pass in the wilderness, wouldn't he be unable to go home? Then may I ask, is your pass lost? Or, I entered the wilderness with people from the Tinglong martial arts school, they returned first. A few soldiers listened to Yang Chen's answer. They knew that the higher-ups of the Tinglong martial arts school had indeed just returned to Bai City. Please wait a moment. I will make a call to confirm. After saying this, a soldier went to a room, and after finding the phone number for the Tinglong martial arts school, he dialed it. A few minutes later, the soldier came out of the room and approached Yang Chen. You can go in now. Yang Chen returned to Bai City. He knew that the call the soldier made was definitely to the Tinglong martial arts school. Now that it was getting late, he decided to go home first and visit the Tinglong martial arts school tomorrow. After returning home, Yang Yonghua and his sister Yang Shuer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, why have you been so strange these past few days? Either staying at home or disappearing for an entire day. Where have you been? Yang Shuer's round little face was filled with confusion. Yeah, Xiaofeng, I also think you've been a bit odd these days. Yang Yonghua looked over. They both knew that Yang Chen had not gone to school. I went to the wilderness with the higher-ups of the Tinglong martial arts school and just got back, Yang Chen replied. But Yang Shuer couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you really love to joke. Xiaofeng, you're grown up now, just don't do anything bad, okay? Yang Shuer and Yang Yonghua both spoke to Yang Chen. Got it, Dad, Yang Chen nodded. Brother. Yang Shuer suddenly pulled Yang Chen aside. She lowered her voice and said to him, I feel like Dad seems to have something on his mind. I asked him, but he wouldn't say. Why don't you ask him? Hearing his sister Yang Shuer's words, Yang Chen was secretly surprised and looked at his father Yang Yonghua's face. Sure enough, Yang Yonghua's brows were occasionally furrowed. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that his dad must have encountered something. Responsible people always bring good news home and swallow their worries. Dad, did something happen? No, there's nothing going on, Yang Yonghua smiled. Come on, Dad, we're family, we can share any burdens together, Yang Shuer said. At this moment, both Yang Chen and Yang Shuer were looking at Yang Yonghua. Yang Yonghua met the gazes of his children. After a few seconds, he sighed. It's nothing serious, just some colleagues sidelining me. You both know your dad is an honest man, and honest people don't achieve much in the workplace. I've tried to change, but I found it impossible. I'm just this kind of person, and there's no way I can change in this lifetime. Saying this, Yang Yonghua gave a self-deprecating smile. Yang Chen looked at his father Yang Yonghua's heartbroken expression, and he understood all too well what that feeling was like. When he was on Earth, he was an orphan filled with self-doubt. That feeling was something he often experienced. But now it was different. After crossing over to Blue Star and binding such an impressive system, he thought he should do something for his dad. Yang Shuer quickly comforted Yang Yonghua. After a long while, Yang Chen finished his shower and returned to his room. The next day, after leaving Jiangming Community, he headed to the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving at the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, he soon encountered a high-ranking member, Yang Chen. As soon as this high-ranking member saw Yang Chen approaching, he quickly walked over to him. We all thought you had died in the cave yesterday. It's so good to see you're okay. I'm fine, Yang Chen replied with a smile. I'm going to see the hall master. Alright, go ahead. The high-ranking member nodded in response. The surrounding students of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall were secretly astonished. They couldn't understand why Yang Chen could converse with a high-ranking member as if they were friends. In their eyes, this was simply impossible. Yang Chen ignored the students' astonishment and took the elevator. The hall master's office was on the top floor of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall. When the elevator reached the top floor, Yang Chen arrived outside the hall master's office. He knocked on the door, and the voice of Lei Qianshan came from inside. Come in. Yang Chen pushed open the office door and walked in. As soon as he entered, Lei Qianshan's warm voice greeted him. Yang Chen, you know, when I got the call yesterday and found out you were okay, I was so happy. Lei Qianshan invited Yang Chen to sit on the leather sofa. Yesterday, in the depths of the Lu Fong cave was terrifying. At this point, Lei Qianshan's face still showed a hint of lingering fear. I witnessed 2 god-level talents, the Red Thunder Emperor and the Devouring Flame God. On the way back to Bai City after coming out of the cave, we discussed that the Red Thunder Emperor and the Devouring Flame God must be 2 powerful beings present in the Lu Fong cave at the same time. If both the Red Thunder Emperor and the Devouring Flame God existed simultaneously, that would be too unrealistic. Such a thing has never happened before. Lei Qianshan talked a lot with Yang Chen. Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He thought to himself that if Lei Qianshan knew that both the Red Thunder Emperor and the Devouring Flame God were talents he possessed, he would probably be shocked. Moreover, he now had not just the Red Thunder Emperor and the Devouring Flame God, but also the Extreme Ice Nether God. With 3 god-level elemental talents gathered, no one in Blue Star would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Yes, it's terrifying. I saw it too. I thought I was going to die in the Lu Fong cave, but luckily I managed to hide. Yang Chen replied casually. You're thinking too little. Lei Qianshan shook his head at Yang Chen. Just think, if it weren't for the life-saving methods your grandfather gave you, you probably wouldn't have been able to survive and leave the Lu Fong cave. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Lei Qianshan to remember the reason he had casually mentioned that day. Hallmaster, you have a position in Bai City, right? Why do you ask? Lei Qianshan was taken aback. I am one of the strongest martial artists in Bai City and the Hallmaster of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, so I have some power and influence. After saying this, Lei Qianshan smiled awkwardly and continued, of course, in front of the forces of those big cities, the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall doesn't count for much. Since you have such power and influence, could you do me a favor? What favor? Just say it directly. Lei Qianshan agreed without a second thought. As long as it's not too difficult, I can manage it. In Bai City, it was quite easy for Lei Qianshan to get things done. My family has recently been ostracized by colleagues. Could you help him? He works at the Zhang Company. When entering the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, Lei Qianshan guessed that Yang Chen was from a big city, and he didn't deny it. Later, he also mentioned the many life-saving methods his grandfather had given him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he said it was family, not directly mentioning it was his father. Suffered from colleague exclusion? Zhang's company? Lei Qianshan's eyes widened. Only now did he finally understand Yang Chen's true purpose for coming to Bai City. He had thought Yang Chen was here for training, but it seemed it wasn't entirely the case. It turned out Yang Chen had family in Bai City. Although the probability was low, it was possible for descendants of a large family not to awaken any talents. Those who failed to awaken their talents might feel incredibly embarrassed and choose to leave the family to live independently. Some descendants might also help out in the family business. Lei Qianshan had figured everything out. Yang Chen's family members had not awakened their talents and faced disdain from other family members, which led him to Bai City. It was a bone connected by tendons. The main reason Yang Chen came to Bai City was to see his family. Lei Qianshan knew that the family Yang Chen mentioned could be his uncle, elder uncle, or even cousins. Don't worry, the chairman of Zhang's company is very familiar with me. It's just a matter of a word. Yang Chen, what do you think about having your family member as the general manager? Sure. After Yang Chen nodded, he told Lei Qianshan his father's name. Master, you've helped me, so in the future, as long as it's within my ability, I will also help. Yang Chen said to Lei Qianshan. If others treat him well, he would reciprocate. But if someone tried to deal with him, then sorry, he would let them taste the flavor of god-level talent combat skills. At that time, they would know what it means for the clouds to hang low in the 9 heavens and the waters of the 4 seas to flow backward. Yang Chen, speaking of help, I actually have a favor to ask, but it's a bit embarrassing to bring it up. Go ahead. Yang Chen said to Lei Qianshan. Then, I'll say it. After smiling, Lei Qianshan continued. You know Ningzhou City, right? There's a Kueihu martial arts school in Ningzhou City, and the day after tomorrow, they will bring a talented student from their school here. At that time, there will be a sparring session, and our Tinglong martial arts school students won't be able to compete with the talented students from Kueihu martial arts school. After finishing, Lei Qianshan had a somewhat forced smile on his face. I know your strength. Dealing with the talented students from Kueihu martial arts school is like playing, so I felt a bit embarrassed to tell you. Yang Chen understood Lei Qianshan's meaning. He was a great martial artist and also a young man. Lei Qianshan wanted him to represent Tinglong martial arts school in battle. Sure. You agreed? Lei Qianshan was stunned, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Yes, I'm originally from Tinglong martial arts school. Isn't it normal to do something for Tinglong martial arts school? Yang Chen joined Tinglong martial arts school to enter the cave, but that didn't mean he wouldn't lend a hand when Tinglong martial arts school needed help. That was not his style. Alright. Lei Qianshan was overjoyed. He knew that if Yang Chen took action, then the talented students from Kueihu martial arts school would be nothing in front of Yang Chen. Then I'll leave first, just contact me when the time comes. Okay, you can go. Yang Chen left Tinglong Martial Arts School. He didn't return to school. The school was no longer worth going back to. He would handle the matters of Tinglong Martial Arts School in 2 days first. After Yang Chen left, Lei Qianshan picked up the red phone on his desk. It wasn't long before the call was connected. On the other end was Zheng Shan, the chairman of Zheng's company. Master Lei, what brings you to call me? Zheng Shan was very happy. He had known Lei Qianshan since childhood. If it weren't for this relationship, given Lei Qianshan's current status, he wouldn't be able to reach him. Zheng's company was just a fairly decent company. Old Zheng, does your company have a Yang Yonghua? I'm not very sure. About that, I need to ask. Zheng Shan knew that since Lei Qianshan mentioned a specific name, there must be something going on. Lei Qianshan was one of the highest-ranking individuals in Bai City, and he couldn't afford to be careless with the name Lei Qianshan mentioned. Immediately, Zheng Shan asked his secretary to check. Master Lei, we do have an employee named Yang Yonghua in our company, currently working in the procurement department. His background is not simple. Not simple? Zheng Shan was taken aback. Lei Qianshan's words left him somewhat confused. To him, he was just a small employee in the procurement department. What could be so complicated about that? Master Lei, could you clarify? Let me put it this way, someone from his family is very likely to become the future ruler of our great Xia. Hiss. Zheng Shan never expected Lei Qianshan to say something like that. He gasped and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Lei, are you joking with me? I'm not joking, which is why I personally called to tell you to promote Yang Yonghua. Zheng Shan swallowed hard. Lei Qianshan was actually serious? Such news was like a bombshell to him. Master Lei, you can't be suggesting I make him the chairman, right? That's not necessary, just make him the general manager. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Zheng Shan was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Lei Qianshan, Master Lei, can you reveal a bit more information? What kind of family does Yang Yonghua come from? I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you that his nephew is under 20 and is already a junior martial artist. Zheng Shan's pupils constricted rapidly, as if he had heard something impossible. A junior martial artist under 20? In his long life he had never seen one, let alone heard of one. He finally understood why Lei Qianshan had said what he did earlier. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Shan could no longer stay in the office. He was just the chairman of a company, and a rather ordinary one at that in Bai City. Such explosive news was too much for his heart to bear. In the world of Blue Star, where strength is paramount, not only personal strength but background is also a form of power. If the Zheng family offended someone with such a background, it wouldn't just be the Zheng family. At risk, even his relatives and friends could be implicated. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Zheng Shan hurriedly ran out of the office. The secretary, seeing the chairman so flustered, was stunned. She had never seen him like this before. In the procurement department, the employees were looking at Yang Yonghua with pity. Opposite Yang Yonghua sat the department head, Jin Zhang, along with Wang Chang. Yang Yonghua was unwilling to collude with Wang Chang on certain interests, so Wang Chang had fabricated some baseless charges against him. Wang Chang's cousin was Jin Zhang, the head of the procurement department. Yang Yonghua, I don't think firing you was unjust because you. The colleagues in the procurement department listened to their supervisor Jin Zhang's words, knowing that Yang Yonghua was actually wronged. But what could they do? Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. They also understood the principle of not sticking out like a sore thumb. Just then, a man around 50 burst into the procurement department. Who is it, stumbling in like that? Jin Zhang frowned. When he focused his gaze, he was dumbfounded. Chairman? Everyone in the procurement department was also shocked. They never expected the chairman to come to their department in such a manner. Chairman, you came to our procurement department for something. Who is Yang Yonghua? Before Jin Zhang could finish his sentence, Zheng Shan interrupted him. Everyone in the procurement department was secretly alarmed, looking at each other in confusion. They couldn't understand why the chairman was looking for Yang Yonghua. Chairman, I am Yang Yonghua. Yang Yonghua also wanted to know what the chairman wanted with him. His children were still young, and he really needed this job. At his age, it would be difficult to find a good position after being fired. But there was no choice, life had to go on. Even if he had to work on a construction site, he wouldn't complain. His son and daughter were his hope for life and progress. Just when everyone was curious about why the chairman had come to see Yang Yonghua, Chairman Zheng Shan unexpectedly walked briskly to Yang Yonghua's side and extended his hand to shake hands with him. Mr. Yang, hello. Wow. Everyone in the procurement department was in an uproar. The chairman actually took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Yonghua and called him Mr.? Could it be that Yang Yonghua had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, hiding some special background? Jin Zhang and Wang Chang were also dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to imagine that the chairman would take the initiative to shake hands with Yang Yonghua. Chairman, you. Yang Yonghua stared blankly at Chairman Zheng Shan in front of him. He had no idea what was going on. Mr. Yang, starting today, you are the general manager of our Zhang Corporation, Zheng Shan said with a smile to Yang Yonghua. Everyone in the procurement department was shocked, utterly astonished. The chairman made Yang Yonghua their general manager? Was this real? Not a dream? Some employees thought they were dreaming and pinched their faces, finding it painful. So they were not dreaming. Alright, Mr. Yang, I have other matters to attend to. I will have my secretary announce it to the company shortly. Zheng Shan shook hands with Yang Yonghua again and then left with a smile. Wait a moment, Chairman. After Zheng Shan took a few steps, Yang Yonghua called out to him. Mr. Yang, is there anything else? Zheng Shan stopped and turned back to look at Yang Yonghua. Can you tell me why you want me to be the general manager? Yang Yonghua's face was full of confusion. I have no idea what is happening. Not only Yang Yonghua but everyone in the procurement department was also unaware of the specifics. Zheng Shan was secretly puzzled. He thought Yang Yonghua knew, but now it seemed that he was unaware of Lei Qinshan's request for him to promote Yang Yonghua. Perhaps he didn't want Yang Yonghua to know? With this thought, Zheng Shan said to Yang Yonghua, Mr. Yang, you have a benefactor helping you. Benefactor? Everyone in the procurement department was once again stunned. They had no idea who the benefactor was, but they knew that the benefactor mentioned by the chairman must have an extremely powerful background. Otherwise, how could the chairman have stumbled into the procurement department and directly promoted Yang Yonghua to general manager? Naturally, Yang Yonghua had no idea who this benefactor was. He hadn't saved any powerful or influential people, nor did he know any powerful figures. Who is my benefactor? I don't know the specifics either. You just need to know that your benefactor has an extraordinary background. Everyone in the procurement department exchanged glances. An extraordinary background? The background the chairman spoke of must be terrifying. Yang Yonghua's heart was in turmoil, and he wanted to ask more, but he knew that no matter how he asked, it would lead to no results. After a few seconds, he calmed his shocked heart. Chairman, since I am now the general manager, can I fire 2 people? He understood clearly now that if he didn't fire department head Jin Zhang and his cousin Wang Chang, they would continue to cause trouble. Of course, you can. Zheng Shan nodded in agreement. Yang Yonghua looked at the already panicked Jin Zhang and Wang Chang. From now on, you are fired. Follow the procedures. Seeing this, Chairman Zheng Shan couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? Did they offend you? They? Chairman, Jin Zhang and Wang Chang are nothing but 2 petty people. Yes, Wang Chang relies on his cousin Jin Zhang's support and doesn't know how many kickbacks he has taken. The employees in the procurement department had often been suppressed by Jin Zhang and Wang Chang. Now that the opportunity had come, they couldn't help but vent their frustrations. Chairman Zheng Shan, after understanding the truth of the matter, turned his gaze towards Jin Zhang and Wang Chang. So this is what you are like, not only offending Mr. Yang but also being so despicable. I will inform the industry not to hire you. You can go to another city to make a living. Zheng Shan said coldly. Jin Zhang and Wang Chang came to their senses, their faces filled with horror. Chairman, do you really have to be so ruthless? Bai City is not solely dominated by your Zheng Corporation. The Zheng Corporation may be just average, but don't forget, the chairman of other companies all know that I am a childhood friend of Lei Qinshan, the owner of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Boom! Zheng Shan's words struck Jin Zhang and Wang Chang's minds like a thunderbolt. They collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, powerless. Chairman, General Manager Yang, I was wrong, please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. Woo. Jin Zhang began to wail loudly. General Manager Yang, I was careless before. I didn't know you were such a big shot. Look, I'm slapping my own face. Please don't do this. Wang Chang also pleaded for mercy, slapping his own face. Chairman, one more thing. If you really have to fire us, according to the contract, you have to compensate us. Isn't it just a bit of salary? It's not a big deal. Zheng Shan casually glanced at a procurement department employee. Have the security watch them pack their things. After saying that, Zheng Shan left. Yay! The other employees in the procurement department were excited and thrilled, applauding each other. Yang Yonghua, phew, General Manager Yang. Next, the employees in the procurement department all bowed to Yang Yonghua. The whole day, Yang Yonghua spent in a daze. He still felt it was too unreal. He thought he would be fired, but unexpectedly became the general manager of the company. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray it this way. Jiangming Community. After Yang Yonghua became the general manager, the heads of various departments and the company's executives celebrated with him. Chairman Zheng Shan even personally opened his wallet to prepare a grand banquet for Yang Yonghua. He returned to Jiangming Community after 10 o'clock at night. When he got home, Yang Shuer noticed the smell of alcohol on Yang Yonghua and became a bit anxious. Dad, even if you're not doing well at the company, you can't drink like this. Drinking too much is harmful to your health. Shuer, Dad is very happy. Happy? Yang Shuer still didn't know what had happened and looked at Yang Yonghua in confusion. Shuer, you might not believe it, but your dad has become the general manager of the company. Yang Shuer's round little face froze. Bro, did you hear what Dad just said? I heard. Yang Chen smiled. But Dad, didn't you say you were being ostracized by your colleagues at the company, and then? I don't know what happened either. The chairman just said a noble person helped me. Yang Yonghua shook his head. Bro, what noble person? Do you know? Yang Shuer looked at Yang Yonghua, then at Yang Chen. Who knows? Yang Chen smiled again. Whatever, anyway, Dad has become the general manager of the company, so we won't have to worry about living anymore. Yang Shuer thought that if she couldn't figure it out, then there was no need to think about it. And she smiled sweetly. 2 days later, Yang Chen's phone rang. It was Lei Qianshan calling. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer had already gone out. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 10 a.m. After leaving the community, Yang Chen took a taxi to Tinglong Martial Arts School. Young man, are you a student of Tinglong Martial Arts School? Yeah, I don't think so. The driver started chatting with Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't intend to explain it deliberately. Young man, my son awakened a low-level speed talent, speed micro-optimization. What about you? I don't have any talent. Then you will regret it. You will never become a martial artist in your lifetime. You might as well drive a taxi like me, at least your life will be secure. Yang Chen smiled and then closed his eyes. The driver, noticing that Yang Chen was not going to respond, wisely kept his mouth shut. Young man, we've arrived at the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Okay. After paying, Yang Chen got out of the car. Oh, isn't that Zhang Shun, the great martial artist from Tinglong Martial Arts School? Just as the taxi driver was about to leave, he noticed a senior member of Tinglong Martial Arts School outside, seemingly waiting for someone. Suddenly, the taxi driver's pupils constricted and his face turned pale as if he had seen something terrifying. He saw Zhang Shun conversing with Yang Chen, speaking on equal terms. What did this represent? It meant that Yang Chen's background must be formidable. Low-key? The taxi driver was filled with dread. How could he have imagined that Yang Chen was such a low-key person? He hurriedly drove away, secretly vowing never to underestimate anyone again. As he drove off, he felt a wave of regret. He knew that if Yang Chen were a bit more petty, his life would be over. Under Wang Shun's guidance, Yang Chen arrived at the training ground of Tinglong Martial Arts School. The students of Tinglong Martial Arts School were unaware of the recent events involving Kueihu Martial Arts School. On the training ground, there were no other students besides the senior members of Tinglong Martial Arts School. This suited Yang Chen just fine. He didn't want to be famous throughout Bai City. If that were the case, he would be surrounded by a crowd, which he found meaningless. Yang Chen, you're here. After seeing Yang Chen arrive, Lei Qianshan and the senior members all came over. The other senior members of Tinglong Martial Arts School knew that Yang Chen was willing to represent them in battle, so they understood that the genius students from Kueihu Martial Arts School were not a big deal. Where are the people from Kueihu Martial Arts School? They should be here soon, Lei Qianshan said. The group waited on the training ground for the arrival of the Kueihu Martial Arts School members. Special arrangements had been made outside the martial arts school to receive the Kueihu Martial Arts School members. Half an hour later, led by their guide, the people from Kueihu Martial Arts School appeared on the training ground. There were about 10 of them in total. At the forefront were 2 middle-aged men, both advanced martial artists. The rest were students from Kueihu Martial Arts School, all in their 20s. Among them, the strongest student had already reached the junior elite martial artist level, Master Lei. Next, the senior members from both sides greeted each other. After exchanging some pleasantries, a great martial artist from Kueihu Martial Arts School looked at one of the students. This is our genius student Yiming, and he will be the one to fight this time. May I ask who will be representing Tinglong Martial Arts School? It's me. Yang Chen stepped forward. Upon seeing Yang Chen come out, Yiming also stepped forward, sizing Yang Chen up before breaking into a cold smile. Does Tinglong Martial Arts School look down on us? You don't even look 20. Do you really think you can battle me, a genius student from Kueihu Martial Arts School? The others from Kueihu Martial Arts School laughed as well. Yes, Master Lei, it seems Tinglong Martial Arts School doesn't take us seriously at all? What if we don't take you seriously? Before Lei Qianshan could speak, Yang Chen took the lead. Kueihu Martial Arts School had come to provoke them because these 2 great martial artists had suffered some losses at Tinglong Martial Arts School. After gaining a certain status in Ningzhou City, they wanted to seek revenge. In the battles between martial artists of the Great Xia, due to the constraints of martial laws, they could only resort to such means. What did you say? The people from Kueihu Martial Arts School were taken aback. They never expected Yang Chen to dare to say such things. They glared at Yang Chen with anger. Kueihu Martial Arts School and Tinglong Martial Arts School were not even on the same level. They could never have imagined that a student from Tinglong Martial Arts School would dare to speak so brazenly in front of them. Show us your strength to prove yourselves. Yang Chen didn't want to waste too much breath. He beckoned with his finger. Yi Ming looked at Yang Chen's actions with a pale face. Do you know I am a junior elite martial artist with top-notch boxing talent, the overbearing Fist Fury? Before coming from Ningzhou City to Bai City, Yi Ming knew that the students of the Tinglong Martial Arts School would definitely be scared pale when facing him. After all, the pressure of strength was here. However, he never expected that the student from Tinglong Martial Arts School not only looked to be under 20 but also dared to be so arrogant. Lei Xianshan and the higher-ups of Tinglong Martial Arts School were almost laughing themselves crooked. They only knew that Yang Chen's talent was terrifying. They never expected his words to be so sharp as well. Come on. Yang Chen didn't want to listen to Yiming any longer. Then I'll make you regret it. Yiming was furious to the extreme. He thought that by stating his strength and talent, Yang Chen would definitely be scared, but Yang Chen's indifference was unbearable for him. The others from the Kueihu Martial Arts School felt the same. They couldn't wait to see Yang Chen's impending misfortune. Yiming had already lunged at Yang Chen. He didn't use his talent. He knew that he didn't need to use his talent to deal with Yang Chen. Everyone from the Kueihu Martial Arts School knew that whether Yiming used his talent or not, Yang Chen could never be his opponent. Under everyone's gaze, Yiming was already in front of Yang Chen and threw a heavy punch at him. I'll show you what arrogance is. As a genius student of the Kueihu Martial Arts School, no one had ever been so reckless in front of him. If he didn't show Yang Chen a lesson, he would look down on himself. Tinglong Martial Arts School knew this was a battle without suspense. Kueihu Martial Arts School also knew this was a battle without suspense. Yiming's fist was just a hair's breadth away from Yang Chen. At that critical moment, before the people from Tinglong Martial Arts School and Kueihu Martial Arts School could see clearly, Yiming was already sent flying. Bang! Yiming crashed heavily to the ground. What? The people from Kueihu Martial Arts School were struck dumb, as if hit by lightning, their mouths agape. After Yiming reacted from the ground, he looked at Yang Chen in terror and confusion. Yang Chen had no intention of killing Yiming. Otherwise, Yiming would already be a corpse. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups were already mentally prepared for this scene, so they weren't too surprised. Instead, they were still excited. The higher-ups of Tinglong Martial Arts School knew that these two great martial artists had come for revenge. And now, not only did they get nothing, but they also stirred up a belly full of anger. I think this battle already has a result, there's no need to continue. Yang Chen said to Yiming, who was still on the ground. After saying that, he turned to leave. I refuse to accept this. My talent hasn't been activated yet. Yiming suddenly charged at Yang Chen like a rampaging tiger, having gotten up from the ground. He had activated his top-notch boxing talent, the overbearing fist fury. Numerous fist shadows condensed above his fists. Bang bang bang. Countless fist shadows swept toward Yang Chen. The higher-ups of Tinglong Martial Arts School were angered by Yiming's lack of martial ethics. They looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen seemed to feel nothing. He continued walking toward the training ground exit. The people from Kueihu Martial Arts School were stunned. They knew that with Yang Chen's strength he couldn't possibly be unaware. Why was that? Just as those fist shadows were about to hit Yang Chen's back, a sword-like surge of energy suddenly erupted from Yang Chen's body. Boom! Those fist shadows instantly vanished, and the space trembled. Energy materialization, a master. The people from Tinglong Martial Arts School were struck dumb, their eyes wide in disbelief. The people from the Viper Martial Arts School were equally astonished. They would never have dreamed that Yang Chen would be a master. This was a master. Only a master could achieve energy materialization. Too small. The perspective was too small. The higher-ups of Tinglong Martial Arts School initially thought Yang Chen was a junior great martial artist, but even a junior great martial artist had already shocked them, and now it is discovered that Yang Chen was so conservative when testing his combat power. A grandmaster, the lord of Bai City, is merely a junior grandmaster. The people of the Kueihu Martial Arts School were like wooden carvings, frozen in shock. They were all rooted to the spot. Even Yiming was the same. They had no idea that the sword-like aura emanating from Yang Chen was still rapidly heading towards him. Boom! The residual aura struck Yiming's body heavily, sending him flying again. This time, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After collapsing to the ground, he fell into unconsciousness. Yang Chen originally intended to defeat Yiming, but he didn't expect Yiming to ambush him. Of course, he had to show Yiming a bit of his strength. After this blow, Yiming would be unable to get up for at least half a year in the martial arts hospital. Yang Chen walked out of the training ground. The higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School were still stunned in place. They simply couldn't imagine how someone of such a young age could become a grandmaster. Was it because of their limited perspective in Bai City that they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well? The higher-ups knew that although there was the internet, the information about geniuses was not publicly available online. Even though there were fierce beasts on Blue Star now, wars between countries had not ceased. If the information about geniuses were publicly available online, it would be easy for powerful figures from other countries to eliminate them. Of course, such cases had not yet occurred. However, it was still wise to take precautions. Even so, the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School did not connect Yang Chen with the supreme experts of the Lu Fong cave. From their perspective, to cause such a level of attack, at least a general-level warrior would be needed. Even if Yang Chen had god-level talent, it was impossible for him to possess such destructive power and shock. This was all very normal. They viewed this matter through the lens of Blue Star's martial arts techniques. How could they know that Yang Chen's martial arts were perfectly matched to the best, perfect level techniques? The two great warriors and the other students of the Kuehu martial arts school were already terrified, trembling in fear. Even they, no matter how foolish, knew that Bai City could not possibly have such a prodigy. Without further thought, they quickly carried Yiming away from the Tinglong martial arts school. Master, I think we should show more respect to Yang Chen in the future, one great warrior asked blankly to Lei Qianshan. I think we should respect him more too. Yeah, I never expected Yang Chen to actually be a grandmaster. It's truly unbelievable. I swear I will never forget the scene from today. Lei Qianshan listened to the higher-ups' words. He also didn't expect Yang Chen to be a grandmaster. He can only sigh endlessly, thankful that he personally went to welcome Yang Chen when he wanted to join their Tinglong martial arts school. Otherwise, Yang Chen might have thought their courtesy was insufficient and not joined. Respect, of course, we must respect him more. Lei Qianshan smiled. Yang Chen is a grandmaster. After saying that, Lei Qianshan also walked towards the training ground exit. The higher-ups followed suit. Before long, Lei Qianshan found Yang Chen. Grandmaster Yang Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for just call me Yang Chen, I prefer to be Loki. Okay. Lei Qianshan nodded heavily at his words. Not staying long at the Tinglong martial arts school, Yang Chen returned to the Jiangming community. Another day passed. After leaving the Jiangming community, Yang Chen thought about getting a wilderness pass. Without a wilderness pass, it would be difficult to move an inch. He knew that the agency for obtaining wilderness passes was in the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance is affiliated with the governing body of Bai City and is responsible for managing the martial artists and some affairs in Bai City. Moments later, Yang Chen arrived outside the Martial Alliance. After entering, a staff member greeted him. Sir, may I ask what business you need to handle? Wilderness pass. The staff member was taken aback. But sir, to apply for a wilderness pass, you need to be at least a junior elite warrior. I know. Yang Chen had already learned the conditions from the martial artist forum in Bai City before coming. Then please follow me. The staff member led Yang Chen to the testing room. Sir, please test your combat power. The staff member gestured for Yang Chen to proceed. Bang! Yang Chen punched the combat power testing machine in front of him. After his fist struck the machine, his combat power appeared on the screen. 5020. It was precisely the base combat power of a junior elite warrior. The combat power that Yang Chen deliberately displayed startled the staff member of the Martial Alliance. At Yang Chen's age, becoming a junior elite warrior could not be described as terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. After meeting the requirements, the staff member took Yang Chen to the registration office. After registering some basic information, Yang Chen successfully obtained a wilderness pass. The wilderness pass was not the same as a cave pass. With this, he could only enter the wilderness, which did not mean he could enter the cave. After putting away the wilderness pass, Yang Chen prepared to explore the wilderness. Even if there were no fierce beasts, it was still better to go out than to stay in the city. Yang Chen arrived at the city gate of Bai City that connected to the wilderness. Please show your pass, a soldier said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took out the wilderness pass and handed it to the soldier. The soldier took the wilderness pass and examined it carefully, unable to hide his surprise. It was well known that to obtain a wilderness pass, one had to be at least a junior elite warrior. After returning the wilderness pass to Yang Chen, he exited the city gate. Once Yang Chen entered the wilderness outside Bai City, he began to wander aimlessly. He knew that there were fierce beasts in the wilderness of Bai City, but their numbers were not many. He came to the wilderness with just one thought: it was better than staying in the city. A few hours later, he encountered a dozen fierce beasts. With his current junior master realm, a dozen beasts were not enough to fill his teeth. As he walked, an abandoned city came into view. After pausing for a moment, Yang Chen pondered. He remembered seeing information about this city online. The city seemed to be called South City. Yes, it was called South City. South City used to be under the jurisdiction of Bai City, but later, due to its dangerous location, the people in South City moved into Bai City. Yang Chen thought there should be some fierce beasts in South City. He headed towards South City. Moments later, he arrived at the outskirts of South City. The long-abandoned South City was now overgrown with weeds and desolate. Yang Chen walked into South City. Sure enough, there were fierce beasts in South City. In his line of sight, a shadow cat appeared. The shadow cat was a low-level, fierce beast of the first rank, equivalent to a human junior warrior. Although South City was not large, it would still take some time to traverse. Yang Chen also knew that there would definitely be some extremely weak fierce beasts inside South City, and he was too lazy to search precisely. Use the God-level talent? Extreme Ice Nether God? Then use the perfect level combat skill Nether God Ice Prison to freeze South City, causing everything to perish at absolute zero? Of course not. Using extreme ice nether god to deal with the fierce beasts in South City would be too irrational. He only needed to create some noise, and the fierce beasts in South City would come rushing out upon hearing it. Roar! The Shadow Cat also noticed Yang Chen and let out an angry roar before pouncing at him. Boom! At the moment the Shadow Cat lunged, Yang Chen threw a punch and the punch energy erupted. The dense golden light, like a shockwave, instantly caused the Shadow Cat to explode into pieces. The punch energy did not stop but struck a 7-story building. Rumble! The already dilapidated building collapsed with a loud crash after being hit by the punch energy. Killing a Shadow Cat did not require punch energy, but to create some noise in South City, it was necessary. The sound of the collapsing building spread throughout South City. Roar! 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 In an instant, the sounds of fierce beasts' roars echoed throughout South City. The fierce beasts began to rush towards the source of the sound. This was exactly the effect Yang Chen wanted. Swish, swish, swish. After these ferocious beasts charged out, a multitude of vital energy surged from Yang Chen's body, coalescing into blades that slashed at the beasts. Ding! Slain a Shadow Cat, battle power plus 50. Ding! Slain a black fierce wolf, battle power plus 50. Ding! Slain an iron-tailed rattlesnake, battle power plus 120. The beasts didn't even have time to scream before they were cut down by the blades formed from this vital energy. Indeed, there weren't many quality beasts in South City. That said, having beasts is better than having none. Even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat. It wasn't long before all the beasts in South City were killed by him, increasing his battle power by around 6,000. In the Lu Fong cave, after slaying tens of thousands of beasts and breaking through from a primary martial artist to a primary master, his battle power reached 150,000. He knew that if there were no realm restrictions, his battle power would definitely be higher. Later, after slaying a Grand Master level beast, he gained another 30,000 battle power. The base battle power for a mid-level master is 500,000. He was still a bit away from becoming a mid-level master. In a small place like Bai City, opportunities were still too few. Fortunately, the college entrance examination was not far off, and he would be able to go to a big city then. The beasts in South City left Yang Chen wanting more, and after leaving South City, he planned to continue searching for beasts in the wild. Yang Chen wondered if he should check inside the cave. The wild was really not that interesting, even if the cave required reporting. With his current strength, what would happen if he didn't report? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. After calming down, he shook his head. He decided not to enter the cave this time. It would have to wait until next time because he didn't know the exact location of the cave and needed to check the map when he got back. There was no network in the wild or in the cave, aside from the city. Just as Yang Chen continued to search for beasts in the wild area, he sensed the presence of beasts. Many beast presences. He immediately looked in the direction from which the aura was coming. He discovered that dozens of beasts were rapidly approaching him. Yang Chen smiled. This was truly a case of finding something without even looking for it. Among the dozens of beasts, the strongest was merely a low-level second-tier beast. Young man, run! Just as Yang Chen was about to make his move, a human voice suddenly reached his ears. Yang Chen looked over and was taken aback. Over 1,000 meters away, the city lord Wang Tong and 2 great martial artists were actually here. They were quickly heading in his direction, seemingly wanting to save him. Yang Chen felt relieved. The city lord and the strong ones from the governing body usually patrolled the wild. They must have been on patrol and discovered him. He was very grateful for their rescue. But these dozens of beasts, bang, bang, bang. As the beasts surrounded Yang Chen and attacked, he instantly annihilated them. Holy crap! The city lord, Wang Tong and the 2 great martial artists were stunned by the scene before them, stopping in their tracks and unable to contain their exclamations. So many beasts just disappeared? Wang Tong and the 2 martial artists exchanged glances, confirming they weren't seeing things. Their eyes communicated that they weren't mistaken. This young man is too extraordinary. Is he really a great martial artist? They all knew that Zheng Qi hadn't used his talent. So to instantly kill these beasts, a high-level elite martial artist clearly wouldn't be able to do it. At the very least, he had to be a primary great martial artist, perhaps even a mid-level great martial artist. But what they didn't know was that Yang Chen was a master. When he killed these dozens of beasts, he hadn't chosen to release his vital energy. After regaining their senses, City Lord Wang Tong and the 2 high-level great martial artists quickly made their way to Yang Chen's location. They hurried to Yang Chen's side, astonished as they looked him up and down. To them, Yang Chen seemed far too young. How could someone of such an age be a great martial artist? When they looked into Yang Chen's eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill. It was a pair of pupils that seemed as deep as the sea. A second glance made them feel as if they were staring into the eyes of a primordial tyrant. Young man, are you a great martial artist? City Lord Wang Tong asked Yang Chen. Something like that, Yang Chen replied. His mindset had changed from the beginning to now. Initially, he wanted to keep a low profile, but he hadn't expected his strength to increase so rapidly. Now, showing a bit of strength was fine. It could earn him more opportunities to enter the underground caves. Our Bai City actually has such a strong person? No, you shouldn't be. From Bai City, right? City Lord Wang Tong said, shaking his head. In all the years of Bai City's history, they had never seen a genius like Yang Chen. Yang Chen fell silent for a moment. Actually, I am from Bai City. What? City Lord Wang Tong and the two great martial artists were suddenly taken aback, staring blankly at Yang Chen. He was from Bai City? They had a prodigy like him, and yet they didn't know? Once they regained their composure, City Lord Wang Tong and the two great martial artists felt a surge of joy in their hearts. They were certainly excited to have such a genius in Bai City. Young man, how about we patrol the wilderness together? No, thanks. Yang Chen had no interest in patrolling the wilderness together. Alright then. The wilderness is very dangerous, so be careful, City Lord Wang Tong said with a smile. After saying that, he led the two great martial artists of the government forward. After they had walked several dozen meters away from Yang Chen, one of the great martial artists asked City Lord Wang Tong, City Lord, do you think he isn't from Bai City since we left so quickly? The other great martial artist also looked over. Yang Chen claimed to be from Bai City, but it was very likely he was saying that on purpose. If Bai City really had such a genius, how could they not know? After all, how big could Bai City be? It's hard to say. You haven't forgotten about the matter of the Devouring Flame God and the Crimson Thunder Emperor, have you? Are you implying? The two great martial artists' eyes widened as they thought of something. Does he have such a powerful backing? It's very possible, City Lord Wang Tong said. In any case, let's not think too much. Let's focus on patrolling the wilderness first. The group prepared to continue their patrol. Suddenly, City Lord Wang Tong and the two great martial artists stopped in their tracks as if they sensed something and immediately turned back to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained in place, not moving. He felt it too. That's right, a ferocious beast. They all sensed the presence of a ferocious beast. Roar! The roar of the beast echoed in their ears. The next second, a ferocious beast lunged at Yang Chen from the shadows. The steel-horned frenzy bull, a mid-level third-tier ferocious beast, comparable to a mid-level great martial artist among humans. This was the reason the wilderness was so dangerous. While the number of ferocious beasts in the wilderness wasn't very high, as most were in the underground caves, it didn't mean there were no ferocious beasts, nor did it mean there weren't powerful ones. A mid-level third-tier ferocious beast was something that most martial artists in Bai City couldn't handle. Be careful! City Lord Wang Tong shouted. The steel-horned frenzy bull was massive, its huge body surprisingly agile, with skin as tough as bronze and iron, especially those horns that looked enough to scare anyone. They all knew Yang Chen was a great martial artist, but this steel-horned frenzy bull was an extremely formidable presence among mid-level third-tier beasts. At such a close distance, Wang Tong and the two great martial artists dared not think further. Whoosh! Just when they thought Yang Chen couldn't dodge, an incredibly sharp surge of energy erupted from within Yang Chen. This energy slammed into the steel-horned frenzy bull. Roar! The steel-horned frenzy bull let out a cry of extreme pain, its body pierced through with a massive blood hole, looking truly horrifying. Boom! The steel-horned frenzy bull crashed heavily to the ground, its enormous body creating a large pit upon impact. Ding! Slaying a steel-horned mad bull, battle power plus 1,300. After killing the steel-horned mad bull, data indicating an increase in battle power appeared in his retina. City Lord Wang Tong and the two senior martial artists, Mu Jiao and Nisu, were stunned, like wooden puppets. They were unable to regain their composure for a long time, staring in shock at Yang Chen. Vitality manifestation, master. They still thought Yang Chen was a senior martial artist, but they could never have imagined that he was actually a master. This was a master. Once they came to their senses, they quickly walked towards Yang Chen. At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. The difference between a senior martial artist and a master was enormous. Yang Chen looked at the city lord and the others approaching him. He had intentionally revealed that he was a master. In his view, after disclosing his status as a master, he could enter the underground cave openly. After all, City Lord Wang Tong was merely a junior master. Sneaking in, entering openly, there was still a bit of a difference, right? Just a moment ago, when dozens of ferocious beasts had charged at him, he had considered this issue. But after getting the answer, he had already killed all the ferocious beasts, only to find another intermediate-level ferocious beast of the third rank coming. Master, when City Lord Wang Tong reached Yang Chen, he no longer dared to call him young man. Perhaps Yang Chen was even stronger than him? I never expected that. Our Bai City would have a second master. This is truly a joyous occasion. City Lord Wang Tong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Setting aside whether Yang Chen was truly from Bai City, he had claimed to be from Bai City himself. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't ask Yang Chen again whether he was from Bai City. Just call me Yang Chen, Yang Chen said. Brother Yang Chen, how about we go to the government office and have a chat? City Lord Wang Tong suggested. Sure, Yang Chen nodded. Great, let's go. With that, City Lord Wang Tong excitedly led Yang Chen towards Bai City. Bai City. Yang Chen and the City Lord returned to Bai City. Just as the government vehicle was heading towards the government office, suddenly, an air raid siren blared. Throughout Bai City. Woo, woo. The million residents of Bai City heard the air raid siren and were stunned. Having lived in Bai City for so many years, they had never heard an air raid siren before. In an instant, everyone in Bai City was at a loss, utterly bewildered. They had no idea what was happening. Schools, companies, martial arts halls, everything came to a halt. The air raid siren indicated a significant danger in the sky. At that moment, countless posts appeared on the Bai City Martial Artist Forum. Everyone was trying to figure out why the air raid siren had sounded. What's going on? Why did the air raid siren suddenly go off? I don't know. Bai City has never had an air raid siren before. Can someone please explain what's happening? I'm so panicked. The sound of the air raid siren continued to echo throughout Bai City. The vehicle came to a stop. City Lord Wang Tong and the two senior martial artists got out of the car. Their faces were filled with astonishment, still unaware of what was happening. After Yang Chen got out of the car, he looked around, wondering if ferocious beasts were about to appear over Bai City. This is the Bai City defense line. Attention! Attention! 2 intermediate-level flying ferocious beasts of the 4th rank have breached the defense line and are heading towards Bai City. This is the Bai City defense line. Attention! Attention! 2 intermediate-level flying ferocious beasts of the 4th rank. Suddenly, the common loudspeaker in Bai City broadcasted the voice of soldiers from the Bai defense line. Every city has defense lines built to fend off ferocious beasts, and Bai City was no exception. The million residents of Bai City listened to this news and they all panicked. 2 intermediate-level flying ferocious beasts of the 4th rank? These were master-level ferocious beasts, and flying ferocious beasts were even harder to deal with. Yang Chen, however, sneered. With 2 intermediate-level ferocious beasts of the 4th rank invading Bai City, wasn't that just delivering battle power to him? City Lord, what should we do? It's too late. Urgently issue the order to activate all anti-aircraft guns in Bai City. The City Lord Wang Tong gritted his teeth. Yes, the great warrior received the order and entered the public vehicle, where there was a dedicated phone. He picked up the phone and issued the command. Once the order was given, all the anti-aircraft guns in Bai City were activated, just waiting to aim at the approaching beasts. A wail echoed through the warrior forum. Damn it, why are there 2 4th-tier flying beasts? My god, are there such powerful beasts in the wilds of Bai City? This is the end. The anti-aircraft guns can handle ordinary flying beasts, but they are far from enough for 4th-tier beasts. 2 4th-tier intermediate flying beasts are enough to destroy our entire Bai City. Everyone, pray for your own safety. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the roars of the beasts echoed above Bai City. The 2 4th-tier flying beasts had already arrived in the sky above Bai City. Their roars were terrifying, and the intense sound waves shattered the glass of many buildings in Bai City. Everyone in Bai City knew that the beasts had come. Boom! 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 Hundreds of anti-aircraft guns began to fire. These anti-aircraft guns were specifically developed to deal with beasts, but the 4th-tier intermediate beasts flew too fast, making it impossible to hit them. Even if a shot hit, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. The sky above Bai City was filled with explosions, but they still couldn't kill the 2 4th-tier flying beasts circling above. The hearts of a million residents were in their throats. If they couldn't eliminate these 2 4th-tier flying beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Calling for help was useless. Yang Chen looked at the 2 4th-tier flying beasts in the sky, secretly thinking that flying beasts were indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder the strong ones were always suppressing the skies when resisting beasts. There was no way. Warriors had significant limitations. Only generals could fly in the air. Grandmasters could cultivate some flying combat techniques, but the duration of flight was very short. Yang Chen walked to a corner. He smiled calmly. These 2 4th-tier advanced flying beasts had come to him voluntarily. There was no reason to refuse. Let's try the god-level ice talent, Extreme Ice Underworld. God, he hadn't used it since obtaining it. Extreme Ice Underworld God. Yang Chen activated the Extreme Ice Underworld God. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-tall ice body. The ice body was enveloped in a dark aura of death, with a pair of enormous crimson pupils, resembling a demon from hell. No, it should be called a god of the underworld. The more than a million residents of Bai City, who were terrified, anxious, and trembling, all saw the suddenly appearing ice god. Almost everyone was momentarily stunned. Is this a god-level talent, Extreme Ice Underworld God? That's right, it's the Extreme Ice Underworld God. Is a strong person from our great Xia here to save us? As some people began to react, more and more followed suit. Everyone became extremely excited. For Bai City, and even for the entire Great Xia, god-level talents are the legendary talents. If a god-level talent appears, it will be immediately protected. In this era, who knows if there are any more geniuses with god-level talents? The strong ones in Bai City were all frozen in place. Sky-swallowing flame god, crimson thunder emperor, extreme ice underworld god. These are 3 god-level existences gathered in Bai City. The 2 4th-tier intermediate flying beasts above Bai City were also greatly frightened by the extreme ice underworld god. They hurriedly tried to escape. The mere pressure emanating from the extreme ice underworld god was unbearable for them. But how could these 2 4th-tier intermediate flying beasts escape from the extreme ice underworld god? Yang Chen threw a punch. The power of ice instantly surged towards the 2 4th-tier intermediate flying beasts, moving at incredible speed. The entire Bai City's temperature dropped due to the appearance of the extreme ice underworld god, and many places had already frozen over. Wherever the power of ice passed, the space was frozen. Dealing with 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts naturally did not require divine-level combat skills. If the ice prison of the underworld were used, it would not only be a disaster for these 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts but also a catastrophe for Bai City, as the power of the ice prison of the underworld was truly terrifying. The 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts that could not escape were quickly frozen by the power of ice. Crack! The 2 frozen mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts turned into shards of ice. In an instant, the bodies of the 2 4th-tier flying beasts were also gone. Ding! Slayed a crimson evil bird, battle power plus 6,000. Ding! Slayed a black blood demon crow, battle power plus 6,000. Yang Chen thought to himself that the increase in battle power from slaying 4th-tier beasts was still quite substantial. When he killed the low-level 4th-tier beasts in the Lu Fong cave, the battle power increase was only 2,500. At this moment, the million residents of Bai City were left speechless, stunned. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Is that it? These are 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts. The divine-level talent of the ice god of the underworld is too terrifying. What kind of existence possesses the ice god of the underworld? A Grand Master or a 4 Directions General? A million people were extremely shocked, utterly bewildered. The residents of Bai City never expected that a supreme powerhouse would appear in their city. The 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts were exterminated so quickly. At the same time, the residents of Bai City were also very excited and thrilled. With the 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts killed, it meant that Bai City was safe. When they first learned that 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts had breached the defenses of Bai City, their hearts were in their throats. They had not anticipated such powerful beasts lurking in the wilds outside Bai City, let alone 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts. The 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts were enough to deal a devastating blow to Bai City. The powerhouses of the Great Xia were truly impressive. After experiencing the emotional rollercoaster from despair to elation, the residents of Bai City savored the moment. Countless posts reappeared on the martial artist forum. Damn, I thought I was going to say goodbye to this world forever, but here we are. Me, too, the ice warriors of our Great Xia are truly powerful. Those 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts probably never imagined why Bai City had such a powerhouse. The number of posts on the martial artist forum was vast, and without exception, they were all excited and uplifting. Nothing was more exhilarating than witnessing a divine-level ice god of the underworld saving them. At this moment, the form of the ice god of the underworld had already vanished from Bai City. The city lord, Wang Tong, and 2 great warriors were also stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. When the 2 mid-level 4th-tier flying beasts first appeared over Bai City, they truly did not expect a divine-level ice god to show up. Moreover, they could not have imagine that before this ice god appeared, the sky-swallowing flame god and the crimson thunder emperor had already made their presence known. While the few of them were still in shock, Yang Chen unknowingly walked up to them. To the government office, said City Lord Wang Tong. After they got into the vehicle, it headed towards the government office. Yang Chen was naturally in the vehicle as well. Government office. Upon arriving at the government office, City Lord Wang Tong and the 2 great warriors quickly walked towards the main hall. Once inside the hall, the city lord said to one of the great warriors, "Immediately convene the highest meeting of Bai City." Understood. The highest meeting of Bai City required all high-ranking officials to be notified. After the great warrior responded, he quickly left the hall to inform the other high-ranking officials of Bai City. "Brother Yang Chen, please take a seat." City Lord Wang Tong invited Yang Chen to sit down. After Yang Chen sat down, he remained silent. Such a significant event occurred in Bai City, so it was only natural to call the higher-ups for a meeting. Moments later, the senior officials of Bai City began to enter the grand hall of the executive government one after another. After entering the hall, Lei Qianshan, the head of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, immediately spotted Yang Chen. After a moment of hesitation, he walked towards Yang Chen's position. Initially, he hadn't informed the city lord about Yang Chen, thinking that Yang Chen preferred to keep a low profile. People who were low-key dislike nothing more than gossips who blab about everything to anyone. It seems now that his estimation was somewhat off. In fact, Lei Qianshan had not miscalculated. At that time, Yang Chen indeed wanted to keep a low profile. It was just that his mindset had changed now. Brother Yang Chen. After greeting Yang Chen, Lei Qianshan sat down beside him. Headmaster, Yang Chen also addressed Lei Qianshan. The other senior officials in the hall noticed Yang Chen. They paused for a moment, puzzled as to why such a young person would appear in the hall. After a moment's thought, they realized that since Yang Chen could be in the hall, it must have been approved by the city lord. It was unlikely. He had made a mistake. They didn't dwell on it further. I believe everyone can guess the purpose of my gathering you here, City Lord Wang Tong said. Looking at the senior officials in the hall. The officials were all high-level martial artists, and before coming, they indeed had some thoughts. That was the appearance of the extreme ice nether god in Bai City. I find it all too strange lately. City Lord Wang Tong shook his head. First, we had the devouring flame god, then the crimson thunder emperor, and now the extreme ice nether god. Everyone, think about it, why is this happening? Everyone knew that the supreme beings appearing in Bai City were not hostile. Otherwise, when the devouring flame god appeared, Bai City would have already been engulfed in flames. Could it be that they are just passing through? I don't think it's that simple. The appearance of three supreme divine beings in succession is indeed worth our contemplation. But contemplating is useless. How could we possibly guess the thoughts of such powerful beings? Yang Chen listened to the discussions among the higher-ups of Bai City, unable to suppress a smile. He wanted to say, could it be possible that the devouring flame god, the crimson thunder emperor, and the extreme ice nether god are all the same person? But of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Let them guess. Besides the appearance of our dasha's powerful beings, there's also the issue of ferocious beasts. Has anyone noticed that the ferocious beasts appearing in the wilderness of Bai City lately are too strong? During the Lu Fong cave incident, even 5th-tier ferocious beasts appeared. City Lord Wang Tong asked the senior officials in the hall again. I noticed that too. I find it very strange. Yes, today 2 4th-tier flying ferocious beasts broke through the defenses and reached the skies above Bai City. In the past, we never had ferocious beasts of this level in Bai City. At most, there were 4th-tier ferocious beasts in the Lu Fong cave and Black Mountain cave, and they were all low-level 4th-tier beasts. The senior officials in the hall began to discuss heatedly. Yang Chen listened to their words. He hadn't paid attention to this point. What they said made a lot of sense. If the ferocious beasts in the wilderness of Bai City had always been this strong, then Bai City would have been breached long ago, right? Why wait until now? Was something significant about to happen? Bai City is just a small city in Daxia. We only hope to maintain stability, but it seems that stability is becoming elusive now. I wonder if the powerful beings have predicted something, which is why they came to Bai City. Lei Qianshan said. The senior officials in the hall turned their gazes towards Lei Qianshan. City Lord Wang Tong did the same. They all believed that Lei Qianshan's words made sense. It must be that powerful beings had predicted something, otherwise there would be no reason for such beings to come to Bai City and to come in threes. At that, if that's the case, with 3 divine talent experts arriving, how significant must the event be? The city lord, Wang Tong, shook his head. The high-ranking officials in the Great Hall fell silent as well. It would be far too easy for powerful warriors and fierce beasts to destroy their Bai City. In a moment's thought, Bai City could be annihilated. What could they do then? Whether Bai City will still exist by that time is still uncertain. The root cause is that Bai City is just a small city, without powerful warriors to guard it. Let's take it one step at a time. I'm feeling a bit pessimistic. The discussions among the high-ranking officials continued. Yang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. He wondered how these officials could be getting more and more absurd in their guesses. Everyone, are you being a bit too pessimistic? Aren't you discussing just a speculation? A speculation? And you can guess it to this extent? Yang Chen awkwardly smiled at the high-ranking officials in the Great Hall. He hadn't intended to discuss this topic, but he couldn't help it. As soon as he said this, the high-ranking officials in the Great Hall seemed to be struck by lightning. Their bodies stiffened, and their faces looked somewhat unnatural. Indeed, they were merely discussing a speculation. Why were they worrying so much? Ha ha ha. After realizing it, City Lord Wang Tong also burst into laughter. As for how this matter will turn out, we aren't very clear either. Let's just take it one day at a time. After staying in the Great Hall for a while longer, the meeting concluded. The high-ranking officials left the Great Hall. In the end, apart from Yang Chen, only City Lord Wang Tong remained in the hall. Yang Chen, it's good that you stopped our speculation earlier, otherwise, it would have just gotten more and more absurd, and in the end, it might have. Wang Tong didn't continue after that. By the way, Yang Chen, if you need anything in Bai City, just let me know. I will definitely fulfill your requests. They had been in a meeting state earlier, and Wang Tong hadn't had the chance to entertain Yang Chen. I want to go to the underground cave, Yang Chen said. The underground cave? Wang Tong was taken aback. He never expected that Yang Chen would want to go to the underground cave. But thinking about how Yang Chen was now a master, he felt relieved. The Wolf Fawn underground cave is almost gone, only the Black Mountain underground cave remains. A troubled expression appeared on City Lord Wang Tong's face. You also know what has happened recently, so the Black Mountain underground cave might. Yang Chen understood what City Lord Wang Tong meant. He also found it quite strange. If something significant were to happen in Bai City with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He wasn't afraid of Grand Masters. Now, but what about the battle generals? Those were battle generals from all directions. If it were on Earth, battle generals would be like deities. With a mere gesture, they could destroy a city. To take a step back, even if he underestimated his own strength, he wouldn't fear the battle generals. But let's not forget, above the battle generals, there were the 6 extreme battle lords. The battle generals were already terrifying, and the 6 extreme battle lords above them were even more powerful to the point of suffocation. It was quite normal for Wang Tong not to want him to enter the Black Mountain underground cave. Considering the 5th-tier fierce beasts that had appeared in the Wolf Fong underground cave last time, it was possible that 5th-tier fierce beasts could also appear in the Black Mountain underground cave, and even more powerful beasts could emerge. It would be better to observe for a while. After eliminating 2 small underground caves and confirming that nothing was amiss, sneaking into the Black Mountain underground cave wouldn't be a bad idea. I won't enter the Black Mountain underground cave. Is it okay if I go to its underground cave? Yang Chen asked City Lord Wang Tong. That's fine, Wang Tong agreed. After receiving Wang Tong's consent, Yang Chen didn't linger in the government office. He returned to Jiangming community. Upon arriving home, he found his father, Yang Yonghua, and his sister, Yang Shuer, watching TV. The news was about the 2 4th-tier flying fierce beasts that had just appeared in Bai City, which were instantly killed by the extreme ice underworld god. Brother, you're back, Yang Shuer said with a sigh of relief upon seeing Yang Chen. Brother, Bai City has been so unstable lately. Today really scared me and my classmates. The owners of our company were also scared out of their wits. Who would have thought that 2 4th-tier flying beasts would suddenly break through the defenses? Listening to Yang Shuer and Yang Yonghua, Yang Chen smiled calmly. It's fine, isn't there a strong warrior from our great Xia appearing? The extreme ice nether god is truly terrifying, so shocking. When mentioning the extreme ice nether, Yang Shuer thought of the 2 4th-tier flying beasts circling in the sky above the playground. Just as she was sinking into deep despair, a towering 100-meter-tall extreme ice nether god appeared. At that moment, not just her, but the entire first high school was left dumbfounded. When the extreme ice nether god instantly killed the 2 4th-tier flying beasts, the whole first high school erupted in excitement. Thrilled, exhilarated, a new hope. Shuer, do you have the distribution map of the underground caves? Although Yang Chen knew about a few underground caves in the outskirts of Bai City, he was unaware of the locations of the others. Yes, this is a map my best friend gave me. But brother, why do you need the distribution map of the underground caves? Yang Shuer asked, her round little face showing some confusion. Of course, to enter the underground caves. What else could it be for? Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Yang Shuer. Fine, if you won't say, then I won't ask. After saying that, Yang Shuer happily returned to her room and brought back a map. The map was precisely the distribution of the underground caves in the outskirts of Bai City. Yang Chen looked at the distribution map of the underground caves, thinking to himself that he would just go to the East Town cave. East Town used to be a small town belonging to Bai City, with a population of a few thousand. After the appearance of the underground caves, everyone in East Town was slaughtered by the beasts, and it has now become an abandoned town. Brother, you really don't want to go to the underground cave, do you? Yang Shuer looked at the expression on Yang Chen's face and sensed something was off. What do you think? Yang Chen retorted. I almost forgot that you need a wilderness pass to leave the city. Yang Shuer smiled. Needing a wilderness pass meant that it was impossible for Yang Chen to reach the wilderness. This isn't a food base. The next day, Yang Chen headed to the East Town underground cave. The buses to the wilderness are only available to certain factions. There are no buses for individuals to reach the wilderness. But with the speed of a master, does he even need a bus? Ridiculous. However, speed can vary. If he had a speed talent, that would be quite nice. He wondered if he would find any drops this time at the East Town cave. East Town. After a long while, Yang Chen's vision finally caught sight of a dilapidated little town. Its state of ruin and desolation was no less than that of South City. He arrived at the outskirts of East Town. Without hesitation, he walked into East Town. Inside East Town, there were a few scattered first-tier low-level beasts. When these first-tier low-level beasts spotted Yang Chen, their eyes turned red and they lunged at him as if they had gone mad. He completely ignored these first-tier low-level beasts. First-tier low-level beasts couldn't even break through his defenses. Bang! 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 You might think Yang Chen was using his fists against these first-tier low-level beasts. No, you are mistaken. This was the sound of the first-tier low-level beasts crashing into Yang Chen's body. The first-tier low-level beasts bounced off him as if they had hit a piece of divine iron, crashing to the ground without any signs of life. Using vital energy? They weren't even worthy. After the few beasts that attacked Yang Chen faced the consequences of their actions, it wasn't long before Yang Chen reached the entrance of the East Town underground cave. Having already been to the Lu Fong cave, the East Town cave was simply not enough to stir any emotions on Yang Chen's face. Without hesitation, he stepped into the entrance of the East Town underground cave. At the bottom of the cave, once inside, Yang Chen felt a hint of icy breath. He had the extreme ice nether god, and he was certain that the incoming icy aura was a characteristic of the ice talent. Besides that, he could already sense the presence of humans inside the cave, and they were not far away. Humans? Yang Chen shook his head inwardly, thinking that his luck was a bit too poor. Naturally, he wanted to enter a cave that had no one in it, as his purpose for entering the cave was to eliminate all the beasts inside. Fortunately, the god-level talent martial arts had a perfect level of proficiency, allowing him to control it. Where there are people, there are people. Yang Chen thought that there must be someone in the East Town cave, likely those who had entered for training. After a dozen minutes, he saw several students. Beside the students were two teachers who were advanced elite martial artists. The students were all dressed uniformly, all from the second middle school. He recognized one female student from the martial artist forum in Bai City, Lu Lingling. She had awakened the ice talent, though he had forgotten the exact level. From the icy aura that had just emanated, it should be high level or even top tier. Such a person would surely achieve great things in the future. Someone has entered the cave. He's not a student from our second middle school. He looks about our age. How dare he enter the cave alone? Could he have reported his entry successfully on his own? Or did he sneak? The students from the second middle school all noticed Yang Chen, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. The two advanced elite martial artist teachers also grew puzzled, sizing up Yang Chen, unable to fathom why he dared to enter the East Town cave alone. Martial laws do not apply in the wild. In the wild, martial artists often kill each other, and if it doesn't concern them, they don't worry. Although the two advanced elite martial artist teachers and the students found Yang Chen strange, they did not intend to approach him for further questioning. Yang Chen walked deeper into the East Town cave, not interacting with anyone from the second middle school. Watching Yang Chen's back, the teachers and students from the second middle school were even more confused. They thought Yang Chen had entered the East Town cave for the same purpose as them, to train inside. If it was for training, then he should be practicing on the outskirts, yet he was heading deeper into the cave? The several students from the second middle school were all elites. They did not believe Yang Chen would be stronger than them. He might have experienced some unbearable blow and came to the cave to commit suicide. Come to the cave to commit suicide? Several students exchanged glances. It was the first time they had heard of such a method of suicide. Yang Chen continued walking deeper into the East Town cave. The cave was not large, comparable to the school's secret realm. In no time, he reached the depths of the East Town cave. As he moved deeper, he was already being targeted by many ferocious beasts. These beasts frantically chased after Yang Chen, but they were all low-tier beasts, and with their speed, it was impossible for them to catch up to him. By the time Yang Chen reached the deepest part of the East Town cave, he was already followed by hundreds of ferocious beasts. Upon hearing the commotion, many beasts in the deepest part of the cave immediately flew towards him. Soon, thousands of ferocious beasts appeared. Thousands of ferocious beasts surrounded Yang Chen, glaring at him fiercely. Yang Chen looked at the beasts surrounding him, thinking that these beasts were all combat power. He wondered if killing these thousands of beasts would yield any talents. He had activated the extreme ice underworld god, but he had not yet used the god-level martial art underworld ice prison. Yang Chen smiled to himself. He thought these beasts surely had no idea what they were about to face. Roar! The earth-shattering roars of the beasts echoed from all directions. After the roars, thousands of ferocious beasts launched an assault on Yang Chen, extreme ice underworld god. As thousands of ferocious beasts pounced, Yang Chen activated the god-level talent extreme ice underworld god. 100-meter-tall ice god appeared before the thousands of ferocious beasts, and an overwhelming force of cold ice swept through everything around. The ground and space rapidly froze, and the temperature plummeted. Before the thousands of ferocious beasts could react, Yang Chen had already activated the god-level ice martial art underworld ice prison. In an instant, a terrifying force of cold ice surged into the area of the thousands of ferocious beasts, instantly turning the area into an ice hell, and in the blink of an eye, the thousands of ferocious beasts were frozen. The frozen thousands of ferocious beasts were then instantly obliterated. The entire process was incredibly swift. Even Yang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The freezing of the ground and space continued, rapidly spreading from the depths of the underground cave. The ferocious beasts in other parts of the cave were not spared either. Boom! A tremendous noise echoed throughout the cave, and data indicating increased combat power continuously appeared on his retina. Ding! Killed a blood bull, combat power plus 240. Ding! Killed a steel python, combat power plus 50. Ding! Killed a giant ape, combat power plus 80. Ding! Killed a shadow cat, combat power plus 50. The residual power of the ice prison of the underworld had already reached the outskirts of the East Town cave. Before this, the people at the second high school on the outskirts had already heard the roars of the ferocious beasts from deep within the cave. Just as they were still unaware of what was happening, the entire cave suddenly dropped in temperature. What followed was the sight of the ground and space rapidly freezing into ice. They could accept the ground being frozen, but the fact that even the space was frozen was beyond comprehension. As they looked at the icy power approaching them, the teachers and students of the second high school finally came to their senses. They were horrified, panic-stricken. Everyone, run! They knew that if they didn't run now, there would be no chance left. But everything happened too quickly. By the time the people from the second high school wanted to escape the East Town cave, it was already too late. The icy power was only a meter away from them. Their pupils constricted sharply. If the icy power could freeze space, how could their bodies possibly resist it? Just when the people from the second high school thought they were about to lose their lives, the ground and space that had frozen solid suddenly stopped. Then, at a visible speed, it began to dissipate. Was this luck? The people from the second high school widened their eyes in disbelief, never expecting to come back to life on the brink of death. That scared me to death. Luckily, we had good luck. A student patted his chest, exhaling deeply. The teachers and students of the second high school had their eyes wide open, their faces still in shock. To them, the frozen ground and space were terrifying. The icy power was about to strike them. If the icy power hit them, they would have no chance of survival. Lu Lingling's already pale face turned even whiter. Her awakened talent was a top-tier ice talent, which gave her a sense of superiority. However, she never expected that coming to the East Town cave for training would lead to such an encounter. That level of ice talent. Thinking of this, Lu Lingling's sense of superiority vanished completely. What the two senior elite martial artists from the second high school, along with their teachers and students, did not know was that their survival was not due to luck. It stemmed from Yang Chen's perfect control over the ice prison of the underworld. After calming their terrified hearts, a teacher from the senior elite martial artist said, "We should leave here quickly. Who knows what kind of temperament that existence inside has." After saying this, the people from the second high school quickly left the East Town cave. Yang Chen looked at the data drops that followed. Ding! Killed a blood wolf, combat power plus 50. Ding! Killed a spotted snake, combat power plus 50. Ding! Killed a steel spike boar, combat power plus 120. Dropped low-level speed talent, speed microfication. Yang Chen felt secretly delighted. It really dropped a speed talent. With the speed talent, whether traveling or killing enemies, it would be on a different level. Looking at the low-level speed talent, speed microfication, he pressed the conversion button. Ding! Does the host wish to convert speed microfication? Convert. Ding! Speed microfication converted to God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. Shadow Sky Speed God? Just hearing the name, Yang Chen knew this God-level speed talent was formidable. Ding! Does the host wish to fuse with Shadow Sky Speed God? Fuse. The fusion of the talent was still as painful as ever. As soon, the God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God, successfully merged. Ding! Autonomous comprehension of God-level speed. Combat technique, Demon Sky Shadow Step. Demon Sky Shadow Step, a name of unparalleled dominance. At this moment, Demon Sky Shadow Step had already entered Yang Chen's mind. His mind was filled with dense golden characters of Demon Sky Shadow Step. Like other God-level combat techniques, the proficiency of Demon Sky Shadow Step instantly reached perfection. After understanding the function of Demon Sky Shadow Step, Yang Chen was somewhat stunned. After using Demon Sky Shadow Step, thousands of shadowy figures would appear at high speed during the process, making it difficult to capture the target for a moment. If Yang Chen wished, he could also merge the thousands of shadowy figures together to form a great demon god capable of slaying enemies. Of course, in terms of power, it could not compare to other god-level combat techniques. After all, Demon Sky Shadow Step was still a speed combat technique. This alone was enough to shock Yang Chen. A speed combat technique could be like this, which had exceeded his understanding. There were no speed combat techniques like this on Blue Star. This trip to the East Town Underground was quite good. Now with the Shadow Sky Speed God, his strength had undergone a change. As for his realm, Yang Chen opened his attribute panel. Host, Yang Chen. Combat power, 510,000. Realm, Intermediate Master. Talent, Devouring. Skyflame God, Crimson Thunder Emperor, Extreme Ice Nether God, Shadow Sky Speed God. Combat techniques, Devouring Skyflame Dragon Explosion, Annihilation. Thunder Pillar, Nether God Ice Prison, Demon Sky Shadow Step. Intermediate Master. Yang Chen smiled. He knew this was a normal increase in combat power. In the Wolf Fawn Underground, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts did not gain much combat power because there was a realm limitation between high-level great warriors and beginner masters. Between beginner masters and intermediate masters, it did not belong to a realm crossover, so there was no realm limitation. The base combat power of a high-level master is 1 million. Now, it was still far from enough. Behind high-level masters, there were great masters. Not wanting to stay too long in the East Town Underground, he exited the cave. After leaving the East Town Underground, he planned to return to Bai City first and then see if he could sneak into the Black Mountain Underground next. Yang Chen thought about trying out the effects of the god level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. Immediately, he activated Shadow Sky Speed God. A dark glow appeared on his legs, and his figure became even taller. His entire body enveloped by a whirlwind. Demon Sky Shadow Step. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen directly used the god-level speed combat technique, Demon Sky Shadow Step. Instantly, as he rushed back to Bai City, numerous shadowy figures appeared. The entire space became filled with shadows. The people from second middle school, who were on the bus back to Bai City, were still thinking about the events that had occurred in the East Town Underground. Suddenly, a teacher shouted, "What is that?" The others on the bus immediately turned to look back. Upon seeing it, everyone was shocked. Their pupils contracting. They saw overwhelming shadowy figures that seemed capable of devouring their souls. The people from second middle school on the bus were terrified to the extreme, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Whoosh! A figure rushed past, and a fierce wind surged around the bus, nearly causing it to lose control. Behind this figure, more shadows appeared. It was as if this figure was the embodiment of a demon god. Everyone on the bus from second middle school was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene. Already shaken, they now felt as if they were in hell. The students, who had never experienced much turmoil, huddled together, their bodies shaking violently. After a long while, the out-of-control bus finally stabilized, the shadows disappeared, and everything seemed to return to calm. The teacher and students all knew that what had just happened was not an illusion. That scene. 1. Teacher, recalling something, moved his throat and said blankly, "Just now, a figure flew past, right? I think I saw it too. It was terrifying. How could there be such speed? Could it be the legendary Shadow Sky Speed God? But those demonic shadows." The people from second middle school, upon hearing this, once again wore expressions filled with fear. They had only come out for some outdoor training, not understanding what had happened in the wild, and suddenly, such a terrifying event had occurred. The Shadow Sky Speed God, the speed of the demonic Sky Shadow Step was simply too fast. Yang Chen felt a surge of glee in his heart. He had now reached the city gate. The soldiers guarding the gate had not noticed anything unusual. After showing his outdoor pass, he entered Bai City. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The soldiers behind him gasped, "How is this possible?" Yang Chen halted because he felt an intense sense of oppression. He quickly turned around. A golden light shot up into the sky from afar. The golden light reached the heavens, forming a massive pillar of light between the sky and the ground. Boom! The enormous golden pillar was surrounded by violent explosions. The sound of the explosions was terrifying, shaking even Bai City. The airflow in the space seemed to be disturbed, continuously producing a spine-chilling sound. The residents of Bai City soon saw the soaring golden pillar in the wild. For them, the golden pillar was incredibly shocking. They were dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What on earth is happening? How could such a pillar suddenly appear? Could it be that a great change has occurred in the wild? This is too terrifying. I almost wet myself just looking at it. While the residents of Bai City were discussing in fear, the martial artist forum and news broadcasts began. Almost instantly, millions in Bai City learned of this event. They all looked towards the wild area, where the sky had been dyed golden by the pillar, creating an indescribable sense of shock. The soldiers at the city gate could never have imagined such a phenomenon would occur in the wild. They were also terrified. The light of the Earth Spirit. This is the light of the Earth Spirit. Soon, someone recognized the overwhelming golden light. Countless shouts erupted within Bai City. The light of the Earth Spirit? Yang Chen was also momentarily stunned. He had seen the light of the Earth Spirit on the news. At the sight of the light of the Earth Spirit, there were not only powerful ferocious beasts but also some treasures. The specific treasures were not fixed. It was known that there had once been a high-level grandmaster who could never break through to the battle general level. Upon discovering unique treasures at the sight of the light of the Earth Spirit, he broke through to become a powerful battle general. Is this a good thing? Of course, it is not a good thing. Yang Chen thought about how many powerful ferocious beasts had recently appeared in the wild. Could it be that the beasts sensed the imminent appearance of the light of the Earth Spirit? Even before the light of the Earth Spirit appeared, powerful ferocious beasts had already emerged in Bai City. Now that the light of the Earth Spirit had appeared, what level of ferocious beasts would emerge in the wild around Bai City? After being illuminated by the light of the Earth Spirit, the ferocious beasts would also become even stronger, especially Since the source of the light of the earth spirit would cause the beasts to undergo transformation, the entire Bai City seemed to be in a panic. The group from second middle school who had returned from the East Town Cave finally reached the city gate. Their faces were pale, as if they had lost all their strength. This trip to the East Town Cave had been filled with too many experiences. First, they had nearly died inside the cave, and later, in their state of shock, they had seen the legendary Shadow Skyspeed God, coupled with the demonic shadows derived from the demonic Sky Shadow Step. This left them, who had not experienced much turmoil, terrified and shaken to the core. Just as they were about to return to Bai City, even in the vehicle, they felt a strong wave of energy that nearly caused their vehicle to crash and their lives to be lost. Fortunately, they had finally returned to Bai City. Woo woo woo, our Bai City is just a small town in the Great Xia. Why do we have to suffer so many disasters? Now that the light of the earth spirit has appeared in the wild, many fierce beasts will definitely come here. If these fierce beasts gain the benefits of the earth spirit light and then attack our Bai City, then our Bai City will be finished. The posts in the warrior forum were extremely pessimistic. I am Wang Tong, the city lord of Bai City. We have already reported the news of the earth spirit light appearing in the wild to Ningzhou City. Everyone, rest assured, not only Ningzhou City, but many powerful figures from surrounding cities will definitely come to support us once they know about the earth spirit light in Bai City. Everyone is just worried that after the earth spirit light appears, a large number of powerful fierce beasts will gather in the wild. If these fierce beasts attack our Bai City, we will definitely not be able to withstand it. But what everyone needs to know now is that the fierce beasts gathering in the wild are also for the earth spirit light. They will not attack our Bai City in the short term. We can completely wait for the support of the strong. Everyone need not panic. If we fall into chaos first, we might be finished before the fierce beasts even attack. As the residents of Bai City were in a state of panic, the voice of City Lord Wang Tong came through the loudspeakers in every corner. As the residents listened to Wang Tong's voice, they gradually calmed down. In the executive government, when the towering golden light column appeared in the wild, everyone in the executive government was also stunned. After Wang Tong reacted, he realized that the overwhelming light appearing in the wild area was indeed the earth spirit light. He calculated that the location of its appearance should be in the Black Mountain Cavern. If the fierce beasts only entered the Black Mountain Cavern to seek the earth spirit light, that would be one thing, but if those fierce beasts attacked Bai City, there was no way Bai City could withstand it. He immediately sought help from Ningzhou City and other surrounding cities. After seeking help, he quickly spoke through the city loudspeakers. Yang Chen was still at the city gate. The soldiers had already received orders to close the city gate. Not lingering at the gate, he returned to Jiangming community. Upon arriving home, his father Yang Yonghua and sister Yang Shuer were both there. The television was broadcasting the towering golden light column that had appeared in the wilds of Bai City. Brother, the things happening every day make me feel that living is really not easy. Yang Shuer's small face looked a bit grim as she forced a smile. The earth spirit light seems to have appeared in other places in the Great Xia many years ago, and then that place was destroyed by fierce beasts. Now it has appeared in our Bai City. At this point, Yang Yonghua also fell silent. It's okay, everything is in the past. Yang Chen comforted his father and sister. The place where the earth spirit light appeared would gather a large number of fierce beasts. Besides that, there were also powerful fierce beasts. He secretly thought that this might be an opportunity for him. The time came to the next day. The towering golden light column had not disappeared, but the wild was very calm, not at all like fierce beasts were about to attack Bai City. After a night, the residents of Bai City had settled down a lot. Many residents even began to spread the correct thoughts to others. Bai City did not belong solely to the warriors. Nor was it just theirs, it belonged to everyone. This big family was now facing danger, and what they needed to do was not panic, but to believe in the executive government. City Lord Wang Tong frowned tightly, his face full of worry. The appearance of the earth spirit light in the wild of Bai City was something he never expected. Now, apart from waiting for the strong to arrive, he had no other way. As the city lord of Bai City, the responsibility he bore was even greater. He had the duty to protect the safety of the 1 million residents of Bai City. Currently, he was the only master in Bai City. Thinking of this, Wang Tong shook his head. No, Bai City was not just him alone as a master. There was also Yang Chen. He now understood why there had been so many powerful beings appearing in Bai City during this time. It seemed that these powerful entities had sensed the emergence of the earth spirit light in the wilderness of Bai City. This was merely his speculation. He had no idea whether the powerful beings in Bai City had left. Was there really a powerful presence behind Yang Chen? After pondering for a moment, he decided to personally find Yang Chen to investigate, but he had no way to contact him. Wang Tong then recalled that during the meeting in the executive hall, the master of the Tinglong martial arts school, Lei Qianshan, had spoken with Yang Chen. They were acquaintances. Wang Tong picked up the phone and dialed. It wasn't long before the call connected. On the other end was Naturally Lei Qianshan. Brother Lei, you know Yang Chen, right? City Lord, we are acquainted. What is your relationship with him? Yang Chen is now a senior member of our Tinglong Martial Arts School. After a moment of silence, Lei Qianshan spoke up, knowing that the City Lord was looking for Yang Chen for an important matter. With the Earth Spirit Light appearing in the wilderness of Bai City, he understood that everything the City Lord did was for the good of Bai City. As one of the senior members of Bai City, he should also bear the corresponding responsibility. Do you know where he lives? I'll check for you. Alright, I'll wait for your call. After hanging up, Lei Qianshan dialed the phone number of Zheng Shan, the chairman of the Zheng Corporation. Soon, Lei Qianshan learned that Yang Chen's family lived in Jiangning community. He knew that although Yang Chen might not necessarily live there, it was unlikely to be a mistake. The reason he didn't call Yang Chen directly was that he was afraid Yang Chen would refuse. He thought that if he confirmed Yang Chen was not in Jiangning community, he would take the initiative to contact him. Lei Qianshan called City Lord Wang Tong again. City Lord, Yang Chen is very likely in Jiangning community. Okay, I understand. After saying this, City Lord Wang Tong hung up the phone again. Jiangning community. Yang Chen had just finished washing up when he noticed that his father, Yang Yonghua, and his sister, Yang Shuer, were still at home. He found it a bit strange. Shouldn't they be at work and school at this time? Shuer, why didn't you go to school? Yang Chen asked Yang Shuer. Don't mention it. After the Earth Spirit Light appeared in the wilderness, the school announced a 3-day suspension. Yang Shuer said helplessly. Listening to her words, Yang Chen understood. He knew that his father, Yang Yonghua, must have stayed home for the same reason. I wonder when the Earth Spirit Light will disappear. Yang Shuer said, looking out the window at the distant sky, which was bathed in a golden hue from the light. Don't think too much about it. How about we go for a walk as a family? Yang Chen suggested. He knew that once the powerful beings came to support Bai City, he would also go to the wilderness to explore the Earth Spirit Light. It was too dangerous to go alone. There was another reason. The time for the college entrance examination was getting closer. He would be leaving Bai City then. He already knew that the martial arts university he was about to attend was Longyan University. Longyan University was the best martial arts university in the Daxia Empire, located in Longyan City, the capital. Whether he passed the college entrance examination or attended a martial arts university was no longer that important to Yang Chen. He just wanted the college entrance examination to be a stepping stone. The place he truly wanted to go was Longyan City. If it weren't for the appearance of the Earth Spirit Light, Bai City would have long ceased to be suitable for him. In that case, the time he spent with his family would also decrease. Brother, your mindset is really good. Even with the Earth Spirit Light appearing, I didn't expect you to still have the leisure to go for a walk. Yang Shuer said, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Alright, let's go for a walk. It feels a bit oppressive here. Yang Yonghua agreed with Yang Chen's suggestion. After the three of them left the house, they arrived at the park in the community. There were quite a few people in the park, perhaps all thinking that it was too oppressive inside their rooms, so they were out walking. I have news. The masters and grandmasters from Baiyun City are already heading towards our Bai City. Is that so? That's great. As long as the support arrives, we can rest easy. Not just in Baiyun City, I've also heard that several powerful individuals from cities around Bai City are on their way here. The park was filled with residents of Jiangning community sharing news with one another. Baiyun City, which they spoke of, was not far from Bai City, and was much larger in terms of population, economy, and area. There were even grandmasters in Baiyun City. Just from this point, one could see the gap between the two places. Isn't that the Yang Yonghua family? Yes, that's them. My son is also at first high school and is in the same class as his daughter, Yang Shuer. Yang Shuer's combat power has already reached over 600. I wonder what kind of talent she'll awaken. That's impressive. She'll definitely awaken a powerful talent and her future achievements will be limitless. A few residents not far from Yang Chen were quietly discussing. His daughter is amazing, but his son is useless. He hasn't even awakened a talent. I've heard about that too. I think he went to work at the food base without awakening a talent, right? Later, when that incident happened at the food base, he got scared and ran back. These residents admired Yang Shuer, but their evaluation of Yang Chen was less than favorable. Yang Chen didn't mind such comments, but what he didn't expect was that Yang Shuer couldn't stand it. What are you talking about? Yang Shuer glared at the few residents not far away, her round little face full of displeasure. We were just speaking the truth, the residents said, clearly aware that discussing others in front of them was not wise, and they forced smiles. They dared not provoke Yang Shuer. If she awakened a heaven-defying talent, their futures and those of their families would not be pleasant. Other residents in the park also looked over, recognizing Yang Shuer. Many of their children also attended first high school, although they had not yet reached the age to awaken talents. Yang Shuer was already seen as a genius by many students and was expected to awaken a powerful talent. As everyone focused their attention on the Yang Yonghua family, a black sedan arrived outside Jiangming community. The security guard at Jiangning Community looked at the black sedan parked outside. He rubbed his eyes. This was an extremely high-end car. How could such a car appear outside their community? It was his first time seeing one. Just as the security guard was about to ask the driver to come down and register, a middle-aged man stepped out from the back of the black sedan. The middle-aged man looked very robust, with an imposing presence that commanded respect even without anger, striding forward with confidence. Hiss! The security guard looked at the middle-aged man, gasping in shock, speechless and utterly astonished. Even he, no matter how dull, knew who the middle-aged man was. He was the Lord of Bai City, Wang Tong. Lord! The security guard quickly saluted Wang Tong, no longer daring to ask him to register, and swiftly opened the iron gate. This security guard would never have dreamed that one day the Lord would enter Jiangning Community. After entering Jiangning Community, the park was right next door. Lord Wang Tong spotted Yang Chen in the park at a glance. Seeing that Yang Chen was indeed in Jiangning Community, he felt relieved. Let's go, let's take a walk outside, Yang Yonghua said, not wanting the people in the park to affect his thoughts, and he walked towards the community exit. Just as Yang Yonghua took his first step, a gasp suddenly erupted. My God, what am I seeing? The Lord! Everyone in the park also saw Lord Wang Tong. At first, they couldn't believe it, thinking they were hallucinating. The Lord was extremely busy, and now there was a manifestation of the earth spirit in the wild. How could the Lord possibly come to their Jiangning Community? But no matter what they did, Lord Wang Tong remained right in front of them. This is not an illusion. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer were also frozen in place. They could never have imagined that the city lord would appear before them. The city lord is a master. In the eyes of the residents of Bai City, a master is an insurmountable existence. Why has the city lord come here? Yang Shuer said in a daze. Everyone in the park was also unaware of the city lord's purpose for coming here. However, Yang Chen knew that the city lord was here for him, and there was probably no other reason why the city lord knew he lived in Jiangning Community. He didn't want to delve into. He only wanted to know the purpose of the city lord's visit. When the city lord Wang Tong saw Yang Chen, he walked towards him. Everyone in the park could see that the city lord was heading in the direction of the Yang Yonghua family. Could it be that the city lord was here to find Yang Shuer? But Yang Shuer hadn't even awakened her talent yet. How could the city lord come looking for her? Looking for Yang Yonghua? Or Yang Chen? That was even less likely. They hadn't awakened their talents, so how could the city lord come looking for them? Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer were also stunned, realizing that the city lord was walking towards them. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the park, the city lord Wang Tong arrived in front of the Yang Yonghua family. Was he really here to find Yang Shuer? Everyone in the park was shocked. To them, Yang Shuer hadn't even awakened her talent yet. What could the city lord want with her? Could he possibly resolve the earth spirit light that appeared in the wild? Brother Yang Chen, you won't blame me for coming to disturb you, will you? The city lord Wang Tong said to Yang Chen. He really wanted to discuss some important matters with Yang Chen, matters that he had to find him for. To avoid being rejected by Yang Chen, he had asked Lei Qianshan to look up Yang Chen's address. Wow! Everyone in the park was instantly in an uproar upon seeing the city lord speak to Yang Chen like this. Everyone was utterly shocked, their eyes wide open, unable to believe that the city lord had come to find Yang Chen. Moreover, he spoke to Yang Chen in such a tone. But wasn't Yang Chen someone who hadn't awakened his talent? In that moment, everyone in the park was frozen, like wooden sculptures, unable to move. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer couldn't believe it either. Their mouths were agape, and the indescribable expressions on their faces said it all. I'm not disturbing you. What do you want from me? This isn't a place for conversation. Let's go to the government office. I think we should find a secluded place to talk. All right. The city lord Wang Tong nodded, leading Yang Chen to a deserted area. The crowd in the park watched the city lord and Yang Chen's retreating figures, still unable to come to their senses. Does anyone know what this is all about? Everyone was confused. Who could have imagined that the city lord would come here to find Yang Chen? The few residents who had just been criticizing Yang Chen were now trembling in fear. They had no idea how powerful Yang Chen's background was. Had they known earlier, even if they had 10 times their courage, they wouldn't have dared to discuss Yang Chen. These residents thought they had never truly experienced regret, but now they finally understood what true regret meant. Shuer, do you know what's going on? Yang Yonghua's heart was in turmoil. I don't know either. Yang Shuer was no different. Her voice was trembling. After saying that, Yang Shuer suddenly remembered something. She recalled what Yang Chen had said when he returned home from the grain base. I want to take the martial arts exam. And also, I went to the wild with the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. At that time, she thought he was joking. But now, she finally understood that everything was real. Yang Yonghua also remembered that he was originally going to be fired by the company, but the chairman had suddenly rushed to find him and then promoted him to general manager. Was it because of Yang Chen? At that time, he couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried, but now he has some clarity. After Yang Chen and City Lord Wang Tong arrived at a deserted area in Jiangming community, City Lord Wang Tong finally said to Yang Chen, "Brother Yang Chen, the presence behind you." City Lord Wang Tong didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he looked at Yang Chen with a probing gaze. In his view, there was a supreme being behind Yang Chen, like the devouring flame god, the crimson thunder emperor, or the extreme ice nether god. Yang Chen understood what City Lord Wang Tong meant. "City Lord, actually, there's nothing behind me. Brother Yang Chen, right now in Bai City. Don't worry." Yang Chen smiled, interrupting Wang Tong's words, and continued, "If Bai City is in danger, don't worry, I will take action." City Lord Wang Tong secretly smiled wryly. He knew Yang Chen's response meant he was unwilling to disclose anything. He also knew that the strong from surrounding cities and Ningzhou City came to Bai City for the Earth Spirit Light. If any special situation arose with such supreme beings in Bai City, there would be nothing to fear. But since Yang Chen was unwilling to speak, he could only place his hopes on reinforcements. After the city lord left, Yang Chen returned to the park inside the community. Everyone in the park looked at each other, not daring to meet Yang Chen's gaze. They couldn't understand why Yang Chen was so familiar with the city lord, but it was not a lie. The few residents who had mocked Yang Chen earlier did not leave. They knew that if Yang Chen wanted to blame them, leaving wouldn't solve anything. After such an incident, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer lost interest in continuing their walk and returned home with Yang Chen. Seeing that Yang Chen had no intention of blaming them, the residents felt relieved and resolved to be more cautious. In the future, once at home, the three sat on the sofa. The air felt somewhat heavy. "Brother, can you tell me what's going on?" Yang Shuer finally couldn't hold back and asked. Their father, Yang Yonghua, also looked over. They were both very curious. They all knew that Yang Chen had not awakened any talent, yet the city lord had come to Jiangming community to find him. To them, this seemed impossible. "The city lord came to find me because I am a martial artist," Yang Chen said, not intending to hide it any longer. He smiled. This also had the benefit of making the people in the community respect his father and sister more once they learned of his identity. "Xiao Feng, does that mean you actually awakened your talent?" "Yes," Yang Chen replied. "So that's how it is," Yang Shuer said thoughtfully. "To become a martial artist, one must awaken their talent, otherwise, it would be impossible. The basic combat power of a junior martial artist is 2000, and a human without awakened talent could never reach that level. Brother, since the city lord personally came to Jiangming community to find you, you must be a very powerful martial artist, right?" Yang Shuer and Yang Yonghua both knew that if Yang Chen were just an ordinary martial artist, the city lord wouldn't have come to the city lord's mansion to find him personally. At this moment, Yang Shuer and Yang Yonghua's eyes were bright with curiosity. They wanted to know what level Yang Chen had reached to warrant such attention from the city lord. An elite martial artist? They both had the same answer in their hearts. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer, Yang Chen opened his palm, and a ball of vital energy appeared in his hand. This ball of vital energy quickly transformed into a sharp blade. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer couldn't believe their eyes. Shock, complexity, and astonishment were all evident on their faces. Vital energy taking form. A grandmaster. "Brother, you are actually a grandmaster?" At that moment, Yang Shuer and Yang Yonghua's hearts could not calm down. It could even be said that a tremendous wave had been stirred within them. Yang Chen was a grandmaster. This revelation had a huge impact on their relationship. They had always believed that Yang Chen had not awakened any talent. However, they suddenly learned that the person they thought was ordinary was actually an incredibly powerful master. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer froze, as if they had been petrified, unable to react for a long time. After a while, the father and daughter finally came to their senses, their faces filled with overwhelming joy. "Brother, you are simply amazing." Yang Shuer leaped forward to Yang Chen but was blocked by him. "Shuer, you're all grown up now, you need to be cautious." "I'm just too happy." Yang Shuer's round little face was brimming with excitement. Yang Yonghua felt the same way. Once he regained his composure, he was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. His son was only 18 this year. What did an 18-year-old master represent? Yang Yonghua knew he had no talent himself and could not bring glory to the family. But now that he had such a son, everything was different. Yang Chen was equally overjoyed. He had thought that not awakening any talent meant his life would be ordinary, but unexpectedly, he had bound to assist him. Soon after, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer asked many questions they wanted to know. 2 days later, the spiritual light of the earth in the outskirts of Bai City became even more intense, and the huge golden light pillar grew larger. The booming sounds coming from the wilderness made the residents of Bai City feel anxious. At this moment, several powerful figures finally entered through one of the city gates. City Lord Wang Tong and the high-ranking officials of Bai City were there to welcome them. Among the powerful figures were both masters and grandmasters. City Lord Wang Tong and the officials were excited, thinking that reinforcements had finally arrived. After inquiring about their respective cities and names, and obtaining their consent, the voice of City Lord Wang Tong echoed through Bai City. "Master Lei Hai from Baiyun City. Master Wang Tao from Baiyun City. Grandmaster Li Kuei from Baiyun City has come to support Bai City. The residents of Bai City were initially stunned upon hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, but then they became extremely excited. Finally, powerful figures have come to support us in Bai City. Now I can rest easy. I've been worried sick these past few days. Yeah, I didn't expect that besides masters, there would also be powerful grandmasters. The posts on the Bai City Martial Artist Forum went crazy again. Grandmasters from Baiyun City have all come. This is fantastic. Now everyone in Bai City can stop being afraid. With all these strong figures here, what is there to fear? After the welcome, the powerful figures were taken to the government office to rest for a while. The martial artists supporting Bai City had certainly not all arrived yet. Sure enough, half an hour later, the voice of City Lord Wang Tong echoed. Again throughout Bai City, Master Zhou Kongyon from Tailang City, Master Bai Qingqing from Tailang City, Master Li Tian has come to support Bai City. The residents of Bai City were once again incredibly excited. More powerful figures were coming to support them, and the weakest among them was also a master. Next, the loudspeakers throughout Bai City began to announce the voice of City Lord Wang Tong continuously. Grandmaster Zhu Kuan from Annan City, Master Zhou Guangzhu from Jiangyue City, Master Shi Lin from Jinshui City. In just one day, Bai City welcomed over a dozen grandmasters and hundreds of masters. They were all reinforcements from the surrounding cities. The million residents of Bai City had never seen so many powerful figures. They knew that this time, the crisis in Bai City would definitely be resolved. The television was also continuously broadcasting scenes of the powerful figures coming to support Bai City. Yang Chen was watching the television at home, thinking about how many powerful figures had flooded into Bai City. It seemed that the spiritual light of the earth was indeed too tempting. He was not as emotionally rich as the residents of Bai City. He knew that if it weren't for the appearance of the spiritual light in the wilderness of Bai City, these masters and grandmasters would probably not have been willing to come to Bai City just to seek treasures. After most of these people had arrived, Yang Chen secretly smiled. This also proved that they would soon be able to explore the earth spirit light. Let's see what treasures there are. On the streets of Bai City, several martial artists from Anjian City were being led to the government office. There were 4 of them. The strongest was a senior grandmaster, while the others were all masters. They looked around at everything in Bai City, their faces filled with disdain and mockery. I really can't understand why a place like Bai City has existed for so long. It's just too pathetic. You think like me. Bai City is not only this small, but also this weak. The city lord is just a junior master. It's simply shocking. I thought I was the only one who thought this way. After these masters spoke, they looked at the senior grandmaster beside them. Grandmaster Tan Hai, what do you think? They all knew that Grandmaster Tan Hai was an arrogant person and would certainly look down on Bai City. Bai City should be grateful for the appearance of the earth spirit light. Otherwise, I would never come to a place like this in my lifetime. Grandmaster Tan Hai shook his head. Hearing Grandmaster Tan Hai's words, the masters laughed and then they began to flatter him. Grandmaster Tan Hai, you are a senior grandmaster. With this support from various cities to Bai City, you should be the one to take the lead. Of course, Grandmaster Tan Hai came to Bai City this time precisely because he was eyeing the treasures within the earth spirit light. Otherwise, who would come to this broken place? With the treasures from the earth spirit light, Grandmaster Tan Hai might even break through to become a battle general. Grandmaster Tan Hai felt elated after hearing this. Battle generals from all directions? The one leading them was a senior martial artist from the government office who was also one of the higher-ups in Bai City. This senior martial artist had no way to respond to their derogatory remarks about Bai City. He knew these people were here to seek treasures from the earth spirit light, but while searching for treasures, they also had to slay fierce beasts. In that case, they were still helping Bai City. He could not and did not dare to voice any complaints. It was just that Bai City was too weak. But at that moment, a divine light suddenly shone brightly above Bai City, illuminating a colorful brilliance. This phenomenon instantly attracted everyone in Bai City, including the masters and grandmasters who had come to support. What is this? At that moment, both martial artists and ordinary people in Bai City thought of something. They were speechless, staring in shock at the sky above Bai City. Grandmaster Tan Hai and the several masters heading to the government office were also clearly stunned by the phenomenon in the sky. The next second, 3 great suns appeared in the sky above Bai City. Great suns, battle generals from all directions. And there were 3 of them. The entire Bai City immediately erupted in a frenzy. My god, battle generals from all directions. 3 battle generals, ha ha ha. I've never seen battle generals from all directions. This is just too awesome. Everyone in Bai City was completely overwhelmed by the sight of the 3 great suns in the sky. The battle generals looked like deities, appearing incredibly dazzling. Damn, I thought Grandmaster Tan Hai would take the lead here. Yeah, even battle generals have come, and 3 at once. Battle generals from all directions are just too terrifying. The several masters said, dumbfounded. Grandmaster Tan Hai also looked up at the three great suns in the sky, utterly bewildered. In the government office, City Lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups of Bai City were also ecstatic. The arrival of the three battle generals was enough to lay the foundation for victory in this outdoor Earth Spirit Light expedition. Whether it was the higher-ups of Bai City or the powerful reinforcements, they all knew that the three battle generals must have come from Ningzhou City. Around Bai City, apart from large cities like Ningzhou City that had battle generals from all directions, there were none elsewhere. In the sky, the three great suns transformed into human forms at a speed visible to the naked eye, each enveloped in golden light, like deities. They descended into the executive government. Looking at the three square generals before them, everyone in the executive government bowed in respect. Generals. The three generals nodded. They appeared to be just over 50 years old, but everyone knew their actual ages were certainly not as they seemed. After the City Lord, Wang Tong, approached the three generals, he first bowed respectfully again, then inquired about a few matters. After receiving the three generals' consent, a smile appeared on Wang Tong's face. He knew that with the arrival of the three generals, Bai City was surely buzzing with excitement. At the same time, the residents of Bai City were undoubtedly thrilled and agitated. The Blade General of Ningzhou City, the Tiger General of Ningzhou City, the Iron Rock General of Ningzhou City has come to support Bai City. The residents of Bai City were still immersed in the arrival of the three square generals. Now, the voice of City Lord Wang Tong echoed through the city's loudspeakers, bringing the excitement and thrill to a climax. The square generals are so powerful. A resident tried to use some fancy words to describe the strength of the square generals, but after thinking for a long time, he could only muster these few words, which did not diminish his level of excitement at all. Somewhere in Bai City, a young boy smiled secretly, his face displaying a hint of brilliance. All the square generals have come. This is going to be interesting. The boy was, of course, Yang Chen. He had fully anticipated the support from the masters and grandmasters, but he had not expected the appearance of the square generals. Moreover, three square generals had come at once. He was unsure if his current strength could match that of the square generals. He only knew that if he encountered them in the underground cave, he should try not to be their enemy. It must be said that the scene of the three great suns appearing in the sky truly shocked him. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Lei Qianshan, the head of the Tinglong Martial Arts School. Headmaster, is there something you need? Where are you, Yang Chen? The City Lord is asking if you will come to the City Lord's mansion for a meeting, Lei Qianshan said. Okay. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. He knew the meeting would definitely be about the light of the Earth Spirit, and he had to attend such a meeting. Not long after, Yang Chen arrived outside the executive government. The last time Yang Chen entered the executive government with the City Lord, the guards there remembered him. After all, at that time, the City Lord was chatting and laughing with Yang Chen, walking side by side. They dared not offend Yang Chen. Once inside the executive government, Yang Chen quickly saw Lei Qianshan in the square. Yang Chen. Upon seeing Yang Chen arrive, Lei Qianshan quickly approached him. Let's go in. I don't have the qualifications to go in, you go ahead. Lei Qianshan shook his head. The scene inside the main hall was one of masters at the very least. He was merely a high-level martial artist. Yang Chen said nothing further and walked straight into the main hall. Inside the executive government's main hall, Yang Chen found that many people were already seated. These individuals were either grandmasters or masters. Perhaps due to his youth, as soon as Yang Chen entered the hall, numerous astonished gazes fixed upon his face. He ignored their stares and casually found a seat to sit down. The grandmasters and masters in the hall did not pay much attention to Yang Chen either, as they were discussing the news about the light of the Earth Spirit in the wilderness of Bai City. After a while, the City Lord and the three generals entered the hall. Upon seeing the three generals, everyone in the hall immediately stood up. Generals, everyone, please sit down. The Blade General gestured for the grandmasters and masters in the hall to take their seats. Hearing the Blade General's words, everyone sat down. City Lord Wang Tong did not dare to sit in the main seat. The martial artists present were simply too powerful, and there were three square generals here. The three battle generals clearly did not want to waste time on such matters. General Su Hu looked at everyone in the Great Hall and said, everyone came to Bai City for the Earth Spirit Light. I want to remind you that when the Earth Spirit Light appears, it will attract a large number of ferocious beasts. If anyone wants to leave now, you still have time. Naturally, the people in the hall would not choose to leave. They had already made their intentions clear when they arrived. Since no one intends to leave, we will head to the wilderness of Bai City tomorrow. Yes, General. The grandmasters and masters in the hall were somewhat excited. They were here for treasures, after all. There were no hints for the treasures, and who said that the strong would necessarily find them first? One more thing, no killing each other in the cave. If I find out, I will show no mercy. The three generals were very clear about this. It was the Earth Spirit Light that had gathered these people together. In the struggle for benefits, the ugliness of human nature would be revealed, and acts of murder and plunder often occurred in the wilderness. As the 4 battle generals, they were the ones who suppressed the 4 corners and, as one of the strong in the Great Xia, had the duty to maintain stability in the Great Xia. The masters and grandmasters in the hall all understood this. From the beginning, they had no intention of killing or plundering in the cave. Sometimes, rules must be followed. After the meeting ended, everyone in the hall left, and Yang Chen did not linger inside. Once outside, he noticed several strong individuals sizing him up. This kid is so young, and he went to the hall for a meeting? I don't know, maybe he's a relative of the city lord of Bai City. Why bother with that? Let's go. Master Tan Hai snapped. He had come to find treasures in the area of the Earth Spirit Light. What he didn't expect was the arrival of 3 battle generals, which greatly reduced his chances of finding treasures. Yang Chen paid them no mind. After leaving the government office, he returned home. Upon arriving home, Yang Yonghua's daughter, Yang Shuer, looked over. Xiao Feng, the TD just said that tomorrow the strong will go to explore the area of the Earth Spirit Light. Yang Yonghua said to Yang Chen, "Brother, are you going?" Yang Shuer also looked at Yang Chen with concern, knowing that her brother Yang Chen was also a master and had a high chance of going. Of course, why wouldn't I go? Yang Chen smiled. He regarded this opportunity of the Earth Spirit Light as a chance he couldn't miss. From the location of the Earth Spirit Light, the source was likely in the Black Mountain Cave. There might already be a large number of ferocious beasts gathered in the Black Mountain Cave. Seeing that Yang Chen was going to explore the Earth Spirit Light, both Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer showed a hint of worry on their faces. Then Xiao Feng, you need to be careful. Yang Yonghua knew he couldn't stop Yang Chen. Brother, Alright, with so many strong individuals and 3 battle generals, what could possibly happen? Yang Chen ruffled Yang Shuer's hair. Hearing this, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer felt somewhat reassured. Yes, they were too sensitive. With so many masters and grandmasters, and 3 powerful battle generals, what could go wrong? After taking a shower, Yang Chen went to bed. The next day, Yang Chen got up early and after washing up, he went out. Government office. Upon arriving at the government office, he found that the strong had already gathered in the square. Several buses were already parked in the square. Once everyone had arrived, the 3 generals issued their orders. Everyone, let's set off. We'll wait for you in the wilderness. As soon as the words fell, General Ba Dao, General Su Hu, and General Tai Yan transformed into bright suns and rushed towards the wilderness of Bai City. Many residents of Bai City witnessed this scene and knew that the 3 generals were heading to the wilderness. The matter of the Earth Spirit Light was about to be resolved. The other grandmasters and masters boarded the bus heading into the wilderness. Along the way, Yang Chen kept his eyes closed, resting. Some of the masters on the bus were secretly astonished. They simply couldn't understand why Yang Chen was also going to explore the area of the Earth Spirit Light. Didn't he know that the area of the Earth Spirit Light was very dangerous? Several large buses soon stopped at the foot of Black Mountain. Black Mountain was covered with a dense primeval forest, and the Black Mountain Cave was hidden within the forest. A towering golden pillar of light, formed by a blinding golden glow, shot up into the sky from a certain area within Black Mountain. The sky was illuminated in a golden hue, and the massive golden pillar seemed to want to break through the heavens, creating a stunning visual effect. After everyone got off the bus, Yang Chen looked at the enormous golden pillar, thinking that his guess was indeed correct. As long as he confirmed that the source was inside the Black Mountain Cave, he would feel at ease. The 3 battle generals had already arrived here. Yang Chen knew they were all junior battle generals, and judging by the flight speed of the Sun Avatar, they were not as fast as the Shadow Sky Speed God. More than a dozen grandmasters and over 100 masters looked at the 3 battle generals in front of them. Let's go! The Blade Battle General, the Silent Tiger Battle General, and the Iron Rock Battle General spoke simultaneously. The masters and grandmasters listened to the words of the 3 battle generals, knowing that what followed could very well be a matter of life and death, with fortune in the hands of fate. If danger arose, it would be good if someone could save them. If no one came to their aid, death awaited. Many powerful individuals began to ascend Black Mountain. In the entire White River City, apart from Yang Chen, only the city Lord Wang Tong had come here. The Wolf Fong Cave was nearly as powerful as the Black Mountain Cave. And now that the Wolf Fong Cave had been destroyed by Yang Chen, the next target was the Black Mountain Cave. Upon reaching Black Mountain, the golden light intensified, enveloping the entire mountain in a golden glow. Roar! 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 The fierce beasts were coming. Black Mountain was a primeval forest, and no one knew how vast it truly was. After the Earth Spirit Light appeared, a large number of fierce beasts emerged within Black Mountain. Once the powerful individuals reached Black Mountain, they encountered numerous fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were not strong. Yang Chen also encountered many fierce beasts, and with his current strength as a mid-level master, these beasts were no match for his attacks. After slaying these fierce beasts, he quickly made his way to the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave. After about half an hour, Yang Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave. Besides him, many other powerful Individuals had also reached the entrance. Without hesitation, Yang Chen entered the Black Mountain Cave. After a long while, he finally made it inside the cave. Everyone was heading towards the source of the Earth Spirit Light. However, they were not gathering together, they were dispersed, with powerful individuals from their respective cities forming small teams to provide support. They did not want to share any treasures they found with others. Roar! In an instant, the sounds of fierce beasts roaring echoed throughout the Black Mountain Cave. Boom! Explosions were continuously occurring. The aura of fierce beasts and the overflowing essence enveloped the Black Mountain Cave. Yang Chen also began to walk towards the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Human, die. Ah! In front of him, a humanoid fierce beast wielding a massive dark axe was slaughtering a master. On the ground lay the corpses of 2 masters. This master was unable to withstand the attack of the dark axe and was brutally cleaved in half. This was a high-level 4th-tier fierce beast, the Crimson Mad Bull. Besides this Crimson Mad Bull, there were many other fierce beasts surrounding it. The slain masters were merely junior masters, and before this Crimson Mad Bull, they had no fighting chance. Run, run! At that moment, several masters flew out in a panic, their speed reaching an unprecedented level. Behind these masters, numerous fierce beasts were in hot pursuit. Yang Chen knew that after these grandmasters and masters entered the Black Mountain Cave, they had scattered in many directions towards the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Seems that these masters are not very lucky. The paths they chose are quite tragic, but it's also possible that every path is equally tragic. What are you still doing here? Can't you see so many ferocious beasts chasing us? Run! A mid-level master shouted at Yang Chen, who was still frozen in place. You all go ahead, these ferocious beasts are no match for me, Yang Chen replied. The few masters who had managed to escape were taken aback by Yang Chen's words, unsure of what was wrong with him, but they couldn't afford to think too much. Their priority was to save their lives. They had already warned Yang Chen to flee, and if he chose not to, it was no longer their concern. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen was too young. These masters believed he was already terrified, completely drained of strength, and unable to run. They didn't see the expression on Yang Chen's face at that moment. If they had known he was smiling, they would undoubtedly have been even more shocked. Yang Chen fixed his gaze on the ferocious beasts closing in on him, thinking that their numbers weren't too overwhelming. Let's test the power of the Demon Sky Shadow Step. Just as the beasts drew closer, he activated his god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. Instantly, black hurricanes wrapped around his legs, and the airflow in this area of the cave began to change. Demon Sky Shadow Step. Then, Yang Chen used the god-level speed combat skill, Demon Sky Shadow Step. Suddenly, thousands of black shadowy figures appeared. They surged toward Yang Chen, including the 4th-tier high-level ferocious beast, Red Frenzy Demon Bull, which was momentarily stunned. The few masters who were fleeing felt something was off behind them. When they turned around, they saw thousands of shadowy figures. What the hell is this? The masters were dumbfounded, stopping as if they had forgotten they were still in danger. That is, besides the dense mass of shadows, these masters also saw a figure weaving through them. When the figure stopped, looking at the black hurricane that seemed to be enchanted around its legs, the masters were left speechless, utterly shocked. God-level speed combat skill, Shadow Sky Speed God. 1 of the mid-level masters recognized the talent, speaking slowly and in disbelief. This young man actually awakened the Shadow Sky Speed God, which means these shadowy figures are the speed combat skill? But I've never seen a speed combat skill like this, it's too bizarre. These shadowy figures. While the masters were discussing the shadows, thousands of them began to rapidly converge. In an instant, they coalesced into a massive demon god. Boom! The giant demon god swept toward the ferocious beasts. In front of it, wherever the 100-meter-tall demon god passed, a dark aura surged wildly, making the already terrifying cave feel like an infernal hell. Roar! The Red Frenzy Demon Bull was so frightened by the giant demon god that it was left dumbfounded, letting out a powerless roar. When the demon god struck the area filled with these ferocious beasts, a violent explosion erupted. The dark aura spread wildly from all directions, continuously killing the distant beasts. Ding! Slain Blood Flood Bat, combat power plus 120. Ding! Slain Iron Evil Wolf, combat power plus 80. Ding! Slain Golden Tail Tiger, combat power plus 240. The data showing increased combat power kept appearing. This speed combat skill can actually attack? The masters were completely stunned. In their understanding, speed combat skills were solely for enhancing speed. But what did they just witness? Now they finally understood why so many terrifying, shadowy figures had appeared. The awakening of the god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God, had already shocked them, but what shocked them even more was that the speed combat skill could exhibit the effects of an attacking combat skill. And this level of proficiency was simply outrageous. The masters' hearts were naturally in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. At first, they thought Yang Chen was just too scared to run away. But now, they finally understood why he didn't flee. As the thousands of demonic shadows that had coalesced into a great demon god gradually dissipated in this area filled with ferocious beasts, several masters focused their gaze again. Just moments ago, they had been unable to discern the situation inside due to the entanglement of dark energy. However, when they saw the massive pit that appeared before them, they instinctively took a few steps back, as if witnessing something impossible. Impossible? How could this be? No matter how they tried, the masters couldn't fathom that a speed combat technique could cause such devastating destruction. So this young man? Is he a Grand Master? No, absolutely not a Grand Master. A Grand Master couldn't possibly be this formidable. A battle general? At this thought, the masters dared not think further. They knew Yang Chen looked to be no more than 20 years old. How could someone of such an age possibly become a powerful battle general? Or perhaps Yang Chen had cultivated some secret method that preserved his youthful appearance? Once they considered this, they felt somewhat relieved. In their view, it had to be this way, otherwise there was simply no explanation. The masters were all mistaken. They thought it impossible, but the Shadow Heaven Speed God was merely the most suitable combat technique for the Shadow Heaven Speed, especially since his proficiency had reached a perfect level. Coupled with his age, it left them in a state of extreme disbelief, rendering them dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. The effect of the Shadow Heaven Speed God had already faded. Inside and around the Black Mountain Cavern, explosions and the roars of ferocious beasts continued to erupt. Yang Chen thought he had somewhat underestimated the allure of the Earth Spirit light for the ferocious beasts. With so many masters and grandmasters entering the Black Mountain Cavern, and even 3 battle generals, such intense fighting had ensued. It seemed the ferocious beasts inside the Black Mountain Cavern were incredibly terrifying. These beasts must have come from other unknown caverns through excavated passages or other means. Based on the original strength of the ferocious beasts in the Black Mountain Cavern, a battle general could easily wipe out all the beasts inside. After assessing the battle results, his combat power had increased significantly, but unfortunately, no talents had dropped. Just as he was about to head deeper into the cavern, he noticed several masters still frozen in place. He turned slightly to face them. If you want to be devoured alive by the ferocious beasts here, then feel free to stay. After saying this, Yang Chen walked into the cavern without looking back. The masters snapped back to reality, Yang Chen's words still echoing in their ears. Let's go, let's go. They dared not linger in the Black Mountain Cavern any longer. They had already been driven out by the ferocious beasts at the periphery, let alone the depths of the cavern. The events that had just transpired left them in a state of lingering fear. Immediately, the masters hurriedly left the Black Mountain Cavern. On the other side of the cavern, 3 battle generals were also acting separately. Their purpose for coming to Bai City was not only to search for treasures in the Earth Spirit Light area to help them break through to a higher realm but also to eliminate the powerful ferocious beasts in the Black Mountain Cavern. However, they were currently situated in the middle of the Black Mountain Cavern. They had initially thought this operation would be easy, but now they realized they had grossly underestimated the terror of the Earth Spirit Light area. The ferocious beasts that had appeared in Bai City due to the Earth Spirit Light exceeded their expectations in overall strength. If they felt this way, one could only imagine how the Grand Masters and Masters who had entered the cavern felt. The Grand Masters were faring better, but especially the Masters, who had been acting alone after entering the Black Mountain Cavern, were now suffering heavy casualties. There were simply too many ferocious beasts inside the Black Mountain Cavern, as if they could never be slaughtered enough. Many of the martial artists who had entered the Black Mountain Cavern now regretted it to the utmost. They no longer thought of treasures, they just wanted to survive and leave the cavern, considering it a success. In a certain area of the Black Mountain Cavern, the Blade War General had just slaughtered a wave of ferocious beasts when he discovered that the Black Mountain Cavern had been expanded significantly. He knew it was the work of the beasts. Human. Just as the Blade War General was about to step inside, a strange, eerie laughter echoed. Such laughter sent chills down his spine and made his hair stand on end. The Blade War General was well aware that this kind of laughter could only come from humanoid beasts. Following the sound, a humanoid beast with a pair of golden wings appeared before the Blade War General. Roar! As this humanoid beast emerged, countless other beasts surged forth from all directions. The Blade War General watched the humanoid beast warily. He didn't know what kind of breed it was, but his instincts told him that this humanoid beast was no weaker than himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Mihora, and you can call me the esteemed Lord Mihora. The humanoid beast introduced itself with an air of superiority. As it spoke, the golden wings behind it fluttered, giving Mihora an almost divine aura. Call you esteemed Lord Mihora? I think it's better to call you esteemed beast Mihora. The Blade War General, who despised evil and had a notoriously fiery temper, retorted. After speaking, he activated his own talent. Extraordinary level talent. 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade. After activating his talent, a massive blade appeared behind the Blade War General. This blade was 100 meters long, entirely crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter and dominance. Fusion. With a loud shout, the Blade War General began to merge with the 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade, becoming one with the blade. Whoosh! Immediately, the 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade slashed out fiercely. The blade light, stretching 100 meters, seemed to split the Black Mountain Cavern in half, causing the entire area to tremble violently. The beasts within this area were sliced into countless pieces by the blade light. Mihora continuously dodged the terrifying blade light, its blood-red eyes glaring while it cackled maniacally. What a splendid strike! If it weren't for the earth spirit light in this cavern, this strike alone would probably cause it to collapse. Seeing Mihora skillfully evade his attacks, the Blade War General realized that Mihora would be a formidable opponent. Whoosh! 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 Next, he unleashed several more strikes aimed at Mihora's position. The massive, sharp blade lights tore through space, howling winds roared, and the ground shook violently. Yet, Mihora remained unscathed. Human, you and that blade have merged, surely. You can't maintain it forever? Mihora looked at the Blade War General with confidence, continuing, when you can no longer merge with that blade, that will be the moment I kill you. Mihora was indeed correct. The fusion of man and blade could not last indefinitely. But from Mihora's words, the Blade War General understood that during the fusion, Mihora would also be unable to approach him. In that case, the Blade War General fixed his gaze on Mihora. Let me show you the ultimate strike. As the words fell, before Mihora could react, the 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade was already raised high. An incredibly terrifying blade light condensed atop the 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade. Ultimate strike. Whoosh! The 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade came crashing down, unleashing a blade light that was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous one, sweeping toward Mihora. Mihora faced this enormous blade light with great trepidation. Just as the blade light was about to cleave into its body, the golden wings behind it began to flap. It hoped to evade the blade light's attack. Mihora knew this blade light was more fearsome than the last, but no matter how terrifying it was, as long as it could dodge, it would be fine. However, what Mihora never expected was that this massive, sharp blade light could actually track its movements. This threw it into a panic. Boom! After dodging for a long time, the blade light ultimately struck Mihora's body. Explosions also erupted in the area of Mihora. Just when the Blade War General thought it was all over, an extremely furious voice came from the explosion. Unforgivable, unforgivable. After the voice fell, Mihora emerged from the explosion. At that moment, Mihora no longer had the previous brilliance. It stared at the Blade War General with a disheveled appearance. Its blood-red eyes became even redder and its twisted face grew more grotesque. Hee. Then, Mihora let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Human, to withstand your attack, I have spent 100 years of my lifespan, but it's fine as long as I can kill you and devour your essence to replenish it. Ah ha 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 ha. At this point, Mihora's shrill laughter echoed throughout the entire area. The Blade War General coldly regarded Mihora, thinking how troublesome this beast was. The fusion was actually a sword technique. Now he was feeling somewhat powerless. Even so, his gaze remained sharp, because he knew that even if he fell in the depths of the cave, he would make Mihora pay the price. Human, die! Mihora shouted at the Blade War General, ready to strike. Suddenly, a 100-meter-tall devouring flame god appeared in the distance. Both the Blade War General and Mihora noticed this devouring flame god. Before they could react, thousands of flame dragons appeared in their line of sight. The flame dragons began to bombard a certain area. Boom! The Black Mountain Cave trembled violently once again. The entire cave was illuminated in a fiery red by the thousands of flame dragons. This is the devouring flame god? The Blade War General was stunned. He never expected that a powerful being with divine-level talent would enter the Black Mountain Cave. Damn it, these despicable humans. Mihora was furious. It understood what those flame dragons represented. At this moment, a great hope ignited in the Blade War General's heart. If even a powerful being with divine-level talent had entered the Black Mountain Cave, what was there to panic about? It was the beasts that should be panicking. In other parts of the Black Mountain Cave, the Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General were also dealing with extremely tricky opponents. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the devouring flame god also appeared before them. Both they and the beasts they were fighting were stunned, not expecting such a shocking scene. Thousands of flame dragons were terrifying in their eyes. Ding! Slay the Steel Rhino, battle power plus 1000. Ding! Slay the Blood Evil Deer, battle power plus 480. Ding! Slay the Water Demon Snake, battle power plus 960. As Yang Chen made his way deeper into the Black Mountain Cave, he noticed that it was significantly larger than the Lu Fong Cave. Several times larger, even a dozen times the area. He also noticed signs of development. Upon encountering a massive group of beasts, he did not hesitate to activate the divine-level flame talent, the devouring flame god. With the increase in power, the original hundreds of flame dragons from the devouring flame dragon explosion had transformed into thousands, and their might had grown even greater. The massive group of beasts had allowed him to break through from a mid-level master to a high-level master. What he did not expect was that activating the devouring flame god and unleashing the devouring flame dragon explosion shocked the 3 war generals and many masters. and grandmasters who had entered the Black Mountain Cave. Some masters and grandmasters had already despaired, but when they discovered that a powerful being with divine-level talent had entered the cave, they regained their fighting spirit. Wang Tong, the lord of Bai City, was the same. He was merely a junior master. Against ordinary beasts, he could achieve a massacre. But against powerful beasts, he felt utterly powerless. Upon seeing the devouring flame god appear, a surge of hot blood rushed to his heart and his gaze became fervent. He knew that this devouring flame god was the powerful existence hidden in his Bai City. Now that such an existence had entered the Black Mountain Cave, what was there to fear? The battlefield of the Blade War General and Mihora roared towards the Blade War General. Human, shouldn't you pay attention to your current situation? Suddenly, Mihora charged fiercely at the Blade War General. My situation is to kill you. The Blade War General, seeing Mihora rushing towards him, was not willing to back down. Boom! The two began to battle fiercely. Blades of light, shadows of blood, and dark magical blows appeared continuously in the space. As time passed, the Blade War General was no longer in a state of merging with the Nine-Blade Heaven sword. He could still wield the phantom of the Nine-Blade Heaven sword in battle. His experience, his overwhelming killing intent. He was full of courage. Even without merging with the Nine-Blade Heaven sword, Mihora did not gain any advantage. Human, you are truly a madman. Mihora retreated hundreds of meters, thinking that as long as the Blade War General was not in a human sword fusion state, it could easily kill him. But now it realized that its previous thought was too naive. Every moment of high-intensity combat was exhausting the Blade War General as well. He stared intently at Mihora. Just moments ago, he had already made up his mind that either Mihora would die or he would. In his dictionary, there was no word for retreat. After Mihora retreated hundreds of meters, it thought the Blade War General would immediately charge over. Looking at the Blade War General's current state, a smug smile appeared on its face. Human, it seems you can't go on anymore. I thought you were really a madman. Mihora knew that as long as it held on a little longer, the Blade War General would be killed by it. But Mihora never expected that not far away, a young boy was watching him. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had spotted an extremely precious prey. This boy was, of course, Yang Chen. After killing the massive beast horde, Yang Chen walked into the underground cave. As he walked, he saw the Blade War General battling this strange beast. The reason he didn't come out immediately was that he wanted to wait until the Blade War General exhausted more of Mihora's strength. Only then could he ensure a kill. Although he believed his strength was currently superior to that of the Blade War General or Mihora, who could guarantee without trying. Yang Chen knew it was time to go out. Just as Mihora was preparing to launch a new round of attacks on the Blade War General, a voice appeared in their ears. It's over. Both the Blade War General and Mihora were startled, not expecting a voice to suddenly appear. They quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Yang Chen had already appeared before them. The Blade War General looked at Yang Chen, feeling that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. That's right, the government hall. The Blade War General remembered that he had seen Yang Chen in the government hall. At that time, he hadn't paid attention to how Yang Chen was able to enter the government hall for a meeting. Get away quickly, it's dangerous. The Blade War General shouted at Yang Chen after realizing the situation. He. Ah ha 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 ha. Mihora laughed wildly as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Yang Chen looked at Mihora in midair. The Blade War General listened to Yang Chen's words, stunned. He didn't expect that not only did Yang Chen have no intention of leaving, but he also spoke such words to Mihora. He noticed that Yang Chen's expression was very calm, as if he regarded Mihora as a lamb ready for slaughter. Mihora in midair was also somewhat stunned. It didn't expect that this boy on the ground could be so composed in the face of it. Foolish human, do you know I can kill you 1,000 times in the blink of an eye? Mihora sneered at Yang Chen. What it says is true. Get away, I'll hold it off. The Blade War General immediately spoke up. Yang Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. It seemed the Blade War General truly wanted to save his life. If the Blade War General wanted him to live, how could he not want the Blade War General to live? As well, he had been lurking in the shadows, not revealing himself, not only to let the Blade War General wear down Manhwa but also because he knew the Blade War General was not in any immediate danger. If there were any danger, he would have come out long ago. It's fine, Yang Chen gave the Blade War General a reassuring look. I'm here to kill it. The Blade War General was stunned. He never expected that at such a life and death moment, Yang Chen could still give him a reassuring look. How could he remain so calm? Just as the Blade War General was in shock, he felt the air currents in the space become chaotic. Looking at Yang Chen, he saw that Yang Chen's legs were entwined in a black whirlwind, surrounded by a black glow, and his figure had grown to several meters. At this sight, the Blade War General's pupils constricted, his face filled with shock. Shadow Sky Speed God. He had already realized that Yang Chen's current form was the God-level speed talent. Shadow Sky Speed God. But even if he had awakened the Shadow Sky Speed God, it would only shine in speed. Against a beast that was no weaker than himself, there was no chance of victory in terms of attack. The Blade War General knew that Yang Chen was now an arrow on the bowstring, ready to be released. "Human, do you want to fight me? Then I will grant you that," Manhwa coldly shouted, and with a flap of its golden wings, two massive golden whirlwinds swept towards Yang Chen. As the two golden whirlwinds approached, the entire area was engulfed in a fierce wind, howling and stirring up dust in the cave. A mere trick. Yang Chen looked at the two golden whirlwinds rushing towards him, sneering before the Shadow Sky Speed God began to take effect. With a surge in speed, Yang Chen did not pause at all. He activated the god-level speed combat technique, Demon Sky Shadow Step. Under the Demon Sky Shadow Step, countless demonic shadows erupted in the space, and thousands of demonic figures appeared in an instant. At this moment, there was no specific location for Yang Chen anymore. What the? The Blade War General looked at the demonic shadows, appearing from all directions, unable to contain his shout. He never expected such demonic shadows to appear. Manhwa was equally taken aback. Boom! The two golden whirlwinds missed their target and struck heavily against the cave, causing an intense tremor. Both the Blade War General and Manhwa quickly tried to locate Yang Chen's position. They were indeed strong, even in the form of Shadow Sky Speed God. Under the multitude of demonic shadows from the Demon Sky Shadow Step, they quickly pinpointed where Yang Chen was. But by then, it was too late. The thousands of demonic shadows in the space rapidly merged into a giant demon god. The demon god let out a terrifying roar as it charged towards Manhwa. Manhwa looked at the 100-meter-tall demon god rushing towards it, its face filled with terror. There was no way to dodge. At this distance, even with its speed, Manhwa could not evade the attack of the demon god. However, being a powerful beast, the fear on its face quickly transformed into determination. It summoned all its magical power to create a magical barrier, hoping to withstand the demon god's assault. But it had been in a prolonged, high-intensity battle with the Blade War General, and both its magical power and stamina had been severely depleted. Boom! The demon god struck heavily against Manhwa's magical barrier. A massive explosion erupted in Manhwa's area, with magical energy and demonic aura spilling out, making it hard to see what had happened to Manhwa. The next second, a golden figure landed on the ground. The golden figure was Manhwa. At this moment, it looked even more disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. No one had ever made it look this pathetic before, especially not a young human. How could Manhwa tolerate this? "Human, I will swallow you whole." Yang Chen laughed. He could tell from the aura that Manhwa was now incredibly weak, already at the end of its rope, yet still dared to speak such arrogant words in front of him. If it thought of swallowing him whole, then he would return the favor in kind. Whoosh! The speed of the Shadow Sky Speed God was simply too fast, leaving only Yang Chen's afterimage in place. Just as Yang Chen had thought, Manhwa was now incredibly weak and could no longer capture Yang Chen's position. Suddenly, Yang Chen appeared behind Manhwa. His arms rested on one of Manhwa's golden wings, the dense vitality clearly visible on his arms. By the time Manhwa reacted, it was already too late. With a powerful pull on the golden wing, in an instant, one of the golden wings was torn off by Yang Chen. Roar! Manhwa let out a heart-wrenching scream. The original golden wing immediately dimmed after being torn off by Yang Chen. What the hell? The Blade War General was left speechless. He never would have imagined that Yang Chen could achieve such a feat, forcibly tearing off one of Manhwa's golden wings. Was it really that brutal? "Human, Manhwa shouted, now terrified to the extreme, wanting to beg for mercy from Yang Chen. But how could Yang Chen let it live? The golden wings were the source of Manhwa's power, and now that it had lost one, its strength was even weaker. Before Manhwa could finish speaking, the Shadow Sky Speed got activated again, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen's arms were once more on its other golden wing. Rip! Yang Chen tore off Manhwa's other golden wing. Roar! Manhwa let out another heart-wrenching scream. It was now terrified to the extreme. Had it known Yang Chen was this monstrous, it would have fled immediately. The Blade War General watched the horrific scene before him. His throat moved as he swallowed several times. As a general of the Four Corners, he had defeated countless enemies, exuding a murderous aura, yet seeing the scene before him left him somewhat shaken. Yang Chen was too terrifying. What kind of young man could achieve this? Manhwa was filled with regret, knowing it had no chance of survival left. Swallow me alive? Yang Chen looked at Manhwa with an indifferent expression. What about now? As his words fell, his vitality-infused fist struck heavily against Manhwa's body. Manhwa's body was directly pierced by Yang Chen's fist. Ding! Slayed! A golden-winged insect, battle power plus 400,000. Looking at the increased battle power in his retina, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This golden-winged insect was undoubtedly a 6th tier fierce beast, likely a low-level 6th tier beast. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of magic power and stamina during the battle with the Blade War General, he would have needed to use other divine-level talents to slay this golden-winged insect. Yang Chen turned around and found the Blade War General still stunned in place. Little brother, may I ask who you are? Coming back to his senses, the Blade War General asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not hide his name. There was no need to. The Blade War General looked at Yang Chen, his heart naturally unsettled. For a long time, a young man who appeared to be under 20 had displayed such battle power. It was truly terrifying. The Blade War General knew very well that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Moreover, Yang Chen had awakened the divine-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. He knew about Shadow Sky Speed God, but the speed combat technique, Demon Sky Shadow Step, that Yang Chen had displayed, the Blade War General shook his head. Just now, thousands of demonic shadows had appeared, and those shadows had already shocked him. Even more surprising was that these shadows could merge together to form a great demon god. He had thought that as a junior general he had seen through the martial arts of Blue Star, but now it seemed he was still far from it. Suddenly, the Blade War General thought of something. He didn't know if the powerful being in the Black Mountain Cavern, the Devouring Flame God, had any relation to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, just now I saw a Devouring Flame God. Do you know that being? Not sure. Yang Chen shook his head. Some things should be said, while others should not. Seeing Yang Chen respond this way, the Blade War General did not press further. Yang Chen, this Black Mountain Cave is too terrifying. I advise you to leave. The Blade War General kindly reminded Yang Chen. He knew Yang Chen was formidable, but being able to kill Mahola was also due to the long battle they had fought. It's fine. Yang Chen smiled. After saying that, he was not planning to stay here any longer. Entering the Black Mountain Cave, besides wanting to explore the treasures in the area of the Earth Spirit Light, he also needed to kill fierce beasts to increase his combat power while dropping more talents. Seeing Yang Chen walk away, the Blade War General looked at his back without any intention of calling him back. The basic combat power of a junior Grandmaster is 3 million. After just exterminating that group of fierce beasts, Yang Chen broke through to a senior master whose basic combat power is 1 million. Killing Mihola added another 400,000 combat power, bringing his current total to 1.4 million. It seemed he was still some distance from 3 million, especially since there were realm restrictions between senior masters and junior grandmasters. But were there only these fierce beasts in the Black Mountain Cave? Yang Chen continued deeper into the cave. Along the way, there were some corpses. Who would have thought that such a massive overall strength entering the Black Mountain Cave would result in such a scene? Roar! A few minutes later, a group of fierce beasts came into his view. This group of fierce beasts was similar to the previous one. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He knew that after exterminating this group, he could gain a lot of combat power. Human, why can you still smile? The leader of the fierce beasts was a 4th tier advanced humanoid Thunder Magic Tiger. The Thunder Magic Tiger had a tiger's head and a human body, with lightning coiling around it, belonging to the Thunder attribute. In the eyes of this Thunder Magic Tiger, Yang Chen, facing so many fierce beasts, should be scared out of his wits. You'll find out soon enough. Yang Chen didn't want to waste time. After his words fell, he activated the God-level Thunder talent, Crimson Thunder Emperor. Crackle! Several giant, snake-like crimson bolts of lightning surged towards the cave ceiling. The lightning power intertwined, forming an ultimate display of thunderous might. Before the Thunder Magic Tiger and the other fierce beasts could react, a 100-meter-tall Crimson Thunder Emperor appeared. The Thunder Magic Tiger looked at the terrifying Crimson Thunder Emperor, feeling as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was a Thunder attribute fierce beast and could wield lightning power, but the gap between its lightning power and the Crimson Thunder Emperor before it was simply vast. As Yang Chen summoned the Crimson Thunder Emperor, a tremendous thunderclap echoed throughout the Black Mountain Cave. Almost the entire Black Mountain Cave heard it, countless masters and grandmasters. Even the 3 square war generals who had entered the Black Mountain Cave all turned their gazes toward one place when the thunder roared. The distant warriors could not see it, but those nearby felt as if they had been struck by 5 thunders. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. A Crimson Thunder Emperor had actually appeared before them. The Blade War General, the Suhu War General, the Taiyan War General. They were also stunned. Seeing the devouring flame god in the Black Mountain Cave had already shocked them immensely. Now, another Crimson Thunder Emperor appeared? After the Earth Spirit Light appeared in the Black Mountain Cave, it had indeed become terrifying. But in the presence of beings like the devouring flame god and the Crimson Thunder Emperor, wasn't it pitifully weak? They simply couldn't understand why such terrifying god-level elemental talent users kept appearing in the Black Mountain Cave. If I hadn't seen it, I would have thought it was the legendary Crimson Thunder Emperor. It is the Crimson Thunder Emperor. This is too terrifying. We were so naive, thinking we could come to the Earth Spirit Light to find treasures, but it turns out only such powerful beings are qualified to seek treasures here. Several masters stood frozen in place like carved stone statues. At the same time, in the depths of the cave, numerous masters and grandmasters were ready to carve a bloody path to escape. They knew that the horrors within the Black Mountain Cave had exceeded their imagination. Upon seeing the Red Thunder Emperor, the warriors' faces were filled with shock and fear. The sense of oppression from the Red Thunder Emperor was simply overwhelming. The Thunder Magic Tiger and the other ferocious beasts in front of Yang Chen were now terrified, wanting to flee for their lives. Escaping from the Red Thunder Emperor was incredibly difficult. Annihilation Thunder Pillar. To ensure a swift resolution, Yang Chen directly unleashed a god-level thunder technique. After the Annihilation Thunder Pillar was activated, thousands of thunder pillars began to emerge from the ground, each towering hundreds of meters high. The area where the thunder pillars appeared intertwined into a crimson sea of thunder, creating a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Boom! The Black Mountain Cave shook violently again as if it were experiencing a terrible earthquake. Within the coverage area of the Annihilation Thunder Pillar, the ferocious beasts couldn't even leave behind their corpses. Even the high-level Thunder Magic Tiger was reduced to ashes in an instant. Just before dying, the Thunder Magic Tiger finally understood why Yang Chen could smile. Ding! Slate Iron Tooth Pig, battle power plus 80. Ding! Slate Bloodtail Lizard, battle power plus 240. Ding! Slate Shadow Wolf, battle power plus 120. Ding! Slate Thunder Magic Tiger, battle power plus 10,000. The warriors not too far from the Red Thunder Emperor witnessed the Annihilation Thunder Pillar with their own eyes. They were filled with fear, shock, and extreme trepidation. Such thunder power meant death upon contact. When the Annihilation Thunder Pillar was unleashed, the entire Black Mountain Cave could feel the tremendous thunderous explosion. Battle General Ba Dao, Battle General Su Hu, Battle General Taiyan, they all saw the terrifying power of the Annihilation Thunder Pillar. They knew very well that even they, under the Annihilation Thunder Pillar, would definitely be severely injured if not killed. After gaining a significant boost in battle power, the form of the Red Thunder Emperor vanished, and Yang Chen secretly smiled. At this rate, even if there were realm restrictions between high-level masters and low-level grandmasters, he could easily break through. A few minutes later, Yang Chen spotted a small bottle in the distance. As he approached, he noticed a pool of blood not far from the bottle. He thought the bottle must have been dropped by a master or grandmaster. As for the owner of the bottle, the bloodstain already spoke volumes. Upon opening the bottle, a rich aroma of medicinal pills wafted out, making Yang Chen feel as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. It was a pill that increased vitality and restored energy. Yang Chen smiled to himself, thinking that the masters entering the Black Mountain Cave were indeed well prepared. Under absolute power, how could those ferocious beasts allow you to recover slowly? He swallowed a pill. The effect was just so. Yang Chen shook his head. He planned to put the small bottle in his pocket for future needs. Hand over what you have. A cold voice appeared in Yang Chen's ear. It was not surprising to hear a human voice in the Black Mountain Cave. After all, so many people had entered the cave together. What he didn't expect was that this voice was speaking to him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a high-level grandmaster. He had some impression of this high-level grandmaster. After the meeting in the government hall, he had come out to find several masters discussing him, with this high-level grandmaster leading the conversation. The high-level grandmaster was Master Tan Hai. Now, Master Tan Hai was far from the confident figure he had been upon arriving in Bai City. He was now disheveled, in a pitiful state, with bloodstains all over his body, clearly having sustained serious injuries. Yang Chen understood that Tan Hai wanted to use the medicinal pills in his hand to recover. Tan Hai glared at Yang Chen fiercely. Kid, didn't you hear me speaking? He had come to Bai City to seek treasures in the area of the Spirit of the Earth, hoping to become a renowned battle general. Later, the 3 rounds of the great sun hung high in the sky, which made him realize that the probability of finding treasures in the Black Mountain Cave had decreased significantly, but there would still be opportunities. As a high-level Grand Master, he led several other masters from Anjiang City into the Black Mountain Cave, and they began to charge recklessly, knowing that the area of the Earth Spirit Light would gather a large number of ferocious beasts, and there were also many powerful ferocious beasts. No matter how strong they were, there must be limits. After all, he was a high-level Grand Master. Could it be that there were ferocious beasts stronger than him in the wilderness outside Bai City? However, upon entering the cave, he realized the horror of the Black Mountain Cave. Tan Hai had temporarily escaped danger. He looked at Yang Chen with a cold smile. Kid, you may not know, but to save my life, I pushed those masters who followed me out. Do you think that just because the battle generals don't allow killing each other in the cave, everyone will comply? Tan Hai was seriously injured, and if he encountered anyone else, he would choose to evade. But now he faced Yang Chen, and he knew Yang Chen was not a powerful warrior. He could easily handle him. There were no other people around Yang Chen. Just now, the Red Thunder Emperor was indeed in this area, but he didn't believe that Yang Chen had any connection with such an existence. Yang Chen looked at Tan Hai in front of him. He had no deep hatred with Tan Hai. If Tan Hai spoke nicely and gave him a few pills, it wouldn't be impossible. But since Tan Hai opened his mouth with threats, that was unacceptable. What will you do if I don't give it to you? Yang Chen stared directly at Tan Hai, his eyes flashing with killing intent. It seems you didn't hear what I just said clearly. Stop wasting time, hand it over to me, and I might let you die a little more comfortably, Tan Hai said with a cold smile. No pills, no life. A glint of light surged in Yang Chen's pupils. You bring it. As the words fell, the form of the god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God, appeared. Tan Hai felt the disturbed airflow and saw the black hurricane swirling around Yang Chen's legs. Shadow Sky Speed God. Suddenly, Tanhai shouted out loud. He wanted to dodge, but with his severe injuries, he had barely any combat power left. How could he possibly evade the speed unleashed by Shadow Sky Speed God? Bang! By the time Tanhai finally reacted, his pupils were already filled with Yang Chen's fist infused with vitality. Until his death, Tanhai never expected that he would perish like this. He had thought Yang Chen was a bronze-level warrior, but it turned out he was a king. Ignorant. Looking at Tanhai lying on the ground, he shook his head with a smile. He didn't seek trouble, nor was he afraid of it. Not to mention Tanhai, even if it were the 6 Extremes Battle King, he wouldn't just sit back and wait. Even if he wasn't a match now, under the system's influence, he would soon become a more powerful warrior. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Of course, the terrifying system meant he didn't need to wait that long. After all, how many decades are there in life? On the other side of the cave, the Battle General Ba Dao, Battle General Su Hu, and Battle General Tien had successfully gathered. They knew that continuing to act alone would be more dangerous, and moving together would be much safer. If they hadn't misjudged the strength of the Black Mountain Cave from the beginning, they wouldn't have chosen to act alone since entering the cave. Shortly after the gathering of Battle General Ba Dao, Battle General Su Hu, and Battle General Tien, a large group of ferocious beasts blocked their way. In front of the 3 battle generals, these ferocious beasts were simply too weak. Soon, all the ferocious beasts blocking their path were killed. After the ferocious beasts were slain, the 3 battle generals continued toward the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Not long after, Yang Chen also killed some ferocious beasts, and he saw the 3 battle generals heading deeper. Now, among the masters and grand masters in the Black Mountain Cave, aside from those who had fallen within, most of the others had escaped from the Black Mountain Cave. The idea of entering the Black Mountain Cave to explore treasures in the Earth Spirit Light area was good, but the Black Mountain Cave was truly terrifying. They could only give up on that idea. Yang Chen watched the 3 battle generals walking deeper into the Black Mountain Cave, and he followed behind them. As they ventured further into the cave, the golden light inside grew increasingly intense. Yang Chen knew they were getting closer to the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Once they reached the source, they should discover what treasures awaited them. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of a ferocious beast echoed through the air. The Ba Dao Battle General, Su Hu Battle General, and Tien Battle General all halted in their tracks, their faces displaying expressions of vigilance. Humans, this is not a place for you. A cold sneer emerged. 3 golden-winged insects appeared. With the emergence of these 3 golden-winged insects, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts charged out from all directions, surrounding the 3 battle generals. The 3 battle generals were in the light, while Yang Chen remained in the shadows. He looked at the multitude of ferocious beasts, feeling exhilarated. He knew these beasts were enough to help him break through his realm limitations and advance to the Grand Master level. Cut the nonsense, the Ba Dao Battle General said coldly. After speaking, he activated his extraordinary level talent, the 9 Overlord Heavenly Blade. Su Hu Battle General and Tien Battle General also activated their talents. Their talents were also extraordinary level. Su Hu Battle General's talent was the Violent Hurricane. Tien Battle General's talent was the Diamond Rock Demon. After the 3 battle generals activated their extraordinary level talents, blades, hurricanes, and rocks appeared in the space. Humans, it seems you are determined to seek death. In that case, we shall fulfill your wish. One golden-winged insect looked at the 3 battle generals who had already activated their talents, and it was about to give an order. However, before it could finish speaking, a chilling power, as if falling into an ice cave, stopped it mid-sentence. The other 2 golden-winged insects and the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts also sensed this terrifying icy power. The Ba Dao Battle General, Su Hu Battle General, and Tien Battle General felt it too, and they immediately looked in one direction. It was a shock to see what lay before them. 1,000 meters away, an extreme ice underworld god appeared. Hiss! The 3 battle generals couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had already seen the sky-swallowing flame god and the Crimson Thunder Emperor in the cave. Now, another extreme ice underworld god had appeared? It felt too unreal. 3 god-level elemental talents had all manifested in the Black Mountain Cave. If it were the strongest cave on Blue Star, it would be understandable, but what was the Black Mountain Cave? This was the wilderness of Bai City. Especially the Ba Dao Battle General, who also saw the god-level speed talent, the Shadow Sky Speed God. The 3 golden-winged insects looked warily at the extreme ice underworld god 1,000 meters away, sensing an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from it. Underworld God Ice Prison. During the moment the ferocious beasts were stunned, Yang Chen unleashed his god-level ice combat technique. Once the Underworld God Ice Prison was activated, the ground and space began to rapidly freeze. A massive icy light circle appeared at the location of the 3 golden-winged insects and the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Within the icy light circle was the true Underworld God Ice Prison. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were instantly frozen. The process was so swift that not a single beast could react. Even the 3 golden-winged insects were frozen. Crack! Instantly, the tens of thousands of frozen ferocious beasts shattered into icy fragments, disappearing forever from this world. The 3 golden-winged insects, however, remained frozen. Yang Chen knew this was normal. The golden-winged insects were incredibly powerful, each one on par with a junior battle general. It was unrealistic to expect to eliminate the 3 golden-winged insects with the underworld god ice prison in an instant. He was only a high-level master. If he were a bit stronger, what could these 3 golden-winged insects do? The Ba Dao Battle General, Suhu Battle General, and Taiyan Battle General were stunned, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if struck by lightning. They knew the extreme ice underworld god was powerful. But what kind of ice combat technique was this? Its proficiency was undoubtedly perfect. Otherwise, they too would have been frozen. The 3 golden-winged insects had been frozen, and they did not believe that their own strength was necessarily greater than that of these 3 golden-winged insects. They knew that this was the true meaning of a strong being. To say they were truly powerful, as battle generals, they were merely beginners. Attack! Suddenly, the battle general Ba Dao shouted. The 3 frozen golden-winged insects had already shown signs of breaking free from the ice. Hearing Ba Dao's words, Battle General Su Hu and Battle General Taiyan prepared to strike and kill the 3 golden-winged insects that were encased in ice. Abruptly, another voice appeared. No need, just leave them to me. The voice came from the extreme ice underworld god. While they were momentarily stunned, a powerful force of cold ice swept toward the 3 frozen golden-winged insects. As the icy power surged, the 3 golden-winged insects finally broke free from their icy prison. The underworld god's ice prison made them experience what true terror was. They knew they were no match for the extreme ice underworld god, and all they wanted now was to survive. However, just as they had broken free from the ice, the powerful icy force struck them again. Moreover, the gigantic extreme ice underworld god, towering at 100 meters, had already approached them. The 3 golden-winged insects could only muster all their magical power to resist the oncoming icy force. They had already exhausted tremendous effort to break free from the ice. The terrifying icy power struck before and behind the 3 golden-winged insects, and they used immense strength to withstand the powerful icy force. But this caused their combat power to drop another level. The 3 golden-winged insects gasped for breath, their faces pale with fear. They were terrified to the extreme. Why did they have to encounter such a terrifying strong being? What they never expected was that just as they managed to withstand the icy force, Yang Chen raised the underworld god's fist and swung it toward them. The pupils of the 3 golden-winged insects dilated in shock. They were horrified, a chill running from their legs straight to the top of their heads. They could no longer withstand such a colossal icy fist. Boom! The icy giant fist struck the position of the 3 golden-winged insects, followed by a deafening explosion, and the data indicating an increase in combat power appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Ding! Slaying golden-winged insect, combat power plus 400,000. Ding! Slaying golden-winged insect, combat power plus 400,000. Ding! Slaying golden-winged insect, combat power plus 400,000. After slaying these 3 golden-winged insects, Yang Chen could clearly feel the vital energy within him undergoing a sudden transformation. He knew this was a sign of breaking through the boundary limit. He was about to break through to the Grand Master level. A tremendous force coursed through his body, and all his limbs, bones, and organs felt this powerful energy. In just a few seconds, the immense power within him was diluted. He knew he had now reached the initial Grand Master level. The data from the tens of thousands of fierce beasts that had been killed by the underworld god's ice prison had dropped too much for him to check immediately. He would look later to see if any talents had dropped. Before entering the Black Mountain Cavern, he had no idea if he was a match for the battle generals. From all directions, after killing the golden-winged insect that was fighting Ba Dao, Yang Chen realized that he could indeed kill them using his god-level elemental talent. The golden-winged insects were comparable in strength to initial battle generals, but that might not be the case with intermediate battle generals. Fortunately, he had now broken through to the initial Grand Master level. He was unsure about advanced battle generals, but he believed he was no longer afraid of intermediate battle generals. After breaking through to the initial Grand Master level, he felt full of vital energy, and using god-level combat skills multiple times would not affect him at all. Battle General Ba Dao, Battle General Su Hu, and Battle General Taiyan were utterly astonished. Had the 3 golden-winged insects really just disappeared? Coming back to their senses, they immediately looked at Yang Chen with respect. Yang Chen was still in the state of the extreme ice underworld god, a powerful existence. They bowed to Yang Chen. Whether in the Great Xia or on Blue Star, strong beings were respected by countless people. There is a saying that goes well, with great power comes great responsibility. A powerful warrior has the duty to protect the nation from danger. The ruler of the Great Xia, Xia Jiuyo, once carried a coffin into the underground cave, all to quell the chaos of the cave and prevent the ferocious beasts from pouring out and sweeping across the Great Xia. Be careful. Yang Chen did not say much to the 3 battle generals. After saying this, he left the place. After arriving at a certain location, the form of the extreme ice underworld god had already disappeared. He was preparing to check if the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts he had just killed using the underworld god ice prison had dropped any talents. Before this, he had already wiped out several waves of large groups of ferocious beasts, but none had dropped any talents, which left him somewhat disappointed. After checking, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Among the dropped data, there was clearly low-level knife technique talent, knife technique enhancement, low-level sword system talent, sword path enhancement. 2 major talents dropped at once, and both were weapon talents. Yang Chen was overjoyed. The debate over whether the knife or the sword is superior has persisted since ancient times, and there has never been a clear answer. He never expected that not only would there be no drops, but when they did drop, it would be 2 major weapon talents. Treasures no longer mattered. Weren't these more enticing than treasures? Ding! Would you like to convert knife technique enhancement? After pressing the conversion button, the system's voice appeared. Convert. Ding! Knife technique enhancement successfully converted to god-level knife technique talent. Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign. After activation, a phantom of the knife transformation Heavenly Sovereign condensed behind him, with blade light soaring, terrifying to the extreme. Ding! Would you like to fuse the god-level knife technique talent, Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign? Fuse. After the fusion of Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign was successful, the system's voice appeared once again. Ding! Self-comprehension of god level. Knife technique battle skill, Angry Blade Heavenly Slash. The golden text derived from Angry Blade Heavenly Slash entered Yang Chen's mind, instantly raising the proficiency of Angry Blade Heavenly Slash to perfection. Ding! Would you like to convert sword path enhancement? Convert. Ding! Sword path enhancement has been converted to god-level sword path talent, Devouring Heaven Sword God. Ding! Devouring Heaven Sword God fusion successful. Ding! Self-comprehension of god-level sword system talent, Devouring Heaven Frenzied Sword Array. Similarly, the proficiency of Devouring Heaven Frenzied Sword Array also instantly rose to perfection. Having obtained 2 god-level talents at once, Yang Chen's mood soared. Next, he headed towards the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Time passed quickly, and several hours went by in an instant. During these few hours, Yang Chen did not encounter too many ferocious beasts. He wondered if the ferocious beasts were holding off the 3 battle generals or if the beasts inside the Black Mountain Cave had already been cleared out. Yang Chen had now reached the deepest part of the Black Mountain Cave, which was enveloped in a strong golden light. He could already see the source of the Earth Spirit Light. A shocking golden light shot straight up to the sky from the ground several thousand meters away. He did not see any so-called treasures. He didn't know if there were no treasures. Yang Chen knew that this time entering the Black Mountain Cave, he had already gained enough. It would be nice to have treasures, but he could completely accept it if there were none. Just as he was about to step forward to check the source of the Earth Spirit Light, he suddenly stopped. He knew that if the ferocious beasts were illuminated by the Earth Spirit Light, they could undergo a transformation. The source of the Earth Spirit Light was right ahead. It was unreasonable for there to be no ferocious beasts. He halted his steps and could already sense the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. At this moment, he was the only one in this place. The 3 battle generals were being blocked by several golden-winged insects, and a fierce battle had erupted between them. Human, you actually managed to reach the source of the Earth Spirit Light, which I did not expect. A voice of a ferocious beast emerged. Yang Chen looked over. A humanoid ferocious beast appeared. It was also a golden-winged insect, but behind it were 4 golden wings. Could it be that it had evolved because it was illuminated by the source of the Earth Spirit Light? Don't say that. This human should have some strength. Humans aren't as weak as we think. As he spoke, another 4-winged golden-winged insect appeared. 2 4-winged golden-winged insects stood before Yang Chen, coldly sneering at him, their expressions already pronouncing his death sentence. Roar! In addition, many low-level ferocious beasts emerged, eyeing Yang Chen with predatory intent. Human, one of the 4-winged golden-winged insects, looked at Yang Chen. So how do you plan to end your life? Listening to the words of this 4-winged golden-winged insect, Yang Chen thought to himself that these 2 insects must believe he was no match for them. But how could they know his true strength? I think that statement should be directed at yourselves, Yang Chen replied to the speaking 4-winged golden-winged insect. The 4-winged golden-winged insect sneered at his words. Human, I wanted to let you choose your own way to die, but if you refuse, then I'll have you torn to pieces. Roar! The 4-winged golden-winged insect issued a command with a roar, and numerous ferocious beasts from the depths of the Black Mountain Cave lunged at Yang Chen. Looking at the swarm of beasts charging at him, Yang Chen thought about how he had just acquired the Rageblade Deity and the Sky-Devouring Sword God. There was no reason not to use them. Rageblade Deity. As the beasts charged, Yang Chen activated his god-level blade technique, Rageblade Deity. After using Rageblade Deity, a massive blade-shaped deity materialized behind Yang Chen. The blade took on a humanoid form, reaching perfection. The 100-meter-tall phantom displayed its blade light, sharp and glaring. The ferocious beasts rushing towards Yang Chen were filled with dread, sensing the endless killing intent in the air. The area was filled with silvery blade light continuously slicing through the space. Even the two four-winged golden-winged insects had expressions of horror in their eyes, clearly wary of the Rage Blade deity. Rage Blade Slash. Yang Chen didn't want to waste too much time on these beasts. He directly unleashed the god-level blade technique, Rage Blade Slash. After using Rage Blade Slash, the massive blade-shaped phantom behind Yang Chen instantly transformed into a gigantic silver blade. This silver blade looked incredibly sharp. Even when lying still, it emanated an endless sense of fear. Whoosh! The handle of the silver blade was small enough for Yang Chen to grip, but the blade itself was 100 meters long. Yang Chen raised the giant blade high and swung it down fiercely. In an instant, the might of the Rage Blade deity combined with the fury of the giant blade wove into a massive, terrifying blade light like a primordial dragon. The blade light swept across the entire area, slicing the beasts that charged at Yang Chen into pieces, tearing a huge gash in the space with fierce winds rushing in. Ding! Killed a centipede red bug, battle power plus 2,500. Ding! Killed a bloodtail lizard, battle power plus 240. Ding! Killed a shadow wolf, battle power plus 120. The massive, violent blade light engulfed the entire area, making it hard to see the battle within. But the continuous drops in battle power spoke volumes. Yang Chen let out a cold laugh. Next, there was the sky-devouring sword god. He didn't care whether all the ferocious beasts had been killed or what had happened to the two four-winged golden-winged insects. He simply wanted to test the power of the sky-devouring sword god. Sky-devouring sword god. Then, Yang Chen activated his god-level sword talent, Sky-devouring sword god. A giant battle sword appeared behind Yang Chen, its blade entirely black, as cold as an ice cave, with the sword's edge continuously spreading outward, truly terrifying. Sky-devouring frenzied sword formation. A god-level sword technique, Sky-devouring frenzied sword formation. The 100-meter giant sword instantly transformed into numerous shadowy giant swords, enveloping the area where the ferocious beasts were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the area covered by the giant swords, countless long swords emerged from the giant swords, frantically darting around. The entire scene was beyond description. It could be said that no living creature within could survive. Sword light and cold glimmers surged continuously. Yang Chen stood outside the arena, a smile playing on his face. To him, the power of the Rage Blade Heavenly Sovereign and the bloodthirsty sword god were about the same. Inside the area, after Yang Chen unleashed the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash, the two four-winged golden-winged insects were already terrified to the core. They initially thought that Yang Chen was dead the moment he encountered them. They never expected that Yang Chen could unleash such a terrifying blade light. They could only muster all their strength to withstand the unparalleled strike of the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash. Aside from them, the other ferocious beasts were slaughtered in an instant. After withstanding the attack of the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash, the two four-winged golden-winged insects were severely injured. They were no longer as calm as they had been earlier, nor did they possess that commanding presence. Now, they were like stray dogs, utterly disheveled. Run! The two four-winged golden-winged insects knew they were no match for Yang Chen. After withstanding the attack of the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash, they prepared to flee. Their appearance in the Black Mountain Cavern was solely to illuminate the source of the Earth Spirit's light. Their goal had been achieved, and now survival was the most important thing. Little did these two four-winged golden-winged insects expect that as they prepared to escape, they were surrounded by giant swords, followed by countless shadowy long swords launching attacks against them. Withstanding the attack of the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash had already left them injured, and now facing the onslaught of the sky-slaying sword formation, they were utterly powerless to resist. Despair and unwillingness filled the hearts of these two four-winged golden-winged insects. How wonderful it would have been if they had known how powerful Yang Chen was. If they had known, they would have fled without hesitation upon sensing Yang Chen's presence. Now, it was all too late. Death was their only fate. Ding! Slain four-winged golden-winged insect, battle power plus 800,000. Ding! Slain four-winged golden-winged insect, battle power plus 800,000. After the data indicating increased battle power appeared, Yang Chen knew that he had killed the two four-winged golden-winged insects. Next, it was time to check the source of the Earth Spirit's light. Time returned to the scene with the Blade Sovereign, the Silent Tiger Sovereign, and the Iron Rock Sovereign. They had already slain the golden-winged insects they were battling and were heading towards the source of the Earth Spirit's light. Just as they were getting closer to the source, they suddenly stopped. The sight before them left them horrified and utterly shocked. What did they see? The Rage Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Yes, they had indeed seen the Rage Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Since entering the Black Mountain Cavern, they had already dropped their jaws in astonishment. The Devouring Flame God, the Crimson Thunder Emperor, the Extreme Ice Nether God, the Rage Blade Heavenly Sovereign, plus the Shadow Sky Speed God that the Blade Sovereign had seen. Now, no words could describe the shock in their hearts. They had thought that the appearance of the Earth Spirit's light in the wilderness outside Bai City was a dimensional strike. It was only upon entering the Black Mountain Cavern that they realized The Earth Spirit's Light was a contest among god-level talent powerhouses. The three sovereigns immediately witnessed the might of the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash. The power of this strike left the three sovereigns frozen in place, their expressions instantly solidified. The Blade Sovereign also had a talent for blade techniques, but he knew that his talent was nothing in front of the Rage Blade Heavenly Sovereign. And the Rage Blade Heavenly Slash, its power was simply too terrifying. What on earth is in this Earth Spirit's Light that so many god-level talent powerhouses have appeared? I don't know, but I feel like I will never forget this trip to the Black Mountain Cavern for the rest of my life. Why don't we just stay here and observe? Let's not move forward any further, the three sovereigns said in astonishment. Just when the three sovereigns thought they had seen enough shock, even exhausting their lifetime's worth of astonishment, suddenly, the sky-slaying sword god appeared. Damn! What the hell? The Blade Sovereign, the Silent Tiger Sovereign, and the Iron Rock Sovereign couldn't help but curse. Another god-level talent, the Angry Blade Celestial, appeared, followed by the Sword God of Devouring Heaven. How many god-level talents are there in the Black Mountain Cavern? After the Sword God of Devouring Heaven appeared, the Blade War General, the Tiger War General, and the Iron Rock War General stood frozen in place, their expressions blank. Soon after, the emergence of the Devouring Heaven Mad Sword formation snapped them back to reality. After exchanging glances, they decided to linger for a while, observing before deciding whether to go to the source of the Earth Spirit Light. At this moment, Yang Chen had already arrived at the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Beside the source, there were several golden spirit crystals, each no larger than a thumb, yet containing immense energy. This is. Yang Chen felt a sense of familiarity with these golden spirit crystals, as if he had seen them somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he recalled seeing these golden spirit crystals in the martial arts news 2 years ago. Earth Spirit Crystals. The vast energy within the Earth Spirit Crystals could be absorbed. Yang Chen picked up the few Earth Spirit Crystals from the ground and prepared to put them in his pocket. He looked at the source of the Earth Spirit Light. From the source, the so-called Earth Spirit Light seemed like a natural phenomenon. He didn't see any treasures. If those few Earth Spirit Crystals counted as treasures, then he might as well not have said anything. After searching around the source of the Earth Spirit Light and confirming that there were indeed no other treasures, Yang Chen prepared to leave. He thought that the Earth Spirit Light seemed more suited for fierce beasts. Not long after he left, the three war generals approached him. After observing for a while, the Blade War General, the Tiger War General, and the Iron Rock War General ultimately decided to check out the source. After enduring countless hardships to get here, there was no reason not to take a look. They were stunned when they saw Yang Chen. The Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General were unaware that Yang Chen possessed the god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. However, the Blade War General was astonished as he looked at Yang Chen. You, he remembered clearly. During the countless rounds of battle with Mihora, when he felt a hint of weakness, Yang Chen had appeared. With the terrifying speed of the Shadow Sky Speed God, Yang Chen had forcefully torn off Mihora's pair of golden wings. That scene was still vivid in his mind. Besides that, how could they have imagined that Yang Chen was the Devouring Flame God, the Crimson Thunder Emperor? Even the Extreme Ice Underworld God that appeared when they faced the Golden Winged Insect? Yang Chen did not speak to the three war generals. He only wanted to leave the Black Mountain Cavern quickly and then absorb the energy from the Earth Spirit Crystals. Seeing that Yang Chen had no intention of engaging with them, the three war generals could only watch his retreating figure. Is it possible that he is one of the strong ones? After a long while, the Blade War General said in a daze. The Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General were stunned. They did not expect the Blade War General to say such a thing. Impossible, he is so young. My impression of him is just having seen him once in the White River City government. I also think it's impossible. If it were true, that would be something. The Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General shook their heads in unison, disagreeing with the Blade War General's words. But I saw him activate the god-level speed talent, the Shadow Sky Speed God, the Blade War General insisted. Shadow Sky Speed God? The most terrifying speed talent in Blue Star, but those existences are all elemental god-level talents, as well as weapon type. God-level talents, yes, it shouldn't be him. Although the Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General were shocked by the Blade War General's words, they still did not believe that Yang Chen was one of those powerful existences. While it is possible to possess two types of talents, having two god-level talents at the same time had never occurred in the history of Blue Star. Seeing that the Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General said this, the Blade War General did not continue to argue. His thoughts were different from those of the Tiger War General and the Iron Rock War General. If he had been uncertain before, he was now convinced that Yang Chen was indeed one of those powerful existences. Otherwise, how could Yang Chen possibly arrive at the source of the Earth Spirit Light? Let's go, the Earth Spirit Light is getting weaker, said General Suhu. With that, they headed towards the source of the Earth Spirit Light. Outside the cave, apart from Wang Tong, the Lord of Bai City, the other masters and grandmasters who had emerged from the cave had already left. For those masters and grandmasters, this expedition to Bai City was undoubtedly a painful experience. The only reason Wang Tong hadn't left was that the three generals had not yet come out of the cave. As the lord of Bai City, how could he leave first? As for Yang Chen, Wang Tong didn't know if Yang Chen had perished inside the cave, but if possible, he naturally hoped that Yang Chen was still alive. The Earth Spirit light has weakened. Seeing the Earth Spirit light rising from the Black Mountain cave becoming much fainter, a look of joy appeared on Wang Tong's face. If the Earth Spirit light was weakening, it meant that it was about to disappear. Not only Wang Tong noticed this, but the residents of Bai City also realized that the golden pillar of light in the wilderness was fading. The sky, once shrouded in golden light, had now become dim and lifeless. The strong are truly amazing. It seems our crisis in Bai City has been resolved. Yeah, I was scared to death at first, but I need to work hard on my cultivation to become one of the 4 generals in the future. Not for anything else, just for the awesome entrance of the 4 generals. You wish? With your skills, you think you can become one of the 4 generals? That's hilarious. Who says I can't? I see you being at most a junior elite warrior in your lifetime. The million residents of Bai City were excited and thrilled upon learning that the Earth Spirit light was about to disappear. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer also knew that the Earth Spirit light was about to vanish, but their focus was not on that. They were worried about whether Yang Chen was okay. At the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave, while Lord Wang Tong was waiting outside, a familiar voice appeared in his sight. The figure was none other than Yang Chen, brother Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen emerge from the Black Mountain Cave, Wang Tong was overjoyed and quickly walked over. Lord Yang Chen greeted the Lord as well. He was also in a very good mood, having gained a god-level sword and knife talent in the Black Mountain Cave, along with finding several Earth Spirit crystals. His luck was simply off the charts. Brother Yang Chen, seeing you come out of the Black Mountain Cave puts me at ease. It was terrifying in there. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out, Wang Tong said, still feeling a bit shaken. But now I'm out, and as long as I'm fine, that's what matters. By the way, brother Yang Chen, did you see the 3 generals inside the cave? I did. They're fine and should be coming out soon. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong let out a long sigh of relief. Yang Chen didn't linger at the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave. He returned to Bai City. At Jiangming Community, when he got back, the Earth Spirit light had almost completely vanished. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer, who had been worried about Yang Chen, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return, their faces filled with smiles. Brother, it's so good to see you back. Yang Shuer pulled Yang Chen to sit on the sofa, serving him tea and water. Xiaofeng, how did it go? Yang Yonghua asked Yang Chen. It's almost over, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Hearing Yang Chen's response, Yang Yonghua felt reassured. After the family had a warm dinner together, Yang Chen recounted many events that had occurred in the Black Mountain Cave. The next day, Lord Wang Tong also returned to Bai City. From the wilderness, he waited at the entrance of the Black Mountain Cave for the 3 generals, intending to invite them to Bai City, but they declined. After refusing, the 3 generals transformed into a great sun and headed towards Ningzhou City. After Wang Tong returned to Bai City, he promptly announced that the crisis in Bai City had been resolved. Life in Bai City returned to tranquility. 2 days later, Yang Chen arrived at the Tenglong Martial Arts School, where he found the headmaster, Lei Qianshan. Yang Chen, what brings you here? Lei Qianshan looked at Yang Chen, now cautious not to act recklessly in front of him, as Yang Chen was a master. Little did he know that Yang Chen was no longer just a master, but a grand master. I want to seclude myself here at Tenglong Martial Arts School for a few days, Yang Chen said. Lei Qianshan understood and led Yang Chen to a very quiet place. Yang Chen, how do you find this place? It's fine. Then I'll take my leave. All right. After Yang Chen nodded, Lei Qianshan left. Once Lei Qianshan was gone, Yang Chen took out the Earth Spirit crystal he had obtained from the Black Mountain Cavern. Looking at the crystal in his hand, which emitted a golden glow, Yang Chen smiled, thinking how peculiar it was that such a small object contained immense energy. Without further thought, he began to absorb the vast energy from the Earth Spirit crystal. As the energy within the crystal was drawn by Yang Chen, it continuously flowed into his body. Yang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Several Earth Spirit crystals had been completely absorbed. Yang Chen could clearly feel the increase in his combat power. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Yang Chen. Combat power, 9.8 million. Realm, Advanced Grand Master. Talent, Devouring Heaven Flame God, Crimson Thunder Emperor. Extreme Ice Nether God, Shadow Heaven Speed God, Angry Blade Heaven Sovereign, Devouring Heaven Sword God. Martial Skills, Devouring Heaven. Flame Dragon Explosion, Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Nether God Ice Prison, Demon Heaven Shadow Step, Angry Blade Heaven Slash, Devouring Heaven Frenzied Sword Array. 9.8 million combat power? Looking at his attribute panel, Yang Chen was somewhat stunned. He knew that several Earth Spirit crystals contain tremendous energy, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. After absorbing several Earth Spirit crystals, his combat power actually reached 9.8 million? Yang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly calmed down. Back in the Black Mountain Cavern, he had first broken through to the initial level of Grand Master. Later, in the deepest part of the cavern, he encountered 2 4-winged golden-winged insects and numerous ferocious beasts. The base combat power of an intermediate Grand Master is 5 million. After defeating the 2 4-winged golden-winged insects and other ferocious beasts, he had already broken through to the intermediate Grand Master level. The base combat power of an advanced Grand Master is 7 million. Calculating, the several Earth Spirit crystals had only increased his combat power by a little over 4 million, which, upon reflection, wasn't too bad. Speaking of the increase in combat power, it was more about the speed at which he absorbed the Earth Spirit crystals. He knew that if other martial artists were to absorb them, they certainly wouldn't be as fast as he was. 10 million combat power is the base combat power of a junior battle general. However, Yang Chen knew that breaking through from Advanced Grand Master to 4 Directions Battle General was not so easy. The realm limitation between Advanced Grand Master and 4 Directions Battle General was quite formidable. He didn't linger there but walked out towards the Tinglong Martial Arts School. As soon as he reached the square inside the martial arts school, he saw Headmaster Lei Qianshan and the senior members of Tinglong Martial Arts School. They were receiving an intermediate master. This master, Yang Chen had seen him in the government hall, presumably having survived the Black Mountain Cavern and not yet left Bai City. Lei Qianshan, how many years has it been? Why is your Tinglong Martial Arts School still like this? The intermediate master appeared to be in his 50s, with a strong sense of superiority on his face. There's nothing we can do, Master Lin. Bai City is just like this. That's true. After all, Bai City is too small. It's impressive that your Tinglong Martial Arts School has become the #1 martial arts school in Bai City. Master Lin, regarding the business we discussed earlier. Lei Qianshan looked at Master Lin, not finishing his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. The price isn't great. We need to negotiate further. This is already the highest price we can offer, really. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it. Our Xialong Martial Arts School in Jinhe City is doing business with you, and this is a favor to you. You have no idea how many martial arts schools are scrambling to get our blood spirit pills. Master Lin's tone was very assertive, and his response left Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups speechless. Yang Chen naturally heard the conversation between Lei Qianshan and Master Lin. He knew that Jinhe City was significantly larger than Bai City. From just a few words, he understood everything. The blood spirit pills could restore the lost essence in blood, making them very suitable for the students of martial arts schools. Bai City had no alchemists and could only purchase them from other cities. Yang Chen. After a moment of surprise, Lei Qianshan walked up to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you're out. Lei Qianshan smiled at Yang Chen. I thought you would need a few more days. Master Lin looked at Lei Qianshan's demeanor and was extremely displeased. When he escaped from the Black Mountain Cavern, he felt no sense of superiority because the Black Mountain Cavern was truly terrifying. However, he secretly resolved to regain his lost sense of superiority from the Tinglong Martial Arts School, and the current situation clearly did not meet his expectations. Lei Qianshan, what are you doing? Have you forgotten we are discussing business? Master Lin glared at Lei Qianshan. Lei Qianshan was startled. Yes, what was he doing? They were discussing business. He had only approached Yang Chen out of impulse upon seeing him. Lei Qianshan cursed inwardly. He knew that Master Lin was a very petty person and would definitely make a big deal out of this in their business dealings. Master Lin, I'm sorry, there's nothing to be sorry about. I saw everything. Master Lin interrupted Lei Qianshan with a cold laugh. Hearing Master Lin's words, Lei Qianshan felt a surge of anger. From the moment he entered the Tinglong Martial Arts School until now, he had already lowered his stance enough. If it weren't for his respect for the master, he would have told Lin Wu to get lost long ago. Go show off in Jinhe City. This is Bai City. But Lei Qianshan knew he had to endure for the future development of the martial arts school. They really needed this batch of blood spirit pills. Other cities had run out of blood spirit pills, and there was no choice but to buy them in Jinhe City. Lei Qianshan, it seems this young man has a powerful background. You chose him over me. Master Lin sneered continuously. If it were a big city, Master Lin wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. He knew that in a big city, Yang Chen could very well be a scion of a prominent family. But Bai City was different. How powerful could Yang Chen's background really be? Who told you? I have a powerful background. Yang Chen looked at Master Lin calmly. Master Lin was taken aback. He never expected Yang Chen would dare to speak to him in such a tone. Could it be this person really has a powerful background? He knew that at Yang Chen's age, he certainly wouldn't become a powerful warrior. Yet he dared to speak to him like this. Master Lin looked at Yang Chen's face and suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, he confirmed it. Yes, he had seen him in the executive government of Bai City. With that said, he probably didn't have too significant a background. Considering various possibilities, Master Lin felt there was no need to fear Yang Chen. After all, he was still a mid-level master. For ordinary people or common warriors, the saying "a master cannot be insulted" still held true. If you don't have a powerful background, how could Lei Qianshan possibly speak to you like this? Master Lin sneered coldly. He knew that although Lei Qianshan was just a high-level warrior, he was also the head of the largest martial arts school in Bai City. Yang Chen listened to Master Lin's words. He originally didn't want to speak. When discussing business, it was normal for Lei Qianshan to come to his side, and it was understandable for Master Lin to be displeased. If Master Lin insisted on being sarcastic in front of him, then he wouldn't indulge him. Initially, he wanted to keep a low profile because he had just obtained the system, and it was best to stay low-key. Now he was already the strongest in Bai City. The world he was in was not one filled with murderous intent, and there were no enemies. On Blue Star, if someone wanted to act strange in front of him, that would be unfortunate for them. How about this? From what I just heard, you don't have a strong background, Lin Wu said. Noticing that Yang Chen did not respond immediately, he continued to look at Yang Chen and said, since you have no background, then Lei Qianshan must be speaking to you like this because of strength. Why don't you tell me about your strength? Lin Wu did not want to stoop to Yang Chen's level. After all, he was a mid-level master, and not everyone had the right to speak with him. He was just displeased with Yang Chen's calm demeanor, as if Yang Chen were the mid-level master and he were just an ordinary martial artist. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the Tinglong Martial Arts School exchanged glances. They wanted to say something, but didn't know how. They all knew that Yang Chen was also a master. If you want to see my strength, you're not worthy. Yang Chen shook his head. This was not arrogance. He was now a high-level grandmaster, while Lin Wu was merely a mid-level master. From the perspective of martial arts realms, Lin Wu truly was not qualified to see his strength. What did you say? Lin Wu stared fiercely at Yang Chen, his face turning ashen. Very good, very good. Lin Wu repeated very good twice, indicating that he was now extremely angry. Lei Qianshan, I kindly stayed to discuss business with your Tinglong Martial Arts School, but I didn't expect there to be such a madman in your school. It seems this business cannot be done. Lin Wu coldly shouted at Lei Qianshan. Hearing this, Yang Chen secretly smiled. Was he really angry? He then shook his head, thinking it was better to let it go. After all, he was now a high-ranking member of the Tinglong Martial Arts School, and there was no need to jeopardize their business. Since you want to see my strength so much, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Lin Wu looked at Yang Chen. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the martial arts school also turned to Yang Chen. They all wanted to know what kind of bet Yang Chen wanted to make with Lin Wu. If the strength I display shocks you, then you will give me the lowest price. Don't even mention the lowest price. What if you just give that batch of blood spirit pills to the Tinglong Martial Arts School? Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, Lin Wu impatiently interrupted him. After hearing Lin Wu's words, he secretly smiled. Was there such a benefit? But what if the strength you display fails to shock me? Then you can do whatever you want with me, Yang Chen said. It's a deal. Lin Wu coldly nodded with a sneer. He now regarded Yang Chen as a fool. He was a mid-level master. Even if Yang Chen were a super genius, could he really display strength that would shock him at this age? Lin Wu thought that even if Yang Chen were a great martial artist, he wouldn't be shocked. Moreover, he had never even heard of a great martial artist at this age. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups were also astonished. Although they knew Yang Chen was a master, what if Lin Wu pretended to be calm and wasn't shocked? Wouldn't that mean he lost? They knew Yang Chen's actions were for the benefit of the Tinglong Martial Arts School and could only cheer for him in their hearts. Yang Chen, these are the two types of strength detection machines from our Tinglong Martial Arts School. One is for explosive strength detection, and the other is for sustained strength detection. Which one do you want to use? Two different strength detection machines had appeared in front of Yang Chen, and Lei Qianshan was introducing them. The explosive strength detection machine, as the name suggests, gathers all the power into the fist and strikes the machine to detect the final explosive strength. The sustained strength detection machine involves striking the machine repeatedly, testing the sustained strength from low to high. Yang Chen thought that no matter which one he chose, the strength he displayed would astonish Lin Wu. Since he wanted to shock Lin Wu, the sustained strength detection machine would be more interesting. It would allow Lin Wu to experience the feeling of going from a high peak to a low valley. I'll go with that one, Yang Chen said to Lei Qianshan. After choosing the strength detection machine, Yang Chen's gaze turned to the sustained strength detection machine in front of him. He was about to throw a punch. At this moment, his gaze was as fierce as a tyrannosaurus and his entire aura became sharp. Lin Wu looked at Yang Chen with disdain, having considered all possible outcomes. Even if Yang Chen could unleash the combat power of a great martial artist, he wouldn't be shocked. What chance did Yang Chen have in this gamble? Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Just As Yang Chen was about to punch the combat power testing machine in front of him, Lin Wu couldn't help but taunt him. Yang Chen ignored. Lin Wu raised his fist, his gaze sharp, and struck the combat power testing machine. Bang! Instantly, a combat power index appeared on the screen of the testing machine. 2000. Lin Wu looked at the combat power displayed on the screen and sneered. Just the combat power of a beginner martial artist. As Lin Wu was about to mock him again, Yang Chen punched the testing machine once more. 10,000. This leap, Lin Wu was secretly astonished. Logically, the combat power testing shouldn't have such a large leap, unless one could perfectly control their own power. He couldn't be shocked, he couldn't. Lin Wu was shocked internally, but on the surface, he forced himself to remain calm. He let out a breath, thinking that when the combat power index on the testing machine showed 10,000, he had almost been shocked. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the Tinglong martial arts school knew that Yang Chen's combat power was far beyond 10,000. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Chen struck the testing machine again. Bang! 50,000. When Yang Chen's fist made contact with the testing machine, the screen displayed a brand new combat power index. Lin Wu's pupils constricted. This jumped from 10,000 to 50,000 in an instant? Before Lin Wu could react, Yang Chen punched the testing machine again. Bang bang bang. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. Yang Chen unleashed several punches on the testing machine. The combat power on the screen kept changing. Holy crap! Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the Tinglong martial arts school were utterly shocked, quickly rubbing their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. The constantly fluctuating combat power index on the testing machine left Lin Wu feeling as if struck by lightning, thunder crashing above him. He regretted it. Now he was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to appear less shocked. He knew he had no authority to decide to gamble with that batch of blood spirit pills for free against Yang Chen, completely believing that Yang Chen could never win. But how could he have known that Yang Chen was this extraordinary? The combat power on the testing machine had already reached 800,000. This was 800,000 combat power. The basic combat power of a high-level master is 1 million. He was almost at the level of a high-level master. Lin Wu's heart was bleeding. He knew that if shock appeared on his face, he would have to buy that batch of blood spirit pills that the Tinglong martial arts school wanted at his own expense. That would ruin him. No, he absolutely could not show any signs of shock. Hold on, persistence is victory. Yang Chen glanced at Lin Wu and noticed he was holding up well, so he continued. Bang bang bang. 1,140,000, 170,000, 2 million. Yang Chen struck the testing machine several more times, and the combat power on the screen jumped again. Hiss! When the combat power on the testing machine finally stabilized at 2 million, Lin Wu could no longer hold back. His eyes widened, and he gasped. 2 million combat power. A young man who looked to be under 20 had actually achieved 2 million combat power. How could he not be shocked? After the shock, Lin Wu felt like a deflated balloon, completely drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. He knew what awaited him: ruin. He finally understood why Lei Qianshan spoke to Yang Chen in that tone. Lei Qianshan and the higher-ups of the Tinglong martial arts school looked at the combat power displayed on the strength detection machine's screen, and they too were utterly shocked. Their brains felt as if they had lost command, frozen in place. Yang Chen observed Lin Wu's condition and smiled calmly. I think the outcome is already quite clear, isn't it? I lost. Lin Wu didn't want to lose, but there was nothing he could do. He had indeed lost. Master, I'm leaving first. This was just a small episode. He had originally planned to absorb the Earth Spirit Crystal and then leave the Tinglong martial arts school. Okay. Lei Qianshan numbly nodded at Yang Chen. After walking a few steps, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. He stopped and turned to Lin Wu, who was slumped on the ground, and said, You just said that young people shouldn't be too arrogant. I want to ask, if you're not arrogant, can you still call yourself young? After saying this, Yang Chen left without looking back, leaving Lin Wu standing there like a statue, his face ashen. Jiangming Community. By the time he got home, it was already afternoon. He had prepared a meal. Before long, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuai returned. Both were surprised to see Yang Chen, who rarely cooked, had made a meal. After tasting the dishes, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuai were astonished. They never expected Yang Chen's culinary skills to be so remarkable. Bro, this is too delicious. Your cooking can rival that of professional chefs. Yang Shuai looked at Yang Chen in amazement. Yeah, Xiaofeng, when did your cooking become this good? Yang Yonghua was equally puzzled. Yang Chen smiled. After all, he possessed 6 god-level talents. Making a few home-cooked dishes was a piece of cake for him. I almost forgot that my brother is a master. It's just a few dishes. Yang Shuai's round little face broke into a smile, her 2 small tiger teeth looking incredibly cute. Bro, the martial arts exam is getting closer. Now that you're already a master, getting into Longyan University should be easy, right? Yang Shuer was reluctant to see Yang Chen go, but she understood the principle that people strive for higher places just as water flows downward. Only by reaching Longyan City, the capital of the Great Xia, could there be better opportunities for development. Yeah, I'm also planning to go to Longyan University. Yang Chen nodded. To be honest, his current strength, the college entrance exam, Longyan University, were these important? Of course not. He was just going to Longyan University and then embark on a slaughter in the wild caves of Longyan City. He already knew the admission requirements for Longyan University this year. The minimum combat power for testing was 1,500. The practical assessment required killing a level 9 beast. The combat power of a level 9 beast was around 1,200. Once both assessments were passed, one could enter Longyan University. For Yang Chen, this was as easy as pie. I also want to take the Longyan University entrance exam in the future. By then, I will also become an outstanding martial artist like you, bro. Let's see what talent you awaken. Then, Yang Chen smiled. He knew that after awakening a talent, the following months would be a period of rapid growth in combat power. Just like fitness, beginners also have a bonus period. With his sister Yang Shuer's current combat power, she would surely awaken a powerful talent when the time came. Time flew by, and there were 3 days left until the college entrance exam. Here, the college entrance exam referred to the martial arts exam. The full name was the Martial Arts University Assessment. Students from the first and second high schools were training frantically during this time, aiming to achieve better results in the exam. The gap between good martial arts universities and poor ones would be very apparent after graduation, and future achievements would vary greatly. For example, the first requirement for Longyan University, a combat power of 1,500. If the combat power only registered as 1499, it would be useless no matter how much you pleaded. Although a combat power of 1499 could still get you into a very good martial arts university, Longyan University, as the top martial arts university in Great Xia, had teaching quality that could not be compared to the second best. Beep beep beep. The phone suddenly rang. Yang Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Yao Wei. Yang Chen, can you come to school for a visit? Come to school? Yang Chen was taken aback, not understanding why the homeroom teacher wanted him to come. He didn't ask further and headed to First High School after hanging up the phone. At First High School, it wasn't long before he saw his long-lost homeroom teacher, Yao Wei. Teacher Yao, he called out to him. Yang Chen, Yao Wei looked at Yang Chen. Do you remember when you told me about taking the martial arts exam? I remember. Yang Chen thought the teacher had called him for some other reason, but it was just about that. Listening to Yang Chen's response, Yao Wei pulled him aside and said mysteriously, I've heard some rumors these past few days, saying that the city lord personally went to Jiangming community to look for you. Is that true? Did something go wrong when you awakened your talent, or did you actually awaken it? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. He thought about how long ago it was that the city lord came to find him. The homeroom teacher just heard about it now? He soon understood. It must have been a news blackout, but it was impossible to completely suppress such matters. Thinking this way made it clear to him. Yang Chen, actually, you are a super genius, which is why the city lord would personally come to Jiangming community to find you. So what you said back then about me gaining many benefits is true, because I am your homeroom teacher. Yang Chen didn't say a word, and Yao Wei became more and more excited as he spoke. Yang Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Yao Wei noticed that Yang Chen was looking at him with a strange expression, and only then did he realize Yang Chen hadn't said a word. Teacher Yao, what you said is true, Yang Chen smiled. The homeroom teacher Yao Wei had been good to him, not saying anything about his long absence. If it were another teacher, he would have been expelled. Yao Wei would receive recognition from the school, which he deserved. Then Yang Chen, since you are a genius, do you have confidence in getting into Longyan University, the top martial arts university in Daxia? Yao Wei was the homeroom teacher of the liberal arts department at First High School. To put it simply, an ordinary person, not a martial artist. He was quite unfamiliar with martial artists. Seeing the curious and cautious expression on Yao Wei's face, Yang Chen felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Teacher Yao, you need to broaden your horizons. Yang Chen smiled at Yao Wei. Yao Wei's eyes lit up. You mean, getting into Longyan University is a piece of cake? Exactly. Seeing how eager the teacher was to know, Yang Chen no longer held back. Ha ha ha. When Yao Wei heard Yang Chen's affirmative answer, he suddenly burst into laughter. If you get accepted into Longyan University, then as your homeroom teacher, I will have made history. First High School, no, it should be the first time in the history of Daxia that a liberal arts teacher's student enters Longyan University. That shrew of a wife of mine always complains that I am useless when the time comes. I will let her know how formidable her husband is. Yao Wei seemed to release a pent-up frustration, and he felt as if he was basking in spring breezes. Yang Chen secretly smiled. He knew that Yao Wei's thoughts aligned with those of most ordinary people. Yang Chen, after the martial arts exam, I look forward to your good news. I'll go register you now. You are still a student of the liberal arts department. Your name isn't on the martial arts exam list. After confirming what had just been said, it was time for business. Alright, then I'll trouble you, teacher. No problem, I'll go. After saying that, Yao quickly walked towards the martial arts department. After Yao left, Yang Chen also departed from First High School, Martial Arts Department. After Yao arrived at the martial arts department, he found the principal, Lin Qian. Yao, what are you doing here in the martial arts department? Lin Qian looked at Yao in confusion. They were in an office, and besides Principal Lin Qian, there were several teachers from the martial arts department. Principal, I'm here to register a student from my class. He wants to take the martial arts exam, Yao said to Principal Lin Qian. What? Principal Lin Qian and the other teachers from the martial arts department were all stunned. Yao is a teacher at the College of Literature, and he's here to report for the martial arts exam for the students of the college? That seems fine, right? Yao, are you having some mental issues? You, Principal, I know this is quite unbelievable, but I'm serious. I don't know if you've heard of him. His name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen? Principal Lin Qian and several martial arts teachers were taken aback, pondering this somewhat familiar name. Isn't his sister Yang Shuer? One of the martial arts teachers recalled something and turned to Yao for confirmation. That's right, it's the Yang Chen you're thinking of. Yao nodded in response. I also heard that the city Lord personally went to Jiangming community to find a young man named Yang Chen. That's right, it's the same person, Yao hurriedly said. In Jiangming community, besides Yang Chen and Yang Shuer, there were also many students from the first high school. When the city lord went to Jiangming community to find Yang Chen, they naturally saw him. Principal Lin Qian had also heard a bit about it. He looked at the martial arts teachers. Could it be that there was an error during the awakening? But there has never been an error during the awakening of talents before. One of the martial arts teachers replied. The city lord looking for Yang Chen doesn't necessarily mean it's because Yang Chen is a genius. There could be other reasons. That's hard to say. If the city lord values him, then let's add Yang Chen's name to the list for the martial arts exam. After saying this, Principal Lin Chen looked at Yao and added, Yao, if Yang Chen really is a genius and performs excellently in the martial arts exam, I will reward you well. Without you, we might have missed out on a genius. Thank you, Principal. Yao left the office feeling quite pleased. In Jiangming community, after Yang Chen returned home from school, he was watching TV in the living room. The TV was broadcasting news about the countdown to the martial arts exam in Bai City, which was just 3 days away. For students from ordinary families, the martial arts exam was a significant opportunity to change their life trajectory. The privileged children, born with advantages, started on the starting line. They knew the best cultivation methods and had access to various supplements and body training techniques. It could be said that under the same talent, children from poor families could never compare to those with backgrounds. However, once they entered a good martial arts university through the exam, they could enjoy resources they had never imagined before. Such resources, combined with decent talent, could allow them to soar in the future. Yang Chen didn't need to consider any of this now. For most martial artists, he was already in the sky. Now, he just had to wait for the martial arts exam in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Chen didn't go anywhere, he just stayed at home. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer both knew that Yang Chen was a master. So the upcoming martial arts exam naturally didn't stir any waves for them. What they didn't know was that Yang Chen was now a high-level grandmaster, with a combat power reaching 9.8 million. Outside Jiangming community, Yang Chen headed towards the first high school. At the martial arts academy, there was a row of 10 combat power detection machines set up in the training ground. The students participating in the martial arts exam had already been assigned numbers, and each time, 10 students could be tested for their explosive combat power. Outside the training ground, students who were about to take the martial arts exam were anxiously waiting. They felt both excited and fearful about the exam. As Yang Chen walked into the crowd, he instantly attracted a wave of astonished, complex, and shocked gazes. Some students outside the training ground were stunned when they saw Yang Chen enter. Isn't that Yang Chen? What is he doing here? Didn't they say that students from the College of Literature can't come to watch? How did he get into the martial arts academy? But I heard that the city lord seemed to have personally gone to find him. Could it be a case of the same name? These martial arts academy students knew about Yang Chen because of Yang Shuer. Yang Shuer was only 17 years old, yet her combat power had already reached 600, a level that had never been seen in the history of the first high school. The first high school had high hopes for Yang Shuer awakening her talent at the age of 18. With this connection, the students of the martial arts academy learned that Yang Shuer had an older brother who had not awakened any talents. It was one thing not to have awakened a talent. After all, there were many in the Great Xiao without talents. The martial arts academy had only a little over 200 students. What puzzled some of the students was how Yang Chen, who clearly had no talent, could even be here. At other times, students from the Literature Academy could enter the Martial Arts Academy. However, during the martial arts examination period, students from the Literature Academy were prohibited from entering the Martial Arts Academy to observe the examination process. Next, the more than 200 students received a number which indicated when they would take the stage to test their combat power. Yang Chen looked at his number, 220. This was the last batch. The city lord and the high-ranking officials from Bai City have arrived. There were numerous exclamations in the training ground. Under the collective gaze of the Martial Arts Academy students, teachers, and school leaders, City Lord Wang Tong and the high-ranking officials walked onto the training ground. There was a judge's stand prepared for the City Lord and the high-ranking officials. Not all the high-ranking officials came to the first high school, a few had gone to the second high school, which was also conducting martial arts examinations. As soon as City Lord Wang Tong and Lei Qianshan arrived at the training ground, they immediately spotted Yang Chen. They were somewhat stunned, never expecting to encounter Yang Chen at the first high school's martial arts examination. Was Yang Chen a student of the first high school? City Lord Wang Tong suddenly recalled the incident in the wilderness of Bai City, where Yang Chen had transformed his vitality to kill a ferocious beast that attacked him. He learned that Yang Chen was a master. He asked Yang Chen if he was from Bai City. Yang Chen's answer was yes. However, he found it hard to believe that someone as extraordinary as Yang Chen would emerge from Bai City. He suspected that Yang Chen was deliberately claiming to be from Bai City and that his true identity was related to those with god-level talents. When the light of the earth spirit appeared, it was also for this reason that he wanted to find Yang Chen urgently. He wanted the powerful presence behind Yang Chen to take action, but Yang Chen insisted that there was no powerful presence behind him. He even recalled that unforgettable line, "If Bai City is in danger, don't worry, I will take action." Could it be that he had overthought everything? Was Yang Chen really from Bai City? With this thought, City Lord Wang Tong felt a surge of excitement. He knew that if this were true, Bai City had produced an unprecedented genius, one that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. A master under 20 years old. There was no need to elaborate on the significance of that. The owner of the Tenglong Martial Arts Hall, Lei Qianshan, also realized this. He then remembered that he had thought Yang Chen was a child of a prominent family from a big city. All of this had been merely his speculation. Yang Chen did not deny it, perhaps simply unwilling to engage in too much idle talk on such matters. He had mentioned his family, which also included his father, right? After exchanging glances, City Lord Wang Tong and Lei Qianshan seemed to reach a mutual conclusion. Their conclusion was that Yang Chen was not a child of a big city or a prominent family. He was a native of Bai City. After being stunned for a long time, the city lord and the high-ranking officials of Bai City reached the judge's stand and took their seats. Principal Lin Xian saw that the time had come, and he addressed the more than 200 students participating in the martial arts examination. Students of the Martial Arts Academy, the combat power testing is about to begin. You must gather all your strength into your fists and deliver your strongest punch. Only then can we measure your maximum combat power. I hope everyone achieves good results. The combat power test is the first assessment, and after this first assessment, you will face practical combat assessments. Now, the first combat power testing assessment begins. After Principal Lin Xian finished speaking, a teacher from the Martial Arts Academy stepped forward and said to the more than 200 students participating in the martial arts examination, "Students numbered 1 to 10, please proceed to the combat power testing machine for your examination." Students numbered 1 to 10 walked towards the combat power testing machine on the training ground. When they arrived at the power burst detection machine, they raised their fists and struck heavily against it. Wang Lu, power 800. Li Gaogao, power 750. Zhu Jun, power 820. Zhao Chang, power 760. After the students numbered 1 to 10 completed their power tests, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. Clearly, the detected power was within their expectations. Students numbered 11 to 20, please proceed to the power burst detection machine for your exam, the Martial Arts Academy teacher said again. Another 10 students approached the 10 power burst detection machines. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Yun, power 920. Tian Haohai, power 805. Li Si, power 780. Wang Changdong, power 1020. The power testing was in full swing. During this time, some students performed poorly. After all, power levels couldn't be the same every time. In such precise martial arts exams, a poor performance could be quite disheartening. Soon, the power testing reached over 100. Yang Chen knew he was in the last batch and he wasn't in a hurry. In the martial arts exam hall, besides Yang Chen, who was from the liberal arts department, there was also his homeroom teacher, Yao Wei. Yao Wei had been specially approved to enter. He came to the martial Arts Academy just to watch Yang Chen's martial arts exam. Lei Kun, power 980. Wang Kong, power 680. Lu Yuanwen, power 880. Lin Jia, power 740. As batch after batch of students completed their power tests, the first assessment of power burst detection was finally nearing its end. The martial arts exam. Called out to the last batch of students. Students numbered 211 to 220. Please proceed to the power burst detection machine for your exam. Yang Chen was number 220 and he walked towards the power burst detection machine. As Yang Chen approached the machine, the judges, including City Lord Wang Tong and the residents of Bai City, turned their attention towards him. Principal Lin Xian and many teachers from the martial arts academy also looked at Yang Chen. The students of the martial arts exam did the same. When they saw that Yang Chen was indeed participating in the martial arts exam, they wanted to know if there had been any issues with his awakened talent, which had prevented the talented Yang Chen from awakening his abilities. Some students had heard that the city lord had personally sought out Yang Chen, and they wanted to see if he was a hidden genius. Yang Chen's homeroom teacher, Yao Wei, felt his heart in his throat, his heart racing rapidly. Bang! Under the gaze of many people in the martial arts training ground, the students numbered 221 to 220 struck their fists against the power burst detection machine. Yang Fan, power 755. Fu Bai, power 890. Gao Taotao, power 940. Zheng Yuyu, power 762. Yang Chen, power 5000. When the voice broadcast finally announced Yang Chen's power, the entire training ground erupted in an uproar, and after realizing what had happened, it instantly exploded with noise. Teachers and students were dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. 5,000 power? I must have misheard. I heard it too, it's 5,000 power. 4,000 power is the basic power of a high-level martial artist, and Yang Chen not only is a high-level martial artist but exceeds the basic power by so much? Even if there was a mistake in awakening his talent, he must have some talent, but no matter how terrifying the talent, there should be some limits, right? 5,000 power is simply impossible. The students in the training ground found it hard to believe such a power index. 5,000 power truly exceeded their imagination. They were just students, dreaming of entering a good martial arts university and then breaking through to become martial artists there. Yang Chen hadn't even entered a martial arts university yet, and he was already a high-level martial artist? Principal Lin Xian and the teachers of the martial arts academy were equally incredulous. 5,000 power, they knew. Such power levels could appear during martial arts exams in big cities, but in Bai City, no student had ever shown a power level of 5,000 in the martial arts exam. What level of talent had Yang Chen awakened? Damn it, I'll just throw that broken awakening stone away. A genius like this actually made a mistake when awakening their talent. If they end up doing something foolish because they feel disheartened, wouldn't they be sinners of the great Xia? After Principal Lin Xian and the teachers of the martial arts academy returned to reality from their shock, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen's homeroom teacher, Yao Wei, laughed heartily without any restraint. When Yang Chen walked up to the combat power testing machine, he was still anxious, his heart racing faster than ever before. If he knew Yang Chen had 5,000 combat power, he wouldn't be worried at all. Yang Chen naturally intended to display exactly 5,000 combat power. Not too much, not too little. 5,000 was just enough. It would certainly shock the school, but there was no need to create too much of a stir. He also knew that if he went all out, the combat power testing machine for the martial arts exam would definitely explode. Moreover, his goal was to enter Longyan University, not to let the students and teachers of the martial arts academy know how much combat power he had. But still, if someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind showcasing 9.8 million combat power in front of everyone. The city lord and the higher-ups on the judging panel, upon seeing Yang Chen only display 5,000 combat power, first froze, then quickly relaxed. What is the purpose of martial arts? It's to enter a martial arts university. It's not about earning a master's badge, where one must display master-level combat power. After the combat power was tested, the students of the martial arts academy all looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. They no longer dared to discuss Yang Chen as they had just moments ago. Their displayed combat power was utterly insignificant compared to 5,000. Yang Chen approached his homeroom teacher, Yao Wei, smiled, and said, "So, how about it, Teacher Yao? I didn't let you down, did I?" Yao Wei looked at Yang Chen with ecstatic joy. "Not only did you not let me down, you've made me laugh in my dreams these past few days. The first assessment of combat power testing is complete, and the second assessment, the practical combat test, will take place tomorrow in the Copper City catacombs. Please make sure to rest well today, so you can face tomorrow's practical combat test with full energy and combat power." Principal Lin Xian addressed the more than 200 students of the martial arts exam. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen didn't stay at school any longer and returned home. In the afternoon, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer both came back. "Xiao Fong, how did the martial arts exam go?" Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer were both calm about Yang Chen's martial arts exam. They knew that with Yang Chen's talent, not to mention Longyan University, any force on Blue Star would go crazy trying to recruit him. Yang Yonghua asked this just to know a bit more detail. "Everything is proceeding normally. Tomorrow we'll enter the Copper City catacombs for the practical combat test," Yang Chen replied. "The Copper City catacombs are similar to the East Town Catacombs, both being places occupied by ferocious beasts. The second practical combat test condition of Longyan University requires killing a level 9 beast with 1500 combat power. The combat power of a level 9 beast is around 1200. If you think that a student with 1500 combat power is guaranteed to win, then you are mistaken. Most students' combat experience comes from the secret realms in school, and they have hardly ever entered a catacomb. Only the top students in the school can enter the catacombs for training under the guidance of teachers. In other words, they are still flowers in a greenhouse. Being killed by beasts or ferocious beasts in the secret realm doesn't result in real death. They are merely teleported out of the secret realm, knowing they won't die. What is there to fear? But it's different in the catacombs. They have to face the real scenarios of the catacombs and those real ferocious beasts. Being killed by beasts or ferocious beasts in the catacombs means true death. The psychological factors involved in various reasons could prevent someone with 1500 combat power from defeating a level 9 beast. Of course, this is the condition for the second practical assessment at Longyan University. Most schools have very simple conditions for practical assessments, where casually killing beasts counts as passing. After all, once a talent is awakened, one will become a martial artist. In the future, regardless of strength, the moment one steps into the realm of martial artists, it signifies that they are no longer in the same circle as ordinary people. Therefore, aside from Longyan University and a few other well-known martial arts universities where the practical assessments are slightly more challenging, the practical assessments at other universities are quite easy. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuai nodded as they listened to Yang Chen. They knew that the practical assessment was far too simple for Yang Chen. Having even entered the Black Mountain Cavern, how could the small Copper City Cavern be a challenge? After chatting with his father and sister for a while, Yang Chen returned to his room to rest with his eyes closed. Dasha, Blue Star. This was just the beginning for him. Not to mention that he was only a high-level grandmaster now. Even if he were the emperor of the human race, he wouldn't feel any pride in it. Just recently, the starship had fallen in the North Eagle Kingdom, proving the existence of other life planets in the universe. Dominating the universe is what a man should do. He couldn't just become the most powerful martial artist on Blue Star with such an impressive system and then turn into a salted fish. That would be meaningless and not suitable for him. And so, time moved to the next day. The next day was the practical assessment. After freshening up, Yang Chen headed to school. Upon arriving, the students cast envious and odd glances at him. There were many looks in the students' eyes, but none of them were filled with jealousy. A battle power of 5,000 was undoubtedly a dimensional strike for them. There was simply no way to be jealous. If these students knew Yang Chen's true strength, it would be a scene beyond any words to describe. At the Martial Arts Institute, several buses were already prepared. Under the teacher's supervision, the students participating in the martial assessment boarded the buses one after another. Yang Chen, come with me, said City Lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups of Bai City, who naturally also wanted to go watch in the Copper City Cavern. Seeing the city lord say this, Yang Chen did not refuse and walked to a luxurious black sedan to get in. The students looked at this scene filled with extreme envy, thinking how great it was to be a genius and even ride with the city lord. Once all the students were on board, the bus set off towards the Copper City Cavern. After a long while, the bus arrived outside the Copper City. After the students participating in the martial assessment got off, they looked at the Copper City with astonished eyes. After being occupied by ferocious beasts, the Copper City was now in ruins, overgrown with weeds. Yang Chen's face was as calm as water. The Copper City Cavern was simply too weak for him. Under the teacher's guidance, the students began to enter the Copper City one after another. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Copper City Cavern. Many students had never entered a cavern before. They looked at the entrance of the Copper City Cavern, feeling not only curiosity but also a deep-seated fear. Then, everyone began to enter the Copper City Cavern. Yang Chen remained with City Lord Wang Tong and several high-ranking officials from Bai City. They knew that the practical assessment inside the Copper City Cavern was like child's play for Yang Chen. Inside the cavern, under the teacher's guidance, everyone arrived at the interior of the Copper City Cavern. To Yang Chen's surprise, as soon as he entered the Copper City Cavern, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic. It felt as if a pair of terrifying eyes were watching him from the shadows. Strange, is it an illusion? Yang Chen was secretly astonished. He glanced at City Lord Wang Tong and the high-ranking officials. Their faces showed no signs of abnormality. This indicated that they did not feel the same inexplicable panic. Everyone, get ready. The practical assessment is about to begin. Principal Lin Xian gathered the students. A few minutes later, Lin Xian shouted, "The practical assessment begins." Just like yesterday, the practical assessment was also conducted according to numbers. The students were led by the teachers to the corresponding areas to search for beasts. Before this, they had already scouted the Copper City Cave and knew the general distribution area of the beasts. Almost all students could only enter ordinary martial arts universities. and their practical assessment was simply to kill a beast to pass. These students were not fools, they would certainly choose to kill the weakest beasts. Even for students who were killing real beasts for the first time, under the absolute power gap, these weakest beasts could not withstand their attacks. The teachers would record the videos of the students' practical assessments. After the assessments were over, the combat power detection videos and practical assessment videos would be sent to the martial arts universities the students wished to attend. Because the beasts the students faced were all the weakest, the progress of the practical assessments was surprisingly fast. A few hours later, the practical assessment reached the last batch of students. Yang Chen applied to Longyan University. Principal Lin Xian personally led Yang Chen in a certain direction. Moments later, a level 9 beast appeared in Yang Chen's sight. It was a fierce tiger. Yang Chen, after killing this level 9 beast, you will meet the admission requirements for Longyan University, Lin Xian said to Yang Chen. He knew that with Yang Chen's combat power, killing this fierce tiger would be a piece of cake. Roar! Just after Lin Xian finished speaking, the fierce tiger roared at Yang Chen. After the roar, it pounced fiercely towards Yang Chen. Bang! As the fierce tiger approached him, Yang Chen threw a punch. Instantly, the fierce tiger was killed in one hit. Ding! Killed the fierce tiger, combat power plus 10. Looking at the increase in combat power, Yang Chen secretly shook his head. This was the gap between beasts and ferocious beasts. Congratulations, Yang Chen, you have passed the practical assessment and will soon be a student of Longyan University. As the principal, Lin Xian was very happy to see such a student emerge from first high school. He knew that not only this year, but next year, Yang Chen's sister, Yang Shuer, might also be a powerhouse. Even if her combat power did not reach Yang Chen's terrifying level, as long as her awakened talent was not lacking, she would also be a potential seed for Longyan University. When Yang Chen wanted to respond to the principal, he felt a sense of unease again. This lingering feeling was truly uncomfortable. Could it be that there was some great terror in the Copper City cave? When he tried to check, that feeling disappeared again. He knew that currently he should be absolutely invincible under the 6 Extremes Battle King. If talents could not merge, then if it were like the fantasy novels of Huaxia, where numerous talents merged to form a world-destroying strike, he would not fear the 6 Extremes Battle King. After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't understand what was going on. The light of the Earth Spirit had also disappeared. Moreover, the light of the Earth Spirit was not in this area. Why would the Copper City cave be like this? Could it be that he was being targeted? Yang Chen had a bad premonition. He and Principal Lin Xian had returned to the student area. He was the last student to complete the practical assessment, and his return meant that the martial arts examination had ended. The students were chatting and laughing. The feeling of killing beasts in the cave was quite good. Dear students, the martial arts examination has ended perfectly and everyone has achieved good results. Next, please leave the Copper City cave in an orderly manner, Principal Lin Xian said to the students. But just as Lin Xian finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. The teachers and students were stunned. Not just them, but the city Lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups were also puzzled. They did not understand why the ground suddenly began to tremble. Could it be a beast tide? Suddenly, a teacher thought of something and exclaimed. As soon as this teacher finished speaking, enormous groups of ferocious beasts surged from all directions. Beast tide, it really is a beast tide. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. In a cave of this scale in Copper City, a beast tide had actually appeared, and there were so many ferocious beasts. The students participating in the martial arts examination looked at the massive beast tide approaching, panicking and filled with extreme fear. They had never experienced a beast tide before. The city Lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups were also in a panic. They discovered that the leading beast was a mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast. This was equivalent to a mid-level master. The principal of the first high school, Lin Xian, and the teachers, aside from being extremely shocked, were also greatly puzzled. When the practical assessment began, they had already scouted the area. During the scouting, they had not noticed so many ferocious beasts around. Now, with so many beasts charging out from all directions, who could have anticipated it? The appearance of a beast tide was also unexpected for others. Moreover, generally speaking, beast tides come from the front. This time, the beast tide surged from all sides, which was rather strange. The leading beast in the tide was a mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast. City Lord Wang Tong was merely a junior master, and facing a mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast, he truly had no good options. Wang Tong and the higher-ups turned their gazes towards Yang Chen. They all knew that there was definitely not just one master present. Yang Chen was also a master. When Yang Chen was betting with Lin Wu, he displayed a combat power of 2 million. This was witnessed by Lei Qianshan himself. He felt that 2 million might not be Yang Chen's limit. Perhaps Yang Chen was now infinitely close to being a Grand Master. If it weren't for the boundary restrictions between a Senior Master and a Junior Grand Master, Yang Chen might have already been a Junior Grand Master. How could Lei Qianshan have thought that Yang Chen was not only a Grand Master now but also a Senior Grand Master? The city lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups noticed a strange expression on Yang Chen's face. This expression seemed to indicate that Yang Chen was not afraid of the beast tide but was wary of something else. In fact, as they thought, Yang Chen was indeed not afraid of the beast tide. Such a tide was nothing in front of him. What he was thinking about was that these ferocious beasts charging out from all directions might have been prepared in advance, as if they had anticipated their entry into the Copper City underground for the practical assessment. This was truly incredible. The beast tide was now upon them, dense and overwhelming, like a black cloud pressing down. The students participating in the martial arts examination looked at the beast tide before them, their faces filled with fear and shock. For them, such a beast tide was terrifying. They had no desire to fight, knowing that there was no way to survive against such a tide. Suddenly, Yang Chen took a few steps forward. He turned to look at everyone and said, "You all retreat to a safe position." Everyone present, hearing Yang Chen's words, dared not hesitate even a moment and quickly retreated. Everyone ran towards the outside of the Copper City underground. While everyone was retreating, a figure charged straight towards the beast tide. This figure was none other than Yang Chen. In that instant, everyone who was retreating was taken aback. Yang Chen was actually charging towards the beast tide? Was this an illusion? Everyone present knew that although Yang Chen was a genius, how much courage did he have to dare to charge into such a massive beast tide? They couldn't believe such a thing and could only think it was an illusion. But they also knew very well that this was not an illusion. Yang Chen really was charging towards the beast tide. Just as everyone was shocked, dazed, and terrified, they suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of heat. The underground suddenly heated up, and a giant figure over 100 meters tall, a fire deity, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss! Everyone looked at the scene before them, unable to help but gasp in shock, their eyes wide open, as if struck by lightning. They certainly knew what this fire deity was. This was a divine-level fire talent, the Devouring Flame God. Was Yang Chen the Devouring Flame God? City Lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups were utterly shocked. They knew Yang Chen was a master. However, they could never have imagined that Yang Chen would actually be the Devouring Flame God that had appeared in and around Bai City during this time. Everyone at First High School was completely stunned. They would never have dreamed that Yang Chen's talent would be a god-level flame talent, the Devouring Flame God. At the food base, in the secret realm of First High School, some students had experienced the scene of hundreds of flame dragons bombarding, causing the secret realm to explode. At that time, whether it was the teachers or the students, they all thought that a powerful presence had entered the secret realm. But now, such a powerful presence turned out to be Yang Chen? As everyone was in extreme shock, Yang Chen unleashed the god-level flame combat skill, Devouring Flame Dragon Explosion. Thousands of flame dragons appeared in the space, their roars echoing, and the might of the flame dragons filled the entire Copper City underground. Boom! Thousands of flame dragons began to bombard the beast tide. The Copper City underground trembled violently, and the students participating in the martial arts examination stumbled and fell to the ground, their eyes filled with panic. Before them, was it an endless purgatory? The deafening explosions shook everyone's eardrums, and their faces were filled with horror. Whether it was the city lord Wang Tong, the high-ranking officials of Bai City, or the teachers and students of First High School, they all knew that if they hadn't quickly fled after Yang Chen finished speaking, then right now, with thousands of flame dragons, each one was terrifying. Each flame dragon possessed endless power. The beast tide, under such an attack from the flame dragons, would not allow any ferocious beast to survive under the blockade of the flame dragons, including the leading fourth-tier intermediate ferocious beast. The data of battle power drops continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Yang Chen urged the Devouring Flame God, using the Devouring Flame Dragon Explosion to annihilate those ferocious beasts, not only to quickly resolve this beast tide but also to let those observing him in the shadows see that he was not to be trifled with. If they targeted him and intended to strike, he would fight back fiercely. It was unrealistic for the beast tide in the Copper City underground to allow him to directly break through from a high-level grandmaster to a four-directional war general. After the effect of the Devouring Flame Dragon Explosion faded, one after another flame craters appeared in the bombing area as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Everyone behind him was struck by lightning. The power Yang Chen displayed was simply too overwhelming. Was this really something a student could achieve? I mean, even if he awakened the Devouring Flame God, how could it be so terrifying? They certainly couldn't understand. It should be noted that the Devouring Flame Dragon Explosion was not something that could exist in Blue Star. And one more thing, that was the system. Yang Chen was indeed using a cheat. If this wasn't terrifying, then what would be? After Yang Chen reverted to his original form, he found that the city lord and the high-ranking officials, as well as everyone from First High School, were all frozen in place like old monks in meditation. He thought to himself that he had merely activated the Devouring Flame God. If they knew that besides the Devouring Flame God, he also had god-level talents like the Devouring Thunder Emperor, the Extreme Ice Nether God, the Shadow Skyspeed God, and so on. He couldn't imagine what kind of shocking expressions they would have then. Let's go out. After annihilating the beast Tide and seeing that the presence observing him in the shadows had no intention of appearing, he walked towards the exit of the underground. Everyone watched as Yang Chen walked out of the underground, and they all followed him. Their position was already on the outskirts of the underground, and it didn't take long for everyone to leave the underground. After exiting the Copper City underground, City Lord Wang Tong looked at Yang Chen in shock and disbelief. Now he finally understood why Yang Chen had said that to him back at Jiangming community. Don't worry, if Bai City is in danger, I will take action. At that time he couldn't understand, but now he did. He also understood why Yang Chen said there was no powerful presence behind him, because he was the powerful presence. After exiting the Copper City underground, everyone prepared to return to Bai City. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Young man, can I talk to you? Yang Chen was secretly surprised that it seemed like the sound was transmitted through vital energy, only he could hear it. After glancing at the others, he found that, as he had thought, they showed no signs of noticing anything unusual. Could it be that there was an inexplicable presence in the Copper City cave that was making him feel uneasy? With this thought, Yang Chen fell silent. I mean no harm, I come from Longyan City and I have been searching for you. The voice appeared again. Hearing this, Yang Chen decided to see who it was. City Lord, you and your people should head back first. I have some matters to attend to. Alright, City Lord Wang Tong replied. Yang Chen was now the swallowing heaven flame god, and he dared not ask too many questions. Soon, City Lord Wang Tong led the others away from the place. After they had walked far, Yang Chen looked around, his gaze sharp as he uttered a few words. Come out. He wanted to see who was so abnormal as to observe him in the shadows. As soon as Yang Chen's words fell, a rich, dazzling purple light appeared to his left. The purple light was extremely eye-catching, quickly enveloping the area. The massive purple light then formed a purple beam that shot straight into the sky. This is... Watching the phenomenon before him, Yang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Soon, a tall figure stepped out slowly from the dense purple light. Yang Chen squinted his eyes. The entrance of this person was indeed quite imposing. He wanted to see whether this person was a mule or a horse. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight. The man looked to be in his 40s, and his appearance. Yang Chen was secretly astonished. Every part of his face seemed to exude an extreme aura of dominance, making anyone who looked at him feel a sense of awe. Although he wasn't a young pretty boy in his 20s, he still had striking features and eyes like bright stars. The man's every gesture radiated an overwhelming presence, and his eyes were deep and calm, as if he could see the entirety of the great Xiao within his gaze. Yang Chen had never encountered such a domineering person. Wait! Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at the man in shock again. Isn't this the great Xiao's ruler, Xia Jiuyo? He had seen the appearance of the ruler Xia Jiuyo on the news. He had been so immersed in the overwhelming aura that he momentarily forgot that the man before him was the ruler, the one watching him in the shadows of the Copper City cave. He had wanted to see whether it was a mule or a horse. He didn't expect it to be the ruler. Hello, Yang Chen. I think you should know who I am. I hope you don't mind my abrupt intrusion. Xia Jiuyo smiled at Yang Chen. Yang Chen thought it was strange not to mind. Being watched in the dark made him feel uneasy. He didn't like the feeling of being targeted as prey. Besides being astonished that it was the ruler, he also secretly vowed to break through to the Four Directions Battle General as soon as possible, so he would have more initiative. In Longyan City, I received a report from Ningzhou City regarding the appearance of the Earth Spirit Light in Bai City. After the major cities around Bai City provided support, 3 battle generals from Ningzhou City also arrived at Bai City, and everyone entered the Black Mountain Cave together. The ferocity of the beasts inside the Black Mountain Cave exceeded everyone's imagination. Moreover, the Swallowing Heaven Flame God, the Red Thunder Emperor, the Extreme Ice Nether God, the Shadow Sky Speed God, the Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign, and the Hissing Sky Sword God also appeared in the Black Mountain Cave. At this point, Xia Jiuyo smiled again and continued, so I came to Bai City. During the martial arts examination, you displayed a combat power of 5,000. I know this power was something you could easily achieve, and then you learned that the practical assessment was in the Copper City Cave, and you prepared for that beast Tide in advance, wanting to see if I was a hidden god-level talent? Yang Chen interjected. Yes, if you weren't a hidden god-level talent, I would have taken action to eliminate the beast Tide. It turns out you are, which excites me greatly. I have been searching in Bai City for quite some time, but I haven't found a single clue, Xia Jiuyo said. Yang Chen thought it was strange to have any clues. After returning from the Black Mountain Cavern to Bai City, he had almost stayed at home waiting for the martial arts examination to arrive. He knew that the National Lord, Xia Jiuyo, had guessed he was a hidden god-level talent, based solely on the 5,000 combat power he displayed, which was quite normal. Let's not forget that during his time in the Black Mountain Cavern, he had used the Shadow Sky Speed God in front of the Dominator of Blade Warriors. The Shadow Sky Speed God was also a god-level talent, along with talents like the Devouring Flame, God and the Crimson Thunder Emperor, which were not impossible for young people to possess. However, the power of the combat skills he had displayed made one feel that only a supreme powerhouse could unleash such destructive force. Yang Chen secretly thought that the National Lord was indeed the National Lord. His vision and perspective were far superior to others. Yang Chen, the appearance of someone like you in the Great Xia is a historic blessing for our Great Xia. Following that, National Lord Xia Jiuyu continued to praise Yang Chen without reservation. After a long while, Xia Jiuyu looked into the distance, his gaze sweeping over everything far away. The landscape is like a painting. In fact, the danger posed by the ferocious beasts of the Great Xia is not the main issue. In recent years, the Northern Eagle Kingdom has been eyeing the Great Xia, wanting to swallow it whole. The strength of the Great Xia is ultimately not as strong as that of the Northern Eagle Kingdom. At this point, Xia Jiuyu sighed and his eyes dimmed a bit. The matters Xia Jiuyu spoke of were things Yang Chen could usually see in the news. He knew that long ago, the Great Xia was not afraid of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, and there was even a hint of suppression. But ever since the largest cavern in the Great Xia, the Demon Dragon Cavern, erupted and the ferocious beasts poured out, the 6 extreme war kings of the Great Xia fought bloody battles to protect the Great Xia against the powerful ferocious beasts. The war lasted for 10 days and nights. The 6 extreme war kings suffered heavy casualties, and the number of fallen warriors from all directions was astonishing. It was during this period that the top martial artists of the Great Xia experienced a break in succession. Although top martial artists have appeared one after another now, their overall strength is no match for the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Fortunately, in that battle, the powerful ferocious beasts from the Demon Dragon Cavern were completely slain, posing no danger to the capital of the Great Xia, Lyan City. After the fall of the 6 extreme war kings and the warriors from all directions, blood rain fell for a month. Even the heavens seemed to be crying. The heroic spirits are immortal, and the strong souls never cease. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiuyu looked at Yang Chen and smiled, saying, "But now that we have a talent like you in the Great Xia, our martial arts revival has hope for the future." Yang Chen also secretly sighed. A national lord, besides needing a powerful force, also has to bear responsibilities that others cannot shoulder. Yang Chen, the school you applied to is Longyan University, right? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. Then I will wait for you in Longyan City. Saying this, Xia Jiuyu extended his hand to Yang Chen. Seeing this, Yang Chen also reached out and shook hands with Xia Jiuyu. I've been out for so long, I should return to Longyan City. With a flash, Xia Jiuyu transformed into a purple pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky, and upon reaching midair, he transformed into a purple sun, rapidly heading towards a certain location. The city lord Wang Tong, the high-ranking officials of Bai City, and the teachers and students of the first middle school, all felt a powerful sense of oppression in that instant. Looking up, a purple sun suddenly appeared in their line of sight. All the passengers on the bus stared wide-eyed at the emerging purple sun, their mouths agape as if they had seen something impossible. Indeed, this was the purple sun. After 3 warriors from the 4 directions supported Bai City, 3 suns appeared in the sky above Bai City. The color of the suns was golden, but the purple sun, everyone knew that this could only be transformed by a 6 extreme war king. When did Bai City have a 6 extreme war king? City Lord Wang Tong broke out in a cold sweat. On the other side, Yang Chen watched the departing National Lord Xia Jiuyu and thought it was time for him to leave as well. Shadow Sky Speed God. After activating the God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God, a black hurricane surged up his legs. Whoosh! His speed reached its peak as he swiftly headed towards Bai City. The speed of the bus was incomparable to that of the Shadow Sky God. Just a few minutes later, he caught up with them. Several buses fell to violent shaking, as if they were caught in a massive storm. Everyone was startled, not understanding what was happening. If the teachers of the 2 senior elite martial artists from the 2nd high school and a few geniuses were present, they would definitely find this scene incredibly familiar. It was exactly what they encountered when they returned from the East Town Cave. Moreover, they would have seen countless exaggerated and terrifying demonic shadows. When the city lord and the higher-ups, along with the teachers and students of the first high school, realized what was happening, they immediately woke up. They finally understood what was going on. A figure, accompanied by a black hurricane, sped past them. This was the God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky God. Connecting it to the purple sun that had just appeared in the sky, their expressions turned grim. Bai City had just experienced the crisis of the Earth Spirit Light. Could it be that another wave was coming? They couldn't bear it in Bai City. After returning to Bai City, Yang Chen did not go to school but instead went home. Work for those who work, study for those who study. The house was empty. The buses finally returned to Bai City without incident. Outside the first high school, many parents of students were anxious today as it was the 2nd practical assessment of the martial arts exam, and naturally, they were nervous. When they saw the buses return, they breathed a sigh of relief but also wanted to know how their children had performed. In this practical assessment at the Copper City Cave, the students participating in the martial arts exam achieved satisfactory results. When their parents learned of this, they were overjoyed. What parent wouldn't want their child to do well? Besides this, the students who participated in the martial arts exam also shared their experiences from the Copper City Cave. Such news quickly spread throughout the first high school. The students of the Literature Institute were dumbfounded. They never expected such events to occur in the Copper City Cave. Beast Tide and the Devouring Flame God. In the first high school, students who had not awakened their talents had to study in the Literature Institute. Yang Shuer was also in the Literature Institute. She was someone many envied at the first high school, and many believed that her talent, awakened at 18, would surely be formidable. After Yang Chen displayed a combat power of 5,000 yesterday, this news undoubtedly spread quickly within the Literature Institute. This caused quite a stir. The students of the Literature Institute had thought that Yang Shuer's brother, Yang Chen, had not awakened any talent. During that time, they also learned that Yang Chen had gone to the food base. Everyone felt a bit of pity for Yang Chen. After all, having such a sister and not awakening any talent as an older brother would make anyone feel disheartened. But now, Yang Chen had punched out a combat power of 5,000 on the combat power explosion detection machine. This left everyone in the Literature Institute in shock, exclaiming that it couldn't possibly be true. They thought that achieving a combat power of 5,000 on the detection machine was already astonishing enough, but now the Martial Institute had reported that Yang Chen was the Devouring Flame God. The Devouring Flame God that caused the school's secret realm to explode. This made the students of the Literature Institute feel an extreme sense of unreality. A talent like the Devouring Flame God was too far removed from them. At least in the history of Bai City, such a reverse talent had never appeared before. They could not even imagine Yang Chen's strength. It should be noted that the school's secret realm was constructed by powerful beings, and it exploded simply because it could not withstand Yang Chen's attack. Such a thing sounded like a story. If they weren't at the first high school, they would absolutely not believe anyone who told them such a tale. At this moment, Yang Shuer was in the library, looking at books on martial arts knowledge. She knew her brother Yang Chen was undergoing a practical assessment today, but she already knew that her brother was a master. Practical assessments are as simple as drinking water. Shuer. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise echoed in the library. The sound drew the displeasure of the students in the library, who turned their gazes toward the source. Xiaoling, keep it down. This is a library, Yang Shuer reminded the girl in front of her, whose face was brimming with excitement. The girl's name was Zhang Ling, and she was Yang Shuer's close friend. Shuer, your brother's talent is the Devouring Flame God. Zhang Ling couldn't care less about anything else. As Yang Shuer's best friend, she just wanted to share this news with her. Hiss. Everyone in the library gasped at Zhang Ling's words, their disbelief evident as they stared, speechless. They heard it clearly. Zhang Ling said that Yang Shuer's brother, Yang Chen, had the talent of the Devouring Flame God? The same Devouring Flame God that had caused numerous flame pits outside the grain base and led to the explosion of the secret realm? After everyone in the library gasped, it fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The library was utterly still. The students' pupils widened, their faces filled with shock. This news was simply too explosive. They needed a moment to digest it. Xiaoling, what are you saying? Yang Shuer's round little face was also filled with deep astonishment. Your brother is the Devouring Flame God. After the practical assessment in the Copper City underground, a beast tide appeared, and your brother transformed into the Devouring Flame God, bombarding the beast tide with thousands of flame dragons, instantly annihilating it. The news has spread throughout the school. Zhang Ling hurriedly explained. Everyone in the library was stunned, staring at Zhang Ling like wooden statues. Just hearing it made them envision the incredibly shocking scene. A beast tide was wiped out in an instant. How powerful must Yang Chen be now? Yang Shuer was completely taken aback, her watery eyes filled with astonishment and daze. Previously, she only knew that Yang Chen was a master and hadn't connected him to the Devouring Flame God. Now, the Devouring Flame God was actually her brother? How terrifying was her brother? I need to step out for a moment. With that, Yang Shuer stumbled out of the library. After searching around the school and not finding Yang Chen, she immediately returned home. Upon arriving home, she saw Yang Chen watching TV on the sofa. Shuer, you, brother, the people at school said you are the Devouring Flame God, is that true? Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, Yang Shuer interrupted. After a moment of surprise, Yang Chen smiled. He understood why Yang Shuer had returned from school at this time. It was to ask about this. Yes, but I don't think it's necessary to make such a big fuss over it. It's just a god-level fire talent. Yang Chen said with a hint of modesty. Brother, that's the Devouring Flame God. Isn't it worth making a fuss over? You don't know me, but after I found out you are the Devouring Flame God, that feeling is absolutely indescribable. Yang Shuer, being from Blue Star, didn't understand what modesty meant. Alright, let's not talk about that. I'll cook today. Yang Chen smiled. After a while, Yang Yonggui returned home. Xiao Feng, I heard you are the devouring flame god? As soon as Yang Yonggui entered the house, he asked Yang Chen this question. Dad, how did you know? Yang Chen was a bit confused. It was one thing for Shuer to know, it must have spread in school, but how did Dad find out? The people at the company told me they saw it on the Warrior Forum in Bai City. Yang Yonggui replied. Yang Chen understood he had forgotten about the Warrior Forum. He had activated the Devouring Flame God in the Copper City Underground, using the Devouring Flame Dragon to annihilate the Beast Tide, which everyone had seen. So it was no surprise it appeared on the Warrior Forum. Yes, Dad, brother is the Devouring Flame God. Yang Shuer said with a smile. Ha, Yang Yonggui laughed heartily upon hearing this. At first, when he learned that Yang Chen was a master, he thought Yang Chen was just bringing glory to the family. Now, he was actually the Swallowing Heaven Flame God? That was more than just bringing glory, it was like a true dragon had emerged. After shaking his head and smiling, Yang Chen turned and walked into the kitchen. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. The family happily enjoyed their meal together. A few days later, the homeroom teacher, Yao Wei, called and asked Yang Chen to come to school. Without much thought, Yang Chen arrived at school and learned from Yao Wei that the admission letter from Longyan University had arrived. Yao Wei handed the admission letter to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I really don't know what good deed I did in my last life to have a student like you. Now many people in Bai City know you are my student. You might not believe it, but these days, my door has been knocked down by relatives I haven't seen in ages. Truly, when poor, no one asks. When rich, distant relatives come to visit. Yao Wei's face was filled with joy. He knew all of this was because of Yang Chen. The school also gave me a reward of 5 million xia coins. That's 5 million. I've never seen so much money. Yao Wei continued to share his excitement with Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood how Yao Wei felt about him, and he knew he deserved all of this. After putting away the admission letter from Longyan University, Yang Chen didn't linger at school and returned home. Once home, Yang Chen opened the admission letter and saw that there were still a full 2 months until the start of classes at Longyan University. He didn't want to waste time in Bai City for those 2 months. Where to go? After pondering for a while, Yang Chen thought of a place. Ningzhou City. Yes, Ningzhou City. Ningzhou City is one of the largest cities in the Great Xia, with a population of over 10 million. In terms of martial arts systems, education, healthcare, and other aspects, it was like heaven and earth compared to Bai City. Yang Chen made up his mind. He would go to Ningzhou City during this time. After Yang Yonggui and Yang Shuer returned, he first showed them the admission letter, then expressed his intention to go to Ningzhou City during the time before school started. Yang Chen was now a strong warrior, and Yang Yonggui and Yang Shuer would naturally support his decision. Brother, when are you planning to go to Ningzhou City? The day after tomorrow, Yang Chen replied. He still had something to do tomorrow. The next day, after leaving the community, he headed towards the Martial Alliance. Last time he went to the Martial Alliance, he had to handle the outdoor pass. This time, he was going to collect his warrior badge. Having a warrior badge would be better than not having one when going to Ningzhou City. Only the news that he was the Swallowing Heaven Flame God had leaked in the Warrior Forum. There were no photos. Upon entering the Martial Alliance Hall, he did not cause any commotion. Sir, may I ask what business you have at the Martial Alliance? To collect my warrior badge, Yang Chen said. The staff member attending to Yang Chen was secretly astonished. A young person like him was here to collect a warrior badge? What a genius! The staff member did not dare to be negligent and took Yang Chen to the testing room. Sir, please test your combat power. The staff member gestured for Yang Chen to proceed. Yang Chen looked at the combat power detection machine in front of him, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his strength into his fist before striking out. Bang! When his fist hit the combat power detection machine, a deafening roar echoed throughout the testing room. The staff member was stunned. He never expected such a sound. He immediately looked at the screen of the combat power detection machine. The screen displayed Yang Chen's combat power index, 9,990,000. The staff member stared at the combat power on the screen, his head buzzing, momentarily lost in thought. Impossible, I must have read it wrong. The staff member quickly blinked several times and looked at the screen again, only to find that the combat power index was still 9,990,000. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, the staff member's pupils rapidly contracted, as if a bolt of lightning struck his brain. 9.99 million battle power? This was infinitely close to the battle power of a Four Directions War General. The young man before him, who looked to be under 20, was actually on the verge of becoming a Four Directions War General? The staff member had never encountered a prodigy like Yang Chen before. He quickly took several steps back, his face filled with disbelief. Yang Chen looked at the battle power index displayed on the detection machine screen, his expression showing little fluctuation. he knew that such battle power was quite normal. After emerging from the Black Mountain Cavern and absorbing the Earth Spirit Crystal, his battle power had reached 9.8 million. After eliminating a beast tide in the Copper City Cavern, 9.99 million battle power was, without any exaggeration. He also understood that although 9.99 million was just 10,000 battle power shy of the basic battle power of a Junior 4 Directions War General at 10 million, reaching 10 million from 9.99 million was still quite difficult. The boundary restrictions between a high-level Grandmaster and a Junior War General were no joke. "Take me to receive the badge," Yang Chen said, glancing at the staff member beside him, who was still staring blankly at the battle power index on the screen. After he spoke, the staff member finally snapped back to reality. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, a wave of fear washing over him, even feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When he received Yang Chen, he had been secretly astonished, thinking it was remarkable for someone so young to come to collect a warrior badge. He knew Yang Chen was a genius. In a place like Bai City, he had never seen anyone become a warrior at such a young age. But who would have thought that Yang Chen would be a high-level Grandmaster, or rather, a high-level Grandmaster infinitely close to a 4 Directions War General? The staff member knew that many high-level Grandmasters in the Great Xia were also infinitely close to 4 Directions War Generals, yet they could spend their entire lives without breaking through the boundary between the two. He realized that Yang Chen must be an exception. The achievements he would attain at such a young age might not just be limited to becoming a 4 Directions War General, 6 Extremes War King, 8 Extremes War Sovereign. Thinking of this, the staff member's throat moved, and he swallowed several times. He was secretly relieved that when he received Yang Chen, he had only shown surprise and not impatience or mockery. Otherwise, he would have offended an unimaginably powerful being. As he thought about this, he nearly scared himself into submission. He dared not linger in the testing room any longer and hurriedly led Yang Chen to another location. A few minutes later, the staff member registered some basic information for Yang Chen. After looking over the information he had registered, the staff member began to understand why Yang Chen was so powerful. It turned out he was the swallowing heaven flame god, Yang Chen, who possessed a divine level flame talent. Immediately, the staff member processed a subsidy card for Yang Chen. As long as one was a warrior, they would receive a corresponding subsidy each month. Naturally, the subsidy for a high-level Grandmaster was not to be underestimated. After issuing the subsidy card, the staff member also handed him the badge belonging to a high-level Grandmaster. The badge was a golden tiger head, with 3 stripes beneath it, representing that this was a high-level Grandmaster. After receiving the badge, Yang Chen returned to the Jiangming community. Once home, he handed the subsidy card to his family. However, his father, Yang Yonghua, refused to take it, explaining that their family didn't lack money at all now. Besides being the general manager of the company, he had recently received tens of millions in subsidies from the executive government. Seeing this, Yang Chen didn't insist further and put the subsidy card away. Outside Jiangming community, the residents had already learned that an extraordinary existence had emerged from their neighborhood. They were all taking the opportunity to boast. Usually, when drinking and bragging with friends, they would mention that the swallowing heaven flame god Yang Chen was from their community. Many people bought into this, coming over to toast, which could be considered a case of one person achieving success and the whole family rising with him. A government vehicle stopped outside Jiangming community. The security guard at Jiangming community recognized the car at a glance. It was the city lord's special vehicle. Before he could speak, the city lord Wang Tong had already gotten off the carriage. City lord. The security guard, seeing the city lord in such a hurry, dared not say much and could only respectfully call out. The residents of the community also saw City Lord Wang Tong. They all knew the purpose of his visit to Jiangming community. Besides looking for Yang Chen, they couldn't think of anyone else the city lord would come here for. After a while, City Lord Wang Tong arrived at Yang Chen's doorstep and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came Yang Shuer's voice from inside. "I am Wang Tong, here to find Yang Chen." After Yang Shuer opened the door, she found it was indeed City Lord Wang Tong. Her cute face first showed a moment of surprise, then quickly reacted. Her brother Yang Chen had already become such a powerful martial artist. It was only natural for the City Lord to come to their home to find him. "City Lord, what brings you here?" In the living room, Yang Chen was puzzled upon seeing the City Lord, not understanding what business he had with him. After Yang Yonghua and City Lord Wang Tong greeted each other, he called out to Yang Shuer, preparing to leave the living room for Yang Chen and the City Lord to talk. "Master Yang Chen, the Martial Alliance has sent me the video of you receiving the martial artist badge and testing your combat power," Wang Tong said. "I see." Yang Chen understood why City Lord Wang Tong had come to find him. "You are about to become a 4 Directions battle general. In the near future, you will surely become the most powerful top martial artist in Blue Star," City Lord Wang Tong said to Yang Chen with a smile. His face was not only filled with joy but also deep envy. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful martial artist? City Lord, no matter how powerful I become. In the future, this will always be my hometown. After I leave tomorrow, please take good care of my family. You're leaving tomorrow? City Lord Wang Tong was taken aback. As far as I know, the meeting at Longyan University is still some time away. Are you going to Longyan City tomorrow? No, I want to take this time to look around Ningzhou City, Yang Chen replied. City Lord Wang Tong nodded. He wouldn't interfere with Yang Chen's decision. Master Yang Chen, you just call me Yang Chen, there's no need to be so formal. Alright. City Lord Wang Tong felt a secret joy. To address someone so close to becoming a Four Directions battle general by name was a great honor. Yang Chen, if you go to Ningzhou City, can I ask you for a favor? A favor? Yang Chen looked at City Lord Wang Tong in confusion. What kind of favor? I have a good friend in Ningzhou City whom I haven't seen in years. Could you take me to see him? No problem. Yang Chen thought it was something serious, but this was naturally not an issue. Seeing Yang Chen agree so readily, City Lord Wang Tong was a bit stunned. A few seconds later, Wang Tong came back to his senses and gratefully said to Yang Chen, "Thank you, Yang Chen." After saying that, Wang Tong took out a gold card. City Lord Wang Tong handed the gold card to Yang Chen. "You must accept this, although the money isn't much, but I have no use for the money, just give it to my dad when you have the time." Yang Chen knew that with City Lord Wang Tong's determined gaze, refusing would surely waste some time. If he gave this gold card to his dad would definitely insist he keep it. He already had the allowance card for a high-level grandmaster, which was enough. Alright. City Lord Wang Tong nodded in agreement. Then, Wang Tong told him the name and address of his friend. After that, Wang Tong left. That night, after taking a shower, Yang Chen lay in bed looking at the quiet starry sky outside the window. Tomorrow he would leave Bai City. There was nothing to be reluctant about. Having lived in Bai City for so long, it was only natural to feel a bit nostalgic. The next day, after bidding farewell to his family, he set off for Ningzhou City. The transportation in Daxia was incomparable to Huaxia. Besides buses, there were no trains, high-speed trains, or planes. It's not that technology is underdeveloped, but rather that the dangers of the wild are too numerous. After the appearance of fierce beasts, the population flow between cities has not been significant. Other means of transportation have thus become unnecessary. The road from Bai City to Ningzhou City was specially opened, with dedicated martial artists and military patrols at every location to ensure safety. A day later, the bus arrived at the Ningzhou City station. After Yang Chen stepped out of the station, he looked at the appearance of Ningzhou City and thought to himself that compared to Bai City, it was truly like heaven and earth. The difference was too obvious. The address given to him by the City Lord Wang Tong was number 73, Garden Road, Villa District, Ninghu District. After hailing a taxi, he told the driver the address. "Hey, little brother, you just came from out of town, right?" "Yeah, from Bai City." "Bai City, huh? That's a nice place, there." The driver began to chat with Yang Chen. "Little brother, the people living in the Garden Road Villa District are either rich or noble. Are you going there for a job or something?" Yang Chen knew that if he kept talking to the driver would keep talking to him. He chose to close his eyes instead. The driver, seeing Yang Chen close his eyes through the rearview mirror, stopped talking. After a long while, the taxi continued to weave through the traffic. Yang Chen felt something was off. Having lived two lives, he quickly figured it out. There were only two possibilities for not arriving after such a long time. The first was that the Garden Road Villa District was indeed very far. The second was that the taxi driver saw he was from out of town and wanted to rip him off. In reality, this taxi driver wanted to cheat Yang Chen. To him, Yang Chen was from out of town and didn't know the way. How would he know how far Garden Road was? Why not earn some money? Just when the taxi driver thought he was clever, he glanced at Yang Chen through the rearview mirror and was startled. He gasped in shock, his expression like he had seen something he could never have imagined. He noticed that a martial artist badge had somehow appeared on Yang Chen's chest. A golden tiger head, 3 stripes badge. He wasn't a martial artist, but he knew what the badge represented. That was a high-level grandmaster. At that moment, the taxi driver felt worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. He actually wanted to cheat a passenger backed by a high-level grandmaster? The taxi driver's perspective wouldn't consider Yang Chen as a high-level grandmaster. He would only think that the badge was given to him by someone behind him. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had been discovered. He must have been noticed. Otherwise, why hadn't this person worn the martial artist badge earlier? The taxi driver felt a tremor throughout his body, wanting to say something but finding himself speechless. He regretted it to an unimaginable extent. Had he known Yang Chen was such a person, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do this. The taxi driver no longer dared to take a detour. He hurriedly took the fastest, shortest route to the Garden Road Villa District. Wrong. As the taxi traveled this stretch of road, the word wrong kept flashing in the driver's mind. Soon, the taxi stopped outside the Garden Road Villa district. Sir, no, martial artist sir. This is the Garden Road Villa district. The taxi driver's voice trembled uncontrollably. How much? Yang Chen had already put away the martial artist badge. He wore the badge just to scare the driver, and now his purpose had been achieved. No money, no money. The taxi driver waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head like a rattledrum. He only hoped that Yang Chen would not blame him. He was just a taxi driver, with no background to speak of. If he offended someone like Yang Chen, what was he even doing in Ningzhou City? You really don't want any money? Really don't want it? Then you can go. Yang Chen smiled and said. The taxi driver felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly shifted from first gear to fifth, flooring the accelerator. After this incident, he knew he would never dare to overcharge a customer again. Who knew what kind of existence he might provoke? Garden Road Villa District. This was a relatively upscale residential area in Ningzhou City. Yang Chen did not belong among its residents and was stopped by the guards at the entrance. It must be said that upscale residential areas are indeed different. Even the guards were martial artists. Compared to the security at Jiang Ming's neighborhood, it was like comparing heaven and earth. He only knew that the city lord Wang Tong had an old friend named Lin. However, asking the guards to call Lin he was somewhat unrealistic. Lin he was also a master, while he wasn't considered a powerful martial artist in Ningzhou City. A master was already quite formidable in front of ordinary martial artists. Some people who fawned over Lin, or distant relatives, might come here to seek him out. Yang Chen knew the guards were not mistaken. In that case, he might as well take out his martial artist badge. Fortunately, he had received the badge in Bai City, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Under the watchful eyes of several guards, Yang Chen took out the golden tiger head 3-strike martial artist badge from his pocket. The guards, all martial artists themselves, stared blankly at the badge in Yang Chen's hand, utterly astonished. A high-level grandmaster's badge? Can I take a look? Sure. Yang Chen handed the badge to the guard who spoke. The guard took the badge and examined it carefully, discovering that it was genuine. After returning the badge to Yang Chen, the guards exchanged glances. How could they still dare to treat Yang Chen as an ordinary person? Can you take me to Villa number 73? Yang Chen suddenly asked one of the guards. The Garden Road Villa district was home to the wealthy and powerful, depending on who you compared it to. There was no presence of high-level grandmasters here. The guards understood that it didn't matter whether Yang Chen himself was a high-level grandmaster or if he had one backing him. What mattered was that he was looking for Lin He. As far as they knew, Lin He was a mid-level master. The gap between a mid-level master and a high-level grandmaster was obvious. One guard quickly led Yang Chen into the villa district. Under the guard's guidance, Yang Chen soon arrived outside Villa number 73. Sir, this is Villa number 73. Alright, you can go back now. Yang Chen nodded. After the guard left, he pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, the door opened. May I ask who you are? A man dressed as a servant opened the door. I'm here to see Master Lin He. Please come in. The man led Yang Chen into the villa. Once inside, he looked around and found the decor to be quite tasteful. At a table not far from him, several young people who appeared to be a few years older than him were drinking and discussing something. Among them were both men and women. Yang Chen knew these people were martial artists. Their strength was nothing to him, and they were neither superior nor inferior. Uncle Wang, who is he? A girl put down her wineglass, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. The other young people looked over as well. He's here to see the master. My dad is upstairs, you can take him. Up. Yes, miss. The man called Uncle Wang led Yang Chen upstairs, while the young people did not pay him any mind, continuing to drink and discuss their dreams. Upon reaching the second floor, Yang Chen met Master Lin He. Lin He appeared to be around 50 years old, somewhat thin, but his eyes were sharp and his spirit was vigorous. Master, he's here to see you. I understand, you can go down first. After Wang Bo left, Lin He looked up and down at Yang Chen, and he was quite sure that he did not know Yang Chen. May I ask what you need from me? My name is Yang Chen. Lord Wang Tong of Bai City sent me to check on you, Yang Chen said. Lin He was taken aback. He clearly did not expect Yang Chen to say such a thing. Wang Tong sent you? You could say that. Yang Chen nodded. Come, have a seat. Lin He was very pleased. After he had Yang Chen sit down, he sighed. That kid Wang Tong hasn't come to see me for so long. I was planning to go to Bai City to find him, but I've been tied up with some matters lately. Also, I heard that there was a phenomenon of Earth Spirit Light in Bai City not long ago, and many powerful individuals entered the area to explore, resulting in casualties. I heard that many with god-level talents appeared in the Earth Spirit Light area. Is that true? After saying a lot to Yang Chen, Lin He looked at him, wanting to confirm it from Yang Chen's mouth. Yes, it was indeed very dangerous, Yang Chen said. Fortunately, the crisis of the Earth Spirit Light in Bai City has been resolved. If it hadn't been resolved, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After that, Linhee chatted with Yang Chen about many things, mostly about how he and Wang Tong met and how they parted ways, and so on. After staying in Linhee's room for over an hour, Yang Chen prepared to leave. Linhee wanted to keep him at home for a few days, but he politely declined. After bidding farewell to Linhee, he came down from the second floor, where several young men who looked a few years older than him were still drinking and discussing some matters. You might not believe it when I say it. A young man who looked quite good stretched his neck, looking somewhat mysterious. The others looked at the young man with curiosity, not understanding what earth-shattering thing he was about to say. I have the phone number of the Blade War General. The young man looked at the puzzled expressions of the others, and a proud look appeared on his face. Why don't you say you have the phone number of the national leader? Ha, right, as if you could have the Blade War General's number. Are you kidding? Wu Jun, just tell us this and don't go spreading it around. If it gets to the Blade War General's ears, that would be bad. The young men did not believe the young man's words. What I'm saying is true. The young man named Wu Jun became anxious when he saw they didn't believe him. He took out his phone and showed them a screenshot. This is a screenshot I took from my grandpa's phone, Wu Jun said. The others looked at the screenshot on Wu Jun's phone, which contained a phone number, and they understood. If your grandpa has the Blade War General's number, then it's possible. After all, your grandpa is a high-level master, Linhee's daughter, Lin Miao Miao, said. Of course, my grandpa and the Blade War General are not comparable, but having the Blade War General's number is no big deal. You guys shouldn't envy me for that, Wu Jun said with a smug grin. It was clear that their relationship was quite good. Yang Chen, who was originally about to leave, paused when he heard their conversation. Right, how could he have forgotten about the Blade War General? Coming to this unfamiliar place, having the Blade War General would definitely be better than figuring things out on his own. He couldn't stay in Ningzhou City for too long anyway, as he would leave once Longyan University started. He had saved the Blade War General's life in the Black Mountain Cavern, so he should not refuse him. Yang Chen walked up to the group and looked at Wu Jun. Can you give me the Blade War General's phone number? The others shivered at Yang Chen's words, not expecting such a question to suddenly arise. They looked at Yang Chen, knowing he had come to find Master Linhee. Aren't you here to see my dad? Lin Miao Miao looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Yes, I came to find Master Linhee. When I heard you had the phone number of the Blade War General, I came. Do you have a connection with the Blade War General? Wu Jun looked at Yang Chen with disbelief. I guess you could say that. Stop bragging, you just want to get the Blade War General's number from me so you can show off to your friends. By the way, if I give you the number, would you dare to call? At this point, Wu Jun smiled, feeling he had Yang Chen under control, and then said to him, if you dare to call in front of us, I'll give you the Blade War General's number. Lin Miao Miao and the other two also looked at Yang Chen, curious about why he wanted the Blade War General's number. Even if he had the number, what good would it do? Who were they, and who was the Blade War General? Did he really dare to call the Blade War General? Lin Miao Miao and Wu Jun all stared at Yang Chen, believing he wouldn't dare to call the Blade War General in front of them. Listening to their words, Yang Chen secretly smiled. He just wanted the Blade War General's number. Wouldn't it be simple to give it to him? What's there to be afraid of? Yang Chen said. The expressions on their faces froze. You really dared to call? Wu Jun was a bit dumbfounded. He thought he had completely grasped Yang Chen, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to respond like this. Lin Miao Miao and the other two were also stunned. They had thought of many ways Yang Chen might respond, but they didn't expect him to say he would dare to call. I dare to call, Yang Chen nodded in affirmation. Good. Seeing Yang Chen say this, Wu Jun became stubborn. If you dare to call the Blade War General in front of us, then I'll give you the number. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun handed his phone to Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at the screenshot on the phone, which displayed the Blade War General's number. Warriors have excellent memories, especially someone of his high-level Grandmaster status. With just one glance, he firmly memorized the Blade War General's number in his mind. But don't use my phone to call. I don't want to. Okay. Before Wu Jun could finish his sentence, Yang Chen took out his phone from his pocket. Under the gaze of the others, Yang Chen dialed a number and made the call. Lin Miao Miao and the others hesitated as they watched. In their eyes, calling a general of the Four Directions should be extremely nerve-wracking. So why was Yang Chen so calm? Was he really calling the Blade War General? At the executive government. The Blade War General was currently at the executive government. Compared to the executive government in Bai City, that of Ningzhou City could be said to be worlds apart. The Blade War General's face showed some worry, as if he had encountered some issues. Not long after, a man of similar age approached him. Blade War General, the City Lord is not at the executive government. The City Lord isn't here? The man's words made the Blade War General pause slightly. Yes, the City Lord went to Longyan City and might not return for a few days. All right. The Blade War General sighed. Just as he turned to leave the executive government, the phone rang. Hello? Blade War General, this is Yang Chen. I wonder if you still remember me. Yang Chen's voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing Yang Chen's voice on the phone, the Blade War general was taken aback. Yang Chen? Of course, he remembered Yang Chen. During the battle, in the Black Mountain Cavern, when he was being subtly suppressed by Mahola, Yang Chen had appeared. He activated his god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed, and under that terrifying combat skill, Mihola was severely injured. In the end, Yang Chen even tore off Mihola's pair of golden wings. That scene was something the Blade War general knew he would never forget in his life. He also knew that Yang Chen was his savior, otherwise he might have encountered an accident during the battle with Mihola. As he and General Su Hu and Tai Yan were about to reach the source of the Earth Spirit's light, they saw Yang Chen walking out from the source. General Su Hu and Tai Yan couldn't believe that Yang Chen was one of the powerful elemental talents of divine level. Yet, he firmly believed in his heart that Yang Chen was indeed one of those terrifying divine talents. Yang Chen, why did you suddenly call me? General Ba Dao was somewhat excited. He never would have imagined that Yang Chen would call him at this moment. I've come to Ningzhou City and wanted to see you. I hope that's okay? Sure, of course. General Ba Dao was so excited that he almost dropped his phone. A wave of joy surged within him. Perhaps he could ask Yang Chen for help to resolve his current predicament. I'm at the executive government. Can you wait for me at the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall? I'll be there soon. Okay. After saying that, both sides hung up the phone. Inside the villa, Lin Miao and Wu Jun exchanged glances. Yang Chen spoke confidently on the phone. Could it be that he was really talking to General Ba Dao? No. Lin Miao and Wu Jun dismissed the thought in their minds. They felt it was impossible. Yang Chen was just a young man. He was even a few years younger than them. At such an age, even if he were talking to General Ba Dao, it would never be in this tone. Lin Miao and Wu Jun believed that Yang Chen must not be talking to General Ba Dao. Yes, it had to be that way. After hanging up, Yang Chen didn't plan to explain anything to the people in front of him and prepared to leave the villa area for the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Wait, are you just leaving like that? Lin Miao stared blankly at Yang Chen. Wu Jun and the other two young people also didn't expect this. They thought Yang Chen would at least say something after hanging up. Why was he preparing to leave directly? You wouldn't believe what I say. I'm going to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen turned to look at Lin Miao and the others. Are you interested in going with me? The group was momentarily stunned. Going to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall? As residents of Ningzhou City, they certainly knew that the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall was one of the top martial arts halls in the city. General Ba Dao was the owner of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall was very close, at most a 10-minute journey. I still don't know your name. May I ask you? Yang Chen. In response to Lin Miao's inquiry, Yang Chen stated his name. Yang Chen, are you really going to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Wu Jun shook his head vigorously. Lin Miao and the other two young people also showed expressions of disbelief. We'll drive with you to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. I just don't believe you were really talking to General Ba Dao. Wu Jun gritted his teeth. He simply couldn't believe that Yang Chen's background was so powerful that he could speak to General Ba Dao in that tone. Yang Chen was somewhat speechless. Young man, sometimes you have to believe what you should believe. You're the young man. After Wu Jun replied, he stood up and walked toward the villa's exit. Lin Miao and the two young people followed suit. They wanted to see if Yang Chen was really going to meet General Ba Dao. Yang Chen shook his head. Were those cliché plots from novels really about to happen in reality? After exiting the villa, the group had started two valuable cars, and Yang Chen got into one of them. The two cars headed toward the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Moments later, after parking, Yang Chen and the group got out of the cars. The Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall came into their view. As one of the top martial arts halls in Ningzhou City, the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall looked extraordinarily grand. With the four large characters Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall prominently displayed at the top, the four characters appeared sharp and striking, making one feel a sense of awe at first glance. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Miao, Wu Jun, and the others, Yang Chen walked straight into the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Lin Miao, Wu Jun, and the others looked at Yang Chen walking toward the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall, secretly astonished. He really was coming to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. If that's the case, don't panic. Even if he really came to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall, it doesn't mean he was actually on the phone with the Ba Dao War General just now, unless he met the Ba Dao War General in person, Lin Miao said. Wu Jun and the two young men felt that Lin Miao made a lot of sense. After exchanging glances, they followed her into the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Once inside, they found that Yang Chen had found a place to sit down. Seeing this, they felt relieved. They thought Yang Chen had some great ability, but it turned out to be just this? In their eyes, Yang Chen must have wanted the Ba Dao War General's phone number just to show off in front of his friends. Coming to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall was truly laughable. He couldn't possibly meet the Ba Dao War General in this hall, could he? Seeing Yang Chen sitting in the lobby of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall, they already understood everything. They walked over to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you didn't come to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall just to sit here, did you? Lin Miaomio looked at Yang Chen. Although she secretly thought Yang Chen was a bit mysterious, she didn't believe what he had said. Wu Jun and the others also looked at Yang Chen, waiting for his next response. The Ba Dao War General should be at the executive government and should be arriving soon, Yang Chen said. Cut, I don't believe it. Don't try to fool us. Yeah, if you tell the truth, we won't do anything to you. Yang Chen, tell us you weren't just on the phone with the Ba Dao War General. You'll know when the time comes. After Yang Chen replied to their questioning, he ignored them. The group exchanged glances and they weren't planning to ask any further. Since Yang Chen said they would know when the time came, they would just wait and see. What Lin Miaomio and the others didn't expect was that their conversation with Yang Chen was overheard by some people around them. These people included students from the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall and some martial artists who had come to the hall for business. At this moment they were both amused and incredulous. Hey, did you hear that? That guy means to wait for the Ba Dao War General here. Ah, I heard it too. It's so funny, those must be his friends, how shameless. What kind of status does the hall master have? He wants to meet the hall master, he really doesn't know what he's talking about. Whether they were martial artists doing business at the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall or students, they began to discuss among themselves, their faces filled with disdain and mockery. Such discussions made Lin Miaomio, Wu Jun, and the others' faces turn red. I think we should leave, it's clearly impossible, Wu Jun said, feeling a bit regretful. He thought it would have been better not to follow Yang Chen to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. Lin Miaomio and the two young men couldn't stand the discussions either, and for a moment, embarrassment appeared on their faces. They looked at Yang Chen, only to find him calm and composed, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Was his skin this thick? The group was secretly astonished. They thought Yang Chen was a few years younger than them, yet he wasn't the least bit embarrassed in the face of such a situation. The discussions from the surrounding students and martial artists continued to flow endlessly. Finally, Lin Miaomio, Wu Jun, and the others could no longer endure it. Let's go! They were about to leave the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall, but just as they took a step, several exclamations rang out from outside the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. The hall master is coming! The exclamations echoed throughout the lobby of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall, and everyone's gaze turned to one direction. Under everyone's gaze, the Ba Dao War General strode into the martial arts hall with an imposing presence. Though martial artists and students looked at the Ba Dao War General before them, feeling both astonished and alarmed. They thought the Ba Dao War General's talent was indeed extraordinary. The 9 Batian Dao, which made him look extremely fierce, like a human weapon, it was terrifying. Wow, the Ba Dao War General looked so powerful, so terrifying. Is this the strength of the Four Directions War General? Just a glance is overwhelming. Every time I see the museum owner, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine, and my whole body starts to tremble unconsciously. Some martial artists who came to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum for business naturally wouldn't seek out the Ba Dao War General for help. Most of them had only seen the Ba Dao War General in the news. How could they have seen him in reality? A Four Directions War General standing before them was, of course, an insurmountable presence. When Lin Miaomio, Wu Jun, and a few others saw the Ba Dao War General arrive, their pupils constricted sharply. The Ba Dao War General really came? Coincidence? No. This is the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum. As the owner of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum, isn't it normal for him to be here? While the few of them were in a daze, they noticed that the Ba Dao War General was striding purposefully in one direction. Not just them, but everyone in the hall of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum also noticed this. The direction the Ba Dao War General was heading was precisely where Yang Chen was. As the Ba Dao War General rushed back from the executive government to the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum, he spotted Yang Chen the moment he entered the hall. With the city lord absent from Ningzhou City, Yang Chen could be said to be his hope. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, the Ba Dao War General arrived in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen, hello. The excited and thrilled Ba Dao War General extended his hand to Yang Chen. Wow! Everyone in the hall was stunned by the scene, and an uproar immediately ensued. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped open. What did they just see? The Ba Dao War General actually extended his hand to Yang Chen? And what was with the excitement and thrill on the Ba Dao War General's face? Lin Miaomio, Wu Jun, and the other two young people were also frozen in shock, their eyes wide open. It turned out that what Yang Chen said was all true. Hello, Ba Dao War General. Yang Chen also reached out and shook hands with the Ba Dao War General. This isn't a place for conversation, let's go to my office. Okay. With that, the Ba Dao War General left the hall with Yang Chen. Everyone in the hall was left in a state of shock, dazed and horrified, various expressions filling their faces. Some martial artists and students who had just mocked Yang Chen were now left with nothing but astonishment. How could they have imagined that Yang Chen was really here to wait for the Ba Dao War General? And what kind of existence must one be to have the Ba Dao War General take the initiative to shake hands Lin Miaomiao, Wu Jun, and the other two young people's faces turned pale, their expressions filled with terror. He shouldn't do anything to us, right? He shouldn't, otherwise he would have. It's hard to say. What if he changes his mind? At this point, the few of them exchanged glances again and hurriedly left the Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum. As for their current feelings, Yang Chen had already anticipated them when he left Villa number 73. Otherwise, how could he have thought that the melodramatic plot from the novel would unfold in reality? In the museum owner's office, the Ba Dao War General and Yang Chen had already arrived inside. After some pleasantries, the Ba Dao War General seemed to hesitate to speak. Yang Chen noticed that the Ba Dao War General had something he wanted to say. Ba Dao War General, feel free to speak your mind. Yang Chen said. Yang Chen, since you say that, then I will speak. I would like to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yang Chen looked at the Ba Dao War General in confusion. As a Four Directions War General, was there really something he couldn't handle? Beneath our Ba Dao Martial Arts Museum, there are several fierce beasts sealed by powerful martial artists. I originally thought there wouldn't be any issues, but these past few days, I've discovered that the seals have actually started to weaken. I went to the executive government to find the city lord, but he has gone to Longyan City. The Ba Dao War General placed his hopes on Yang Chen, knowing that if the powerful fierce beast sealed underground broke free, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe for Ningzhou City. The reason he hesitated to speak earlier was that he didn't know whether Yang Chen was indeed a powerful presence in the Black Mountain Cavern, although he had seen Yang Chen activate the Shadow Sky Divine Speed. If he wasn't one of those few divine elemental talents or weapon talents, he would have no way to deal with the ferocious beast sealed beneath the Ba Dao martial arts hall. The Ba Dao War General believed Yang Chen was, but that was merely his belief and did not necessarily mean Yang Chen was. He expressed his request, and now it was up to Yang Chen to respond. Listening to the Ba Dao War General, Yang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Why had he come to Ningzhou City? Was it not for the ferocious beasts? It seemed that his decision to seek out the Ba Dao War General was indeed wise. I can go take a look, Yang Chen said, looking at the Ba Dao War General. He knew the Ba Dao War General was a general of the Four Directions, but merely a junior general. The ferocious beast sealed within the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall should be stronger than the Ba Dao War General. For beasts of this level, they were nothing but a piece of cake for him. Alright, I'll take you there right now. With that, the Ba Dao War General hurriedly led Yang Chen to the internal square of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. In the square stood a massive stone bell. Besides the residual vitality on the bell, there were also some cracks. Yang Chen, the entrance is right beneath the stone bell, the Ba Dao War General said. Let's go down now. Yang Chen was already a bit impatient regarding the powerful ferocious beasts. While a powerful beast might not help him break through his realm limitations, wasn't there still the cavern in the wilderness outside Ningzhou City? At that time, he could just have the Ba Dao War General accompany him for a trip, and that would be that. Yang Chen was thriving. He knew that during his time in Ningzhou City, he would definitely be able to break through to the rank of a general of the Four Directions. No rush, I've also invited General Su Hu and General Tai Yan. Let's go down together tomorrow to explore. What do you think? The Ba Dao War General didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Yang Chen also understood that the Ba Dao War General's invitation to General Su Hu and General Tai Yan was just to buy some insurance, which was not wrong at all. Alright. Without thinking too much, he nodded in agreement. After Yang Chen agreed, the Ba Dao War General secretly let out a sigh of relief. He took Yang Chen to a luxuriously decorated room. Yang Chen, I'll trouble you to stay here for today. How does that sound? No problem. Good, you rest first, I'll take my leave. After the Ba Dao War General left, Yang Chen didn't think much about it. He lay down on the bed. Lin Miaomiao and Wu Jun drove for over 100 kilometers without stopping. They simply couldn't imagine that what Yang Chen had told them was all true. But why could Yang Chen speak such words to them in such a calm tone? They were too small-minded. Once they came to their senses, they realized their perspective and mindset were indeed too narrow. Seeing the Ba Dao War General actively shake hands with Yang Chen, along with the expression on the Ba Dao War General's face, was enough to indicate Yang Chen's status. Yang Chen was at least on the same level as the Ba Dao War General. He was conversing with the Ba Dao War General as an equal. What tone could he use if not that? Should he be as startled as they were? I think we don't need to act this way. Yang Chen has been to my house to see my dad, and he wouldn't have any ill intentions. I think we should just go back to our own homes, Lin Miaomiao said. After the long drive of over 100 kilometers, the others also calmed down. They found Lin Miaomiao's words reasonable and began to drive back. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. After Yang Chen came out of his room, he went to the internal square of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall. He noticed that the crack in the massive stone bell at the center of the square seemed to have widened a bit. It looked like if this stone bell exploded, the ferocious beast sealed inside would burst out. Before long, the Ba Dao War General and two men appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight. The two men beside the Ba Dao War General were none other than General Su Hu and General Tai Yan. When the Blade War General brought them to the inner square. He had already introduced Yang Chen to them. The events that occurred in the Black Mountain Cavern had a significant impact on the Su Hu War General and the Taiyan War General. They remembered it vividly. The Blade War General had discussed Yang Chen with them back then. He believed that Yang Chen was one of the major powerhouses in the Black Mountain Cavern, but they did not share that view. After all, Yang Chen's age made it hard for them to think so. The Blade War General, Su Hu War General, and Taiyan War General had already reached Yang Chen's side. "Hello, Yang Chen." Despite their disbelief, the Su Hu War General and Taiyan War General knew that Yang Chen was an absolute genius and his future achievements would not be lower than theirs. Such a person was not someone they would look down upon. "Hello," Yang Chen greeted the two in return. Next, the Blade War General looked at the stone bell before them. "We're going in to investigate. Let's begin." Yang Chen had wanted to enter and slay the fierce beast since yesterday. A day of waiting had already felt like torture. Boom! Immediately, the Blade War General, Su Hu War General, and Taiyan War General worked together to move the massive stone bell. An entrance resembling that of a cavern appeared before them. As they hesitated, they noticed a figure leap directly into the entrance. That figure was Yang Chen. The three war generals did not expect Yang Chen to be so decisive and resolute. After a moment of shock, they followed him and jumped in. Once inside, they found themselves in another underground space, not as vast as the cavern but still quite sizable. Just as they entered, a chilling voice echoed, "Humans!" The Blade War General, Su Hu War General, and Taiyan War General immediately turned towards the sound, and a fierce beast appeared before their eyes. This fierce beast was depicted in the beast illustration. A 6th-tier intermediate fierce beast, the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard. This Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard was not a humanoid fierce beast. It was enormous, with its body covered in a terrifying gold and black pattern. The Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard was coldly staring at Yang Chen and the others, not rushing to attack but instead sizing them up to see if they were easy prey. The Blade War General, Su Hu War General, and Taiyan War General felt the icy gaze of the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. They were all junior war generals, while this Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard was a 6th-tier intermediate fierce beast. A 6th-tier intermediate fierce beast was equivalent to a mid-level human warrior. The Blade War General quickly looked at Yang Chen, as Yang Chen was the main force for this entry. He noticed an intriguing expression on Yang Chen's face. Seeing this, he felt reassured. Su Hu War General and Taiyan War General also saw the expression on Yang Chen's face, and they were secretly astonished, wondering if Yang Chen was truly a powerful existence from the Black Mountain Cavern. A 6th-tier intermediate fierce beast was not surprising to Yang Chen. He knew that in the Black Mountain Cavern, the two four-winged golden-winged insects at the source of the Earth Spirit's light were also 6th-tier intermediate fierce beasts. "Human, how many years has it been? I haven't seen a human in so long, haha." After sizing them up for a while, the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard concluded that these humans must have stumbled in here by mistake. It laughed wildly. After the laughter, it suddenly opened its massive bloody mouth, and a dark demonic light surged forth, forming a dark beam aimed at Yang Chen and the others. "Humans, die." The Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard knew that these humans could never withstand such an attack. Only death awaited them. Crackle! To the surprise of both the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard and the three war generals, as the dark beam of demonic light rushed in, several massive crimson lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the space. These crimson lightning bolts instantly shattered the dark beam of demonic light. Before the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard and the three war generals could react, a god-level lightning talent, the Crimson Thunder Emperor, had already appeared before their eyes. Hiss! Under the blade of the Dominator, the generals Ba Dao, Su Hu, and Taiyan stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the Red Thunder Emperor. They couldn't help but gasp, their mouths agape in disbelief. Crackle! A terrifying, dragon-like crimson lightning power erupted from Yang Chen's body. The Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard, sensing such a lightning force approaching, was terrified to the core, feeling an unprecedented dread. The Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard quickly dodged, knowing it could not withstand such lightning power. Fortunately, the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard was quite fast and managed to evade the lightning attack. As it dodged, it was preparing to flee for its life, knowing that if it didn't escape, next year on this day would be its day of sacrifice. But before the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard could escape, several more dragon-like crimson lightning forces swept toward it. Multiple lightning forces completely blocked its escape route. The Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard, witnessing such lightning power, roared in terror. Boom! When the crimson lightning struck the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard, it was instantly torn apart, its life extinguished. Ding! Slaying the Golden Armored Earth Demon Lizard. Battle power plus 800,000. The data of battle power dropped appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Generals Ba Dao, Su Hu, and Taiyan were stunned, utterly shocked. Especially Su Hu and Taiyan, who had not believed Yang Chen was a powerful presence in the cave back in the Black Mountain. And now, they finally understood why Ba Dao had said such words to them back then. The three generals were even more astonished by Yang Chen's Battle power. A golden armored earth demon lizard was actually killed in an instant. It was simply too fast for them to even react. What's going on? Is there a battle outside? Why do I feel the seal has loosened? Just as Yang Chen killed the golden armored earth demon lizard, the sounds of fierce beasts echoed from the depths of the space. Not long after the sounds faded, several fierce beasts appeared before them. These fierce beasts were all documented in the Beast Encyclopedia. The Nether Blood Tiger, the Crimson Evil Beetle, the Ghost-Faced Demon Spider. All were mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts. Yang Chen, these fierce beasts are almost all the ones sealed beneath the Ba Dao Martial Hall, Ba Dao said to Yang Chen. Now that Yang Chen was the Red Thunder Emperor, what was there to fear? Moreover, he still had the god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed. Yang Chen remained in the form of the Red Thunder Emperor. He fixed his gaze on the several mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts before him. These mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts also sensed a strong sense of danger from Yang Chen. They coldly stared at him. Human, if we don't eliminate you, we won't be able to escape. Prepare to die. The mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts understood their situation clearly. After their words fell, the fierce beasts launched their attacks against Yang Chen. The attacks from the mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts intertwined. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dark demonic light. The three generals were terrified. Although they were formidable warriors, they had no way to counter such an attack. Yang Chen was not prepared to waste too much time on these mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts. As the mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts unleashed their attacks, Yang Chen directly executed a god-level lightning combat skill, Annihilation Thunder Pillar. In an instant, thousands of giant thunder pillars appeared in the area where the mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts were located. Boom! The space violently shook, and the might of the giant thunder scattered the attacks unleashed by the mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts. Their area was filled with terrifyingly massive thunder pillars. The mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts were doomed. Generals Ba Dao, Su Hu, and Taiyan watched the scene, swallowing hard, their faces filled with fear. Yes, they had seen such a scene in the Black Mountain Cave. It was truly terrifying. They knew that if the seal of this underground space had not completely disappeared, it would have surely collapsed at this moment. How could these mid-level 6th-tier beasts know that Yang Chen was so powerful, capable of killing them in a single strike? In despair and unwillingness, these mid-level 6th-tier beasts lost their lives forever. Ding! Slayed the Nether Blood Tiger, battle power plus 800,000. Ding! Slayed the Crimson Evil Beetle, battle power plus 800,000. Ding! Dropped high-level wind system talent, Fury of the Wind. Yang Chen? Looking at the data that dropped in his retina, Yang Chen was stunned. Another talent dropped? Moreover, Yang Chen could clearly feel that he was about to break through the boundary limit and advance to the Four Directions War General. After being excited for a while, he came back to his senses and realized he needed to leave quickly to convert and fuse the dropped wind system talent. He transformed back into his original form and looked at the three war generals in front of him, saying, "If there are no more beasts, we can leave." The three war generals came back to their senses, their faces momentarily frozen, and it took a long time for them to regain their composure. They found that Yang Chen had already walked out. Not wanting to linger any longer, they followed him out as well. Once they arrived at the internal square of the Tinglong Martial Arts Hall, they returned the massive stone bell to its original position. "Yang, I'll head back to my room first." Just as the Blade War General was about to say something, Yang Chen interrupted him and quickly walked toward his room. The Tiger War General and Iron Rock War General were also somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Yang Chen was in such a hurry to return to his room. Soon, Yang Chen was back in his room. "Ding! Would you like to convert the high-level wind system talent Fury of the Wind? Convert." Ding! Fury of the Wind successfully converted to god-level wind system talent Fallen Wind God. Fallen Wind God. Yang Chen secretly rejoiced, having obtained another god-level talent. Fusion. Next, he chose to fuse the god-level wind system talent Fallen Wind God. A few seconds later, the fusion of Fallen Wind God was successful. Ding! Self-comprehended god-level wind system battle skill Fallen Rampaging Tornado. After the Fallen Rampaging Tornado entered Yang Chen's mind, its proficiency instantly rose to perfection. Yang Chen felt the power of the Fallen Rampaging Tornado and thought to himself that it was no less powerful than the world-destroying Thunder Pillar. After exterminating those mid-level 6th-tier beasts underground, he could feel that he was about to break through the boundary limit of the Four Directions War General. He needed to go to the wilderness outside Ningzhou City to find a cave to explore. With this thought, Yang Chen left his room. Moments later, he found the Blade War General. "Yang Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, then..." "Blade War General, there's no need for such words. I have something to discuss with you," Yang Chen interjected. The Blade War General looked at Yang Chen in confusion, not understanding what a powerful being like Yang Chen could want from him. "Yang Chen, just tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate to risk my life," the Blade War General said. "I want to check out the caves in the wilderness outside Ningzhou City." Yang Chen expressed his thoughts. The Blade War General listened to Yang Chen's words, puzzled, unable to understand why Yang Chen wanted to go to the caves outside Ningzhou City. Was he looking to kill beasts? But a powerful warrior like Yang Chen must have already slain many beasts. Moreover, there had been no signs of earth spirits appearing in the wilderness outside Ningzhou City. A being as powerful as the Six Extremes War King, he could not fathom why Yang Chen wanted to go to the caves outside Ningzhou City. Perhaps it was just out of curiosity? That was the only explanation the Blade War General could come up with. However, the caves outside Ningzhou City. The Blade War General fell silent. Yang Chen looked at the silent Blade War General, feeling somewhat perplexed. He thought that as a Four Directions War General, he should have the authority to enter the caves outside Ningzhou City. He wasn't asking to enter the top-tier caves. Any cave would suffice, as he aimed to break through to the Four Directions War General. Several months ago, the city lord issued a notice that all martial artists in Ningzhou City are not allowed to enter the numerous designated caves at will. The purpose is to prevent a riot in the caves that could threaten Ningzhou City. Those caves that are too weak, with a powerful existence like you shouldn't be interested in the small caves, right? The Blade War General revealed his unspoken concerns to Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood. No wonder the Blade War General had been silent. It's fine, I can manage the small caves as well. He smiled. He knew he would soon break through to the Four Directions War General, so whether it was a large cave or a small cave didn't matter. From a guest's perspective, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to forcefully enter the wild caves outside Ningzhou City. If the wild caves were connected, it could trigger a horde of ferocious beasts to emerge from the caves, which would be disastrous. The small caves are also acceptable. The Blade War General was somewhat taken aback. Yang Chen, since the small caves are fine, then let's go to the Black Iron Mountain Cave. That is the cave belonging to my Blade Martial Arts School. If our students want to enter the cave for training, they go to the Black Iron Mountain Cave. The Black Iron Mountain Cave, huh? Yang Chen pondered for a moment, thinking that the Black Iron Mountain Cave would be suitable. Blade War General, could you give me the wilderness pass? He was too lazy to go through the process himself. Each city had a different wilderness pass, and he currently only had the wilderness pass for Bai City. Yang Chen, do you want to go right now? The Blade War General didn't expect Yang Chen to be so eager. After speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Chen's response and handed him the wilderness pass. Yes, I'm going now. Yang Chen nodded. Then, I'll arrange a car to take you. All right. He didn't refuse. Since he wasn't a Four Directions War General yet, he couldn't transform into the sun and fly under the Blade War General's arrangement. Yang Chen quickly got into a car that headed towards the wild city gate of Ningzhou City. The city gate. This is the gate connecting to the wilderness of Ningzhou City. Yang Chen handed the wilderness pass to the guard, and after the guard checked it and found it correct, he successfully arrived in the wild area of Ningzhou City. The driver directly took Yang Chen to the nearest stop to the Black Iron Mountain Cave. Sir, the Blade War General asked me to wait for you here, the driver said respectfully to Yang Chen. He didn't dare to offend Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen got in the car, he had seen how polite the Blade War General was to him, even somewhat respectful. No need, you can go, Yang Chen told the driver. Seeing this, the driver didn't dare to argue and drove away. While in the car, Yang Chen had already checked the map of the Black Iron Mountain Cave. After arriving at the stop, a towering mountain appeared before his eyes. The mountain was Black Iron Mountain. The Black Iron Mountain Cave was located within Black Iron Mountain. Yang Chen walked towards the mountain. Upon reaching Black Iron Mountain, he sensed the presence of humans. There are humans here? He was somewhat surprised. Didn't the Blade War General say that this was the exclusive cave of the Blade Martial Arts School? How could there still be human presence? After thinking for a few seconds, he understood. It must be the people from the Blade Martial Arts School. As one of the top martial arts schools in Ningzhou City, the Blade Martial Arts School must have applied and obtained the Black Iron Mountain Cave as their exclusive training cave. It was quite normal for someone to be stationed here, otherwise, anyone could enter the Black Iron Mountain Cave. Without thinking too much, he quickly walked towards the Black Iron Mountain Cave. After about 10 minutes, he saw the entrance to the Black Iron Mountain, and he also sensed some humans nearby. Just as he thought, the people on Black Iron Mountain were indeed martial artists from the Blade Martial Arts School. The martial artists from the Blade Martial Arts School naturally wouldn't be stationed at the entrance of the Black Iron Mountain Cave but would be distributed across various areas of Black Iron Mountain. Yang Chen perfectly avoided them. Black Iron Mountain Cave. After avoiding the martial artists from the Blade Martial Arts School on Black Iron Mountain, he entered the Black Iron Mountain Cave. Inside the cave, he assessed the scale. The Black Iron Mountain Cave was indeed not large. He walked towards the center of the cave. This level of cave should be sufficient to unleash god-level combat skills in the central region, right? This time, as he entered the Black Iron Mountain Cave, the combat skill he prepared to use was, of course, the god-level wind system skill, Fallen Frenzied Tornado Roar. As he made his way to the central part of the Black Iron Mountain Cave, he encountered fierce beasts along the way. However, these fierce beasts were simply too weak in front of him. Under the release of his vital energy, all the fierce beasts were killed by him. After a long while, he arrived at the central position of the Black Iron Mountain Cave. Just as he reached the center, dozens of fierce beasts spotted him and glared at Yang Chen with malicious eyes. Roar! After several roars, dozens of fierce beasts pounced on him. Looking at the dozens of beasts charging at him, Yang Chen decided not to kill them first before activating the Fallen Wind God, but to activate it right away. Fallen Wind God. After Yang Chen used the God-level wind system talent Fallen Wind God, a whirlwind erupted from the ground, and Yang Chen's figure rapidly grew taller. In an instant, Yang Chen transformed into a towering tornado hundreds of meters high, within which a giant dragon formed from condensed wind swirl. The giant dragon's crimson eyes were particularly striking, sending chills down one's spine, as if one were in hell. The dozens of fierce beasts that charged at Yang Chen didn't even have time to reach him before they were instantly obliterated by the rising whirlwind. It seemed that the fierce beasts in other parts of the Black Iron Mountain Cave sensed the impending danger and became inexplicably uneasy. At this moment, Yang Chen had already activated the God-level wind system combat skill, Fallen Frenzied Tornado. After unleashing the Fallen Frenzied Tornado, countless gusts of wind split off from the form of the Fallen Wind God. These gusts of wind instantly transformed into tornadoes. Similarly, at the center of these tornadoes, a giant dragon was also spiraling. In an instant, numerous towering tornadoes swept through the Black Iron Mountain Cave, and the roar of the wind dragon echoed continuously. All the fierce beasts in the Black Iron Mountain Cave felt an unprecedented sense of fear at that moment. Boom! The Black Iron Mountain Cave began to shake violently amidst these tornadoes, and countless boulders started to fall from the sky, as if the entire cave was about to collapse. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts in the cave were continuously killed by the tornadoes. Ding! Slayed Shadow Cat, combat power plus 50. Ding! Slayed Red Water Snake, combat power plus 120. Ding! Slayed Sharp Wolf, combat power plus 80. The frenzied drop of combat power data caused the vital energy within Yang Chen to gather more and more. This vital energy condensed into a shockwave, rapidly impacting his limbs, bones, internal organs, and even every cell. Almost there. Almost there. He knew this was the boundary limit between the high-level Grandmaster and the low-level warrior. Not only the Black Iron Mountain Cave, but the Black Iron Mountain itself was shaking violently, rocks were cracking, and trees were toppling. The martial artists at the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall on Black Iron Mountain were all horrified. What is happening? I don't know. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Is it an earthquake? Could it be that something went wrong in the Black Iron Mountain Cave? The shaking of Black Iron Mountain grew more intense, showing signs of imminent collapse. The martial artists of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall dared not stay on Black Iron Mountain any longer. They hurriedly ran down as fast as they could. Once they reached the foot of Black Iron Mountain, the martial artists of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall couldn't believe their eyes, their faces filled with shock and daze. If something truly went wrong in the Black Iron Mountain Cave, how terrifying would that be? It should be noted that although the entrance to the Black Iron Mountain Cave is on Black Iron Mountain, the depth of the cave can be extremely deep. What kind of fierce beast could cause such a disturbance? Could it be that the Black Iron Mountain Cave has connected to some powerful cave? With this thought, the martial artists of the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall dared not think any further, and one martial artist quickly shouted, "Hurry and tell the Hallmaster. The wilderness has no communication, they can only quickly evacuate the Black Iron Mountain area and head to a safe place." Several martial artists have already gone to Ningzhou City, and their purpose for going there is, of course, to report this matter. Boom! 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 The violent shaking of Black Iron Mountain continues, causing the mountain to tilt, and it seems it won't be long before it collapses. If Black Iron Mountain has become like this, one can only imagine the state of the underground cave, which has long since collapsed. However, this poses no harm to Yang Chen. The massive shockwave formed by the condensed vital energy within him continues to push against the limits of his realm. He knows it won't be long now. He will soon become a Four Directions battle general. The ferocious beasts in the underground cave have all been killed, and he never expected the power of the Fallen Frenzy Tornado to be so terrifying. The cave has been completely destroyed. Without further thought, he closed his eyes and focused on breaking through the realm limits, not allowing these thoughts to disturb him. On the other side, several martial artists have returned to Ningzhou City, reaching the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall at the fastest speed. Upon meeting the Hall Master, Blade Master Battle General, one of the martial artists hurriedly said, "Master, Black Iron Mountain has collapsed. It seems there's been a problem in the underground cave." The speaker was drenched in sweat, his face still showing signs of shock. What happened at Black Iron Mountain truly terrified him. The expressions of the other martial artists were equally grim. They had never imagined that Black Iron Mountain would end up in such a state today. Blade Master Battle General was also stunned. Yang Chen is that fierce? He brought down Black Iron Mountain? The few martial artists who came to report looked at the bewildered Blade Master Battle General, waiting for his orders. But to their surprise, the Blade Master Battle General remained silent, still in a daze. "Master, what should we do next?" one martial artist finally couldn't help but ask. "It doesn't matter. If it has collapsed, then let it be," Blade Master Battle General replied. This. The martial artists were dumbfounded. They never Expected the master would respond like this. Then, it's fine, I have a plan. You all can leave for now, Blade Master Battle General said. Seeing that the Blade Master Battle General said this, the martial artists dared not continue, and had to leave. After they left, Blade Master Battle General began to ponder. He initially didn't understand why Yang Chen would go to such a weak underground cave at Black Iron Mountain. Now it has even collapsed. This is simply unfathomable. Shaking his head, Blade Master Battle General realized he couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. In the Black Iron Mountain area, some martial artists from the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall had already reached a safe place, but their gaze could still see the collapsed Black Iron Mountain. They initially thought it was the ferocious beasts in the underground cave causing chaos, but now that no beasts had appeared, they felt much more at ease. The chaos caused by the beasts was merely their speculation, they didn't know the specifics. The collapse of a mountain creates a tremendous noise, and other martial artists in the wilderness have also arrived here. Upon seeing the already collapsed Black Iron Mountain, they all looked astonished and dazed. No one expected Black Iron Mountain to collapse. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? I think only the martial artists stationed at Black Iron Mountain from the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall would know. They are not far away, I just asked them, and they also don't know what happened, only speculating that it might be the ferocious beasts in the underground cave causing chaos. The martial artists began to discuss among themselves. The underground cave of Black Iron Mountain is the exclusive cave of the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall. This is no secret. Just when everyone was puzzled, a few martial artists who had gone to report to the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall returned. Upon seeing them come back, the martial artists of the Blade Master Martial Arts Hall immediately welcomed them. How did it go? What did the master say? The martial artists were eager to know what they should do next. The master said it's fine, if it has collapsed then let it be, one martial artist said. What? The crowd of warriors was stunned. So it collapsed, just like that? Why would the master say such a thing? After all, the Black Iron Mountain Cave was their exclusive martial arts venue at the Blade Dominance Martial Arts Hall. Could it be that the master knew something? Around the warriors of the Blade Dominance Martial Arts Hall, there were other martial artists who had come to watch, and they too heard this conversation. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Logically, when such an event occurred, shouldn't the Blade Dominance War General and the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Hall come to check it out? Why were they ignoring it? Some warriors returned to Ningzhou City. This matter quickly appeared on the Ningzhou City Martial Artist Forum. The sudden collapse of Black Iron Mountain sparked a frenzy of discussion on the forum. Have you all heard? Black Iron Mountain has collapsed. Do you think a powerful beast has appeared in the cave? Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. You people just follow the crowd. The one upstairs is a fool. My uncle came back from the wild and told me personally. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, thinking you know everything. I also think a powerful beast has appeared in the Black Iron Mountain Cave, otherwise, it's impossible to explain this. The main participants in the martial artist forum were usually students and lower-level warriors. They loved to discuss such matters. It didn't take long for this incident to ferment. Beyond the forum, the entire Ningzhou City was abuzz with speculation about what had happened. But only the Blade Dominance War General knew that it wasn't a powerful beast causing chaos, but Yang Chen. Time returned to the Black Iron Mountain area. Just as the warriors were discussing, a golden light suddenly appeared, quickly enveloping the entire collapsed Black Iron Mountain. The golden light, like it was cast from gold, made it hard for the warriors to open their eyes. The faces of the warriors were filled with extreme shock. How could these golden lights suddenly appear? This can't be a powerful beast about to emerge, right? My god, should we run? This is too terrifying. The warriors were dumbfounded by this phenomenon. They couldn't imagine why the collapsed Black Iron Mountain would suddenly emit such golden light. Could it be the Earth Spirit Light? No, this isn't the Earth Spirit Light. It doesn't look like this. Is someone about to break through? On the internet, there were videos of the Four Directions War Generals battling, but there were no videos of high-level Grandmasters breaking through to Four Directions War Generals. If there were war-level warriors here, they would definitely know someone was about to break through to a Four Directions War General. A few minutes later, the golden light enveloping the collapsed Black Iron Mountain gathered together and shot upwards. The warriors watched this scene with wide eyes, afraid to miss any moment. Ultimately, the gathered golden light formed a great sun. My god! The warriors in the Black Iron Mountain area looked at the great sun appearing in the sky, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Besides being shocked to the core, they realized that the golden light that had just appeared was not due to a beast but because a powerful warrior was breaking through to a Four Directions War General. The golden sun in the sky was now very clear. I said earlier that a powerful warrior was breaking through, but no one believed me. A warrior murmured, his eyes fixed on the great sun in the sky. The great sun hung high, and the war general descended. All the warriors in the area, how could they still feel fear? Instead, they were filled with excitement and exhilaration. We have a new Four Directions War General in Ningzhou City. With this, the overall strength of our Ningzhou City will be even greater. Including this Four Directions War General, we now have a total of 12 Four Directions War Generals in Ningzhou City. The Great Sun, derived from the Four Directions War General, looks truly stunning. If only I could become a Four Directions War General in this lifetime. In the sky, Yang Chen felt the speed brought by the Great Sun's flight and his heart was filled with emotions. He had finally broken through to the Four Directions Battle General. After breaking through from a senior Grandmaster to a Four Directions Battle General, he could clearly sense a qualitative change in his strength. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to fly in the air as a Four Directions Battle General was something a senior Grandmaster could not compare. 2. There were many more aspects to consider. In short, the Four Directions Battle General was absolutely not comparable to a senior Grandmaster. Still, the saying goes, if we were to place the Four Directions Battle General and the senior Grandmaster in Huaxia, the senior Grandmaster would be the supreme of the martial world. Then the Four Directions Battle General would be akin to an immortal on land. And one more thing. After breaking through to the Four Directions Battle General, a golden dragon appeared within Yang Chen's body. This was a golden dragon formed from condensed vital energy. Even when he was not yet a Four Directions Battle General, he knew why this was. It was not a secret in the Great Xia. The basic combat power of a Four Directions Battle General is 10 million, which is equivalent to the power of one dragon. If the combat power reaches 20 million, then 2 golden dragons will be condensed. The power of 2 dragons. This need not be elaborated on. With numerous god-level talents and perfectly matched god-level combat techniques, everything else seemed less important. Without lingering in the sky, he quickly flew towards Ningzhou City. Although the Great Sun's speed could not match that of the Shadow Sky Speed God, it was still quite impressive. The martial artists in the Black Iron Mountain area saw that the Great Sun was heading towards Ningzhou City. Upon seeing this, they also prepared to disperse. Yang Chen originally intended to land outside Ningzhou City. After all, flying openly in the form of the Great Sun above Ningzhou City would be a bit too ostentatious. What he did not expect was that just as he was getting closer to Ningzhou City, several rounds of golden suns came towards him. These suns were moving quickly, and in an instant, they were right in front of him. At this moment, there were a total of 8 golden suns in the sky. 7 suns and 1 sun formed a standoff. Yang Chen was secretly surprised. He wondered how fast the news had spread. He was well aware that the 7 suns in front of him were the Four Directions Battle Generals of Ningzhou City. The reason they were here to block him was simple. These Four Directions Battle Generals did not know whether he was friend or foe, and they had entered a state of alert for the safety of Ningzhou City. Immediately after, the 7 suns all transformed into human forms. The 7 Four Directions Battle Generals appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. He glanced at the 7 battle generals in front of him. Aside from 2 intermediate battle generals, the rest were all junior battle generals. The Ba Dao Battle General, Suhu Battle General, and Tai Yin Battle General were not among them. "May I ask who you are, sir?" spoke an old man, who appeared to be in his 70s, though his exact age was unclear. He had an ethereal demeanor and looked quite spirited. Seeing that they had all transformed into human forms, Yang Chen also shifted from the Great Sun form to a human form. Yang Chen. He stated his name without any hesitation. These people were not enemies, they were merely trying to ensure the safety of Ningzhou City. The 7 Four Directions Battle Generals looked at Yang Chen's appearance, momentarily forgetting that he had just told them his name. They were all stunned. So young. Had he practiced some secret technique to regain his youth? But what about the youthful aura emanating from his body? The 7 battle generals could hardly believe that Yang Chen had truly broken through to a Four Directions Battle General at such a young age. If that were the case, then Yang Chen would be the first prodigy in history, an existence that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. "Yang Chen, what brings you to Ningzhou City?" It was still the ethereal old man who spoke to Yang Chen. The old man was known as the Fengwu Battle General, one of the 2 intermediate battle generals. The remaining Four Directions Battle Generals also looked towards Yang Chen, eager to know his purpose for coming to Ningzhou City. They were not only the top experts of Ningzhou City but also powerful figures in the Great Xia. They had access to far more information than ordinary people. The relationship between the Great Xia and the Northern Eagle Kingdom is currently very delicate, and it's possible that Yang Chen is a spy sent by the Northern Eagle Kingdom. They must be cautious about such matters. Just as Yang Chen was about to respond, 3 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. These 3 suns quickly reached the 7 battle generals and transformed into human forms. It was none other than the Blade General, the Tiger General, and the Iron Rock General. "Yang Chen, it's really you," the Blade General exclaimed with delight. He had heard some news but was somewhat skeptical, so he sought out the Tiger General and the Iron Rock General. They thought that if Yang Chen was one of those powerful beings from the Black Mountain Cavern, then his strength must be above the Four Directions Generals. They had also witnessed Yang Chen's formidable power displayed in the underground space of the Blade Martial Arts Hall, which indicated that Yang Chen's strength was beyond what they could contend with. The conclusion they reached was that Yang Chen had just broken through to the Four Directions General. How could they know? That Yang Chen could unleash such astonishing destructive power not only because he possessed a divine-level talent but also had the most suitable combat skills and perfect proficiency? They knew that no matter how they thought about it, they wouldn't understand, they had to go see for themselves. Upon arriving, they found that Yang Chen was getting along well with the generals, which relieved them. If they had gotten into a disagreement and started fighting, then, just thinking about the scene in the cavern and the underground space of the Blade Martial Arts Hall sent shivers down their spines. Besides the Blade General, the Tiger General, and the Iron Rock General, the others did not know Yang Chen. They looked at the Blade General in confusion, thinking that since the Blade General had called out this person's name, he must know him. Everyone, Yang Chen and I are friends, he means no harm. Coming to our Ningzhou city, the Blade General explained to the generals. Hearing the Blade General's words, the 7 generals felt relieved. In that case, they didn't need to worry too much. After speaking, the Blade General turned to Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, can you return to the martial arts hall first? I'll join you shortly. Okay. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to return to Ningzhou City, but he hadn't expected such an incident to occur. He then continued on his way to Ningzhou City. Soon, Yang Chen was walking further away, and seeing this, the Blade General finally let out a sigh of relief. The Fengwu General and the other generals looked at the Blade General, puzzled. Blade General, why do I feel like you seem relieved after that person left? The Fengwu General asked the Blade General. The other generals also looked at the Blade General, wanting to get an answer from him. Of course I feel relieved. When I was on my way with the Tiger General and the Iron Rock General, I was really afraid you guys would start fighting. You were afraid we would hurt your friend, right? The 7 Directions generals understood why the Blade General sighed after Yang Chen left. No, I was afraid he would wipe you all out. The Blade General shook his head and said seriously. Upon hearing this, the Fengwu General and the other generals were suddenly stunned, unable to believe what the Blade General had said, thinking he must have misspoken or they had misheard. Blade General, are you joking? We learned that the Black Iron Mountain was enveloped in golden light, and we speculated that someone was about to break through to the 4 Directions General, so we prepared to go check it out, but unexpectedly ran into him here. He just broke through to the 4 Directions General. It's impossible for him to wipe us out. The generals all thought the Blade General was joking. Only the Tiger General and the Iron Rock General had serious expressions, knowing that the Blade General was not joking. If you knew how terrifying he is, the Blade General looked in the direction Yang Chen had left and continued earnestly, you wouldn't think I was joking. The Fengwu General and the other generals were taken aback. They could see that the Blade General's expression was not one of jest. Could it really be true? Does that person really have the strength to annihilate them? Ladies and gentlemen, warriors. A somewhat familiar voice suddenly rose from the ground to the sky. The warriors in the air looked down, and a high-level Grand Master came into their view. The Grand Master was named Lu Wen, and they knew he was from the governing body. The warriors in the sky looked at the high-level Grand Master Lu Wen below. They all descended to the ground. Lu Wen, what brings you here? Asked the Fengwu warrior. In response to the Fengwu warrior, the City Lord has returned from Longyan City, and he has summoned the warriors to the governing body, Lu Wen replied. The warriors were taken aback, not expecting the City Lord to return from Longyan City so soon, especially the Ba Dao warrior, who had been told that the City Lord would take several more days to return when he sought help from him at the governing body. The warriors did not linger. After arriving at Ningzhou City, they headed straight for the governing body. Governing body, main hall. Once these warriors arrived in the main hall of the governing body, they saw the City Lord inside. The City Lord of Ningzhou City was named Xinjian. He was a high-level warrior. City Lord. The warriors greeted City Lord Qin Zhan. Everyone, please take a seat. City Lord Xinjian gestured for the warriors in the hall to sit down. After the warriors sat down, City Lord Xinjian finally spoke. Don't think that just because I've returned from Longyan City, I don't know what has happened. With that, a smile appeared on City Lord Xinjian's face. Ningzhou City has gained a new warrior, which is truly a cause for celebration. The warriors in the hall were slightly stunned. They thought to themselves that the City Lord indeed knew everything, but perhaps not in great detail. City Lord, actually. Then, the Fengwu warrior recounted the entire sequence of events. Sure enough, City Lord Xinjian was taken aback. Fengwu warrior, according to your account, he is not a strong warrior from Ningzhou City? That's right. After nodding, the Fengwu warrior added, however, the Ba Dao warrior knows him. City Lord, you can ask the Ba Dao warrior, he must know more. Hearing this, City Lord Xinjian looked at the Ba Dao warrior. Ba Dao warrior, can you tell me who he is? His name is Yang Chen. I met him by chance, and I don't know much about his other information. The Ba Dao warrior did not hide anything, admitting that he indeed knew little about Yang Chen. I see. City Lord Xinjian fell silent for a moment. He knew that if it was indeed a young man who looked to be under 20 and had broken through to become a warrior, he certainly understood what that meant. Such a person, if they could stay in Ningzhou City, would be a tremendous fortune for them. Even if he couldn't stay in Ningzhou City permanently, just being able To stay for a few years would be quite good. After a moment of silence, City Lord Qinjian thought of something else and asked the Ba Dao warrior. Again, Ba Dao warrior, I heard that after I went to Longyan City, you came to the governing body to look for me? Yes, City Lord, the Ba Dao warrior replied. The other warriors in the hall turned their attention to him. What matter did the Ba Dao warrior have in seeking the City Lord? Was it to report on Yang Chen? Aside from the Su Hu and Tai Yan warriors who had a very close relationship with the Ba Dao warrior, the other warriors were unaware. So, what was the matter that brought you to the governing body? City Lord Qinjian looked at the Ba Dao warrior. I discovered that the fierce beasts sealed beneath my Ba Dao martial hall have been restless. The seal has shown signs of breaking, and I fear the fierce beasts might break free. The martial artists in the hall understood upon hearing the Ba Dao warrior's words. It was no secret that fierce beasts were sealed beneath the Ba Dao martial hall, but the seal should have lasted for many more years. How could it suddenly show signs of loosening? As far as I know, the fierce beasts sealed beneath your Ba Dao martial hall are all mid-level 6th-tier fierce beasts. This matter is of great importance. I think we should. City Lord, this matter has already been resolved. The Blade War General interjected. Resolved? The generals in the Great Hall were stunned. The City Lord had just returned from Longyan City. How could the ferocious beast sealed beneath the Blade Martial Arts Hall be dealt with? Could it be that the seal was intact? Was the Blade War General just being overly sensitive? What do you mean by resolved, Blade War General? City Lord Qinjian and the other generals looked at the Blade War General, waiting for his next response. Yang Chen helped me. He eliminated those mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beasts, the Blade War General said. The generals in the hall were left speechless, dumbfounded. Mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beasts were equivalent to mid-level generals, and there were several of them sealed beneath the Blade Martial Arts Hall. The Blade War General was merely a junior general, and Yang Chen had just recently broken through to the general level. They couldn't understand why the Blade War General would say such a thing. But wasn't Yang Chen just a newly promoted general? How could he help you? City Lord Qinjian also had this question. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I don't believe it unless I see it for myself, the Fengwu War General said. Aside from the Su Hu War General and the Tai Yan War General, the other generals in the hall also found it unbelievable. This was simply impossible. They were well aware of the strength of mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beasts. How about this? Let's all go take a look. City Lord Qinjian smiled. All right, the generals replied in unison. They all wanted to see the truth of the matter in the underground space of the Blade Martial Arts Hall. Immediately, City Lord Qinjian stood up first and walked towards the hall's exit. The generals followed suit. The Blade War General watched the figures of the City Lord and the generals, secretly shaking his head, wondering why they wouldn't believe me when I speak the truth. He knew that once the City Lord and the generals arrived at the Blade Martial Arts Hall's underground, they would surely be stunned by the scene inside. Moments later, the City Lord and all the generals arrived at the Blade Martial Arts Hall. The students of the Blade Martial Arts Hall could swear they had never seen such a scene. All the generals of Ningzhou City had come to their Blade Martial Arts Hall. Is this the majesty of the Four Directions generals? I feel like if I walked alongside the generals, I would definitely look very awkward. The Four Directions generals are truly imposing. It's a pity my talent is lacking, and I am destined to never become a powerful martial artist in this lifetime. In the internal square, under the guidance of the Blade War General, the City Lord and his group arrived at the internal square of the Martial Arts Hall. They saw a large stone bell in the center of the square, slightly cracked. After moving the bell aside, the entrance to the underground space appeared before everyone's eyes. City Lord, please enter, the Blade War General gestured to City Lord Qinjian. Without hesitation, City Lord Qinjian entered the entrance to the underground space. The other generals followed closely behind. Upon entering the underground space, they discovered that the ceiling effect had completely vanished. It was indeed possible for a fierce battle to cause the ceiling effect to disappear. After walking for a while, they suddenly all came to a halt. The sight before them left them speechless, as if struck by lightning. In front of them were numerous giant pits, each several hundred meters deep. The pits and the space still retained the aura of lightning. What kind of destructive power could achieve this? City Lord Qinjian was also dumbfounded. He knew that such terrifying destructive power was beyond even his capabilities. If Yang Chen had broken through to the Four Directions General at such a young age, it was not hard to deduce that his talent was of divine level. With the residual aura of lightning in the underground space, it indicated the divine level talent of the Scarlet Thunder Emperor. But could a junior general, combined with the Scarlet Thunder Emperor, cause such horrifying destructive power? No. City Lord Qinjian shook his head. Wasn't Yang Chen a Four Directions general who broke through in the Black Iron Mountain? Then when he eliminated the mid-level 6th-tier ferocious beasts here, he was still just a high-level Grandmaster. High-level Grandmaster, combined with the Scarlet Thunder Emperor. Could the destructive power reach such terrifying levels? The generals looked at each other, puzzled, not understanding what was going on. They all knew that the combined power of a high-level Grandmaster and the Red Thunder Emperor could not possibly be this terrifying. Even with perfect mastery of battle techniques, there was no such formidable existence among the lightning techniques on Blue Star. How could City Lord Qinzhan and these generals know that Yang Chen's lightning techniques did not come from Blue Star? Soon, City Lord Qinzhan and the generals turned their attention to the Blade General. They all wanted to learn more from the Blade General's mouth. Don't look at me, I don't know why Yang Chen is so terrifying, the Blade General said, shaking his head as everyone turned to him. In fact, he truly did not know. Not just him, even the Emperor of the human race on Blue Star would probably be baffled by this matter. Is there a possibility? City Lord Qinzhan pondered that Yang Chen has actually already broken through to the Four Directions General, and the golden light that appeared at Black Iron Mountain was the light of his breakthrough? The generals felt that the City Lord's idea made a lot of sense. It was the only possibility left. The Blade General, the Tiger General, and the Iron Rock General all thought the same way. The Martial General and the generals who went to intercept Yang Chen outside Ningzhou City swallowed hard and broke into a cold sweat after realizing this. Only then did they finally understand why the Blade General had said such things to them outside Ningzhou City. Yang Chen really could annihilate them. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its depth. After spending some time in the underground space of the Blade Martial Hall, City Lord Qinzhan and the generals emerged. Upon reaching the internal square of the Blade Martial Hall, City Lord Qinzhan asked the Blade General, "Do you know where Yang Chen is now?" He should be inside the Blade Martial Hall. The Blade General had instructed Yang Chen to return to the hall when he left. "Can you introduce me to him? Let me first check if Yang Chen is indeed in the Blade Martial Hall." With that, the Blade General walked towards Yang Chen's room. In no time, the Blade General arrived outside Yang Chen's room. "Yang Chen." He knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened. Yang Chen appeared before him. "Yang Chen, the City Lord wants to see you." "You? Take me to him," Yang Chen replied without hesitation. He was curious about what the City Lord of Ningzhou City wanted. The Blade General had thought Yang Chen would refuse, but he did not expect him to agree so readily. Not daring to be negligent, he led Yang Chen towards the internal square. Upon reaching the internal square, City Lord Qinzhan saw Yang Chen. Likewise, Yang Chen saw City Lord Qinzhan. "Hello, Yang Chen, I am Qinzhan, the City Lord of Ningzhou City." After a moment of surprise, City Lord Qinzhan extended his hand to Yang Chen. "Hello." The two shook hands. "Yang Chen, this isn't the place for a conversation. Shall we go to the executive government?" "No need, let's just talk here." Yang Chen did not require any unnecessary formalities. He was only here to see what the City Lord of Ningzhou City wanted from him. "All right then." City Lord Qinzhan nodded. In agreement. "Yang Chen, first of all, welcome to our Ningzhou City. Your arrival has significantly strengthened the overall power of our city. As long as you are willing to stay in Ningzhou City, your authority here will be the highest. What do you think?" The generals in the square thought to themselves that the City Lord was indeed a cunning old fox, immediately trying to persuade Yang Chen to stay in Ningzhou City. They all looked at Yang Chen, eager to know if he would remain in their city. "I don't think I can stay in Ningzhou City." Yang Chen shook his head. "Why?" City Lord Qinzhan asked eagerly as soon as Yang Chen finished speaking. "Because," Yang Chen paused, looking at the sunset by the mountain, "the school year is starting soon." The generals were in an uproar. What did Yang Chen's words mean? Was he still a student? The generals from all directions felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. So did the City Lord, Qinzhan. He wanted to say something more to Yang Chen, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself at a loss for how to express them and could only swallow them back down. The hearts of the generals were in turmoil for a long time. Indeed, at Yang Chen's current age, wasn't he just a student? They looked at Yang Chen as if they were seeing their younger selves. However, compared to Yang Chen, they were nothing in their youth. Suddenly, the generals felt that Yang Chen was brimming with ambition and grandeur. This feeling made them sense that a new emperor of the human race was about to emerge, even an existence that could surpass the emperor of the human race. At this thought, both the City Lord and the generals trembled. Such a defiant figure, why should he remain in their Ningzhou City? The residents of Ningzhou City, they could be said to have no understanding of Yang Chen, only knowing that a new general had been added to their ranks. In their eyes, a general from all directions was absolutely an unbeatable existence. The newly promoted general excited the residents of Ningzhou City, filling them with joy. With one more general from all directions, it meant that the overall strength of Ningzhou City had significantly increased, enhancing their combat power in the face of emergencies. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day for the opening of Longyan University was approaching. During this time, Yang Chen had been staying in Ningzhou City, and he had also eliminated one or two small underground caves in the outskirts of the city. He didn't go on a rampage. Firstly, he had no intention of staying long in Ningzhou. City, and secondly, the underground caves in Ningzhou City were mostly exclusive training grounds for certain forces. He didn't plan to enter those powerful underground caves, as there was no need to force his way into those large caves when no one in Ningzhou City was willing to do so. He knew that the real excitement would begin only after he arrived in Longyan City. A few days later, he prepared to leave Ningzhou City for Longyan City the next day. He arrived outside the office of the Blade General. After knocking on the door, the voice of the Blade General came from inside. "Come in." After pushing the door open, the Blade General appeared before Yang Chen. "Yang Chen?" The Blade General looked at Yang Chen in confusion, not expecting him to suddenly come to find him. He then stood up and invited Yang Chen to sit down. "Yang Chen, did you come to find me for something?" The Blade General knew that Yang Chen would never come to him for no reason. "I'm leaving Ningzhou City tomorrow, just wanted to let you know," Yang Chen said to the Blade General. "So soon?" The Blade General was secretly surprised. He knew Yang Chen was leaving Ningzhou City, but he didn't expect it to be tomorrow. "Yes." Yang Chen nodded. The Blade General had already known that Yang Chen would go to Longyan City after leaving Ningzhou City. "That Lin He?" Yang Chen pondered for a moment. "Do you know him?" "Lin He?" The Blade General thought for a moment. "Is it the Lin He who is a mid-level master?" "Yes, if he needs anything, I hope you can help him." Yang Chen thought of Lin He as a good friend of Wang Tong, the city lord of Bai City. He believed Wang Tong was a decent person, so he might as well help him out. After all, he wouldn't lose anything. "All right," the Blade General agreed without a second thought. He didn't expect Yang Chen to have a connection with a mid-level master from Ningzhou City. "You can inform the city lord and the other generals. I'll take my leave first." "Okay." After Yang Chen left the office, he returned to his room until the next day. When the next day arrived, he left the Blade Martial Arts Hall and headed to the station in Ningzhou City. After buying his ticket and boarding the train, he set off on his journey to Longyan City. Transforming into the Great Sun to head to Longyan City was something he had considered, but he felt it was a bit too ostentatious. After he left Ningzhou City, the Blade General notified the city lord and the generals. The city lord and the generals all knew that Yang Chen would eventually leave Ningzhou City, and they had mentally prepared for it beforehand. However, when Yang Chen actually left Ningzhou City, they still felt an emptiness in their hearts, inevitably experiencing a wave of disappointment. The Blade War General took a special vehicle out of the Martial Arts Hall and headed towards the Garden Road Villa area. The Martial Arts Hall was very close to the Garden Road Villa area, and it didn't take long for the Blade War General to arrive there. The guards at the villa area intended to inquire about the vehicle, but before they could reach the car, the Blade War General had already stepped out. Several guards stared at the Blade War General as he got out of the car, their eyes bulging in disbelief, as if they had seen someone who shouldn't be there. Realizing they weren't mistaken, the guards quickly reacted and hurriedly bowed to the Blade War General. "Blade War General." "Whom?" The Blade War General nodded in acknowledgement. He then walked towards the villa area. Since he was here, it meant he had thoroughly investigated Lin He. The guards quickly stepped aside. They dared not stop a Four Directions War General. Otherwise, not only would they, as mere guards, suffer the consequences, but the entire villa area would also be in trouble. The Blade War General arrived outside Villa number 73. "BB Blade War General." An astonished voice suddenly rang in the Blade War General's ears. He turned towards the sound and saw several young men and women in their 20s. The young men and women were none other than Lin Miao, Wu Jun, and their group. They never expected the Blade War General would appear before them. This was right outside Lin Miao's home. Suddenly, Lin Miao and Wu Jun all thought of a terrifying possibility. The Blade War General was here for that matter. Some time ago, due to the issue of the Blade War General's phone number, they had forcibly accompanied Yang Chen to the Blade War General. They thought Yang Chen wanted the Blade War General's phone number just to show off, but they could never have imagined witnessing such a scene inside the Blade Martial Arts Hall. They saw the Blade War General rushing towards Yang Chen, and, after reaching him, he actively wanted to shake hands. At that moment, it felt like a thunderclap had struck them. Their worldview was shattered. They had thought there was no way Yang Chen would have any connection with the Blade War General. It was at that moment they realized they had been looking at the world from the bottom of a well. Now the Blade War General appeared here again. Lin Miao and Wu Jun's faces turned pale. They believed the Blade War General must be here to seek justice. If a Four Directions War General came to seek justice, then their fate. Wu Jun clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. This was his doing. If he had just given the number to Yang Chen back then, this wouldn't have happened. Now it was all too late. "You all seem quite afraid of me?" The Blade War General looked at Lin Miao and the others. Lin Miao and her group were at a loss for words. They could hardly say much at this point. "Blade War General, what brings you here? I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Suddenly, a shocked and excited voice emerged. It was Lin He's voice. Lin He quickly walked up to the Blade War General. "Blade War General, please come in." Saying this, Lin He invited the Blade War General into the villa. Although he didn't know why the Blade War General was outside his house, he knew he had to show the proper respect when facing a Four Directions War General. the Blade War General entered the villa. Once in the living room, Lin He invited the Blade War General to sit down. Blade War General, may I ask? Lin He tentatively looked at the Blade War General. Are you here to see me? Lin Miao and her group also entered the living room, their lips slightly biting, knowing they had caused a huge disaster. Yes, Yang Chen has already left Ningzhou City. He asked me to look after you, so if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come find me, the Blade War General said to Lin He. Lin Miao, Wu Jun, and the others were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Blade War General. Wasn't the Blade War General here to seek justice? Why would he say such a thing? Lin He was a bit confused. He still remembered Yang Chen, but Yang Chen was just here on behalf of Wang Tong to check on him. He only regarded Yang Chen as a genius from Bai City. The geniuses from Bai City were almost incomparable to those from Ningzhou City. How could he have imagined that Yang Chen had such influence, making the Blade War General say such words to him? Lin He understood very well that Yang Chen was acting this way because of Wang Tong. What kind of astonishing background did Yang Chen have to warrant this? After Lin Miao and Wu Jun came back to their senses and confirmed that the Blade War General was not here to seek justice, they felt relieved. Blade War General, may I ask? Lin He looked at the Blade War General. What kind of terrifying background does Yang Chen have? Upon hearing this, Lin Miao and the others also looked over. They had long wanted to know who Yang Chen really was. Now they could only find out the answer from the Blade War General. Background? The Blade War General glanced at Lin He, then at Lin Miao and the others, and suddenly understood something. Do you have some misunderstanding about Yang Chen? The Blade War General smiled. Lin He and Lin Miao exchanged blank looks, puzzled. Not long ago, we added a new 4 Directions War General in Ningzhou City. I think you should all know about this, right? The Blade War General continued speaking to the crowd before him. Lin He, Lin Miao, and the others listened to the Blade War General's words, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, their expressions frozen. Blade War General, are you saying that Yang Chen is the new 4 Directions War General in our Ningzhou City? Lin He asked blankly after realizing something. Otherwise? The Blade War General smiled again and continued, I have to go now, remember what I just said. After saying that, without waiting for anyone in the living room to react, the Blade War General walked out of the villa. In the living room, Lin He, Lin Miao, and the others were completely stunned, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, as if they had just heard the most impossible thing ever. Yang Chen was a 4 Directions War General? Lin He was in a daze. He couldn't understand how his good friend Wang Tong could have such a good relationship with Yang Chen. He knew that Wang Tong was definitely not just acquainted with Yang Chen, otherwise, why would Yang Chen come to see him on his behalf? After Lin Miao and Wu Jun came to their senses, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale, cold, sweat pouring down. What were they doing at that time? They were with someone who had just become a 4 Directions War General. After taking a few deep breaths, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too embarrassing, utterly mortifying, absolutely mortifying. At the same time, they also knew that fortunately, Yang Chen was a magnanimous person, otherwise they might have already become cold corpses by now. Thinking of this, they secretly decided to prioritize their cultivation from now on. Ha 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 ha. Just as Lin Miao, Wu Jun, and the others were shocked, regretting, and feeling utterly humiliated, Lin He was laughing heartily. The others were taken aback, not understanding what Lin He was laughing about. I never expected that the ordinary me would have such luck. Now the Blade War General can be considered my backing. It seems that sometimes making friends is very important. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow I will go to Bai City. Lin He grinned. For him, this was a tremendous surprise. Seeing Lin He say this, Lin Miao and the others understood why he was laughing out loud. It was indeed something to be happy about. Longyan City, at the station. After Yang Chen walked out of the station, he surveyed the cityscape of Longyan City. Ningzhou City was already quite nice, but compared to Longyan City, it still fell short in many ways. Without thinking much, he headed towards Longyan University. Moments later, he arrived outside Longyan University. After verifying some information, he successfully entered Longyan University to eye in the square. Besides him, there were many students, all elites from various parts of the Great Xia. Of course, these elites were insignificant in his presence. I wonder what this year's freshman dragon ranking at Longyan University will look like. Anyway, my ranking will be quite low. In our small city, I could manage, but at Longyan University, where geniuses and monsters gather, I am nothing. I think the same. I heard that several monstrous talents have appeared in Longyan City this year. Not far from Yang Chen, a few freshmen were whispering. He also knew a bit about the freshman dragon ranking at Longyan University. The university ranks freshmen based on their martial arts examination results. This ranking is called the Dragon List. He had suppressed his combat power during the martial arts exam. In the circle of geniuses at Longyan University, he could only be considered above average. The number of freshmen in the square was increasing. Every year, there are thousands of new students at Longyan University. Although this number may not seem large, Longyan University is not an ordinary martial arts university. Welcome, freshmen, to Longyan University. Here, you will enjoy the finest martial arts resources and you will achieve a qualitative leap during your time at Longyan University. I hope you all enjoy your days here. Tomorrow, the school will release the Dragon List, so please stay tuned. A deep voice resonated in the square. The freshmen knew this was a transmission of vital energy. They were all very excited. The Dragon List would be released tomorrow. It is known that if a student on the Dragon List is dissatisfied with their ranking, they can issue a challenge to those ranked above them. If they win, their ranking will change. The Dragon List, huh? In a corner, an elegant young man smiled calmly. Jin Xiao, you are an extraordinary talent, almost at the level of a great martial artist. In the entire Longyan City, who would dare say they are better than you? The first place on the freshman Dragon List is definitely yours. Beside this elegant young man, a few students wore flattering expressions. The elegant young man was named Jinyu, a member of the Jin family from Longyan City, hailed as the unbeatable young generation. There are a few monsters who are slightly inferior to me, but they shouldn't be underestimated. Jinyu smiled again. The students knew who Jinyu was referring to: Chen Zixin from the Chen family, Wang Linger from the Wang family, Tang Jun from the Tang family, Li Xianjian from the Li family. These individuals were also geniuses among geniuses. In addition, there were elites from all over Great Xia, so it was hard to say if any dark horses would emerge. These powerful geniuses from Longyan City were also somewhere in the square of Longyan University at this moment. Why don't we call Jinyu over for a meeting? A young girl smiled. The girl had fair skin and a beautiful face delicately sculpted. She was Wang Linger. Jinyu is so proud. He probably won't come. I think we should go find him instead, said a slightly slender young man with a somewhat charming appearance. This young man was named Li Xianjian. Chen Zixin and Tang Jun were also here. They were all part of the genius generation from Longyan City, all intermediate elite martial artists. After deciding, they prepared to find Jinyu together. Before long, they found Jinyu. You guys actually gathered together? Jinyu looked at the four who came to find him, narrowing his eyes. Jinyu, we discussed it, and now that we've all arrived at Longyan University from our respective schools, how about we form an alliance? Tang Jun said to Jinyu. Every year, many students from outside form groups to counter the local students of Longyan City. This was nothing new. You came to find me just for this? Jinyu smiled. Yes, if you agree, you will be our leader, Tang Jun continued. They were all geniuses, endowed with extraordinary talents. In this era where divine-level talents among freshmen are rare, the status of extraordinary-level talents is extremely significant. Of course, if you are unwilling to form an alliance with us, we will form one ourselves. Tang Jun, Chen Zixin, Wang Linger, and Li Xianjian all looked at Jinyu, waiting for his response. Actually, I don't think it's necessary, Jinyu said lightly as he gazed at the four before him. But since you all have formed an alliance, it wouldn't be much fun for me to be alone, so let's do it together. Upon hearing Jinyu's agreement, the faces of the four brightened with joy. They knew that as long as the five of them formed an alliance, those students from outside would not be able to stir up any trouble at Longyan University. Even if a dark horse appears from outside, the top position on the Dragon List should still be yours. You are now infinitely close to becoming a junior martial artist, Wang Linger said, her face showing a hint of shyness as she looked at Jinyu. Clearly, Wang Linger had some inappropriate thoughts about Jinyu. Tang Jun, Chen Zixin, and Li Xianjian all agreed with Wang Linger's words. Now they were just waiting for the release of the new student Dragon List the next day. Time quickly passed to the next day. The square of Longyan University was filled with new students. These newcomers were all waiting for the release of the new student Dragon List. Although they were new students at Longyan University, they knew that after the Dragon List was released, class divisions would take place. Yang Chen was also in the square. It didn't matter at all which class he would be placed in. He came here simply to see the Dragon List, and after the class divisions, he would ask the class mentor for leave. If that didn't work, he would drop out. Studying? He had no intention of doing that. He was now a dignified Sifong battle general. If he were still playing around with these students in school, it would only mean he was a bit too useless. Several mentors from Longyan University had already appeared in the square. They were all master-level martial artists. This time, the Dragon List would be released by them. Thousands of students in the square looked at these master-level mentors, secretly anticipating the imminent release of the new student Dragon List. Students, we will now release the new student Dragon List, one of the mentors announced. As soon as the words fell, these master-level mentors raised their palms and rich vital energy appeared in their hands. This vital energy quickly gathered together, forming a long golden list that came into the view of the thousands of new students in the square. The golden list contained numerous names, and under the gaze of the new students, it rose to the top of a stone pillar dozens of meters high in the center of the square. Once the golden list settled on the pillar, a golden light instantly enveloped the stone pillar, the dazzling brightness making it impossible for the new students to open their eyes. When the golden light covering the pillar disappeared, the thousands of new students in the square immediately turned to look at the golden list on the pillar. The golden list was the dragon list. The name at the top of the dragon list stood out prominently. Not only was it the largest, but it also pulsed slightly on the list. The new students from Lyan City looked at the name at the top of the new student dragon list and they were struck as if by lightning, utterly astonished, because the first place on the dragon list was not Jinyu. Dragon list first, name, Yang Chen. Combat power, unknown. Realm, unknown. Unchallengeable. Hiss. When the specific information about Yang Chen, the first on the dragon list, appeared, the thousands of new students in the square collectively gasped. Combat power and realm were both unknown. According to their understanding of Longyan University, there had never been a new student dragon list like this before. Was there a bug? No. Something as rigorous as the dragon list would definitely not have issues. What terrified the new students the most was that the first on the dragon list was actually unchallengeable? Unchallengeable? Did that not mean he could always hold the top position on the dragon list? Yang Chen, who exactly is he? All the new students in the square were searching for Yang Chen. However, Longyan University had only admitted Yang Chen is a student and there were no students from Bai City here, so it was naturally impossible for them to know who Yang Chen was. Jinyu, Wang, Linger, and the others were also dumbfounded. It could be like this? If a prodigy really appeared from elsewhere, it was unavoidable for them to be at the top of the dragon list, but now the problem is, the combat power is unclear, the realm is also unclear, and he cannot be challenged? Why is that? What kind of extraordinary background does the first-ranked Yang Chen have? This is the most prestigious place in the Great Xia. How much greater can a background be? A strong background shouldn't lead to unclear combat power and realm and still be unchallengeable, right? Why can't he be challenged? Once I find Yang Chen, I must challenge him. I want to see just how capable he is to be ranked first on the dragon list. Chen Zixin said coldly. It can be said that Chen Zixin voiced what Jinyu wanted to say. Besides them, the other students in the square were also puzzled, all wanting to know why this was happening. They needed some explanations. Yang Chen himself was also dumbfounded. Why was he ranked first? During the martial arts examination, when his combat power was tested, he only displayed a power of 5,000. In the practical assessment, he only killed beasts, not even fierce beasts, and he still ranked first? Wait, he thought of something. After the practical assessment ended, when he came out of the Copper City underground, he encountered the National Lord. Could it be that his first place was arranged by that old six, the National Lord? After thinking it over, Yang Chen felt that this was the only possibility. Why is it that the first-ranked Yang Chen has no combat power or realm data? And on top of that, he cannot be challenged. Is he invincible? Could this be the true face of the Great Xia's top martial arts university, Longyan University? The thousands of new students in the square looked towards several master-level mentors. These new students were waiting for the mentors to explain. The master-level mentors knew that after releasing the new student dragon list, such a situation would arise. They were also helpless. This was the principal's directive. Initially, they were also extremely confused. Some higher-ups in the school expressed their opposition. There had never been a precedent in the history of Longyan University for the first place on the new student dragon list to be announced like this. Moreover, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the new students. But when the principal faced the opposition from the higher-ups, he simply threw out one sentence that left them speechless. This is the National Lord's intention. If you oppose it, go oppose the National Lord. At that moment, the school's higher-ups finally understood why the principal had to do this. They also tried to guess why the National Lord wanted this. Could it be that Yang Chen was some extraordinary prodigy? Dear students, there is no problem with the new student dragon list. As for that information about the student ranked first, you will know in the future, said a master-level mentor. He also didn't know if these new students would find out later or even if he would know himself in the future. However, he had to say something to explain to these new students. Boo-hoo! The thousands of new students in the square listened to the mentor's words, knowing that he wouldn't speak plainly. What exactly was Yang Chen's identity? The new students didn't know if they would ever find out during their time at Longyan University. Yang Chen in the crowd was also very clear that his ranking first on the new student dragon list was entirely because of the National Lord. Otherwise, with his martial arts examination results, it would be impossible for him to rank first. First is first, he thought it didn't matter. After all, no matter what rank he was on the dragon list, he wouldn't stay in school for long. The thousands of students in the square were all elites from various places in the Great Xia. Besides having good talent, they were all very intelligent. They all knew that the student ranked first on the new student dragon list, Yang Chen, was either extremely terrifying or had an extraordinary background. Such a background might not only be in the Great Xia, If Yang Chen's background were only in the Great Xia, then his information would definitely not be like this. In their eyes, Yang Chen might be a prodigy from other countries in the Blue Star. The Great Xia, in order to show hospitality, had allowed Yang Chen to be ranked first on the new student dragon list. In reality, Yang Chen was a weakling, unquestionably weak. Not just the new students in the square, but even several master-level mentors present, including the higher-ups of Longyan University, were clueless about Yang Chen's true situation. Yang Chen ranked first on the new student dragon list, which was the will of the national leader. They had no idea whether Yang Chen was an extraordinarily gifted prodigy or a powerful figure from a strong nation of Blue Star, who had come to Longyan University merely because the national leader, out of humanitarianism, had made him the top of the new student dragon list. None of this was known to anyone. Just as the square was bustling with noise, a sudden burst of purple light appeared in the sky above Longyan University. Whether they were master-level mentors or students, everyone in the square was stunned, gazing at the purple light that had appeared in the sky. They never expected such a phenomenon to occur in the heavens. The purple glow, a symbol of a Battle King-level warrior. Everyone in the square knew that in the entire Great Xia, the existence of Battle King-level warriors was extremely rare. How could a Battle King-level figure possibly come here when the new student dragon list was announced at Longyan University? Everyone in the square thought it was merely a coincidence. It should be noted that various colors of auroras often appeared in the sky. Once the higher-ups of Longyan University learned about the purple aurora above the square, they dared not be negligent. Better safe than sorry. What if a 6 Extremes Battle King descended? As the higher-ups of Longyan University, if they did not come to welcome him, wouldn't that be a grave mistake? The higher-ups of Longyan University also arrived in the square. The thousands of new students in the square were momentarily stunned when they saw the school's higher-ups had come. Connecting it to the purple aurora above, they felt a sense of relief. Although everyone believed it was impossible for a 6 Extremes Battle King to descend, what if it really happened? As new students of Longyan University, they bore no responsibility, but the higher-ups of the school might not be so lucky. After the higher-ups of Longyan University arrived in the square, their gazes were fixed on the purple aurora above. If it were not for the arrival of a 6 Extremes Battle King, they would have left the square without hesitation. The thousands of new students in the square were also looking up, eager to know whether it was a time-space aurora or the arrival of a 6 Extremes Battle King. Yang Chen thought the same. Suddenly, the purple aurora above Longyan University gathered together. In the next moment, a purple sun appeared in the sky above Longyan University. The new students in the square gasped in astonishment at the sight of the purple sun. Their eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. A purple sun? They had thought the appearance in the sky was merely a coincidence, just a time-space aurora. But now, a purple sun was hanging over Longyan University. It must be understood what the purple sun represented. That was a 6 Extremes Battle King. Could it really be that? A 6 Extremes Battle King had descended upon Longyan University? The thousands of new students in the square knew that outside of Longyan City, there were no other cities in Great Xia with a 6 Extremes Battle King. The higher-ups of Longyan University, watching the purple light coalesce into a sun, felt a chill run down their spines. They thought to themselves how fortunate they were to have come to the square to welcome him. If they hadn't, it would have been too embarrassing. Then, the purple sun in the sky above Longyan University transformed into a stream of purple light and descended into the square. The thousands of new students, along with the higher-ups and mentors of Longyan University, all focused their gazes on it. In their line of sight, a rich purple figure emerged. Who exactly had descended upon Longyan University? Everyone knew they would soon find out. As the purple light gradually faded, a towering figure appeared before everyone's eyes, the high-ranking officials and mentors in the square, along with thousands of new students. When they clearly saw the towering figure, their pupils all rapidly constricted. Who appeared in their sight? It was the national leader, Xia Jiuyu. Everyone in the square of Longyan University never expected that the 6 Extremes War King descending upon Longyan University would be the national leader, Xia Jiuyu. What was the national leader doing here? Although Longyan University is the strongest martial arts university in the Great Xia, who is the national leader? He is the guardian deity of Great Xia, usually busy with state affairs. How could he suddenly come to Longyan University? The thousands of new students in the square were all in shock. National leader. The high-ranking officials in the square of Longyan University immediately approached upon seeing the national leader's arrival. National leader Xia Jiuyu looked at the high-ranking officials of Longyan University before him, a smile appearing on his face. Let's go. This isn't a place for conversation, Xia Jiuyu said. The president of Longyan University, named Zhou Tianwu, upon hearing the national leader say this, dared not utter another word and quickly invited the national leader to the president's office. National leader Xia Jiuyu smiled. He glanced at Yang Chen among the new students. Yang Chen, let's go. He used a voice transmission that only Yang Chen could hear, others could not perceive it. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen understood that the national leader Xia Jiuyu had come to Longyan University because of him. President Zhou Tianwu hurriedly led national leader Xia Jiuyu toward the president's office. Naturally, the high-ranking officials of Longyan University followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Chen also followed. He wanted to see if the national leader had come here for a specific reason. Under the astonished gazes of thousands of new students in the square, the president and the high-ranking officials, national leader Xia Jiuyu, they all walked in the same direction, toward the president's office. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at President Zhou Tianwu's office. Yang Chen also entered the office. Many high-ranking officials of Longyan University initially did not know who Yang Chen was. Now, seeing a young man enter the president's office, they all realized that this young man was Yang Chen. They still did not know that Yang Chen was an extraordinary talent with an astonishing background. Yang Chen, do you know that at first, I was really worried you wouldn't come to Longyan City? National leader Xia Jiuyu smiled at Yang Chen. Now that I see you are here, I can rest assured. Xia Jiuyu continued. The people in the president's office were stunned. They never expected the national leader would say such things to Yang Chen. The national leader, but he is the strongest martial artist in Great Xia. What extraordinary talent does Yang Chen possess that allows the national leader to speak to him in such a manner? Yang Chen, if you have any requests at Longyan University, just tell me directly, national leader Xia Jiuyu said to Yang Chen. Again, the high-ranking officials in the president's office all looked at Yang Chen. Even the national leader spoke to Yang Chen in this tone. They believed Yang Chen and the national leader were peers. They had to take this seriously. As for requests, there's nothing much. I just want to have my name registered at Longyan University. Longyan University cannot restrict me, which is equivalent to saying that I am not a student of Longyan University, Yang Chen said. To national leader Xia Jiuyu, he had made it clear when he came to Longyan University that he would not stay there for long. Such a situation would only waste his time. He even considered dropping out. This was not arrogance. He was not yet 20 years old, and under the system's influence he was already a Four Directions War General. Was there any need to stay at Longyan University? No problem. National leader Xia Jiuyu smiled. He had thought Yang Chen would have some difficult requests, but it turned out to be this. The high-ranking officials of Longyan University listened to Yang Chen's words and exchanged glances. Registering? Not restricting? They truly did not understand what Yang Chen's thoughts were. Longyan University possesses the best resources, and even if Yang Chen is an incredibly terrifying genius, he should enjoy the school's resources after entering Longyan University. How could it be? The higher-ups at Longyan University would never have imagined that Yang Chen is not the kind of genius they understand. Instead, he is a Four Directions War General. If they had known that Yang Chen was a Four Directions War General, all their current questions would no longer be questions. Well then, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Alright, you may go. The monarch, Xia Jiuyu, nodded. Yang Chen walked out of the office. He had a complete plan for coming to Longyan City. After arriving at Longyan University, he would not participate in any activities or martial exams. Entering Longyan University was merely a stepping stone to reach Longyan City. There are some beast hunter organizations in Longyan City. He was very clear about his thoughts. After arriving in Longyan City, he would join a beast hunter organization. After all, these beast hunter organizations rely on their lives to make a living. The flesh and blood of certain ferocious beasts are very beneficial to martial artists, and beast hunter organizations enter the wild to hunt ferocious beasts that are useful to martial artists, selling them for a high price. After seeing Yang Chen leave the office, the president of Longyan University, Zhou Tianwu, looked at the monarch, Xia Jiuyu. After hesitating for a few seconds, he couldn't help but ask the monarch, Your Majesty, who exactly is he? The higher-ups in the office also looked at the monarch, Xia Jiuyu. They were all extremely curious about Yang Chen's identity. They all wanted to hear the specifics of Yang Chen's identity from the mouth of Xia Jiuyu. If I told you that he is a being even more terrifying than a Four Directions War General, would you believe it? The monarch, Xia Jiuyu, said to everyone in the office. The higher-ups of Longyan University were utterly astonished. They could never have imagined that the monarch would say such a thing. More terrifying than a Four Directions War General? Is that even possible? The higher-ups of Longyan University all knew that Yang Chen was a young man under 20. At such an age, could he really be a being more terrifying than a Four Directions War General? No matter how you looked at it, that was impossible. If it were an inconsequential martial artist saying such things, they would scoff. But when such words come from the mouth of the monarch, Your Majesty, we understand, President Zhou Tianwu said. He no longer cared whether Yang Chen was truly a prodigy or if he was really more terrifying than a Four Directions War General. He only knew that this was what the monarch had said. Therefore, he had to listen. The higher-ups of Longyan University listened to the president's words, and they were no longer prepared to think about anything else. They knew that if Yang Chen were indeed a world-shaking, god-sobbing genius, he would surely resonate throughout the entire Great Xia and even the entire Blue Star in the near future. If he only had an astonishing background in mediocre talent, there would be no place for him among the most powerful positions in Blue Star. Alright, I'm leaving. The monarch, Xia Jiuyu, looked at the higher-ups of Longyan University in the office and continued, do you think Yang Chen's appearance will change our situation with the Northern Eagle Kingdom? After saying this, the monarch, Xia Jiuyu, left the president's office. In the president's office, President Zhou Tianwu and the higher-ups were left in a daze. They heard the monarch's last words all too clearly. Would Yang Chen's appearance change their situation with the Northern Eagle Kingdom? What was their situation with the Northern Eagle Kingdom? Right now, the Great Xia was completely weaker than the Northern Eagle Kingdom. To catch up with the Northern Eagle Kingdom would take at least 50 years. But the monarch actually said, would Yang Chen's appearance change the situation between the Great Xia and the Northern Eagle Kingdom? They all knew that since the monarch had said this, it proved that Yang Chen was indeed a prodigy, a being capable of changing the fate of the Great Xia. Otherwise, how could a ruler of a nation casually say such words? I think we all need to wait and see. After Principal Zhou Tianwu regained his composure, he spoke up. The senior executives in the office nodded in agreement. What could Longyan University possibly mean under the national security concerns? The current relationship between Daxia and Beiying, to put it nicely, they could continue to maintain this delicate relationship. To put it bluntly, it could break at any moment and lead to war. They had come to terms with it. From initially thinking that the release of the new student dragon ranking would provoke dissatisfaction among the newcomers to now embracing a sense of national pride. They understood that as the top martial arts university in Daxia, they had to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. 2 days had passed. Because of the national leader's words, Yang Chen had not been assigned to a class or a mentor. All his activities were unrestricted, and he was the only one in his dormitory. During these 2 days, the new students of Longyan University had been trying to find Yang Chen, who ranked first on the dragon list. However, they had found nothing. In the morning, after Yang Chen finished washing up, he stepped out of his dormitory. He did not plan to stay at the school for long. After leaving Longyan University, he headed to a specific location. Moments later, Yang Chen arrived at a brand new area. This area appeared particularly low-key compared to the tall buildings surrounding Longyan University. This was the Hunter Zone. The so-called hunters did not deal with wild beasts but with real ferocious beasts. The profession of beast hunters had existed in Daxia for a long time. Not only in Daxia, but there were beast hunters all over Blue Star. The flesh and blood of certain ferocious beasts had a stimulating effect on martial artists' bodies, and those low-level martial artists or the children of influential families sought such beast flesh. Before coming to the Hunter Zone, Yang Chen had already done some research. The largest beast hunter organization in Longyan City was called Thunder. After entering the Hunter Zone, it didn't take long for Yang Chen to find the Thunder Beast Hunter organization. Hey, do you want to become a beast hunter? A somewhat sleazy-looking man asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded. I'm also a member of the Thunder Hunter organization. As long as you give me some money, I guarantee you can become one of us. After saying this, the sleazy man glanced at Yang Chen again. After all, it's quite difficult to become a member of our Thunder Hunter organization. Yang Chen knew the sleazy man's words were not wrong. Beast hunters went into the wild risking their lives for money. It wasn't about training or experiencing life in the wild. One should know that the death rate for beast hunters was also quite high. Of course, the rewards they received were substantial. 2. Join the Thunder Hunter organization. The minimum requirement was to be an elite martial artist. Clearly, this sleazy man did not think Yang Chen was an elite-level martial artist. No need. After saying this, he prepared to walk into the Thunder Hunter organization. Hey, wait a minute. What I said is true. At your age, you can't possibly become one of us. Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, he quickly blocked Yang Chen's path. However, he couldn't finish his sentence. He found Yang Chen staring at him. The gaze was as terrifying as that of a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus. Such a look, the sleazy man was filled with dread. He felt that if he looked any longer, he would lose his life. He never would have imagined that Yang Chen could emit such a terrifying gaze. Can you move aside? Yang Chen slowly said to the sleazy man in front of him. Sure. The sleazy man was already drenched in cold sweat. He dared not obstruct him and hurriedly stepped aside. After Yang Chen saw the sleazy man clear the way, he walked into the Thunder Hunter organization. The sleazy man stared in shock at Yang Chen's back, his heart racing. He knew Yang Chen was definitely not as simple as he appeared. That kind of gaze and aura, he could easily be killed in an instant. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he hadn't said anything too outrageous, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. The lewd man was just a minor episode. After Yang Chen arrived at the Thunder Hunter organization, he was greeted by a dedicated reception staff. Sir, how can I assist you? The one receiving him was a female warrior. She appeared to be in her 20s and was quite attractive. I want to become a king-level hunter in your Thunder Hunter organization, Yang Chen said to the female warrior. During his 2 days at Longyan University, he had already figured out the hunter ranks within the Thunder Hunter organization. The ranks of beast hunters in the Thunder Hunter organization ranged from the lowest, ordinary, level, to the highest, king level. A king-level beast hunter was undoubtedly the backbone of any hunter organization. They could participate in any major operations. If he came to the Thunder Hunter organization just to simply become a beast hunter, that would be rather foolish. Directly becoming a king-level hunter would allow him to access the most valuable information right away. Wasn't that appealing? The female warrior who was receiving Yang Chen was left dumbfounded. Sir, did you say something wrong, or did I hear incorrectly? The female warrior looked at Yang Chen with an extremely surprised expression. You didn't hear wrong, and I didn't say anything wrong, Yang Chen replied. But to become a king-level hunter in our Thunder Hunter organization, one needs to be a Grandmaster-level warrior. The female warrior looked at Yang Chen, thinking that perhaps he didn't understand the requirements for becoming a king-level hunter in their organization. She knew it was impossible for Yang Chen to become a king-level hunter. Such a statement was simply unbelievable. I understand, lead the way, he said, knowing that to become a king-level hunter he would definitely have to undergo some testing. Sir, could you please stop joking? The testing for a king-level hunter needs to be reported to the higher-ups of the organization. I can't possibly. Listening to the female warrior's words, Yang Chen understood that her concerns were quite normal. You should be able to now, right? Yang Chen took out the high-level Grandmaster badge from his pocket. The female warrior stared at the golden tiger head 3-stripe badge in Yang Chen's hand, momentarily stunned. It was indeed a high-level Grandmaster badge. Although she knew that even if Yang Chen showed the badge, it couldn't prove he was a high-level Grandmaster, it did indicate one thing: there was at least one high-level Grandmaster backing Yang Chen. With this information, the female warrior felt a bit more confident. Perhaps Yang Chen was here to relay a message from a family elder? One of his family elders wanted to become a king-level hunter in the Thunder Hunter organization. Then please wait here for a moment, I will report this now. The female warrior's address to Yang Chen had changed from you to sir. After saying this, the female warrior walked away. She knew that even if things weren't as she thought, with Yang Chen presenting the high-level Grandmaster badge, she wouldn't face any punishment even if the higher-ups were to blame her. Moreover, what if it was as she thought? After a short while, the female warrior arrived in front of a mid-level Grandmaster. Grandmaster Taiyun, someone wants to become a king-level hunter in our Thunder Hunter organization, the female warrior said to the mid-level Grandmaster. What? Grandmaster Taiyun was stunned for a few seconds before a look of surprise appeared on his face. Quickly notify Grandmaster Bai Tao and Grandmaster Cheng Lin. Yes, Grandmaster Taiyun. After receiving the order, the female warrior quickly walked away. Moments later, 3 Grandmasters appeared in a room. They were Grandmaster Taiyun, Grandmaster Bai Tao, and Grandmaster Cheng Lin. All 3 were high-ranking members of the Thunder Hunter organization and also king-level hunters. They were waiting for the warrior who wanted to join the Thunder Hunter organization to arrive. If we have another king-level hunter joining this time, our Thunder Hunter organization will have a total of 12 king-level hunters. Yes, our overall strength will become even more formidable. The encirclement hunt is about to begin in 2 days. Having a king-level hunter join our Thunder Hunter organization is simply fantastic. The 3 Grandmasters discussed. The hunting they spoke of was the elite members of several major hunter organizations heading to the Ghost Cut Mountain range for a hunt. Recently, a large number of ferocious beasts had appeared in the Ghost Cut Mountain range. For the hunter organizations, this was an invaluable treasure trove. I also heard that a golden-blooded ferocious beast has appeared in the Ghost Cut Mountain range. I wonder if it's true. Who cares if it's true? This time, our Thunder Hunter organization is definitely going to make a hefty profit. That's right, our Thunder Hunter organization is the strongest ferocious beast hunting organization. On the other side, after notifying Grandmaster Bai Tao and Grandmaster Cheng Lin, the female warrior returned to Yang Chen's position. Sir, please follow me. With that, the female warrior led Yang Chen to a certain location. Before long, under the guidance of the female warrior, Yang Chen arrived at the room for the evaluation standards of king-level hunters. Upon entering the room, he saw 3 intermediate Grandmasters. Taiyun, Bai Tao, and Cheng Lin were discussing matters regarding the Ghost Cut Mountain range. When they saw the female warrior bring Yang Chen in, they quickly rose from their seats. But the next second, they were stunned. They were the high-ranking members of the Thunder Hunter organization responsible for evaluating whether a warrior qualified to become a king-level hunter. Naturally, they were here to see if they could become warriors of the Thunder Hunter organization. To become a king-level hunter in their organization, one had to be at least an intermediate Grandmaster. The Yang Chen before them. They all turned their gaze to the female warrior beside Yang Chen. He took out the badge of a high-level Grandmaster. So I the female warrior hurriedly explained when she saw the three grandmasters looking at her. So, Grandmaster Tai Yun understood, and he looked back at Yang Chen. Is it that the person behind you wants to become a king-level hunter in our Thunder Hunter organization? Bai Tao and Qing Lin had the same thought. Otherwise, how could Yang Chen have come here to say such a thing? It couldn't be that he wanted to become a king-level hunter in their organization himself, right? You guys really have quite the imagination. Yang Chen smiled at the three. It's me who wants to become a king-level hunter in your Thunder Hunter organization. So, tell me what the process is. The three exchanged glances. They had initially been certain that it was the high-level grandmaster behind Yang Chen who wanted to become a king-level hunter in the Thunder Hunter organization. But now, it was this young man who wanted to become a king-level hunter in their organization? Little brother, this joke isn't funny. You should know that even if there is a high-level grandmaster behind you, but our Thunder Hunter organization, as the strongest ferocious beast hunting organization in the Great Xia, is not intimidated by just one high-level grandmaster. Tai Yun, Bai Tao, and Qing Lin frowned, their faces showing displeasure. The female warrior beside Yang Chen also looked astonished. She hadn't expected that it was indeed Yang Chen who wanted to become a king-level hunter. Didn't I tell you? It's me who wants to become a king-level hunter in your Thunder Hunter organization. A glint of light flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. In an instant, the room was filled with an overwhelming killing intent. Having exterminated so many ferocious beasts had already imbued Yang Chen with a chilling aura of death. The three intermediate grandmasters and the female warrior felt this terrifying killing intent, and they were all shocked to the core, as if they had entered a hellish nightmare. Seeing this, Yang Chen withdrew his gaze. He knew his purpose had been achieved. The three intermediate grandmasters looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. They simply couldn't understand how Yang Chen could exude such powerful killing intent. That feeling. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They could swear they had never felt such overwhelming killing intent before. I think now. Yang Chen looked at the three intermediate grandmasters. You should believe me. The three returned to reality from their extreme shock. They looked at Yang Chen in shock, wondering if there really were warriors on Blue Star who could become powerful at such a young age. But they knew that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. It was all real. May I ask your name? Yang Chen. Upon learning Yang Chen's name, Master Tai Yun continued, Yang Chen, actually, it's quite simple to become a member of our Thunder Hunters organization. You just need to pass the combat power test. As he spoke, Master Tai Yun walked over to a combat power detection machine. Bai Tao and Master Qing Lin also approached, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Chen. The murderous aura he had just emitted made them shudder to think about how many ferocious beasts one would have to slay to achieve that. Yang Chen stepped up to the combat power detection machine. He extended his fist, his gaze fixed on the machine. Then, he gathered all his energy into his fist. With a single punch, bang! When his fist struck the machine, the data on the screen began to fluctuate wildly before finally settling on a number. 11,200,000. Holy crap! Master Tai Yun, Bai Tao, and Master Qing Lin stared at the combat power index on the screen, unable to contain their exclamations. 11,200,000? This was the combat power of a Four Directions battle general. Yang Chen was a Four Directions battle general? They couldn't have seen it wrong, could they? After all, even the leader of the entire Thunder Hunters organization was merely an extreme high-level master. Yes, they must have misread it. The three of them hurriedly rubbed their eyes. But no matter what they did, the combat power index on the detection machine had already spoken for itself. Is the machine broken? Master Tai Yun quickly looked at the female warrior. No. That's impossible. The female warrior was clearly stunned by the index on the screen. I just checked it yesterday, it was fine. The machine wasn't broken, and they hadn't misread it. That could only mean that this young man before them was indeed a Four Directions battle general. The three of them stood frozen in place. The impact of this revelation was simply too great for mid-level masters like them. Why, you are a Four Directions battle general? Master Tai Yun finally came to his senses and asked Yang Chen in horror. Didn't you already see it? Yang Chen smiled slightly at Master Tai Yun. Bai Tao and Master Qing Lin also wore expressions of disbelief. Who would have thought that Yang Chen was actually a Four Directions battle general? They never expected that a Four Directions battle general would come to their Thunder Hunters organization. Quickly tell the leader. This was too significant. They had to inform the leader. As they spoke, Master Tai Yun had already invited Yang Chen to sit down. Yang Chen said nothing. Since someone was going to notify the leader of the Thunder Hunters organization, he would just wait for the leader to arrive here. The one going to inform the leader was Master Qing Lin. Master Qing Lin soon found the leader. The leader of the Thunder Hunters organization was named Yu Hu, a middle-aged man with a robust build at the level of a high-level master. Qing Lin, what's the rush? What happened? Leader Yu Hu looked at Master Qing Lin. Leader, a Four Directions battle general has come to our Thunder Hunters organization. He wants to become a royal hunter in our organization. Don't joke around, a four directions battle. General? How could that be possible? Leader Yu shook his head, not believing Master Qing Lin's words. Despite being an extreme, high-level master, he knew there was a boundary limit between high-level masters and four directions battle generals. He understood that he would never break through that boundary in this lifetime to become a four directions battle general. The gap in strength between high-level masters and four directions battle generals was simply too vast. He couldn't believe that a four directions battle general would come to their Thunder Hunters organization and want to become a royal hunter. It was too far-fetched. It's true, leader, how could I joke about something like this? The Grandmaster Qinglin did not believe the leader Yu at first. An anxious expression appeared on his face. Seeing Qinglin say this again, the leader Yuhu's expression finally froze for a moment. Qinglin told him that a Sifang battle general wanted to become a king-level hunter in their Thunder Hunter organization, which he naturally did not believe. But he did not expect Qinglin to insist. They were not children, they usually would not joke about such matters. Is it true? Thinking of this, Yuhu could no longer sit still and quickly said to Qinglin, "Why are you still dawdling? Take me there." Once the Grand Master Qinglin saw that the leader believed him, he also dared not linger any longer and led Yuhu to a certain place. A few minutes later, Yuhu saw Yang Chen in the room. The moment Yuhu saw Yang Chen, his expression instantly froze, his eyes glazed over, and he was utterly astonished. "Leader, this is the battle general who wants to become a king-level hunter in our Thunder Hunter organization." The battle general's name is Yang Chen. After the leader arrived, Grandmaster Tai Yun introduced Yang Chen to Yuhu. Once Yuhu came to his senses, he still could not believe that Yang Chen was an incredibly powerful Sifang battle general. Just as he was about to walk up to Yang Chen and shake his hand, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw the combat power index on a combat power detection machine, still not dissipated. 11.5 million. Looking at the combat power index on the screen of the detection machine, Yuhu's pupils constricted sharply, and he finally understood. At first glance, he truly could not believe that Yang Chen was a Sifang battle general, but the combat power displayed on the detection machine screen had already explained everything. The martial arts of Blue Star were indeed strange. No one could guarantee that a prodigy of such a level would not appear. Once Yuhu realized that Yang Chen was indeed a Sifang battle general, excitement and exhilaration surged in his heart. He could no longer contain his burning hands and quickly walked towards Yang Chen, extending his hand. "Battle General Yang Chen, hello." Yuhu was, of course, excited. The Thunder Hunter organization was the strongest beast hunting organization in the Great Xia, and now with the addition of a Sifang battle general, wouldn't other forces wanting to replace them be daydreaming? The addition of a Sifang battle general was like having a stabilizing force in the Thunder Hunter organization. "Hello." Yang Chen also extended his hand and shook Yuhu's. "This isn't the place to talk, let's go to my office for a detailed discussion." "Sure." After agreeing, Yuhu led Yang Chen to his office. Once they arrived at Yuhu's office, Yuhu respectfully invited Yang Chen to sit down. "Battle General Yang Chen, I. Yuhu wanted to say something to Yang Chen but hesitated. "Just say what you want to say." Yang Chen looked at Yuhu in front of him, wanting to know what Yuhu wanted to express. "Battle General Yang Chen, then I'll be straightforward. Why would someone as powerful as you want to join our Thunder Hunter organization? A powerful Sifang battle general joining their Thunder Hunter organization made him, as the leader, happier than anyone else. However, he also wanted to understand the reason behind it. In his view, Sifang battle generals should not be interested in beast hunting organizations. He originally did not want to ask this, as it might seem disrespectful to the Sifang battle general. "I just want to hunt some beasts for fun," Yang Chen said. The beast hunting organization was all about hunting beasts. Yuhu thought that Yang Chen had other motives for joining the Thunder Hunter organization, but it turned out he really just wanted to hunt some beasts. With that, he felt relieved. "Battle General Yang Chen, if you want to hunt beasts, then coming to our Thunder Hunter organization is the right choice. In a couple of days, several major beast hunting organizations from Longyan City will hold a hunt in the Ghost Cut Mountain Range." Speaking of which, Yuhu shared some details about the hunting in the Ghost Mountain Range with him. Yang Chen felt secretly delighted. He had joined the Beast Hunter organization precisely for this purpose. He never expected to encounter it so soon. His luck was undeniably exceptional. From Yuhu, he also learned about the existence of Golden Beast Blood, but now that he was already a junior battle general, the Golden Beast Blood held little significance for him. The numerous ferocious beasts appearing in the Ghost Mountain Range were his true targets. "Just notify me in 2 days," Yang Chen said as he handed his contact information to Yuhu. "Alright, okay," Yuhu nodded. Just as Yang Chen was about to leave the office, Master Tai Yun knocked and entered. "Battle General Yang Chen, this is your king-level Hunter Medal." As he spoke, Master Tai Yun displayed the Hunter Medal. The king-level Hunter Medal was a bright golden color, exuding a strong aura of slaughter. "Battle General Yang Chen, shall I help you put it on?" Sure, Yang Chen was curious to see what it would be like to wear the King-level Hunter medal. Upon Yang Chen's agreement, Master Tai Yun immediately fastened the King-level Hunter medal to his chest. After donning the King-level Hunter medal, Yang Chen left the office. When he arrived at the Thunder Hunter organization hall, the Beast Hunters were left speechless. They all saw the King-level Hunter medal on Yang Chen's chest, including the lewd man, who had blocked Yang Chen when he wanted to join the Thunder Hunter organization. The lewd man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave filled with extreme dread. His body trembled violently as he thought about what he had just done. Fortunately, this esteemed person did not seem inclined to pursue the matter, otherwise he would have been kicked out of the Thunder Hunter organization. Yang Chen also sensed the shock, daze, and complex gazes of the Beast Hunters in the hall. Wearing the King-level Hunter medal indeed attracted attention. After leaving the Thunder Hunter organization, he took off the King-level Hunter medal from his chest. Longyan University. After exiting the Thunder Hunter organization, Yang Chen returned to Longyan University dormitory. He walked into the dormitory. That person's dorm seems to be for one person only. Yeah, it's a bit unbelievable. I remember that such a situation has never occurred at Longyan University. Strange things happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. I think we should keep our mouths shut. Some students, seeing Yang Chen walking towards the dormitory, began to discuss among themselves. What these students did not expect was that not far from them was a delicately featured female student. The female student was none other than Wang Linger, the genius ranked 4th on the new student dragon list at Longyan University. Hearing the discussions of these students, Wang Linger sneered and left the place. Moments later, Wang Linger found Jin Yu, who was ranked 2nd on the new student dragon list. Jin Yu, Linger, what do you need from me? Jin Yu looked at Wang Linger approaching him. He knew that Wang Linger had feelings for him, but he did not feel the same way about her. Maybe I know who was ranked 1st on the new student dragon list, Wang Linger said mysteriously to Jin Yu. Is what you said true? Jin Yu could not believe that Wang Linger would say such a thing. He stared blankly at her. Yes, it should be correct. Let's call them together to discuss it. Okay. Without a second thought, Jin Yu nodded in agreement. Seeing Jin Yu agree, Wang Linger immediately called a student to summon Chen Zixin, Tang Jun, and others. In no time, Chen Zixin, Tang Jun, and Li Xianjian arrived. Jin Yu, what's going on? After forming an alliance, Jin Yu became the leader of the alliance. The others looked at Jin Yu, eager to know what was so important that they needed to be called together. Linger said she might already know who the first-ranked student on the new student dragon list is. Jin Yu said. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Zixin, Tang Jun, and Li Xianjian were all stunned. Who is it? After regaining her senses, the three quickly turned their attention to Wang Linger. He lives alone at Longyan University. All the freshmen are sharing rooms. Why does he get to have a room to himself? Who else could it be besides Yang Chen, the freshman who ranks 1st on the dragon list? Wang Linger said to the others. Jin Yu, Chen Zixin, and the others listened to Wang Linger's analysis, knowing it had some merit. Jin Yu, what do you think? They all looked at Jin Yu. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Whether or not Linger is talking about Yang Chen, we should go take a look. What if it is him? But Chen Zixin suddenly fell silent. The school has clearly stated that we cannot challenge Yang Chen. Are we going to break that rule? Of course. Jin Yu nodded without hesitation. This year's freshman dragon list has no dark horses besides Yang Chen, who ranks 1st. The rest of us are ranked from 2nd to 5th. Anyway, I want to see what makes the first-ranked Yang Chen so exceptional. At this point, Jin Yu looked at the others in front of him and continued. I wonder what you all think. What if the school investigates? Tang Jun spoke up first. Let them investigate. What's there to be afraid of? Jin Yu scoffed. Our families are all renowned warrior families in Longyan City. Then let's do it. After they made their decision, Wang Linger led them back to the earlier location. It wasn't long before Jin Yu and his group arrived outside Yang Chen's dormitory. There were some other students there, and when they saw the 2nd and 5th ranked students on the freshman dragon list together, their faces showed shock. These are the students ranked 2nd to 5th on the freshman dragon list. How could they be acting together? I don't know. Does anyone know what's going on? I guess it's because they found out about Yang Chen, the 1st on the freshman dragon list. The students began to discuss among themselves. The appearance of the 2nd and 5th ranked students together was indeed quite astonishing. It's over there. Wang Linger pointed to a spot. Jin Yu wore a faint smile. He was usually an elegant person, but the release of the freshman dragon list had truly shocked him. He wanted to see what made Yang Chen, the 1st on the list, so remarkable. Their presence outside Yang Chen's dormitory was too eye-catching, and more students gathered around. All eyes were on Jin Yu and his group. Jin Yu, should we go call him out, or wait for him to come out? Tang Jun asked Jin Yu. The others looked at him, eager to know what the next step would be. After all, he is the 1st on the freshman dragon list. Barging in like this isn't very graceful. Jin Yu shook his head with A smile. So what should we do? Are we just going to wait here indefinitely? Yeah, what if he doesn't come out all day? Actually, I think Jinyu has a point. Even if we knock on the door, he might not accept our challenge. The surrounding students listened to Jinyu and the others, all taken aback. Many had speculated that they were here to confront Yang Chen, the first on the freshman dragon list, when Jinyu and his group appeared. It certainly seemed to be the case. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. Principal. It seems Jinyu and the others have figured out that Yang Chen is the first-ranked student. What do you think? A mentor looked at Principal Zhou Tianwu. It doesn't matter, Yang Chen will take action. Principal Zhou Tianwu displayed an indifferent attitude. But we said that Yang Chen cannot be challenged. This rules are made by people. The freshmen have a lot of grievances. If Yang Chen takes action, it will just dispel their complaints and show them that we are fair and just. Understood, Principal. I get it. The mentor nodded in understanding. The time had come to evening. The sunset burned the half of the sky red like fire. A few faces twitched. The students watching the commotion were still there, and their numbers only increased. Chen Zixin, Tang Jun, Li Shenjian, and Wang Linger all had twitching expressions on their faces. Jinyu was also getting a bit impatient. They had been waiting here long enough. Considering that Yang Chen was ranked first on the freshman dragon list, they were waiting for him to come out to give him some face. Now, no more waiting, go call him out. Jinyu gritted his teeth. At this point, it was still uncertain whether the person inside was Yang Chen, so how could they continue to wait? Elegance? What elegance? Alright. After Tang Jun agreed, he quickly walked to the door of Yang Chen's dormitory. He knocked on the door. Is anyone there? The students saw this and knew they would soon see Yang Chen, who was ranked first on the freshman dragon list. A few seconds later, the door opened. Tang Jun looked at the boy of similar age inside and asked, "Are you Yang Chen?" Yang Chen's face showed little fluctuation. He knew that as long as he was still in Longyan University, he would eventually be discovered. From the beginning, he had no intention of hiding that he was the one ranked first on the freshman dragon list. No one recognized him simply because he was the only new student from Bai City. He couldn't just shout out that he was the first, could he? There were indeed people like that, but he was not one of them, nor was it his character. It's me, what's the matter? Yang Chen looked at Tang Jun in front of him. I'm Tang Jun, ranked 5th on the freshman dragon list, and I want to challenge you. And there's Jinyu, Chen Zixin, Li Shenjian, and Wang Linger, they all want to challenge you. Tang Jun stared at Yang Chen as he spoke. He initially thought that the person ranked first on the freshman dragon list would be someone extraordinary, but now it seemed quite ordinary. Just from the momentum, he felt he had the upper hand. Let's talk after I come out. After saying that, Yang Chen didn't bother to see Tang Jun's reaction and directly closed the door. After returning to Longyan University from the Thunder Hunter organization, he planned to stay in the dormitory until the day of the hunt in the Ghost Cut Mountains. He wouldn't waste time on these boring people. Tang Jun? He stared in shock at the tightly closed and cold door. He never expected Yang Chen would just shut the door on him. In his anger, Tang Jun prepared to smash the door, but he quickly calmed down, returning to Jinyu and the others. Not only Jinyu but also the surrounding students turned their gazes toward Tang Jun. So, is the person inside Yang Chen? They eagerly asked Tang Jun. It's Yang Chen, but he's really too arrogant. Tang Jun clenched his fists in anger and recounted what had just happened. Jinyu, Chen Zixin, Li Shenjian, and Wang Linger looked displeased at Tang Jun's words. The surrounding students exchanged glances. As expected of the one ranked first on the freshman dragon list, he's really imposing. Although I don't know what's going on, I feel that since the school's higher-ups ranked Yang Chen first, there must be a reason for it. When Yang Chen comes out of the dormitory, a big battle is inevitable. Jinyu and the others listened to the discussions around them, their faces turning even more grim. I think we should forcibly drag him out? Wang Linger said coldly. Sure. Except for Jinyu, everyone nodded in agreement. They looked at Jinyu, wanting to know what concerns he still had since he hadn't spoken. Yang Chen said to talk after he comes out. He didn't explicitly refuse. What do you think about barging in to drag him out? Jinyu rolled his eyes at them. A few people, upon hearing Jinyu's words, were left speechless, not understanding what Jinyu was still afraid of at this moment. Hadn't they come here to see what this so-called first place on the freshman dragon list was really based on? Time flew by, and 2 days passed quickly. Yang Chen got up early. He had already received a call from the leader of the Thunder Hunters organization, Yu. After freshening up, he walked out of the dormitory, ready to head to the Thunder Hunters organization. He noticed a large number of students not far from the dormitory. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile to himself. After turning Tang Jun away, he thought they would continue to bother him, a common trope in novels. However, this time he was mistaken. The expected situation did not arise. It seemed that the talents of Longyan City were of decent quality. Those wanting to challenge him likely wanted to see why he ranked first on the freshman dragon list. When the freshman dragon list was released, his first place ranking was so dazzling that it left him somewhat dazed. But that didn't mean he hadn't noted the rankings that followed. He had memorized the names of the students in the top 10 of the freshman dragon list. Tang Jun had mentioned that the students wanting to challenge him were all ranked among the top few on the freshman dragon list. Without further thought, he walked forward slowly. The students looked at Yang Chen as he approached, their faces displaying a mix of shock, complexity, and envy. They all knew that the student walking towards them was Yang Chen, the first on the freshman dragon list. Such a person was truly dazzling. Even though they questioned Yang Chen's strength, they had to admit that being first must mean he had something remarkable about him. Soon, some students went to inform Jinyu and the others. Upon learning that Yang Chen had come out of the dormitory, Jinyu and the others rushed over at an unexpected speed. Yang Chen looked at the approaching Jinyu and the others, secretly smiling to himself, thinking, wasn't it just a challenge? Was it really necessary to go this far? You are Yang Chen, Jinyu said, staring at Yang Chen while sizing him up. Yes, I am Yang Chen, Yang Chen nodded. Yang Chen, I want to challenge you. I was ready to challenge you that day, but you closed the door on me, which made me very angry. Tang Jun glared coldly at Yang Chen. As a genius of Longyan City and a scion of a war general family, he felt that Yang Chen was being too disrespectful to him. The surrounding students watched Yang Chen, eager to see if he would accept Tang Jun's challenge. The gap is too great. There's nothing to challenge, Yang Chen said, preparing to step away. Yang Chen, I must challenge you, Tang Jun shouted coldly, taking a step towards Yang Chen. Everyone watched as Tang Jun suddenly attacked Yang Chen, their eyes widening, wanting to see what would happen when Tang Jun faced the first on the freshman dragon list. Yang Chen looked at Tang Jun charging at him, shaking his head inwardly. He had already given Tang Jun a warning, so why didn't he believe it? Jin Yu and the others also widened their eyes, afraid of missing any detail. They wanted to see if Yang Chen's first place on the freshman dragon list was due to astonishing strength or an incredible background. As Tang Jun got closer to Yang Chen, even just a hair's breadth away, a faint trace of energy was released from Yang Chen's body. This energy was so weak for him that it was almost non-existent. But for Tang Jun and the surrounding students watching, this faint energy emanating from Yang Chen was terrifying. Once the energy was released, the area where the students stood was suddenly filled with a relentless wind, and waves of energy fluctuations made them feel an unprecedented terror. In that instant, all the students were filled with horror, their souls shaken. Boom! Several muffled sounds echoed in the air. Suddenly, the students closest to Yang Chen, unable to withstand the might of such energy, were sent flying. These students were so frightened that they screamed in terror. Let alone Tang Jun, who had already fallen heavily to the ground, looking utterly disheveled and horrified. The nearest group of students flew backward, and the surrounding students followed suit. Among them were Jin Yu, Chen Zixin, Li Shenzhen, and Wang Linger. Although they were geniuses from Longyan City, what difference was there between elite warriors and ordinary people in front of the Four Directions battle generals? Clearly none. In an instant, all the students around had collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and crying out in agony. Yang Chen had only released a trace of subtle vitality, which hadn't caused a significant scene. He also knew that the students' cries of pain were largely psychological. They had never experienced such terror. Were they really in pain? Of course not. Once Jinyu and the others regained their senses after falling, they looked at Yang Chen in sheer terror, as if struck by lightning. What kind of powerhouse was this? They hadn't even seen how Yang Chen had made his move before they were all sent flying. The other students were so frightened that they lost their wits. They never imagined that the first-ranked newcomer on the dragon list, Yang Chen, was such a powerful existence. This was still Yang Chen not wanting to kill them. If he had murderous intent, they would have already been corpses by now, right? Thinking of this, the students felt a wave of fear wash over them, as if their souls were about to scatter. They finally understood why the school had set the rule that no one could challenge Yang Chen, the first on the newcomer dragon list. The school was doing it entirely for their own good. On the day the newcomer dragon list was released, they had no idea what was going on and still wanted to see the strength of Yang Chen, who ranked first. The moment the vitality was released from Yang Chen's body, they felt an overwhelming fear, as if they were in a hellish nightmare. What they couldn't comprehend was why, even though it was Tang Jun who challenged Yang Chen would indiscriminately attack them? After regaining their senses, Jinyu, Chen Zixin, and the others wore bitter smiles and self-mockery on their faces. The gap between them and Yang Chen was simply too vast. After experiencing such a terrifying scene, they no longer dared to imagine just how powerful Yang Chen truly was. Thinking back to when they wanted to barge into Yang Chen's dormitory to drag him out, they felt utterly ashamed, feeling like mere clowns. I guess no one wants to challenge me anymore, right? Yang Chen didn't want to make a move. He also knew that if he didn't act, other students would inevitably come to bother him. He intended to scare these students into submission. He directly launched an indiscriminate attack. The students who had fallen to the ground were already stunned by the earlier scene. Who would still want to challenge Yang Chen? Seeing that the students were silent, Yang Chen prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Just as Yang Chen had taken a few steps, he was surprised to hear a voice behind him. Although the voice sounded fearful, he hadn't expected any student to speak to him at that moment. He stopped and turned to look at the student who had called out to him. Is there something else? Yang Chen asked the student. The student's face was extremely pale, filled with terror. I just wanted to ask, why did you attack us even though we didn't challenge you? This student had voiced the common sentiment of many. If you really want me to answer, I think it's because you didn't practice hard and just like to watch the excitement, Yang Chen replied, then turned and walked out of Longyan University without looking back. The students were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Chen to respond like that. They wanted to say something more, but they didn't know how to refute it. Was this Yang Chen, the first on the newcomer dragon list, giving them advice? Practice now. Yang Chen hadn't really done anything to them. The students were hardly injured. Once their terrified hearts calmed down, they all got up from the ground and left the place. Jin Yu and the others also got up from the ground, looking lost and dejected. They had come here with their heads held high to challenge Yang Chen, but they never expected such a result. The strength Yang Chen displayed struck a heavy blow to their usually proud and superior hearts. It could be said that their pride and superiority had completely vanished. Let's go, Jin Yu sighed, and was the first to leave. The others followed suit. In the principal's office, several mentors were reporting to Principal Zhou Tianwu. These mentors were all master-level instructors, and they had been watching from a distance when the incident occurred. When Yang Chen released his vital energy, they felt an incredibly terrifying aura. They all understood that if they weren't masters, they would have been sent flying even from that position. You don't need to be so shocked. We should have thought of this earlier. Principal Zhou Tianwu smiled. He looked out at the distant horizon, knowing that a supreme being was about to emerge from their Longyan University. In the Thunder Hunter organization, Yang Chen had arrived. The leader, Yu Hu, rushed over to greet him with a beaming smile. General Yang Chen, you're here. After nodding, Yang Chen asked Yu Hu, I saw a large gathering of people outside. Are they also heading to the Ghost Cut Mountain range? Yes, many ferocious beasts have appeared in the Ghost Cut Mountain range this time, and some lower-level beast hunters can hunt useful ferocious beasts on the outskirts. Understanding Yu Hu's explanation, Yang Chen asked, when do we set off? We're leaving right away, Yu Hu replied. After exchanging a few more words, they left the office. In the hall of the Thunder Hunter organization, the royal-level hunters and top hunters turned their attention to them. Leader, set off. Without saying anything else, Yu Hu directly issued the departure order. The ferocious beast hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization, upon hearing the leader's command, exited the hall and began boarding the vehicles. This time, not only the royal-level and top hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization were heading to the Ghost Cut Mountain range, but also ferocious beast hunters of other ranks. Yang Chen, along with leader Yu Hu and the royal-level hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization, shared a vehicle. In the Thunder Hunter organization, aside from leader Yu Hu, Master Tai Yun, Master Bai Tao, and Master Cheng Lin, the other royal-level hunters did not know Yang Chen. The other royal-level hunters in the vehicle looked at Yang Chen with confusion, not understanding why he was allowed to ride with them. After a moment of thought, they speculated that Yang Chen might have some background, which is why the leader allowed him to accompany them to the Ghost Cut Mountain range. Although the Thunder Hunter organization was the most powerful ferocious beast hunting organization in the Great Xia, it was still just a ferocious beast hunting organization. Compared to other top-tier forces, the Thunder Hunter organization felt too weak. With this thought, the royal-level hunters in the vehicle felt relieved, shifting their imaginations to the Ghost Cut Mountain range. This time, there were rumors of ferocious beasts with golden blood appearing in the Ghost Cut Mountain range, but they were unsure if it was true. When the vehicle reached the final stop of the Ghost Cut Mountain range, the ferocious beast hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization all got off. Besides the hunters from the Thunder Hunter organization, there were also hunters from other organizations. After getting off the vehicle, Yang Chen looked towards the distant Ghost Cut Mountain range. He could clearly see the oppressive feeling emanating from the mountain range, which appeared dark and eerie, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness. The hunters from several other major ferocious beast hunting organizations gritted their teeth upon seeing the warriors from the Thunder Hunter organization arrive. As fellow ferocious beast hunting organizations, the Thunder Hunter organization always overshadowed them. They all wished to replace the Thunder Hunter organization. The beast hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization had no intention of paying attention to the members of other hunting organizations. In the face of these people, they felt a natural sense of superiority. General Yang Chen, let's head to the Ghost Cut Mountain range. All right. After Yang Chen nodded, the leader, Yu Hu, ordered everyone to move towards the Ghost Cut Mountain range. Seeing the Thunder Hunter organization set off, the other major hunting organizations quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Ghost Cut Mountain range, the lower-level beast hunters of the Thunder Hunter organization stopped here. Their purpose for coming was to hunt the beasts on the outskirts of the Ghost Cut Mountain range. The king-level hunters and top hunters began to venture deeper into the mountain range. They had already arrived at the depths of the Ghost Cut Mountain range. Yang Chen looked around. They had cleared out quite a number of beasts along the way. Roar! Not long after arriving at the depths of the Ghost Cut Mountain range, the roars of beasts echoed from all directions. Everyone, be careful, said leader Yu Hu. The king-level hunters and top hunters wore serious expressions as the roars indicated that many beasts were approaching them. Sure enough, a minute later, countless beasts charged in from all sides. Leading them was an Iron Mist Demon Bull. The Iron Mist Demon Bull was a mid-level 5th-tier beast comparable to a mid-level Grandmaster in human strength. You all don't need to intervene, leave these beasts to me, Yang Chen suddenly said to the members of the Thunder Hunter organization. Everyone in the Thunder Hunter organization froze at Yang Chen's words. Stand by my side, don't run around, it will be dangerous otherwise, Yang Chen added. Listening to Yang Chen, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization were puzzled as to why he could still say such things at this moment. Everyone, come over quickly. Seeing Yang Chen say this, leader Yu-Hu hurriedly called out to the others. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were taken aback. The leader actually listened to him? Although they found it somewhat unbelievable since the leader had said so, they would not go against his wishes at this moment. Roar! There were over 10,000 beasts charging at them from all directions and the beasts were getting closer. Outside the encirclement of the over 10,000 beasts, the higher-ups of the other beast hunting organizations witnessed this scene. They all sneered, thinking that they were in for a good show. But at that moment, a hurricane suddenly surged forth, instantly condensing to a height of 100 meters. Within the hurricane was a giant wind dragon. The dragon's eyes were blood-red, looking incredibly terrifying. Hiss! Leader Yu-Hu and the others from the Thunder Hunter organization gasped, staring in shock at the scene before them. What was this? A god-level wind attribute talent, the fallen wind god? What the hell? The members of other beast hunting organizations outside the encirclement of beasts looked at the suddenly rising fallen wind god in astonishment. When did the Thunder Hunter organization gain such prestige to invite a powerful being with a god-level talent? The following scene terrified them even more. Just as the beasts from all directions were about to reach the members of the Thunder Hunter organization, tornadoes appeared in their vicinity, each towering hundreds of meters high, accompanied by the roars of the dragon. The tornadoes acted like meat grinders, slaughtering the beasts, and the scene was utterly horrific. Even the strongest among the over 10,000 beasts, the Iron Mist Demon Bull, was killed in an instant. Boom! The entire Ghost Cut mountain range echoed with the sound of explosions as the space was torn apart by these tornadoes, creating massive gaps. Ding! Slain Red Wolf. Battle power plus 50. Ding! Slain Star Shadow Wolf. Battle power plus 120. Ding! Slain Blood Pattern Python. Battle power plus 20,000. Data showing increased battle power continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. In an instant, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were slain. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization in the central area stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with extreme shock, as if they had witnessed something they could never see again. Looking at the massive crater that had formed on the ground and the mangled corpses of the beasts, they swallowed hard, finally understanding why their leader had allowed Yang Chen to accompany them. It turned out it wasn't about having connections, but about being a true powerhouse, a real powerhouse. They had never seen someone so strong at such a young age. They had absolutely never believed that someone of this age could possess such strength, but now they believed. General Yang Chen is terrifying. Their leader, Yu-Hu, swallowed hard. He knew Yang Chen was a junior general, but he never expected the destructive power of a junior general to be this horrifying. Let's go, we can't stay in the Ghost Cut Mountains any longer, one of the leaders of the beast hunting organization said in horror. Yeah, who knows if that powerful being in the Thunder Hunter organization will take action against us if we stay here any longer. Exactly, this is the Ghost Cut Mountains. If he really decides to act against us, it would be like calling for help from the heavens and getting no response, others echoed. The scene they had just witnessed was simply too terrifying. They knew that if the existence within the Thunder Hunter organization wanted to kill them, it would be far too easy. They dared not linger any longer. Soon, the high-ranking members of several beast hunting organizations quickly made their way out of the Ghost Cut Mountains. Yang Chen transformed back into his human form. He thought about how he had killed so many ferocious beasts but had not obtained any talents. His face showed little emotion. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization looked at Yang Chen with fear, their expressions filled with terror. Initially, their leader Yu-Hu and the three intermediate grandmasters who had assessed Yang Chen knew he was a junior general. They never imagined that the destructive power of a junior general could reach such a level. It was simply terrifying. To kill them would be as easy as crushing an ant. The other king-level hunters and top hunters did not know who Yang Chen was. They only thought he had connections, which was why the leader brought him to the Ghost Cut Mountains. The purpose of bringing him here was likely for training and to witness a grand scene. They exchanged glances, no longer daring to look at Yang Chen with the same eyes as before. General Yang Chen, after Yang Chen transformed back into human form, leader Yu-Hu reacted and approached Yang Chen respectfully. Yu-Hu looked at the massive craters around them, each over 100 meters deep, and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. With such destructive power, there would be no beast materials left. The other king-level hunters and top hunters saw their leader speaking to Yang Chen and waited for the continuation of their conversation. How about? After a moment of silence, leader Yu-Hu continued, I and the others will head back first. He looked at Yang Chen tentatively. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization, hearing their leader's words, secretly agreed with his decision. In their eyes, the scene of Yang Chen killing the ferocious beasts was simply too terrifying. Their hearts could hardly bear it. Moreover, they had come to the Ghost Cut Mountains to hunt beasts, and under the current circumstances, the idea of hunting beasts was simply wishful thinking.
That's fine, Yang Chen replied upon hearing Yu Hu's suggestion. Then General Yang Chen, we will.
Just as Leader Yu Hu was about to leave, his words were interrupted by a cold roar from a ferocious beast.
Humans, do you think you can come here and leave?
The voice echoed in the ears of the Thunder Hunter organization members, and they quickly turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. A humanoid ferocious beast appeared. It's a 5th-tier high-level beast. The Shadow Moon Wolf. The Shadow Moon Sun Wolf is a humanoid form, standing 3 meters tall, with a wolf's head and a human body, entirely pitch black. Its body is hard as iron, giving an overwhelming sense of oppression.
It is equivalent to a high-level grandmaster among humans.
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization all looked at Yang Chen, fully aware that this Shadow Moon Sun Wolf was no match for him.
Yang Chen's expression indeed showed little change. A 5th-tier
high-level fierce beast was truly weak beyond measure.
Humans, die.
The Shadow Moon Sun Wolf, seeing that the humans before it were not afraid, became enraged.
With a cold shout, the Shadow Moon Sun Wolf lunged at Yang Chen and his group.
As a 5th-tier high-level fierce beast and being a speed-type beast, its speed was incredibly fast. Among all present, except for Yang Chen, the others could not match the speed of this Shadow Moon Sun Wolf. Even the leader of the Thunder Hunter organization, Yu Hu, though he was an ultimate high-level grandmaster, still fell short in speed compared to the Shadow Moon Sun Wolf. The Shadow Moon Sun Wolf knew it could instantly kill these humans before it. It was very confident
in its speed.
Little did it know, its overconfidence in speed was like an ant crawling before Yang Chen. Whoosh! As the Shadow Moon Sun Wolf drew closer, a sword-like surge of energy erupted from Yang Chen's body, striking directly at the
Shadow Moon Sun Wolf. The Shadow Moon Sun Wolf sensed an unprecedented danger, and by the time it reacted, the sword-like energy was mere inches away.
There was no time to dodge. The Shadow Moon Sun Wolf was cleaved in two by this sword-like
energy. Ding! Shadow Moon Sun Wolf slain, battle power plus 100,000.
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization swallowed hard again. The Four Directions Battle General was indeed a Four Directions Battle General. They had yet to react
when a 5th-tier high-level Shadow Moon Sun Wolf was instantly killed. After slaying the Shadow Moon Sun Wolf, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked toward a certain direction.
He sensed the presence of another fierce beast, and this time,
the aura was far more terrifying than that of the Shadow Moon Sun Wolf. Was this never-ending? He actually liked this kind of endlessness.
A few seconds later, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization also sensed the fierce beast's aura,
and their faces instantly turned pale with fear.
Such a fierce beast's aura was too powerful for them, indicating that a terrifying beast was approaching.
Foolish humans, I am your esteemed Lord Delati. A fierce beast's voice emerged, and a humanoid fierce beast appeared. This humanoid fierce beast was enveloped in a faint golden glow, with a pair of golden wings behind it. Undoubtedly, this was a golden-winged insect.
A pair of golden wings represented that this golden-winged insect was a 6th-tier low-level fierce beast. You just disturbed our king. I am now going to kill you, and I believe you have no objections, right?
Delati stood in mid-air, looking down from a height, speaking to Yang Chen and his group in a judgmental tone. Their king?
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were stunned.
Could there be a fiercer beast in the Ghost Cut Mountain range stronger than this golden-winged insect?
Yang Chen frowned as well. It seemed the quality of the fierce beasts in the Ghost Cut Mountain range exceeded his expectations. Without much thought, he decided to first deal with this golden-winged insect.
Fallen Wind God.
Suddenly, he activated his god-level wind-type talent.
When the form
of the fallen wind god appeared, the wind dragon with crimson eyes stared at Delati. At this moment, Delati sensed an unprecedented danger. Feeling the threat, Delati warily observed the fallen wind god form before it.
I didn't expect there to be such a powerful human warrior among you. Delati spoke coldly. Although it sensed an unprecedented danger, that did not mean it would back down.
Yang Chen was powerful. Did that mean it was weak? What Delati wouldn't know is that during the time in the Black Mountain Cavern of Bai City, not to mention a golden-winged insect, even a four-winged golden-winged insect had been killed by Yang Chen. If it had known this, it would probably have fled the moment it saw Yang Chen. Boom! Yang Chen had no intention of wasting any words with Delati. The towering form of the fallen wind god, standing 100 meters tall, suddenly surged forth with a giant hand of wind.
The giant hand of wind swept horizontally towards Delati's
position, and the wind dragon at the center of the tornado also surged along with the fist. In the area where the giant hand accompanied by the wind dragon was unleashed, the space began to shatter, and the fierce winds surged, sending sand
and gravel flying.
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization felt a tremendous wave of shock in their hearts as they witnessed such an attack heading towards Delati. There was no way they could withstand such an assault.
Similarly, Delati could not withstand it either.
Sure enough, as Delati watched the giant hand of wind and the giant dragon sweeping towards it, it felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave filled with terror.
Dodge, quickly dodge. Delati shouted, but its form seemed to be bound, frozen in space and unable to move. Boom! When the intertwined giant hand of wind and dragon struck Delati, a massive explosion echoed in the air. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization felt their ears ringing. This scene was too terrifying for them. Ding! Slaying a golden-winged insect, battle power plus 400,000. Ding! Medium-level mental talent dropped, telekinesis control. A dropped talent? Yang Chen felt a surge of joy. A mental talent? Such talents were incredibly rare on Blue Star. A divine-level mental talent, it was likely that such a thing no longer existed in this era. Ding! Would you like to convert the medium-level mental talent? Convert. Yang Chen didn't care about the members of the Thunder Hunter organization, they wouldn't be able to see him convert the talent anyway. Ding! Conversion successful. Telekinesis control converted to divine-level mental talent, absolute divine right. He knew that the function of mental talents was to control, interfere, and create illusions. A divine-level mental talent, absolute divine right, was even more powerful. Ding! Would the host like to merge with absolute divine right? Merge. After choosing to merge with absolute divine right, Yang Chen experienced a brief moment of pain before the merging was successful. However, it was strange that absolute divine right did not autonomously comprehend any combat skills. But thinking about it, mental talents on Blue Star also had no combat skills. While Yang Chen was merging with absolute divine right, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization saw the painful expression on his face. They were puzzled and anxious, but then they noticed a smile appearing on Yang Chen's face, leaving them stunned. Roar! 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 Just after successfully merging the divine-level mental talent, absolute divine right, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed once more. After the roars subsided, a dense swarm of ferocious beasts charged in from the front. Looking at the horde of beasts that loomed like dark clouds, a brilliant expression appeared on Yang Chen's face. This time, the ghost-cut mountain had come at just the right moment. The number of ferocious beasts this time was several times greater than before. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization, seeing the horde of beasts approaching, realized that many ferocious beasts had appeared in Ghost-Cut Mountain, but they never expected so many to show up. Absolute Divine Right had no combat skills, or rather, the divine-level mental talent, Absolute Divine Right, was itself a combat skill. After merging with Absolute Divine Right, Yang Chen could sense that its range was incredibly far, at least over 10,000 meters. This meant that all living beings and all matter within 10,000 meters would be influenced by Absolute Divine Right. Even more terrifying was that Absolute Divine Right could extend its range as his realm increased. So these ferocious beasts had already entered the attack range of Absolute Divine Right. Yang Chen thought to himself that it was time to test the effects of the divine-level mental talent, Absolute Divine Right. After activating the Absolute Divine Authority, a barely perceptible glow appeared on his surface. The terrifying mental power surged like a tide, instantly reaching the brains of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. At that moment, all the beasts were unable to move. Even among the tens of thousands of beasts, there were 3 fifth-tier high-level beasts, yet they could not break free from the control of the Absolute Divine Authority. In the next second, all the ferocious beasts were hallucinated by the Absolute Divine Authority, perceiving each other as enemies. They began to tear each other apart. Some beasts, realizing they were outmatched, suddenly found themselves unable to move, only to be killed by weaker beasts. The Absolute Divine Authority truly lived up to its reputation as a god-level mental talent, and after merging, its proficiency had naturally reached perfection. Even with such a massive number of tens of thousands of beasts, Yang Chen could still pinpoint each one with precision. The effect was terrifying. Ding! Killed the Moon Tiger, battle power plus 240. Ding! Killed the Wolf Slayer, battle power plus 120. Ding! Killed the Shadow Cat, battle power plus 80. What is happening? The members of the Thunder Hunter organization stared at the scene, dumbfounded and speechless. Could it be? In the next moment, they all thought of a terrifying possibility. Mental power. That's right, only mental power could achieve such an effect. To possess mental power, one must have mental talent. They had seen some martial artists with mental talents, but to achieve a scene like this was absolutely impossible. Could it be that besides having the god-level wind talent, Fallen Wind God, Yang Chen also possessed a god-level mental talent? They had never seen a martial artist with god-level mental talent. They had only read about it in books. They knew that the name of the god-level mental talent was Absolute Divine Authority. A prodigy like this had appeared in this era. The hearts of the Thunder Hunter organization members raced. It was truly an honor for their great Xia. Too slow. Yang Chen shook his head. He had only wanted to test the various effects of the Absolute Divine Authority. Now, he no longer wished for these beasts to kill each other. The mental power surged further. The remaining beasts could not withstand such terrifying mental power and fell one after another, devoid of any vitality. Ha! Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The Absolute Divine Authority was indeed useful, but it consumed a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, his current realm was that of a 4 directions general. If he were at a lower realm, using the Absolute Divine authority once would indeed require several days of rest.
Being at a high realm was great, although it consumed mental energy. Using it multiple times in succession posed no significant problem. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization watched as the ferocious beasts continued to fall before their eyes widening in disbelief.
This scene was utterly shocking to them, even bordering on the fantastical.
They were now certain that Yang Chen's mental
talent was the god-level mental talent, absolute divine authority.
To possess both the fallen wind god and absolute divine authority was simply too terrifying.
They knew that given time, Yang Chen would become the strongest in Great Xia. No. He would definitely be the most powerful martial artist on the entire Blue Star, even overshadowing the human emperors.
Yang Chen turned to look at the astonished members of the Thunder Hunter organization and said, "If
these ferocious beasts have the materials you need, then feel free to take them."
After all, he had joined the Thunder Hunter organization and he had learned about the Ghost Cut Mountain range from them.
One must not forget their benefactors.
The leader of the Thunder Hunter organization, Yu Hu, quickly regained his composure and hurriedly instructed everyone to collect the materials from the beasts. They took out spatial bags and began harvesting the
materials.
"General Yang Chen, you take the lion's share of the money from selling the materials here," the leader Yu Hu said to Yang Chen. Seeing Yu Hu say this, Yang Chen did not refuse. Who would turn down extra money?
Not all
ferocious beasts had valuable materials, and even with tens of thousands of them, it still took a considerable amount of time. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were all excited. This trip to the Ghost Cut Mountain range was not in vain.
"General Yang Chen, do you want to return with us?" Yu Hu looked at Yang Chen.
Just now, the killed Delati had mentioned that their king, as the leader of the Thunder Hunter organization, he could not lead his group into a fire pit. Moreover, even if Delati had not appeared, they were already preparing to leave the Ghost Cut Mountain range.
"You all go back first, I still need to."
Yang Chen was about to speak to Yu Hu, but before he could finish, the ground began to shake violently.
"What's happening?"
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization looked at the trembling ground, confused. A hint of vigilance appeared on Yang Chen's face. He knew that a
more powerful beast was about to emerge.
The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were not weak either, and after their initial shock, they quickly reacted.
Could it be that the king mentioned by Delati was about to appear?
At that moment, a golden light surged in the air. The intense golden glow blinded everyone. "Humans, you have killed so many of my kin, unforgivable, unforgivable."
After the golden light in midair dissipated, a humanoid beast appeared in everyone's sight. Another golden-winged insect. However, this golden-winged insect was somewhat different from Delati. It was also different from the two four-winged golden-winged insects that Yang Chen had killed in the Black Mountain Cave. This was a six-winged golden-winged insect. Yang Chen looked at the six-winged golden-winged insect in midair, thinking that the four-winged golden-winged insect was equivalent to a mid-level battle general. Then the six-winged golden-winged insect would be comparable to a high-level battle general. A beast equivalent to a high-level battle general. He was not afraid of that. Considering that this six-winged golden-winged insect used
the word "I" upon its appearance, it was not hard to deduce that this six-winged golden-winged insect was the king mentioned by Delati. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization had only heard of golden-winged insects, and had never seen the real thing, whether four-winged or six-winged. Now, looking at the six-winged golden-winged insect in midair, they couldn't help but tremble a few times.
The pressure was too overwhelming. If they were to face
this six-winged golden-winged insect, they would definitely have no chance of survival. They quickly glanced at Yang Chen and found that there was no sign of fear on his face. Seeing this, they felt relieved.
Wait! Suddenly,
it seemed that at that moment, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization all thought of something. They looked at the six-winged golden-winged insect in midair, wondering if this six-winged golden-winged insect was the beast
with golden blood?
If that were the case, then had they come here to seek death? The members of the Thunder Hunter organization knew that if it weren't for Yang Chen, they would have perished after Delati had appeared.
"Humans, die!"
Suddenly, a tremendous magical power surged from the six-winged golden-winged insect.
Boom!
Thunderous roars echoed continuously, and these magical powers formed one skeleton after another, the pitch-black skeletons flying
towards Yang Chen and his group.
Watching the countless magical power-formed skeletons rushing in, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization were already terrified.
Yang Chen's lips curled up, a cold smile flickering across his face. Absolute divine right. He used his god-level mental talent, absolute divine right, once again. The powerful mental force surged forth, instantly disrupting the overwhelming magical power skeletons, redirecting them to attack the six-winged golden-winged insect. How is this possible?
The six-winged golden-winged insect was stunned at the sight.
The attack it had unleashed was actually turned against it? Boom! The six-winged golden-winged
insect gritted its teeth, managing to withstand the countless magical power skeletons. The entire sky was permeated with overwhelming magical power, forming a dark color that looked extremely terrifying.
The major beast hunter
organizations that had reached the base of the Ghost Cut Mountain range looked at the color in the sky above the Ghost Cut Mountain range, their hearts racing, thinking how fortunate they were to have left the Ghost Cut Mountain range early, otherwise they had no idea what their fate would have been. The six-winged golden-winged insect is, after all, a high-level warrior equivalent to humans, and it is still quite difficult to control it with absolute divine authority. Moreover, the six-winged golden-winged insect is currently filled with immense rage, its eyes blazing with fire, fixated on Yang Chen. Human, I didn't expect you to have some means, otherwise, you wouldn't really think you could survive in my hands. Let me tell you, my speed is not something you can compare to. After coldly shouting at Yang Chen, the six-winged golden-winged insect furiously flapped its six golden wings, causing the atmosphere in the space to become chaotic in an instant. Whoosh! The six-winged golden-winged insect charged towards Yang Chen and his group at an unimaginable speed. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were horrified. As they watched the six-winged golden-winged insect rush towards them, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. What kind of speed is this? A mere trick, and you dare to show it off, Yang Chen sneered, activating his god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed. Demon Sky Shadow Step. After using the god-level speed combat technique, Demon Sky Shadow Step, the space was instantly filled with countless shadowy figures, thousands of them, terrifyingly overwhelming. The six-winged golden-winged insect that was charging at Yang Chen was also stunned. This person's speed was actually faster than its own? It is a six-winged golden-winged insect. In that moment of distraction, thousands of shadowy figures began to rapidly converge together. In that moment of distraction, the thousands of shadowy figures in the space quickly coalesced into a great demon god. The great demon god struck fiercely at the six-winged golden-winged insect. The six-winged golden-winged insect was taken aback, quickly trying to dodge. Boom! But the great demon god was too close to the six-winged golden-winged insect, making it impossible to evade. The great demon god and the six-winged golden-winged insect collided heavily. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization watched this scene, their hearts in their throats, eager to know what happened to the six-winged golden-winged insect. When the residual power of the great demon god dissipated, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization immediately focused their gaze. Unfortunately, the six-winged golden-winged insect was not killed. Instead, it appeared utterly disheveled. Yang Chen was not surprised. The shadow step technique was essentially a speed combat technique, and its attack power was not strong to begin with. Human! The six-winged golden-winged insect glared at Yang Chen. With immense fury, its teeth clenched tightly. Next, I believe you have no other means left. It is time for me to kill you. As the words fell, the six-winged golden-winged insect roared, once again sweeping towards Yang Chen with its six golden wings. Looking at the six-winged golden-winged insect charging at him again, Yang Chen could only say that this insect was a bit too young. Devouring Sky Flame God. At this moment, Yang Chen activated his god-level fire talent, Devouring Sky Flame God. In an instant, the form of the Devouring Sky Flame God appeared. Wow! The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were astonished at the appearance of the Devouring Sky Flame God form. The entire scene was in an uproar, as they could never have imagined. Besides the fallen wind god and absolute divine authority, Yang Chen also possessed the god-level fire talent, Devouring Sky Flame God. Could one person really possess three god-level talents at the same time? Before seeing Yang Chen, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization would have sworn they would never believe it. But now, they had no choice but to believe. The six-winged golden-winged insect looked at the form of the Devouring Sky Flame God, and it was terrified. Devouring Sky Flame Dragon Explosion. Thousands of giant fire dragons instantly coalesced and struck fiercely at the six-winged golden-winged insect. The six-winged golden-winged insect was filled with extreme fear, beginning to move frantically. Boom! In an instant, the sky was ablaze with fire, turning the entire expanse into a fiery red. Human, I will consume all my lifespan to slay you. Under the relentless bombardment of thousands of fire dragons, the six-winged golden-winged insect's mentality collapsed. In an instant, it sacrificed all its lifespan. This was a preparation to perish together with Yang Chen. After sacrificing all its lifespan, the six-winged golden-winged insect's power surged, radiating a brilliant golden light from its entire body to it withstood the bombardment of thousands of flame dragons. The six-winged golden-winged insect glared fiercely at Yang Chen, its anger at an all-time high. Everyone in the Thunder Hunter organization felt the fury of this six-winged golden-winged insect at that moment. They all knew that this insect had sacrificed all its lifespan, so its power must be terrifying now. Human! The six-winged golden-winged insect fixed its gaze on Yang Chen. You have forced me to this extent. You are indeed strong. But your methods are only this much. This time, I will ensure you have no place to bury your body. The six-winged golden-winged insect spoke coldly to Yang Chen. Fool! In the face of the six-winged golden-winged insect's rage, Yang Chen slowly uttered these two words. What did you say? The six-winged golden-winged insect thought that after sacrificing all its lifespan, Yang Chen would be shocked and terrified. But it never expected that. There was not a single ripple on Yang Chen's face, as if he didn't care at all. If one didn't know better, they might think you know me well. Yang Chen smiled indifferently at the golden-winged insect and continued, as for my methods being exhausted, let me tell you, I have 8 of such methods. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen activated his god-level lightning talent, the Crimson Thunder Emperor. Hiss! The members of the Thunder Hunter organization watched as the Crimson Thunder Emperor form appeared again, their pupils suddenly constricting, unable to find words to describe the shock in their hearts. This was the Crimson Thunder Emperor. What did Yang Chen just say? 8? Does that mean he has 8 such god-level talents? The members of the Thunder Hunter organization felt it was too surreal. They still couldn't imagine why such a chosen one would appear in the Great Xia. World-destroying Thunder Pillar. Before the six-winged golden-winged insect could react, Yang Chen directly attacked it. Boom! Thousands of towering thunder pillars rose up, turning the entire area into a sea of thunder. After sacrificing its lifespan, the six-winged golden-winged insect's power indeed increased significantly, but it had already consumed much of its strength, resisting the explosion of the sky-devouring flame dragon. Now, it was absolutely impossible to completely withstand the attack of the world-destroying thunder pillar. For some reason, Yang Chen suddenly had a strange feeling. He sensed that the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect seemed very suitable for him. He couldn't understand why he had such a strange feeling. Perhaps it was due to the system's influence. Well, let's give it a try. Yang Chen thought to himself, feeling this way, so he decided to test it out. What if the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect was really effective for him? Better to be safe than sorry. After changing forms, he instantly activated the Shadow Sky Speed God and rushed towards the area sealed by the world-destroying Thunder Pillar. He had to be quick. Otherwise, the six-winged golden-winged insect would be struck to pieces by the world-destroying Thunder Pillar. Fortunately, upon reaching the sealed area of the world-destroying Thunder Pillar, the six-winged golden-winged insect was still holding on. Seeing Yang Chen under the effect of the Shadow Sky Speed God, its pupils rapidly constricted. But it was already too late. Under the effect of the Shadow Sky Speed God, Yang Chen's speed was simply too fast. The six-winged golden-winged insect had no time to react at all. Yang Chen directly pounced onto the body of the six-winged golden-winged insect. In an instant, he pulled the six-winged golden-winged insect out of the sealed sea of thunder. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were stunned. They couldn't understand why Yang Chen would save this six-winged golden-winged insect, but what he did next left them in shock and disbelief. They saw Yang Chen tearing this six-winged golden-winged insect apart, and then, drinking its blood. Roar! The golden-winged insect let out a scream that was nothing short of astonishing. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization were frozen in place, thinking this was too brutal. After sacrificing its lifespan, the six-winged golden-winged insect would never have dreamed that it would meet such a death. A large amount of blood from the six-winged golden-winged insect was consumed by Yang Chen. Within Yang Chen's body, a strange type of cell began to emerge, which felt peculiar to him. Perhaps this was why he had such a strong urge to drink the blood of this six-winged golden-winged insect. The blood of this six-winged golden-winged insect was the blood of a golden ferocious beast, just as the members of the Thunder Hunter organization had initially thought. At first, Yang Chen believed that the blood of the golden ferocious beast would have no effect on him. The effects of golden ferocious beast blood were comparable to that of regular ferocious beast blood, with the only difference being that the effects of golden ferocious beast blood were several times, even dozens of times, better. The cells that appeared in his body. Yang Chen could clearly feel the vitality of these cells. He did not yet know the specific function of these newly emerged cells. Perhaps they increased his combat power? While consuming the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect, he could distinctly feel an increase in his combat power. Now, he had already condensed the power of 2 dragons within him. The power of 2 dragons meant he was already a mid-level battle general. With the system's influence, breaking through to mid-level battle general was not surprising. What he was more concerned about was clarifying the peculiar cells that had appeared in his body. He did not know if everyone who absorbed the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect would develop such peculiar cells, or if it was just him. Never mind. First, he needed to store the remaining blood. Yang Chen took a bottle from Yu Hu and filled it with the remaining blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect. He had absorbed so much blood that after filling the bottle, there was no blood left in the six-winged golden-winged insect. Regular ferocious beast blood needed to be refined, but golden ferocious beast blood did not require such processes and could be absorbed directly. The members of the Thunder Hunter organization remained frozen in place like wooden carvings. They knew Yang Chen was an extremely powerful four-direction battle general, but they never expected him to directly tear apart this six-winged golden-winged insect, then consume its blood. After a while, the members of the Thunder Hunter organization finally came to their senses. The leader, Yu Hu, looked around. After confirming that no ferocious beasts were continuing to appear, he cautiously said to Yang Chen, "Battle General Yang Chen, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." "Alright, be careful." Yang Chen nodded, and Yu Hu led the members of the Thunder Hunter organization away from the area. After they left, he looked at the golden ferocious beast blood in the bottle. It was a very domineering type of blood bubbling in the bottle. When he had consumed the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect earlier, he could feel the increase of cells within him. When the cells stopped increasing, he ceased consuming the blood of the six-winged golden-winged insect. This meant that the golden ferocious beast blood in the bottle was now useless.
I'll give the golden ferocious beast blood in the bottle to my sister and see if she also develops these strange cells after absorbing it. After murmuring to himself, Yang Chen ascended to the skies above the ghost-cut mountain range, where a golden sun suddenly appeared. The golden sun sped off in one direction. In Bai City, at First High School. Bang! A cute girl with fair skin punched the combat power detection machine. 825. After the girl's fist struck the machine, a combat power index appeared on the screen. The students behind the girl looked at the combat power index on the screen, their faces filled with envy. Yang Shuer is so strong. If she awakens her talent, what kind of powerful talent will she awaken? I'm so envious. My combat power is only 435, and the gap compared to Yang Shuer is just too big. Who says otherwise? Moreover, Yang Shuer's brother is even more of a monster. He's actually the devourer flame god. Yeah, Yang Chen's future achievements will definitely be terrifying. He might become another human emperor. Yang Shuer looked at the combat power detection machine screen, feeling quite satisfied with the power she had displayed. Now, she just had to wait until she turned 18 to see what kind of talent she would awaken. My god, everyone look! A wave of exclamations suddenly echoed throughout the First High School. Not just at the First High School, but millions of people in Bai City were stunned at that moment. A golden light surged in the sky above Bai City, illuminating half the sky in a golden hue as if it were cast in gold. A great sun hung over Bai City. With the great sun in the sky, a war general descended. The million residents of Bai City could never have imagined that a four-direction war general would appear above their city. The last time three great suns appeared in the sky over Bai City was when the Earth Spirit Light emerged in the wilderness. Now that Bai City was peaceful, how could a four-direction war general come here? The city lord Wang Tong and the higher-ups gathered at the executive government. Could it be Yang Chen? Wang Tong had witnessed Yang Chen's strength with his own eyes in the Copper City underground. Moreover, his friend Lin He from Ningzhou City had come to Bai City later and told him many things about Yang Chen. This made him believe that the great sun appearing above Bai City must be Yang Chen. Under the gaze of the million residents of Bai City, the great sun began to descend. Its landing direction was the First High School, and as it got closer to the ground, the great sun transformed into a golden stream of light. Let's go to the First High School. Seeing this, City Lord Wang Tong dared not delay and hurried towards the First High School. First High School. When the golden stream of light descended onto the square of the First High School, everyone was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. In the next second, the intense golden stream of light transformed into a person. This person was none other than Yang Chen. Yang Chen had no intention of hiding anything. He had showcased his god-level flame talent, the devouring flame god, in the Copper City underground. This news had already spread throughout Bai City, making it easy for many to guess his strength. The teachers and students in the square of the First High School gasped as they looked at Yang Chen. A four-direction war general had appeared right before their eyes. If this were to be seen, it was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Brother! Yang Shuer was also stunned. She never expected her brother Yang Chen to suddenly appear at the First High School. Welcome, War General. Principal Lin Xian and the higher-ups of the First High School hurried over. Lin Xian and the school's higher-ups were taken aback, not expecting Yang Chen to show up here. After nodding to Principal Lin Xian and the higher-ups, Yang Chen walked towards his sister Yang Shuer's position. Brother, why are you here? Yang Shuer looked at Yang Chen with a puzzled expression. Although she was very happy about her brother Yang Chen's sudden appearance, she was also curious. Principal, find a place, Yang Chen said, glancing sideways at Principal Lin Xian. I want to give my sister something. Okay. Principal Lin Xian immediately led Yang Chen and Yang Shuer to a location. Why don't I have a brother like War General Yang Chen? If I could become a four-direction war general in this lifetime, my ancestors would probably be smoking green. I don't even want to think about being a war general. As long as I can become a master, I would be satisfied. After Yang Chen and Yang Shuer left, the students in the square showed expressions of envy on their faces. Under Principal Lin Xian's guidance, Yang Chen and Yang Shuer arrived at the school's conference room. Brother, what are you going to give me? After Principal Lin Xian left, a puzzled expression appeared on Yang Shuer's round little face. This. Yang Chen took out a small vial containing the blood of a golden ferocious beast. This is. Yang Shuer looked at the boiling blood in the bottle. Blood of a golden ferocious beast? This is not ordinary golden ferocious beast blood. It is the blood of a 6th-tier high-level ferocious beast. A 6th-tier high-level ferocious beast? Isn't that equivalent to a high-ranking warrior among humans? Yang Shuer was stunned. Such a level was still too far away for her. Yes, I can help you absorb it. That's great. Yang Shuer cheered with joy. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground, and with her brother Yang Chen's help, she didn't think much and directly opened the bottle cap, swallowing the golden ferocious beast blood inside. The next second, Yang Shuer felt as if her internal organs were being burned by raging flames. The sensation was truly unbearable. Yang Chen spread his palm, and a gentle golden aura appeared in his hand. After the golden aura was infused into Yang Shuer's body, her burning internal organs felt much better. Time passed second by second. Yang Shuer was not even a warrior now, and her talent had yet to awaken. Even with Yang Chen's help, it was unrealistic to quickly refine the golden ferocious beast blood in her body completely. 2 full days passed. With Yang Chen's assistance, Yang Shuer finally completely refined the golden ferocious beast blood in her body. Brother, I feel so strong now. Yang Shuer spread her hands and looked at them, feeling as if she had undergone a qualitative change from 2 days ago. Shuer, besides becoming stronger, do you feel any peculiar cells have appeared in your body? Yang Chen asked Yang Shuer. No. Yang Shuer shook her head. Hearing her response, Yang Chen thought to himself that it seemed those peculiar cells would appear in his own body. Let's go out. Okay. Yang Chen and Yang Shuer walked out of the conference room. Brother, let me test my combat power first. Not long after leaving the conference room, Yang Shuer quickly approached a combat power detection machine. Bang! Yang Shuer punched the machine hard and her combat power index appeared on the screen. 1999. Did I really achieve this? Yang Shuer looked at the combat power index on the machine's screen in disbelief. It is known that the basic combat power of a beginner warrior is 2000. She was just 1 point short of being a beginner warrior? Yang Chen's expression remained calm. This was the blood of a 6-winged golden-winged insect. If it weren't for his sister Yang Shuer not having awakened her talent yet, her combat power would definitely be much higher. Yang Chen, warrior. After Yang Shuer finished testing her combat power, they continued to leave. Soon, they saw the city Lord Wang Tong and the senior officials of Bai City. City Lord Wang Tong and the senior officials of Bai City approached them with utmost respect. Warrior Yang Chen, you. Following that, City Lord Wang Tong had a conversation with Yang Chen. After a while, Yang Chen and his sister Yang Shuer left the first middle school and headed home. They no longer lived in Jiangming community as the facilities there had become outdated. Under the guidance of his sister Yang Shuer, Yang Chen arrived at the address of their new home. It was a standalone villa. Upon arriving home, he sought his father Yang Yongwei. Dad, Xiao Feng. Yang Yongwei was overjoyed to see Yang Chen return. Let me cook. It was dinner time, and after smiling, Yang Chen walked into the kitchen. Moments later, an extremely sumptuous dinner was ready, and the family happily enjoyed their meal. Dad, sis, why don't you come with me to Longyan City? After finishing the meal, Yang Chen asked Yang Yongwei and Yang Shuer. Brother, I don't want to go. I want to rely on my own efforts to enter Longyan University. Xiao Feng, I don't want to go either. Although Bai City is not comparable to Longyan City, I have lived in Bai City for decades and have long been accustomed to its way of life. Yang Yongwei and Yang Shuer both expressed their opinions. Seeing that Dad and his sister said this, Yang Chen also chose not to insist any further. 3 days later, Yang Chen left Bai City. In a state of high-speed flight, he returned to Longyan City. Longyan University. As soon as he arrived at Longyan University, the students exchanged glances. In the entire Longyan University, whether new or old students, who didn't know about Yang Chen's strength? The scene where the 2nd to 5th place students on the freshman dragon list challenged Yang Chen was still vivid in many students' memories. Yang Chen. Suddenly, the voice of Principal Zhou Tianwu appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Looking over, Yang Chen found Zhou Tianwu walking towards him. Principal, is there something you need? After Zhou Tianwu reached Yang Chen, he asked. The national leader said that if you come back, you should go to the national government to find him. It seems he has something to discuss with you, Zhou Tianwu said. The national leader is looking for me? After a moment of surprise, Yang Chen came to his senses. He did not linger at the school any longer and headed to the national government. The national government, as the highest authority of the Great Xia, it also housed the most powerful warriors of the Great Xia. Yang Chen had arrived outside the national government. Halt! This is the national government. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A guard from the national government blocked Yang Chen's path. My name is Yang Chen. Could you please? You are Yang Chen? Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, several guards' expressions changed. The national leader instructed us that if you come to the national government, we should not stop you, one guard said. Listening to the guard's words, Yang Chen understood. Without lingering outside the national government, he walked in. Moments later, he met the national leader, Xia Jiuyo. National leader, I heard from the principal that you were looking for me? Yes, Yang Chen, Xia Jiuyo nodded. After inviting Yang Chen to sit down, he asked, Yang Chen, I want to know if you are a 4 Directions War General, or a 6 Extremes War King? Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding the national leader's meaning. National leader, does it matter whether I am a 4 Directions War General or a 6 Extremes War King? Not really, I just want to know, Xia Jiuyo smiled. You know about the Martial Awareness Tower, right? The Martial Awareness Tower? Yang Chen was somewhat astonished. Once you break through to become a 4 Directions War General, you can enter the Martial Awareness Tower and create your own combat techniques. I wonder if you are interested, Xia Jiuyo said. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about the Martial Awareness Tower? Warriors who break through To become Four Directions War Generals can enter the Martial Awareness Tower and create their own combat techniques. However, creating combat techniques didn't seem very beneficial for him. After all, he had so many god-level talents. And the most suitable god-level combat techniques, all at perfect proficiency. Wait. Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of something. Didn't he have so many unique cells within him? Could he use these cells to create something? Though Martial Awareness Tower serves as an auxiliary function, providing clearer thinking and some guidance to the Four Directions War Generals who enter. This means, as long as his imagination is rich enough, there will be infinite possibilities. Other Four Directions War Generals enter the Martial Awareness Tower because they can only create combat techniques. But he is different. He has so many unique cells within him. Could he create something like a battle body? This concept was vague. In the entire Blue Star, without any precedent for a battle body, this concept was naturally unclear. Yang Chen? Seeing that Yang Chen had not spoken for a long time, Xia Jiao called out to him. The national leader's words brought Yang Chen back to reality. He nodded at Xia Jiao and said, I'm interested. Then you should know where the Martial Awareness Tower is, right? Yes. Then you should first go get a War General badge. You need the badge to enter the Martial Awareness Tower. I'm looking forward to what kind of combat techniques you will create, Xia Jiao said with a smile. Then, National Leader, I will take my leave. Alright, I await your good news. After Xia Jiao nodded in response, Yang Chen left the National Government Office. After leaving the National Government Office, Yang Chen did not return to Longyan University. He went directly to the Martial Arts Alliance. Almost every city in the Great Xia has a martial alliance, and the Martial Arts Alliance is located in Longyan City. The Martial Artist Badge is obtained at the Martial Arts Alliance. When he was in Bai City, Yang Chen had received a Martial Artist Badge before, but it was only a badge for a senior Grandmaster. To enter the Martial Perception Tower, a badge proving one's rank as a battle general is required. Clearly, the badge of a senior Grandmaster is not sufficient. Before long, Yang Chen arrived outside the Martial Arts Alliance. The difference between the Bai City Martial Alliance and the Martial Arts Alliance was simply too great. Guided by someone, Yang Chen quickly arrived at the hall for receiving martial artist badges. As soon as he entered the hall, a female martial artist greeted him. Sir, may I ask if you are here to receive a badge or to upgrade your badge? The female martial artist had a very good attitude. Upgrading a badge means that one has previously received a badge and has broken through to a new realm to upgrade their martial artist badge. After all, different martial artist realms enjoy different allowances and treatments. Upgrade the badge. Alright, sir, please hand me your previous badge, said the female martial artist. Seeing her say this, Yang Chen took out the Golden Tiger Head 3-stripe badge that belonged to senior Grandmasters. This is... The female martial artist stared at the badge in Yang Chen's hand, stunned. Sir, you must be joking, right? Clearly, this female martial artist did not believe that Yang Chen could be a senior Grandmaster. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that not only was Yang Chen a senior Grandmaster, but he was also here to upgrade his badge. What realm is above senior Grandmaster? That would be the Four Directions Battle General. Could this young man, who looked to be under 20, really be a Four Directions Battle General? Come on, take me to test my combat power, and you'll understand. Yang Chen said to the stunned and astonished female martial artist. After she regained her composure, the female martial artist swallowed hard a few times. Alright, please follow me. Although the female martial artist still did not believe it, Yang Chen had indeed presented a senior Grandmaster badge. Even if Yang Chen was not a senior Grandmaster, it at least represented that there was a senior Grandmaster behind him. She dared not offend Yang Chen too much. Soon, the female martial artist led Yang Chen to the testing room. Sir, please test your combat power. The female martial artist pointed to one of the combat power testing machines. Seeing this, Yang Chen walked over to the combat power testing machine. Once he stood in front of the machine, he clenched his fist, gathering all his strength into it, and then he punched the combat power testing machine. Bang! When Yang Chen's fist struck the combat power testing machine, his combat power index appeared on the screen. 22.5 million. The female martial artist stared at the combat power displayed on the screen, her eyes bulging out in shock as if struck by lightning. Following that, she stumbled back several steps. For her, such combat power was simply impossible. But she also knew that this was not an illusion. This young man before her was actually a mid-level battle general? The female martial artist was terrified. Thankfully, she hadn't shown any disdainful expressions towards Yang Chen earlier. Otherwise, her fate would have been dire. I pay my respects to the battle general. After regaining her senses, the female martial artist immediately bowed respectfully to Yang Chen. Battle general, I will get your badge right away. After saying this to Yang Chen, the female martial artist quickly left the testing room. Before long, a 2-stripe golden dragon martial artist badge was in Yang Chen's hands. After receiving the martial artist badge, Yang Chen did not linger at the Martial Arts Alliance but headed towards the Martial Perception Tower. The Martial Perception Tower is located in the southwest of Longyan City, quite a distance from the Martial Arts Alliance. After a long time, Yang Chen finally arrived outside the Martial Perception Tower. He surveyed the martial awareness tower and found that it had a total of 10 floors. Outside the tower, there was a group of martial artists. Of course, this group had come to the martial awareness tower more to watch the excitement, as several Four Directions warriors had entered the tower to create their own combat techniques. Yang Chen knew that only one Four Directions warrior could enter the tower at a time, and since there were people inside, he couldn't go in. Yang Chen walked towards a certain spot. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of an elderly man. This elder was robust, appearing somewhat like a bear with a tiger's back, his eyes bright and sharp like the most powerful hunter. Ordinary people would definitely not dare to meet this elder's gaze. The elder was named Wang Shankuan, the manager of the Martial Awareness Tower, and he was a junior warrior. To ordinary martial artists, a junior warrior was an insurmountable existence, looking down on them like a deity. Young brother, do you need something? Wang Shankuan's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Yang Chen. I came to enter the Martial Awareness Tower, but since there are still people inside, I'll give you my martial artist badge first. What did you say? Before Wang Shankuan could finish his sentence, Yang Chen had already taken out the martial artist badge. Seeing the two-striped golden dragon badge in Yang Chen's hand, Wang Shankuan was taken aback. You? Wang Shankuan hurriedly made a gesture that was inconsistent with his identity. After rubbing his eyes several times, he realized he hadn't seen wrong. The badge in Yang Chen's hand was indeed the golden dragon badge. Moreover, it was a two-striped golden dragon badge representing a middle-level warrior. You are a middle-level warrior? Once Wang Shankuan came to his senses, he stared blankly at Yang Chen, his face filled with disbelief. Yang Chen didn't say much, simply nodding in response. The martial artists watching outside the Martial Awareness Tower were also dumbfounded, speechless. They had, of course, heard the conversation between Yang Chen and warrior Wang Shankuan. In addition, they saw the two-striped golden dragon badge in Yang Chen's hand. The badge radiated an aura of authority, with a hint of vitality spreading around it. This indicated that the two-striped golden dragon badge in Yang Chen's hand was genuine. Impossible, the badge is here. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Yang Chen interrupted Wang Shankuan's words. He thought that since he had received the badge from the Martial Alliance, Wang Shankuan, as the manager of the Martial Awareness Tower, should have a way to verify it. Otherwise, wouldn't others be able to bring their family elders' warrior badges to the Martial Awareness Tower? Seeing Yang Chen say this, although Wang Shankuan didn't believe that Yang Chen was a middle-level warrior, he didn't dare to be negligent. Better safe than sorry. If Yang Chen really was a middle-level warrior and had brought a martial artist badge to the Martial Awareness Tower, not allowing him to enter would be a serious crime. Moreover, he was just a junior warrior. Although the gap between junior and middle-level warriors was only one small realm, the actual difference was enormous. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity. Wang Shankuan hurriedly entered a room next to the Martial Awareness Tower and began operating a machine. He's so young, he shouldn't possibly be a Four Directions warrior, right? I don't think he is, but who can say for sure these days? What if our great Xia really produced such a monstrous existence? Yeah, looking at how anxious warrior Wang Shankuan is, this matter really can't be clarified. The martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower were all discussing among themselves. Some martial artists completely did not believe that Yang Chen could be a Four Directions warrior. He looked far too young. Some believed Yang Chen was a Four Directions warrior, thinking that with such a vast blue star, their understanding of martial arts was still extremely lacking. Others remained neutral, simply waiting for warrior Wang Shankuan to finish his inquiry. For a moment, all the martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower were waiting for warrior Wang Shankuan to come out of the room. As long as General Wang Shankuan comes out of the room, they will know whether Yang Chen is truly a Four Directions general. Inside the room, Wang Shankuan had already gathered some basic information about Yang Chen after a brief investigation. The warrior badge of a Four Directions general is unique. By simply testing the badge, one can determine its owner's identity. Looking at the information on the screen, Wang Shankuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He really is a Four Directions general. It's truly terrifying. I've never heard of such a young Four Directions general before, Wang Shankuan said, slightly shaken. He secretly felt relieved that he had always been a more reserved person, otherwise he might have caused a major disaster today. Without further thought, he stepped out of the room. General Yang Chen, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Wang Shankuan said as he quickly approached Yang Chen and respectfully bowed. It's fine. When can I enter the Martial Awakening Tower? Yang Chen asked Wang Shankuan. As soon as the 100 Blades General comes out of the Martial Awakening Tower, you can go in, Wang Shankuan replied. At this point, he fell silent for a moment before continuing. The 100 Blades General has been in the Martial Awakening Tower for several days. I don't think it will be long now. The warriors outside the Martial Awakening Tower had their eyes wide open, as if struck by lightning, speechless. Is this person really a Four Directions general? The two-striped golden dragon badge indicates he is an intermediate general. There really is someone like this in Blue Star. No, this is our Great Xia. Does Great Xia really have such a young Four Directions general? Those who had just insisted that Yang Chen was not a Four Directions general were too stunned to care about being proven wrong. They felt their understanding of martial arts collapse, experiencing a tremendous shock, standing there like living corpses, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. Hearing Wang Shankuan's words, Yang Chen did not continue the conversation and waited quietly. The next morning arrived. The door to the first floor of the Martial Awakening Tower opened. A middle-aged man, exuding a murderous aura and with a face full of flesh, walked out. This middle-aged man was the 100 Blades General. The 100 Blades General is out. I wonder how his combat skills turned out. It should be quite good. The 100 Blades General's talent is extraordinary. The 100 Frenzy Blades. Yes, the 100 Frenzy Blades is renowned alongside the 9 Overlord Blades. The warriors outside the Martial Awakening Tower began to discuss again upon seeing the 100 Blades General emerge. Father, how was it? A young man hurriedly approached the 100 Blades General. Not bad, we'll talk at home, the 100 Blades General replied. General Wang, I'll take my leave now, he said, then walked over to Wang Shankuan. Alright, 100 Blades General, take care, Wang Shankuan smiled. He knew that the combat skills created by the 100 Blades General must not have been ideal, otherwise, he wouldn't have come out of the Martial Awakening Tower looking like this. He should have emerged looking invigorated and radiant. After the 100 Blades General left with some warriors, many others chose not to leave. They knew that once the 100 Blades General left, it would be Yang Chen's turn to enter the Martial Awakening Tower. General Yang Chen, you can enter the Martial Awakening Tower now, Wang Shankuan said as he approached Yang Chen. Alright, Yang Chen replied, his gaze fixed on the Martial Awakening Tower before him. The Martial Awakening Tower has 10 floors, each offering different insights. Without further thought, he walked towards the Martial Awakening Tower. In the next moment, he stood outside the door of the first floor of the Martial Awakening Tower. The warriors outside, seeing this, knew that General Yang Chen was about to enter the Martial Awakening Tower. Yang Chen stepped inside. Upon entering the first floor of the Martial Awakening Tower, he found it to be an ethereal space. As soon as he entered the first floor, waves of intangible power surged into his brain. His mind became clearer than ever before, feeling as if his brain's capacity had increased significantly. With the many peculiar cells within him, he envisioned creating a certain type of battle body. Under the enhancement of the first layer of the Martial Perception Tower, Yang Chen felt the peculiar cells within his body beginning to change. Not enough. Before long, he ascended to the second layer. Upon reaching the second layer of the Martial Perception Tower, the numerous peculiar cells within him continued to transform. Third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, all the way to the ninth layer. Yang Chen finally sensed that the many peculiar cells within him had turned golden. His entire body began to radiate golden light, and the ninth layer of the Martial Perception Tower was instantly enveloped in a strong golden glow. Everyone beneath the Martial Perception Tower suddenly noticed an extremely dazzling golden light emanating from it. This golden light formed a pillar, shooting straight into the sky. The entire sky beneath this golden light turned golden, creating a stunning sight. My heavens! The martial artists outside the Martial Perception Tower were stunned by this scene. They never expected such a phenomenon to occur. The person in charge of the Martial Perception Tower, Wang Shankuan, was equally astonished. He had never seen such an occurrence at the tower. Everyone collectively thought of one thing, that Yang Chen's self-created battle technique was too powerful. Which was why. But how could they have imagined that what Yang Chen created was not a battle technique at all, but a battle body? Next, Yang Chen reached the 10th layer of the Martial Perception Tower. Just as he had anticipated, the peculiar cells within him could indeed create a battle body. The transformed golden cells had now entered his limbs and bones, spreading throughout his entire body. The battle body had already formed. However, this was still far from enough. He needed to be stronger. The 10th layer of the Martial Perception Tower elevated Yang Chen's comprehension to another level. He continued to refine the battle body. He had already named the battle body Immortal Golden Body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. The Martial Perception Tower erupted with towering golden pillars of light, causing a sensation throughout Lyan City. Whether martial artists or ordinary people, they finally realized that a monstrous existence had emerged from their great Xia. What I anticipated. In the state office, the ruler, Xia Jiuyo, stood on a high platform, gazing at the golden pillar of light shooting from the Martial Perception Tower in the distance. He was eagerly looking forward to Yang Chen's self-created battle technique in the tower. He also knew that the battle technique Yang Chen created would be terrifying, but he never expected such a scene to unfold. Even when many powerful martial artists from Great Xia entered the Martial Perception Tower to create their own techniques, such phenomena had never occurred. The ruler, Xia Jiuyo, felt a surge of emotions. He knew that the emergence of someone like Yang Chen was undoubtedly a blessing for Great Xia. Since the turmoil in the underground caverns, when the powerful of Great Xia entered to quell the chaos and perished alongside the fierce beasts, the top-tier experts of Great Xia had experienced a significant gap. Fortunately, he soared into the sky. In that era, he was the pride of the times. In recent years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming the only 6 extremes battle king of Great Xia. Still, he knew that this was far from enough. The Northern Eagle Kingdom had recently been eyeing Great Xia covetously. Great Xia could not compete with the Northern Eagle Kingdom at present. But it didn't matter, because another terrifying existence like Yang Chen had emerged in Great Xia. In an era where powerful figures abound, what could the mere Northern Eagle Kingdom possibly count for? 10 days later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Chen emerged from the martial perception tower. The immortal golden body had reached great perfection. 9 layers, each layer stronger than the last. Through the immortal golden body, he had also condensed the power of 3 dragons within him. This meant he was now a high-level battle general. Moreover, what was even more terrifying about the immortal golden body was that it could condense all the divine-level talents he possessed. Even, all talents could merge together to form a world-destroying strike. Devouring Heaven Flame God, Crimson Thunder Emperor, Extreme Ice Nether God, Shadow Sky Speed God, Furious Blade Heavenly Sovereign, Devouring Heaven Sword God, Fallen Wind God, Absolute Divine Authority. He now possessed a total of 8 divine-level talents. If the 8 great talents were to merge together to form an attack, its power would be unimaginable even to Yang Chen. Now that he has the immortal golden body, Yang Chen is well aware that he is already an invincible existence in the Great Xia. Outside the Martial Awareness Tower, there are tens of thousands of people. They all came here to watch after the Martial Awareness Tower emitted a towering golden light beam. After Yang Chen emerged from the Martial Awareness Tower, the martial artists looked at him, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could never have imagined that a young man who appeared to be under 20 had become an incredibly powerful general of the 4 directions. Moreover, such a phenomenon occurred during the process of creating his own combat techniques in the Martial Awareness Tower. It is not hard to imagine just how terrifying the combat techniques created by Yang Chen must be. At that moment, a purple sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The tens of thousands of martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower looked up at the purple sun, knowing that it signified the arrival of the National Lord. The purple sun in the sky quickly transformed into a massive purple streak of light. The purple streak descended to the ground at an incredible speed, and when it disappeared, the National Lord, Xia Jiuyu, came into everyone's view. National Lord. The tens of thousands of martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower respectfully bowed to Xia Jiuyu. Yang Chen, congratulations. Xia Jiuyu walked up to Yang Chen, fully aware that Yang Chen had created a terrifying combat technique. Thank you. Yang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Shall we go to the national government to discuss in detail? Sure. He did not refuse Xia Jiuyu's suggestion. Whoosh. Seeing that Yang Chen agreed, Xia Jiuyu transformed back into the purple sun and headed towards the national government. Yang Chen followed suit, transforming into a golden sun and also heading towards the national government. Before long, the 2 arrived at the national government. Meanwhile, Longyan University was in an uproar. They had just learned that the freshman ranked first on the dragon list, Yang Chen, was a general of the 4 directions. Jinyu, Qin Zixin, Tang Jun, Wang Ling'er, and Li Xianjian, these 5 top talents, were left in shock after receiving this information. National Government, Main Hall. Yang Chen and National Lord Xia Jiuyu had returned to the national government. Yang Chen, I wonder what kind of combat technique you have created. After inviting Yang Chen to sit down, Xia Jiuyu asked him. He was extremely curious about the combat technique Yang Chen had created, which could cause the martial awareness tower to emit such a towering golden light. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it was real. I don't really know how to explain it. Anyway, since you are unwilling to speak, I won't force you. Xia Jiuyu interrupted Yang Chen. He understood that Yang Chen's response indicated he did not want to elaborate, so he decided not to press further. Seeing the National Lord say this, Yang Chen secretly smiled, as it saved him quite a bit of trouble. After exchanging a few more words with Xia Jiuyu, Yang Chen returned to the main topic. National Lord, I want to enter the underground cave. Enter the underground cave? Xia Jiuyu was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Yang Chen to want to enter the underground cave. Yang Chen was now an extremely powerful martial artist, and he simply could not understand Yang Chen's purpose for entering the underground cave. Yang Chen, someone like you, entering the underground cave is definitely not a problem, but I can't understand why you want to go in. Xia Jiuyu looked at Yang Chen. I want to enter the underground cave to slay some ferocious beasts, Yang Chen replied. Seeing Yang Chen respond this way, Xia Jiuyu did not intend to ask further. Currently, the Cold City underground cave in the wilderness of Longyan City is the most suitable for you. There shouldn't be any passages connecting it to other underground caves. The Cold City underground cave is not very large, and the strongest ferocious beast inside should be a 5th-tier beast. Since you only want to hunt some ferocious beasts, I think the Cold City underground cave is very suitable for you, Xia Jiuyu said to Yang Chen. All right. Yang Chen did not refuse. He intended to enter the underground cave to test the effects of the immortal golden body. The Cold City underground cave would suffice. By the way, Yang Chen, there are military forces controlling the area outside the Cold City underground cave. I will notify them shortly, and when you go, just state your identity. After thinking of something, Xia Jiuyu said to Yang Chen, "Alright, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first." After leaving the national government, Yang Chen made his way to Longyan City. He chose not to transform into the Golden Sun for flight and walked to Longyan University instead. As soon as he arrived at Longyan University, all the students turned to look at him in unison. Their faces were filled with shock, astonishment, and a dazed expression. They knew that the person before them was Yang Chen, ranked first on the freshman dragon list. Previously, they had questioned how Yang Chen could become the top of the freshman dragon list. It was only after Yang Chen unleashed a weak, indiscriminate attack on the 2nd to 5th ranks of the freshman dragon list, as well as the many students watching, that they understood why he held the top position. They had imagined Yang Chen's strength to be formidable, but they never expected him to be an incredibly powerful 4 Directions General. This was a 4 Directions General. Moreover, at the Martial Awareness Tower, it was Yang Chen who created a battle technique that caused the tower to burst forth with a dazzling golden light. The students of Longyan University could only look up to him now. They would spend their entire lives looking up to him. Yang Chen paid no mind to these students and headed straight back to his dormitory. Once inside, he took a shower and then went to bed. The next day, after freshening up, Yang Chen changed into a clean set of clothes and stepped out of the dormitory. Outside, he transformed into the Golden Sun and headed towards the outskirts of Longyan City. The Golden Sun, it must be General Yang Chen. General Yang Chen is simply amazing. If only I could become someone like him in my lifetime. You might as well stop dreaming. Becoming someone like General Yang Chen is utterly impossible. The students of Longyan University in the square were filled with envy. The flight speed of the Golden Sun was swift. Before long, Yang Chen arrived at the outskirts of Longyan City. He was now in the wilderness outside the city. The map of the Cold City Cavern was already in his mind. After about half an hour, he reached the sky above Cold City. Cold City was an abandoned city. It had been occupied by fierce beasts and later reclaimed by the military. There were now some troops stationed within Cold City. Not only were there fierce beasts on the surface of Cold City, but also in the caverns. When the Golden Sun appeared above Cold City, the soldiers inside were all stunned. A 4 Directions General has come here? 2. These soldiers, a 4 Directions General would not appear in such a place. Only the higher-ups of the Cold City military knew that the monarch had informed them yesterday that a 4 Directions General would arrive today. They understood that the 4 Directions General the monarch spoke of had indeed come. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers in Cold City, Yang Chen transformed into a golden streak of light and descended to the ground. Some soldiers were very close to Yang Chen's position, and as they looked at the 4 Directions General descending from above, their expressions froze. "General, may I ask if you are?" Just as these soldiers were in shock, the higher-ups of the Cold City military had already arrived in front of Yang Chen. "Yang Chen," he told them his name. "General Yang Chen, the monarch informed us yesterday that you would be coming, please." One of the higher-ups gestured for Yang Chen to proceed. Yang Chen did not linger and, under the guidance of several higher-ups, arrived at the entrance of the Cold City Cavern. "General Yang Chen, this is the entrance to the Cold City Cavern. I understand, you may go down now." "Yes, General Yang Chen." The higher-ups did not dare to hesitate and left the area. After they departed, Yang Chen looked at the entrance of the Cold City Cavern and walked inside. Cold City Cavern. Moments later, moving at high speed, Yang Chen had already entered the Cold City Cavern. Whoosh! He activated the Shadow Sky Speed God and quickly reached the deepest part of the Cold City Cave. Ha! Upon arriving at the deepest part of the Cold City Cave, he let out a breath. He was about to unleash his immortal golden body. "Human? Hee, I haven't seen a human in a long time." Just as Yang Chen reached the deepest part of the Cold City Cave, an extremely cold voice appeared in his ear. Yang Chen looked over and found a low-level 5th-tier ferocious beast, a humanoid black-striped blood snake. He directly ignored the black-striped blood snake as he was currently releasing a strong aura, intending to attract all the ferocious beasts in the depths of the Cold City Cave to this spot. Roar! 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 Sure enough, after releasing a strong aura, the sounds of numerous ferocious beasts roaring appeared all around Yang Chen. After the roars of the ferocious beasts surrounded him, they began to gather towards him. Before long, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had surrounded him tightly. Among them, the most powerful beast was a high-level 5th-tier ferocious beast. Like the black-striped blood snake, this high-level 5th-tier beast was also humanoid. Yang Chen had seen this high-level 5th-tier beast in the Ferocious Beast Encyclopedia. The Poison Mist Demon Spider. "Human, you released such a strong human aura, I thought there were many humans here." The Poison Mist Demon Spider said angrily, coldly staring at Yang Chen. "The only reason I brought you here is that I'm too lazy to look for you all over the place. It's better to slay together," Yang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, a Poison Mist Demon Spider was stunned. It never expected Yang Chen would say such a thing. Hee. Suddenly, the Poison Mist Demon Spider let out a strange laugh. "Human, do you know you are the most arrogant human I have ever seen? Why does someone like you exist in this world?" As soon as the words fell, the poison mist demon spider attacked Yang Chen. A wave of green poison mist swept towards Yang Chen's position. Looking at the approaching green poison mist, Yang Chen's face was as calm as water. It was time to use the immortal golden body. Just as the green poison mist was getting closer to Yang Chen, an incredibly strong golden light suddenly burst forth. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped in a strong golden glow. At that moment, the green poison mist that was rushing towards Yang Chen vanished in an instant. What is this? The poison mist demon spider gritted its teeth, a trace of anger visible on its dark face. When the enveloping golden light disappeared, a towering immortal golden body, 3 zhang tall, appeared before the eyes of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Compared to the height and form of the divine level talent, it was definitely a small witch meeting a big witch, but concentration is essence. Now at the first layer of the immortal golden body, 4 vitality golden dragons coiled around the entire immortal golden body. Moreover, various strange colors were condensed on the immortal golden body. For example, fire, thunder, ice. These colors were undoubtedly derived from divine level talents. Without the immortal golden body, it was impossible to simultaneously unleash 2 major talents. One could only use one talent and then switch to another. After condensing the immortal golden body, not to mention simultaneously using 2 major talents, even using the existing 8 divine level combat skills at the same time would be an easy task. Moreover, the 8 divine level talents could also merge into an unparalleled strike. As for the name, he hadn't thought of it yet. He had just broken through to a high-level battle general. The power of the 3 dragons was the basic combat strength of a high-level battle general. Adding the first layer of the immortal golden body, which increased his power by 1 dragon, gave Yang Chen 4 dragon powers coiling around the immortal golden body. It should be noted that this was only the first layer of the immortal golden body. There were a total of 9 layers. If he were to unlock all 9 layers, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Human, stop pretending. Roar. The poison mist demon spider snapped back to reality and roared angrily at Yang Chen. After the roar, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts began to attack Yang Chen's current immortal golden body form. Don't mention that Yang Chen is currently in the form of an immortal golden body. Even if he weren't, these ferocious beasts would still be pitifully weak in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 golden dragons of vitality entwined around the immortal golden body surged out towards these ferocious beasts. Each golden dragon represented millions of combat power. Explosions erupted violently from all directions. Angry blade heaven slash. Bloodthirsty mad sword formation. Immediately after, Yang Chen unleashed the battle techniques of his god-level sword and knife talent against the besieging ferocious beasts. In an instant, the space was filled with flashes of blades and swords, and the entire area was continuously sliced open by the sharp edges of the blades and swords. Such a scene was truly terrifying. The 5th-tier high-level humanoid poison mist demon spider was utterly desperate. At this moment, boom! After a violent explosion occurred in the poison mist demon spider's area, this poison mist demon spider was instantly reduced to powder. At the same time, the ground shook violently. The army station in Cold City was taken aback. They never expected such a sudden tremor. What on earth was happening? Could it be that a fierce battle was taking place in the Cold City underground causing this? Speaking of battle, it could only be Yang Chen fighting. They had never encountered such a situation. Even if a battle occurred underground, it shouldn't cause the ground to shake like this. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had already been slain by Yang Chen. No talents dropped. But it didn't matter. Yang Chen had originally entered the Cold City underground to test the immortal golden body, and he had already achieved his goal. The deepest part of the Cold City underground was now filled with deep pits and massive cuts from blades and swords everywhere. If the goal had been achieved, then there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He walked towards the exit of the Cold City underground. Moments later, he returned to the surface. General Yang Chen. After emerging from the Cold City underground, the high-ranking officials of the Cold City army immediately bowed to him, their faces showing deep astonishment. They were well aware that the violent shaking of Cold City just now must have been caused by Yang Chen's battle underground. Initially, they thought that with Yang Chen's age, he was a junior general. After all, they had never seen such a junior general in their lifetime. But after the violent shaking in Cold City, they no longer thought so. They only felt that Yang Chen was terrifying. Yang Chen nodded to these people. He didn't plan to stay here any longer. After saying a few more words, he transformed into a blazing sun and headed towards Longyan City. Longyan City. After returning to Longyan University, Yang Chen stayed in his dormitory for 3 days, preparing to plan the next steps carefully. Longyan University truly deserves to be the strongest martial arts university in our Great Xia. It's just terrifying. Yeah, ever since I entered Longyan University, my strength has skyrocketed. At this rate, although I won't become the top-tier martial artist, I will still be better than most. While the students in the Longyan University Square were chatting happily, a flaming object suddenly plummeted rapidly towards the outskirts of Longyan City. What is that? Instantly, many people in Longyan City noticed this scene. Boom! When this Unknown object fell in the outskirts of Longyan City. A thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire city. Some residents, unable to bear the noise, covered their ears. Yang Chen also came out of his dormitory, stunned and somewhat confused. At that moment, a towering purple light appeared in the sky above Longyan City. Looking at the towering purple light, not only the residents of Longyan City but even everyone in the national government was astonished. The next second, 3 rounds of purple suns appeared before everyone's eyes. The residents of Longyan City stared at the 3 rounds of purple suns hanging in the sky, their eyes bulging in shock. They certainly knew what the 3 rounds of purple suns represented. It meant that 3-6 Extremes War Kings had appeared above Longyan City. These were 3-6 Extremes War Kings. What they knew was that in the entire Great Xia, only the National Lord Xia Jiuyu was a 6 Extremes Battle King. Now, the purple sun appearing above Longyan City was surely not the Battle King of their Great Xia. Ha ha ha. Just as the residents of Longyan City felt a bit anxious, the 3 purple suns in the sky transformed into 3 old men, and their laughter echoed above Longyan City. Hearing such laughter, the residents felt a wave of fear for some unknown reason. Suddenly, a purple sun rose from the national government and instantly appeared before the 3 old men. Before the residents of Longyan City could react, another purple sun appeared and transformed into the National Lord Xia Jiuyu. Seeing the National Lord Xia Jiuyu, the residents felt somewhat relieved. For them, the National Lord Xia Jiuyu was like a towering white jade pillar, a purple gold beam, spanning the sea, the backbone of Great Xia. Kanglin Battle King, Baiha Battle King, Zhenjue Battle King, you are all powerful figures of Beiying Kingdom. Why have you come to our Great Xia? Xia Jiuyu asked the 3 old men before him. During the time at the national government, some battle generals from various regions wanted to accompany him, but he refused them. He knew that the regional battle generals were too weak in front of the 6 Extremes Battle Kings. Now, it was time to see the purpose of the 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings in coming to their Great Xia. Considering the object that had rapidly fallen in the wilderness outside Longyan City, Xia Jiuyu suspected that these 3 battle kings from Beiying Kingdom were likely here for that unknown object. If it weren't for the many strong figures of Great Xia falling in the Demon Dragon Abyss in the past, how could the warriors of Beiying Kingdom come to Great Xia so easily? No prior notice? They would be unrecognizable. To his parents, if they dared to resist, they would be annihilated. But now, Great Xia was weak. In the face of the currently flourishing Beiying Kingdom, they could not appear too aggressive. Just these 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings, Xia Jiuyu was very clear that the strong figures of Great Xia could not withstand them. Xia Jiuyu also understood that these 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings were, like him, intermediate Battle Kings. We are here to give you Great Xia some face. Do you think you are still the same as before? One of the somewhat emaciated old men coldly looked at Xia Jiuyu. This old man was the Zhenjue Battle King among the 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings. After saying this, he continued to speak to Xia Jiuyu. The object that fell in the wilderness outside Longyan City, we suspect it is an alien battleship, and we need to take it back to Beiying Kingdom for research. The Zhenjue Battle King acted extremely domineering, as if he did not regard Xia Jiuyu at all. His words were amplified by powerful energy, and every corner of Longyan City could hear him clearly. In an instant, tens of millions of residents in Longyan City, whether ordinary people or warriors, were filled with rage. The people of Beiying Kingdom are too arrogant. They don't regard our Great Xia at all. Alas, there's nothing we can do. Who told our Great Xia to be inferior to Beiying Kingdom now? Yes, for now, we can only endure, but if one day Beiying Kingdom dares to look down on our Great Xia like this again, I will definitely make them pay. The tens of millions of residents in Longyan City were indignant and furious. Xia Jiuyu was also extremely displeased. As the national lord of Great Xia, he knew that at this moment he can only endure, so he did not show any displeasure on his face. Xia Jiuyu said to the 3, even if that is an alien battleship with such a high-speed fall and burning, it is likely that there is nothing left now. You don't need to worry about that. The Zhenjue Battle King coldly laughed at Xia Jiuyu again, this time without using energy amplification. Then, he used energy amplification to say to Xia Jiuyu, aside from this matter, I need to inform you that starting next month, we from Beiying Kingdom want to open a few martial arts schools in your Great Xia. Where will they be located, and what will be their scale? You don't need to concern yourselves with that. Also, our North Eagle Nation will not recruit your Great Xia martial artists in the martial arts school you opened. We will bring people from North Eagle Nation to fill the positions. After saying this, the War King Qianju added with a hint of threat, Lord of Xia, I hope you can cooperate with our North Eagle Nation, otherwise, you should know our methods. The words spoken by War King Qianju to Xia Jiuyu were amplified using vital energy. The tens of millions of residents in Longyan City listened to War King Qianju's words, and the entire Longyan City was instantly engulfed in fury, filled with extreme anger. Damn it, North Eagle Nation is too arrogant. This old dog, if you have the guts, just kill me. After all, I'm single and there's no one at home. Damn it, I also want to fight this old man. How can this be tolerated? It's infuriating. The residents of Longyan City, whether ordinary people or martial artists, all felt an unprecedented insult. What was North Eagle Nation planning? Were they going to stab directly into the heart of Great Xia? This was not just opening a martial arts school in Great Xia, this was a blatant invasion. If such behavior were accepted, it would not be much different from surrendering. The millions of people in Longyan City were filled with passionate outrage, and they erupted with intense remarks. It seemed they were ready to fight for the survival of Longyan City. Yang Chen was also taken aback. Were the people of North Eagle Nation this rampant? He knew that after the chaos in the Demon Dragon Abyss, the powerful martial artists of Great Xia had perished in suppressing it, leaving the top martial artists of Great Xia temporarily cut off. He also knew that North Eagle Nation was now stronger than Great Xia, but he didn't expect North Eagle Nation to be this arrogant. Did they think that having 3 intermediate battle kings could easily control Great Xia? Am I not a person of Great Xia? In the sky, the Lord of Xia Jiuyu listened to War King Qianju's unreasonable demands, and his expression changed drastically. War King Qianju, although our Great Xia is not as powerful as your North Eagle Nation right now, don't think that we are really easy to bully. Xia Jiuyu said coldly. I think you Great Xia are easy to bully. What can you do about it? War King Qianju mocked as he looked at Xia Jiuyu. Although the Kanglan War King and the Baiha War King beside War King Qianju had not spoken, their expression said it all. They were overwhelmingly strong. Old dog, where did you hear that Great Xia is easy to bully? At the moment when tens of millions of people in Longyan City were filled with rage, a voice amplified by vital energy appeared. The entire Longyan City listened to this voice, and they were all stunned, frozen in place. In Longyan City, not far from Yang Chen, there were some students who had heard Yang Chen's voice. This included the principal of Longyan City, Zhou Tianwu, and the higher-ups. They all recognized it was Yang Chen's voice. Yang Chen had issued a vital energy amplification at this moment. This was something no one had expected. Even the Lord of Xiaojiu in the sky did not anticipate that Yang Chen would suddenly speak. What a despicable character, why don't you show yourself quickly? War King Qianju was furious when he heard someone dare to speak to him like that. After War King Qianju's words fell, a golden sun rapidly rose from Longyan City. In an instant, it reached the Lord of Xiaojiu. The golden sun. Everyone in Longyan City knew that this was a 4 directions battle general. However, above Longyan City were all 6 extremes battle kings, and a 4 directions battle general was indeed too weak in comparison. But the tens of millions of residents in Longyan City also knew that at this moment, a 4 directions battle general dared to confront the 3-6 extremes battle kings of North Eagle Nation in the sky. Just this kind of courage was worthy of their utmost respect. With great power comes great responsibility. When Great Xia was in danger, the powerful martial artists always rushed to the front. In the past, during the Demon Dragon Abyss riot, if it weren't for the many top experts of Great Xia, there would be no current Great Xia. After the Golden Sun form disappeared, Yang Chen appeared before the 3-6 extremes battle kings of North Eagle Nation. Most of the tens of millions of residents in Longyan City had never seen Yang Chen. Yang Chen entered the Martial Awareness Tower, and as the towering golden light pillar surged forth, the name Yang Chen resonated throughout the entire Longyan City. The many residents of Longyan City knew that General Yang Chen was an exceptionally young 4 directions general. Therefore, when the residents of Longyan City saw such a youthful 4 directions general in the sky, they immediately recognized it must be General Yang Chen. The Kanglan War King, the Baiha War King, and the Chenjue War King stared at Yang Chen, who appeared beside Xiaojiu, momentarily stunned. Initially, when they saw the golden sun soaring across the sky, they were extremely dismissive. 4 directions generals were powerful in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, but to think they could fight against them was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Their astonishment stemmed entirely from Yang Chen's age. Indeed, Yang Chen looked far too young. Had such a youthful 4 directions general emerged in the Great Xia? They squinted their eyes. For the Beiying Kingdom, this was not good news. In the past, the Great Xia was stronger than their Beiying Kingdom, but later, with the top martial artists becoming scarce, they felt entitled to bully the Great Xia. Now that the Great Xia had produced such a prodigy, it could only mean that the top martial artists of the Great Xia were slowly reviving. In that case, they needed to crush such a prodigy in the cradle to prevent any future threat to the Beiying Kingdom. Yang Chen, how did you get up here? Xiaojiu never expected Yang Chen to appear in the sky. The words of the Chenjue War King were indeed hard for him to accept, but he knew one thing: if the 3 intermediate war kings were to get angry, then today's Longyan City would turn into ruins. A 4 directions general could already annihilate a small country, let alone 3-6 extremes war kings, especially intermediate war kings. He understood well that as long as the Great Xia had seeds like Yang Chen, there would be hope for revival in the future. Now, facing the 3-6 extremes war kings from the Beiying Kingdom, seeing such a prodigy emerge from the Great Xia, they would surely seek to eliminate him. Your Majesty, I saw these old dogs being so arrogant, so I came up to take a look. Yang Chen smiled at Xiaojiu. Don't forget, I am also a part of the Great Xia, and now that the Great Xia is in trouble, I naturally have to step in. But, Xia Jiuyo whispered, "A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late." That may be true, but how many 10 years are there in life? Yang Chen smiled again and said, "Besides, it's just 3 intermediate war kings. Your Majesty, step aside and let me handle them." Xia Jiuyo was struck dumb, staring at Yang Chen in disbelief. He never would have imagined Yang Chen could say such a thing. Just 3 intermediate war kings? Thinking of Yang Chen entering the martial awareness tower to create his own combat techniques and the towering golden light pillar emitted by the tower, he wondered if he had underestimated Yang Chen's strength. By the way, is there any media? Hurry up and live broadcast this. What are you waiting for? Yang Chen looked down at the residents of Longyan City. If possible, let the entire Great Xia see this live broadcast. I want everyone in the Great Xia to know that we are not to be trifled with. Allowing these 3-6 extremes war kings from the Baiyin kingdom to be arrogant was unacceptable for him to be arrogant as well. Now, with his indestructible golden body and 8 divine level talents, would he fear 3 intermediate war kings? Let alone the 6 extremes war kings. Even if the 8 extremes emperor came, he would not be afraid. Moreover, wasn't the ruler of the Baiyin kingdom just a junior emperor? If the other 6 extremes war kings came as well, he would just have the perfect opportunity to test the combined effect of the 8 divine level talents. The residents of Longyan City were dumbfounded. At first, they thought General Yang Chen had the courage to confront the 3-6 extremes war kings from the Baiyin kingdom in the sky. But now, from their conversation, it seemed that General Yang Chen completely disregarded these 3-6 extremes war kings from the Baiyin kingdom. How about we listen to General Yang Chen? Yes, the head of the Longyan City Television Bureau nodded emphatically. Now that the situation has come to this, they must unite as one. There is indeed a way to let over 1 billion residents of the Great Xia watch this live broadcast. It just requires a certain expenditure, and since nothing major has happened, there's no need. The Great Xia has reached a precarious point. What does the cost matter? Let's do it. With a flurry of frantic operations, all the televisions, phones, and computers in the Great Xia instantly displayed the live broadcast from Longyan City. In the sky above Longyan City, the national leaders Xia Jiuyo and Yang Chen, they could clearly see the 3-6 extremes war kings from the Baiyin kingdom across from them. Moreover, the television bureau provided commentary, letting the residents of the Great Xia know that the 3 elders opposite them were the 6 extremes war kings of the Baiyin kingdom. The residents of the Great Xia, initially shocked and frozen, transformed into waves of anger as the commentator spoke. Damn, the Baiyin kingdom really looks down on us Great Xia. Damn it, I'm so angry, Baiyin kingdom, that damned Baiyin kingdom. Why do I feel like the Baiyin kingdom is even more detestable than ferocious beasts? They clearly face the threat of ferocious beasts yet still want to invade our Great Xia. The Baiyin kingdom is the boss today, but they can't always be the boss. The one upstairs used that too well. In the live broadcast room, the comments were going wild. Not just in the live broadcast room, but the tens of millions of residents of the Great Xia were also filled with rage, their eyes ready to erupt like a volcano at any moment. Bai City. Since the incident with the light of the Earth Spirit, Bai City had remained peaceful. The happiness of the residents of Bai City was also on the rise. They had even produced a talent like Yang Chen, such a young 4 Directions War General, not to mention the Great Xia. Even the entire Blue Star had never seen one before. But on this day, the televisions, computers, and phones of the million residents of Bai City suddenly displayed a live broadcast. Looking at the images in the broadcast, they recognized that besides the national leader Xia Jiuyo, there was also the unparalleled talent who had emerged from their Bai City, War General Yang Chen. Through the commentator's words, they learned that across from War General Yang Chen and national leader Xia Jiuyo were the 3-6 extremes war kings of the Baiyin kingdom. At the same time, Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer, they were watching this live broadcast at their company and school. Son, brother, not just Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer. At this moment, the hearts of the million residents of Bai City were in their throats. Recently, Yang Chen had returned to Bai City in his Golden Sun form. The 4 Directions War General was undoubtedly the supreme warrior for Bai City. But the residents of Bai City all knew that Yang Chen was not facing ordinary warriors, nor was he facing 4 Directions War Generals. Instead, he was up against 3-6 extremes war kings. Everyone in Bai City was very clear that above the 4 Directions War General was the 6 extremes war king. No matter how defiant Yang Chen was facing 3-6 extremes war kings, it was absolutely impossible for him to turn the tide. On the other side, Ningzhou City. In Ningzhou City, there weren't as many people who knew Yang Chen. However, one thing was certain. The 4 Directions War Generals of Ningzhou City all knew about Yang Chen. When Yang Chen emerged from the Black Iron Mountain cave controlled by the Dominant Blade martial arts school, he established the might of the 4 Directions War General. When he returned to Ningzhou City in his sun form, the 7 wheels of the Great Sun forcefully blocked his path. Later, the Dominant Blade War General, the Suhu War General, and the Taiyan War General also appeared. At this moment, everyone in Ningzhou City was also watching the live broadcast. The city lord Qin Zhan had a serious expression. He had tried to persuade Yang Chen to stay, but Yang Chen told him he was still a student and couldn't stay in Ningzhou City for long. He knew that given time, Yang Chen would become a powerful warrior, but he never expected that at this moment Yang Chen would leap into the air, directly confronting the 3-6 Extremes War Kings of the Bai Kingdom. What a display of audacity! Besides these 4 directions war generals from Ningzhou City, there were also Master Lin He, Lin Miaomiao, and Wu Jun in their group. They had all interacted with Yang Chen. Now, watching Yang Chen fly into the air to confront the 3-6 Extremes War Kings of the Bai Kingdom for the sake of the Great Xia, they felt inexplicably moved. Their eyes were actually a bit moist. Time returned to the sky above Longyan City. The Kanglin War King, the Baihe War King, and the Qianjue War King, instead of being angry at Yang Chen's words, they sneered. In their eyes, Yang Chen was merely struggling before his death. Youngster, to become a 4 directions war general at such a young age is indeed quite terrifying. In fact, we can smell the scent of danger from you. If given enough time, you will definitely pose a threat to our Northern Eagle Kingdom in the future. So we must crush you in the cradle. The 3 war kings coldly said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was just a 4 directions war general, and in the eyes of these 3-6 Extremes War Kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom, they could easily suppress him. By the way, young one, the reason you are so arrogant in front of us isn't because you think we will cherish talent and take you back to the Northern Eagle Kingdom for training, is it? You are indeed a genius, but we will not take you back to the Northern Eagle Kingdom for training. You need to understand this. After all, there are plenty of wolf cubs that cannot be raised. The Qianjue War King sneered at Yang Chen. Again, listening to the Qianjue War King's words, Yang Chen secretly shook his head, thinking how imaginative they could be. Was it because the Great Xia was not as strong as the Northern Eagle Kingdom in recent years that these martial artists from the Northern Eagle Kingdom had developed such a sense of superiority? Alright, young one, I don't want to waste more words with you. I am going to make my move. If you want to make a move on Yang Chen, you must first get past me. As soon as the Qianjue War King's words fell, the national leader Xia Zhouyo spoke up. He immediately stood in front of Yang Chen. He had indeed guessed that Yang Chen could deal with these 3-6 Extremes War Kings, but that was merely a guess. As the leader of the Great Xia, he had to stand in front of Yang Chen. It's fine, national leader, you should step back to a safe distance, otherwise, I fear you might get caught in the crossfire. Saying this, without caring about the dazed Xia Zhouyo, Yang Chen directly pulled him to a relatively safe distance. Watching this scene, the Kanglin War King, the Baihe War King, and the Qianjue War King all gritted their teeth. This person truly was not afraid of death. Xia Zhouyo was already standing in front of him, wanting to die sooner when he could die later? They had never seen someone like Yang Chen before. After being pulled to a safe distance, Xia Zhouyo finally came to his senses. Could it be Yang Chen really could deal with these 3-6 Extremes War Kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom? Just as Xia Zhouyo was about to say something to Yang Chen turned around and a flash of brilliance erupted from his pupils. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Youngster, do you really think? Before the Qianjue War King could finish his words, a surge of overwhelming golden light erupted in the sky above Longyan City. The golden light spread rapidly, instantly filling the entire sky above Longyan City. Suddenly, the immortal golden body appeared before the eyes of tens of millions of residents in Longyan City. It also appeared in the eyes of over 1 billion people from the Great Xia watching through the live broadcast. What is this? After the immortal golden body appeared in the sky above Longyan City, everyone in the Great Xia had this question in their minds. National leader Xia Zhouyo and the top martial artists from various places first froze, then quickly pondered the immortal golden body that appeared in the sky above Longyan City. However, they simply could not understand what it was. The Kanglin War King, the Baihe War King, and the Qianjue War King looked at the towering immortal golden body 3 zhang high, with 4 golden dragons of vitality coiling around it, dazzling and colorful. They were also taken aback. As 6 Extremes War Kings, they had seen a lot, but they could not comprehend what was before them. Suddenly, tens of millions of people in Longyan City thought of something. Could it be that this was the battle technique created by War General Yang Chen? They recalled the towering golden pillar of light that burst forth from the martial awareness tower. However, this shouldn't even be called a battle technique. They had never seen such a battle technique. Youngster, do you think that by doing this, you are our opponent? Let me tell you, the gap between a 4 Directions War General and a 6 Extremes War King is like the difference between heaven and earth. After the 1000 Absolute War King let out a cold shout, a terrifying surge of vitality was released from his body. In an instant, the vitality coalesced into 3 golden dragons of energy, sweeping towards Yang Chen's position at an incredible speed. Each of the 3 golden dragons possessed a combat power of 10 million. This was the foundational combat power of a high-level war general. However, as a dignified 6th-level war king, and a mid-level war king at that, the number of golden dragons of energy he could summon was certainly not limited to just 3. The 1000 Absolute War King unleashed 3 golden dragons of energy at Yang Chen simply because he believed that Yang Chen could not possibly withstand the assault of 3. Golden Dragons. In the eyes of the Thousand Absolute War King, Yang Chen had become a four-direction war general at such a young age. That was undoubtedly a junior war general. A junior war general would only have one golden dragon of energy within them. There was absolutely no possibility of withstanding the attack of three golden dragons. As the three golden dragons of energy rushed towards Yang Chen, the terrifying roars of the dragons echoed ominously. The millions of people in Dragon Flame City and all the residents of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast widened their eyes, eager to see if Yang Chen could withstand the attack of these three fearsome golden dragons. Yang Chen looked at the attack of the three golden dragons and felt a bit amused. To him, the three golden dragons were simply too weak. Surrounding him were four golden dragons of energy. In addition to the three golden dragons from his own high-level war general status, there was also an extra golden dragon's power brought by the first layer of the immortal golden body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the three golden dragons of energy summoned by the Thousand Absolute War King were about to strike, the four golden dragons of energy swirling around the immortal golden body surged forth. Boom! 4 against 3. All golden dragons of energy, clearly having a significant numerical advantage. When the golden dragons of energy from both sides collided heavily, a tremendous explosion echoed above Dragonflame City. Many people in Dragonflame City covered their ears, unable to bear the intensity of the explosion. Roar! After the three golden dragons of energy from both sides crashed into each other, Yang Chen still had one golden dragon of energy remaining. The residual power of this golden dragon surged towards the Thousand Absolute War King. Upon seeing this, whether it was the three 6th level war kings from the North Eagle Kingdom or all the residents of the Great Xia, they were all stunned. They had thought that the four golden dragons of energy surrounding the immortal golden body were merely illusory. They never expected that each golden dragon of energy had real combat power. Did that mean Yang Chen was already a high-level war general and even above that? However, 4 golden dragons of energy were still a distance away from a 6th level war king. It should be noted that 9 golden dragons of energy represented a junior war king. 15 golden dragons of energy represented a mid-level war king. Everyone knew that. Even if Yang Chen's combat power had surpassed the foundational combat power of a high-level war general, the gap against a mid-level war king was still too obvious. Moreover, there were 3 mid-level war kings on the opposite side. Junior, it seems I underestimated you, but that's all there is to it. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Thousand Absolute War King let out a cold shout and continued to attack Yang Chen. He still did not activate his talent and unleashed golden dragons of energy from within. This time, the number of golden dragons of energy was truly terrifying. A full 9 golden dragons of energy were released from the Thousand Absolute War King's body. This was equivalent to the foundational combat power of a junior war king. All the people of the Great Xia watched this scene, their hearts racing faster than ever before in history. Isn't it just dragons? Yang Chen looked at the 9 golden dragons of energy flying towards him. These 9 golden dragons were emitting a series of dragon roars, as if the apocalypse was descending. He knew that he did not have more golden dragons of energy than the Thousand Absolute War King. But if it came to dragons, he had plenty. Heaven-swallowing flame dragon explosion. As the 9 golden dragons of energy, each 100 meters long, swept towards him, he unleashed his God-level fire talent. Now, the devouring flame god can be said to be directly attached to the immortal golden body, allowing for the direct use of god-level combat skills without any activation. Of course, if the immortal golden body is not activated and the devouring flame god is directly summoned, it will still manifest in the form of the devouring flame god. After Yang Chen activated the god-level flame combat skill, devouring flame dragon explosion, thousands of flame dragons instantly appeared in the sky above Dragon Flame City. Boom! The flame dragons emitted a series of dragon roars, and the sky, which was originally filled with golden light, was instantly burned red by the flames. The 9 vitality golden dragons attacking Yang Chen were instantly obliterated under the saturated assault of the thousands of flame dragons. The remaining flame dragons continued to strike towards the positions of the 3 kings of the Thousand Absolutes, including King Kanglin and King Baiha. What? The 3-6 Extremes kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were utterly shocked. They had never witnessed such a flame combat skill. Even with a god-level flame talent, the devouring flame god shouldn't be able to wield such a level of flame combat skill, right? Even if it could, where was the form of the devouring flame god? They had not seen the form of the devouring flame god at all. Yet, Yang Chen had indeed unleashed this terrifying flame combat skill. The 3-6 Extremes kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom knew that this was not the time to ponder such matters. Although the flame dragons bombarding them were terrifying, they were 6 Extremes kings. Boom! 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 After numerous flame dragons struck the area of the 3-6 Extremes kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom, a series of explosive sounds filled their region. Many martial artists in Bai City, including some of the 4 Directions generals from Ningzhou City, were well aware of such an attack, because they had truly witnessed it before. Why Yang Chen was showcasing the immortal golden body instead of the form of the devouring flame god they could not know. After all, the three were mid-level kings. The combat power of these three mid-level kings was simply too extraordinary. After the saturated bombardment of fire dragons in their area, golden light soon surged forth. When this golden light appeared, the power of the flames was covered and quickly disappeared. The residents of Dragon Flame City and various places in the Great Xiao watching the live broadcast were indeed startled by the power displayed by the devouring flame dragon explosion just now. But they knew that killing these three kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom was not so easy. Now they at least saw hope. The hope of the Great Xia. Go, General Yang Chen. Go, General Yang Chen. Go, General Yang Chen. The many residents of Dragonflame City began to cheer for Yang Chen in the sky. In the live broadcast rooms of various cities, billions of cheering comments appeared. The cheers were deafening, soaring into the clouds. Everyone was filled with excitement at this moment. The residents of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast could also hear the inspiring cheers from the broadcast. An old man who usually didn't exercise, upon hearing such cheers, instantly felt invigorated, sprinting out at a speed of 9 meters per second. Above Dragon Flame City, King Kanglin, King Baiha, King Qianjui, they glared fiercely at Yang Chen like ferocious dogs ready to pounce. Not enough, Junior. With just this, you are far from being able to kill us. King Qianjui snorted coldly and continued. The 4 Directions Generals are ultimately just 4 Directions Generals, while the 6 Extremes Kings are still 6 Extremes Kings. As his voice fell, King Qianjui activated his talent. The God of Slaughter's Mad Halberd. A halberd over 100 meters long appeared in King Qianjui's hand. The halberd radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Such an aura of slaughter made not only the residents of Dragonflame City but even those watching the live broadcast from behind the screen feel a chill run down their spines. God-level talent, the God of Slaughter's Mad Halberd. Yang Chen's gaze was sharp. Those who could not break through to the king level were almost all extraordinary level talents. But above the king level, while most were still extraordinary level talents, there were indeed some with God-level talents. The God-level talent in weaponry can only be considered quite ordinary compared to the God-level talent in elements. Everyone watching the battle was struck with shock as Qianju, the War King, activated his God-level talent, the Killing God's Mad Halberd. A 6th-level War King activating his talent meant he was serious about this fight. Junior, you forced me to use my talent, which proves you have some strength. Even if you die at my hands, that's enough for you to be proud of. After saying this, Qianju swung the Killing God's Mad Halberd in coldly shouted, "Killing space." Instantly, countless phantoms of the Killing God's Mad Halberd appeared in the sky above Longyan City. These phantoms rushed towards Yang Chen at incredible speed. Watching this attack, Yang Chen thought it resembled his god-level sword talent, the bloodthirsty Mad Sword Array, somewhat. However, its power was far from comparable. He no longer wanted to waste too much time on these 3 6th-level War Kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. He first activated Absolute Divine Authority. He couldn't control the 6th-level War Kings, but he could still control the attacks they unleashed under Absolute Divine Authority. Suddenly, the phantoms of the Killing God's Mad Halberd turned their spearheads and struck towards Qianju. Mental talent. Qianju shouted as he witnessed this scene. After his shout fell, Yang Chen continued to activate his god-level battle skill. Angry Blade Heaven Slash. Bloodthirsty Mad Sword Array. In an instant, a strike spanning 1,000 meters fell heavily, as if the entire sky above Longyan City was about to split in two. Additionally, a sword array appeared in the area of the 3 6th-level War Kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Within the sword array, the bloodthirsty sword god manifested countless sharp swords which darted through the space. At that moment, the tens of millions of residents of Longyan City and those watching the live broadcast across the Great Xia were stunned as if struck by 5 thunders. What kind of attack was this? Is it one person? This is freaking one person. In Ningzhou City, the Blade War General, the Silent Tiger War General, and the Iron Rock War General all suddenly stood up from their seats, their pupils contracting sharply. Back in the Black Mountain Cavern. Junior, I want you to die without a burial place, your soul forever trapped in the Demon Cave. Under the dual attacks of Angry Blade Heaven Slash and Bloodthirsty Mad Sword Array, the Kanglin War King and the Baiha War King finally activated their own talents. Golden Roaring Tiger, Lord of 10,000 Hammers. Both were extraordinary level talents. Yang Chen thought that it seemed a bit difficult to simply rely on talent battle skills to defeat them at the first level of the Immortal Golden Body. So, let's try the perfected Immortal Golden Body state. After all, the Immortal Golden Body has 9 levels, so why not use it? In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged within Yang Chen's area, looking incredibly dazzling. His body was also growing. 5 zhang, 7 zhang, 10 zhang, a full 20 zhang. Finally, it stopped. 20 zhang was also the form of the 9-layer Immortal Golden Body. Compared to the body of a god-level talent, 20 zhang was nothing. But in terms of effect, it was absolutely not lacking. 9 layers of Immortal Golden Body. It directly derived 9 Vitality Golden Dragons plus the original 3 Vitality Golden Dragons. A total of 12 Vitality Golden Dragons. That's 120 million battle power. What level of battle power is this? The battle power of a primary war king. If it weren't for the immortal golden body, there would be a boundary limitation between high-level war generals and primary war kings. The maximum battle power of a high-level war general is 8 Vitality Golden Dragons, and to reach 9 Vitality Golden Dragons and become a primary war king, one must break through the boundary limitation. The immortal golden body directly ignored the boundary limitation, allowing Yang Chen to possess the battle power of a primary war king. Activating the perfected immortal golden body, wouldn't it be easy to crush these 3 6th level war kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom? He hadn't raised the immortal golden body to the 9th level earlier, merely wanting to see the effect of defeating them with god-level talent battle skills. The millions of residents in Longyan City and those watching the live broadcast across the Great Xia were all shocked by Yang Chen's transformation at that moment. At this moment, Yang Chen resembled a war god from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Xia Jiuyu, who was in a relatively safe position in the sky, wore a dazed expression that turned into shock once again. The 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, who had already activated their talents, watched as Yang Chen's immortal golden body grew to 20 zhang. A serious and vigilant look finally appeared on their faces. They had come to understand that facing Yang Chen was not a matter of dimensional suppression, but rather a contest of equals. Junior, it seems we were right to decide to eliminate you. You are too terrifying. If you continue to grow, it will pose a tremendous threat to our Northern Eagle Kingdom. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Just take this. With that, Yang Chen continued to activate his god-level talent combat skills. Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Underworld Ice Prison, Whirlwind Dragon Pillar. In the form of his perfected immortal golden body, Yang Chen knew that any one of his god-level combat skills could easily kill these 3. But since this was a nationwide live broadcast, it was better to be a bit more ostentatious. Such opportunities to showcase oneself on a national broadcast were rare. The Kanglan War King, Baihe War King, and Xianjue War King, who were originally preparing to strike at Yang Chen, suddenly found thousands of towering thunder pillars appearing in their area, and the chilling power of ice, like that of the underworld god, struck their bodies in an instant, freezing the entire space. Additionally, hundreds of tornadoes swirled, each containing a colossal wind dragon. The wind dragons were terrifying, their crimson eyes fixated on the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom. HSSS. Whether it was the residents of Longyan City or those watching the live broadcast, everyone gasped in unison at the sight above Longyan City. However, the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom could not afford to gasp. They were filled with terror, utterly frightened, their souls shaken. Above Longyan City, the 3 elemental powers of thunder, ice, and wind intertwined, creating a web of elements that made the sky above Longyan City look incredibly fearsome. The Kanglan War King, Baihe War King, and Xianjue War King watched as this attack swept toward them, their faces filled with horror. Alongside their expressions of fear, there was also an extreme sense of despair. They all knew that they could not withstand such an attack. All that awaited them was death. Boom! Boom! When the god-level combat skills struck the area of the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, a series of explosions erupted. The tens of millions of people in Longyan City and the residents watching the live broadcast were initially stunned by the scene, then erupted into intense applause. Although they were still unclear about the situation in the sky, they knew that under such a powerful attack, the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom had no chance of survival. The reality matched what the people of Daxia had anticipated. Under the 9-layer immortal golden body, and beneath the Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Underworld Ice Prison, and Whirlwind Dragon Pillar, the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom could not withstand it at all. Ding! Killed a 6 Extremes War King, battle power plus 4 million. Ding! Killed a 6 Extremes War King, battle power plus 4 million. Ding! Killed a 6 Extremes War King, battle power plus 4 million. Ding! Dropped high-level poison talent, Poison Mist Giant. When binding the system, Yang Chen knew that killing humans would also yield battle power and talents. Killing an intermediate War King surprisingly granted him 4 million battle power, and 3 intermediate War Kings totaled 12 million. 4 golden dragons of vitality coalesced within him. The amount of battle power dropped was already a pleasant surprise for Yang Chen. He never expected to also receive a talent drop. Moreover, it was a poison-type talent. Among the many talents he had considered obtaining, he had never thought of this step regarding the poison-type talent. He thought to himself that after resolving the current situation, he would convert the dropped high-level poison talent into a god-level poison talent. After a while, the elemental net that had gathered over Longyan City disappeared without a trace, and the 3/6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, under such intense explosions, left not even their corpses behind. The tens of millions in Longyan City and the residents of Daxia watching The live broadcast all noticed the absence of the 3 war kings in the sky above Lyan City. Upon seeing this, they were all immensely excited. General Yang Chen is amazing. General Yang Chen is amazing. General Yang Chen is amazing. In an instant, the entire daxia erupted in enthusiastic cheers. With the battle now over, Yang Chen had no reason to remain in the sky any longer. After transforming his immortal golden body into a streak of golden light, he descended to the ground. Strange. As soon as he reached the ground, he discovered that he had inexplicably gained some additional golden cells within his body. Shaking his head, he didn't think much of it. After all, the number of these golden cells was noticeably different from the last time. Yang Chen, the national leader, Xiao Jiuyo, immediately approached Yang Chen as soon as he landed. Leader, I have some matters to attend to, let's talk later. Before Xiao Jiuyo could finish, Yang Chen interrupted him. Alright, you go ahead. Xiao Jiuyo nodded emphatically. Yang Chen walked away, quickly returning to the dormitory of Longyan University. Bai City. After watching the live broadcast above Longyan City, the millions of people in Bai City were both excited and shocked. Previously, they had known that several powerful individuals with god-level talents were hidden in Bai City. The Devouring Flame God, the Crimson Thunder Emperor, the Extreme Ice Nether God. After the practical assessment of the martial arts exam and the incident in the Copper City Underground, everyone finally realized that Yang Chen was indeed the Devouring Flame God. But now they understood that Yang Chen was not just the Devouring Flame God. The Crimson Thunder Emperor and the Extreme Ice Nether God were all him. Not to mention the Furious Blade God and the Devouring Sword God, among other god-level talents. Having so many god-level talents, he truly was unprecedented. Yang Yongbo and Yang Shuer stood frozen like wooden sculptures, unable to come to their senses. His son, her brother, had he really become such an existence? Was this still the Yang Chen they had worried about so much when the ferocious beasts appeared at the grain base? Time returned to the dormitory of Longyan City. After Yang Chen returned to his dormitory, he began to transform his advanced poison-type talent, Poison Mist Giant. Ding! Would you like to transform Poison Mist Giant? Transform. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen chose to transform. Ding! Poison Mist Giant has been transformed into the god-level poison-type talent, Li Jue Poison God. Li Jue Poison God? Yang Chen chuckled to himself. He knew just by the name that this was an extremely terrifying talent. Fusion. After the transformation was successful, Yang Chen directly chose to fuse. Ding! Fusion successful. After so many fusions, Yang Chen had long since adapted to the excruciating pain of talent fusion. A few seconds later, the Li Jue Poison God was successfully fused by him. Ding! Autonomous comprehension of god-level poison-type combat skill, Poison Absolute for thousands of miles. Poison Absolute for thousands of miles, release billions of poisonous insects causing devastation in the area, leaving no life behind. This was too terrifying. After Poison Absolute for thousands of miles entered Yang Chen's mind, its proficiency immediately rose to a perfect level. He thought to himself that this skill couldn't be used recklessly. Although he could control the area of the poisonous insects, any area invaded by them would turn into wasteland afterward. It was fine to use it in the sky. It was also acceptable to use it in the underground. But using such a combat skill in a vibrant city would be nothing short of a crime against humanity. Yang Chen reflected that he now had 9 god-level talents. The more god-level talents, the better. He could do without them, but he couldn't be without them. After all, the immortal golden body could still fuse god-level talents to deliver a world-shattering blow. The more god-level talents he had, the greater the power of the fused attack. His next goal was to quickly break through to the initial level of War King. The basic combat power of a junior battle king is 9 golden dragons of vitality, but he has only condensed 4 golden dragons of vitality so far. Moreover, there are realm restrictions between 8 and 9 golden dragons of vitality. Sweep it away. With his current strength, he should first clear the caves in the wilderness outside Longyan City. The Northern Eagle Kingdom has lost 3 six-pole battle kings this time. They will definitely come for revenge. Although there is a peerless strike from the fusion of talents, the higher the body's strength, the more secure it is. Just like making money, who would complain about having too much money? No one would dislike being stronger. Speaking of strength, years later, a little girl asked Yang Chen about some of his deeds when he was young. He simply gazed at the vast starry sky and said, "That year, I had my hands in my pockets, not knowing what a rival was. Time is pressing." After merging the god-level poison talent with the lethal poison god, Yang Chen left the dormitory and headed towards the national government. It didn't take long before he arrived at the national government. In the main hall, he saw the national leader, Xiao Jiuyo. National leader. Yang Chen, hurry, take a seat. Seeing Yang Chen arrive, Xiao Jiuyo quickly stood up and invited him to sit down. From the very beginning, she knew Yang Chen was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. Yang Chen, do you know, sometimes I really can't understand why a planet like Blue Star could give rise to someone like you. Also, I sometimes think, if only you were my son. You have no idea, my son is not at all. Yang Chen? Xia Zhouyo's words left Yang Chen completely bewildered. He had long known that the national leader, Xia Zhouyo, was quite cunning, but he never expected her to be cunning to this extent. By the way, Yang Chen, what I wanted to tell you is that the alien warship that fell in the wilderness outside Longyan City has almost nothing left and it has no research value. Xia Zhouyo continued to speak to Yang Chen. Upon hearing Xia Zhouyo's words, Yang Chen almost forgot about this matter. However, what he was concerned about now was not this. He asked the national leader, Xia Zhouyo, "National leader, I want to enter the Demon Dragon Cave, so I came to inform you." Xia Zhouyo was slightly taken aback. The Demon Dragon Cave, you. Just as Xia Zhouyo was about to ask Yang Chen about his purpose for going to the Demon Dragon Cave, she thought of something and stopped her questioning. Yang Chen's current strength had already exceeded her imagination. Since he wanted to enter the Demon Dragon Cave, he must have his own reasons. She felt there was no need to ask further. The Demon Dragon Cave has been cleared by our great Xia's strong warriors. Although the overall strength of the fierce beasts inside is decent, it should be quite ordinary in front of you. Just be careful. If there's nothing else, then I'll go. With Yang Chen's strength now being the strongest in Great Xia, he came to the national government to inform the national leader, Xia Zhouyo, because she was still the national leader. He was still a person of Great Xia. If one were to gain strength and then usurp the throne, life would lose its meaning. He didn't know if there were such people. Anyway, he was not one of them. After leaving the national government, Yang Chen transformed into a golden sun and rushed towards the wilderness outside Longyan City. He didn't have much time left. The news of the three battle kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom being killed would surely spread back to the Northern Eagle Kingdom quickly. Given the nature of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, they would definitely retaliate against Great Xia fiercely. However, by then, he would let those people from the Northern Eagle Kingdom know what true terror is. The Demon Dragon Cave. The cave is located in Demon Dragon Mountain. It is the most powerful cave for Longyan City and even the entire Great Xia. Yang Chen had already arrived at Demon Dragon Mountain and he was walking towards the entrance of the Demon Dragon Cave. On Demon Dragon Mountain, there were warriors and troops stationed from Longyan City. Halt, this is. Moments later, Yang Chen was stopped. Hundreds of soldiers appeared around him in an instant. At the forefront was a master. He was questioning Yang Chen. They had been stationed on Demon Dragon Mountain for years, returning to Longyan City only a few times a year. There was no communication here, and they hadn't watched the live broadcast of the battle above Longyan City.so. These soldiers did not know who Yang Chen was. Sorry, I want to enter the Demon Dragon Cave. Enter the Demon Dragon Cave? You must be crazy. Do you know how terrifying the Demon Dragon Cave is? The master in front of Yang Chen smiled, thinking that Yang Chen was just someone who didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Just as this master was about to say more to Yang Chen, he found that he couldn't move. Not just this master, but the hundreds of soldiers around them seemed to be under some kind of control. Cold sweat broke out on this master's forehead. He was a high-level master, yet he was controlled like this? How powerful must Yang Chen be? Yang Chen didn't say much. He continued walking towards the entrance of the Demon Dragon Cave. When Yang Chen disappeared from their sight, they finally returned to normal. The high-level master and the hundreds of soldiers were all in shock, looking at each other in disbelief. Just now, I couldn't move at all. What was that? Isn't it obvious? We were all controlled by mental power. I think even Master Mu Wu was controlled. Could that person be a Grand Master? At this thought, disbelief appeared on the faces of the hundreds of soldiers. Finally, Yang Chen reached the entrance of the Demon Dragon Cave. Looking at the entrance, Yang Chen thought to himself that the Demon Dragon Cave was indeed the largest cave in the Great Xia, and it looked somewhat terrifying. Some ordinary martial artists, let alone entering the Demon Dragon Cave, would probably not be able to bear even looking at the entrance. The sense of oppression was just too strong. Without lingering outside the Demon Dragon Cave, he directly entered inside. Under the influence of Shadow Sky Speed, Yang Chen quickly arrived within the Demon Dragon Cave. Once inside, Yang Chen had no intention of going deep into the cave. The area covered by the poisonous absolute was simply too vast, capable of enveloping the entire Demon Dragon Cave. Some ordinary ferocious beasts simply could not withstand the attack of the poisonous absolute. Even if the power was not as strong as a single target attack under such a large area, it didn't matter. If the ferocious beasts in the deepest part were not killed by the poisonous insects, then they could come find him. He would welcome it. Immediately, Yang Chen spread his palm. A black-green, nearly invisible, nano-sized poisonous insect appeared in his palm. Boom! Instantly, his entire body turned black and green. His figure grew to 3 zhang, emitting waves of poisonous mist all around. This was the form of the god-level poison talent, the poison god of destruction. Poisonous absolute. When Yang Chen unleashed his god-level poison talent, the poisonous absolute, trillions of black-green poisonous insects surged forth in an instant. In a split second, trillions of black-green poisonous insects rapidly spread to cover the Demon Dragon Cave. Where they passed was like a locust plague, no, far more terrifying than a locust plague. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the Demon Dragon Cave were almost annihilated in an instant. Ding! Slain the Crimson Gold Eagle, upgrade points plus 820. Ding. Slain the Demon Tail Tiger, upgrade points plus 1200. Ding. Slain the Crimson Moon Steel Bull, upgrade points plus 2400. Data on battle power drops continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. The power of the trillions of poisonous insects was truly terrifying, and they kept spreading, rapidly expanding. By the time the ferocious beasts deep within the Demon Dragon Cave reacted, it was already too late. Some ferocious beasts could not withstand the attack of the poisonous insects and died one after another. However, by the time they reached the depths of the Demon Dragon Cave, the number of trillions of poisonous insects had already diminished significantly, unable to deal any fatal attacks to the powerful ferocious beasts within the cave. At the deepest part of the Demon Dragon Cave, the top ferocious beasts sensed the taste of danger. They saw the terrifying black-green poisonous mist sweeping towards them. Of course, the poisonous insects were invisible to the naked eye, as their size was only at the nano level. What's going on? Could it be humans? A 6th-tier high-level humanoid ferocious beast coldly shouted. It must be humans. It seems that the battle from back then has not made humans truly feel fear yet. King, let's break out and destroy the Great Xia. Suddenly, many top-tier ferocious beasts turned their gaze to a humanoid beast on a stone seat. The stone seat was roughly made, but it was adorned with numerous blue and red gemstones, looking extremely dazzling. The humanoid beast on the stone seat was tall and long-limbed, sitting in a posture of indulgence. This was a mid-level 7th-tier beast, the Red King Touch Demon. It was the king of all beasts in the Demon Dragon Abyss. I originally wanted to strengthen my power before going out to destroy the Great Xia, but since they are taking the initiative against us, we can't be blamed. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, the Red King Demon Lord leaped from the stone seat and instantly disappeared from the area. In the deepest part of the Demon Dragon Abyss, the top-tier beasts watched this scene and followed suit. On the other side, at Demon Dragon Mountain, the army stationed at Demon Dragon Mountain, after the recent events, still felt a lingering fear. General Lin Long, why are you here? Suddenly, the senior master was shocked. The soldiers immediately looked in one direction. When they saw it was General Lin Long from Lyan City, they all trembled, not expecting him to come here. I am here to inform you that from now on, there is no need to station at Demon Dragon Mountain, General Lin Long said to the crowd in front of him. The senior master and the soldiers were stunned. No need to station at Demon Dragon Mountain? Why was that? General Lin Long, can you tell us the reason? The senior master looked extremely curious. The soldiers also turned their gazes to General Lin Long, wanting to know why such a sudden decision was made. General Yang Chen has already entered the Demon Dragon Abyss, and from now on, the Demon Dragon Abyss will disappear forever. General Lin Long told everyone. The senior master and the soldiers were astonished. General Yang Chen? Wasn't that the person just now? But how could a 4th-tier general possibly destroy the Demon Dragon Abyss? I know you have doubts. Once you return to Longyan City and watch the recorded videos, you will understand everything. After saying this, General Lin Long transformed into a golden sun and flew into the air towards Longyan City. Since General Lin Long has said so, let's return to Longyan City, the senior master said. Alright, hooray! The soldiers cheered with joy. Having been stationed at Demon Dragon Mountain for years was a responsibility they felt, and now being able to return to Longyan City was simply the best outcome. In the Demon Dragon Abyss, as the number of ferocious beasts killed increased, the amount of battle power dropped, allowing Yang Chen to condense more and more vitality golden dragons. The golden cells in his body had increased. Yang Chen now understood. Once the golden cells in his body reached a certain level, he would enter the Martial Awakening Tower again to improve the immortal golden body. Roar! The Red King Demon Lord and the top-tier ferocious beasts had arrived at the outskirts of the abyss, and upon seeing Yang Chen, they let out a furious roar. Finally arrived, have you? Yang Chen smiled calmly. There was no change in his expression. He knew that the ferocious beasts deep inside the Demon Dragon Abyss would definitely come out. And now, weren't they coming out? Roar! Human, the current situation in our Demon Dragon Abyss is caused by you, right? A low-level 6th-tier beast coldly spoke to Yang Chen. A low-level 6th-tier beast was equivalent to a junior general among humans. Such strength was hardly worth mentioning in front of Yang Chen now. So what if it is? Yang Chen smiled indifferently. Then you shall die. The low-level 6th-tier beast shouted coldly at Yang Chen before pouncing towards him. Watching the pouncing low-level 6th-tier beast, a calm smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This low-level 6th-tier beast did not unleash any magical attacks, intending to kill Yang Chen with a regular attack. But how could it know the extent of Yang Chen's power? Bang! After the 6th-tier low-level fierce beast approached Yang Chen to a certain distance, he directly struck it with a heavy punch. This punch was equally unadorned. Yet in the eyes of the 6th-tier low-level fierce beast, this punch was terrifying. It could hardly imagine that this human before it could deliver such a blow. There was no way for it to withstand or evade this punch. Boom! Yang Chen's fist heavily struck the body of the 6th-tier low-level fierce beast. Its body was directly pierced by Yang Chen's fist. Roar! The 6th-tier low-level fierce beast let out a violent roar. After Yang Chen withdrew his fist, the beast collapsed to the ground, devoid of any life. Ding! Slaying a 6th-tier low-level fierce beast, battle power plus 400,000. After killing this 6th-tier low-level fierce beast, the data of battle power dropped appeared in his retina. The Red King Touch Demon and the other top fierce beasts were momentarily stunned by the scene, but after a brief pause, they quickly regained their composure. Human, you all can die. Yang Chen did not want to waste any words with these fierce beasts. He directly activated the 9 layers of Immortal Golden Body. The 20 Zhang Immortal Golden Body appeared before the eyes of these beasts. Before they could express any shock, numerous divine-level combat skills were already crashing towards them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in the area of these fierce beasts. None of the top fierce beasts in the Magic Dragon Abyss were spared. Even the 7th-tier intermediate Red King Touch Demon perished under the assault of these divine-level combat skills. With the slaying of this wave of top fierce beasts, the Vitality Golden Dragons within Yang Chen once again condensed. 8. From the original 4 Vitality Golden Dragons, it transformed into 8. And this was not just any 8 Vitality Golden Dragons, but the limit of 8. This meant that he was now infinitely close to the Primary Battle King, pushing against the boundary between Advanced Battle General and Primary Battle King. Moreover, he was on the verge of breaking through. This was the allure of the strongest abyss in the Great Xia, the Magic Dragon Abyss. In Yang Chen's view, he only needed to sweep through one more abyss, and then he could break through to the 6 Extremes Battle King. After breaking through to the 6 Extremes Battle King, combined with the Immortal Golden Body and numerous divine-level talents, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. Then, he left the Magic Dragon Abyss. After leaving the Magic Dragon Abyss, Yang Chen headed towards the Moon Mountain Abyss. In a state of high-speed flight, he quickly arrived at Moon Mountain. Named for its moon-like shape, Moon Mountain housed the Moon Mountain Abyss within it. Since no talents dropped in the Magic Dragon Abyss, he wondered if the same would hold true in the Moon Mountain Abyss, but to him, it no longer mattered. The main priority was to break through to the 6 Extremes Battle King. Compared to the Magic Dragon Abyss, the gap with the Moon Mountain Abyss was significant. There were no troops stationed on Moon Mountain, and Yang Chen soon reached the entrance of the Moon Mountain Abyss. Looking at the entrance, Yang Chen stepped inside without hesitation. He thought to himself, 6 Extremes Battle King, here I come. In the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Kanglan Battle King, Baiha Battle King, and Xianjue Battle King. After they were killed in the Great Xia, the news returned to the Northern Eagle Kingdom, igniting the populace with fervor and anger. Great Xia is truly too arrogant. Daring to kill our 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings, they are simply seeking death. We, the Northern Eagle Kingdom, kindly wanted to establish a martial arts hall in Great Xia to protect them, yet they not only refused our goodwill but also slaughtered our strong warriors. They are truly seeking death, seeking death. Great Xia still doesn't know what kind of revenge they will face for provoking us. Protests began across the Northern Eagle Kingdom. They aimed to denounce Great Xia. They not only wanted to see the top warriors of Great Xia perish but also to annihilate the entire Great Xia. They wanted other countries on Blue Star to know the consequences of provoking the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Northern Eagle Kingdom, National Government Hall. In the Grand Hall, the powerful figures of the Northern Eagle Kingdom gathered. The kingdom's lord, Hua Xiu, was a junior battle sovereign, an 8 Extremes battle sovereign, a formidable presence among the strong of the Blue Star. Aside from Hua Xiu, everyone else in the hall was at the Battle King level. There were as many as 8. Among them, 2 were high-level Battle Kings and 6 were mid-level Battle Kings. As for the junior Battle Kings, they were not qualified to enter the Grand Hall. From such strength, one could see the gap between the Great Xia and the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Great Xia has truly gone mad, daring to kill our 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings. However, the Lord of Great Xia, Xiao Jiuyu, seems to be just a mid-level Battle King. With his strength, he cannot kill our 3 battle generals. Has some powerful presence emerged in Great Xia? With the power of a high-level Battle King, it would be easy to kill 3 mid-level Battle Kings. It seems the martial arts of Great Xia are reviving. We must crush their martial arts in the cradle. The 6 Extremes Battle Kings in the hall began to discuss. Great Xia, the Lord of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, coldly spoke. I originally just wanted the people of Great Xia to become our slaves, but unexpectedly, Great Xia seeks death. They cannot blame us. Let's go. As his voice fell, Hua Xiu rose from his seat and walked towards the hall's exit. The 6 Extremes Battle Kings in the hall followed suit. Once outside the hall, Hua Xiu transmitted his voice with energy. Rest assured, people of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, we are now going to Great Xia to avenge our 3-6 Extremes Battle Kings. We will make Great Xia understand the terror of our Northern Eagle Kingdom. After saying this, Hua Xiu leaped into the air. He transformed into a red sun. The red sun was the form of an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. The Battle Kings also transformed into purple suns, all heading towards Great Xia. Our Northern Eagle Kingdom strong are going to Great Xia. Great Xia should start trembling now. I hope the strong won't disappoint me. It would be best to slay everyone in Great Xia.
Yes, a small measure does not make a gentleman, no poison, no man.
We must slay everyone. In Great Xia,
the people of the Northern Eagle Kingdom's capital, Northern Eagle City, knew that they would soon hear the news of Great Xia's destruction.
In the Moon Mountain Cave, Yang Chen used the same method to eliminate the ferocious beasts within.
The golden cells in his body increased significantly. With a bit more, he could enter the Martial Awakening Tower to refine his immortal golden body.
Ding! Killed the yellow Blade Wolf, battle power plus 120. Ding! Killed the Steel Tooth Rat, battle power plus 80. Ding! Killed the Moon Ox, battle power plus 240.
As the billions of poisonous insects spread, the data of increased battle power
continued to appear on Yang Chen's retina. Suddenly,
Yang Chen felt that the ninth golden dragon of energy was condensing within him. This was about to break through the boundary limit and achieve the 6 extremes.
Battle King. Yang Chen was secretly delighted. He thought to himself, was he finally going to break through to the 6 extremes Battle King?
Moments later, 9 golden dragons of energy had condensed within him.
But the condensation of the golden dragons did not end there. Another golden dragon of energy was formed. He now had a total of 10 golden dragons of energy.
Without boundary limits, the increase in battle power was rapid.
However, it was not over yet.
In a very short time, another golden dragon of energy condensed within him.
11. A full 11 golden dragons of energy. That was 110 million battle power. Adding the battle power of the
9-layer immortal golden body, his battle power reached a total of 20 golden dragons of energy, 200 million battle power.
200 million battle power was already the basic battle power of a mid-level battle king. Next, it was time to go out.
After exiting the Moon Mountain Cave, he had no intention of heading to other caves. He was well aware that the people of the Northern Eagle Kingdom would come for revenge. He had now broken
through to the 6 extremes Battle King and needed to return to Longyan City to guard it.
Unfortunately, while he had already accumulated some golden cells, he still had not dropped any talents in the Moon Mountain
Cave. After exiting the Moon Mountain underground cave, he transformed into a purple sun and sped towards the direction of Longyan City.
Before long, he arrived above Longyan City.
The residents of Longyan City looked up
at the purple sun in the sky, and after a moment of shock, they realized that this purple sun had transformed into a streak of purple light. The purple light descended into the national government.
The martial artists
inside the national government looked at the arrival of the purple light, their faces showing immense seriousness and vigilance. At the same time, the national lord, Xiaojiu, also rushed out from the main hall.
Everyone
wanted to know if the martial artists from the Northern Eagle Kingdom had come seeking revenge. When the purple light disappeared, a young figure appeared before everyone's eyes.
It was none other than Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen, the martial artists of the national government let out a sigh of relief.
At the same time, they were also extremely excited. When facing the 3-6 extremes battle kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Yang Chen was still in the form of the Golden Sun, proving himself to be a 4 directions battle general. But now he had changed. The purple sun. This indicated that Yang Chen had broken through to the 6 extremes battle king. Having been so terrifying as a 4 directions battle general, breaking through to the 6 extremes battle king meant his strength was even more unfathomable.
Yang Chen, you've broken through to the 6 extremes battle king. National Lord Xiaojiu joyfully approached Yang Chen.
Xiaojiu knew that after Yang Chen's breakthrough to the 6 extremes battle king, his strength would be even more formidable.
Yang Chen nodded at National Lord Xiaojiu. Let's talk in the main hall. With that, National Lord Xiaojiu and Yang Chen entered the main hall. Once inside, Xiaojiu first had Yang Chen sit down, then said to
him, Yang Chen, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say.
What things? Yang Chen felt a bit puzzled. He thought to himself, since we are not outsiders, what could there be that shouldn't be said?
The 3-6 extremes battle kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were killed in our Great Xia and the Northern Eagle Kingdom.
Are you saying that the people from the Northern Eagle Kingdom will come for revenge?
Yes.
National Lord Xiaojiu nodded.
Yang Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought the National Lord was going to tell him some unknown secret, but it turned out to be this. Don't worry, when the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover it with earth.
Yang Chen noticed the immense psychological pressure on National Lord Xiaojiu.
After the top martial artists of Great Xia had been cut off, the
gap between Great Xia and the top martial artists of the Northern Eagle Kingdom was indeed too great.
As the National Lord of Great Xia, it was absolutely impossible for Xiaojiu to be without pressure. But after a moment of silence, Xiaojiu continued, the National Lord of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Hua Xiu, is an 8 extremes battle sovereign.
Xiaojiu was a mid-level battle king. He could imagine the strength of a high-level battle king, but he couldn't fathom how terrifying an 8 extremes battle sovereign would be. Yinan also knew what National Lord Xiaojiu was afraid of.
The 8 extremes battle sovereign posed a suffocating sense of oppression to everyone in Great Xia. Don't worry, National Lord, he's just a junior battle sovereign, I'm not afraid at all.
What? Looking at the expression on Yang Chen's face, Xiaojiu was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Chen to say such a thing so calmly. You'll know when the time comes. The people from the Northern Eagle Kingdom might come to our great Xia soon. Can I stay in the national government during this time? Yang Chen asked Xia Jiuyo. Of course, of course. Xia Jiuyo replied hastily. Yang Chen wanting to stay in the national government made him even happier. I'll have someone arrange a room for you right away. With that, Xia Jiuyo had someone select the best room in the national government for Yang Chen. After the room was selected, Yang Chen didn't linger in the main hall for too long. He went to his room. The golden cells appearing within him were increasing more and more, and if he could condense some more golden cells, he would be able to go to the Martial Awareness Tower to improve his immortal golden body. 2 days later, an urgent military report was sent to the national government. National Lord Xia Jiuyo looked at the military report in his hand, his body trembling slightly. Please summon Battle King Yang Chen. Yes, National Lord. A martial artist from the national government received the order and quickly walked out of the main hall. He soon arrived outside Yang Chen's room and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened. Yang Chen appeared before the martial artist. War King Yang Chen, the National Lord requests your presence in the main hall, the martial artist said with utmost respect. I understand. Yang Chen nodded in response and then quickly made his way to the main hall. The National Lord calling him at this time clearly indicated one possibility: the retaliation from the Northern Eagle Kingdom had arrived. A few minutes later, he reached the national government's main hall. National Lord, is there something you need? Although Yang Chen had already guessed the purpose of the National Lord summoning him, he still refrained from stating it directly. However, seeing the troubled expression on National Lord Xia Jiuyu's face, Yang Chen knew his guess was correct. Yang Chen, take a look at this, Xia Jiuyu sighed and handed the military report in his hand to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took the military report and after glancing at it, he understood everything. It turned out that the National Lord of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huixiu, along with 2 high-level war kings and 6 mid-level war kings, had all come to the Great Xia and were now approaching Longyan City. Such a force was truly terrifying. But how much would his combat power increase by killing these strong opponents? How many golden cells would be added within him? Perhaps he might even gain a talent. Yang Chen thought to himself that this was also an opportunity for him. With this in mind, he couldn't help but smile. This, Xia Jiu. You looked at the foolishly smiling Yang Chen, stunned. He never expected Yang Chen could still smile at this moment. Could it be that Yang Chen could handle so many strong opponents from the Northern Eagle Kingdom at once? Calm down, calm down. Xia Jiu urged himself to remain calm, recalling the last time in the sky above Longyan City. He didn't believe Yang Chen could kill the 3 6-level war kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Yet, Yang Chen not only killed them but did so with such ease. This time, looking at the smile on Yang Chen's face, Xia Jiuyu felt he should trust Yang Chen. There was nothing to doubt. Since the martial artists from the Northern Eagle Kingdom have come to our Great Xia, I will wait for them here. After saying this, Yang Chen slowly walked out of the main hall. He stood in the square outside the hall and then closed his eyes. 2 more days passed. Suddenly, the sky above Longyan City was enveloped in a strong purple light. The tens of millions of residents of Longyan City looked up at the suddenly purple-lit sky, their eyes widening in shock. Immediately after, 8 purple suns appeared in the sky. Hiss! Seeing the 8 purple suns that appeared above Longyan City, the residents all gasped in shock. They were dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. These were 8 purple suns. What did this represent? It meant that 8 6-level war kings had appeared in the sky above Longyan City, Northern Eagle Kingdom. The tens of millions of residents of Longyan City knew that the 8 purple suns in the sky must be the martial artists from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. The 3 6-level war kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom had been killed by War King Yang Chen above Longyan City. Now, the Northern Eagle Kingdom was here for revenge. Although the residents of Longyan City were extremely fearful of the 8 purple suns in the sky, they knew that if it weren't for Yang Chen, Longyan City would have already been lost last time. The Northern Eagle Kingdom is coming on strong. It seems like I can only hope for the next life. I hope to become a powerful martial artist in my next life and then destroy the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Yes, the Northern Eagle Kingdom is too overbearing. They don't even know about the cycle of reincarnation. How do you know about reincarnation? Who told you? Can I just guess? At that moment, a strong red light suddenly appeared in the sky above Longyan City, which had been enveloped in purple light. The red light gave an extremely powerful visual impact. The next second, a red sun appeared in the sky above Longyan City. Looking at the red sun that had appeared, the tens of millions of residents of Longyan City were all frozen in place like wooden sculptures. The red sun, the 8-level warlord, in Longyan City. Tens of millions of people gazed at the red sun that appeared in the sky. They seemed to have forgotten the 8 purple suns above. This was the red sun. It must be known that the red sun represented the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. The 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign was far too distant for them. The Lord of Beiying Nation, Huixiu, is the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. The red sun in the sky must be Huixiu. It must be Huixiu. I wonder if you all regret it now, but I don't regret it at all.
I don't regret it either. When King Yangchen killed the 3-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns of Beiying Nation, I cheered very loudly. Immediately, the red sun in the sky and the 8 purple suns transformed into human forms. The Lord of Beiying Nation, Huoxiu, and the 8-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns appeared in the sky. For the tens of millions in Longyan City, such martial power was truly terrifying. The top experts of Longyan City looked at the powerful beings appearing in the sky, feeling utterly insignificant. Yang Chen, what do you think? Lord Xiaojiu walked up to Yang Chen and said to him, now that the Lord of Beiying Nation, Huoxiu, and the 8-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns had appeared over Longyan City, it was already a foregone conclusion. They had to face it. In the face of such powerful martial forces above Longyan City, there was no room for resistance. All hope now rested on Yang Chen. The people of Beiying Nation have come, I will send them to hell, Yang Chen said. He knew that the top experts of Beiying Nation had come to Daxia, and it was definitely not just a simple act of revenge. Perhaps they aimed to annihilate the entire Daxia. Beiying Nation had always harbored wolfish ambitions, wanting to swallow Daxia. Now that the opportunity had come, they would seize it. Xiaojiu listened to Yang Chen's words, still in a daze, before transforming into a purple sun. The purple sun soared into the sky and instantly reached above Longyan City. Once the purple sun arrived in the sky, Yang Chen also came into the view of tens of millions in Longyan City. As Yang Chen appeared above Longyan City, the discussions among the millions came to a halt. It must be said that Yang Chen was now the backbone of Daxia. In the face of so many powerful warriors from Beiying Nation, only Yang Chen could save Daxia. The Lord of Beiying Nation, Huoxiu, and the 8-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns looked at Yang Chen before them. Yang Chen's appearance shocked them. In their understanding, they had never seen a 6 Extremes Battle Sovereign of such age. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who killed the 3-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns of my Beiying Nation, right? Huoxiu stared at Yang Chen and asked. The 8-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns behind Huoxiu also looked up at Yang Chen, wanting to confirm whether he was indeed the one who killed their 3-6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns. Yes, you are not mistaken, Yang Chen nodded. Truly a formidable youth, Huoxiu sneered. Daxia has produced a warrior of your caliber, it's truly terrifying. Tens of millions in Longyan City listened to the conversation between Yang Chen and Huoxiu. They knew that a great battle was about to unfold. If you were not from Daxia but from our Beiying Nation, how wonderful that would be. In Blue Star, the only force that can suppress our Beiying Nation is Jinshi City. If you were a genius of our Beiying Nation, perhaps in the future we could surpass Jinshi City, Huoxiu said to Yang Chen. Jinshi City. It gathered the most elite and powerful warriors of Blue Star. 3 human emperors resided in Jinshi City. After saying this to Yang Chen, Huoxiu continued, if you are not a genius of our Beiying Nation, then you are a significant threat to us. If I do not crush a talent like you in the cradle, do you think that's possible? As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on Huoxiu's face. He knew that no matter how powerful Yang Chen was, he was as weak as an ant before him. After all, he was the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. From the moment Yang Chen arrived in the form of the purple sun above Longyan City, it was destined that he would become a dead man today. The hearts of the tens of millions of residents in Longyan City raced faster, having swallowed countless mouthfuls of saliva. They could feel the pressure that the War King Yang Chen was under. At this moment, in front of such powerful warriors, they were like ants, true ants. Everyone in Longyan City silently vowed that if they could survive this calamity, they would strive to cultivate diligently and work towards reviving the martial arts of the Great Xia. By that time, what would they have to fear from the Northern Eagle Kingdom? You are the ruler of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huoxiu, right? Yang Chen looked at Huoxiu in front of him. That's right, Huoxiu nodded in response. He was curious to see what parting words Yang Chen had left. He was not worried that Yang Chen would escape. In the face of absolute power, how could Yang Chen possibly flee? I want to know, why do you have so much nonsense to say? Yang Chen looked at Huoxiu with an indifferent expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the 8 6th level War Kings behind Huoxiu shrank sharply. You insolent brat! One senior War King could no longer tolerate Yang Chen's arrogance. He shouted at Yang Chen, you don't even realize you're about to die. I will personally slay you. With that, the senior War King threw a punch towards Yang Chen's position. Boom! A sonic boom instantly tore through the air, deafening. The punch's momentum seemed to shred the very space as it swept towards Yang Chen. The millions of people in Longyan City watched in wide-eyed horror as a senior War King attacked Yang Chen. The punch from a senior War King was indeed terrifying. Yang Chen looked at the incoming punch and decided not to waste any more time. He immediately activated his immortal golden body. He directly opened the immortal golden body to the 9th level. A 20-zhang immortal golden body appeared in everyone's sight. Various divine-level talents radiated from different areas of the immortal golden body, looking like a true war god. With the 9th level immortal golden body plus his current vitality golden dragons, he had a total of 20 vitality golden dragons. Although the senior War King's strength was formidable, it was still quite easy to withstand a punch from him. Bang!
Just as the senior War King's punch was about to strike in front of Yang Chen easily blocked the punch. "Youngster, I didn't expect your strength to be quite good, then I will take this seriously." As the words fell, the senior War King who attacked Yang Chen stepped forward in the air and charged towards Yang Chen with terrifying speed, seeking death. Seeing the senior War King getting closer, Yang Chen shook his head. Immediately, the divine light of talent on the immortal golden body shot towards the senior War King. With his current strength, did he still need to use divine-level talent combat skills to slay a senior War King? A normal attack derived from the power of talent was enough. As the senior War King stepped through the air, the divine-level talent power from the immortal golden body was already heading towards him. Fire, lightning, ice, wind, and other divine-level talent powers intertwined, forming a dazzling shockwave. The tens of millions in Longyan City and the many from the Northern Eagle Kingdom above were all stunned. Such a shockwave was too terrifying for them. The senior War King charging towards Yang Chen was also filled with fear. He could never have imagined that Yang Chen could unleash an attack of this level. He did not know what kind of attack it was, but he could sense an unprecedented danger. At this distance, the senior War King knew he absolutely could not withstand it. As the intertwined divine light was about to strike the senior War King, his body was directly engulfed. In the area of this senior War King, numerous colors of divine-level talent power rapidly overflowed. The entire mid-air was instantly enveloped by such brilliance, looking truly shocking. Ding! Slay senior War King, battle power plus 1.2 million. The data on battle power drop had already appeared in Yang Chen's retina. The intertwining powers of numerous god-level talents could easily kill a high-level battle king, which was quite normal. His face showed little fluctuation. Did he really just kill a high-level battle king? The tens of millions of residents in Longyan City were still somewhat stunned, their gazes frozen. Wow! When the tens of millions of residents realized that Yang Chen, the Battle King, had indeed killed a high-level Battle King from the Northern Eagle Kingdom, they erupted with excitement. In an instant, the entire Longyan City was filled with shouts and laughter. Yang Chen, the national leader, Xiaojiu, watched this scene, his eyes immediately moistening. Their great Xiao was weak, and if it weren't for the emergence of someone like Yang Chen, they would have had to endure when facing the Northern Eagle Kingdom. But now it was different. Even if the top experts of the Northern Eagle Kingdom came out in full force, even if they were already hovering above Longyan City, when Yang Chen faced them, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he displayed a domineering intent. Now, having just killed a high-level Battle King from the Northern Eagle Kingdom, this greatly boosted the morale of the tens of millions of residents in Longyan City. The national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huoxiu, and the 6th-level Battle King stared at this scene, their eyes fixed on Yang Chen. They knew Yang Chen was strong, but they never expected him to be strong enough to kill a high-level battle lord in an instant. What kind of power was this? What was the 20 Zhang immortal golden body that appeared before them? Junior, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. If possible, I would like to know your name before I kill you, Huoxiu said, staring at Yang Chen. Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not hide his name. He knew that these experts from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were about to be killed by him, so what harm was there in telling them his name? Very good. Huoxiu sneered upon learning Yang Chen's name. Yang Chen, I'm going to kill you now. You shouldn't have any complaints, right? Also, you shouldn't think you're my match, right? Your strength. You really talk too much. Before Huoxiu could finish, Yang Chen interrupted him again. You all, Yang Chen looked directly at Huoxiu, and the 6th-level Battle Kings behind him. Come at me together. As soon as these words were spoken, the tens of millions of people in Longyan City were stunned. Was this the domineering aura of Battle King Yang Chen? It made the national leader Huoxiu and these 6th-level Battle Kings feel pressured. Go, Battle King Yang Chen, crush these scoundrels from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. These people from the Northern Eagle Kingdom thought they could easily control us, but they didn't expect we had Battle King Yang Chen. Yeah, Battle King Yang Chen is so powerful, he can easily kill high-level Battle Kings. What are we afraid of? Go, Battle King Yang Chen. In an instant, the entire Longyan City was once again filled with overwhelming cheers. Even the national leader Xiaojiu and the top experts of Longyan City joined in the cheering. Huoxiu gritted his teeth, coldly staring at Yang Chen. Come together? What a big mouth. In Huoxiu's view, Yang Chen was being a bit too arrogant. But Yang Chen didn't want to continue the banter. He directly began to merge his god-level talents. Swallowing Heaven Flame God, merge. Crimson Thunder Emperor, merge. Extreme Ice Nether God, merge. Shadow Sky Speed God, merge. Angry Blade Heavenly Sovereign, merge. Devouring Heaven Sword God, merge. Fallen Wind God, merge. Absolute Divine Right, merge. Fierce Poison God, merge. The various god-level talents on the immortal golden body began to merge together. In an instant, a massive amount of energy fused into the hands of the immortal golden body. This powerful energy gave off an extremely terrifying feeling, as if just a glance could shatter one's mind. Huoxiu and the 6th-level Battle Kings widened their eyes to the largest extent ever, their faces filled with horror. In their view, such energy was enough to destroy the world. Under the influence of the energy sphere fused with divine-level talent, the air currents in space above were disturbed. A great wind surged through the entire Dragonflame City, and the space above was continuously torn open, one rift after another, with fierce winds rushing in. The National Lord, Xia Jiuyu, and the millions of people in Dragonflame City watched the energy sphere in the hands of the immortal golden body. The energy sphere was dazzling and blinding, writhing constantly in Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen looked at Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings. Are you ready to face death? No. Huoxiu was terrified to the extreme. As an immensely powerful 8 Extremes War Sovereign, he had never been this afraid before. Although Yang Chen had not yet attacked him, he knew that such an energy sphere was certainly beyond his ability to withstand. This battle technique is called the Annihilation Divine Decision. Having never named the divine-level talent fusion before, it was time to give it a name after its practical use. As the words fell, the Annihilation Divine Decision was unleashed. In the hands of the immortal golden body, the dazzling energy sphere rushed towards Huoxiu and the area of the 6 Extremes War Kings at an alarming speed. Such speed was simply beyond what Huoxiu and these 6 Extremes War Kings could resist. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings, they all screamed out loud. They certainly did not want to die. If they could do it all over again, they would never choose to come to Dragonflame City. But there was no remedy for regret. Boom! When the energy sphere struck the area of Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings, a blinding light erupted in the sky above Dragonflame City. At that moment, everyone in Dragonflame City closed their eyes. After the energy sphere hit the area of the National Lord Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings, an extremely dazzling light appeared. Everyone in Dragonflame City closed their eyes. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face, because he knew that the National Lord Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings had been killed by the Annihilation Divine Decision. After all, the data of battle power drops had already appeared on his retina. Ding! Killed a 6 Extremes War King, battle power plus 4 million. Ding! Killed a 6 Extremes War King, battle power plus 4 million. Ding! Killed an 8 Extremes War Sovereign, battle power plus 16 million. Ding! Dropped super healing talent, absolute healing. Ding! Dropped advanced water system talent, water flow frenzy. Not only did he gain a lot of battle power, but he also obtained 2 major talents. After conversion, these 2 major talents were all divine-level talents. Yang Chen was extremely delighted. A golden stream of light descended upon the national government. When the golden stream of light disappeared, Yang Chen appeared in front of the National Lord Xia Jiuyu and the martial artists. Xia Jiuyu and the martial artists of the national government were still frozen in place, somewhat dazed. In their eyes, the attack Yang Chen had just unleashed was truly terrifying. Now, above Dragonflame City, there were no longer any traces of the National Lord Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings. Everyone knew that the National Lord and the 6 Extremes War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom had been killed. With one strike, the millions of people in Dragonflame City all understood that Yang Chen's unparalleled strike was too frightening. If the target of the attack had been Dragonflame City, the entire city would have been instantly destroyed. The National Lord Xia Jiuyu and the martial artists of the national government were all stunned by such an attack. They never would have thought that Yang Chen could unleash an attack of this magnitude. Yang Chen, you are simply the savior of our great Xia. Please allow me to bow to you. After regaining his senses, National Lord Xia Jiuyu couldn't help but want to kneel before Yang Chen. He knew that with the death of the National Lord Huoxiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings, this calamity for Great Xia had truly passed. From now on, Great Xia would be able to revive martial arts properly and strive to restore the former glory of Great Xia as soon as possible. Naturally, Yang Chen would not allow Xia Jiuyu to kneel before him. So what if he was stronger than Xia Jiuyu? He understood many principles. He supported Xia Jiuyu. Your Majesty, there's no need for this. I am also a person of the Great Xia, Yang Chen said to Xia Jiuyu. After slaying Huoxiu and the 6 Extreme War Kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, the golden cells within Yang Chen's body had increased significantly. He knew he was now capable of improving his immortal golden body in the martial awakening tower. However, what was most important at the moment was to convert the 2 fallen talents into divine-level talents. After saying a few more words to Xia Jiuyu, he returned to his room. Once back in his room, he began to convert his talents. Ding! Would you like to convert the super healing talent? Convert. Ding! Absolute healing has been converted into the divine healing talent, God of Life. God of Life? Yang Chen chuckled to himself. Another divine-level talent. And it was a healing talent. After integrating the God of Life into his body, Yang Chen discovered that the God of Life, like absolute divine authority, had no combat skills. Next was the advanced water system combat skill, Water Flow Frenzy. Ding! Would the host like to convert the advanced water system combat skill, Water Flow Frenzy? Convert. Ding! Water Flow Frenzy has been successfully converted into the divine water system talent, God of the Raging Sea. Without much thought, Yang Chen integrated the God of the Raging Sea into his body. Ding. Autonomous comprehension. Of the Divine Water System talent Forbidden Spell, Ghost Tide. Yang Chen knew that with the God of Life and the God of the Raging Sea, the power of the Annihilation Divine Decision would be even more terrifying. He did not leave his room for the rest of the time. After sensing the numerous golden cells within him, he prepared to go to the Martial Awakening Tower the next day to improve his immortal golden body. Northern Eagle Kingdom. I wonder if the strong have wiped out the Great Xia. It would be best if they killed everyone in the Great Xia. I want no survivors. I do not want the Great Xia to submit. If at first I could accept the Great Xia's submission, now I cannot. I also hope that all the people of the Great Xia are killed by the strong of our Northern Eagle Kingdom. That scene would surely be spectacular. Who told the Great Xia to be so despicable? The Great Xia brought this upon themselves, daring to kill our 3-6 extreme war kings. They should understand what kind of consequences they will face. The people of the Northern Eagle Kingdom were still filled with righteous indignation. In their view, the strong of the Northern Eagle Kingdom had already arrived in the Great Xia and had begun a massacre. But what they did not know was that the strong of their Northern Eagle Kingdom had been completely wiped out. It was uncertain how their mindset would change when this news reached the Northern Eagle Kingdom. The next day, after Yang Chen came out of his room, he left the national government and headed towards the Martial Awakening Tower. Martial Awakening Tower. When he arrived at the Martial Awakening Tower, the martial artists watching the excitement outside all trembled upon seeing Yang Chen. In the eyes of these martial artists, the War King Yang Chen would certainly not come to the Martial Awakening Tower again. The last time Yang Chen had been there, he was merely a war general and he had caused a tremendous golden light pillar to surge from the Martial Awakening Tower. Now, Yang Chen was a 6 extreme war king, yet he had come to the Martial Awakening Tower once more. This time, was it again for creating his own combat skills? War King Yang Chen. The person in charge of the Martial Awakening Tower, Wang Shankuan, quickly stepped forward to Yang Chen and bowed respectfully. There are people inside the Martial Awakening Tower. They should be coming out soon. Please wait a moment, Wang Shankuan said respectfully to Yang Chen. The first time he met Yang Chen, he thought Yang Chen was just a genius, but he never expected Yang Chen to be a four-direction war general. After entering the Martial Awakening Tower, it soon surged with intense golden light. At that moment, he was stunned, never having imagined such a phenomenon would occur. What happened next was even more unexpected. He had annihilated 3-6 extreme war kings of the Northern Eagle Kingdom above Longyan City. And now, he had even killed the Northern Eagle Kingdom's ruler Huoxiu and many powerful 6 extreme war kings. At that time, Wang Shankuan's perspective was limited. How could he have imagined such a thing? Now, the hero who saves the Great Xia has arrived at the Martial Awareness Tower. If he is not greeted with great fanfare, then what kind of person is he? By the way, King Yang Chen, are you here to create your own battle techniques? Wang Shankuan looked at Yang Chen tentatively. Pretty much, Yang Chen nodded. Half a day later, the Four Directions Battle General emerged from the Martial Awareness Tower. This Four Directions Battle General was named Shi Tao. He had successfully created his own battle techniques in the Martial Awareness Tower and walked out with a smile on his face, but when he saw Yang Chen, the smile on his face instantly froze. After Shi Tao stepped out of the Martial Awareness Tower, he was stunned. He did not expect that as soon as he exited, he would see King Yang Chen in his line of sight. Once he regained his composure, Shi Tao immediately walked up to Yang Chen and respectfully said, "King Yang Chen." Yang Chen looked at Shi Tao in front of him, smiled, and asked, "From your appearance, your self-created battle technique should be quite good, right?" "Not bad, not bad," Shi Tao replied, seeing Yang Chen's approachable demeanor, and he smiled as well. "But compared to King Yang Chen, mine is just child's play." Shi Tao knew that in comparison to King Yang Chen, he was like heaven and earth. The gap was too great to be comparable. "Well, as long as it's not bad," Yang Chen nodded and then walked towards the Martial Awareness Tower. This time, he came to the Martial Awareness Tower to improve the immortal golden body. After entering the Martial Awareness Tower with the experience from last time, he went directly to the 10th floor. Upon reaching the 10th floor, his comprehension had increased tremendously. Before this, he already had numerous improvement plans for the immortal golden body in his mind. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he found that many of the improvement plans were not feasible. The 10th floor of the Martial Awareness Tower indeed had miraculous effects. He closed his eyes and began to focus on improving the immortal golden body. Half a day later, Yang Chen discovered that in order to improve the immortal golden body, he first needed to strengthen the golden cells within his body. He began to exert force. After a long time, the golden cells in his body finally began to change. A day passed. All the golden cells in his body were successfully strengthened. He referred to these strengthened cells as glazed cells. Through these glazed cells, he strengthened the immortal golden body. The immortal golden body was enhanced. It was no longer appropriate to call it the immortal golden body. Let's call it the immortal battle body. Next, he needed to refine some details, which would take some time. Outside the Martial Awareness Tower, after the immortal golden body was enhanced to the immortal battle body, a towering glazed golden light burst forth from the top of The Martial Awareness Tower once again. This time, the glazed golden light was much more shocking than the previous golden radiance, providing an incredible visual impact. The glazed golden light formed a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, and after reaching the heavens, a series of light rings spread out, looking like a pillar that could stabilize the world, as if a deity had descended. The martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower looked at this scene, their mouths agape and their eyes wide open. They never expected that King Yang Chen would cause such a phenomenon again during this visit to the Martial Awareness Tower. This time was far more shocking than the last. Is this the power of King Yang Chen? It's truly terrifying. King Yang Chen is indeed the strongest in our Great Xia. Who else could create such a scene? I hope King Yang Chen can grow even stronger, that way our Great Xia will be safer. Seeing this scene, my heart has already stirred up tremendous waves. It's just so shocking. The martial artists outside the Martial Awareness Tower expressed their opinions, their faces filled with shock. Not only the martial artists under the Martial Awareness Tower, but the entire Longyan City could see this scene. Whether it was the National Lord Xia Jiaoyou or the top powerhouses of Longyan City, they all witnessed the glazed golden light pillar soaring into the sky from the Martial Awareness Tower. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen on the 10th floor of the Martial Awareness Tower let out a breath. The details of the immortal battle body have been perfected. Unlike the immortal golden body, the immortal battle body has a total of 10 layers. Each layer possesses 30 million combat power. With 10 layers of the immortal battle body, that amounts to 300 million combat power. 300 million combat power is already the basic combat strength of a high-level battle king. In addition, during the process of strengthening the immortal golden body, he himself has also received a significant boost. His realm has risen from a junior battle king to a mid-level battle king. Now, he is stronger than before by a whole tier. And it doesn't stop there. The god-level talent attached to the immortal battle body has also received a considerable enhancement. This means the power of the god-level talent has become even greater. Not only single-target attacks, but the overall fusion is also more terrifying. With his current strength, what does an 8 extremes battle sovereign count for? Even a 10 extremes emperor would have to face his world-destroying divine technique. But it's still not enough. If he had more glass cells within him, he could make the immortal battle body even stronger. He has emerged from the Martial Awareness Tower. Once outside the tower, Yang Chen felt the sensation of the world focusing on him. The Battle King Yang Chen has come out. I wonder how terrifying the battle techniques he has created this time are. The last time the Battle King Yang Chen displayed the golden body, it should have been a self-created battle technique, right? It must be. The Battle King Yang Chen is my idol, now and forever. After 2 battles above Longyan City, Yang Chen has become an idol for many in Longyan City and even the entire Great Xia. Yang Chen, something has happened. Just after stepping out of the Martial Awareness Tower, the national leader, Xia Jiaoyou, approached Yang Chen. Something happened? Yang Chen looked at the national leader, Xia Jiaoyou, in confusion. The top martial artists of the North Eagle Kingdom had already been killed by him, so he couldn't understand what could possibly happen in the current Great Xia. However, seeing the serious expression on Xia Jiaoyou's face, Yang Chen did not dare to be negligent, and he and Xia Jiaoyou headed towards the National Government Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, Yang Chen finally asked Xia Jiaoyou, national leader, what exactly happened. The news of the North Eagle Kingdom's leader, Hu Xiu, and the 6 extreme battle kings being slain has already returned to the North Eagle Kingdom. Listening to Xia Jiaoyou's words, Yang Chen felt a bit bewildered. What kind of situation is this? Originally, this was nothing, but it seems the ferocious beasts of the North Eagle Kingdom have received the news, and various powerful underground forces have emerged. Without strong martial artists guarding the North Eagle Kingdom, the situation has quickly turned one-sided, and now almost the entire territory is about to be occupied by the ferocious beasts. Yang Chen? National leader, my perspective may not be as broad as yours, but to me, this seems like a good thing. This was originally a good thing, but now some people in the town of World have blamed this incident on us. You also know that the town of World is the center of the world, they oversee everything on Blue Star, Xia Jiaoyou said. Yang Chen understood, so that's how it is. The strong from the town of World will come to our Great Xia to investigate. I wonder. It's fine, let them come, Yang Chen smiled. He had no enmity with the town of World, and if they were to act recklessly, he wouldn't mind taking action against them. Xia Jiaoyou looked at Yang Chen's calm face, secretly astonished, thinking that no matter what happened, it couldn't change Yang Chen's composed demeanor. 2 more days passed. The ferocious beast army that had surrounded the North Eagle Kingdom officially occupied the North Eagle Kingdom. North Eagle Kingdom, destroyed. After the 3-6 extreme battle, kings were killed in Great Xia. All the people of the North Eagle Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation. They marched in North Eagle City. They wanted the top martial artists of the North Eagle Kingdom to go to Great Xia, not only to bring the murderer to justice but also to annihilate the entire Great Xia. In their view, if Great Xia dared to kill their North Eagle Kingdom strong, and if they did not let Great Xia suffer a catastrophic disaster, then the status of their North Eagle Kingdom would decline significantly in the future. However, the people of the North Eagle Kingdom could never have imagined that the national leader Hua Xiu and many 6 Extreme Battle Kings would head to Great Xia. For revenge, their fate was the same as that of the 3 6 Extremes Battle Kings. They were also killed in the Great Xia. This struck them like a bolt from the blue, as if 5 thunders had crashed down upon them. They felt dazed, like walking corpses. However, the horror was far from over. In the major caves of the North Eagle Kingdom, fierce beasts surged forth, launching a powerful attack. It was as if they had made prior arrangements surrounding the North Eagle Kingdom, which allowed the fierce beasts to occupy it in just a few days. Without powerful warriors, it meant there was no air supremacy. The consequences of losing air supremacy were terrifying. Now, all the people of the North Eagle Kingdom were reaping what they had sown. After Yang Chen returned to his room from the national government, he thought to himself that he needed to find a time to go to the North Eagle Kingdom and eliminate those fierce beasts. With so many fierce beasts, how much combat power would he gain? His current physical strength was only at the intermediate Battle King level, with 20 vitality golden dragons. Although he possessed an immortal battle body and numerous god-level talents, if he could enhance his own strength, the immortal battle body and god-level talents would become even more powerful. The North Eagle Kingdom had already been occupied by fierce beasts, so what was the harm in going there? In the past, he would never have gone. He was not a hero. He only needed to do what he believed was right and avoid what he thought was wrong. This was his principle of life. He would wait for the strong ones from the town world city to arrive in the Great Xia and resolve this matter before heading to the North Eagle Kingdom. A few days later, Longyan City had returned to normal life. But it seemed that Longyan City was destined to face calamities. 3 red suns appeared in the sky above Longyan City. These 3 red suns dyed the entire sky above Longyan City red. The tens of millions of residents of Longyan City were left dumbfounded. Was this never ending? The 3 red suns represented 3 8 Extremes Battle Lords. After the North Eagle Kingdom was occupied by fierce beasts, they also received the news. Now that the North Eagle Kingdom had been destroyed, why were there still 3 red suns in the sky above their Longyan City? The 3 8 Extremes Battle Lords had never seen so many 8 Extremes Battle Lords in their lives. However, recalling the scene where Yang Chen killed the North Eagle Kingdom's ruler, Hua Xiu, and several 6 Extremes Battle Kings above Longyan City, this made the residents of Longyan City feel much calmer. If this had happened before, the appearance of 3 red suns in the sky above Longyan City would have shocked them to the core. But now it was different. They had Battle King Yang Chen. Regardless of the intentions of these 3 8 Extremes Battle Lords in coming to Longyan City, Battle King Yang Chen would surely protect them. Where is the ruler of the Great Xia, Xia Jiuyo? As the 3 red suns transformed into 3 old men, one of the old men projected his voice using vitality amplification. The entire Longyan City, with its tens of millions of people, heard his voice, as if a decree had been issued, irresistible. Shortly after the voice appeared, ruler Xia Jiuyo soared from the national government, transforming into a purple sun in the sky. Eternal Life Battle Lord, Overbearing Fist Battle Lord, Returning Cloud Battle Lord. After ruler Xia Jiuyo reached the sky above Longyan City, he bowed to the 3 old men. Xia Jiuyo, tell us about the recent events in the North Eagle Kingdom and your Great Xia, the Eternal Life Battle Lord asked. Xia Jiuyo. The tens of millions of people in Longyan City listened to the words of the Eternal Life Battle Lord, and they suddenly realized. They understood that the 3 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the sky above Longyan City had come from Town World City. The purpose of their visit to the Great Xia was quite simple, and the people of Longyan City guessed. This point, the 3 6 Extremes Battle Kings from the North Eagle Kingdom came to our Great Xia, presenting various overbearing demands, and even wanted to strangle our Great Xia's pride in the cradle. They, Xia Jiuyo, recounted the recent events. The 3 8 Extremes Battle Lords opposite Xia Jiuyo were momentarily stunned. So it was like this. However, you should not have killed so many powerful warriors from the North Eagle Kingdom, leading to its occupation by fierce beasts. Do you not bear any responsibility? After regaining his senses, the Eternal Life Battle Lord frowned and said, Eternal Life Battle Lord, is it? I really want to know what responsibility we have. When the voice of the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign fell, another voice appeared in the ears of everyone in Longyan City. The tens of millions of residents of Longyan City all knew that this was the voice of Battle King Yang Chen. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign in the sky were stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this sudden voice. Next, they noticed a purple sun had appeared in their line of sight. According to their understanding of the Great Xia, there had been no other 6 Extremes Battle Kings besides the national leader Xia Jiuyo. The 6 Extremes Battle King appearing before them, they all knew that the national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Hua Xiu, was an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, along with many other 6 Extremes Battle Kings. Such power had been folded into the Great Xia. There must be some mysterious force supporting the Great Xia from behind. Perhaps the Great Xia had already surrendered to the ferocious beasts. This was the main reason they came to investigate. The Great Xia. They wanted to know why the Great Xia was able to kill so many powerful figures from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. When the purple sun in their sight transformed into Yang Chen, they were all secretly shocked. They truly did not expect that a 6 Extremes Battle King could be so young. Who are you? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign stared at Yang Chen. Yang Chen directly told them his name. By the way, those people from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were all killed by me. I don't think we have any responsibility. The Northern Eagle Kingdom is now occupied by ferocious beasts, and it is entirely their own doing, reaping what they have sown. Of course, if you insist on believing we have responsibility, then just tell me what to do. Yang Chen then continued to speak to the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns from Jinshi City. To others, it might seem a bit arrogant for him to speak like this in front of the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns, but he himself did not think there was anything wrong with his words. From what the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign said, they had come to the Great Xia to pick a fight. Since others were looking for trouble, should they still be treated with reverence? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign listened to Yang Chen's words, their expressions frozen. What do you mean by that? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign coldly glared at Yang Chen. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign all turned cold when they heard Yang Chen's words. They came to the Great Xia to investigate why the national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huaxiu, and the other 6 Extremes Battle Kings had fallen here. The Great Xia simply did not have the strength to eliminate such powerful forces. Before they came, they had discussed, and many believed that the Great Xia might have surrendered to the ferocious beasts. If that were the case, the consequences would be severe. But now Yang Chen actually claimed that the national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huaxiu, and the 6 Extremes Battle Kings were killed by him. Did they believe it? Of course not. After all, Yang Chen had appeared in the form of a purple sun. The purple sun was merely a 6 Extremes Battle King. Even if Yang Chen was incredibly talented and became a high-level battle king at such a young age, he would never be a match for Huaxiu, the national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Huaxiu, like them, was also a primary battle sovereign. The difference between a high-level battle king and a primary battle sovereign, though it seemed only a small realm apart, was vast beyond imagination. Yang Chen, you can't really think we would believe that Huaxiu and those 6 Extremes Battle Kings were killed by you, right? You simply don't have that strength. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign stared at Yang Chen. Does it matter whether I killed them or not? Anyway, your purpose in coming to the Great Xia. Our purpose in coming to the Great Xia is to investigate clearly. In our view, your Great Xia has already surrendered to the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, how could you have the strength to slay so many powerful figures from the Northern Eagle Kingdom? Before Yang Chen could finish his words, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign interrupted him. Surrender to ferocious beasts? The millions of people in Lyan City were stunned. How could they surrender to ferocious beasts? The national leader of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huaxiu, and those 6 Extremes Battle Kings were indeed killed by Battle King Yang Chen. However, the residents of Lyan City were well aware that it was quite normal for the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns from Jinshi City to be skeptical. The strength displayed by Yang Chen was simply terrifying. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. So, you're not here to seek justice? Yang Chen squinted, looking at the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns before him. Initially, he thought they had come to demand an explanation, but it turned out they believed that the Great Xia had surrendered to the ferocious beasts. In that case, the nature of the situation was entirely different. Although I'm not very happy about it, you are acting in self-defense. As long as those strong individuals from Bai Kingdom are alive, your Great Xia will face annihilation. We want to know what you are relying on. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign spoke again to Yang Chen. Listening to the words of the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Yang Chen finally understood that if they weren't here for a fight, then it didn't matter. Otherwise, if he fought these 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns and then faced other strong individuals from Jinshi City, it would be pointless. He still had to go to Bai Kingdom to eliminate the ferocious beasts. Let's go to the national government to talk, Yang Chen said to the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns. Alright, the three did not refuse. They vaguely sensed that the situation in Great Xia was not simple. After the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns agreed, the national leader, Xia Jiuyo, immediately took them to the national government. In the main hall, Xia Jiuyo invited them to sit down. Yang Chen naturally was included. Yang Chen, you can tell us what's going on now, right? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign stared at Yang Chen. His intuition told him that it was no small feat for Yang Chen to become an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign at such a young age. Could it be that the ferocious beasts had developed some kind of power that allowed people to instantly become powerful warriors? If that were the case, then the Blue Star human race would be in danger. I already said, the ruler of Bai Kingdom, Huaxiu, and those 6 Extremes Battle Sovereigns were all killed by me, Yang Chen said. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign listened to Yang Chen's words and exchanged glances. Yang Chen, your answer. Alright, let's go outside. Yang Chen shook his head. He thought he needed to demonstrate some strength for them to believe him. When he was in the air above Longyan City, he knew that to convince these 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns, he had to show corresponding strength. He didn't want to cause too much of a stir in Longyan City, so going to the national government was just right. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign watched as Yang Chen walked towards the main hall, and they followed him outside. In the square, everyone gathered in the national government square. Are you ready? Yang Chen's gaze fixed on the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign looked coldly at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you don't really think you. Yang Chen, however, had no intention of wasting time. Their words were not yet finished when he activated the Immortal Battle Body. Unlike the Immortal Golden Body, the Immortal Battle Body had an added glazed golden body. Now, the Immortal Battle Body was still at the first level, standing 3 zhang tall. At the same time, various talents and powers radiated from the Immortal Battle Body, appearing dazzlingly bright. What is this? The 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns stared at Yang Chen's activated Immortal Battle Body, dumbfounded, unable to speak. As 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns, they had seen much, but they had never encountered a battle technique like this. What was going on? Moreover, this didn't even seem like a battle technique. Could it be that Yang Chen relied on the Immortal Battle Body to kill the ruler of Bai Kingdom and numerous 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns? After a few seconds of silence, they shook their heads. It was too early to draw conclusions. Yang Chen, just this alone doesn't seem enough to convince us, right? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign said to Yang Chen. Hearing the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Why didn't they believe him? Since that was the case, he might as well scare these 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns a little. What about this? After the Immortal Battle Body disappeared, Yang Chen activated the Devouring Flame God alone. In an instant, the towering 100-meter form of the Devouring Flame God appeared in the square of the national government. Devouring Flame God? Before the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns could be shocked, they noticed that the Devouring Flame God had vanished. In its place was the Crimson Thunder Emperor. Ah, this Crimson Thunder Emperor? They were all utterly astonished. But this shock was far from over. The Extreme Ice Nether God, Shadow Sky Speed God, Furious Blade Sovereign, Devouring Sky Sword God, all these forms appeared in the sight of the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns. Enough, enough. The Longevity Sovereign quickly spoke up. He now believed that it was Yang Chen who had killed the North Eagle Kingdom's ruler, Huaxiao. The Overbearing Fist Sovereign and the Returning Cloud Sovereign were also dumbfounded. They too believed it was Yang Chen's doing. It was terrifying. They would absolutely swear that from birth until now, they had never encountered such a horrifyingly talented individual. The Longevity Sovereign, Overbearing Fist Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Sovereign had never seen anyone possess so many divine-level talents. These were not ordinary talents, they were all divine-level talents. Yang Chen, we misunderstood you earlier, we hope you don't mind. The Longevity Sovereign said to Yang Chen. It would be a lie to say they didn't mind. But since they had no significant malice, Yang Chen would not choose to act against them. Seeing this, the ruler, Xia Zhouyu, felt relieved. Everything returned to calm. Then we won't stay here any longer, we still need to go to the North Eagle Kingdom. Noticing that Yang Chen hadn't finished speaking, the Longevity Sovereign added, go to the North Eagle Kingdom? Yang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that these 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns would also be going to the North Eagle Kingdom. Yes, we are going to the North Eagle Kingdom. The 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns nodded at Yang Chen. I also want to go to the North Eagle Kingdom, why don't we go together? Yang Chen said to the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns in front of him. The Longevity Sovereign, Overbearing Fist Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Sovereign were somewhat stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected Yang Chen to also want to go to the North Eagle Kingdom. Yang Chen, we are mainly going to the North Eagle Kingdom to check the current situation there. You should know that the North Eagle Kingdom has now been occupied by ferocious beasts. What can you do there? The 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns were extremely puzzled. They did not know that Yang Chen could kill ferocious beasts to obtain battle power and talents. If they had known, they probably wouldn't be so confused. I also want to take a look, Yang Chen said with a smile. He had originally wanted to go to the North Eagle Kingdom after resolving the issues in the North Eagle Kingdom. The Great Xia would no longer be suitable for him to stay. His goal was not just to be the strongest in Great Xia. Besides Great Xia, there was also Blue Star. Beyond Blue Star, there were even higher-level life planets. If you don't make a sound, you will be astonishing when you do. If you are going to do it, you must be the strongest in the universe. Seeing Yang Chen's response, the 3-8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns exchanged glances and did not refuse. Alright, let's go to the North Eagle Kingdom. Together, the Longevity Sovereign said to Yang Chen. Ruler, then I will go to the North Eagle Kingdom with them, Yang Chen said to ruler Xia Jiaoyu. Okay, be careful, Xia. Jiaoyu instructed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3-8 Extremes battle sovereigns transformed into red sun forms and instantly arrived above Longyan City. Yang Chen also transformed into a purple sun and similarly arrived above Longyan City. They flew rapidly towards the direction of the North Eagle Kingdom. After several days, they finally arrived at the North Eagle Kingdom. The North Eagle Kingdom was now a wasteland, with ferocious beasts visible everywhere. Looking at the sun and the sky, the ferocious beasts on the ground all turned their gazes upward. The North Eagle Kingdom is finished, it will disappear from Blue Star from now on. These ferocious beasts currently pose no danger, let's not worry about them for now. The most terrifying thing now is the Annihilation Demon Sea of Jinshi City, Sai. The Longevity Sovereign, Overbearing Fist Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Sovereign were discussing the Annihilation Demon Sea. Yang Chen had never heard of the Destruction Demon Sea, but he knew it must be terrifying. Yang Chen, we are going back to Jinshi City. Why don't you come with us? A powerful being like you is. Before the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign could finish his sentence, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged from the distance. This wave of demonic energy shook the entire space. Boom! Seeing this, the Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign struck out with a punch. In an instant, the punch collided with the wave of demonic energy, producing a deafening explosion. Everyone, now that you're here, do you really want to leave? An incredibly sinister voice appeared in their ears. Yang Chen looked over and found it was a golden-winged insect. However, this was no ordinary golden-winged insect. It had 14 golden wings. 14 golden wings. An 8th-tier low-level ferocious beast, comparable to the strength of a human's initial battle sovereign. You can call me Lord Decola. The 14-winged golden-winged insect looked down at them with immense confidence, as if it were a deity. A mere 14-winged golden-winged insect, how presumptuous, the Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign sneered, clearly dismissing Decola. Presumptuous? Decola was somewhat angered. It hadn't expected these humans to remain so calm in its presence. I know you are human powerhouses, but what do you think you are facing? After a cold laugh, Decola continued, brothers, come out. As Decola's voice fell, 5 more 14-winged golden-winged insects appeared. Hiss! The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign gasped in shock at the sight of the golden-winged insects. They never imagined such ferocious beasts would exist in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. How did you end up in the Northern Eagle Kingdom? Yang Chen was equally puzzled. His intuition told him that these 14-winged golden-winged insects were not the ferocious beasts from the caves of the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Giggling, after a strange laugh, Decola said to Yang Chen, human, if I told you it was because we want to destroy your planet, would you believe me? Yang Chen and the 3 8th-tier battle sovereigns were taken aback by Decola's words. If that were true, this would be no small matter. You all step back a bit, Yang Chen said to the 3 8th-tier battle sovereigns. The 3 8th-tier battle sovereigns were confused by Yang Chen's meaning. Yang Chen, you don't intend to take on these 14-winged golden-winged insects alone, do you? Yes, is there anything wrong with that? Yang Chen smiled. Although these 14-winged golden-winged insects were powerful, they were nothing in front of him. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Overbearing Fist Battle Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign looked at the expression on Yang Chen's face. They knew Yang Chen was not joking, he truly intended to face these 14-winged golden-winged insects alone. In a moment of urgency, they did not hesitate and retreated to a safe position. Decola coldly stared at Yang Chen, not expecting this human to want to confront them alone. Human, you seem quite arrogant? Decola said to Yang Chen. Yes, I am very arrogant, Yang Chen nodded, looking at Decola, so go ahead and make your move. Human, seeking death. Decola was furious, and the 14-winged golden wings behind it began to flap wildly, sending waves of magical hurricanes flying toward Yang Chen. As Decola made its move, the 3 8th-tier battle sovereigns in the back widened their eyes. Just as the terrifying hurricanes were about to reach Yang Chen, he activated his Immortal Battle Body. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, he directly reached the 10th layer of the Immortal Battle Body. 10th layer of the Immortal Battle Body. 30 Vitality Golden Dragons. That is 300 million battle power. With Yang Chen already being a mid-level battle king, did he really need to use the Annihilation Divine Art to kill the 14-winged golden-winged insects in front of him? Absolutely not. After he activated his Immortal Battle Body, Decola and the other 5 14-winged golden-winged insects were clearly stunned. Forbidden Spell, Ghost Tide. Just as the terrifying hurricane was about to strike Yang Chen, he activated his god-level water system. Talent. Suddenly, towering waves hundreds of meters high appeared in the space, their color black, resembling the tides of hell. The hundreds of meters high waves instantly destroyed the hurricane and surged violently towards Decola. Decola was taken aback. It never expected Yang Chen could so easily withstand its attack. Boom, boom, boom. Once Decola regained its senses, it quickly defended against the forbidden spell, Ghost Tide. Yang Chen also knew that relying solely on the forbidden spell Ghost Tide would not be enough to kill Daikola. He hadn't intended to only use the forbidden spell Ghost Tide. Initiating it first was merely to see the effect of the god-level water system talent, Sea God of Fury. It's seemed quite impressive so far. Human, what do you think you can do to me? After fending off the forbidden spell Ghost Tide, Daikola sneered. Yang Chen shook his head. Daikola still didn't know what it was up against. Heaven-swallowing flame dragon explosion. Annihilation thunder pillar. Underworld god ice prison. Enough. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? As long as these 3 god-level battle techniques could kill Daikola, they would also take down the 5 14-winged golden-winged insects behind it. Even if not all were killed, the remaining ones would definitely be severely injured. The Flame Dragon, Terrifying Thunder Pillar, and Underworld God Ice Prison created countless intense explosions in the area of Daikola and the few 14-winged golden-winged insects as if true hell had descended. Behind Yang Chen, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Dominant Fist, Battle Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign watched the scene with their mouths agape and eyes wide open. Daikola and the 5 14-winged golden-winged insects were now completely trapped by the attacks unleashed from these 3 god-level battle techniques. They never imagined that after Yang Chen unleashed the forbidden spell Ghost Tide, he could also activate such terrifying battle techniques. At this moment, Daikola and the 5 14-winged golden-winged insects were filled with despair. They regretted. Why didn't they choose to flee when they saw Yang Chen? Now it was too late. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign, once they realized what was happening, secretly rejoiced that they hadn't offended Yang Chen too much, otherwise they would probably have been killed by him in Dragon Flame City. During their time in Dragon Flame City, Yang Chen had showcased numerous god-level talents to make them believe. This led them to think that the North Eagle Kingdom's ruler, Hua, Xiu, and the 6 Extreme Battle Kings were killed by Yang Chen. They had already imagined Yang Chen's strength to be formidable, but they could never have anticipated that the god-level talents Yang Chen possessed could unleash such terrifying battle techniques. What level of battle techniques were these? They were all 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns of the Towning City. There were no such terrifying god-level battle techniques in Towning City. Did Yang Chen create these god-level battle techniques himself? Thinking of this, the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns felt a tremendous wave of shock within. If this were true, it would be beyond words to describe. Ding! Slaying 14-winged golden-winged insect battle power plus 16 million. Ding! Slaying 14-winged golden-winged insect battle power plus 16. The data of battle power drops appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Unfortunately, no talents dropped. However, he already had enough talents and didn't need more. There was still one left. Just as he had thought, even if he didn't kill all these 14-winged golden-winged insects, the remaining one would be severely injured. The last 14-winged golden-winged insect was now dragging its weak body in a direction to escape. Watching the fleeing 14-winged golden-winged insect, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He certainly wouldn't let this 14-winged golden-winged insect escape. Whoosh! With the blessing of the Shadow Skyspeed God, Yang Chen quickly arrived in front of the fleeing 14-winged golden-winged insect. The insect was still somewhat stunned, realizing that Yang Chen was already before it. Why you? The 14-winged golden-winged insect looked at Yang Chen in shock. Tell me your true purpose. Yang Chen asked the 14-winged golden-winged insect. Although Daikola had vaguely answered why so many powerful ferocious beasts appeared in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Yang Chen knew that such an answer was far from detailed enough. If you dare to do anything to me, my kin will definitely come to kill you. They will take revenge for me. The 14-winged golden-winged insect sneered coldly at Yang Chen. It seems you're not weak enough yet. Let me weaken you a bit more. Rip. Next, Yang Chen stretched out his arms, instantly grabbing onto the golden wings of the 14-winged golden-winged insect. 1 golden wing, 2 golden wings, 3 golden wings. Yang Chen tore off the golden wings of the 14-winged golden-winged insect one by one, and the scene was truly shocking. And no. The 14-winged golden-winged insect began to wail in pain. It had never experienced such suffering. I think you should be able to tell me now, right? Yang Chen stopped, his gaze fixed on the 14-winged golden-winged insect. At this point, the insect was extremely weak, on the verge of death. Human, I won't tell you. If you have the guts, kill me. I told you my kin won't let you go. The 14-winged golden-winged insect coldly spoke to Yang Chen. Hearing the insect's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself that this 14-winged golden-winged insect had quite a bit of spirit. However, if he couldn't subdue this 14-winged golden-winged insect, then he wouldn't be called Yang Chen. Don't forget, he still had absolute divine authority. The reason he tore off the golden wings of this 14-winged golden-winged insect was to weaken it further. Only then could absolute divine authority fully control it. After all, he wasn't an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign yet. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was a low-level ferocious beast of the 8th rank. Now that this 14-winged golden-winged insect was so weak, it couldn't resist the mental power under absolute divine authority. Immediately, Yang Chen activated his god-level mental talent, Absolute Divine Authority. As the mental power surged like waves into the 14-winged golden-winged insect's brain, its gaze instantly became vacant. Clearly, the 14-winged golden-winged insect had been controlled by Yang Chen. "Tell me, why did you appear within the borders of the Northern Eagle Kingdom?" he asked the 14-winged golden-winged insect. "We came from the Annihilation Demon Sea to eliminate these countries on the Blue Star's mainland. After destroying the Northern Eagle Kingdom, the next target is the Great Xia Kingdom," the 14-winged golden-winged insect replied. Yang Chen was secretly shocked. He had been somewhat puzzled about why these ferocious beasts seemed to have received news in advance, surrounding the Northern Eagle Kingdom from all directions and destroying it in a very short time. Now he understood that it wasn't because the ferocious beasts of the Northern Eagle Kingdom had received news early. Instead, it was because powerful ferocious beasts were coming from the Annihilation Demon Sea, and regardless of whether the Northern Eagle Kingdom's ruler and the 6 Extremes Battle Kings had fallen, they could easily crush the Northern Eagle Kingdom with their strength. As for the Annihilation Demon Sea, he had heard about it from the 3 Extremes Battle Sovereigns in the Town of the World. "So now you should be unable to destroy the Great Xia, right?" Yang Chen asked tentatively. "No, our army is already heading towards the Great Xia through the underground passage," the 14-winged golden-winged insect replied. Yang Chen asked this question to see if the ferocious beasts had already gone to the Great Xia. Along the way, he hadn't seen any ferocious beasts heading to the Great Xia, and he also thought about the underground passage. But upon further reflection, it seemed somewhat impossible. The distance between the North Eagle Kingdom and the Great Xia was vast. If the underground passages of these two countries were connected, it would be terrifying. He had merely asked casually. Unexpectedly, the underground passages beneath the North Eagle Kingdom and the Great Xia were indeed connected. Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was fortunate he had asked this question, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Great Xia would have no chance of resisting the powerful army of ferocious beasts. Not wanting to continue questioning the 14-winged golden-winged insect, he slapped the top of its skull. Instantly, the skull of the 14-winged golden-winged insect shattered. Poor thing, even until its death, it was still under Yang Chen's absolute divine authority. Ding! Slaying the 14-winged golden-winged insect. Battle power plus 16 million. After slaying this 14-winged golden-winged insect, the data of dropped battle power appeared once again. Suddenly, a golden dragon of vitality condensed within him again. At the same time, he felt a transformation in his power, an increase in the number of glazed cells. He had broken through. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He had now condensed 30 golden dragons of vitality within him. 30 golden dragons of vitality represented the basic battle power of a high-level battle king. Adding the 30 golden dragons of vitality from his immortal battle body, his total battle power reached 60 golden dragons of vitality. What does 60 golden dragons of vitality mean? That's 600 million battle power. It's important to know that the basic battle power of a primary battle sovereign is exactly 600 million. Yang Chen knew it was normal for him to break through from a mid-level battle king to a high-level battle king. Slaying a 14-winged golden-winged insect dropped 16 million in battle power. With Decola and 5 golden-winged insects, the dropped battle power had already exceeded 100 million. Whoosh! Not wanting to linger here, Yang Chen vanished from the spot in a flash. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign were still waiting for Yang Chen. When they saw Yang Chen arrive, they immediately came forward. "Yang Chen, how did it go?" "That 14-winged golden-winged insect has been killed by me," Yang Chen said to the 3 Extremes Battle Sovereigns in front of him. "By the way, Yang Chen, things haven't been peaceful in our Town of the World lately. If possible." The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign paused for a moment before continuing. "Could you come with us to the Town of the World? Our human race needs someone like you right now." What the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign didn't expect was that before he could finish his sentence, Yang Chen activated the Shadow Sky Speed God and rushed away. He chose not to fly using the Purple Sun form. The purple sun in the sky was impressive, but in comparison, the speed of the Shadow Sky Speed God was even more terrifying. He had to rush to the Great Xia with all his might. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, the Dominant Fist Battle Sovereign, and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign watched as Yang Chen disappeared, stunned. A few seconds later, they came back to their senses. "Let's return to the Town of the World as well," said the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign and the Returning Cloud Battle Sovereign nodded. Then, they transformed into a red sun and headed towards the Town of the World. Great Xia! After the high-speed travel of the Shadow Sky Speed God, Yang Chen quickly arrived within the borders of the Great Xia. With his current strength, running for a few more days using the Shadow Sky Speed God would be no problem. If he were still a low-level martial artist, it would truly be a case of wanting to do more than he could. Upon entering the Great Xia, he found that the flames of war had not yet erupted, which made him feel slightly relieved. He knew that the ferocious beasts were not foolish. The first place they would attack should be the capital of the Great Xia, Longyan City.
Next, he activated the Shadow Sky Speed God again and rushed towards Lyan City. As he passed through some cities, the residents only felt a gust of wind sweeping by. They had no idea that a person had rushed past them. Lyan City, the national government, the ruler of the nation, Xia Jiuyu, gazed into the distance, contemplating the recent calamities that had befallen Lyan City. At first, 3 six-polar battle kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom appeared in the sky. Later, the ruler of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huixiu, alone, with numerous six-polar battle kings, arrived as well. Fortunately, Yang Chen had shown up. Now, the matter concerning the 3 eight-polar battle lords in Jinshi City had been resolved. The Great Xia should be smooth sailing from here on out. Xia Jiuyu knew that the next step was to revive the martial arts of the Great Xia. The strong warriors of the Great Xia had entered the Demon Dragon Cavern, and after perishing alongside the many powerful ferocious beasts within, the top martial artists of the Great Xia had been left in a state of disarray. As the ruler of the Great Xia, his next task was to restore the former glory of martial arts. He had already devised a plan to search for a group of the best talents across the Great Xia, personally mentoring them as their instructor. Ruler. Just as Xia Jiuyu was deep in thought about his plan, a very familiar voice rang in his ears. That voice. Xia Jiuyu was taken aback. He certainly recognized it as Yang Chen's voice. Following the sound, he saw Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you returned from the Northern Eagle Kingdom? Xia Jiuyu never expected Yang Chen to come back so quickly. From the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Yes, some things happened, and I had to return, Yang Chen replied. Some things happened? Xia Jiuyu was startled, looking at Yang Chen with confusion. Yang Chen, what happened? The ruler of the Great Xia gazed at Yang Chen, eager to know what significant event had compelled Yang Chen to rush back from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. The ferocious beast army from the Northern Eagle Kingdom has already arrived in the Great Xia through the cavern, Yang Chen said. But the Northern Eagle Kingdom is so far from the Great Xia. Xia Jiuyu was utterly shocked, unable to fathom that the caverns of the Northern Eagle Kingdom and the Great Xia were connected. What an incredible revelation! Xia Jiuyu understood that since Yang Chen said so, it must be true. I will immediately notify everyone to convene a meeting. With that, Xia Jiuyu hurriedly instructed several martial artists from the national government to inform the top experts of Lyan City. Xia Jiuyu and Yang Chen also made their way to the Grand Hall. Moments later, the top experts of Lyan City gathered in the national government hall. Before Yang Chen became a battle king, the only six-polar battle king in Lyan City was the ruler, Xia Jiuyu. The other top martial artists were all four-polar battle generals. Ruler, Battle King Yang Chen. Upon entering the hall, the four-polar battle generals all bowed to Xia Jiuyu and Yang Chen. These four-polar battle generals were still unaware of what had transpired, feeling somewhat bewildered. In their eyes, after a series of upheavals, the Great Xia should be at peace. Now, the ruler summoned them all to the hall, which could only mean that something significant had occurred. Everyone, the ferocious beast army from the Northern Eagle Kingdom has come through the cavern passage and is heading towards our Great Xia. It is currently unclear where these ferocious beasts will appear in the Great Xia. Xia Jiuyu addressed the four-polar battle generals in the hall. The generals were stunned by the ruler's words. The connection between the caverns of the Northern Eagle Kingdom and the Great Xia was truly shocking. I suspect these ferocious beasts will appear in the wilderness of Lyan City, but exactly how it will unfold, no one knows, Yang Chen added. Xia Jiuyu and the four-polar battle generals nodded in agreement, finding Yang Chen's reasoning quite sound. The territory of the Great Xia was still vast. The ferocious beasts coming from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were marching through the caverns, and no one could predict their intentions. I wonder how powerful the ferocious beast army from the Northern Eagle Kingdom is. Regardless of whether the beasts are strong or not, a battle is inevitable now. Indeed, when the time comes, we can only meet force with force. The four-polar battle generals in the hall were abuzz with discussion. Our Great Xia has a heavy city in every direction. Will these ferocious beasts emerge from these heavy cities? Or from some inconspicuous small towns? After much discussion, the meeting concluded. Yang Chen stayed at the national government, with his current realm as a high-level battle king, combined with the god-level speed talent of Shadow Sky God, he could reach any place in the Great Xia in a very short time. During the meeting, he did not inform the four regional battle generals about his encounter in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. If they were to learn that he had met 6 14-winged golden-winged insects there, they would probably be shocked. Yang Chen also did not intend to spread this panic, especially when the ferocious beasts might emerge from the underground caves within the Great Xia. He would let these beasts know what true terror was. A day passed. Ningzhou City. City Lord Qin Zhan and the four regional battle generals were holding a meeting in the government hall. They were discussing the urgent documents sent from Lyan City. I hope the ferocious beasts coming from the Northern Eagle Kingdom do not appear in our Ningzhou City, City Lord Qin Zhan said to the four regional battle generals in the hall. The four battle generals also hoped that the beasts would not show up here. Although Ningzhou City was a large city, they had no means to deal with powerful ferocious beasts. Of course, the high-ranking officials in cities across the Great Xia shared the same sentiment.
No one could determine where the beasts would emerge, which left the high-ranking officials across the Great Xia feeling somewhat anxious. Boom! Boom! What's going on? Just as City Lord Qin Zhan was about to say something, the ground began to shake violently. An earthquake! In the next second, Qin Zhan and the 4 battle generals reacted. Generally speaking, this indicated that there was a problem underground. Quick, go check the wilderness! Qin Zhan shouted. He was now afraid, if the wilderness area outside Ningzhou City was also shaking, that would be manageable. The ferocious beasts might emerge from the wilderness, but if it was only Ningzhou City that was shaking, then the beasts would come out from beneath Ningzhou City. These beasts had all come from the Northern Eagle Kingdom. They already knew that the ruler of the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Huaxiu, and the 6 extreme battle kings had been killed by Yang Chen in Longyan City. However, many primary battle kings remained stationed in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, and such power could be swept away by the ferocious beasts in an instant. If the army of ferocious beasts from the Northern Eagle Kingdom were to emerge from beneath Ningzhou City, then countless lives would be lost in an instant, even destruction. At this moment, not only City Lord Qin Zhan but also the 4 battle generals were filled with terror. After quickly exiting the hall, everyone immediately transformed into their sun forms and rushed towards the wilderness outside Ningzhou City. Upon arriving at the wilderness, they found that the entire area was shaking. The ground was cracking, mountains were tilting, and various trees were continuously falling. Such a scene. City Lord Qin Zhan and the 4 battle generals felt it was too terrifying. What a powerful army of ferocious beasts this must be. Request for assistance, request for assistance. City Lord Qin Zhan knew time was of the essence, and he shouted coldly. He was the lord of Ningzhou City, and now was the most critical moment for Ningzhou City. He could not afford to make a single mistake. If he did, he would be the sinner of Ningzhou City and even the entire Great Xia. It was now almost certain that the army of ferocious beasts coming from the Northern Eagle Kingdom should have emerged from the wilderness area outside Ningzhou City. This gave some psychological comfort to City Lord Qin Zhan and the 4 battle generals, but they also knew that with Ningzhou City's strength it was impossible to withstand such a powerful army of ferocious beasts. What they needed to do now was to call for help. After City Lord Qin Zhan and the 4 battle generals transformed into their sun forms and quickly returned to the city, an urgent document was sent to Longyan City. The earthquake continued. The residents of Ningzhou City were trembling in fear, not knowing what was happening so suddenly. Suddenly, a bell sound that could be heard by millions of residents in Ningzhou City rang out. Ding! The demon suppression bell has appeared. Ningzhou City is in danger. Don't panic. The demon suppression bell only rang once, which means the danger is not great. Could the reason for the earthquake be that the ferocious beasts are about to appear? Whoa, I'm so scared. Ding! In an instant, the second sound of the demon suppression bell rang out. That's 2 rings. Is it really just a minor danger? How could such danger appear in Ningzhou City? As long as the demon suppression bell doesn't ring 5 times, the martial artists in Ningzhou City can withstand it. The residents of Ningzhou City comforted themselves. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the millions of residents of Ningzhou City were reassuring themselves, the sound of the demon suppression bell rang out 3 more times. The bell has rung 5 times. I hope it doesn't ring again, a man said, trembling with fear. But as soon as he finished speaking, another mournful wail echoed, and the deep bell toll resonated throughout Ningzhou City. The residents of Ningzhou City all knew that as long as the demon suppression bell didn't ring more than 5 times, it was acceptable. In the history of Ningzhou City, the most critical moment had only seen the bell ring 4 times. However, now, these residents were hearing the bell ring again. 6 tolls of the demon suppression bell. This meant that the crisis facing Ningzhou City had reached an uncontrollable level. According to the regulations of Ningzhou City, once the demon suppression bell rings 6 times, everyone in Ningzhou City must enter the air raid shelters. The parking lots in the residential areas of Ningzhou City were built to the standards of air raid shelters. In addition, there were specific refuge locations provided for those residents who did not live in the complexes. Entering the air raid shelters was primarily to deal with the aerial beasts' power. If the beasts were too strong, then humanity would certainly not have air superiority. The aerial beasts would launch devastating strikes against the residents of Ningzhou City first. The residents began to mobilize, and fortunately, there were several drills like this every year. Although the current situation was not as orderly as during the drills, it was still relatively stable. If they had never conducted drills, it was likely that many would die just from the stampede after the 6 tolls of the demon suppression bell rang. The defense line. The most elite martial artists had already gathered at the defense line of Ningzhou City. Fighter jets and various high-tech beast cannons were ready to launch. As time passed, the tremors within Ningzhou City ceased, while the tremors in the wild areas continued. Everyone on the defense line knew that the beasts were about to emerge from the wilderness. City Lord Qin Zhan and the generals from all directions had also arrived at the defense line. Their task was to guard the skies and prevent the aerial beasts from gaining air superiority. At this moment, the fighter jets would also perform brilliantly. The army's job was to use specially made beast bullets and operate high-tech beast cannons for suppression. Even if the Beast Legion was terrifying in number, they were still primarily first-tier beasts. The intermediate martial artists were not using guns but were instead dealing with the beasts that broke through the firepower blockade. These beasts were already approaching the defense line and they had to eliminate them. Otherwise, if these beasts entered the city walls of the defense line, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a complete system. After all, no one was like Yang Chen, possessing numerous god-level talents, with the system matching him with the most perfect combat skills. This made the effects of every god-level talent combat skill extremely terrifying. Of course, such a defense system was only effective when both sides were not vastly different in strength. In the face of the powerful Beast Legion, the forces of Ningzhou City were still too weak. City Lord Qinzhan's face was extremely grave. He only hoped that the strong from Longyan City would come to support Ningzhou City soon. Otherwise, Ningzhou City would be in grave danger. Longyan City. The national leader, Xia Jiuyo, received an urgent military report from Ningzhou City. He quickly found Yang Chen. Yang Chen, the beasts from Beiying Kingdom have appeared in Ningzhou City. We need to hurry there. Xia Jiuyo said urgently to Yang Chen. They've appeared in Ningzhou City? Yang Chen thought to himself that these beasts were indeed quite clever. At first he had speculated that the beasts would appear in Longyan City. National leader, I can go alone. If those beasts appear in other places in the Great Xia, it would be troublesome, Yang Chen said to Xia Jiuyo after coming back to his senses. Then, be careful. Xia Jiuyo knew the situation was urgent and said no more. After Yang Chen nodded, he activated his god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed. Instantly, his legs were enveloped in a black whirlwind, entering high-speed mode. He had returned from the North Eagle Kingdom in a very short time, let alone going to Ningzhou City. Returned to Ningzhou City. The tremors in the outskirts of Ningzhou City continued, with many places already showing huge ravines. Roar! 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 After a moment, the sound of ferocious beasts echoed across the wilds of Ningzhou City. These deafening roars were enough to make one's scalp tingle and heart race. Everyone on the defense line of Ningzhou City turned their gaze forward upon hearing such roars. They saw countless ferocious beasts appearing in the outskirts of Ningzhou City, the number so great it was like dark clouds pressing down on the city. The number of ferocious beasts must exceed 1,000,000, said the battle general Bai Dao, who stood beside City Lord Qinzhan. 1,000,000 ferocious beasts is not important. What matters most is whether there are any powerful ferocious beasts among them, City Lord Qinzhan replied. He was not wrong. Even if their destructive capabilities were not as strong as Yang Chen's, they were still powerful warriors. Moreover, since the ferocious beasts were attacking the city, and Ningzhou City was a large city, there were hundreds of thousands of troops on the defense line, along with many high-tech weapons. As long as there were no powerful ferocious beasts, eliminating 1,000,000 ferocious beasts would not be a difficult task. However, if there were powerful beings among the ferocious beasts, it would be extremely easy to dismantle Ningzhou City's defense system. With a vast number of flying ferocious beasts approaching, if they did not have air superiority, the defense line below would collapse in an instant. Although fighter jets had some effect, they still seemed too weak against the powerful flying ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts thought the same when they appeared. In the outskirts of Ningzhou City, tens of thousands of flying ferocious beasts emerged in the sky. These flying ferocious beasts were heading towards the defense line of Ningzhou City at a terrifying speed. The fighter jets and anti-aircraft ferocious beast cannons were ready, just waiting for the order. Foolish humans, I think you can surrender now. A voice that sounded like a judgment on life echoed throughout the space. If you do so, you will die more easily. After the voice appeared, the tens of thousands of flying ferocious beasts heading towards the defense line of Ningzhou City came to a halt. A 14-winged golden-winged insect appeared in the line of sight of everyone on the defense line of Ningzhou City. This is City Lord Qinzhan looked at the beast in shock. A 14-winged golden-winged insect? The battle generals around him also felt a sense of despair. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was a low-level 8th-tier ferocious beast, equivalent to a human's initial battle respect. Its appearance in Ningzhou City was a complete dimensional strike. Is Ningzhou City really going to be finished? City Lord Qinzhan said. Unwillingly, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling no pain as his nails dug into his palms. A 14-winged golden-winged insect, and there were no top-tier experts in Ningzhou City to resist it. The gap was simply too great. May I ask your name? City Lord Qinzhan came back to his senses and asked the 14-winged golden-winged insect. He used the words may I ask. There was no other way, he could only use this method to buy time. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was not a 7th-tier beast but an 8th-tier beast. How terrifying an 8th-tier beast was, one could know without thinking. Although hope was slim, he truly hoped for the support from Longyan City to arrive. As the city lord of Ningzhou City, he felt utterly helpless. Everyone on the city wall of the defense line was not foolish. They understood that the city lord's words to The 14-winged golden-winged insect in midair were entirely to buy time. This time, Ningzhou City was in a dire situation. Not only were they facing such a massive army of ferocious beasts, but there were also so many flying ferocious beasts in the sky. In addition, there was a 14-winged golden-winged insect. The suffocating feeling generated by such overwhelming pressure was truly intense. Foolish humans, it seems your awareness is quite commendable. The 14-winged golden-winged insect sneered coldly as it hovered in midair, listening to the words of City Lord Qinzhan. You may call me Lord Judia. Everyone on the city wall of the defense line gritted their teeth at the insect's sense of superiority. Well, humans, since you know my name, are you ready to await your death? Judia said, staring at all the humans on the city wall. As soon as the words fell, Judia was about to strike. Is it that you think we humans are powerless, flaunting your might in our territory? Just as the people on the city wall were feeling a sense of despair and preparing for a desperate fight, a voice resonated throughout the space. The hundreds of thousands on the city wall were startled by the voice and immediately turned to look in its direction. Above the city wall, purple light surged, and a purple sun appeared. Seeing this, the hundreds of thousands became excited and thrilled. Was help really on the way? Although everyone knew that the purple sun represented the 6 Extremes War King, while the red sun represented the 8 Extremes War Sovereign, having support was better than having none. In the next moment, the purple sun in the sky transformed into a figure. This figure was none other than Yang Chen. It's War King Yang Chen. City Lord Qinzhan was overjoyed to see Yang Chen in the sky. On the surface, there were only 2 6 Extremes War Kings in the Great Xia, the national leader Xia Jiuyu and Yang Chen, but no one knew if there had been any hidden 6 Extremes War Kings in the Great Xia during this time. This left Qinzhan unaware of which 6 Extremes War King had come to support them. In fact, currently, only the national leader Xia Jiuyu and Yang Chen were 6 Extremes War Kings in the Great Xia. The low-level martial artists and soldiers on the city wall only knew about the destruction of the North Eagle Kingdom by ferocious beasts and that the North Eagle Kingdom's leader Huo Xiu and the 6 Extremes War Kings had been killed. They were unaware of the details. Of course, they also knew that Yang Chen had slain 3 6 Extremes War Kings of the North Eagle Kingdom above Longyan City. That time, the entire Great Xia had been broadcast live. However, the powerful martial artists in Ningzhou City were aware of this matter. The leader of the North Eagle Kingdom, Huo Xiu, and the 6 Extremes War Kings had all been wiped out by War King Yang Chen. Above Longyan City, Huo Xiu was an 8 Extremes War Sovereign. Now, this 14-winged golden-winged insect was equivalent to a ferocious beast of the 8 Extremes War Sovereign level. Seeing Yang Chen's appearance, Judia in midair felt the morale of the martial artists on the city wall of Ningzhou City surge, and a cold smile spread across its face. Foolish humans, according to your realm, you are no match for me. I wonder if you humans are just a bit too foolish. Your appearance has actually boosted their morale. How utterly ridiculous. Judia knew that this stronghold of the Great Xia was about to be destroyed, and it didn't mind mocking them a little more at this moment. The many powerful figures on the city wall, upon hearing Judia's words, secretly sneered. They thought to themselves that it was because Judia didn't know the strength of War King Yang Chen. Just you, a 14-winged golden-winged insect? Yang Chen had no intention of responding to Judia's words. Instead, he asked Judia a question. Human, you are truly laughable. How could our sacred and powerful race be something you understand? To tell you the truth, we have 7 14-winged golden-winged insects. I lead the army first, while the other members of the race are in the North Eagle Kingdom, and they must be arriving soon, Judia said, its face filled with a strong sense of superiority. The hundreds of thousands on the city wall turned pale. Every word from Judia felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. 7 14-winged golden-winged insects? What kind of power was that? City Lord Qinzhan and the various war generals of Ningzhou City were stunned. 7 14-winged golden-winged insects were equivalent to 7 junior war sovereigns, and even someone as strong as War King Yang Chen would have no way to deal with them, right? Is this the reason for your superiority? Yang Chen looked at Judy and smiled indifferently. That 6-headed 14-winged golden-winged insect has already been killed by me. Judy looked at Yang Chen with sarcasm, coldly saying, do you think I would believe that? Kill? City Lord Qinzhan and the various generals were momentarily stunned. Their instincts told them that War King Yang Chen was not joking. If even the 6-headed, 14-winged, golden-winged insect had been killed, then this mere Judy, a single 14-winged golden-winged insect, would be like an egg hitting a stone in front of War King Yang Chen. Let's put it this way, one of the 14-winged golden-winged insects is called Di Kula, right? Yang Chen said with a smile. Human, you. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was suddenly startled. Human, stop pretending, kill. Roar. Judy let out a roar that could shatter the heavens. After Judy's roar faded, tens of thousands of flying beasts pounced from the sky, truly seeking death. Yang Chen smiled coldly. If that's the case, then let's kill. Poisonous devastation for miles. As tens of thousands of flying beasts charged in, Yang Chen activated his god-level poison talent, the Poison God of Destruction. Once the Poison God form emerged, he used the god-level combat skill, Poisonous Devastation for miles. It was difficult to unleash such a destructive combat skill on the ground, but it was no problem in the air. In an instant, the tens of thousands of flying beasts above the defense line were enveloped in poisonous mist, and soon, continuous screams filled the air, chilling to the bone. Tens of thousands of beasts continued to fall in power. Human, I didn't expect you to actually have some strength. In that case, I will. Before Yang Chen could check for any dropped talents, Judy's voice interrupted. You talk too much. Before Judy could finish, Yang Chen activated the Shadow Sky Speed God and rushed towards Judy. With the Shadow Sky Speed God, and now being a high-level war king, Yang Chen's speed was incredibly fast. This left behind trails of afterimages in the space. Demon Sky Shadow Step. Before Judy could react, countless demon shadows reappeared in the space. The sudden appearance of these demon shadows startled the hundreds of thousands on the city wall. They had never seen such shadows before. Thousands of demon shadows quickly formed a great demon god which lunged at Judy. Seeing this, Judy struggled to resist. After all, it was a 14-winged golden-winged insect. The god-level speed combat skill, Demon Sky Shadow Step, clearly could not deal any devastating attacks to Judy. After fending off the great demon god's attack, Judy originally wanted to counterattack Yang Chen, but what it never expected was that countless fire dragons surrounded it completely. At this moment, Judy was trapped in a sea of fire, utterly helpless. The space echoed with the roars of the fire dragons as they began to bombard Judy. No. Judy's heart was filled with regret. It hated itself for not believing Yang Chen. Yang Chen had clearly told it that he had killed 6 14-winged golden-winged insects in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. If he could kill 6 14-winged golden-winged insects, what could it possibly be? It was its own choice not to believe, and now it was too late to say anything. Boom! Judy's area was continuously bombarded by the fire dragons. The sky turned red, and waves of intense heat spread outwards. The water vapor in the air was evaporated by more than half, and the heat seemed to dry up even the space, with temperatures rising rapidly. Ding! Slaying a 14-winged golden-winged insect. Battle power plus 16 million. After Judy was killed, the data of the dropped battle power appeared in Yang Chen's vision. The tens of thousands of beasts in the air had already been wiped out by Yang Chen, leaving only these beasts on the ground. Although there were some powerful beasts among those on the ground, they were nothing compared to the 14-winged golden-winged insect. In other words, it would be very easy for Yang Chen to kill these beasts on the ground as well. There was no need for the world destruction. Divine Decision, he could just bombard them directly with these god-level combat skills. The immortal battle body, towering 30 zhang high, was 10 zhang taller than the immortal golden body. If possible, Yang Chen still hoped to control the immortal battle body to 20 zhang, but he had already done his best. 30 zhang would have to suffice. Above the immortal battle body, various divine-level talents radiated their brilliance. The immortal battle body had 30 golden dragons of vitality, and Yang Chen's true form also possessed dozens of golden dragons of vitality. Countless golden dragons of vitality began to sweep down towards the ground with extreme speed, their terrifying roars echoing. Heaven-swallowing, flame dragon explosion, world-destroying thunder pillar, underworld god ice prison, angry blade sky slash, bloodthirsty sword god. Amidst the frenzied bombardment of these divine-level battle techniques, millions of ferocious beasts on the ground were being slaughtered mercilessly. It was too terrifying. Such a scene was truly horrifying. The hundreds of thousands of people on the defensive city walls stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this was real. A hell on earth. They finally understood what true hell on earth meant. City Lord Qin Zhan and the various generals of Ningzhou City were also frozen in place. They finally realized why the North Eagle Kingdom's ruler, Huixiu, and those 6 Extremes War Kings had been killed. Ding! Slain the ferocious blood cow, battle power plus 80,000. Ding! Slain the diamond demon lion, battle power plus 100,000. Ding! Slain the jade ghost spider, battle power plus 60,000. The data of battle power drops went crazy in Yang Chen's retina. After the bombardment of divine-level battle techniques ended, one massive pit after another appeared on the ground. After exhaling, Yang Chen retracted the immortal battle body form and returned to the defensive city wall. Yang Chen, War King, City Lord Qin Zhan and the various generals hurriedly approached Yang Chen, looking at him with respect. No need to say more. Before Qin Zhan could finish his sentence, Yang Chen interrupted him. After saying that, he stepped down from the defensive city wall. He was eager to see if there were any talents dropped after slaying so many ferocious beasts. As for his realm, Yang Chen secretly smiled. He had now condensed 60 golden dragons of vitality within him. 60 golden dragons of vitality already represented the foundational battle power of a junior war sovereign. Coupled with the 30 golden dragons of vitality from the immortal battle body, that made 90 golden dragons of vitality. Originally, there could have been more, but the realm restrictions between the 6 Extremes War Kings and the 8-level war sovereigns were too strong. However, it was already quite Good. Breaking through to the 8th-level War Sovereign had elevated his strength to another level. After stepping down from the defensive city wall, Yang Chen casually found a spot and checked the dropped data. Unfortunately, only one type of talent dropped. Medium body talent, physique enhancement. Body talent? Yang Chen had heard of this talent, but very few people awakened it. It could enhance physical attributes, such as strength, speed, defense, and vitality. After thinking carefully, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This talent was actually quite good for him. Despite having numerous divine-level talents and the immortal battle body now, all of them required activation. The body talent was one that did not require activation. In that case, his physical body would far surpass that of other martial artists of the same level. Ding! Do you want to convert physique enhancement? Convert. Ding! Conversion successful. Physique enhancement converted to Overlord Blood Divine Body. Overlord Blood Divine Body? After checking, Yang Chen found that after merging with the Overlord Blood Divine Body, all aspects of his body could receive a 10,000-fold enhancement. In the history of Blue Star, it seemed that there had never been a divine-level body talent, right? However, many cultivation methods enhanced the body, with the highest only reaching a few hundred times. A 10,000-fold enhancement. Yang Chen was already at a loss for words. Merge. Without further thought, Yang Chen chose to merge with the Overlord Blood Divine Body. In an instant, a surge of celestial blood entered his body. This domineering and powerful bloodline was strengthening his limbs, organs, and all cells. His body was undergoing a frenzied enhancement, layers of black impurities seeping to the surface, sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. A foul odor soon followed, making one feel a bit nauseous. So strong. So damn strong. Half an hour later, Yang Chen could feel that his body had reached an unprecedented level. This is what it feels like to be able to kill a 14-winged golden-winged insect with just my fists? Wait. It stinks. Merging with the Blood Dominance Divine Body was far more uncomfortable than merging with other talents, and it took a relatively longer time. But none of that mattered. After merging with the Blood Dominance Divine Body, he had once again condensed 15 Vitality Golden Dragons within him. That meant he now had a total of 75 Vitality Golden Dragons, heading towards becoming a mid-level Battle Sovereign. However, he was still some distance away from that. 100 Vitality Golden Dragons were required to reach mid-level Battle Sovereign. While he was merging with the Blood Dominance Divine Body, Qin Zhang, the city lord of Ningzhou City, used Vitality Amplification. This let everyone in Ningzhou City know that the crisis was over, and everyone could come out of the air raid shelters. Ningzhou City erupted in cheers, and all the residents were extremely excited. I thought Ningzhou City was done for this time, but I didn't expect this. Now that the crisis in Ningzhou City is resolved, I'm going out for a big meal. I want to go too. How about we share the bill? The residents were thrilled to the extreme. Yang Chen was also somewhat immersed in this passion, since most of the air raid shelters were underground parking lots. In an instant, the streets of Ningzhou City were filled with people. Just as Yang Chen was about to leave, a tender voice suddenly appeared in his ear. Mommy, let's give this brother some money. He looks so pitiful. Abruptly, a mother and daughter appeared in front of Yang Chen. The child covered her nose, looking at Yang Chen with a pitiful expression. Yang Chen was taken aback. Give me some money? The next second, he came to terms with it. Merging with the Blood Dominance Divine Body indeed made him look a bit like a beggar, especially with the awful smell. Most people would avoid him, and some might even scold him for affecting the city's appearance. Nana, we don't have any money either. Your father is still in the hospital. If we had money, I would give it to this brother. Okay then, Mommy. The little girl nodded understandingly. Brother, I'm sorry, we're poor too, so we can't give you any money. Just as the little girl finished speaking, a voice appeared behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen, Battle King. I thought you had left. It was a strong and joyful voice. Yang Chen recognized it as the voice of the Blade Battle General. They were somewhat old acquaintances. The Blade Battle General quickly walked up to Yang Chen, and when he saw Yang Chen's current appearance, he was somewhat stunned. Yang Chen, Battle King, what happened to you? He clearly remembered that when Yang Chen killed 1,000,000 ferocious beasts and flew from the sky to the defensive city wall, he was full of vigor. How come now? The Blade Battle General wouldn't know that Yang Chen looked like this because he had merged with the Blood Dominance Divine Body. This matter is very complicated. Take me to your Blade Martial Arts Hall. I need to take a shower. Okay, sure. Seeing that Yang Chen was unwilling to say more, the Blade Battle General didn't press further. Not daring to delay, he quickly led Yang Chen towards the Blade Martial Arts Hall. Wait a minute. After walking a few steps, Yang Chen stopped, turned around, and looked at the mother and daughter who seemed like wooden sculptures. Her husband is in the hospital. If possible, help her out. Yang Chen thought this mother and daughter were decent, so he might as well help them a bit. Okay, Yang Chen, Battle King, then the Blade Martial Arts Hall. I can go by myself. The higher-ups of the Blade Martial Arts Hall all knew him. Even if they didn't recognize him from that live broadcast, they should know his appearance. This mother and daughter must have also seen the live broadcast above Longyan City. It was just that Yang Chen looked too much
like a beggar at this moment, which was why they didn't recognize him. After saying that, Yang Chen prepared to head to the Blade Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen, Battle King? The woman finally came to her senses, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She never would have dreamed that this person would be the War King Yang Chen. You're lucky, War King Yang Chen said, to let me help you. This is your chance, and perhaps you and your family will forever break free from your current class, the Blade War General said to the woman before him. Thank you, really, thank you. Listening to the Blade War General's words, the woman felt so moved that she almost cried. She never expected to encounter such good fortune. Her husband was hospitalized, and they were spending a large amount of money every day. As an ordinary family, they simply couldn't bear it. But now, everything was no longer a problem. As she spoke, the woman prepared to personally catch up with Yang Chen to express her gratitude. However, she was stopped by the Blade War General. The Blade War General understood very well how important time was for someone like War King Yang Chen. Such matters were ultimately just a small interlude. At the Blade Martial Arts Hall, Yang Chen had already taken a shower and changed into a clean, well-fitting, and expensive outfit. When the higher-ups of the Blade Martial Arts Hall presented dozens of sets of branded clothing for him to see, he was completely bewildered. He casually picked a fitting outfit. Not long after, the Blade War General returned. War King Yang Chen, the city lord knows you haven't left Ningzhou City. He has come to the Blade Martial Arts Hall. You? At this point, the Blade War General hesitated, looking at Yang Chen tentatively. Yang Chen understood the Blade War General's meaning and said, let him in. He was now the most powerful martial artist in the Great Xia, no longer the newcomer he had been in Ningzhou City. If he didn't want to meet Qin Zhan, and Qin Zhan forced his way in to see him, it would inevitably lead to some unpleasant scenes. This was not the demeanor one should have as a strong person. Alright, War King Yang Chen, I will go call the city lord in now. After the Blade War General responded, he turned and left the room. Yang Chen secretly smiled. He thought to himself that he was no longer just a war king but an 8 extremes battle sovereign now. However, what title he held was not important. Before long, City Lord Qin Zhan entered. War King Yang Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, millions of people in Ningzhou City would have been trampled by the ferocious beasts, with no chance of survival. These words came sincerely from Qin Zhan's heart. When the 14-winged golden-winged insect Judia appeared, he had even engaged in respectful conversation with Judia to buy time. The appearance of a 14-winged golden-winged insect was a complete dimensional strike against the martial artists and defensive forces of Ningzhou City. It's nothing, I'm also from Great Xia, Yang Chen replied to Qin Zhan. By the way, War King Yang Chen, I have already had someone draft a report of victory to send to Longyan City, Qin Zhan added. Alright, I will stay here for a day, I need to return to Longyan City tomorrow, Yang Chen said slowly. After a long conversation in the room, Qin Zhan eventually left. Longyan City, National Government. Your Majesty, good news. The crisis in Ningzhou City has been resolved. A million ferocious beasts have all been killed by War King Yang Chen. A martial artist from the national government entered the hall joyfully, handing the report of victory to the ruler, Xia Jiuyo. After Xia Jiuyo took the report and glanced at it, a joyful smile appeared on his face. But the next second, Xia Jiuyo spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed in the hall. Your Majesty, someone, quickly. The martial artist from the national government was horrified and shouted, urgently. Ningzhou City, Blade Martial Arts Hall. It was now the second day. After Yang Chen finished washing up, he prepared to return to Longyan City. The report of victory had already been sent back to Longyan City, and the people there must have been quite happy to know that the ferocious beast turmoil in Ningzhou City had been quelled. War King Yang Chen. Just as he was about to find the Blade War General to say goodbye, the Blade War General proactively sought him out, his face showing a hint of urgency. Seeing the expression on the Blade War General's face, Yang Chen secretly wondered if something had happened again. The city lord is outside, saying he has urgent matters to discuss with you, the Blade War General said to Yang Chen. Let him in. Alright. After the Blade War General went out, it wasn't long before City Lord Qin Zhan appeared before Yang Chen. Yang Chen, War King, we received an urgent report from Longyan City. What report? When he traveled from Longyan City to Ningzhou City, he had considered the possibility that the ferocious beasts might launch an attack from Ningzhou City, Longyan City, or even multiple places in the Great Xia. Could it be that the ferocious beasts have started attacking Longyan City? The report states that the national lord coughed up blood and then fell unconscious, but we don't know the details, City Lord Qin Zhan said, not daring to conceal anything. What's going on? Yang Chen was slightly taken aback. He thought perhaps the ferocious beasts had attacked Longyan City, but he didn't expect it to be a problem with the national lord coughing up blood and unconscious. Could it be an issue with his cultivation? Problems in cultivation can arise not only during practice but also from the accumulation of toxins in the body over the years. With the passage of time, it could suddenly erupt. Such an eruption is like a volcanic explosion, uncontrollable.
Then I will return to Longyan City first, Yang Chen said to City Lord Qin Zhan and the Blade War General. After all, he possessed the divine-level healing talent of the God of Life. He had obtained it alongside the divine-level water talent of the God of the Angry Sea. He had already used the God of the Angry Sea, but he had yet to use the God of Life. Although the God of Life did not have a matching divine-level combat skill, he thought that since it was divine-level, it should be no problem to heal some serious injuries. Alright, Yang Chen, War King, City Lord Qin Zhan and the Blade War General both nodded in agreement. Knowing that time was of the essence and that Yang Chen needed to head to Longyan City immediately. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yang Chen transformed into a red sun. The red sun quickly rose above the Blade Martial Arts Hall and then sped towards Longyan City at an incredible pace. City Lord Qin Zhan, the Blade War General, and all the students of the Blade Martial Arts Hall saw the red sun in the sky. Even the entire Ningzhou City could see this dazzling red sun overhead. So Yang Chen, War King, has already broken through to the 8 Extremes War Sovereign, City Lord Qin Zhan said in astonishment. At the Ningzhou City defense line, Yang Chen had also appeared in the form of a great sun above the city walls, but it was a purple sun. Now, it was a red sun, indicating that Yang Chen had made a breakthrough, truly deserving of being the first in history, achieving the 8 Extremes War Sovereign at such a young age, and accomplishing this feat is indeed unprecedented. The Blade War General couldn't help but exclaim. Longyan City. Yang Chen had returned to Longyan City. National Government. Upon arriving at the national government, Yang Chen learned that the National Lord was no longer there but had been taken to the first Martial Hospital of Longyan City. The first Martial Hospital. In a certain high-level ward, the National Lord, Xiao Jiuyo, remained unconscious on the hospital bed. A group of top experts were at a loss. They had spent their lives studying the structure of martial artists' bodies and knew that the National Lord had suffered irreversible damage due to excessive cultivation, resulting in a large accumulation of toxins in his body. Now, all they could do was try to keep the National Lord alive. When he would wake up was beyond their knowledge. Hello, May. I ask which room the National Lord is in. Sorry, that's not allowed. The nurse's words were cut short as she froze, her eyes widening. Yang Chen, War King. When the nurse came to her senses, she hurriedly addressed Yang Chen with respect. After Yang Chen nodded, the nurse suddenly remembered something. Yang Chen, War King, I'll take you there right away. With that, the nurse led Yang Chen to a certain location. A few minutes later, under the nurse's guidance, Yang Chen arrived outside the National Lord Xiao Jiuyo's ward. Outside the ward stood several square war generals who, upon seeing Yang Chen, greeted him with a despondent expression. Yang Chen, the War King, the situation of the national leader is not optimistic, experts say. A general from the 4 directions spoke about the current condition of the national leader, Xiao Jiuyu. They all knew that although Yang Chen's strength was incredibly powerful, he was not a martial arts doctor and had no way to treat the national leader's illness. Yang Chen did not finish speaking. He walked into the ward and looked at the national leader, Xiao Jiuyu, on the hospital bed. Yang Chen, the War King, Yang Chen, the War King, Yang Chen, the War King. The experts in the ward respectfully bowed to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, the War King, the national leader now. The director of the first martial artist hospital, Lin, was about to say something to Yang Chen when he was interrupted. I already know. After saying this, Yang Chen raised his palm, and a gentle green light appeared in his palm. The green light slowly approached the national leader, Xiao Jiuyu, on the hospital bed. Once the light reached Xiao Jiuyu's body, it immediately entered his interior. In just a few seconds, the national leader's previously pale cheeks began to gradually turn rosy. This is... The experts in the ward all widened their eyes. Could it be the legendary god-level healing talent, the God of Life? The experts had only seen the God of Life talent in books. It had appeared many years ago on Blue Star. Such god-level healing talents no longer existed. Time passed second by second. The experts did not dare to relax for a moment, their eyes fixed on Xiao Jiuyu on the hospital bed. A few minutes later, the national leader's eyes moved. The next second, he woke up. Where am I? Xiao Jiuyu was a bit dazed. Everyone in the ward was overjoyed to see the national leader awake. National leader, you're awake. It's... Then, a martial artist from the national government looked at Xiao Jiuyu with tears in his eyes. The several generals outside were also stunned. They had thought Yang Chen was just powerful, but they never expected he could save lives. What kind of monster is this? After learning what had happened, Xiao Jiuyu looked at Yang Chen with gratitude. Yang Chen, if it weren't for you, I might never have gotten up again. Then, Xiao Jiuyu got up from the hospital bed, moving his body as if it had all relaxed. At that moment, National Leader, there are still some toxins remaining in your body. I will treat you again in a couple of days, Yang Chen said to Xiao Jiuyu. All right. Xiao Jiuyu nodded. They left the first martial artist hospital and rested for a day in the national government's own room. The next day, Yang Chen first went to patrol the outskirts of Longyan City. After finding no signs of fierce beasts, he returned to Longyan City. He had already set his goals. After clearing the remaining toxins from the national leader, Xia Jiuyu, he would return to Bai City to see his family. Calculating the time, his younger sister, Yang Shui'er, would soon be 18. He wondered what kind of talent she would awaken. Given that his sister would likely awaken a very formidable talent before turning 18, he wouldn't be surprised if it was god level. Regardless of the level of talent, Yang Chen would not find it unexpected. After all, there were quite a few people on Blue Star who had awakened god level talents. However, they did not possess overly extraordinary combat skills, which prevented them from fully utilizing their god level talents. In any case, the stronger the talent his sister could awaken, the better. After visiting his family in Bai City, once his sister Yang Shui'er awakened her talent, he would head to Jinshi City. As the saying goes, people strive for higher places and water flows to lower grounds. During the incident with the Eternal Life War Sovereign, the Overbearing Fist War Sovereign, and the returning Cloud War Sovereign, he had vaguely sensed that Jinshi City also had significant issues. Although he had no thoughts of saving the world, one thing was clear to him. Jinshi City was the core area of Blue Star. He learned about the Destruction Demon. See from the Eternal Life War Sovereign and that 14-winged golden-winged insect. The Destruction Demon Sea must be terrifying. If Jinshi City were destroyed, countless fierce beasts would come from Jinshi City to the inland, and the Great Xia would be the first to bear the brunt. As for after Blue Star, long before, alien warships had fallen in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. This made him realize that there were other life planets in the universe besides Blue Star. Since he had bound such a heaven-defying system, he had to carve out a world for himself. Dominating the universe and making all the races in the cosmos tremble was the most important thing. As for family, he was destined to feel guilty. He had thought about bringing his family by his side, but in a sense, doing so would also be irresponsible to them. What they wanted might not be this. Nothing in the world is perfect. Perhaps, after he went to the universe, he could find an immortal elixir to grant his family longevity. Of course, he also had to see if his family wanted to live forever. After breaking through to the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, Yang Chen knew that he didn't need to break through to the 10 Extremes Emperor. He was already the most powerful martial artist on Blue Star. Now, he felt a sense of loneliness at the top. The higher-level life planets in the universe must be quite spectacular. 2 days later, Yang Chen found the national leader, Xia Jiuyu, and he activated the God of Life to completely eliminate the toxins remaining in Xia Jiuyu's body. Xia Jiuyu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Yang Chen, I plan to search for a group of outstanding talents across the Great Xia, and I will personally be their mentor. I hope that in the near future, the martial arts of Great Xia can be revived. Xia Jiuyu expressed his thoughts to Yang Chen. That's a great idea. Yang Chen smiled and continued. My sister should be turning 18 in a few days. I'll see what talent she awakens. If it's good, I can recommend her to you. Alright, Xia Jiuyu readily agreed. After spending another day in Longyan City, Yang Chen bid farewell to the national leader and some familiar strong figures, heading towards Bai City. In Bai City, he did not appear in the form of a red sun hovering over the city but returned in a low-key manner. With his current strength, if he wanted to avoid being discovered, the people of Bai City would definitely not be able to notice him. Just like that, he returned home. There was no one at home, and the door was locked. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chen decided to go to school to find that little girl, Yang Shui'er. He couldn't just break down the door. That would be too violent, and it wasn't his style. First High School. Yang Chen arrived at First High School discreetly. He recalled how he had used the blood of a golden fierce beast on Yang Shui'er last time, which had directly raised her combat power to 1999. A combat power of 2000 was that of a junior martial artist, while 1999 was already the limit for an ordinary person. On Blue Star, perhaps only those with astonishing backgrounds could reach a combat power of 1999 without awakening their talents. Once they awakened their talents, their combat power would likely soar, as all the accumulated training would burst forth like opening a door in that instant. Shui'er, your combat power has already reached 1999. I wonder what talent you will awaken, said a girl who had a good relationship with Yang Shui'er. The girl's name was Tang Jing, and she was the closest friend to Yang Shui'er at First High School. I hope the talent I awaken is as high as possible. My brother is so powerful, I can't fall behind, Yang Shui'er said, a smile appearing on her fair face. Speaking of your brother, I envy you so much, Tang Jing said, her face full of admiration when mentioning Yang Shui'er's brother, Yang Chen. Not just Tang Jing, who in First High School didn't admire Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not reveal himself immediately but waited for school to end and for Yang Shui'er to return home. When she arrived at the door, Yang Shui'er opened it. I hope I awaken a good talent, she murmured as she sank into the sofa. Of course, you will awaken a good talent. Your brother's genes are so strong, you won't be lacking, came a voice. Who? Yang Shui'er was startled. She never expected a voice to suddenly appear beside her. Wait, this voice? Wasn't it her brother Yang Chen's voice? Yang Shui'er focused her gaze and indeed found Yang Chen standing in front of her. Brother, you're back. Once she realized it, Yang Shuer was overjoyed and leaped into Yang Chen's arms. Cough cough, let's avoid misunderstandings. Yang Chen thought to himself that in just a year, this girl had grown quite a bit. Brother, why did you suddenly come back? Yang Shuer didn't care about anything else. She pulled Yang Chen to sit on the sofa and bombarded him with questions. After asking a multitude of questions, she picked up the phone and called their father, Yang Yonghua. When Yang Yonghua learned that Yang Chen was back, he was also very happy and rushed home immediately. Brother, in 5 days, it's the annual awakening day, and in 3 days, I'll be 18. Can you wait until after my awakening to leave? Of course I can, Yang Chen smiled. That's great, brother. It was clear that Yang Chen and his sister Yang Shuer had a very good relationship. Moments later, Yang Yonghua returned home, his hands full of freshly bought groceries. Yang Chen looked at the vegetables in his father's hands and knew it was his turn to cook again. After the family had a hearty meal, they sat on the sofa and chatted. During the conversation, Yang Chen shared many amusing stories from his recent days with his father and sister. This made his sister Yang Shuer laugh heartily, while their father Yang Yonghua frowned, clearly worried about Yang Chen. But Yang Yonghua was not the type to be overly concerned. He knew that with Yang Chen's current status, he was destined for great things. How could one achieve great things without facing danger? That was impossible. Xiao Feng, based on your experience, what kind of talent do you think Shuer will awaken? Suddenly, Yang Yonghua asked Yang Chen. It should be extraordinary or even divine level. Yang Chen replied seriously. Even before awakening her talent, his sister Yang Shuer was already a well-known genius at first high school, someone everyone envied. This had burdened him with the weight of being the genius sister and the useless brother for a long time. He had taken leave from school to work at the grain base, which was one of the reasons. If that's the case, that's wonderful. Shuer will be able to become a powerful warrior in the future. Yang Yonghua beamed with joy. He knew that while Yang Shuer might not become as powerful a warrior as Yang Chen, as long as she met her own expectations, that would be enough. Dad, do you want to become a warrior? Yang Chen asked mysteriously. Me? Yang Yonghua was taken aback, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't even have any talent. It's impossible for me to become a warrior. Looking at the expression on his father's face, Yang Chen thought that his father must also want to become a warrior. Without needing to ask, he knew that in a world where martial arts thrived, who wouldn't want to be a warrior, or even a powerful one? But to become a strong warrior, talent was the first stepping stone. Without that, no matter how hard one tried, it was absolutely impossible to become a warrior. Yang Chen didn't continue this topic with his father Yang Yonghua. He just wanted to ask and see his father's attitude. As for whether one could become a warrior without talent, that was definitely impossible on Blue Star. Now that he had set a goal, his future journey would be the entire universe. In those higher-level life planets, perhaps there were ways to become a warrior even without awakening a talent. Right now, everything was just his speculation. He would have to visit those planets to find out. He couldn't believe that having awakened a system, if he couldn't even conquer the universe, that would be too pathetic, right? After all, he was a man with a cheat. After chatting with his father and sister for a while longer, Yang Chen returned to his room. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was awakening day at First High School. Yang Shuer got up early. Today was the most important day of her life. It was also the same for many students at First High School. If one awakened a low-level talent, at least they could still become a warrior, just not a powerful one. But if they can't even awaken their talents, then they will never become martial artists. This reality is cruel. It must be said that the gap between ordinary people and martial artists on Blue Star is still too large. Yang Shuer has already arrived at the school. The Awakening Day is held at the Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, there are already many students in the square of the Martial Arts Academy. These students are rubbing their fists, their faces filled with anxiety, excitement, and eagerness. I hope I can awaken a medium talent. As long as I awaken a low talent, I will be satisfied. Yeah, from my current combat power, it's clear that I'm pretty useless. You all are fine. I might not even be able to awaken any talent. Not far from Yang Shuer, a group of students is discussing animatedly. They can still discuss these matters together because they are still classmates. But if someone awakens their talent while someone else does not and can only study liberal arts, then the gap between them will only grow larger in the future. By that time, when they meet, perhaps they won't discuss a single matter like they do now. It's a painful truth, but it's a fact. Shuer, you're here. After seeing Yang Shuer arrive, Tang Jing quickly walked over. In fact, when Yang Shuer stepped into the Martial Arts Academy square, many students, including some teachers, turned their gazes towards her. On this awakening day, everyone wants to know what kind of talent Yang Shuer will awaken. In the history of First High School, apart from Yang Chen, the monster among monsters, it would be Yang Shuer. Even before awakening her talent, her combat power had already reached the limit of 1999. When Yang Shuer's homeroom teacher learned that she was infinitely close to becoming a junior martial artist, she was stunned. But what she didn't know was that after Yang Shuer absorbed the blood of the golden beast, her combat power had already reached 1999. She just didn't say it out loud. Shuer, I'm so anxious, I don't know what kind of talent I will awaken. Tang Jing swallowed hard, her little face showing signs of nervousness. They are still sheltered flowers, and it's the most important day of their lives, so it's impossible not to be nervous. Not to mention Tang Jing, even Yang Shuer herself is very nervous. Talent is innate. Before the age of 18, one cannot peek into what level of talent they possess. However, one can tell from the speed of cultivation. Generally speaking, if a student reaches a certain combat power in a short time without using rare materials, then they will definitely awaken a good talent in the future. If a student struggles to cultivate but their combat power remains stagnant, then the talent they awaken in the future will obviously not be impressive. This is also why everyone at first high school believes that Yang Shuer will awaken an extremely powerful talent. In the square, there is a deep blue stone. This deep blue stone is the awakening stone. As long as one touches the awakening stone, they can awaken their talent. The awakening stone is on a high platform where the principal of first high school, Lin Xian, and the higher-ups are seated. Once the city lord arrives, we can begin, Principal Lin Xian said. Every year on the awakening day at first high school, the city lord comes to watch. Under the guidance of the teachers, the students in the martial arts academy square have already lined up. As soon as their names are called, they can walk towards the awakening stone and touch it to awaken their talents. Outside first high school, the city lord's car has just arrived outside. Just as the guards of first high school were about to open the door, the city lord Wang Tong suddenly froze in the car. Isn't that? Stop the car. Quick, stop the car. City lord Wang Tong wasn't sure if he had seen it wrong, so he hurriedly rubbed his eyes. But even after rubbing his eyes several times, he still didn't see it wrong. He really saw the War King Yangshen, who in Bai City, or even the entire Great Xia, doesn't know the reputation of War King Yangshen. The city lord Wang Tong did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got off the carriage. Yang Chen, the Battle King. Upon seeing that it was indeed Yang Chen, the Battle King, the city lord Wang Tong was extremely excited. Yes, today was the awakening day. Yang Chen's sister, Yang Shuer, would also awaken her talent on this day. As her brother, it was only natural for him to come to the school to watch. Yang Chen looked around and found it was the city lord Wang Tong. City lord, it's you. Yes, Yang Chen, the Battle King. Wang Tong was clearly a little fan of Yang Chen. Now, his eyes filled with admiration. Just call me Yang Chen. No, you are the powerful Battle King. How can I call you Yang Chen? Wang Tong immediately shook his head. Seeing that Wang Tong insisted on calling him that, he decided not to say anything else. Since he wanted to call him that, then let it be. He wouldn't tell Wang Tong that he was actually the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign now. Shall we go in together? Sure. It's my honor to walk in alongside Yang Chen, the Battle King, the city lord Wang Tong said. This was not flattery. It was indeed an honor. It should be noted that Wang Tong was merely a master, while in their perception, Yang Chen was a 6 Extremes Battle King. The distance between a 6 Extremes Battle King and a master was obvious. Soon, Yang Chen and city lord Wang Tong walked into the school together. Upon arriving at the martial arts academy, they saw the students in the square. The city lord is here, we can. The principal Lin Xian, who had been observing from the high platform, was preparing to call for people to get ready for the awakening when he suddenly stopped speaking after noticing the city lord had arrived. The school leaders on both sides of Principal Lin Xian were stunned. They all saw Yang Chen beside the city lord. Yang Chen, the Battle King, let's go, we must welcome him. Principal Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. How could he have imagined that Yang Chen, the Battle King, would also come? This was simply unbelievable. Wait, Yang Shuer. Principal Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Yang Shuer was Yang Chen's sister. He saw Principal Lin Xian and the school leaders quickly approach Yang Chen, all bowing to him. Yang Chen, the Battle King. The other teachers and students in the square also saw Yang Chen and City Lord Wang Tong. In such a scene, City Lord Wang Tong was naturally overlooked by them. Yang Chen, the Battle King. This was indeed Yang Chen, the Battle King. When 6 Extremes Battle Kings from the Northern Eagle Kingdom appeared over Longyan City, Yang Chen fought in mid-air, and this was broadcast live across the entire Great Xia. From that moment on, the students of Bai City First High School truly regarded Yang Chen as their eternal idol. My goodness, it really is Yang Chen, the Battle King. I thought I was seeing things. Who says otherwise? I thought I was seeing things too. I really like Yang Chen, the Battle King. Why are there such handsome men in this world? Yang Chen, the Battle King, is the #1 person throughout history. In my opinion, he can never be surpassed. I hope I can awaken an extremely powerful talent. Even if I can't become a powerhouse like Yang Chen, it would still be pretty good. The students in the square began to whisper among themselves. At Principal Lin Xian's invitation, Yang Chen and City Lord Wang Tong took their seats on the high platform. Yang Chen, the Battle King, if there are no issues, shall we begin? Principal Lin Qian tentatively asked Yang Chen. Begin. Yang Chen nodded. Seeing Yang Chen say this, Principal Lin Qian turned to the students in the square. Students of Bai City First High School, today is the awakening day, the most important day of your lives. As the principal of Bai City First High School, I sincerely hope that you can awaken an incredibly powerful talent. If you awaken a strong talent, your future will be infinitely bright. But for those students who do not awaken a strong talent, or even do not awaken any talent at all, I hope you will not be discouraged. In martial arts, there may be no development, but in the humanities, you might still achieve something. Principal Lin Qian tirelessly spoke many words. Undoubtedly, Principal Lin's words further inspired the students in the square. These students were eager to know what kind of talents they could awaken. Next, I announced the awakening. Principal Lin Qian looked at all the students in the square. Officially begins. As his voice fell, a designated awakening teacher began calling out names from the list. Yang Neng, a somewhat tall student, quickly walked towards the awakening stone. Once he reached the awakening stone, under everyone's gaze, he nervously extended his hand and touched the stone. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared on the awakening stone, and a faint trembling power could be felt. Yang Neng, awakening successful, medium strength talent, strength enhancement. A medium strength talent, although not an elemental talent, was already quite good. Bai City was just a small town, so one couldn't expect too much. The student named Yang Neng had a satisfied expression on his face. He had thought he could only awaken a low-level talent, but unexpectedly, he awakened a medium-level talent. This was truly something to be happy about. Next, the awakening teacher continued to read the names of the students one after another. Wu Qianxian, awakening successful, low-level talent, weak healing. Wang Chang, awakening successful, low-level talent, speed enhancement. Gao Jia, awakening successful, medium fire talent, fire enhancement. Lei Ku, awakening failed. Jin Shijun, awakening failed. Some were joyful while others were sorrowful. The joyful ones awakened talents that were higher than they had expected. The sorrowful ones had talents that were not impressive or even failed to awaken any talent at all. Several students awakened elemental talents as well. Elemental talents were extremely aggressive, and among talents of the same level, elemental talents were the most formidable. Tang Jing, the awakening teacher, called out another name. Shuer, I'm going. Don't be nervous, Yang Shuer comforted Tang Jing. The teachers and students also turned their attention to Tang Jing. In first high school, although Tang Jing couldn't compare to Yang Shuer, she was still considered a top student. After walking to the awakening stone, Tang Jing swallowed hard, then extended her delicate hand. When her palm touched the awakening stone, a burst of golden light instantly appeared. Everyone looked at this intense golden light, their faces filled with shock. Seconds later, the awakening teacher excitedly shouted, Tang Jing, awakening successful. Super talent, Golden Moonstrike. Immediately, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A super talent was already terrifying. Plus, it was a gold-type talent. This left everyone in the Martial Arts Institute square in astonishment. They never expected Tang Jing to awaken such a formidable talent. Even Tang Jing herself did not anticipate awakening an extraordinary gold-type talent. Yay! Once she fully realized it, Tang Jing was overjoyed and couldn't help but shout, Shuer, did you see? I awakened an extraordinary talent. Tang Jing quickly ran to Yang Shuer, joyfully saying to her, Tang Jing, congratulations. Yang Shuer sincerely blessed Tang Jing. Next, the talent awakening continued. Wu Qian, awakening successful, medium defense talent, defense enhancement. Gao Qingqing, awakening successful, low-level speed talent, speed enhancement. Li Ziang, awakening successful, low-level strength talent, strength enhancement. Lu Bai, awakening successful, medium swordsmanship talent, swordsmanship frenzy. The talent awakening continued, and among the students in the Martial Arts Institute square, some were still joyful while others were sorrowful. As time passed, the awakening teacher called out another name, Yang Shuer. Everyone in the Martial Arts Institute square turned to look in one direction at the sound of that name. Yang Shuer, as the strongest prodigy of the First Academy, had everyone curious about what kind of talent she would awaken. After her name was called, Yang Shuer walked towards the awakening stone. Once she reached the stone, all eyes were fixed on her. Yang Shuer extended her fair hand towards the awakening stone. In an instant, her hand touched the stone. Suddenly, the awakening stone erupted with brilliant light. It was a snow-colored radiance, so intense that it seemed to envelop the entire martial arts square. Hiss! Everyone in the square gasped at the sight. They never expected such an anomaly from the awakening stone. The principal of the first middle school, Lin Xian, and the school's higher-ups were equally shocked. This included the city lord, Wang Tong. In the history of Bai City, no one had ever awakened a talent that produced such a phenomenon. The awakening teacher beside the stone was also taken aback. Yang Shuer, awakening, successful, god-level snow. System talent, Empress of Snow. My heavens,
When the awakening teacher announced Yang Shuer's talent, everyone in the martial arts square was utterly stunned. God-level talent? In the history of Bai City, there had never been an existence that awakened a god-level talent. On the platform, Yang Chen nodded secretly upon seeing that his sister had indeed awakened a god-level talent. This was in line with his expectations. Yang Shuer stood frozen like a carved statue. She truly did not expect to awaken a god-level talent. Snow, too, was an elemental talent. Although it was not as powerful as the ice talent, it was still quite impressive. Principal Lin Qian and the school's higher-ups were very pleased. The school had awakened such a high-level talent, which was truly terrifying. The awakening list was specially arranged by the school, and Yang Shuer was the last to awaken. Just as everyone was still in shock from Yang Shuer's awakening, a purple light suddenly appeared in the sky above the first middle school. The purple light quickly transformed into a sun-like shape, a purple sun. Everyone in the martial arts square turned their gaze to the purple sun in the sky. They all understood that the purple sun signified the arrival of the 6 Extremes War King. Yang Chen was also puzzled as to why a purple sun would appear over Bai City. Could it be that the National Lord had come? The purple sun in the sky soon morphed into a streak of purple light. This streak of light descended into the martial arts square of the first middle school. Amidst the dazed and shocked gazes of everyone, a figure appeared in their sight. Although they had never seen this figure in reality, they had watched it many times on television. It was none other than the National Lord, Xia Jiuyu. Hiss! Everyone in the martial arts square gasped again. They could hardly believe that the National Lord had come here. On the platform, Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, then he quickly flashed to Xia Jiuyu's side. National Lord, what brings you here? Yang Chen asked curiously. I knew your sister would awaken her talent today. I thought, since you are so powerful, your sister's talent wouldn't be lacking either. God-level snow system talent, this is the person I want to select, said National Lord Xia Jiuyu. Yang Chen understood the National Lord's intention. When he was still in Longyan City, Xia Jiuyu had told him that he would select a group of geniuses from all over the Great Xia, and he would be their mentor, aiming to revive the martial arts of Great Xia in the near future. Everyone in the martial arts square was still in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and daze. National Lord. City Lord Wang Tong was the first to regain his senses. He quickly walked up to Xia Jiuyu and respectfully addressed him. National Lord. Everyone listened to the City Lord Wang Tong, and they all came back to their senses, immediately bowing respectfully to the National Lord. Xia Jiuyu nodded in response to everyone in the Martial Arts Academy square. Then, his gaze shifted to Yang Shuer. Yang Shuer trembled all over. She hadn't expected the National Lord to suddenly look at her. Shuer, come here. Yang Chen called out to his sister Yang Shuer, who was still under the awakening stone. Once Yang Shuer came to her senses, she walked over to Yang Chen's position. Brother. Upon reaching Yang Chen's side, Yang Shuer called out timidly. She felt both respect and trepidation towards the National Lord. This is the National Lord. He will be your mentor from now on. Do you agree? Yang Chen said to Yang Shuer. He also wanted to see his sister's true intentions. Naturally, he hoped that his sister Yang Shuer would agree, but everyone has different thoughts. I agree. Seeing her brother Yang Chen say this, Yang Shuer pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing his sister Yang Shuer agree, Yang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I still need to go to other places to find talents. Yang Chen, I won't stay here any longer. Okay. After Yang Chen's voice fell, the National Lord Xia Jiuyu transformed into a purple sun. In an instant, the purple sun rose into the sky and moved in a certain direction. Everyone in the Martial Arts Academy square saw the National Lord leave and thought to themselves that the National Lord truly was the National Lord, coming and going in a hurry. After the National Lord left, Yang Chen looked at his sister Yang Shuer and said, I'll head back first. After Yang Shuer nodded, Yang Chen left First High School. Once home, he didn't go anywhere. He planned to take Yang Shuer to Longyan City in a few days and then head to Zhenshur City. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yang Chen had already shared his thoughts with his family. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer both expressed their agreement. Dad, you should come with us to Longyan City too. Yang Chen looked at Yang Yonghua. He thought that if Shuer was going to Longyan City now, then their father Yang Yonghua had no reason to stay in Bai City. If he really missed his hometown, he could just come back a few times a year. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Yonghua nodded in agreement. After dinner, Yang Chen prepared to take his family to Longyan City the next day. The next day, after everything was ready, they arrived at the station. After buying tickets, they boarded the train shortly after Longyan City. After Yang Chen, Yang Yonghua, and Yang Shuer arrived in Longyan City, Yang Chen led them towards the national government. The national government. When Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer arrived outside the national government, they looked at the magnificent building, their faces revealing deep shock. Is this the national government? It looks so impressive. Yes, I think it's very impressive. 2. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer conversed. Yang Chen, the War King.
The guards at the national government saw Yang Chen and immediately came over to bow respectfully. After Yang Chen nodded in response to the guards, he led his family into the national government. He had the martial artists of the national government find rooms for his father, Yang Yonghua, and sister Yang Shuer. Once everything was organized, Yang Chen took his father and sister to tour various attractions in Lyan City. The national lord was still traveling around Daxia to select talents and had not yet returned to Lyan City. However, Yang Chen estimated that the national lord should be back in Lyan City soon. 5 days later, a purple sun appeared in the sky above Lyan City. Looking at this purple sun, many residents of Lyan City knew that it must be the national lord. Now, what other powerful beings on Blue Star dared to appear in the sky above Lyan City? The purple sun in the sky transformed into a purple light and entered the national government. The national Lord Xia Jiu, you appeared in front of everyone. National Lord, you have returned. The martial artists of the national government welcomed him. How did the talent selection go? Yang Chen also asked Xia Jiu Yu. Not bad, those geniuses will come to our Lyan City in a few days, said the national leader, Xia Jiu. Yang Chen understood. This is my dad, Yang Yonghua, and my sister, Yang Shuer, whom you already know, Yang Chen introduced to Xia Jiu. After a lengthy conversation, the national leader hosted a banquet for many top experts and renowned merchants of Lyan City. National leader, after a few drinks, Yang Chen looked at Xia Jiu. I will be going to Jinshi City tomorrow. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Xia Jiu was momentarily stunned before he reacted. He knew that Yang Chen would eventually leave the Great Xia. Yang Chen was now the most powerful warrior in Great Xia, and staying there would not allow for continuous development. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, there was no longer any lurking crisis in Great Xia, and the demon dragon abyss had already been destroyed by Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I don't know what else to say, but I hope you become the strongest warrior in our Blue Star, Xia Jiu said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen secretly smiled. He thought that the national leader's vision was still a bit limited. Being the strongest in Blue Star was not enough for him. He wanted to be the strongest man in the universe. He had grand ambitions. After the banquet, Yang Chen had a long talk with his family. Finally, the next day arrived. Yang Chen bid farewell to his family and some familiar faces in Lyan City. Under the watchful eyes of many in the national government, he transformed into a red sun. The red sun quickly ascended into the sky. Everyone in the national government looked at the red sun in the sky, their expressions somewhat dull and frozen. They could never have imagined that the Battle King, Yang Chen, had already broken through, and the principal was now an even more powerful 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. When he was a 6 Extremes Battle King, he could fight against 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns and many 6 Extremes Battle Kings. Now that he had become an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, his strength was undoubtedly even more formidable. Jinshi City. As the core of Blue Star, Jinshi City possesses the most powerful warrior force in the world. However, many people in various countries of Blue Star believe that Jinshi City is merely an extremely powerful city, a place that strong warriors aspire to. They do not realize that powerful warriors on Blue Star bear even greater responsibilities. Besides providing warriors with more resources and opportunities for development, Jinshi City also guards a certain place. This place is the Annihilation Demon Sea. Many people on Blue Star have never heard of this name. This is also because the 3 human emperors of Jinshi City wanted to avoid causing unnecessary panic on Blue Star. The Annihilation Demon Sea is the most terrifying place on Blue Star, filled with countless ferocious beasts that are extremely powerful. If the ferocious beasts from the Annihilation Demon Sea were to break out, the entire Blue Star would face a catastrophic disaster. Fortunately, in recent years, human warriors have emerged in droves, and technology has been continuously advancing. The combination of powerful warriors and technological strength has allowed countless ferocious beasts to surge out of the Annihilation Demon Sea. However, during his time in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, Yang Chen learned the latest news about Jinshi City from the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. Jinshi City is currently unstable. Moreover, those powerful, ferocious beasts in the Northern Eagle Kingdom also came from the Annihilation Demon Sea. This proves that the Annihilation Demon Sea may be on the verge of breaking loose. Once the ferocious beasts break through, it would be like a towering wave, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Yang Chen had arrived in Jinshi City. The wide streets and towering buildings were everywhere, making it clear that Jinshi City not only had the most powerful warrior force in Blue Star but also a thriving economy. He had some objectives for coming to Jinshi City, and this place was naturally the Annihilation Demon Sea. He still didn't know how powerful the Annihilation Demon Sea was and couldn't enter recklessly. He should first find the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign to gather some information. He had already located where the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was, and shortly after, he arrived outside a martial arts hall named Eternal Life Martial Hall. It was not surprising for powerful warriors to open martial arts halls, especially in a place like Jinshi City. One must know that on the surface, Jinshi City is a city, but in reality, it is larger than many countries, with a population of over 500 million. In the town of Jinshi, various forces emerged endlessly, as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The master of the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall is the Changsheng Battle Sovereign, but it's important to know that the Changsheng Battle Sovereign is merely a junior battle sovereign. Therefore, the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall is not the most elite force in Jinshi. Although the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall is not the top force in Jinshi, any 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign in Jinshi is a member of the World Council. This is also why the Changsheng Battle Sovereign went to the Great Xia to investigate the incident in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Yang Chen walked into the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall. And one must say, Jinshi is indeed Jinshi. Compared to the Badao Martial Arts Hall, the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall is like a single hair in comparison. Even someone like Yang Chen, who has experienced great storms, was still shocked by the scene inside the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall. Sir, are you looking to join our Changsheng Martial Arts Hall? A sweet-looking staff member approached Yang Chen and asked him. The staff member's attitude was very good. I'm here to find your master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign. Yang Chen directly stated his purpose to the staff member. The female staff member was taken aback. Her mouth slightly agape and an incredulous expression appeared on her fair cheeks. Some people around Yang Chen also heard his words and cast him surprised glances. In their eyes, they wondered if Yang Chen was seriously ill. Coming here to find the Changsheng Battle Sovereign? It's true that the Changsheng Battle Sovereign is the master, but what gives him the right to seek out the Changsheng Battle Sovereign, speaking so confidently as if he were very familiar with him? One must know that the Changsheng Battle Sovereign is an incredibly powerful 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. The martial artists within the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall couldn't understand what Yang Chen was thinking. I'm sorry, sir, could you please say that again? I didn't hear you clearly just now. The female staff member looked at Yang Chen cautiously, unable to believe that he was here to find the master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign. I'm here to find your master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign. You tell him my name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen repeated himself to the female staff member, also stating his name. But, the female staff member was quite troubled. On one hand, if she really reported such news to the higher-ups, and if it turned out to be a joke, she would definitely face punishment. But, on the other hand, what if Yang Chen really was here to find the master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign? What should she do then? What's going on? A middle-aged man approached. This middle-aged man was burly, with a scar on his face, looking quite intimidating. He was a mid-level grandmaster. Even in a place like Jinshi, a grandmaster is quite impressive. Jinshi may have many powerful martial artists, but that doesn't mean the title of grandmaster is no longer intimidating. No matter how extraordinary a genius is, cultivation still takes time. Especially for young people like Yang Chen, they show great respect when facing a grandmaster. Grandmaster Wu Biao, this gentleman says he is here to find the master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign, the female staff member explained. The situation. Looking for the master? Wu Biao sized up Yang Chen. He knew that Yang Chen was not a disciple of any major force in Jinshi, so he shouldn't have any connection with the master. The Changsheng Battle Sovereign. More and more people gathered in the hall of the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall, casting their gazes over. Some even whispered among themselves, secretly mocking Yang Chen. I think this person must be crazy, swaggering into the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall claiming to be looking for the master, the Changsheng Battle Sovereign. It's simply ridiculous. I also find him quite amusing. Even if there are elders in his family stronger than the Changsheng Battle Sovereign, what does that have to do with him? Moreover, he is not a disciple of the top forces in our Jinshi city. I know all the most powerful geniuses and he is not one of them. Yeah, let's see how he ends up. He has provoked Master Wu Biao, and if the master intervenes, this matter won't end well. Wu Biao was taken aback for a moment, then he looked at Yang Chen. Once he regained his composure, he asked Yang Chen, "Young man, I think you must be joking." Our hall master doesn't. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Before Wu Biao could finish his sentence, Yang Chen interrupted him. Wu Biao didn't expect a young man to speak to him in such a tone. I am a dignified master, you. His words were still unfinished when a pressure was released from Wu Biao's body. As a mid-level master, Wu Biao didn't care much about what Yang Chen thought. The release of pressure was merely to let Yang Chen know how to respect a master. The people in the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall shook their heads. They didn't expect Yang Chen to be such a reckless person. Using such a tone in front of a master was extremely unwise. Wu Biao certainly knew that after he released his pressure, Yang Chen would be terrified and unable to withstand it. This was just his very weak pressure, sufficient to deal with a young generation like Yang Chen. However, what surprised Wu Biao was that Yang Chen's face was as calm as water, as if he hadn't felt any sense of oppression at all. What's going on? Wu Biao was secretly alarmed, and just as he was about to increase the pressure, a mountain-like sense of oppression suddenly surged towards him. This kind of pressure was terrifying. He couldn't withstand it for even a second. In an instant, he was crushed to the ground by this immense force. Sweating profusely, his face was filled with extreme fear. Hiss!
Everyone in the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall gasped as they saw Master Wu Biao like this. Some were dumbfounded, unable to speak. Was this pressure? The pressures released by Yang Chen and Wu Biao were both aimed at a single target, which meant that the others in the hall couldn't experience the existence of oppression at all. But looking at Wu Biao, drenched in cold sweat and panic-stricken, they had already guessed that this was caused by pressure. So who was it that released pressure on Master Wu Biao, and could make a mid-level master like Wu Biao react this way? The people in the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall exchanged glances, unable to think of anyone besides Yang Chen who would release pressure on Master Wu Biao. But could a young man like Yang Chen really release pressure strong enough to affect a mid-level master? Could it be that he really came to find the Changsheng Battle Sovereign? A young man in his 20s voiced his opinion. Upon hearing this, the others in the hall began to believe Yang Chen's words. If just the pressure could make Wu Biao react this way, then his strength must be much greater than Wu Biao's to achieve that. Such a terrifying young man claimed he was here to find the Changsheng Battle Sovereign. Could that be a lie? If everyone in the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall had known from the start that Yang Chen was this strong, they certainly wouldn't have thought he was sick or crazy. Now that Yang Chen had demonstrated his strength, even a single pressure had made mid-level master Wu Biao react like this. Yang Chen's true strength was already beyond what the people in the hall could imagine. Those who had mocked Yang Chen earlier now had pale faces. In the face of a master, they dared not act recklessly, let alone against a warrior even stronger than a master. Would they have to settle the score? Everyone in the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall now regretted it immensely. They couldn't understand why they had said so much. They also didn't dare to sneak away. Powerful warriors had an extraordinary memory. It was better to stay here. Perhaps a strong person like Yang Chen would be very magnanimous, but if he secretly slipped away, the situation would be entirely different. Yang Chen had already retracted his pressure, and he looked at Wu Biao, whose face was filled with terror, and said, "Please go tell the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign that I, Yang Chen, have come to see him." After Yang Chen withdrew his pressure, Wu Biao felt a sense of relief, as if he had been reborn after a disaster. Listening to Yang Chen's words, he swallowed several times, and how could he dare to linger here? He hurriedly stumbled off in a certain direction. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone in the hall of the Eternal Life Martial Arts School dared not make a sound. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, so much so that a falling needle could be heard. On the other side, in a luxurious room, the Eternal Life Martial Arts School was handling some documents. Master Wu Biao says, "He has urgent business with you," the female secretary said to the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was slightly taken aback. He couldn't quite understand what business a master could have with him. However, he did not refuse to see Wu Biao. What if it was indeed something significant? Let him in. "Yes, master." After the female secretary responded, she left the room, and soon after, Wu Biao walked in. "What urgent business do you have with me?" The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked at Wu Biao, who seemed somewhat unusual. "Master, a young man has come to the martial arts school. He says his name is Yang Chen and that he is here to see you." Wu Biao dared not conceal anything. He spoke to the master, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. "What?" The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign did not expect to hear such words from Wu Biao. He suddenly sprang up from his chair. Seeing this scene, Wu Biao was somewhat dumbfounded, stepping back several paces. Quick, take me to meet Yang Chen." After saying this, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign walked out of the room. Wu Biao watched the back of the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, completely stunned. Who exactly is Yang Chen? What kind of existence did he just release pressure upon? Wu Biao felt as if his scalp was about to explode. Without thinking much, he immediately followed. In the hall of the Eternal Life Martial Arts School, no one had left. They all stared in shock at Yang Chen. In their understanding, such a thing would never happen today. Yet, now, something beyond their comprehension had occurred. "The master is coming." A cry broke the tension and silence in the hall. Everyone in the hall of the Eternal Life Martial Arts School turned their gaze to one place. They saw the master, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, and Master Wu Biao quickly approaching in this direction. "Yang Chen, it really is you." The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked at Yang Chen in the hall and immediately became extremely excited. In the Great Xia and the Northern Eagle Kingdom, he had witnessed Yang Chen's terrifying strength, especially in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, where he had even slain 6-headed 14-winged golden-winged insects. This had shocked him, the Overlord Battle Sovereign, and the returning Cloud Battle Sovereign to an unimaginable extent. As the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns of the Town World City, they believed that no prodigy in the Blue Star could compare to the prodigies of Town World City. But after encountering Yang Chen, this notion was completely overturned. Yang Chen could no longer be described as a prodigy. In their eyes, Yang Chen was a genius against the heavens. Such an existence might be able to change the situation in the Blue Star. Everyone in the hall of the Eternal Life Martial Arts School was stunned by the master's enthusiasm. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. After Yang Chen released his pressure, directly pinning Master Wu Biao to the ground, they had already realized that Yang Chen was a powerful martial artist. Many in the hall were willing to believe that Yang Chen had come to see the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. However, some remained steadfast in their views. Although they regretted mocking Yang Chen earlier, they still found it somewhat unbelievable that Yang Chen had come here to see the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. It should be noted that the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns were simply too distant, making it hard for them to believe that Yang Chen was here to see the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. But now, when facing Yang Chen, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was surprisingly enthusiastic. Who could have imagined this? Apart from being extremely shocked, the people who had just mocked Yang Chen looked even more sullen. They could only pray in their hearts that Yang Chen would not cause them any trouble. Otherwise, their lives would be over. This is not a place for conversation. Yang Chen, please follow me. After greeting Yang Chen, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign led him towards his office. Once Yang Chen and the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign left, everyone in the hall let out a long sigh of relief. The fact that Yang Chen left with the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign proved that he would not cause them any trouble. Some people secretly rejoiced, thinking that a strong person is indeed a strong person and their generosity is commendable. This incident made many realize a truth. One should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its measure. They would no longer casually mock others, as who knows when they might encounter such a situation again? The stark contrast was simply too much for them to accept. Under the guidance of the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, Yang Chen arrived at his office. Once inside, Yang Chen thought to himself that the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked rather unrefined, yet he turned out to have quite a taste. Yang Chen, thank you for coming to Jinshi City. I represent the entire World Council in thanking you. After inviting Yang Chen to sit down, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign said to him. Yang Chen was aware of the World Council. It was the highest authority on Blue Star, and the council was located in Jinshi City. To enter the World Council, one must be an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. In Jinshi City, I have the support of the human race's giants. I shouldn't have that much power, Yang Chen pondered before asking the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. You do. Your strength completely surpasses that of a high battle sovereign. When you were in Jinshi City, you were already a 6 Extremes Battle King with such power. If you are given some more time, you will become the most powerful warrior on Blue Star. Yang Chen listened to the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign's words and secretly smiled, thinking that he was already the most powerful warrior on Blue Star. However, this required the use of the Annihilation Divine Decision. He currently possessed 12 divine level talents. If he were to merge these 12 divine level talents, then no one on Blue Star would be able to withstand it. Yang Chen, may I ask what your current realm is? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign knew that Yang was a 6 Extremes Battle King, but he did not know the specifics of his realm. Primary Battle Sovereign. Yang Chen felt there was no need to hide anything, so he spoke to the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign. What? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yang Chen's words. Why you? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. Back in the Great Xia in Northern Eagle Kingdom, Yang Chen was still a 6 Extremes Battle King, and now he had actually broken through to an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign? What kind of breakthrough speed was this? In the eyes of the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign, he felt that Yang Chen was terrifying. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Yang Chen became the most powerful warrior on Blue Star. Yang Chen, do you want to join the World Council? The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked at Yang Chen with some uncertainty. Sure, I'll join. Yang Chen came to Jinshi City not for anything else but to deal with the ferocious beasts in the Annihilation Demon Sea. Seeing Yang Chen agree, a smile appeared on the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign's face. Alright, I'll inform the Vice President. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign looked at Yang Chen in front of him. Can you stay at our Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall for now? After obtaining Yang Chen's consent, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign had his secretary arrange a room for Yang Chen. Meanwhile, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign headed to the World Council. Yang Chen felt a bit aimless in the room, so he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The World Council. As the center of the highest power on Blue Star, the World Council looked magnificent and exuded an imposing aura. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was a member of the World Council, and entering it was a smooth process. He soon encountered a middle-aged man. This man was solemn and imposing, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. This person was none other than Wang Lei, the Vice President of the World Parliament. The 3 human giants had also led some parliament members into the Sea of Annihilation. The Battle Sovereigns, Bakwun and Guiyun, had entered the Sea of Annihilation as well. Vice President Wang Lei was a powerful high-level battle sovereign. Throughout Blue Star, apart from the 3 giants, there were no other emperors among the human race. Vice President, the Battle Sovereign of Longevity, called out to Wang Lei. Battle Sovereign of Longevity, you must have come to see me for a reason, right? Wang Lei asked the Battle Sovereign of Longevity. Yang Chen has arrived in Jinshi City. The Battle Sovereign of Longevity replied to Wang Lei. Yang Chen? Wang Lei pondered for a few seconds, recalling the name. After the incident in Beiying country, he had sent the Battle Sovereign of Longevity, Bakwun, and Guiyun to investigate in Daxia. Upon their return, they recounted their findings, which informed Wang Lei of Yang Chen and the emergence of a remarkable figure in Daxia. Moreover, Yang Chen is now an
8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, and he wants to join our world parliament. The Battle Sovereign of Longevity continued. Wang Lei's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Then please invite Yang Chen to the parliament tomorrow. I will notify the members still in Jinshi City. Alright. After exchanging a few more words with Wang Lei, the Battle Sovereign of Longevity left. The Sea of Annihilation had rotating defenses. During times of peace, the forces stationed there were naturally weaker. But now, with chaos erupting in the Sea of Annihilation, the three giants had also entered to maintain order. Strength was needed for defense in Jinshi City as well. Apart from the Sea of Annihilation, there was a massive cavern beneath the Golden Dragon Mountain outside Jinshi City. Although it couldn't compare to the Sea of Annihilation, it was still quite terrifying. After returning to the martial arts hall, the Battle Sovereign of Longevity shared this news with Yang Chen. The next day, Yang Chen and the Battle Sovereign of Longevity headed to the World Parliament. Upon arriving, Yang Chen discovered a crowd in the square. This group was filled with big shots. Besides Vice President Wang Lei, there were 7 other parliament members. Thanks to the Battle Sovereign of Longevity's briefing, Yang Chen was already aware that the other members had entered the Sea of Annihilation. Vice President Wang Lei and the other members looked at Yang Chen's age, their faces displaying shock. They certainly did not expect that Yang Chen, as an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, would be so young. Yang Chen, welcome, Vice President Wang Lei said after a brief moment of distraction. Regaining his composure, he extended his hand to Yang Chen. Thank you, Yang Chen replied, shaking hands with Wang Lei. Yang Chen, from now on, you are one of the members of the parliament, Wang Lei said with a smile. The first time he saw Yang Chen, he was stunned by his age. But upon a second glance, he noticed the terrifying intensity in Yang Chen's eyes, reminiscent of a primordial Tyrannosaurus. At least, he had never seen such a fearsome gaze before. Next, Yang Chen shook hands with the other parliament members as well. Once they entered the parliament hall, everyone took their seats. Vice President Wang Lei delivered a speech welcoming Yang Chen, and the event was live-streamed. The residents of Jinshi City learned that there was another member in the parliament, which meant an additional 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. No one would complain about having more strong individuals. The residents of Jinshi City were very pleased. However, Yang Chen's age surprised them a bit. Those who had mocked Yang Chen at the Battle Sovereign of Longevity's martial arts hall the day before were completely stunned after watching the livestream. In the hall of the martial arts hall, they had never expected that Yang Chen was indeed there to seek out the Battle Sovereign of Longevity. They also hadn't anticipated the Battle Sovereign of Longevity's enthusiasm towards Yang Chen. Now they finally understood. Everything clicked into place. Yang Chen was actually an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign. After the live stream ended, the members of the World Parliament did not leave the conference room. Vice President Wang Lei looked at everyone in the conference room and said, according to the report, the Jinlong Mountain Cave is also a bit unsettled. It truly is one wave after another. The members in the conference room were taken aback by Wang Lei's words. Jinlong Mountain Cave? Yang Chen was somewhat stunned. He only knew about the Destruction Demon Sea, and now another Jinlong Mountain Cave had emerged. Could it be a very powerful cave? With this thought, Yang Chen became interested. I think we will need to enter the Jinlong Mountain Cave to guard it in a few days, Wang Lei said, scanning everyone with his gaze. The people present nodded in agreement. After all, their duty was to ensure the safety of Jinshi City. Is the Jinlong Mountain Cave very powerful? Suddenly, Yang Chen asked Vice President Wang Lei. After Yang Chen's words fell, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to Yang Chen's face. They knew it was normal for Yang Chen to ask this question. It was his first time in Jinshi City, and he was unfamiliar with many things about it. Very powerful. Our exploration of the Jinlong Mountain Cave is quite shallow. We have never reached its deepest point, Vice President Wang Lei replied. How about? Yang Chen pondered for a moment before saying to Wang Lei, I go take a look. Wang Lei was taken aback. All the 8 Extremes battle lords in the conference room were also stunned. Yang Chen, you're not joking, are you? Wang Lei said to Yang Chen. The reason the Jinlong Mountain Cave still existed was that it was too powerful. No one knew if there were beings in its depths that could rival the human emperors. Their entry into the Jinlong Mountain Cave was also to guard it. It was unrealistic to think they could eliminate it. The 8 Extremes battle lords in the conference room also wore expressions of astonishment. They couldn't quite understand whether Yang Chen was fearless because he was inexperienced or if he was just saying this casually. I'm not joking. I want to go see the Jinlong Mountain Cave, and if possible, I might be able to destroy it, Yang Chen said. This was not a wild claim. His current strength was overwhelming, and having slain numerous fierce beasts had allowed his combat power to increase dramatically. If luck was on his side, he might even gain talents. Given his current timing, let alone the Jinlong Mountain Cave, even the Destruction Demon Sea was something he would dare to challenge, as long as there was no dimensional strike involved. Seeing that Yang Chen was not joking, Wang Lei and the other members in the conference room were at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the conference room became slightly tense. I think we should go to Jinshi City together. After all, I can really do it alone. Before Wang Lei could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I mean no offense, I just want to know why you want to enter the Jinlong Mountain Cave alone? Vice President Wang Lei looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Isn't it safer if we go into the Jinlong Mountain Cave together? The others in the conference room also couldn't understand this and cast puzzled glances at Yang Chen. The Chongqing Battle Lord beside Yang Chen felt the same way. Because, Yang Chen glanced at the 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the conference room, hesitating to speak. But feel free to say it, Wang Lei encouraged him. I think if we enter the Jinlong Mountain Cave together, if something happens, you might be my burden? This time, Yang Chen's words were cut off by Wang Lei. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the conference room looked completely bewildered. That's about the gist of it, Yang Chen nodded. Seeing Yang Chen nod, the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were dumbfounded. Did Yang Chen think they were a burden? It was actually quite normal for Yang Chen to think this way. He was going to the Jinlong Mountain Cave to eliminate fierce beasts, while they were entering to guard against the fierce beasts pouring out of the Jinlong Mountain Cave in the event that some unimaginable things happen. The strongest here is merely Vice President Wang Lei, who would indeed become a burden to him. The meeting room fell silent, awkwardness mingling with other emotions in the air. Ahem. Vice President Wang Lei cleared his throat twice. Yang Chen, what realm are you in now? Beginner Battle Sovereign. Then I can't understand, you're also an 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign, why do you think we would be a burden? Wang Lei looked at Yang Chen with reluctance. The others in the meeting room felt the same. As members of the World Council, they had never experienced such disdain before. Alright then, you can come with me to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. After Yang Chen said this, he thought of something else and added, if you want to come back, you can do so at any time. Wang Lei and the other 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns in the meeting room exchanged glances, not only because of Yang Chen's words but also due to the calmness and composure they lacked. What had Yang Chen experienced? Yang Chen, then we will go to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave tomorrow, how does that sound? Wang Lei offered his suggestion. Sure. Yang Chen nodded. After leaving the meeting room, Yang Chen and the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign headed towards the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall. In the car, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign couldn't help but ask Yang Chen, you aren't planning to tell me that you're not really going to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave to eliminate it, are you? Seeing the expression on the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign's face, Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Is there anything wrong with that idea? Yang Chen replied. But what? If there are extremely powerful ferocious beasts in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Then we will destroy them. Yang Chen said slowly. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign listened to Yang Chen's words. He wanted to say something else, but the words stuck in his throat. He looked at the calmness on Yang Chen's face and truly didn't know how to respond. He chose to remain silent. Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall. After the two returned to the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall, the students were in shock. The events of yesterday had taken place in the hall of the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall, but the other members had not witnessed it. However, today they learned through a live broadcast that a new 8 Extremes Battle Sovereign had joined the Town World City. These students of the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall never expected that this new member of the World Council would appear in their martial arts hall. After returning to the Eternal Life Martial Arts Hall, Yang Chen went straight to his room, meditating on the upcoming trip to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. He only hoped that the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave would not disappoint him. To be honest, he had been a beginner battle sovereign for some time now, and it was time to find a way to break through to a higher realm. Tomorrow's trip to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave would be the beginning of his breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. After washing up, Yang Chen came out of his room. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was already waiting for him in the square. Let's go. The two headed towards the World Council. Upon arriving at the World Council, all the members had gathered. Vice President Wang Lei, seeing that everyone was present, spoke up, let's set off. After saying this, the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns transformed into red suns and rushed towards the direction of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. The residents of Town World City looked up at the sky filled with so many red suns, their hearts trembling. They knew something must have gone wrong, otherwise, why would these adults all mobilize together? Golden Dragon Mountain. Under the leadership of Vice President Wang Lei, the group quickly arrived above Golden Dragon Mountain. Although there were no strong guardians in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, there were still many martial artists on Golden Dragon Mountain. These martial artists stationed on Golden Dragon Mountain, upon seeing so many red suns in the sky, displayed expressions of shock on their faces. So many strong warriors have come to Golden Dragon Mountain. At Golden Dragon Mountain, the most powerful warrior was a mid-level battle king. He was also aware that the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain had been somewhat unsettled recently, and there were frequent tremors on the mountain. Now, numerous 8 Extremes Battle Lords appeared in the sky, clearly here to address the issues of the underground caves. The many red suns hovering above Golden Dragon Mountain instantly transformed into red streams of light. The red streams of light descended upon Golden Dragon Mountain. Wang Lei and his group were reflected in the eyes of the warriors on the mountain. My lords, The warriors on Golden Dragon Mountain respectfully bowed to the group. Tianping, how is the situation in the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain? Wang Lei asked the mid-level Battle King. In response to the vice president's inquiry, there shouldn't be any major issues in the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain in the short term, but this is merely my speculation. The specific situation is uncertain, Tianping replied. Seeing Tianping's response, Wang Lei did not press further. He glanced at Yang Chen beside him. During the World Council, Yang Chen had mentioned exterminating the beasts in the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain, which had indeed startled him. Yang Chen, what do you think? Wang Lei asked Yang Chen. The other 8 Extremes Battle Lords also turned to Yang Chen, eager to know how he would respond to Wang Lei's question. Tianping and the warriors on Golden Dragon Mountain did not expect the Vice President Wang Lei to ask such a question to Yang Chen. However, in their view, since the Vice President asked, there must be a reason behind it. Yang Chen's presence with these council members at Golden Dragon Mountain was enough to indicate that he was a formidable genius. Moreover, just now, the warriors remembered clearly that the figures appearing in the sky were all red suns. They knew that only 8 Extremes Battle Lords could fly in the form of red suns. Could it be that Yang Chen was also an 8 Extremes Battle Lord? I still stand by my previous thoughts. I want to exterminate the ferocious beasts inside the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain, Yang Chen said to Wang Lei. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords were somewhat speechless upon hearing Yang Chen's insistence. During the World Council, Yang Chen had treated them as burdens. In their eyes, Yang Chen becoming an 8 Extremes Battle Lord at such a young age was undoubtedly an unprecedented existence. But was it precisely because of his age that Yang Chen exhibited such an arrogant demeanor? Yang Chen was also an 8 Extremes Battle Lord, albeit a junior one, yet he regarded them as burdens. If Yang Chen were a 10 Extremes Emperor, they would certainly not have such thoughts. Yang Chen's remarks at the World Council indeed left the 8 Extremes Battle Lords somewhat dissatisfied. But that was merely dissatisfaction. They were well aware of their duties and responsibilities as members of the World Council. The warriors stationed at Golden Dragon Mountain were left speechless. Exterminating the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain? They had thought of Yang Chen as a genius. But then they recalled that the figures appearing above Golden Dragon Mountain were all red suns. Although it seemed unbelievable, they also believed that Yang Chen was a powerful 8 Extremes Battle Lord. Now that Yang Chen had made such a statement, Vice President Wang Lei and the many strong warriors did not refute him. Therefore, there was only one possibility: Yang Chen was indeed an 8 Extremes Battle Lord. Let's enter the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain, Vice President Wang Lei said to the 8 Extremes Battle Lords. Listening to Wang Lei's words, they all followed him toward the entrance of the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain. In no time, everyone arrived outside the entrance of the underground caves. Looking at the entrance, Yang Chen thought it was the most terrifying cave entrance he had ever seen. How many ferocious beasts were there in the underground caves of Golden Dragon Mountain? There were millions of ferocious beasts invading the Great Xia, and he felt that, for a cave of this level, there must be more than 1,000,000 ferocious beasts. A smile appeared on his face. Once he entered the underground caves, he could unleash a true massacre. Enter, Vice President Wang Lei repeated, and he was the first to step into the passage. Seeing Wang Lei go in, Yang Chen followed without any hesitation. The other 8 Extremes Battle Lords gradually entered the passage of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but Yang Chen and his group finally arrived inside the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Once inside, Yang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The cave was filled with a foul stench that made one feel nauseous, with piles of bones scattered everywhere and toxic mist lingering in the air. Roar! 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 They could already hear the roars of numerous ferocious beasts around them. The outskirts of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave were inhabited by the weakest of these beasts. Yang Chen knew that Wang Lei and the other 8 Extremes Battle Lords were here to guard the cave. Their purpose was completely different from his. Without stopping, Yang Chen walked towards the source of the beastly roars. Vice President Wang Lei and the other 8 Extremes Battle Lords looked at Yang Chen's back, momentarily at a loss. I think, a mid-level Battle Lord pondered for a few seconds, we should stop Yang Chen, otherwise, if his recklessness causes chaos in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, it would be a loss for us. The other 8 Extremes Battle Lords fell silent for a moment, all agreeing that it made sense. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Lei was about to call out to Yang Chen, but before he could speak, a beastly voice emerged. Humans, do you dare to step into our territory? The 8 Extremes Battle Lords were startled and quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. A 14-winged golden-winged insect appeared. Yang Chen was quite familiar with the 14-winged golden-winged insect. Back in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, he had slain several of them. Seeing the 14-winged golden-winged insect, Yang Chen thought to himself that the ferocious beasts in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave were indeed up to something. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom why a 14-winged golden-winged insect would appear at the outskirts of the cave. Yang Chen was not going to waste any more time. Before Vice President Wang Lei and the other 8 Extremes Battle Lords could act, he directly activated his immortal battle body. Moreover, he activated the 10th level of the immortal battle body. The 30-zhan glazed golden body appeared before the eyes of the 8 extremes battle lords and also came into the view of the 14-winged golden-winged insect. In addition to radiating an extremely dazzling glazed light, it also emitted the glow of various god-level talents, making Yang Chen look like a true war god at that moment. Sky-swallowing flame god, Crimson Thunder Emperor, Extreme Ice Nether God, Shadow Sky Speed God, Furious Blade Heavenly Sovereign, Bloodthirsty Sword God, Fallen Wind God, Absolute Divine Authority, Fierce Poison God, God of Life, God of Angry Water, Dominant Blood Divine Body. A total of 12 god-level talents. Numerous god-level talents intertwined around the immortal battle body, and in that instant, the brilliance was overwhelming and blinding. Looking at the manifested immortal battle body, Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 extremes battle lords were completely stunned. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was no exception. After merging with the dominant blood divine body, the golden dragon of vital energy within him had reached 75. Plus, the dominant blood divine body was a physical talent that comprehensively enhanced his strength, speed, defense, and other physical attributes. A 14-winged golden-winged insect was only equivalent to a human's junior battle lord. Before merging with the physical talent, killing a 14-winged golden-winged insect would require combining god-level battle techniques. But now that he had merged with the god-level physical talent, the dominant blood divine body, it would be quite simple to slay a 14-winged golden-winged insect. Human, it seems you are not simple. After regaining its composure, the 14-winged golden-winged insect coldly said to Yang Chen, Vice President Wang Lei and the other 8 extremes battle lords, upon hearing the words of the 14-winged golden-winged insect, also came back to their senses. Seeing the 14-winged golden-winged insect say this, they all turned to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen had activated a battle technique of unknown rank, perhaps not even a battle technique. With their extensive experience, they couldn't even guess what it was. But since Yang Chen had done this, it proved that he had already regarded the 14-winged golden-winged insect as an opponent. They also wanted to see what Yang Chen would be like when facing this 14-winged golden-winged insect. But the eternal life battle. Sovereign knew that a 14-winged golden-winged insect was extremely weak in front of Yang Chen. He still vividly remembered what had happened in the Northern Eagle Kingdom. Are you ready? Yang Chen's gaze was like a torch fixed on the 14-winged golden-winged insect before him. Ready for what? Death. As the words fell, a violent aura erupted around Yang Chen. Boom! A sonic boom echoed in the space of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave as Yang Chen unleashed his ultimate speed, sweeping towards the 14-winged golden-winged insect. The 14-winged golden-winged insect, seeing Yang Chen's speed, suddenly had its pupils constrict. Wang Lei and the other 8 extremes battle sovereigns were also shocked by Yang Chen's speed. Just as Yang Chen was about to reach the 14-winged golden-winged insect, he raised his glass-like giant fist and pushed it out horizontally. This punch, the 14-winged golden-winged insect was taken aback. It was now completely impossible for it to evade. It could only brace itself. Human! I don't believe it. After a loud shout, the 14-winged golden-winged insect used all its magical power, forming a massive barrier. Rumble! When the glass-like giant fist struck heavily against the barrier formed by the gathered magical power, the barrier shattered instantly, and a tremendous roar echoed in the space. The glass-like giant fist did not stop. It continued to strike towards the 14-winged golden-winged insect. The 14-winged golden-winged insect was already terrified. It never expected that the magical power barrier it had gathered with all its might would be unable to withstand Yang Chen's punch. Boom! After the glass-like giant fist hit the body of the 14-winged golden-winged insect, a tremendous explosion sounded at its location. Immediately after, a mist of blood appeared before Wang Lei and the other 8 extremes battle sovereigns. Wang Lei and the others were stunned. They knew that the immortal battle body Yang Chen had unleashed should be very strong. However, they never expected it to be this formidable. The Eternal Life Battle Sovereign was also somewhat dumbfounded. He knew Yang Chen would definitely be stronger than when he was in the Northern Eagle Kingdom, but he didn't expect him to be this much stronger. A 14-winged golden-winged insect died so easily. What about those terrifying battle techniques? At this thought, the Eternal Life Battle Sovereign felt a chill run down his spine. He no longer dared to imagine just how terrifying Yang Chen truly was. Ding! Slaying the 14-winged golden-winged insect, battle power plus 16 million. After the glass-like giant fist turned the 14-winged golden-winged insect into a mist of blood, the data of the battle power drop appeared in his retina. The sounds of Yang Chen battling the 14-winged golden-winged insect echoed far and wide, and many ferocious beasts approached him at this moment. Looking at the large number of ferocious beasts that appeared, a brilliant expression emerged on Yang Chen's face. He was not afraid of the number of ferocious beasts, he was afraid they wouldn't come. You all stay back, leave these ferocious beasts to me, Yang Chen said to Wang Lei and the other 8 extremes battle sovereigns. Before the 8 extremes battle sovereigns could express their thoughts, Yang Chen activated the 75 golden dragons of vitality within him. 75 golden dragons of vitality coiled around his immortal battle body. Go! Then, the 75 golden dragons of vitality surged towards the large number of ferocious beasts outside. Not enough. Yang Chen smiled. There were indeed many ferocious beasts in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. However, one thing was that the 75 golden dragons of vitality were the golden dragons of vitality from his main body. The immortal battle body still had 30 golden dragons of vitality unused. With so many ferocious beasts, he might as well use them all. In an instant, another 30 golden dragons of vitality swept towards the area of the ferocious beasts. In the area of the ferocious beasts, violent explosions erupted one after another, and the surrounding land cracked open. Ding! Slaying the Moonshadow Eagle, battle power plus 5,000. Ding! Slaying the Iron Cloud Bull, battle power plus 20,000. Ding! Slaying the returning Demon Ant, battle power plus 8,000. The data indicating an increase in combat power continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Yang Chen did not stay in place. With a flash, he arrived at the battlefield area in an instant, aided by the speed of Shadow Sky God. Such speed! Wang Lei exclaimed in shock. As a high-level battle king, he knew well that his speed was absolutely no match for Yang Chen's. He now felt that Yang Chen's claim to annihilate the Golden Dragon Mountains underground was not a joke. The other 8 extreme battle lords were already convinced by the strength Yang Chen had displayed. Let's follow him. They were also 8 extreme battle lords, and their speed was not lacking. Soon, they arrived at the beast area. But now, apart from one shocking pit after another, there was not a single beast left. Poison absolute for 1,000 miles. Immediately, Yang Chen unleashed a god-level poison combat technique. After the immortal battle body's god-level poison talent, the fierce poison god flickered with brilliance. Trillions of poisonous insects surged forth in an instant. Yang Chen knew that for an underground of the level of Golden Dragon Mountain, relying solely on the fierce poison god was completely insufficient. However, he felt it was of no concern. He could just walk and kill, as slaying beasts would make him stronger. The trillions of poisonous insects derived from poison absolute for 1,000 miles turned many areas of Golden Dragon Mountain into a hell on earth. Countless beasts were reduced to bones under the baptism of the trillions of poisonous insects. The sounds of wailing echoed continuously in the Golden Dragon Mountain underground. The data indicating a drop in combat power surged wildly. He didn't even have time to check if he had dropped any talents. But even if he hadn't dropped any talents now, with so many beasts still in the Golden Dragon Mountain underground, wouldn't there be any talent drops? Vice Chairman Wang Lei and the other 8 extreme battle lords, upon seeing Yang Chen unleash another poison combat technique, felt their scalps tingle. They would never have imagined in their wildest dreams that Yang Chen was such a terrifying person. Wang Lei and these 8 extreme battle lords suddenly exchanged glances, uncertain whether to continue following him. Humans, it's time to stop. After the effect of the trillions of poisonous insects faded, a humanoid beast appeared before everyone. This humanoid beast was an unnamed creature, looking extremely sinister, with red and black intertwined, its figure slightly emaciated, yet exuding an aura of ultimate strength. Yang Chen could tell from the aura of this humanoid beast that it was likely a mid-level 8th-tier beast. A mid-level 8th-tier beast was equivalent to a mid-level battle lord among humans. Such a realm was already terrifying. After breaking through to the 8 extreme battle lords, further breakthroughs could be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The primary and mid-level battle lords were almost not on the same level. Of course, this excluded the existence of Yang Chen, who was like a cheat. Besides this mid-level 8th-tier humanoid beast, there were countless other beasts behind it. The number of these beasts was entirely that of a beast legion, and the quantity would only be greater than the million beasts that invaded the Great Xia. Looking at so many beasts, among which were some powerful ones, Yang Chen secretly smiled. With so many beasts, he could have a good slaughter. Vice Chairman Wang Lei and the 8 extreme battle lords stared dumbfounded at the sudden beast legion. After all, this was the Golden Dragon Mountain underground. Such mobilization capability was terrifying. They were still processing the fact that such a large number of beasts had appeared before them. It seemed that within the Golden Dragon Mountain underground there were countless underground passages. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a thing. It has been many years since any humans dared to enter our territory. This mid-level 8th-tier humanoid beast sneered at Yang Chen and his group, then continued, but to be honest, even if you humans do not come to our territory, we are already prepared to take action against you foolish humans. By the way, you foolish humans can call me Lord Lu Musheng. These humanoid beasts seemed to enjoy introducing themselves to others. It was unclear whether this would enhance their sense of superiority. Moreover, Lu Musheng, Yang Chen felt a twinge of disdain. He thought to himself, what a ridiculous name. Wang Lei and the 8 extremes battle lords listened to Lu Musheng's words and felt that Yang Chen might be right. They had to destroy the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. The possibility of merely guarding it was no longer viable. It should be noted that the beasts in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave were already preparing to swarm out and invade the city of Jinshi. They were ready for battle. If there was to be a fight, then let it be. Although they did not know what kind of beast Lu Musheng was, they could tell. He was an intermediate 8th-tier beast. Vice President Wang Lei was a high-level battle lord, and killing an intermediate 8th-tier beast was quite easy for him. You all go to a safe position. I am going to take action against these beasts. Just as Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes battle lords were considering whether to take the initiative to attack these beasts, Yang Chen suddenly turned around and said this to them. What? Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes battle lords were astonished. Follow Yang Chen's lead. For some reason, after witnessing Yang Chen's strength, Wang Lei felt a sense of reliance on Yang Chen's words. He now understood that Yang Chen was not someone who liked to joke around. If he asked them to retreat to a safe position, there must be a reason behind it. However, he couldn't understand why Yang Chen was so insistent on killing the beast alone. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to join forces and slay these beasts together? Subsequently, Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes battle lords quickly retreated to a safe location. This maneuver left Lu Musheng and the many powerful beasts dumbfounded. Human, are you really going to face us alone? Lu Musheng sneered at Yang Chen in front of him, his words dripping with disdain. Stop with the nonsense in your next life. With that, Yang Chen began to activate various divine-level battle techniques. Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion. As Yang Chen broke through to the 8 Extremes battle lord level, the flames of the Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion evolved into even more fire dragons. There were as many as tens of thousands. What kind of concept is that? Tens of thousands of fire dragons, each stretching over a kilometer long. In the space of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, the might of the fire dragons began to manifest violently. These fire dragons bombarded Lu Musheng and the beast army. Just as Lu Musheng and the many powerful beasts were still in shock over how Yang Chen could unleash such terrifying battle techniques, the next wave came: Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Underworld Ice Prison, Rageblade Heaven Slash, Bloodthirsty Sword God. Numerous terrifying divine-level talent battle techniques appeared in succession. These horrifying divine-level talent battle techniques formed a saturated attack, causing waves of explosions in the area occupied by Lu Musheng and the beast army. The entire Golden Dragon Mountain Cave trembled violently, boulders rolled down from the ceiling, and massive cracks appeared on the ground. It seemed as if the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was about to collapse. Holy crap! In their safe spot, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes battle lords watched the scene, shouting in disbelief, their eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. Back in the Beiying Kingdom, the Eternal Life battle lord had also witnessed Yang Chen slaughtering those 14-winged golden-winged insects. But compared to the scene now, it was like comparing a small witch to a great witch. Under such divine-level battle technique bombardment, even the intermediate 8th tier Lu Musheng could only be reduced to nothingness and despair. After a prolonged bombardment, not a single beast escaped from this encirclement of battle techniques. Yang Chen checked the vitality golden dragons within him and found that he had condensed 110 vitality golden dragons. He smiled with satisfaction. Initially, his body had only 75 vitality golden dragons, and now there were 110, an increase of a full 35. The 100 vitality golden dragons already represent the basic combat power of a mid-level battle sovereign. Yang Chen has now exceeded the basic combat power by more than a dozen. Moreover, he has also increased the number of glazed cells within him. Indeed, aside from the immortal golden body being improved into the immortal battle body, the original vitality golden dragons have increased to 30. The combat power of one vitality golden dragon is 10 million, so the total combat power of 30 vitality golden dragons is only 300 million. As his realm increases, the addition of 30 vitality golden dragons feels rather weak. Fortunately, both the immortal golden body and the immortal battle body allow divine-level talents to attach to them, and they can also use the fusion technique, the world-destroying divine decision. Otherwise, the immortal battle body wouldn't have much effect, at least not for the realm of 8 Extremes battle sovereign. After breaking through to mid-level battle sovereign, Yang Chen felt a bit excited. Right, talent. His realm has now broken through, but he hasn't checked if he has dropped any talents after exterminating so many fierce beasts. Hopefully, he has dropped some talents. After checking for a long time, a brilliant expression appeared on Yang Chen's face. High-level Mist talent, Misty Strike. Another good talent. Ding. Would you like to convert the high-level Mist talent, Misty Strike? Convert. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen chose to convert. Ding. Misty Strike has been converted into a divine-level Mist talent, King of Demonic Mist. After Yang Chen smiled, he fused with the King of Demonic Mist. With the King of Demonic Mist, he now has a total of 13 divine-level talents. With so many divine-level talents, it's impossible to use them all in every battle, but the more divine-level talents, the better. Don't forget one thing: the more divine-level talents there are, the greater the power of the fusion technique, the world-destroying divine decision. Ding. Would you like to fuse the divine-level Mist talent, King of Demonic Mist? Fuse. Ding. Fusion successful. A few seconds later, the King of Demonic Mist was successfully fused. Ding. Self-comprehended divine-level Mist combat technique, Absolute Heaven Demonic Mist. Absolute Heaven Demonic Mist summons countless world-destroying demonic mists which possess extremely terrifying killing intent, turning the ground into rivers of blood wherever they pass. Looking at the introduction of Absolute Heaven Demonic Mist, Yang Chen knew it was another extremely domineering divine-level combat technique. He would try it out later. Right now, he was only at the outskirts of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, and with so many powerful fierce beasts appearing, they must have come from the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Yang Chen knew that this trip to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was quite good. He had already broken through to mid-level battle Sovereign. He had also obtained the divine-level mist talent, King of Demonic Mist. Additionally, to his surprise, the number of glazed cells within him had increased again. After improving the immortal golden body to the immortal battle body, the increase of glazed cells within him had temporarily stopped. He thought that the immortal battle body could no longer be improved, but now that glazed cells had appeared again, that was a different story. Yang Chen thought that if a battle body like the immortal golden body appeared on a higher-level life planet in the universe, it would probably be considered trash among trash. This time, he needed to condense a massive number of glazed cells and then undergo a qualitative change. It was like a major upgrade for a car. Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns saw that Yang Chen had transformed into his true form, and after swallowing hard, they all walked towards Yang Chen's current position. Yang Chen, you. Wang Lei wanted to say something to Yang Chen, but he found he really didn't know how to express it. The 8 Extremes Battle Sovereigns exchanged glances, as the power Yang Chen had just displayed was truly terrifying. It made them feel as if they were ants facing an elephant. Even Wang Lei, as a high-level battle sovereign, felt this way. I am now going to the depths of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. No one knows what will happen in the depths. Yang Chen looked at Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords, and he said again, why don't you consider what I said at the World Council? Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords listened to Yang Chen's words, and they all understood what he meant. During the World Council, Yang Chen had mentioned that if they came to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave with him, they might become a burden. At first, they would never believe it. But now, the strength Yang Chen displayed forced them to accept the truth. Yang Chen, then we will leave the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave first. You take care, Wang Lei said after a few seconds of daze. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords also nodded at Yang Chen. Then, Wang Lei led the 8 Extremes Battle Lords out of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Once they emerged from the cave, they soon saw the warriors stationed on Golden Dragon Mountain. These warriors clearly felt the ground shaking and the entire mountain was trembling. The Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was far from the surface, and they could not imagine what kind of terrifying attack had occurred inside to cause such tremors. When they saw the 8 Extremes Battle Lords coming out of the cave, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the adults were safe, they felt reassured. However, some observant warriors noticed that Yang Chen, who had entered the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave with them, was not among the 8 Extremes Battle Lords. Tian Peng, starting today, you no longer need to stay stationed on Golden Dragon Mountain, Wang Lei said to the mid-level Battle King in front of him. Vice President, why is that? Tian Peng and the surrounding warriors were stunned. They certainly did not want to remain stationed on Golden Dragon Mountain for long, but now that Vice President Wang Lei suddenly announced such an order, they were puzzled. Because the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave is about to be destroyed, Wang Lei said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, the mid-level Battle King Tian Peng and the other warriors were in an uproar. They never expected Vice President Wang Lei to say such a thing. The Golden Dragon Mountain Cave is about to be destroyed? But the adults had clearly just come out of the cave. Suddenly, Tian Peng and the warriors thought of a terrifying possibility. Before the adults entered the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, Yang Chen had mentioned wanting to destroy the cave while on Golden Dragon Mountain. Now that Yang Chen had not followed the adults out of the cave, and Vice President Wang Lei had made such a statement, there could only be one possibility. They really intended to destroy the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Tian Peng and the other warriors felt a wave of dryness in their mouths. A strong person is indeed a strong person. A cave this powerful could be destroyed just like that. This was unbelievable. Soon after, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords transformed into a red sun and left Golden Dragon Mountain. Tian Peng led the other warriors away as well. Time returned to the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Inside the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, after Yang Chen had eliminated so many fierce beasts, Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were in an uproar. Seeing that Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords had left, Yang Chen continued deeper into the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. He knew that Lu Mushang and many powerful fierce beasts came from deep within the cave. Without any pause, Yang Chen continued toward the depths of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Along the way, he eliminated quite a few fierce beasts and finally arrived at the central area. An 8th tier low-level fierce beast appeared in his sight. An 8th tier low-level fierce beast was equivalent to a junior battle lord among human warriors, comparable to the 14-winged golden-winged insects. Such strength was truly pitifully weak in front of Yang Chen. Human, I really can't understand why you show no fear when facing me. The 8th tier low-level fierce beast sneered at Yang Chen. Besides this 8th tier low-level fierce beast, there were also some other fierce beasts. These ferocious beasts are not as powerful as the low-level 8th tier beasts. At this moment, all the beasts are staring at this low-level 8th tier beast, fully aware that Yang Chen will definitely not be its match. Die. Yang Chen did not want to hear too much nonsense from this low-level 8th tier beast. He took a step forward, sweeping toward the low-level 8th tier beast. His current strength is that of a mid-level battle sovereign, and to eliminate a low-level 8th tier beast, he does not need to unleash any attacks. It can be said that the gap between him and the low-level 8th tier beast is indeed quite enormous. The low-level 8th tier beast did not expect that Yang Chen was simply a reckless fool. Not only did this low-level 8th tier beast not expect it, but even the other beasts were taken by surprise. Just as the low-level 8th tier beast was about to approach Yang Chen, he struck out at it. Boom! He delivered a heavy punch to the low-level 8th tier beast. The low-level 8th tier beast thought it could withstand such a punch from Yang Chen, but when Yang Chen unleashed that punch, it realized just how completely wrong it was. This low-level 8th tier beast never imagined that, as a low-level 8th tier beast, it could not even withstand a single punch from this human. Clearly, the low-level 8th tier beast had underestimated the situation. Boom! As Yang Chen's powerful punch landed on the low-level 8th tier beast, a wave of heat suddenly surged, followed by a series of violent explosions around them. Undoubtedly, an incredibly fierce explosion occurred in the area of the low-level 8th tier beast. It was killed by Yang Chen's punch, along with the beasts that had followed it. The Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was simply too vast, and Yang Chen continued deeper into it. As he got closer to the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, a mid-level 8th tier beast blocked his path. This mid-level 8th tier beast felt somewhat familiar to Yang Chen. It was the 16-winged golden winged insect. The 16-winged golden winged insect was equivalent to a mid-level 8th tier beast, comparable to a mid-level battle sovereign among human warriors. At this moment, besides the 16-winged golden winged insect in the space of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, there were many other ferocious beasts. However, in terms of scale, the 16-winged golden winged insect was not as numerous as the initial group of beasts. This 16-winged golden winged insect was also extremely arrogant, staring coldly at Yang Chen. Human, we have actually been watching you for a long time. I see you are truly seeking death. The 16-winged golden winged insect spoke coldly to Yang Chen. In the eyes of the 16-winged golden winged insect, Yang Chen was simply too ridiculous. It had already given him a chance, so why didn't he cherish it at all? Now that Yang Chen had entered the central area of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, there was no better outcome waiting for him, other than death. Yang Chen did not want to waste too much time talking with a mid-level 8th tier beast. He directly activated the Immortal Battle Body. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, a surge of glazed golden light flowed within the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. The 16-winged golden winged insect and the many ferocious beasts looked at the Immortal Battle Body that appeared before them, all somewhat shocked. A few seconds later, the 16-winged golden winged insect came back to its senses and gave Yang Chen a cold smile. Human, it seems you have some means. In fact, it was also Yang Chen's first time encountering a 16-winged golden winged insect. Previously, he had only encountered the 14-winged golden winged insect at most. Seeing the confidence of the 16-winged golden winged insect in facing him, he felt somewhat speechless. After eliminating Lu Musheng and the beast army, his golden primordial dragon had reached 110. This was already the combat power of a mid-level battle sovereign, in addition to the enhancement of the divine-level physical talent, the blood god body. The 16-winged golden winged insect before him was truly pitifully weak. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Chen activated the Shadow Sky Speed God, rushing towards the 16-winged golden winged insect. The 16-winged golden winged insect could never have imagined that Yang Chen's speed was so astonishing. Its pupils rapidly contracted, and just as it prepared to fend off Yang Chen's attack, it realized it was already too late. Boom! The glass giant fist struck within the territory of the 16-winged golden winged insect. A 16-winged golden winged insect could not withstand such a glass giant fist. All that awaited it was death. In the depths of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, a mist of blood appeared. Initially, the ferocious beasts behind the 16-winged golden winged insect could not have imagined that it would be so easily obliterated. They were filled with terror, their souls shaken. If even the 16-winged golden winged insect was no match for Yang Chen, then they were even less so. As these ferocious beasts scattered in panic, Yang Chen struck again. With his god-level fog-type talent, the Demon Fog King, he unleashed the most suitable god-level combat skill, the Absolute Demon Fog. In an instant, a vast area within the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was shrouded in demon fog, filled with a chilling murderous intent. These fleeing ferocious beasts were instantly enveloped by the terrifying demon fog, which strangled them with its overwhelming killing intent. Data indicating a drop in combat power continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face, and he did not linger, continuing deeper into the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Just as he had suspected, while the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was powerful, it was not as formidable as he had imagined. From the looks of it now, exterminating the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave should not take too much effort. After a long while, he had already condensed 130 strands of vital energy golden dragons within him. He was getting close to the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Yang Chen was about to reach the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Just as he was preparing to move forward, a chilling voice from a ferocious beast echoed in his ear. "Human, do you think this is your territory?" The voice was so cold that it sent shivers down his spine. But for Yang Chen, no matter how terrifying the voice was, it didn't matter. After all, today he was determined to annihilate the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. After the chilling voice fell, a humanoid ferocious beast appeared before him. This was also an unknown humanoid ferocious beast, but Yang Chen could tell from its aura that it was also a mid-level 8th tier ferocious beast. The humanoid ferocious beast looked terrifying, resembling a bull demon king, and stood over several feet tall. Looking at this 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast, Yang Chen did not ask too many questions but directly inquired about what he wanted to know. "What is in the deepest part of this cave?" Yang Chen asked the 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast revealed a smile and replied, "If I told you that there is a Beast King city in the deepest part of this cave, what would you do?" Hearing the response from the 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast, Yang Chen was taken aback. "Beast King city? What is that?" Literally speaking, Beast King city is a large city inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, Yang Chen had exterminated many caves on Blue Star and had never encountered such a so-called Beast King city. The mid-level 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast initially thought Yang Chen would be afraid, but it never expected that there was no trace of fear on Yang Chen's face. It was as if he regarded the Beast King city as something quite ordinary. "Human!" The 8th tier humanoid ferocious beast coldly shouted at Yang Chen. "It seems you don't know what the Beast King city is. What if I told you that there are many powerful ferocious beasts inside the Beast King city? Are the powerful ferocious beasts you mentioned really strong?" Yang Chen thought to himself. In front of him was an 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast. Therefore, the powerful beast mentioned by this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast should be even stronger. He. The 8th tier humanoid beast sneered, "An 8th tier advanced beast. Even our city lord of Beast King City is a 9th tier beast. An 8th tier advanced beast is equivalent to a high-level battle lord among human warriors. As for a 9th tier beast, it corresponds to a human warrior of the 10 extreme emperor level." On one hand, Yang Chen feared that the depths of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave would lack challenges. At the same time, he was also afraid that the beasts in the deepest part of the cave would be too powerful. Now, from the words of this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast, he had already learned all the information. He did not regard the 8th tier advanced beast as a threat. The Lord of Beast King City was a 9th tier beast. The 10 extreme emperors of the human race do not have distinctions of initial, intermediate, or advanced levels. It can also be said that since ancient times, the human emperors on Blue Star have never broken through to the intermediate emperor level. He already knew that under the Annihilation Divine Decision he was not afraid of the human emperors. Now that the Lord of Beast King City was a 9th tier beast, the challenge was undoubtedly high. This 8th tier humanoid beast thought Yang Chen would be frightened by its words, but what it did not expect was that Yang Chen's expression remained calm. "Human, I no longer want to waste words with you, you shall die." After the 8th tier humanoid beast finished speaking, it attacked Yang Chen. Boom! A terrifying shockwave formed from magical power surged towards Yang Chen, causing the surrounding space to shatter under the impact. Seeing that this 8th tier intermediate beast had attacked him, Yang Chen did not use the immortal battle body. It should be noted that the divine level physical talent, the blood god body, does not require activation. With his physical attributes enhanced 1,000-fold, and being a mid-level battle lord himself, he was on par with this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast. In this situation, killing this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast could be described as easy as flipping a hand. Just as the attack unleashed by the 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast was about to reach him, he swiftly dodged the shockwave formed by the gathered magical power. The shockwave struck behind Yang Chen, resulting in a strong explosion that caused vibrations in the surrounding area. The 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast could not have imagined that this human in front of it could so easily evade its attack. Just as it was slightly shocked, Yang Chen had already approached it closely. Die! Under the enhancement of the divine level physical talent, the blood god body, Yang Chen completely overwhelmed this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast. Bang! Yang Chen's fist struck heavily towards the 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast. Boom! The 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast did not have time to react before Yang Chen's punch hit it. However, it must be said that the defense of this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast was quite impressive. After taking Yang Chen's punch, it only sustained some injuries and its life was not in danger. In fact, this was quite normal. This punch was merely an ordinary one from him. Without the attachment of the Vitality Golden Dragon, if he had used all his Vitality Golden Dragons, this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast would have already been dead. He did this simply to see what kind of damage his own fist would inflict on an 8th tier beast without the support of the Vitality Golden Dragon. Human, you. Although this 8th tier, intermediate humanoid beast was not killed by Yang Chen, it was already terrified. It knew very well that it could never be Yang Chen's opponent, and when it tried to say something to Yang Chen, it found it impossible to utter a word. Subsequently, like many other beasts, this 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast chose to flee. Watching the fleeing 8th tier intermediate humanoid beast, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He had encountered numerous fleeing beasts, but he couldn't help but wonder why these beasts always thought they could escape. Want to run away? Then they should ask his Shadow Sky Speed God. Whoosh! Under the influence of the God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God, Yang Chen instantly appeared in front of this mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank. The mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank was taken aback. It never expected Yang Chen's speed to be this astonishing. At that moment, it regretted to the utmost. Had it known that this human was so powerful, it should have chosen to flee earlier. Did it still have a chance now? The mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank saw that Yang Chen's speed had reached such a level. It was already in a state of utter despair, filled with unwillingness. No. With the punch that Yang Chen delivered, accompanied by numerous vitality golden dragons, he struck the mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank. It let out a loud scream. Boom! The punch and the many vitality golden dragons crashed into the body of the mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank. Instantly, an incredibly intense explosion erupted in the area of the mid-level humanoid beast. Ding! Slay mid-level 8th rank beast, battle power plus 30 million. Looking at the dropped battle power data, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Slaying a low-level 8th rank beast granted 16 million battle power, and now the mid-level 8th rank beast's battle power was 30 million, which was quite normal. After all, on Blue Star, mid-level 8th rank beasts were already the top existence. Moreover, not everyone had the ability to slay a mid-level 8th rank beast. Yang Chen did not pay much attention to the increase in battle power. He had already seen the drop data when he killed the 16-winged golden-winged insect earlier. He had learned from the mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank that there was a Beast King city deep within the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. He had never seen a Beast King city in other caves, and he hadn't even heard of it before. Without lingering too long, he headed towards the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Half an hour later. During this half hour, Yang Chen had killed quite a few beasts again. He had now reached the deepest part of the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. A Beast King city had already come into view. Looking at the grand and magnificent Beast King city before him, a look of shock appeared on Yang Chen's face. Although he knew he shouldn't use such words to describe a Beast King city, he had to admit that he was truly astonished. He had previously speculated that the Beast King city was a place for beasts to reside, and if that was the case, it should be quite enormous. However, he hadn't expected that the Beast King city would give him such a shocking feeling. Fortunately, he had learned from the mid-level humanoid beast of the 8th rank about the scale of the beasts inside the Beast King city. The strongest was a 9th rank beast. Otherwise, he might have really thought that there were unknown existences within this Beast King city. The Beast King city was pitch black, and looking at it again gave a sense of lifelessness, as eerie as hell. Above the Beast King city, numerous flying beasts circled around. Yang Chen's expression was quite brilliant. He thought that if he could destroy this Beast King city, it would definitely be very satisfying. Inside the Beast King city, in a huge hall, more than 10 humanoid beasts sat on either side. These beasts were almost identical in form to humans. At the very top of the hall, on a massive stone seat, sat a humanoid beast that seemed to be forged from molten iron. This humanoid beast was the lord of the Beast King city. It seems that some uninvited guests have arrived in our territory, the lord, named Layla Jia, said with a slightly elegant expression. Yes, city lord, they are just some human ants, but the other humans have already left our territory, except for there is still one human who not only killed many of our kin but has now arrived outside our Beast King city. In this hall, the humanoid beasts, apart from City Lord Layla, were all 8th tier high-level beasts. None of these humanoid beasts showed any signs of urgency or fear on their faces. They seemed to regard Yang Chen as if he were nothing at all. Since this human is seeking death in such a way, if we don't fulfill his wish, wouldn't that be a sin on our part? City Lord Layla said. With a smile, the humanoid beasts in the hall nodded in agreement, chuckling. Then, City Lord, let me go and eliminate that ignorant human. One 8th tier high-level humanoid beast stood up. Yunko, we will wait here for your good news, City Lord Huala said. Don't worry, just an ant, nothing to fear. As soon as the words fell, Yunko walked out of the hall. Once outside, a wave of golden light surged from its body, and immediately behind it appeared numerous golden wings. A full 20 wings. Yes, Yunko was a 20-winged, golden-winged insect. The 20-winged golden-winged insect was indeed an 8th tier high-level beast. As the 20 wings flapped, a fierce wind surged around. It soared into the sky from the Beast King city. As Yang Chen approached the Beast King city, he saw the 20-winged golden-winged insect rising into the air from the city. Whoosh! The speed of the 20-winged golden-winged insect was astonishing, almost instantaneously reaching Yang Chen's front. Human, my name is Yunku, the 20-winged golden-winged insect. Smiled coldly at Yang Chen. Seeing Yunku rise from the Beast King city, Yang Chen directly stood before it, showing no surprise, only a cold smile throughout. It seemed that Yunku must have known it had come here. If that were the case, then the intelligence of these beasts was not bad at all. I believe you should be clear about my purpose for coming here. Yunku looked down from above, coldly staring at Yang Chen. So, do you have any last words? In Yunku's view, Yang Chen was already a cold corpse with no possibility of survival. Immortal battle body. Yang Chen did not want to waste time on Yunku. He directly activated the immortal battle body, and after using it, he threw a powerful punch at Yunku. Seeing Yang Chen's sudden change, Yunku's pupils rapidly contracted, never expecting such a drastic transformation from this human. Boom! Yunku, as a 20-winged, golden-winged insect, could not withstand Yang Chen's formidable punch, especially with the activation of the immortal battle body and the enhancement of his physical talents. In the space, the glass-like brilliance and the golden dragon of vitality surged continuously, and cracks began to appear in the space. As Yunku engaged with Yang Chen, it was filled with shock, never imagining that Yang Chen's strength was so formidable. Bang! Under the assault of the glass giant fist and the golden dragon of vitality, Yunku was already terrified, as if facing hell itself. Bang! Yunku was an 8th-tier high-level beast, and it was still somewhat difficult to quickly kill it with such strength. It had no intention of continuing to fight Yang Chen. At this moment, it was severely injured and prepared to flee back to the Beast King city. With the flapping of the 20 wings, a fierce wind surged. But Yunku was frozen in place. What's going on? Yunku was shocked to find itself suddenly immobilized. It had no idea that it had been controlled by the god level. Mental talent, absolute divine authority. Want to run? Yang Chen smiled at Yunku. Why are you beasts always so naive? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yunku realized that its inability to move was the doing of this human. Human, we, our lord. Before Yunku could finish his words, Yang Chen threw a punch towards his position, already severely injured. Yunku couldn't withstand such an attack. The glazed giant fist struck his body, and he was instantly obliterated. Ding! Slayed an 8th-tier high-level beast. Battle power. Plus 50 million. Seeing the increase of 50 million in battle power, Yang Chen's face lit up with joy. Under the Beast King city, several beasts witnessed the scene of Yunku being shattered by the glazed giant fist. Subsequently, these beasts hurriedly ran into the Beast King city. Once inside the Beast King city, these beasts entered the main hall. Lord! It's bad. Lord Layla and the 8th-tier high-level humanoid beasts in the hall were still waiting for news when they saw these beasts rush in, unable to react in time. One of the beasts spoke again. Lord Yunku has been obliterated with a single punch. What? Lord Layla and the other 8th-tier high-level humanoid beasts were taken aback. Although they had already sensed something was wrong, hearing it from the beast's mouth left them stunned. Yunku was obliterated with a punch? That was an 8th-tier high-level humanoid beast. It's bad, Lord. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from outside the hall. Then, another beast entered the hall. A creature glowing with glazed golden light has appeared above our king city. The newly entered beast clearly had never seen an immortal battle body, its face filled with panic and fear. While Lord Layla and the 8th-tier mid-level humanoid beasts were still in shock, the beasts that had just entered the hall spoke up. It's that human. Upon hearing this, Lord Layla and the 8th-tier mid-level humanoid beasts all turned cold. Let's go! Immediately, Lord Layla and the 8th-tier mid-level humanoid beasts rushed outside the hall. They saw the immortal battle body hovering above the king city. Sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion. World-destroying thunder pillar. Underworld ice prison. Furious blade heaven slash. Bloodthirsty mad sword array. Before Lord Layla and these 8th-tier high-level humanoid beasts could react, Yang Chen unleashed numerous god-level battle techniques towards the ground. In an instant, fire dragons, towering thunder pillars, and barrier-like ice prisons, all of it subjected the Beast King city to devastating blows. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another in the Beast King city below Yang Chen. This massive Beast King city crumbled in an instant. Roar! Roar! The beasts within the Beast King city let out desperate and unwilling howls. Under such god-level battle techniques, they had no chance of survival. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lord Layla and the 8th-tier high-level humanoid beasts had already reached above the King city. Besides extreme anger, Layla and these 8th-tier high-level humanoid beasts were also deeply fearful. Initially, they did not believe that this human was so powerful. But now, they finally understood why Yang Chen dared to come alone to the Beast King city. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Human, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Lord Layla gritted his teeth as he glared at Yang Chen. Yang Chen had destroyed the Beast King city, so he had to show Yang Chen a thing or two. Of course, this would be something extremely unpleasant. After saying this to Yang Chen, Layla sneered at him. I admit that the battle techniques you just displayed are terrifying, but I believe you can't use such techniques continuously, right? Layla knew that such techniques couldn't be used indefinitely, otherwise, that would be too against the heavens. Behind Layla Jia, the group of 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts couldn't help but laugh. As long as Yang Chen couldn't unleash those powerful combat techniques, he would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and they could kill him however they wanted. Listening to Layla Jia's words, Yang Chen thought to himself that this Layla Jia was quite naive. It doesn't matter if the Beast King city is gone, we have already connected to the channel of the Annihilation Demon Sea. We can just rebuild the Beast King city later. But the location for us to build the Beast King city is not in this cave, but in your human race's town of the world. At this point, Layla Jia and the group of 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts burst into laughter. It seemed they had forgotten that all the beasts in the Beast King city beneath them had been annihilated by Yang Chen. Where to rebuild the Beast King city was of no consequence, it was a choice for the beasts themselves. However, Layla Jia's mention of the cave channel connected to the Annihilation Demon Sea was something he hadn't anticipated. That meant he could reach the Annihilation Demon Sea from the cave of Golden Dragon Mountain? He became somewhat interested. Human, your strength is quite impressive. If you are willing, I can use the transformation technique to turn you into a beast, and then you can fight alongside us. Seeing that Yang Chen remained silent, Layla Jia knew that what it said was true. After unleashing those powerful combat techniques, Yang Chen couldn't maintain them continuously, he would need some time to cool down. I think. Just as Layla Jia was about to say more, Yang Chen finally spoke. He looked at Layla Jia with an indifferent expression and continued, you should have finished your last words, right? Even if you haven't, I don't want to hear any more. Layla Jia and the group of 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts turned cold. In their view, they had tried to persuade Yang Chen to become a member of their beast clan, but he was so ungrateful. Human, can I take that to mean? Layla Jia's gaze was as if it wanted to stab Yang Chen at any moment, that I can make a move against you? After all, Yang Chen could no longer unleash those powerful combat techniques as long as it attacked him. There would be no chance for Yang Chen to survive. Heaven Swallowing Flame God Fusion, Crimson Thunder Emperor Fusion, Extreme Ice Nether God Fusion, the God level talents on the immortal battle body began to rapidly fuse onto Yang Chen's glazed giant fist. Watching the various strange lights of the Annihilation Divine Decision, Layla Jia, the Lord of the Beast King City, and the many 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts were somewhat dumbfounded. Although they still didn't know how immense the power of the Annihilation Divine Decision was, they could already feel the fluctuations of the god-level talents on the glazed giant fist. Just the fluctuations of such god-level talents were overwhelming for them, let alone the fact that such god-level talents were coming to attack them. Human, you don't do anything reckless. At this moment, Layla Jia and the 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts finally understood why Yang Chen could remain calm in the face of danger. They had thought that after Yang Chen unleashed numerous god-level combat techniques, he would definitely not be able to unleash them again. But they never expected such a scene to unfold next. If such an attack were to come at them, they would be utterly unable to withstand it. Layla Jia's words did not make Yang Chen want to stop at all. His expression was calm, and at this moment, the Annihilation Divine Decision had successfully fused. All the god-level talents had fused onto the glazed giant fist, making the light emitted from the glazed giant fist dazzling and unprecedented. If the Annihilation Divine Decision was not a terrifying means of attack, then it would certainly be quite impressive in terms of aesthetics. Annihilation Divine Decision, go. Suddenly, the world-destroying Divine Decision fused on the giant glass fist shot a beam of light towards Layla and the other 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts. The speed of the world-destroying Divine Decision was incredibly fast, so fast that Layla and the numerous 8th tier advanced humanoids couldn't react or defend themselves. After the world-destroying Divine Decision was unleashed, cracks began to appear throughout the entire space. It was as if the space itself could not withstand such a powerful attack, and the ground was riddled with numerous ravines. The once destroyed Beast King City now seemed to have suffered a dimensional strike, disappearing without a trace. In the final moments of their lives, Layla and these 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts were filled with terror in their eyes. The horrifying effect derived from the world-destroying Divine Decision now filled their pupils. At that moment, Layla and these 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts had forgotten their screams. Apart from the tremendous commotion, time seemed to have frozen at that instant. Boom! When the world-destroying Divine Decision struck the area of Layla and these 8th tier advanced humanoid beasts, an unprecedented explosion erupted. Boom! 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 At that moment, not only did the Golden Dragon Mountain cave tremble violently, but the Golden Dragon Mountain itself shook, the ground cracked, and in an instant the mountain collapsed. The deafening sound echoed for hundreds of miles, leaving everyone shocked and momentarily deafened. The Golden Dragon Mountain cave had collapsed, and Yang Chen had already entered a cave passage at the moment of the collapse. Although this cave passage had also suffered some collapse, it was still in decent condition. 220 Vitality Golden Dragons. Yang Chen smiled to himself. He had now condensed 220 Vitality Golden Dragons within him. It was known that 200 Vitality Golden Dragons were the foundational combat power of a high level battle respect. He had now exceeded the foundational combat power by 20. This cave passage. Yang Chen pondered for a moment. Could it be the passage to the world-destroying Demon Sea? After thinking for a while, Yang Chen decided not to dwell on it further and instead see if any talents had dropped. Super Earth Talent, Giant Force of Earth. Super Sand Talent, Furious Sand Rampage. Looking at the dropped talents, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. 2 talents had dropped, and they were both super talents. However, since the talents didn't take effect, they could be converted into divine-level talents anyway. Let's convert them first. Ding. Do you want to convert Giant Force of Earth? Convert. Ding. Giant Force of Earth converted to divine-level talent, God of Earth. Yang Chen smiled. He knew that Earth-type talents borrowed the power of the Earth to create a rapid enhancement effect. Ding. Does the host wish to fuse with God of Earth? Fuse. Ding. Fusion with God of Earth successful. After the fusion with God of Earth was successful, another system voice appeared within Yang Chen. Ding. Self-comprehension of divine-level Earth talent, Sovereign of Divine Power. Sovereign of Divine Power. After use, it can instantly increase the power of 100 Vitality Golden Dragons. In addition, defense and speed will also see a terrifying increase. Looking at the introduction of Sovereign of Divine Power, Yang Chen was somewhat stunned. With the Blood God body combined with Sovereign of Divine Power, wouldn't his physical attributes be even more terrifying? Ding. Do you want to convert Furious Sand Rampage? Convert. Ding. Furious Sand Rampage converted to divine-level talent, Desert Emperor. Fuse. Ding. Fusion with Desert Emperor. Successful. Ding. Self-comprehension of divine-level sand-type combat skill, Demon Sand Tornado. Yang Chen thought about how he now had fire, lightning, ice, speed, knife, sword, wind, spirit, poison, healing, physical body, water, mist, earth, and sand. A total of 15 divine-level talents. Who else in the entire Blue Star could compare? Moreover, the glass cells within him, after slaying Layla and these 8th-tier advanced humanoid beasts, he had gained quite a few more glass cells. Should he go directly through this passage to reach the world-destroying Demon Sea? Or should he return to the town of the world first and utilize the glass cells within him before deciding? After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Chen decided to return to Jinshur City first, not to panic. Once he fully utilized the Liuli cells within him, he would then enter the Destruction Demon Sea from here. At that time, he would directly cut off the source of power for the ferocious beasts within the Destruction Demon Sea. They would then understand what true terror meant. Although he was still uncertain whether the cave passage he was in led to the Destruction Demon Sea, it didn't matter. There was indeed a passage to the Destruction Demon Sea here. Without further thought, Yang Chen emerged from the passage. Although the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave had collapsed, it could not stop him. In no time, he exited the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave and, upon discovering that the entire mountain had collapsed, he shook his head and smiled before transforming into a red sun. The red sun headed towards Jinshur City. Jinshur City, World Council. Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords had already learned of the collapse of Golden Dragon Mountain. They wanted to go check Golden Dragon Mountain again, but then recalled what Yang Chen had told them, which made them abandon that plan. The martial artists stationed at Golden Dragon Mountain, upon learning of its sudden collapse, had their eyes wide open like copper bells filled with shock and daze. At that moment, a red sun appeared in the sky above Jinshur City. Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords immediately noticed the red sun hovering above Jinshur City. Was Yang Chen back? Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords felt their hearts leap to their throats, hoping that the red sun above Jinshur City was indeed Yang Chen. They saw the red sun transform into a streak of red light as it reached the World Council, morphing into a figure. The figure was none other than Yang Chen. Seeing that it was indeed Yang Chen, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were overjoyed. Yang Chen, Wang Lei and the others rushed forward. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Lei asked Yang Chen, Golden Dragon Mountain has collapsed, and the cave inside. At this point, Wang Lei did not finish his sentence but looked at Yang Chen with a probing gaze. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords beside Wang Lei were also eager to know what had happened in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. The Golden Dragon Mountain Cave has been destroyed by me, Yang Chen said slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords let out a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing. When they had exited the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, they had already believed that Yang Chen could destroy it. The power Yang Chen had displayed while in the cave was truly terrifying. Now that Yang Chen had personally stated that he had destroyed the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, they were overjoyed. Next, Wang Lei and the others invited Yang Chen into the main hall of the World Council. Vice President, there should be a place in Jinshur City where one can create their own battle techniques, right? Upon entering the hall, before anyone else could speak, Yang Chen took the lead. A place to create battle techniques? Wang Lei did not expect Yang Chen to say such a thing. After a moment of surprise, he continued, you mean the Martial Awareness Tower, right? Yang Chen thought that it seemed the place for creating battle techniques was indeed called the Martial Awareness Tower. Yang Chen, there are 3 types of Martial Awareness Towers in Jinshur City, one for the For Directions Battle Generals, one for the 6 Extremes Battle Kings and one for the 8 Extremes Battle Lords, Wang Lei explained to Yang Chen. 3 types? Yang Chen thought this should be more precise. Yang Chen, do you want to create your own battle technique? Wang Lei looked at Yang Chen with some confusion. The others in the hall were also quite astonished. They simply could not understand why Yang Chen suddenly wanted to create his own battle technique. However, upon reflection, creating one's own battle technique was a very normal thing and there was no need to dwell on it too much. Yes, Yang Chen nodded in response to Wang Lei's inquiry. Next, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords discussed some matters in the Grand Hall of the Council. Yang Chen had no interest in what they were discussing, and after leaving the hall, he headed straight for the Martial Awareness Tower. By the way, does the Martial Awareness Tower require a badge? However, he thought that as a member of the World Council, this was a symbol of identity, so he probably wouldn't need a martial artist badge to enter. Without much hesitation, he arrived at the area of the Martial Awareness Tower. 3 Martial Awareness Towers appeared before Yang Chen. One had 10 floors, another had 20 floors, and the highest one had 30 floors. Yang Chen knew that the Martial Awareness Tower the 8 Extremes Battle Lords entered must be the highest one. Just as he was about to enter the Martial Awareness Tower area, he was stopped by a martial artist managing the tower. Sorry, this area. The martial artist's strength was not very high, he was just a junior grandmaster. Just as he was about to speak to Yang Chen, he suddenly found Yang Chen somewhat familiar. It was quite normal for him to feel that way. When Yang Chen entered the World Council, there had been media coverage. But with such a large Jinshi city, it was impossible for everyone to know Yang Chen's appearance. Just like in Huaxia, a certain young star's name was well known, yet many people didn't know what he looked like. My name is Yang Chen, could you please check? You. The junior grandmaster was stunned upon hearing Yang Chen's words, his eyes bulging out in shock. You are Yang Chen? The junior grandmaster suddenly realized why Yang Chen looked somewhat familiar. It turned out to be Yang Chen. He wasn't sure about Yang Chen's appearance, but he was very clear about the name Yang Chen, the newly appointed council member of Jinshi City. Who doesn't know that? Lord Yang Chen, please go in. The junior grandmaster dared not stop Yang Chen any longer and quickly stepped aside. Once in the Martial Awareness Tower area, Yang Chen looked at the 3 towers before him. Then, he walked towards the highest Martial Awareness Tower. After seeing Yang Chen enter the tower belonging to the 8 Extremes Battle Lords, the junior grandmaster thought to himself about what kind of terrifying battle techniques Lord Yang Chen might create. Upon reaching the first floor of the Martial Awareness Tower, Yang Chen found that his thinking and brain capacity were rapidly expanding. The first floor of the Martial Awareness Tower was not his destination. He aimed to reach the highest level. Each floor brought a certain pressure, but such pressure was nothing to him. 10 floors, 15 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors. Soon, Yang Chen reached the top floor of the Martial Awareness Tower. Upon reaching the top, his thinking and brain capacity experienced another rapid enhancement. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and the glass-like cells in his body began to operate at high speed. This time, he aimed not only to improve the immortal battle body but also hoped for a qualitative change in it. He knew that such a change would require some time, even at the top of the Martial Awareness Tower. Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were considering whether to enter the Annihilation Demon Sea. Now that the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave had been destroyed, they were still unaware of the current situation in the Annihilation Demon Sea. Just as they were carefully contemplating, a glass-like golden light pillar suddenly shot up into the sky from the top of the Martial Awareness Tower. In that instant, the entire sky above Jinshi City was illuminated in gold. The residents of Jinshi City gasped at this phenomenon, not expecting such a change to occur. Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords also rushed to the base of the Martial Awareness Tower at the first opportunity. Staring at the glass-like golden light pillar soaring from the tower, they were dumbfounded, speechless. Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords certainly couldn't fathom why the self-created battle technique would produce such a phenomenon. This was simply too incredible. An hour later, Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords decided to head to the Annihilation Demon Sea. Anyway, in the town of Jinshi, with a prodigy like Yang Chen around, what worries do they have? They acted immediately. Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords transformed into a red sun, heading towards the area of the Annihilation Demon Sea. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Several days passed. Yang Chen, on the 30th floor, opened his eyes. After taking a breath, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. I originally wanted the immortal battle body to undergo a qualitative change, but it seems impossible now. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. He had hoped to significantly improve the immortal battle body, but the Liuli cells were still just Liuli cells. Over these few days, he had made many efforts, but the Liuli cells simply could not undergo a qualitative change. Fortunately, the immortal battle body had been strengthened by the Liuli cells, enhancing it considerably. The same 10th floor, but each floor had 8 vitality golden dragons. 10 floors meant 80. Yang Chen shook his head. It was still not enough. For powerful warriors, what were 80 vitality golden dragons worth? However, the fusion of his god-level talent had increased the power of the Annihilation Divine Decision a bit, which provided him with some comfort. He recalled when he had absorbed the blood of the golden, fierce beast, resulting in the emergence of golden cells in his body. Later, in the Martial Awakening Tower, the golden cells mutated into the current Lioli cells. The Lioli cells had now reached a critical point. If they could not change further, their effectiveness would be minimal. He had originally wanted to rename the immortal battle body, but now it seemed unnecessary. He currently had 220 vitality golden dragons in his body, and with the improved immortal battle body, there were a total of 300 vitality golden dragons. What he faced now was the boundary limitation between the High Battle Lords and the 10 Extremes Emperors. The Annihilation Demon Sea should be an opportunity for him. On the other side, during the days Yang Chen spent in the Martial Awakening Tower, the Annihilation Demon Sea underwent earth-shattering changes. With the 3 major human leaders leading the charge in guarding the Annihilation Demon Sea for so long, Vice President Wang Lei and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords finally arrived, and a great battle erupted. The Annihilation Demon Sea was terrifying. The leaders and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were currently not inclined to confront the fierce beasts of the Annihilation Demon Sea. Their strength was still insufficient, but it was not easy for the Annihilation Demon Sea to break through their defenses either. Both sides exchanged blows until a powerful fierce beast appeared, breaking the stalemate. The 3 major human leaders were the Thunder God Leader, the Martial God Leader, and the Mad Dragon Leader. It could be said that these 3 leaders were the true backbone of humanity. The Martial God Leader had become trapped in the Annihilation Demon Sea to protect the other warriors, and no one knew what had happened to him now. The Thunder God Leader and the Mad Dragon Leader led the warriors away from the Annihilation Demon Sea. At this moment, they were glaring, red-eyed at the Annihilation Demon Sea. Originally, they had the strength to fight against the fierce beasts of the Annihilation Demon Sea, but the sudden appearance of the fierce beasts left them at a loss. Let's go in and rescue the Martial God Leader. I volunteer. I volunteer. The warriors all volunteered. The Martial God Leader got trapped in the Annihilation Demon Sea to let us escape. If we go back in, wouldn't that make everything he did in vain? The Thunder God Leader gritted his teeth. The fierce beast that appeared is on par with my strength, but among those fierce beasts, there are originally 3 9th-tier fierce beasts, otherwise, we wouldn't have to fear them at all. At this time, Yang Chen had already left the Martial Awakening Tower. After leaving the Martial Awakening Tower, he transformed into a red sun and headed towards Golden Dragon Mountain. Golden Dragon Mountain. It didn't take long for Yang Chen to reach Golden Dragon Mountain. Golden Dragon Mountain was now in ruins, but since he had come out of the cave of Golden Dragon Mountain, he certainly had a way to get back in. Moments later, relying on the passage from the last time, Yang Chen once again entered the cave of Golden Dragon Mountain. In the Jilong Mountain Cave, there were no fierce beasts left now. Upon reaching the cave passage from last time, Yang Chen fell into contemplation. The last time he arrived at this cave passage, he had speculated that it was connected to the passage of the Annihilation Divine Sea. This was merely a guess. Whether it was true or not, he did not know at this moment. After the improvement of his immortal battle body, his strength had risen to another level. He no longer cared whether this passage led to the Annihilation Divine Sea. He had too many other things on his mind. So what? Whether it was or not. If people block him, he would kill them. If Buddhas block him, he would kill Buddhas. Immediately, Yang Chen walked towards the passage. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt the sound of waves. Sure enough, this passage was indeed the way to the Annihilation Divine Sea. For martial artists who had reached the Grand Master level, there was almost no difference between being in water and on land. However, Grand Masters could not go too deep, but once they reached the 4 Directions Battle General level, they would condense a Vitality Golden Dragon within their bodies, making depth irrelevant. Yang Chen knew he was about to reach the Annihilation Demon Sea. He was curious to see how powerful the Annihilation Demon Sea was. He continued walking forward, and a few minutes later, several fierce beasts appeared before him. Roar! 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 These fierce beasts were all low-level ones, and they never expected a human to appear before them. By the time these fierce beasts reacted, they let out intense roars at Yang Chen. After the roars subsided, the fierce beasts lunged at Yang Chen. Looking at the charging beasts, Yang Chen shook his head. In his view, these beasts would never dream of how vast the gap between them and him truly was. A faint trace of vitality power was released from Yang Chen's body. In an instant, the fierce beasts exploded into pieces. There was no change on Yang Chen's face. This was just an ordinary occurrence. He stepped into the Annihilation Demon Sea. Black. It wasn't that the place Yang Chen saw was black. Rather, the seawater was black. The pitch-black seawater gave a deep sense of oppression. This kind of pressure would be unbearable for an ordinary martial artist. Since he entered the Annihilation Demon Sea from the Jilong Mountain Cave, he had no idea how vast the Annihilation Demon Sea was. But in any case, the Annihilation Demon Sea was certainly much larger than the Jilong Mountain Cave. The two were not even comparable. Yang Chen suddenly froze. He never expected that a human would come rushing towards him, and behind this human there was a fierce beast chasing after him. This fierce beast seemed in no hurry to kill the human, giving off a cat and mouse vibe. It would only kill once it got bored. The human was already severely injured, while the fierce beast behind him was unscathed, looking as if nothing had happened. With the speed of this fierce beast, it could easily catch up to the injured human. It was just a matter of whether it wanted to or not. Watching this injured human, Yang Chen fell silent. Foolish human, run, run. The fierce beast behind the human sneered continuously. In its eyes, the fleeing human was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And this fleeing human was none other than one of the human race's emperors, the divine martial giant. After arriving in the town of the world, Yang Chen had seen the divine martial giant through certain channels. He was well aware that the three giants led their strong followers into the Annihilation Demon Sea. Now that the divine martial giant appeared here, could it be? Yang Chen thought it was bad. Had the defense line into the Annihilation Demon Sea already collapsed? If that were the case, it would not only be a catastrophic disaster for the town of the world but for the entire Blue Star as well. When the fleeing divine martial giant saw Yang Chen, he was also stunned, never expecting to see anyone else in the Annihilation Demon Sea. Moreover, it was such a young boy. How did he enter the Annihilation Demon Sea? The divine martial giant knew that he had no chance of surviving today. Running away was merely a way to buy some time. Run! As the distance closed in, the divine martial giant had no time to think further and shouted urgently. Yang Chen also understood that behind the divine martial giant was a 9th-tier ferocious beast. It seemed that both the 9th-tier ferocious beast and the 10th extreme emperor had no distinctions in lower realms. What are you still doing there? Why aren't you running? Seeing that Yang Chen showed no signs of wanting to escape, the divine martial giant shouted at him again. He couldn't understand why a young man would not flee in such a situation. If it were due to fear rendering him paralyzed, he could understand that. But the Yang Chen before him wore an incredibly calm expression, as if he looked down on the 9th-tier ferocious beast entirely. Why should I run? Yang Chen smiled at the divine martial giant. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the divine martial giant was stunned, his entire worldview shaken. Why should I run? Not only the divine martial giant, but even the 9th-tier ferocious beast behind him was taken aback. It had already noticed the human in front of the divine martial giant, but in its eyes, these humans were pitifully weak and hardly worth its attention. Yet now, this human was so arrogant in the face of it? As the divine martial giant's worldview was shaken, he had already reached Yang Chen's side. Although he didn't know what Yang Chen was thinking, seeing this situation, the divine martial giant decided not to run anymore. Young man, you are very brave. After thinking for a moment, the divine martial giant praised Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced at the divine martial giant beside him and noticed several shocking blood holes on his body. Actually, more than your bravery, I want to know how you entered the Destruction Demon Sea. The first batch to enter the Destruction Demon Sea were all members of the World Council. When they entered, Yang Chen was not a member of the World Council, and he certainly did not know Yang Chen now. Even if Yang Chen were a member of their World Council, he had not entered the Destruction Demon Sea with Wang Lei and the 8 Extreme Battle Lords. Not having entered the Destruction Demon Sea but now appearing here made the divine martial giant feel it was utterly incomprehensible. The 9th-tier ferocious beast also paused. This 9th-tier ferocious beast was, of course, a humanoid beast, and by the standards of ferocious beasts, it was quite handsome. It also wanted to know how this human had entered the Destruction Demon Sea. I entered the Destruction Demon Sea from the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Yang Chen slowly spoke to the divine martial giant. The divine martial giant was taken aback upon hearing Yang Chen's words. You entered the Destruction Demon Sea from the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave? Quickly regaining his composure, he continued to ask Yang Chen, young man, even if there is a passage to the Destruction Demon Sea in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, the cave itself is very powerful, so, seeing that the 9th-tier ferocious beast showed no intention of attacking them, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. He knew that today, he and Yang Chen could not leave the Destruction Demon Sea. It's simple, I destroyed the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Yang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. Hiss! But the divine martial giant couldn't help but gasp at Yang Chen's words. The Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was destroyed? By him. The divine martial giant looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how Yang Chen could single-handedly destroy the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave. Even he could not accomplish such a feat alone. Or was Yang Chen just joking? It didn't seem like it. The divine martial giant knew from his years of experience that Yang Chen did not appear to be lying. If Yang Chen truly destroyed the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave by himself, then this 9th-tier ferocious beast before him was indeed no match for Yang Chen. This matter was indeed too significant. The heart of the divine martial giant was already stirred by tremendous waves, and he could no longer care about the pain in his body. Human, you say the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was destroyed by you? The watching 9th-tier beast was furious, staring intently at Yang Chen. That's right, it was destroyed by me, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Since you destroyed the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, then I will seal you in the Demon Sea forever, to be devoured by the Spirit-Eating Clan for eternity. That should be no problem, right? The 9th-tier humanoid beast coldly spoke to Yang Chen. The Divine Martial Giant listened to the conversation between Yang Chen and the 9th tier beast, and he believed that the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave had indeed been destroyed by Yang Chen. When did such a being appear in Blue Star? Hearing the words of the Divine Martial Giant, Yang Chen's face showed no excessive fluctuations. The Immortal Battle Body. Then, Yang Chen activated the Immortal Battle Body. After the improvement, the Immortal Battle Body appeared even more shocking in appearance. Aside from the increase in the Vitality Golden Dragons, everything else remained largely the same. But now there was also the Blood Dominator and the God of Strength. Without them, it would be impossible to kill a 9th tier beast in close combat. Now, it was completely possible. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, the Divine Martial Giant beside him was completely stunned, looking at Yang Chen in extreme shock. Even as a giant of the human race, he did not know what this was. Foolish human, is this your reliance? The 9th tier beast looked at him indifferently. Yang Chen, however, did not want to say much to this 9th tier beast. Instead, he activated the God-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. Whoosh! A residual shadow remained in place as Yang Chen swept toward the 9th tier beast. So fast! The Divine Martial Giant was astonished. He knew Yang Chen's speed would be fast, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. The Shadow Sky Speed God did not manifest in a separate form, so the Divine Martial Giant did not realize this was the Shadow Sky Speed God. The 9th tier beast was also suddenly startled. It never imagined Yang Chen's speed could reach such a level. Just as it caught sight of Yang Chen's figure, Yang Chen had already appeared in front of it. Moreover, like a nuclear bomb, a glass-like giant fist was hurled at the 9th tier beast. The 9th tier beast was horrified and quickly dodged. After avoiding the terrifying glass-like fist, the 9th tier beast was extremely enraged. Human, die. Then, the 9th tier beast also attacked Yang Chen, releasing countless magical powers from its body. These magical powers caused the seabed to tremble, with continuous muffled sounds echoing. The magical powers released by the 9th tier beast quickly formed a ghostly shape. At this moment, the 9th tier beast let out a sinister laugh in its eyes. Even if Yang Chen's speed was fast and his attacks were powerful, it was absolutely impossible to withstand its assault. In other words, Yang Chen was about to lose his life. The 9th tier beast could never have imagined the combination of the Immortal Battle Body plus Blood Dominator plus God of Earth. The Immortal Battle Body and the 2 God-level talents had pushed Yang Chen's physical attributes to the extreme. Even a 10 Extreme Emperor could not compare. Now, let him try the God-level battle skill matched with the God of Earth, the supreme power of Earth. As the ghostly forms created by the magical powers rushed toward Yang Chen at high speed, Yang Chen activated the supreme power of Earth. After activating the supreme power of Earth, the 100 Vitality Golden Dragons infused his entire body, enhancing the Immortal Battle Body to a new level. Boom! The glass-like giant fist struck the ghostly forms created by the magical powers. In an instant, the ghostly forms vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. This could be considered a punch that breaks all laws. When strength reaches a certain level, the physical body can also become sacred. Of course, with numerous God-level talents, Yang Chen would not choose to walk a single path to the end. What he was doing now was merely testing the God-level Earth talent battle skill. The giant power of Earth, the 9th tier ferocious beast, was not yet dead, and next came the God-level sand-type talent, Desert Emperor. This was the seabed. However, Yang Chen did not believe it would affect anything. A small seabed, if it could affect the performance of God-level sand-type talents and God-level combat skills, then what was the point? Just at the moment when the 9th tier ferocious beast was stunned, the God-level sand-type talent, Desert Emperor, attached to the Immortal Battle Body emitted a burst of light. Immediately, a massive wave of sand appeared in the area of the 9th tier ferocious beast. This overwhelming sand was extremely lethal, looking terrifying and shocking. The 9th tier ferocious beast could not have imagined that such a massive wave of sand would suddenly appear in its area. It was preparing to defend itself but found itself at a loss. Block it, the 9th tier ferocious beast cried out in despair. In the end, this 9th tier ferocious beast managed to withstand the God-level sand type combat skill, Demon Sand Tornado. The power of the Demon Sand Tornado was similar to that of the God-level wind-type combat skill, Fallen Dragon Tornado. Yang Chen was too strong now. Even if this 9th tier ferocious beast withstood the Demon Sand Tornado, it paid a huge price. It was already severely injured. The nearby Divine Martial Giant was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, or rather, it had been a long time since his eyes had been this wide. Human, you, I. Just as the already injured 9th tier ferocious beast wanted to say something to Yang Chen, the glazed giant fist once again unleashed a powerful fist aura, which, accompanied by the Vitality Golden Dragon, swept towards the 9th tier ferocious beast like a bright moon. Boom! At this moment, the 9th tier ferocious beast had no way to evade such an attack. After being struck by the fist aura and the Vitality Golden Dragon, its entire body exploded. Ding! Slay the 9th tier ferocious beast, battle power plus 80 million. 80 million? Yang Chen thought about how he gained 50 million battle power for slaying an 8th tier advanced ferocious beast. The battle power increase for slaying a 9th tier ferocious beast was 80 million. That was already quite impressive. There were not many 9th-tier ferocious beasts on Blue Star. A 9th-tier ferocious beast just disappeared like that? The Divine Martial Giant, still in shock, was even more bewildered. After Yang Chen displayed his strength, he knew that Yang Chen must be stronger than this 9th-tier ferocious beast, but he never expected that a 9th-tier ferocious beast would be so far behind Yang Chen. Moreover, Yang Chen's fists, movement, techniques, and the combat skills he displayed, in the eyes of the Divine Martial Giant, these were all unique. Terrifying, too terrifying. The emergence of such a being on Blue Star was truly a blessing for Blue Star. Cough, cough. A few mouthfuls of fresh blood were coughed out by the Divine Martial Giant. He was already severely injured, and now his life functions were deteriorating. After slaying this 9th-tier ferocious beast, Yang Chen looked at the Divine Martial Giant, knowing that he was close to his end. After pondering for a few seconds, he decided to take the Divine Martial Giant out first. After slaying the 9th-tier ferocious beast and causing such a commotion, the powerful ferocious beasts in other parts of the Annihilation Demon Sea would definitely come looking for them. Although he was not afraid, the Divine Martial Giant could not hold on for much longer. Moreover, before entering the Annihilation Demon Sea, on the surface, he and the Divine Martial Giant had no intersection. But upon closer thought, who on Blue Star had no intersection with the 3 great giants of the human race? Or rather, everyone on Blue Star was under the protection of the 3 great giants. As the 10 extreme emperors of the human race, if they were not guarding the Annihilation Demon Sea, it would not just be a problem for the town of the world, but a problem for the entire Blue Star. Once these powerful ferocious beasts from the Annihilation Demon Sea reached the inland, they would sweep through and annihilate the various nations on Blue Star's inland. The destruction of the Northern Eagle Nation was a clear example. My lord, could you tell me your name? After Yang Chen reached the side of the Divine Martial Giant, the Divine Martial Giant weakly asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen. Yang Chen directly told the Divine Martial Giant his name. The Divine Martial Giant would directly address him as my lord, which surprised him somewhat, but it didn't reach the level of shock. Having killed a 9th-tier ferocious beast at such speed, his strength was certainly greater than that of the Divine Martial Giant. Lord Yang Chen, you should go first. I'm too severely injured, I'll hold them off for you later. You. My lord, what are you doing? Before the Divine Martial Giant could finish his sentence, he found his arm gripped by a strong and powerful hand. Then, he was rapidly pulled towards a certain direction, unable to resist. Moments later, Yang Chen and the Divine Martial Giant arrived at the Cavern Passage. They passed through the Cavern Passage into the Golden Dragon Mountain Cavern. Looking at the collapsed Golden Dragon Mountain Cavern, the Divine Martial Giant felt a deep sense of shock and involuntarily swallowed several times. Town of the World, World Council. Ever since the Divine Thunder Giant and the Mad Dragon Giant returned to the Town of the World, everyone had been silent for a long time. They all understood that once the Divine Martial Giant fell into the Sea of Annihilation, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. The Divine Martial Giant was the first 10 Extremes Emperor of Blue Star. Everyone, the fall of the Divine Martial Giant means that the overall strength of our Town of the World has weakened significantly. Now that the Sea of Annihilation is in turmoil, our burden will be even heavier. The Divine Thunder Giant spoke to the members of the council in the Great Hall. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the Great Hall were well aware of this fact. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Great Hall became heavy. Chairman, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you. At this moment, the Vice Chairman Wang Lei suddenly spoke up. The Divine Thunder Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the Great Hall all turned their gazes towards Wang Lei, eager to know what he would say next. Go ahead, the Divine Thunder Giant said to Wang Lei. Then, Wang Lei recounted everything about Yang Chen in detail. Wang Lei, the Eternal Life Battle Lord, and some other Battle Lords had all witnessed Yang Chen's strength firsthand. After they saw the towering glass pillar of light from the Martial Perception Tower, they felt relieved and decided to head to the Sea of Annihilation. As soon as they arrived at the Sea of Annihilation, a great battle broke out, so they didn't have the chance to discuss Yang Chen's matters. The Overlord Fist Battle Lord and the Returning Cloud Battle Lord, who had gone to the Great Xia with the Eternal Life Battle Lord, also knew about Yang Chen. At that time, they were completely awed by Yang Chen's strength. Now, learning from Vice Chairman Wang Lei that Yang Chen had annihilated the Golden Dragon Mountain Cavern, the Divine Thunder Giant and the Mad Dragon Giant both wore expressions of shock. Not just them, but all the 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the Great Hall felt the same. In their eyes, it seemed that another 10 Extremes Emperor had emerged in Blue Star. If that were the case, it would be a tremendous blessing. I see that the anomaly at the Martial Perception Tower has already disappeared. I wonder if Yang Chen is still inside, Wang Lei added. He and the other 8 Extremes Battle Lords had no idea that Yang Chen had already entered the Sea of Annihilation through the Golden Dragon Mountain Cavern and had successfully rescued the Divine Martial Giant. Wang Lei's words slightly lifted the atmosphere in the Great Hall, but the topic quickly returned to the Divine Martial Giant and the Sea of Annihilation. The Divine Thunder Giant and the Mad Dragon Giant decided not to disclose the news of the Divine Martial Giant falling into the Sea of Annihilation for the time being. If they announced it, it would be easy to imagine that it would definitely cause panic. The 8 Extremes Battle Lords in the Great Hall also understood that this was the only option for now. They were about to face the impending storm of the Sea of Annihilation. Everyone felt somewhat pessimistic. Although Yang Chen's appearance brought them some comfort when faced with the powerful Sea of Annihilation, they still. At this moment, Yang Chen and the Divine Martial Battle Lord had exited the Golden Dragon Mountain Cavern. Seeing that, even the Golden Dragon Mountain had collapsed, the Divine Martial Giant was in complete admiration of Yang Chen. Cough cough. At this moment, the Divine Martial Giant coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. Seeing that the injuries of the Divine Martial Giant were becoming increasingly severe, Yang Chen decided to treat him right there. Given the extent of the Divine Martial Giant's injuries, the chances of healing him in one go were slim. Yang Chen activated his God-level healing talent, the God of Life. A gentle stream of energy flowed towards the Divine Martial Giant's body. The Divine Martial Giant was astonished. According to the records in the talent guide, this was indeed the God-level healing talent, the God of Life. Once the green spiritual energy entered the Divine Martial Giant's body, he could feel it repairing him. He closed his eyes, utilizing his powerful functions to repair his body as quickly as possible. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Yang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. After 3 hours of treatment, the Divine Martial Giant's injuries had improved significantly. If he received another treatment in 2 days, he would be just fine. He had only begun treating the Divine Martial Giant now because he feared that the ferocious beasts from the Annihilation Demon Sea would come after them. But now it seemed he had overthought it. The Divine Martial Giant had opened his eyes, his face filled with gratitude. Yang Chen had saved him. Lord Yang Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, then, no need to say that. Let's return to Jinshi City first. During the time from the Annihilation Demon Sea to Golden Dragon Mountain, he had learned from the Divine Martial Giant about the events that had transpired in the Annihilation Demon Sea. Now, the Thunder God Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords must be feeling quite pessimistic. Alright, let's head back to Jinshi City. Immediately, the Divine Martial Giant transformed into a blazing red sun in the sky. Watching the Divine Martial Giant take on the form of the sun, Yang Chen thought to himself that although both the 10 Extremes Emperor and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were in the form of red suns, there was still a difference. The 10 Extremes Emperor was a crimson sun, more shocking from any angle, easily distinguishable at a glance. Yang Chen also transformed into a red sun. The maximum number of high-level Battle Lord Golden Dragons was 500. He was still quite far from that. Seeing Yang Chen in the form of a red sun, the Divine Martial Giant was stunned. He never would have imagined that Yang Chen was merely an 8 Extremes Battle Lord. An 8 Extremes Battle Lord had actually slain a 9th tier ferocious beast, and so easily? The Divine Martial Giant found it hard to believe, but it was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. It was all real. If an 8 Extremes Battle Lord could achieve this, what kind of power would a 10 Extremes Emperor wield? Without lingering too long above Golden Dragon Mountain, Yang Chen and the Divine Martial Giant flew towards Jinshi City. World Council. Just as the Thunder God Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords emerged from the Great Hall, they noticed 2 suns appearing in the sky. One was a crimson sun, and the other was a red sun. The 10 Extremes Emperor and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords. As the 2 giants and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were in shock, 2 streaks of light appeared in the square of the World Council. When the light faded, 2 figures appeared in the sight of the 2 giants and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords, leaving everyone utterly astonished and speechless. Yang Chen and the Divine Martial Giant? Wasn't the Divine Martial Giant trapped in the Annihilation Demon Sea? Wasn't Yang Chen in the Martial Awakening Tower? Even if he had left the Martial Awakening Tower, how could he be with the Divine Martial Giant? The Thunder God Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were frozen in place, and when they came to their senses, they were filled with wild joy. Who cared about the reasons? The Divine Martial Giant had indeed not fallen in the Annihilation Demon Sea, so let's celebrate first. This is Lord Yang Chen, the Divine Martial Giant said. Lord Yang Chen? The Thunder God Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords were all stunned, their smiles abruptly fading. They still did not understand what had happened, nor did they know why the Divine Martial Giant referred to Yang Chen as Lord. Seeing their confusion, the Divine Martial Giant recounted everything that had transpired. The Thunder God Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords couldn't help but gasp in shock. Entering the abyss of the world-destroying Demon Sea from the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, he effortlessly slayed a 9th tier ferocious beast. They had already learned from Wang Lei that the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave was destroyed by Yang Chen. It was unexpected that there was a cave passage in the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave leading to the world-destroying Demon Sea. Indeed, it was only then that everyone realized. Since Yang Chen could annihilate the entire Golden Dragon Mountain Cave, slaying a 9th tier ferocious beast didn't seem like a big deal. After hearing about Yang Chen's strength from Wang Lei, they had imagined him to be very powerful, but they hadn't expected to underestimate his abilities by so much. Lord Yang Chen. Once everyone came to their senses, they all bowed to Yang Chen. It now seemed that Yang Chen was the most powerful warrior on Blue Star, deserving of that title. Soon after, the group re-entered the Grand Hall. Lord Yang Chen, you are now the most powerful warrior on our Blue Star. You should become the leader of our human race. Leader of the human race? Hearing the words of the divine martial giant, Yang Chen's face twitched slightly. That title seems a bit inappropriate, a bit too rustic. Indeed, Yang Chen was about to say this but felt a bit embarrassed to voice it. The people in the Grand Hall listened to Yang Chen's words. They knew he didn't like the title of leader of the human race. Then, the divine thunder giant spoke to Yang Chen again. Then how about becoming the Grand Arbiter of our World Council? What do you think? The Grand Arbiter is above all of us? After speaking, the divine thunder giant looked at Yang Chen tentatively, wanting to see his attitude towards the proposal. The others in the Grand Hall, upon hearing this, also turned to Yang Chen, waiting for his response. Grand Arbiter? Yang Chen thought this title was quite nice. Alright, let's go with that. He didn't want to have too much contention over these matters. Alright, the people in the Grand Hall were very pleased. Previously, they had thought that the divine martial giant being trapped in the world-destroying demon sea was quite pessimistic. With one of the three giants fallen, their foundation would be shaken, and facing the world-destroying demon sea next would put them in a passive position everywhere. They even feared that the powerful, ferocious beasts in the world-destroying demon sea would directly break out and attack Jinshi City. But now it was different. The divine martial giant had not fallen, and they had someone like Yang Chen on Blue Star. So how would they face the world-destroying demon sea next? Residents of Jinshi City, I am Lu Fong. Not long after, hundreds of millions of residents in Jinshi City heard this voice. Lu Fong was the true name of the divine martial giant. The residents of Jinshi City, upon hearing the words of the divine martial giant, put aside everything and listened attentively to what he had to say next. I have an exciting good news to announce. Following that, the voice of the divine martial giant echoed throughout Jinshi City. Good news? What good news? I don't know, but since the divine martial giant said there's good news, there must be good news. I haven't heard the voice of the divine martial giant in a long time. Let's see what kind of good news our esteemed divine martial giant will share. The voice of the divine martial giant excited the residents of Jinshi City. While hundreds of millions of residents were discussing among themselves, the voice of the divine martial giant reappeared throughout Jinshi City. As we all know, our World Council has 3 council leaders and many members. But now I want to say that above our 3 council leaders, a new Grand Arbiter has emerged. The Grand Arbiter is named Yang Chen, and his strength is the most powerful among the warriors on Blue Star. The residents of Jinshi City were stunned as they listened to the divine martial giant's next words. Grand Arbiter? Strength surpassing the 3 giants? For a long time, the 3 giants had stood at the pinnacle of the human race. The eye in the eyes of many, the 3 great leaders of the human race are beings that stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. They know that there may be a 4th or 5th leader emerging among the human race, but surpassing the 3 great leaders was something they had never considered. Now, someone has directly surpassed the 3 great leaders? The most powerful warrior on Blue Star, Yang Chen? For the hundreds of millions of residents in Jinshi City, the name Yang Chen is undoubtedly unfamiliar. However, those who once questioned and mocked Yang Chen at the Changcheng Martial Arts School are all too aware. The great judgment mentioned by the divine martial leader must be the same Yang Chen from the Changcheng Martial Arts School. They had already felt a sense of dread, and now hearing the divine martial leader say this, their fear has reached an unprecedented level. Even though they know that Yang Chen's great judgment will not trouble them, they cannot help but feel terrified. This matter quickly became news. The news spread rapidly to all countries on Blue Star. In the Daxia Kingdom, upon hearing this news, everyone in all the cities was instantly filled with excitement. Yang Chen's great judgment? The national leader, Xia Jiuyo, was also bewildered at this moment. He knew that Yang Chen would soon become the most powerful warrior on Blue Star, but he didn't expect him to become such a powerful being so quickly, surpassing the 3 great leaders. Xia Jiuyo swallowed several times. This matter was simply too shocking for him. When Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer saw this news on television, they froze in place. Yang Yonghua? Yang Shuer? My son, my brother, has become the most powerful warrior on Blue Star? If we talk about the most shocked city, it has to be Longyan City, Ningzhou City, and Bai City. When Wang Tong, the lord of Bai City, saw this news, he immediately broke into a smile. He never expected that the boy, who once left Bai City, had now become a being that surpassed the 3 great leaders. Time returned to Jinshi City. For Yang Chen, becoming the Great Judgment wasn't that important. But if becoming the Great Judgment could make many residents of Blue Star happy, then it was certainly not a bad thing. One day later, the 3 great leaders released news that in 2 days there would be a live broadcast across Blue Star, and Jinshi City would hold a grand ceremony to congratulate the Great Judgment Yang Chen. Residents from all over Blue Star were waiting, eager to witness the grandeur of the Great Judgment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. This day marked the moment of Yang Chen's ascension to Great Judgment. The entire Jinshur city was festooned with lights and decorations, and the global live broadcast had begun. In the official live broadcast rooms of various countries, the bullet comments were rolling in a frenzy. In the World Parliament. All the official media from Jinshur City were present in the World Parliament. Yang Chen delivered a speech. The residents of various countries on Blue Star were astonished to see how young Yang Chen was, their bewildered faces becoming even more perplexed. Is this the legendary Great Judgment? He's so young, it's truly unbelievable. Ha, such a powerful being has appeared on Blue Star. Let's see how those ferocious beasts can still run rampant here. Such a young Great Judgment proves that our martial arts on Blue Star have reached a new level. The bullet comments were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The ceremony proceeded quickly, and just as it was about to conclude, the Chongqing battle sovereign hurriedly ran to Yang Chen's side. Great Judgment, according to the news from the Extermination Demon Sea defense line, 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts are heading towards Jinshur City. The voice of the Changsheng battle sovereign was urgent. The 3 great leaders and the many battle sovereigns beside Yang Chen also learned this news at that moment. 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts? This had never happened before. 3 powerful 9th-tier ferocious beasts heading towards Jinshur City. Were they seeking revenge? Yang Chen was also pondering this. After all, he had slain a 9th-tier ferocious beast in the Extermination Demon Sea before emerging from the Golden Dragon Mountain Cave with the Divine Martial Leader. Shaking his head, Yang Chen decided not to think any further about it, regardless of what the 3 ferocious beasts emerging from the Destruction Demon Sea were planning. If they dared to come to Jinshur City, he would ensure they had no way back. Otherwise, what was the point of his grand judgment? Grand judgment, what do you think? The Divine Martial Giant asked Yang Chen. The Thunder Giant, the Mad Dragon Giant, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords all turned their gazes toward Yang Chen. He was their anchor, and they were waiting for his decision. Do we need to shut down the global live broadcast? The Divine Martial Giant asked Yang Chen again. Yes, Grand Judgment, 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts, this matter is too serious. If something bad happens, it could cause panic among the countries of Blue Star. The Mad Dragon Giant's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. He feared that the 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts from the Destruction Demon Sea would incite panic across Blue Star. As the chairman of the World Council, their focus needed to be on the entire world. No need to shut down the broadcast, they are just 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts, Yang Chen replied. The 3 giants and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords exchanged glances. Was this the powerful strength of the Grand Judgment? To them, a 9th-tier ferocious beast was already formidable. But to Yang Chen, 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts were nothing to worry about. The bullet comments in the live broadcast rooms of Blue Star continued to scroll wildly. Moments later, the residents of Jinshur City noticed that the originally bright sky had turned dim. Just as they were puzzled, 3 humanoid ferocious beasts, completely black and radiating waves of dark light, appeared in the sky. These were the 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts from the Destruction Demon Sea. The media pointed their cameras at the sky above Jinshur City. In an instant, the countries of Blue Star saw the 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts hovering above Jinshur City. What the hell? Why did ferocious beasts suddenly appear? I don't know, but these beasts look terrifying, and there are 3 of them. Don't worry, this is Jinshur City. Even if these 3 beasts are powerful, could they possibly be stronger than our many human experts? These beasts really don't know their place, daring to appear here thinking we humans have no strong ones? The bullet comments in the official live broadcast rooms of Blue Star went into a frenzy. Foolish humans, I am Lord Huang Tiantu. One of the 9th-tier humanoid ferocious beasts in the sky above Jinshur City spoke coldly. The hundreds of millions of residents in Jinshur City felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Huang Tiantu's words filled with terror. Such an extremely cold voice made them feel fear, even if they tried to suppress it. Their hearts trembled involuntarily. In the live broadcast rooms of Blue Star, the residents watching the stream could feel an incredibly terrifying aura, even through the screen. Yang Chen, the 3 giants, and the 8 Extremes Battle Lords had already stepped outside the Great Hall. Looking at the arrogant 3 9th-tier humanoid ferocious beasts above Jinshur City, Yang Chen's lips curled up, a joyful smile appearing on his face. You all wait here, watch me slay these 3 beasts. After saying this, before the powerful ones could react, Yang Chen ascended to the sky above Jinshur City. He confronted the 3 9th-tier humanoid ferocious beasts. The hundreds of millions of residents in Jinshur City, along with the residents of Blue Star, widened their eyes as they saw Yang Chen, the Grand Judgment, rise into the sky. They understood that a great battle was about to unfold between the Grand Judgment and these terrifying humanoid ferocious beasts. The residents were not fools. They realized that since the other powerful ones had not ascended, it meant the Grand Judgment was preparing to face these 3 humanoid ferocious beasts alone. Human, what are you planning to do? Huang Tiantu sneered at Yang Chen. It released waves of pressure, a strong sense of oppression directed at Yang Chen. But when Huang Tiantu realized that Yang Chen showed no fear of the pressure it emitted, it was left dumbfounded. Humans, I didn't expect you to have some strength, so don't blame me for being rude. As Huang Tiantu's words fell, he was about to strike at Yang Chen. At that moment, Yang Chen had already activated the immortal battle body. The once dim sky above Jinshur City was now filled with brilliant golden light with the appearance of the immortal battle body. The power of the 15 divine-level talents clung to the immortal battle body, making it look incredibly sacred. Rude, what can you do about it? Yang Chen sneered coldly. This time, he wasn't going to use the glazed giant fist to smash these 3 9th-tier humanoid beasts. During the Great Xia period, he had done a live broadcast across the entire Great Xia. Now, it was a live broadcast across the entire Blue Star, so let everyone on Blue Star witness the true power of this great judgment. After he finished speaking, all the divine-level talent lights attached to the immortal battle body surged with brilliance. Except for the talent that did not match the divine-level battle skills, all other divine-level battle skills were unleashed towards the 3 9th-tier humanoid beasts. Sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion. Annihilation thunder pillar. Underworld ice prison. In an instant, the sky above Jinshur City was filled with numerous elemental powers. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion followed. Fire dragons, terrifying thunder pillars, icy hell. The power displayed by these divine-level battle skills enveloped the entire sky above Jinshur City. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The hundreds of millions of residents of Jinshur City and the residents of various countries on Blue Star, even the 3 major giants and the 8 extremes battle lords, all exclaimed in shock. To them, this was simply terrifying. Even in their wildest dreams, they could never have imagined that someone could unleash such a horrifying attack. Just how great must this power be? Everyone dared not think further. Although they couldn't see what was happening above Jinshur City yet, they could imagine that the 3 9th-tier humanoid beasts could not possibly survive. Slaying a 9th-tier beast, battle power plus 80 million. Slaying a 9th-tier beast, battle power plus 80 million. Slaying a 9th-tier beast, battle power plus 80 million. The data of battle power drops appeared in Yang Chen's retina, but unfortunately, no talents dropped. After the various elemental powers in the sky above Jinshur City disappeared, the figures of the 3 9th-tier humanoid beasts were gone. Undoubtedly, the 3 9th-tier humanoid beasts had been reduced to ashes under such a terrifying attack. At this moment, the residents of Jinshur City in various countries on Blue Star finally came to their senses. Joy, excitement, and exhilaration filled their faces. Is this the great judgment of our Blue Star human race? It's truly terrifying. Ha, I said it, since the great judgment can handle these 3 beasts alone, it proves how formidable the great judgment's strength is. I think the strength of the great judgment can no longer be described as terrifying. I can't even say what it should be described as. With the great judgment, the giants and council members, I think we no longer have to fear the beasts. The 3 major giants and the 8 extremes battle lords were extremely shocked, utterly astonished. They realized they had underestimated Yang Chen's strength. Now, no one knew just how strong Yang Chen's great judgment was. They also understood why Yang Chen didn't want to stop the live broadcast. It turned out to be like this. After the battle ended, Yang Chen returned to the ground and the immortal battle body transformed back into his original form. After a long time, the live broadcast ended. In the hall, Yang Chen and the council members held the highest level meeting again. I have decided to go to the Annihilation Demon Sea tomorrow, Yang Chen said to everyone in the hall. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, everyone in the hall expressed their agreement. Great judgment, whatever decision you make now, we will support you. Above the town of Shichang, they had already witnessed Yang Chen's strength and no longer had any worries. Then tomorrow, let's enter the Annihilation Demon Sea together with the Grand Judgment and have a great time in the Annihilation Demon Sea, the Mad Dragon Chief said with a laugh. At first, when the Divine Martial Chief spoke of Yang Chen's strength, he believed it, but without seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't have an intuitive feeling. Now that he had witnessed Yang Chen's power, he understood much more. With several 9th-tier ferocious beasts lost in the Annihilation Demon Sea, he believed there wouldn't be any significant threat left. Good, good, good. The 8 extremes battle lords in the hall all echoed in agreement. I think you misunderstood. What I meant was, Yang Chen looked at everyone in the hall. I will enter the Annihilation Demon Sea alone. Hiss. The 3 great chiefs and the 8 extremes battle lords in the hall all gasped. They never expected that Yang Chen intended to enter the Annihilation Demon Sea by himself. Previously, the Grand Judgment had indeed entered the Annihilation Demon Sea, but this time was different. This time, entering the Annihilation Demon Sea was clearly to annihilate it. No one knew how many powerful ferocious beasts lurked in the depths of the Annihilation Demon Sea. Grand Judgment, shouldn't you reconsider this decision? The Divine Martial Chief said to Yang Chen. No need, I've already made up my mind, Yang Chen replied. Having them accompany him into the Annihilation Demon Sea would undoubtedly be a burden. It was better for him to enter alone. Seeing that Yang Chen had made his decision, the others in the hall were not prepared to say anything further. After the meeting ended, everyone left the hall. Yang Chen was now residing in the World Council, and after returning to his room, he thought of nothing, just waiting for the next day to head to the Annihilation Demon Sea. The next day, after a simple wash, Yang Chen bid farewell to the chiefs and the 8 extremes battle lords. Transforming into a red sun, he headed towards the Annihilation Demon Sea. This time, he did not plan to enter the Annihilation Demon Sea through the Golden Dragon Mountain cave passage but intended to enter from the front. After a long while, Yang Chen arrived at the coastline of the Annihilation Demon Sea. At the coastline, a high defense line had been erected, but such a defense line was utterly useless in the face of powerful ferocious beasts. There were armies and warriors stationed at the defense line. Yang Chen had no intention of lingering at the defense line. He directly plunged into the Annihilation Demon Sea. Under the sea. After entering the Annihilation Demon Sea, he swam downwards and soon discovered some low-level ferocious beasts at the seabed. These low-level ferocious beasts did not notice him. Inside the Annihilation Demon Sea, Yang Chen did not have the idea of capturing the king first. He would just kill his way in. Bang! He punched towards these ferocious beasts. The punch's energy immediately swept towards the low-level ferocious beasts, accompanied by the golden dragon of vitality. When these low-level ferocious beasts sensed the unprecedented danger, it was already too late. Their bodies were all struck by the punch's energy, exploding completely. Then, Yang Chen released an incredibly strong aura. After releasing his aura, he walked deeper into the Annihilation Demon Sea. Not long after, numerous ferocious beasts in the surrounding area sensed the aura Yang Chen had released. These ferocious beasts quickly formed a massive ferocious beast army. Countless ferocious beasts surged towards Yang Chen from all directions. Roar! 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 After these ferocious beasts appeared around Yang Chen, they let out a series of roars. As the roars fell, the ferocious beasts surrounding Yang Chen pounced towards him. Looking at the charging ferocious beasts, Yang Chen sneered. He had transformed into the form of the god of poison, the supreme poison, poisonous to the ends of the earth. A fierce light radiated from Yang Chen's pupils. In the form of the supreme poison, billions of poisonous insects surged from all directions. The ferocious beasts approaching Yang Chen, who were still unaware of what was happening, were quickly eroded by the poisonous insects, losing all life fluctuations. Data indicating an increase in combat power continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Not enough. Such an increase in ferocious beasts was still far from sufficient. He practiced differently from others. While others only needed to absorb the essence of the world, that process took a long time. If Yang Chen were to absorb the essence, using his current talent, he could do it quite quickly. Although the number of fierce beasts he needed to slay was enormous, the many god-level combat techniques he possessed allowed him to accomplish this in an instant. Even though he was still some distance from the peak of battle respect, he would not choose to practice any essence techniques. After all, there were still many fierce beasts in the Destruction Demon Sea. Of course, if there were no other options than absorbing essence techniques would be understandable. After killing numerous fierce beasts, Yang Chen did not stop his advance. Today, he was determined to turn the Destruction Demon Sea upside down. The pitch-black, oppressive Destruction Demon Sea constantly gave people a tingling sensation. To Yang Chen, this feeling was nothing out of the ordinary. Human, stop your steps, this is not a place for you. Suddenly, a gloomy voice appeared in Yang Chen's ear. He looked over and found it was a humanoid fierce beast. However, the strength of this humanoid fierce beast was quite ordinary, merely an intermediate 8th-tier beast. Did he really need to use any talent to deal with an intermediate 8th-tier beast? Whoosh! With a single step, he moved towards the intermediate 8th-tier humanoid fierce beast. The beast could never have imagined that Yang Chen's speed would be so fast. It was taken aback, its soul shaken. No matter what, this intermediate 8th-tier humanoid fierce beast was doomed. Bang! Its body was pierced by Yang Chen's fist, devoid of any life fluctuations. Ding! Slaying an intermediate 8th-tier fierce beast, battle power plus 30 million. After killing this intermediate 8th-tier beast, Yang Chen was about to continue forward when numerous fierce beasts appeared before him. Among these beasts were some powerful ones. Powerful, relatively speaking, in his eyes, these beasts were no different from ants. Absolute Demon Mist. Activating the God level Mist talent, the Demon Mist Queen, Yang Chen used the matched God level combat technique. The fierce beasts that appeared before him were instantly enveloped by the deadly mist. After enveloping these beasts, the mist formed a strangulation around them. Watching the battle power continuously drop, Yang Chen was not prepared to check for any drop talents. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to look after he had exterminated all the beasts in the Destruction Demon Sea? After Yang Chen had consecutively slain 4 9th-tier fierce beasts, the Destruction Demon Sea was already severely weakened. Now, could any fierce beast withstand him? Keep walking, keep slaughtering. Yang Chen had already exterminated countless fierce beasts, and the essence golden dragon within him was crazily condensing. 350, 400, 450. With such an increase in the number of essence golden dragons, one could imagine just how many fierce beasts were in the Destruction Demon Sea. But it was useless. Without powerful beasts guarding, under the bombardment of Yang Chen's god-level combat techniques, these beasts had no chance of survival. Finally, Yang Chen stepped into the deepest part of the Destruction Demon Sea. He knew that in the deepest part, there would definitely still be some powerful fierce beasts. There were no 9th-tier beasts in the outer and central areas of the Destruction Demon Sea. He wasn't sure if there were 9th-tier beasts deeper inside, but he believed there should be. Boom! Just as Yang Chen was about to continue moving forward, a terrifying magical light surged from afar. This magical light formed a shockwave which was so fearsome that it split the seabed in two. Yang Chen could sense that the intensity of this attack should belong to a 9th tier fierce beast. If it was a 9th tier beast, then he would quickly prepare to kill it. He activated the Immortal Battle Body. After using the Immortal Battle Body, the glazed giant fist blocked the magical shockwave with a single punch. The magical shockwave dissipated in the sea, and a terrifying humanoid beast, entirely black, appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Just as he had guessed, this was a 9th tier beast. The 9th tier beast looked at Yang Chen with a cold smile, but before it could speak, Yang Chen addressed it first. How many beasts of your level are there in the Demon Sea of Annihilation? The 9th tier beast was taken aback. It did not expect Yang Chen to say such a thing. Human, I advise you to seek your own fortune. There are 3 beasts of my level that have gone. They have already been slain by me. Before the 9th tier beast could finish its sentence, Yang Chen interrupted. What did you say? The 9th tier beast was stunned by Yang Chen's words, unable to believe what it was hearing. Quickly regaining its composure, the 9th tier beast sneered and disdainfully said to Yang Chen, Human, do you think I would believe you? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? Yang Chen looked at the 9th tier beast calmly. In his current form of the Immortal Battle Body, slaying this 9th tier beast was as easy as lifting a finger. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the 9th tier beast. From the outskirts of the Demon Sea of Annihilation to its depths, he slaughtered his way through, gathering a lot of vital energy golden dragons within him. The 9th tier beast had no idea what kind of opponent it was facing. With the divine level sand type talent attached to the Immortal Battle Body, it shone brightly. The divine level sand type battle skill, Demon Sandstorm Dragon, was unleashed against the 9th tier beast. It was utterly impossible for a 9th tier beast to withstand the power of the Demon Sandstorm Dragon. Rising from the ground, the magical sand tornado formed a tyrant dragon made of demonic sand, its visage fierce and terrifying. The sand was black, making it even more shocking and fearsome. The 9th tier beast was already caught in the midst of the Demon Sandstorm Dragon. It felt despair and regret to the utmost. Ding! Slain a 9th tier beast, battle power plus 80 million. Let's continue. Yang Chen thought that although he had now entered the depths of the Demon Sea of Annihilation, the depths were vast and he needed to keep moving forward. However, Yang Chen knew that the so-called forward movement was merely casual. He had created such a commotion in the deepest part of the Demon Sea of Annihilation, and he did not believe that the beasts in the depths would not come out to surround him. Sure enough, after just a few minutes of walking, a wave of black aura surged towards him. He looked up and discovered countless beasts. This time, the number of beasts could truly be described as countless. It was a scale he had never seen before. Looking at so many beasts, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. How much battle power would this yield? Could it allow him to break through the boundary limit and achieve the title of 10 Extreme Emperor? You are the first human to invade here. After the overwhelming beast army appeared before Yang Chen, an incredibly gloomy voice echoed in his ear. Hearing this voice, Yang Chen focused his gaze and found another 9th tier humanoid beast. Not long after this 9th tier humanoid beast appeared, another 9th tier humanoid beast joined it. The 2 9th tier humanoid beasts stood before the beast army, creating an oppressive atmosphere like dark clouds pressing down. In the eyes of these 2 9th tier humanoid beasts, even if this human was strong, he would definitely not survive against such a lineup. However, they could never have imagined that at this moment, Yang Chen was secretly delighted. In his eyes, so many beasts were enough for him to break through the boundary limit and become the 10 Extreme Emperor. Foolish human, do you not hear me speaking to you? The 9th tier humanoid beast that spoke to Yang Chen noticed his silence and disdainfully said to him, Oh, I understand. It seemed to have thought of something, and after giving Yang Chen a cold smile, it continued, Human, your purpose in coming to the Demon Sea of Destruction must be for the Demon Eye, right? Hearing this from the 9th tier humanoid beast, Yang Chen was slightly taken aback. The Demon Eye? He knew about the Demon Sea of Destruction, but this was the first time he had heard of the Demon Eye. Could it be that the beasts in the Demon Sea of Destruction came out of the Demon Eye? Or perhaps it was something else entirely? Yang Chen secretly chuckled to himself, thinking that the Demon Sea of Destruction was quite interesting. Human, I will destroy you. Seeing that Yang Chen still had no intention of responding, a high-level 8th tier beast could no longer contain itself. It leaped swiftly towards Yang Chen. As it charged, hundreds of vitality golden dragons surged out from his body. The speed of this high-level 8th tier beast was astonishing. Once it reached Yang Chen, it prepared to strike. Now, with the hundreds of vitality golden dragons so close, how could this high-level 8th tier beast possibly survive under their onslaught? Roar! When the hundreds of vitality golden dragons collided with the body of this high-level 8th tier beast, it let out a horrific scream. There was no doubt that this high-level 8th tier beast was killed. The 2 9th tier humanoid beasts and the beast army behind them were momentarily stunned to see Yang Chen so easily slay a high-level 8th tier beast. Yang Chen did not want to waste time on these beasts. Having killed them, he could achieve the 10 Extreme Emperor. Immortal Battle Body. He then activated the Immortal Battle Body once again. The 2 9th tier humanoid beasts and the beast army looked at Yang Chen's Immortal Battle Body, astonished. Just as the two ninth-tier humanoid beasts were about to say something to Yang Chen, he struck first. Sky-swallowing flame god fusion, crimson thunder emperor fusion, extreme ice nether god fusion, furious blade heavenly sovereign fusion, bloodthirsty sword god fusion, desert emperor fusion. To annihilate so many beasts, fusing the 15 great talents was the simplest thing to do. At this moment, numerous divine-level talent lights appeared on the immortal battle body. These divine-level talent lights fused together, forming an incredibly dazzling presence. Immediately after, the glazed giant fist manifested an energy orb. The energy orb was the demon destruction divine decision. The two ninth-tier humanoid beasts and the beast army looked at the terrifying battle technique in Yang Chen's hand, their pupils contracting sharply. A chilling aura surged from their heels straight to the crown of their heads, as if they were frozen in place by such a divine technique, wanting to flee but unable to move. The two ninth-tier humanoid beasts knew very well that if such an attack hit their bodies, they would have no chance of survival. Before the two ninth-tier humanoid beasts could make any move, the demon destruction divine decision fused with the glazed giant fist had already swept towards them. A terrifying light instantly blinded countless beasts, and they felt an unprecedented danger. Boom! When the demon destruction divine decision struck the area of these beasts, a massive explosion erupted within the beast territory. Ding! Slain the slaughtering bull, battle power plus 40,000. Ding! Slain the diamond demon A, battle power plus 2 million. Ding! Slain the angry shadow tiger, battle power plus 1,500,000. Ding! Slain the black moon bear, battle power plus 2 million. Data showing increased battle power continuously appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Watching the battle power rise, the vitality golden dragons within Yang Chen had reached a critical point. The power condensed within him rapidly formed a force akin to a prehistoric violent dragon. This power began to surge past the boundary between the 8 extreme battle sovereign and the 10 extreme emperor. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed second by second. Yang Chen suddenly felt a space within him that resembled a black hole, as an incredibly intense aura began to flow into his body. A tremendous golden light radiated from him, enveloping many areas deep within the destruction demon sea. Yang Chen let out a quiet breath, a smile appearing on his face. Had he finally become a 10 extreme emperor? As long as he became a 10 extreme emperor, his current strength had increased significantly. First, let's check if any talents had dropped. After such a long time, Yang Chen had come to a conclusion: the more talents one had, the smaller the chance of obtaining new talents in the future. This was quite normal. If talents were as common as cabbages, they wouldn't hold much value. After checking for a while, Yang Chen found no dropped talents. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, he finally saw a talent. Dropped high-level dark talent. Dark Claw. Dark talents are usually associated with evil. However, there are no bad talents, only the goodness or badness of the user. Ding! Would you like to convert the high-level dark talent, Dark Claw? Convert. Ding! Dark Claw has been converted into a divine-level dark talent, Dark Monarch. Dark Monarch? Yang Chen chuckled, thinking that just the name sounded impressive. Ding! Would the host like to fuse with Dark Monarch? Fuse. Ding! Dark Monarch fusion successful. Ding! Self-comprehension of divine-level dark combat skill, Dark Touch. Dark Touch? Just as Yang Chen was about to check the effects of the divine-level dark combat skill, Dark Touch, some fierce beasts appeared. These fierce beasts looked at the bottom of the giant pit without fear and instead wore a hint of cold smiles on their faces. Yang Chen stared at the few fierce beasts in front of him, slightly taken aback. By strength, these fierce beasts were merely high-level 8th-tier beasts. They should have been terrified upon encountering him, their souls shaken. Yang Chen couldn't understand why these high-level 8th-tier beasts appeared so calm. Human, come with us for a moment. After a few seconds, one of the high-level 8th-tier beasts said to Yang Chen with a cold smile, "Go with you?" Yang Chen was even more puzzled. He had never encountered such fierce beasts before. "Yes, at the Eye of Demons, 2 lords wish to see you," the high-level 8th-tier beast said again. Yang Chen had heard of the Eye of Demons before. These high-level 8th-tier beasts mentioned that there were 2 lords at the Eye of Demons. Could they be beings that surpass 9th-tier beasts? 9th-tier beasts would definitely not be his match now, but if they were beings that surpassed 9th-tier beasts, he would indeed like to seek their guidance. "Let's go." Yang Chen's face returned to calm as he spoke to the high-level 8th-tier beast that had spoken. The few high-level 8th-tier beasts, seeing Yang Chen's calm demeanor, couldn't help but pause. However, they quickly relaxed. Perhaps this human before them simply didn't know the strength of those 2 lords, which was why he appeared so composed. Soon, these high-level 8th-tier beasts began to lead Yang Chen deeper into the destruction demon sea. It was unclear how much time had passed, but under the guidance of these high-level 8th-tier beasts, Yang Chen had reached the very edge of the destruction demon sea. Upon arriving at the edge, he was somewhat dazed. Before him was a gigantic black eye, vertically oriented, that could definitely send chills down one's spine. Was this the so-called Eye of Demons? Yang Chen pondered for a few seconds. When he first heard of the Eye of Demons, he had speculated that the power of the destruction demon sea might have originated from it. As for what lay at the end of the Eye of Demons, it could be another planet. If that were the case, it would mean that Yang Chen could also enter a planet of higher level life through the Eye of Demons. But for now, everything was just his speculation. He still didn't know what exactly lay beyond the Eye of Demons. Human, I admire you. Suddenly, a cold, bone-chilling laugh echoed in Yang Chen's ear. He focused his gaze and discovered that two humanoid beasts had appeared before him. These two humanoid beasts were enveloped in a magical glow, their eyes a fiery red, making it clear at a glance that they were not ordinary. From their aura, it was evident that, as Yang Chen had previously guessed, these two humanoid beasts had surpassed the existence of 9th-tier beasts. However, they did not seem to have exceeded too much. If the tier after 9th was the 10th, then these two humanoid beasts were definitely not at that level. Yang Chen was still unclear about the true strength of a 10th-tier beast, but he was not afraid of the two humanoid beasts before him. He did not immediately respond to the words of the humanoid beast, knowing that it had not finished speaking. Human, I began to pay attention to you the moment you entered the Destruction Demon Sea and started slaughtering my kin. On Demir Star, our living space is constantly being squeezed. If you submit to us now, when we return to Demir Star, you will have great merit. The humanoid beast that had surpassed the 9th tier spoke to Yang Chen. Demir Star? A hint of amusement arose in Yang Chen's heart. Are you saying that Demir Star can be accessed through the Demon Eye? Of course, fortunately, those detestable humans on Demir Star have not noticed the existence of the Demon Eye, otherwise, we would have been exterminated long ago, the humanoid beast said with a cold laugh. Yang Chen was slightly taken aback from the words of this humanoid beast that had surpassed the 9th tier. It seemed that the human race on Demir Star was quite powerful. It should be noted that an existence that surpassed the 9th tier could definitely annihilate the entire human race of Blue Star. Realizing that he was correct in thinking that the Demon Eye could lead to Demir Star, Yang Chen felt a bit of comfort. In fact, you could completely live in the Destruction Demon Sea. If you don't go out, we won't know of your existence. You opened up caverns on Blue Star and built various tunnel passages. Do you think we would agree to your occupation of our Blue Star and the extermination of our human race? Yang Chen was now the Grand Arbiter of Blue Star, bound to a system that destined him to be the pride of this era. If with his current strength he allowed the beasts of the Destruction Demon Sea to become the ones in control, that would be quite pathetic. On Demir Star, we may not count for much, but on your Blue Star, we are invincible. It has always been a case of the survival of the fittest. The humanoid beast that had surpassed the 9th tier spoke to Yang Chen again. Yang Chen knew that what this humanoid beast said was not entirely wrong, but unfortunately, his current strength was not something these two humanoid beasts could handle. Human, don't say I didn't warn you. Lord Michela is about to come from the Demon Eye to annihilate the Destruction Demon Sea. Do you think that by slaying these many beasts of the Destruction Demon Sea, you can turn the tide? As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the two humanoid beasts laugh, but several 8th tier high beasts nearby also joined in. They knew that Yang Chen was quite helpless at this moment. I don't care about any Michela, I'll deal with you first, Yang Chen said indifferently. The two humanoid beasts that had surpassed the 9th tier and several 8th tier high beasts were momentarily stunned by Yang Chen's words. However, Yang Chen had already made his move against them. Dark King, having just acquired the god-level dark attribute talent, if he didn't use it now, when would he? After activating the Dark King, Yang Chen transformed into the form of the Dark King, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, which made him appear as if he had fallen into an ice cave, instilling great fear. Dark Touch. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen used the god-level dark attribute combat skill, Dark Touch, once again. In an instant, in the form of the Dark King, dark energy rapidly coalesced into countless tentacles. These long tentacles surged toward the two humanoid beasts and the 8th tier high beasts. With the Dark Touch, he could not slay these two humanoid beasts that had surpassed the 9th tier, but these few 8th tier high-level ferocious beasts were in for a disaster. With their strength, it was simply impossible for them to withstand the dark tendrils. In an instant, these dark tendrils had completely controlled the few 8th tier high-level ferocious beasts, as if they were merely picking up chicks. These 8th tier high-level ferocious beasts never expected that, as powerful beasts, they would one day be killed in such a manner. Crack! After the dark tendrils exerted their force, these few 8th tier high-level ferocious beasts exploded and perished. The two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts, upon seeing Yang Chen suddenly attack them, became incredibly furious after fending off the assault of the dark tendrils. Human, it seems you didn't take my earlier words seriously, did you? One of the beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts stared fiercely at Yang Chen as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Ding! Slaying an 8th tier high-level ferocious beast, battle power plus 50 million. Ding! Slaying an 8th tier high-level ferocious beast, battle power plus 50 million. Ding! Slaying an 8th tier high-level ferocious beast, battle power plus 50 million. Looking at the data of increased battle power in his retina, Yang Chen calmly gazed at the two humanoid ferocious beasts before him. You will die too. Yang Chen had no intention of continuing to waste words with these two humanoid ferocious beasts. After his words fell, he activated his god-level combat skills. Although these two humanoid ferocious beasts surpassed the 9th tier, they needed to understand that he was no longer the 8th extreme battle sovereign, but the 10th extreme emperor. There was no need to use excessive god-level combat skills against these two mere beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts. Sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion, world-destroying thunder pillar, underworld god ice prison. After activating these three god-level combat skills, Yang Chen did not continue to unleash more skills on the two humanoid ferocious beasts. For him, as long as he unleashed these three terrifying god-level combat skills, the next thing they would face was death. Just as Yang Chen thought, after activating the sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion, world-destroying thunder pillar, and underworld god ice prison, the two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts were filled with terror, their souls shaken as they felt an unprecedented danger. Under the onslaught of countless flame dragons, terrifying thunder pillars, and sealing ice prisons, these two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts cried out in despair, "No, human, when Lord Michela arrives, he will definitely not let you go." Hearing this, Yang Chen secretly smiled. Even at this point, these two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts were still thinking about revenge. Truly, there was no one like them. Boom! Following that, an unprecedented violent explosion echoed in the area of the two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts. Before long, data indicating increased battle power appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Slaying a 9th tier ferocious beast, battle power plus 200 million. Slaying a 9th tier ferocious beast, battle power plus 200 million. Yang Chen thought that since these two ferocious beasts were beyond ordinary 9th tier ferocious beasts, gaining 200 million battle power after their defeat was quite reasonable. After all, there were only these two beyond 9th tier humanoid ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the so-called Michela to emerge from the demon eye. In the town of the world, the three giants and the 8 extremes battle sovereigns had been living in fear during this time. The Grand Judgment had entered the Sea of World Destruction for a while now, but there was still no sign of wanting to come out. They had held several meetings in the past few days to discuss whether they should enter the Sea of World Destruction. They were well aware that if Yang Chen's Grand Judgment encountered misfortune in the Sea of World Destruction, then their presence in the town of the world would be of no use. Just imagine, if there were existences in the Sea of World Destruction that even the Grand Judgment could not contend with, then they would be as weak as ants in the face of such beings. The three giants and the 8 extremes battle sovereigns all knew that if they entered the Sea of World Destruction, they might become a burden to the Grand Judgment, but if they did not enter the Sea of Annihilation at this moment, where would their patriotism lie? After a unanimous vote, led by the three great leaders, the 8 extreme battle lords headed towards the Sea of Annihilation. Once they entered the Sea of Annihilation, they were immediately frozen in place. They felt an unprecedented stench of blood at the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation. This kind of bloody aura was something the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords had never experienced before. The three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords exchanged glances, unable to fathom how many ferocious beasts must have been slaughtered to condense such a bloody aura. The Great Judgment should be at the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation. "Let's hurry," said the divine martial leader. They all knew that such a bloody aura at the bottom of the Sea of Annihilation was undoubtedly the work of Yang Chen's Great Judgment. Listening to the divine martial leader, they hurried towards the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation. Along the way, the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords could see the massive pits at the bottom of the Sea of Annihilation. They were filled with dread. What kind of terrifying attack could create such enormous pits? They had also witnessed Yang Chen demonstrate his power. Observing this scene, the speed of the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords increased to the fastest it had ever been as they rushed towards the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation. Along the way, they encountered no ferocious beasts. The closer they got to the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation, the more intense the stench of blood became. The three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords began to consider a shocking possibility that all the ferocious beasts in the Sea of Annihilation had already been exterminated by Yang Chen's Great Judgment. If that were the case, their worries before entering the Sea of Annihilation would have been unnecessary. They did not know how much time had passed, but the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords finally reached the deepest part of the Sea of Annihilation. A towering demonic eye stood at the very edge of the Sea of Annihilation. The three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords all saw this demonic eye. Just looking at it, they felt that there was no possibility of survival. However, they found comfort in seeing Yang Chen beneath the demonic eye. Great Judgment. Upon seeing Yang Chen, the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords were filled with joy. As the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords approached the Sea of Annihilation, getting closer to its depths, Yang Chen had already sensed their presence. For the three great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords entering the Sea of Annihilation, it was not a big deal at all. Since they were here, they might as well be at ease. Great Judgment, have you exterminated all the ferocious beasts in the Sea of Annihilation? The divine martial leader quickly walked up to Yang Chen and asked. The others also looked at Yang Chen, eager to know the current situation in the Sea of Annihilation. Not all of them are gone, there are still some ferocious beasts, Yang Chen replied. To the 3 great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords. Hearing this, the 3 great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they did not understand what Yang Chen meant. Great judgment, forgive my ignorance, but where are the ferocious beasts? The divine martial leader tentatively asked Yang Chen. Right inside this demonic eye, Yang Chen said slowly. The 3 great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords were taken aback by Yang Chen's words. Right inside this demonic eye? Seeing their confusion, Yang Chen explained further. As they listened to Yang Chen, they began to understand. Subsequently, the 3 great leaders and the 8 extreme battle lords gazed at the enormous demonic eye before them. The demonic eye exerted an invisible sense of oppression, which was terrifying. Time passed second by second. No one knew when the ferocious beasts would emerge from the demonic eye. 3 days later, Yang Chen and the others were still waiting outside the demonic eye. Everyone, look! Suddenly, the Dragon King seemed to have discovered something and shouted loudly. Yang Chen and the others all fixed their gaze on the magic eye, and they noticed it was writhing. It looked as if something was about to burst forth from it. You all should retreat to a safe place, Yang Chen said to the 3 major powers and the 8 extremes battle lords. He was still uncertain how many ferocious beasts would emerge from the magic eye. The 3 major powers and the 8 extremes battle lords did not dare to hesitate and immediately retreated to a relatively safe position. Once they reached safety, the 3 major powers and the 8 extremes battle lords looked back at the magic eye. Roar! A few minutes later, a terrifying roar echoed in Yang Chen and the others' ears. Everyone shuddered, their eyes wide open. Although they heard the roar of the ferocious beast, they had yet to see its figure. They knew the ferocious beast was about to emerge. Roar! Just as the 3 major powers and the 8 extremes battle lords were pondering, another roar from the ferocious beast erupted. The sound of the beast's roar was truly hair-raising. At that moment, the magic eye opened wide. A humanoid ferocious beast emerged from the magic eye. This humanoid beast radiated waves of dark magical light, instilling immense terror. Judging by its appearance, this humanoid beast was incredibly domineering, its every movement exuding a frightening aura. Human? This humanoid beast was Michela. Michela did not expect to see humans right after emerging from the magic eye. To it, this was not how it should be. Seeing that only Michela had appeared, Yang Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, Yang Chen was taken aback. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity with Michela? To be precise, he felt a certain affinity for the blood of Michela. Could it be? He thought back to the time he absorbed the blood of the golden ferocious beast. Was it possible that Michela's blood could also be absorbed? If that were the case, it would be quite interesting. From the aura emanating from Michela, it seemed that Michela was not a tier 10 ferocious beast. If a tier 9 beast was considered low-level, then 2 beasts surpassing tier 9 would be mid-level. Therefore, Michela was a high-level tier 9 beast. Everything was under control. He was now a tier 10 emperor, combined with the immortal battle body and numerous god-level talents. A ferocious beast of Michela's caliber did not require much effort to deal with. Human. If I am not mistaken, all the ferocious beasts in this place have been exterminated by you, right? A cold smile appeared on Michela's face. Pretty much, Yang Chen casually replied before asking Michela, is it just you that has come? Seeing Yang Chen remain so unafraid in the face of it, Michela's expression showed no anger. Instead, it continued to sneer. Human, do you think this is not enough? Listening to Michela's words, Yang Chen knew that Michela would not say anything useful. If that was the case, then it was time to take action. Immortal battle body. Immediately, Yang Chen activated the immortal battle body. Upon seeing Yang Chen's immortal battle body, Michela was taken aback. It did not understand why Yang Chen suddenly transformed like this. But so what? Michela quickly regained its composure. Human. You still have. Just as Michela was about to utter some mocking words to Yang Chen struck first. Bang! He activated his god-level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. After using Shadow Sky Speed God, he unleashed the Demon Sky Shadow Step. In an instant, numerous demonic shadows appeared in the area of the magic eye, coalescing at an incredible speed into a great demon god. The great demon god surged toward Michela. Michela sneered in disdain. An attack of this level would not affect it. It was utterly unafraid. After fending off the great demon god, Yang Chen also arrived in front of it. At that moment, Yang Chen activated the divine power of the Earth God, Immortal Battle Body, Earth God, and Blood of Domination. With just this, he could kill Mitula.as. For the other god-level talents, he wasn't too keen on using them. If he were to defeat Mitula and obliterate its spirit and form, how would he absorb the beast blood from me? Tula? Bang! 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 Yang Chen unleashed several punches at Mitula. Each strike of the glazed giant fist was incredibly heavy, creating a series of sonic booms in the air that were truly shocking. Mitula initially thought Yang Chen was nothing special, but when its fist collided with Yang Chen's glazed giant fist, it was stunned. It never expected that this human before it could be so powerful. Even when it unleashed a long-range magical attack, Yang Chen still blocked it with the glazed giant fist. After the glazed giant fist struck the magical attack, the terrifying magical force would instantly vanish. The three major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords watching from a distance were filled with fear and trepidation. But at the same time, they understood one thing clearly: Yang Chen's great judgment was not using its full power, otherwise, Mitula would likely already be a cold corpse. As for why the great judgment wasn't using its full strength, they were somewhat at a loss. Bang! 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 Under the influence of the shadow sky speed god, Yang Chen's speed reached its peak. The glazed giant fist rained down on Mitula like raindrops. Mitula was horrified, truly terrified. It was now genuinely afraid. It also couldn't understand why such a powerful human existed on this planet. Human, you. Mitula wanted to say something to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen didn't give it the chance. His glazed giant fist continued to rain down heavily on Mitula. The three major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords were dumbfounded. Who could withstand such glazed giant fists? Human, let's negotiate. We can negotiate. Mitula finally managed to say a complete sentence, shouting at Yang Chen. Seeing Mitula say this, Yang Chen stopped his attack. Indeed, he still needed to learn some things from Mitula. Mitula, relieved that Yang Chen had ceased his assault, let out a long breath. Yang Chen stared directly at Mitula and asked, "Tell me everything you know about Dim Star." He thought that since he was about to go to Dim Star, knowing more about it would be better. Mitula saw that Yang Chen only wanted to know such things and was not prepared to hide anything. Human, there are many cities on Dim Star. In the past, our Beast clan had the power to suppress humans on Dim Star, but later, they produced many talents, and slowly, we beasts became weaker. If you enter through the Magic Eye, you will reach Haran City, which is one of the 12 major cities on Dim Star. Mitula gradually shared a lot of information with Yang Chen. Yang Chen had a bad premonition. He thought if there were no beasts left on Dim Star, how would he cultivate? Cultivation techniques? Even if there were cultivation techniques, talents couldn't just drop. Yang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to think too much about it anymore. One day at a time. Step by step. Human, I have told you everything I know. Can we negotiate now? I know, Mitula said with a smile, looking at Yang Chen. You are not a foolish human. Yang Chen shook his head and smiled at Mitula, saying, "Who told you I wanted to negotiate with you?" Me. Tula's pupils constricted sharply. Human, you. Bang, bang, bang. Before Mitula could finish its words, Yang Chen activated the shadow sky speed god and stepped towards Mitula again. The glazed giant fist slammed into Mitula's body, and Mitula could only use all its strength to resist. However, Mitula had already been at a disadvantage before, let alone now. Boom! Finally, Mitula could no longer withstand it. Its body was heavily struck by the glazed giant fist, but this punch only dissipated the dark magical light surrounding me. Tula's body, which could be considered a protective barrier. Mitula was filled with dread. It had just thought of escaping, but it was already too late. Yang Chen struck out with another powerful punch. Bang! This time, the glazed giant fist landed solidly on Mitula's body. Mitula felt the world turn upside down, its internal organs shifting, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from its mouth. Bang! Yang Chen struck again, the glazed giant fist smashing into Mitula's head. With this punch, Mitula had no chance of survival left. Ding! Slaying! A level 9 ferocious beast, battle power plus 300 million. Looking at the increase in battle power, Yang Chen did not show much surprise. This might be the final glory. After all, there might not be any ferocious beasts on Dimi Star. Next, it was time to absorb Mitula's ferocious blood. Perhaps this was a feature of the system. Yang Chen could feel a sense of familiarity with Mitula's blood. He sliced open Mitula's skin and began to drink. Whoosh! The three major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords gasped at the scene before them. They never expected that Yang Chen, the great judgment, was consuming the blood of a ferocious beast raw. Such a sight felt like a thunderbolt to them. As Yang Chen absorbed Mitula's ferocious blood, he was surprised to find that the glazed cells within him were actually undergoing changes. His face lit up with excitement. The change in glazed cells was a significant event. After half an hour, Yang Chen had completely absorbed Mitula's blood. All the glazed cells in his body had undergone a transformation. To be precise, what was now in his body was no longer cells, but a form of energy. After some thought, he named this energy Chaos Star Source. Perhaps, he pondered. For a few seconds, he could create a technique using the Chaos Star Source within him. This would also be a way to cope with the absence of ferocious beasts on Dimi Star. Currently, improving the immortal battle body with the Chaos Star Source was clearly unrealistic. There was no rush regarding the battle body. After entering Dimi Star, he would see how things developed. Next, Yang Chen used powerful energy to seal the Demon Eye. He would unseal it when he needed to enter the Demon Eye. Let's go, Yang Chen said as he walked up to the 3 major leaders. The 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords were delighted, and the divine martial leader said to Yang Chen, great judgment, from now on, is our blue star safe? It should be so, Yang Chen nodded in response. As long as the ferocious beasts in the world-destroying demon sea were eliminated, the ferocious beasts in other countries would pose no threat. Then, Yang Chen and his group left the world-destroying demon sea. They returned to the town of the world. Upon arriving in the town of the world, Yang Chen now had 600 vitality golden dragons within him. In Demistar, such power was definitely not considered strong. He did not plan to immediately enter the martial awakening tower to create a technique. Instead, he wanted to return to the Great Xia for a visit. The purpose of returning to the Great Xia was, of course, to bid farewell to family and friends. Residents of the town of the world, I am Lu Fong, and I have an exciting announcement to make here. Suddenly, this voice could be heard everywhere in the town of the world. Lu Fong was the divine martial leader. As the residents of the town of the world listened to the divine martial leader's voice, they began to discuss among themselves. What good news could it be? Last time the divine martial leader said there was good news, it was that we had the great judgment. Yeah, the good news from the divine martial leader must be something monumental. I can't wait to find out. While the residents of the town of the world were discussing, the entire town heard the divine martial leader's words. The greatest threat to our blue star human race, the world-destroying demon sea, has been eliminated by our great judgment, Yang Chen. From now on, our blue star is truly safe. As soon as the divine martial leader's words were spoken, the town of the world erupted in excitement. My God, the world-destroying demon sea has been destroyed by the great judgment? The great judgment is just too amazing. How strong must it be? I've heard that the Annihilation demon sea is quite terrifying. Who says otherwise? Our great judgment has even wiped out the Annihilation demon sea, so its power is probably on par with that of a deity. The residents of Jinshi City were all extremely excited, filled with joy to the utmost. Although people from other places on Blue Star mostly did not know about the Annihilation demon sea, as residents of Jinshi City, they certainly did. Another day passed, and Yang Chen set off. He was heading from Jinshi City to Daxia. Daxia was currently a place of peace, with everyone striving to develop martial arts, and the situation was looking very good. If this continued, it would only take time for Daxia to restore to its former peak. On this day, a crimson sun shone down on Longyan City. The tens of millions of residents of Longyan City looked up at the crimson sun in the sky, all shocked to the extreme, speechless and dumbfounded. Although they had never seen a crimson sun in reality, they had certainly heard of it. The crimson sun was a form that only a 10 extreme emperor could transform into. A 10 extreme emperor had come to their Longyan City? If they remembered correctly, the 10 extreme emperor was a giant on Blue Star. The national leader, Xiao Jiuyo, and the top powerhouses of Longyan City were all gathered in the national government square, looking at the crimson sun in the sky, their faces filled with astonishment, shock, disbelief, and a mix of various emotions filled the faces of everyone in Longyan City. But there was no fear on their faces, as everyone knew that an existence of the level of a 10 extreme emperor would not harm them. The 10 extreme emperor was there to protect them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the crimson sun in the sky transformed into a crimson light. The crimson light descended into the national government. The national leader, Xiao Jiuyo, and the top powerhouses looked at the crimson light that had landed in the national government, and suddenly, they all thought of something. When the crimson light dissipated, a figure they were all too familiar with appeared in their sight. It was none other than Yang Chen. They had already guessed, and upon confirming it was indeed Yang Chen, everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. Yang Chen, Xiao Jiuyo, and the martial artists quickly walked towards Yang Chen. No. As Xiao Jiuyo approached Yang Chen, ready to say something, he realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. It should be the Great Judgment. Who on Blue Star did not know, who did not understand, that the most powerful martial artist on Blue Star was Yang Chen, the Great Judgment, whose strength surpassed even the 3 giants. The news of Yang Chen eliminating the Annihilation Demon Sea had not spread throughout Blue Star, as people in other regions were not familiar with the Annihilation Demon Sea, so there was no need for it to. Otherwise, everyone on Blue Star would be shocked beyond measure. It doesn't matter what you call it. Yang Chen smiled calmly at Xiao Jiuyo and the martial artists. Seeing that Yang Chen had already become the Great Judgment, they were surprised to find him so gentle in front of them, which put their hearts at ease. They knew that even if Yang Chen faced them with an extremely proud demeanor, they would not feel any sense of discomfort. With Yang Chen's current strength, he could do anything. National leader, how are my dad and my sister? They are both doing well. Xiao Jiuyo chuckled. Your dad has also started a company in Longyan City, and Shuer has quite a good talent. She is already a high-level elite martial artist. Yang Chen felt quite satisfied. Such a cultivation speed was indeed impressive. I want to see them first. Okay, I'll take you there right now. With that, Xia Jiuyo led Yang Chen to a certain place. Coincidentally, today Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer were both at home. Before long, Yang Chen saw them. Xiao Feng, brother? Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer were both a bit dazed, not expecting Yang Chen to suddenly return after. Realizing it, the two were overjoyed and quickly pulled Yang Chen to sit on the sofa. Great judgment, you all chat, I'll just. No need. You stay here, I have something I want to say to you. Just as Xia Jiuyu was about to leave, Yang Chen called out to him. Xia Jiuyu was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Chen to stop him at this moment. In his view, since Yang Chen had returned from Jinshi City, he should be discussing family matters with his family. What was he staying here for? However, since Yang Chen wanted him to stay, he would stay and see what Yang Chen wanted to say to him. Xiao Feng, if you have something to say to us, just say it, Yang Yonghua said to Yang Chen. Yang Shuer and Xia Jiuyu also looked at Yang Chen. I should be leaving soon. Leaving? So soon back to Jinshi City? Xia Jiuyu looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer also thought that Yang Chen was about to return to Jinshi City. They wanted to know if something major had happened in Jinshi City, otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry to go back? Great judgment. Could it be that there's a problem with the Annihilation Demon Sea? As the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom, Xia Jiuyu was aware of the Annihilation Demon Sea outside Jinshi City. He also knew how terrifying the Annihilation Demon Sea was. Yang Yonghua and Yang Shuer, however, did not know what the Annihilation Demon Sea was, but just hearing the name made them think it must be a very frightening place. No. Yang Chen shook his head. I have already destroyed the Annihilation Demon Sea. What? Xia Jiuyu was suddenly shocked, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Then, after swallowing several times, Xia Jiuyu continued to speak to Yang Chen. Then I don't understand. Great judgment, why are you in such a hurry to return to Jinshi City? Xia Jiuyu, Yang Yonghua, and Yang Shuer looked at Yang Chen. Again. I'm not leaving because I'm going back to Jinshi City right away. I mean, I'm leaving this planet. Yang Yonghua? Yang Shuer? Xia Jiuyu? The three were stunned, frozen in place, unable to comprehend. Leaving this planet? That meant leaving Blue Star. Xiao Feng, you. Yang Yonghua wanted to say something to Yang Chen but didn't know how to start. I discovered a magic sea within the Annihilation Demon Sea, and after entering the magic eye, I could access a planet called Dimastar, which should be much more powerful than Blue Star. Yang Chen continued to speak to the three. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. Over the years, alien warships had fallen to Blue Star, making the people of Blue Star aware that there were other life-bearing planets in the universe. Yang Chen was now the strongest warrior on Blue Star, so leaving was understandable. After that, Yang Chen discussed many things with his family, including Xia Jiuyu. They all felt relieved, as they had known that someone like Yang Chen was destined to soar between heaven and earth. So, Xiao Feng, when do you plan to leave? I still need to return to Jinshi City to handle some matters, Yang Chen said. The three nodded. This was nothing else but the way of martial arts. 5 days later, after spending 5 days with his family, Yang Chen returned to Jinshi City from the Great Xia. Upon arriving in Jinshi City, Yang Chen first met with the three major leaders and the 8 extremes. Battle Sovereign. After another day, his gaze turned to the Martial Awareness Tower. He arrived at the area of the Martial Awareness Tower. The three major leaders and the 8 extremes Battle Sovereigns followed behind Yang Chen. They knew that if Yang Chen, the Great Judgment, entered the Martial Awareness Tower, it would definitely be an extraordinary event. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Chen walked into the highest of the 3 Martial Awareness Towers. After entering the Martial Awareness Tower, he went directly to the top floor, the 30th floor. Upon reaching the top, he felt that his thoughts and brain cells had expanded significantly. This time, he entered the Martial Awareness Tower to create his own martial arts technique, utilizing the chaotic star source within his body to create a unique martial arts technique should result in something unparalleled. Next, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, beginning to circulate the chaotic star source within his body. Outside the Wuju Tower, the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords were still waiting outside. Now that the world-destroying Demon Sea had been annihilated by Yang Chen's great judgment, what was there to worry about? Moreover, even Mitula, who had emerged from the Demon Eye, had been killed. They could now just wait peacefully for Yang Chen's great judgment to come out. Some residents, still puzzled, were dumbfounded as they passed by the Wuju Tower area, seeing the leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords gathered there. They had never seen so many powerful beings appear in the same place before. These residents were well aware of the purpose of the Wuju Tower. The only person who could make the leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords wait beneath the Wuju Tower was Yang Chen's great judgment. Despite the vastness of Jinshi City, the news of Yang Chen entering the Wuju Tower quickly spread throughout the entire city. Relevant media even broadcasted it live. Some residents stayed at home, watching the live television coverage, and they found the utterly calm Wuju Tower quite fascinating. 1 day, 2 days, time flew by, and, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords continued to wait beneath the Wuju Tower. With their current strength, they could easily go without food or drink, relying on their vital energy to nourish their bodies. At the same time, their lifespans were extremely long. The residents outside the Wuju Tower changed in waves. On the surface, they had changed, but in reality, there was not much difference. After returning from the scene, they would watch the live broadcast again on television or through other means. Throughout these 10 days, the Wuju Tower remained as calm as water, with no unusual occurrences. When Yang Chen first entered the Wuju Tower in Jinshi City, there had been terrifying phenomena. At that time, Vice President Wang Lei, along with the 8 extremes battle lords and the residents of Jinshi City, had all witnessed it. They had thought at this time, Yang Chen's great judgment entering the Wuju Tower would also produce some kind of phenomenon, but now it seemed they had overthought it. Boom! Just when everyone thought the Wuju Tower would not show any phenomena, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the sky. Before anyone could react, a chaotic light surged from the top of the Wuju Tower. The chaotic light was an indescribable brilliance that gave a shocking and stifling feeling. The soaring chaotic light also condensed into a massive pillar of light, like a sky-supporting column, awe-inspiring and terrifying. Hiss! Whether beneath the Wuju Tower, in other places, or among the residents watching the live broadcast, everyone gasped in astonishment at the sight. This scene was too shocking for them, far stronger than the last time. Vice President Wang Lei and some of the 8 extremes battle lords had thought that this time, Yang Chen's great judgment entering the Wuju Tower would not produce the same terrifying phenomena as before. Now it seemed they had underestimated the situation. The great judgment is truly powerful, murmured the divine martial leader. The crazy dragon leader, the divine thunder leader, and the other 8 extremes battle lords shared the same sentiment. The chaotic pillar lasted for 3 days and nights before finally dissipating. On the top floor of the Wuju Tower, Yang Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. It worked! Rising from the ground, a look of joy spread across his face. During this time at the top of the Wuju Tower, he had put a great deal of effort into creating his own technique. This time, he had developed the technique in preparation for entering the Demi Star, and its difficulty was unimaginable. He named his self-created technique the Chaotic Divine Decision. Its function was quite simple, with only 2 uses. The first was absorption, which meant he could absorb energy wherever he went. Of course, this absorption referred to vital energy. If the gas used for construction on Demi Star was not vital energy, it didn't matter. The Chaotic Divine Decision would not concern itself with that. The second was to drop talents. This is very important. He had pondered before how to acquire talent if there were no fierce beasts on Demi Star, but now with the Chaos Divine Decision, none of that matters anymore. By using the Chaos Divine Decision to absorb gas, the more he absorbs, the greater the chance of drops. Of course, this is random. Just because he absorbs more doesn't mean there will definitely be a drop. It's a matter of probability. Just like killing fierce beasts, the more he slays, the higher the chance of talent drops. With the addition of the God level Dark Talent, Dark Monarch, Yang Chen now has a total of 16 God level talents. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining talent drops is certainly increasing. He walked out of the Martial Awareness Tower and, once outside, activated the Chaos Divine Decision. He found that his body felt like a dried-up river, while the vital energy flowed in like endless water. However, the vital energy on Blue Star still felt a bit lacking for him now. For an ordinary martial artist, having the Chaos Divine Decision and mastering it to the great perfection level would be terrifying to imagine. Great judgment! The 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords rushed to greet Yang Chen as he emerged from the Martial Awareness Tower. "We have a meeting tomorrow. I have something to announce," Yang Chen said to the group. "Yes, great judgment." The 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords did not dare to be negligent and immediately nodded. The surrounding residents, seeing Yang Chen come out, also showed excitement on their faces. The next day, Yang Chen arrived first at the Great Hall of the World Council. Soon after, the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords arrived one after another. Once inside the hall, at Yang Chen's suggestion, they all took their seats. "I think everyone still doesn't know why I called you to the hall, right?" Yang Chen looked at everyone in the hall. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. They truly did not know the purpose of Yang Chen's meeting. "I am about to leave Blue Star." Yang Chen scanned the crowd in the hall, preparing to head to Demi Star. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, everyone in the hall was stunned, not expecting that the purpose of the Great Judgment meeting was this. Subsequently, through communication, the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords learned many things. Yang Chen's journey to Demi Star was something they could not obstruct. Yang Chen then spoke to the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords in the hall. After this discussion, the meeting concluded and everyone left the hall. Yang Chen also prepared to leave Blue Star the next day. After returning to his room, he went nowhere. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. After coming out of his room, Yang Chen bid farewell to the 3 major leaders and the 8 extremes battle lords, then transformed into a blazing red sun, heading towards the Annihilation Demon Sea. Upon reaching the Annihilation Demon Sea, the red sun directly surged into the depths of the sea. As he moved forward, he reached the bottom of the Annihilation Demon Sea and arrived at the eye of the demon. Looking at the eye of the demon before him, Yang Chen did not hesitate much and walked straight in. Upon entering the eye of the demon, Yang Chen felt a strange sensation. Inside the eye of the demon was a void, and as he walked forward, he felt as if he was moving quickly despite his slow pace. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but he found he had reached the end of the eye of the demon. Stepping out from the end of the eye, a blinding light shone, making it hard for him to open his eyes. What came into view was a lush green forest, vibrant with life. Yes, he was now in a forest. Yang Chen was very clear that he had arrived at Demi Star. Should he try the Chaos Divine Decision? Immediately, Yang Chen activated the Chaos Divine Decision. After using the Chaos Divine Decision, numerous gases began to enter his body. This feeling was incredibly refreshing. Wait! A wave of memories surged into his mind, making him understand some things about Demi Star. For example, the gas he is currently absorbing is star power. Star power is much purer than primordial energy. Opening the attribute panel to take a look. Host, Yang Chen. Realm, late small star level. Talent, Devouring Heaven Flame God, Chaos level. Red Thunder Emperor, Chaos level. Combat skills, Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion, Chaos level. Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Chaos level. Underworld God Ice Prison, Chaos level. Battle Body, Immortal Battle Body. Cultivation Method, Chaos Divine Decision. Looking at his own attribute panel, Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. The talent still has the same name, but the latter part is Chaos level. Could it be that the names of talents on Demi Star are different from those on Blue Star? Devouring Heaven Flame God is still Devouring Heaven Flame God, but its power has risen to Chaos level? The power of the combat skills has also risen to Chaos level? If that's the case, then that's really great. Otherwise, if the names of talents and combat skills had all changed, that would be quite boring. Now the names of the talents and combat skills are the same, and their power has risen to Chaos level. Chaos level, just these 3 words can explain a lot of issues. It's just that he doesn't know if Chaos level is the strongest in the universe or the strongest on Demi Star. He also discovered that there are no countries on Demi Star, only major cities. Just as Mitula said, the place he is currently in is Howren City. On Demi Star, they are no longer martial artists but star practitioners. Star practitioners are divided into moon level, sun level, small star level, large star level, etc. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. On Demi Star, breaking through a small realm is many times more difficult than on Blue Star. Yang Chen is currently at the late small star level, which is definitely outstanding among the younger generation on Demi Star. Before the moon level star practitioners, there is a Star Apprentice 10th stage. Breaking through to moon level from Star Apprentice 10th stage is something that many on Demi Star find daunting. After all, Demi Star is much larger than Blue Star, and the population is also much greater. Yang Chen secretly smiled, thinking that having a system is great. After coming to Demi Star, he didn't need to ask anyone and already knew so much information. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble asking Mitula. Next, he was going to enter Howren City. He walked towards the edge of the forest. It didn't take long before he walked out of the forest. A few hours later, a majestic city came into view. Looking at this city, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a shock. He thought, is this Howren City? Howren City is one of the 12 major cities on Demi Star. Jinshur City was already shocking enough for him, but he never expected that Howren City would be 100 times more shocking. Besides him, he noticed a few scattered people around. Some people looked dull, appearing somewhat lost and helpless. This young brother. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Listening to this voice, Yang Chen focused his gaze and found a middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but Yang Chen knew that this man was definitely not just his apparent age. The middle-aged man walked up to Yang Chen, a calm smile appearing on his face. Young brother, my name is Lu Fong. May I ask if you are also from a lower-level star? The middle-aged man extended his hand to Yang Chen in a friendly manner. Yang Chen also extended his hand, shaking hands with the middle-aged man. When Lu Fong mentioned lower-level star, he was slightly taken aback, but then thought that a lower-level star should be a planet of that level like Blue Star. No, there's another possibility. Not all lower-level stars are stronger than Blue Star, perhaps some are even weaker. From the aura emanating from Lu Fong, his strength was not as powerful as Yang Chen's. Even if his realm was comparable to Yang Chen's, one must not forget one thing. He still has 16 divine level. No, 16 chaos level talents, 16 major chaotic level talents, combined with 16 perfectly matched combat skills. How terrifying their power could be. Even someone like Yang Chen, the possessor, found it hard to imagine. Yes, I also came from a lower level star. Yang Chen nodded at Lu Fong. Then let's travel together. For those of us who just arrived from lower-level stars to Dini Star, a pass is required to enter Haoren City, Lu Fong said. A pass? Yang Chen was taken aback. Is it possible to obtain one? Lu Fong nodded. Yes, there is a place to apply for a pass at the city gate of Haoren City. You just need a certain level of strength. If you don't have the strength, then I'm afraid you will be refused entry or have to go to a city of a lower level, Lu Fong explained to Yang Chen. Listening to Lu Fong, Yang Chen understood. Soon, they exchanged no more words and headed towards Haoren City. On the way to Haoren City, they encountered some others who had also come from lower-level stars. Yang Chen wondered if other lower-level stars also had passages to Dini Star? Undoubtedly, when these people from lower-level stars saw Yang Chen, their faces were filled with astonishment. They never expected someone so young to have arrived at Dini Star from a lower-level star. Young brother Yang Chen, could it be that you came to Dini Star from your planet without experiencing spatial compression? An elder looked at Yang Chen. There were more than a dozen people who had come from lower-level stars, and they all turned to look at Yang Chen. Spatial compression? Yang Chen looked at the crowd in confusion. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't even know what spatial compression was, they were all a bit dumbfounded. Young brother Yang Chen, to enter Dini Star, if you don't have a certain level of strength, you won't be able to pass through the spatial compression. Simply put, if your strength is very weak, you will turn into a meat pie, Lu Fong explained to Yang Chen. Upon hearing Lu Fong's explanation, Yang Chen understood. This meant that there was indeed a special passage for their planet to enter Dini Star, unlike him who entered through the magic eye. They probably thought their planet didn't have spatial compression because he looked too young. It was normal for them to be shocked that someone of such an age had come from a lower-level star to Dini Star. Next, the crowd looked worried. In their view, Yang Chen might not be able to successfully obtain a pass for Haoren City. They were all people from lower-level stars, and regardless of how things developed in the future, they had just arrived from lower-level stars to Dini Star, so helping each other was essential. Seeing them like this, Yang Chen just smiled gently and said little. Before getting to know these people, Yang Chen was already not far from Haoren City, and during their conversation, they had arrived at the city gate of Haoren City. Only those from lower-level stars who have obtained a pass can enter Haoren City, several guards of Haoren City said in a cold tone to the crowd. In fact, these martial artists from lower-level stars were quite strong, at least much stronger than these guards. However, their statuses were different, which led to the current situation. Moreover, with so many people coming from lower-level stars to Dini Star every year, it was quite normal for the locals to be a bit arrogant. Yang Chen and his group began to line up. To obtain a pass, one must at least be at the moon level. Of course, this was the requirement for those coming from lower-level stars. Locals did not need any level. Lu Fong, intermediate moon level, can apply. Shi Hong, advanced moon level, can apply. Wang Dao, advanced moon level, can apply. Shi Yunfeng, intermediate moon level, can apply. As the pass applications progressed, it was Yang Chen's turn. Yang Chen was the last person. Those who had come from lower-level stars had all successfully obtained their passes to enter Haoren City. They all turned their attention to Yang Chen, believing he would not be able to successfully apply. There were two reasons for this. First, Yang Chen was too young. Secondly, the planet where Yang Chen was located did not have spatial compression. Yang Chen ignored the numerous gazes and looked at the machine in front of him. It was a round machine, emitting a cyan glow. As soon as he touched the surface of the round machine, his realm would appear on it. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen extended his hand and placed it on the round machine. Instantly, the cyan glow on the machine intensified. The star practitioner beside the machine was also taken aback. Yang Chen, late small star level, can be processed. Wow! Whether it was the people from the lower level star or the guards outside the city gate, they were all shocked, never expecting Yang Chen's strength to be at the late small star level, and at such a young age. In the entire Haoren City, perhaps only a few extraordinary individuals could compare. No, there was no way to compare. There was a qualitative difference between the late small star level and the early small star level. But what these guards did not realize was that the late small star level was merely the most ordinary aspect of Yang Chen. As for how terrifying Yang Chen truly was, they might never know, or perhaps they would find out very soon. Initially, those from the lower level star thought that given Yang Chen's age, he would not be able to successfully obtain a pass to enter Haoren City. But now, it seemed they were not only wrong but utterly mistaken. They were all at the moon level, but he was at the late small star level. If they encountered him in the wild, a late small star level star practitioner could easily slaughter them like pigs or dogs. After a while, Yang Chen successfully obtained the pass to enter Haoren City. With the pass in hand, the group prepared to enter Haoren City. Please wait a moment. Now that they all had passes, the guards at the city gate were much more gentle in their tone. Yang Chen and the others paused, eager to know what else was going on. Haoren City is different now than it was before. Once you enter, you must join a force. I have a list of forces here. You can choose the corresponding force and go over. If they want you, then you will successfully join, one of the guards said. Yang Chen and the others understood. Upon hearing this, a list of forces came into their view.
Martial Arts Gate, Battle Hall, Thunder Gate. The forces listed were just the most ordinary ones.
Yang Chen, you are a strong practitioner at the late small star level. You can join a higher level force.
As he spoke, the guard handed Yang Chen another list of forces. Heavenly Fight Sect, Starfall Gate, Dragonflame Martial Hall, etc.
Dragonflame Martial Hall? Looking.
At this name, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He thought the name was quite interesting. He knew that the Dragonflame Martial Hall was definitely not founded by people from Dragonflame City, but it could be
considered a fateful connection.
Since entering Howren City required joining a force, he decided to join the Dragonflame Martial Hall.
Soon, Yang Chen and those from the lower level stars successfully entered Howren City.
After entering, Yang Chen and the others bid farewell, each heading to the force they wished to join. Yang Chen also made his way to the Dragonflame Martial Hall. This was quite humane. It was much better than being in a fog, completely clueless.
After a moment, he arrived outside the Dragonflame Martial Hall.
The Dragonflame Martial Hall looked incredibly impressive, with buildings towering hundreds of stories high and ordinary
students numbering in the tens of thousands. Yang Chen walked into the Dragonflame Martial Hall. Upon entering the hall, he saw many people.
Sir, may I ask if you are from a lower-level star or from Dim Star?
Not long. After entering the hall, a female star practitioner approached Yang Chen.
Lower-level star, Yang Chen replied truthfully.
If you are from a lower-level star, do you wish to become an ordinary student or an elite student? The female star practitioner asked Yang Chen again.
Hearing her words,
Yang Chen pondered for a few seconds. Could you explain the difference between the two?
Sir, there are no restrictions for ordinary martial
artists entering our Longyan Martial Arts School.
To become an elite student of our Longyan Martial Arts School, however, certain strength is required.
Above the elite students, there are special level students who are already able to undertake missions. The female star said to Yang Chen. Undertake missions? Yang Chen pondered quietly, somewhat unclear about what kind of missions were being executed.
From the words of this female star, it could be inferred that the age range of special level students should be quite broad, otherwise, it wouldn't be mentioned like this. Sir, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. If someone from a lower tier star becomes an elite student of our Longyan Martial Arts School, they can only associate with other elite students from lower tier stars for the time being.
The female star continued. Upon hearing
her words, Yang Chen thought to himself that it seemed the inclusiveness of Dimastar wasn't as strong as he had imagined.
But perhaps there was another explanation, that people from lower tier stars would first mingle with others from the same background, making it easier to integrate.
Over time, Longyan Martial Arts School established this rule. Sir, considering your age, you will most likely only become an elite student of our Longyan
Martial Arts School, so it must be said that the female star's attitude was quite good.
Yang Chen secretly smiled, thinking that with special level students around who would still want to be an elite student.
I would like to ask, what are the requirements to become a special level student?
Early small star level. The female star knew Yang Chen was just asking casually, so she answered without much thought.
Then I want to become a special level student, Yang Chen said.
The female star was taken aback, her fair face filled with astonishment.
Sir, you aren't joking, are you? She looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. I'm not
joking, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Seeing that Yang Chen was serious, the female star quickly calmed down, her fair face showing a serious expression.
Sir, I want to remind you that if you wish to participate in
the assessment for special level students at Longyan Martial Arts School, if you don't pass the assessment due to specific factors, such as being slightly lacking in strength, you won't face any penalties.
However, if your strength is significantly lacking, then the punishment awaiting you will be quite severe.
I hope you consider this carefully.
The female star conveyed all the necessary information to Yang Chen. I understand. Yang Chen nodded in response.
Seeing that Yang Chen still looked fearless, the female star believed he truly wanted to participate in the assessment for special level students at Longyan Martial Arts School.
Next, the female star took Yang Chen to register, and after his identity information was recorded, he was informed to come back in 3 days to participate in the assessment for special level students.
Yang Chen had thought he
could participate in the assessment today.
There was nothing he could do, they had said so. After leaving the Longyan Martial Arts School lobby, Yang Chen continuously felt the star power entering his body. His body now felt like a hungry infant in need of a large amount of nourishment. When he was on Blue Star, he had already condensed 600 Vitality Golden Dragons within him.
Here on Dimastar, there was only star power, and the
Vitality Golden Dragons within him had naturally disappeared. However, 3-star Power Tigers had appeared within him. He knew that these 3-star Power Tigers represented his current realm, late small star level. There was no concept of combat power on Dimastar, it was referred to as star value. 1-star Power Tiger equated to 1 million star value.
Upon reaching the large star level, what resided within would no longer be star
Power Tigers, but rather the might of a dragon formed from condensed star power. With 3-star Power Tigers within him, it meant he currently possessed 3 million star value. The transition from small star level to large star level required a star value leap, needing 10 million star value to reach early large star level.
An endless stream of star power flowed into Yang Chen's body, and once it reached every part of him, it transformed into star value. He calculated that at the current conversion rate he could accumulate about 500,000 star points in 24 hours. This rate of increase in star points was already quite terrifying, but for Yang Chen, it was still far from enough. His goal was to dominate the entire universe, not just to break through to the great star level. He also understood that with such a rate of increase in star points, it would be extremely difficult to drop any talents. Additionally, the gravity on Demi Star was quite strong, making it unrealistic to cause destruction like that on Blue Star. Of course, this was under the premise of having God-level talents. His current talents and matching combat skills were all at the Chaos level, which was a different matter altogether. After leaving the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, Yang Chen wandered around Haoren City. Although he called it wandering, he was actually trying to see where the star power was more concentrated, but after walking a large circle, the star power was pretty much the same everywhere. Through conversations with some passers-by, Yang Chen learned that the places with concentrated star power were all within certain factions. These factions had star power training rooms or training towers. To enter, one needed to pay star coins or some kind of points. In short, they wouldn't let you in for free. After learning this, Yang Chen felt relieved. He thought that if the star power in Haoren City remained like this, then as his strength increased, it would be a long time before he could break through again. 3 days later, Yang Chen arrived again outside the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. During these 3 days he had been moving around Haoren City, but when he tried to find a place to stay, he realized he had no star coins. Demi Star was indeed different from Blue Star. Even a penny could be a challenge for a hero. After entering the hall of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, the female star practitioner from 3 days ago appeared in Yang Chen's sight again. "Mr. Yang Chen, please follow me," she said warmly as she welcomed him. Although she expressed doubt about whether Yang Chen could qualify as a special level student at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, she still maintained the necessary politeness. Under her guidance, Yang Chen quickly arrived at an indoor area. There were already some people inside, about a dozen or so. When the dozen or so people saw Yang Chen and the female star practitioner enter, they all turned their attention towards them. "Master Yun, the last participant for the assessment has arrived," the female star practitioner said, bowing to a middle-aged man in the room before stepping out. The other participants in the special level student assessment looked somewhat astonished. "Is he here to participate in the special level student assessment too? I'm not sure, no one knows how this happened. He looks like he's only in his 20s. In our Haoren City, those who become small star level at such an age are only the top geniuses. He definitely isn't a genius from our Haoren City. I've never seen him before." Most of the people in the room were in their 30s, and there were even some in their 40s. Besides these participants in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall's special level student assessment, even the one responsible for the assessment, Lu Fong, was puzzled. But then he thought, since Yang Chen dared to participate in the special level student assessment, he must have the corresponding strength. The special level student assessment was quite simple. As long as one reached the early small star level and completed a basic task, it was sufficient. After all, becoming a special level student at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall meant facing various tasks, and without the courage, it would be pointless. The first step was to test the realm. Lu Fong already had a list in hand. Looking at the list, he read out the names. Zheng Feng. A man in his 30s walked up to the testing machine and placed his hand on it. Next, the testing machine displayed his current realm. Zheng Feng, early small star level. Those who dared to participate in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall's special level student assessment surely knew their own realm. The first step of the testing assessment was incredibly easy to pass. Soon, Lu Fong called out Yang Chen's name. When Yang Chen heard his name, he walked slowly towards the testing machine. When he arrived in front of the testing machine, he placed his hand on it. "Yang Chen, late small star level." Lu Fong stared blankly at the data on the testing machine screen, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face filled with an undeniable expression. The others in the room gasped in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing as they looked at Yang Chen. Late small star level? Despite the expressions on the faces of those in the room, Yang Chen's face showed little fluctuation. It was exactly the same as when he applied for a pass outside Haoren City. In fact, he had experienced such scenes far too many times on Blue Star. The people in the room who had initially mocked Yang Chen now felt a burning shame on their faces upon learning that Yang Chen's realm was late small star level. Lu Fong was secretly astonished. He knew the testing machine couldn't be faulty. The fact that such a genius had come to their Longyan martial arts school was simply terrifying. After a moment, Lu Fong regained his composure and said to everyone, "You have all passed the first level assessment for special students at our Longyan martial arts school. Next is the task assessment. As you all know, there were many ferocious beasts on our Demi Star in the past. However, with the emergence of powerful human warriors on Demi Star, these beasts suffered devastating blows. To this day, the ferocious beasts on Demi Star can no longer stir up any waves, but there are still a few scattered beasts surviving in various places. The task for everyone is quite simple. You just need to go into the moonlit forest and slay a moon-level ferocious beast, then bring back its core. Yun Fong explained to the group. He then showed them the map of the moonlit forest. Yang Chen and the others learned the location of the moonlit forest. Without further ado, everyone set off towards the moonlit forest. After a long while, Yang Chen arrived at the outskirts of the moonlit forest. The moonlit forest was vast, located in the wilderness outside Bai City, and was not the same grove Yang Chen had entered through the demon eye. The testers would not help each other and they had little interaction. Everyone entered the moonlit forest. Once inside, Yang Chen began searching for ferocious beasts. He had originally thought there were no ferocious beasts left on Demi Star, but it seemed that was not the case. Relying on his powerful searching ability, Yang Chen quickly pinpointed the location of a ferocious beast. Unfortunately, this beast's strength was clearly not at the moon level. Roar! The ferocious beast seemed unwilling to let Yang Chen go. After letting out a roar, it lunged at him. Watching the beast charge, Yang Chen casually killed it. Ding! Slain Steel Demon 8, star value plus 1000. Looking at the data that appeared in his retina, Yang Chen thought to himself that slaying ferocious beasts on Demi Star still yielded data. It was just a pity that there were too few ferocious beasts on Demi Star, otherwise he could have achieved great things. This Steel Demon Ape was not his target, so he continued searching for ferocious beasts. About half an hour later, he once again confirmed the location of a ferocious beast. When he approached this beast from behind, it noticed him. Roar! The beast let out a fierce roar and turned around, glaring at Yang Chen with malice. Without a doubt, this was a moon-level ferocious beast. A moon-level beast had strength equivalent to an 8th-tier beast on Blue Star. Giggle! When this moon-level beast saw a human behind it began to cackle. Foolish human, do you know I haven't encountered a human in a long time? Today, I can finally savor your flavor. Hearing the moon-level beast's words, Yang Chen thought to himself that it seemed ferocious beasts really liked to say the word foolish. Yang Chen squinted his eyes, looking calmly at the moon-level beast in front of him, and said, "Aren't you a bit too confident?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen made his move against the moon-level beast. A moon-level fierce beast was naturally easy to handle in front of him. The moment Yang Chen made his move, a gust of wind surged forth. In that instant, the moon-level fierce beast sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late to escape. Bang! Yang Chen's punch directly pierced through the body of the moon-level fierce beast. If it weren't for the need to obtain the crystal core of this moon-level fierce beast, would he even need to take action himself to slay it? After pulling his fist out from the body of the moon-level fierce beast, it fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. He then extracted the crystal core from the beast. After retrieving the crystal core, he did not linger here but walked towards the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest. Upon reaching the outskirts, Yang Chen headed straight for Bai City. Back at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall in Bai City, Yang Chen handed the moon-level fierce beast's crystal core to Yun Fong. Yun Fong thought to himself that Yang Chen truly deserved to be a late-stage starer of the little star level. Although this was just a basic task, the speed of completion was astonishingly fast. Yang Chen, from now on, you are a special level student of our Longyan Martial Arts Hall, Yun Fong said. After saying this, he arranged for someone to take Yang Chen to receive the special level student badge. Soon, under the guidance of this starer, Yang Chen received the special level student badge. The badge was a purple tiger-shaped emblem, looking quite distinctive. "Student Yang Chen, please follow me," the starer said after Yang Chen received the badge, preparing to take him to some other places. Listening to the starer's words, Yang Chen followed along, curious to see where he would be taken next. Guided by the starer, Yang Chen quickly arrived at the inner hall of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Here, he saw numerous students, and the atmosphere was vastly different from outside. Perhaps all of them were special level students. As one of the top forces in Bai City, it was quite normal for there to be more special level students at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. "Student Yang Chen, since you are from a lower level star, you can currently only stay with the special level students from lower level stars," the starer continued to lead Yang Chen. After a moment, the starer brought Yang Chen in front of a middle-aged man. "Master Zhang, we have a newcomer," the starer respectfully addressed the middle-aged man. After saying this, the starer left. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Xuanqing, and thanks to the system's characteristics, Yang Chen could tell that he was a great star-level starer. At this moment, besides this middle-aged man, there were many others present. These people were also special-level students from lower-level stars. Upon seeing that Yang Chen was also a special-level student, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. "What is your name?" Zhang Xuanqing, also from a lower-level star, was responsible for managing the special-level students from lower-level stars. Yang Chen replied truthfully. Zhang Xuanqing and the others nodded. "Yang Chen, welcome," Zhang Xuanqing said, extending his hand to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also reached out and shook hands with Zhang Xuanqing. Yang Chen, becoming a special-level student of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall at such a young age, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Don't be fooled by the number of us here today, it's because the tasks have been paused for the past 2 days. Once the tasks restart, this place will probably be deserted, Zhang Xuanqing continued to say to Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood what Zhang Xuanqing meant. Under the influence of the chaotic divine decision, star power continued to flow into his body. However, the inner hall was similar to the streets of Haoran City, where the star power was not very dense. Next, Zhang Xuanqing arranged for someone to provide Yang Chen with accommodation. In the inner hall square, after feeling a bit bored in his room, Yang Chen stepped out. The square was filled with many special level students. The expressions on the faces of the elite students here were far from the pleasant demeanor of Zhang Xuanqing and the other students earlier. Some elite students wore cold expressions, while others were taciturn. "Hey, you're a new elite student at the martial arts school, right?" A sharp-eyed young man approached Yang Chen. "Is there a problem?" Yang Chen retorted, sensing the young man's unfriendly intent. "Are you from Kepler Star?" "No." Yang Chen shook his head, and to his surprise, the young man simply walked away. "Are you from Wei 2 Star?" A man in his 30s approached Yang Chen a few seconds later. "No." Yang Chen shook his head again. Similarly, the man in his 30s left. Yang Chen felt puzzled. Could it be that all these people were from lower-tier stars? Did such a small circle need to form cliques? It might just be casual questioning, but it was more likely that Yang Chen was right. Some elite students in the square were whispering among themselves, discussing which lower-tier star Yang Chen came from. "Brother, which lower-tier star are you from?" A man stepped forward to ask Yang Chen. "Blue Star." Yang Chen had no intention of hiding it. He wanted to see if these elite students from lower-tier stars knew about Blue Star. Blue Star? Indeed, when the elite students heard the name Blue Star, their expressions clearly showed surprise. It was evident that they were unfamiliar with the planet. Seeing that these elite students had never heard of Blue Star, Yang Chen's expression remained relatively normal. There was no dedicated passage from Blue Star to Dini Star, so naturally, these people wouldn't know about it. "I think you're in trouble," the elite student who spoke to Yang Chen continued. Yang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't done anything and was already being told he was in trouble? "I know you don't understand right now, but what I want to tell you is that we, the people from lower-tier stars, are divided into two factions. One is us, the people from lower-tier stars, and the other is those from Blackstone Star. The people from Blackstone Star have very volatile tempers. They have set rules that anyone coming from a lower-tier star must spar with them. Refusing is not an option." The man then shared a lot more information with Yang Chen. Listening to him, Yang Chen understood much more. The so-called Blackstone Star was also a lower-tier star, but this planet was different from ordinary lower-tier stars. They thrived on bravado and conflict. Yang Chen now understood why someone had asked him where he was from earlier. If he were from the same star, there would likely be someone to protect him. But since he was from Blue Star, these elite students would definitely adopt a non-confrontational attitude, and many would even enjoy the spectacle. Goodness! A vivid expression appeared on Yang Chen's face. He had merely become an elite student at Longyan Martial Arts School, yet it felt as if he had entered a prison. Why did these rules resemble those in Chinese prisons so much? When he saw Zhang Xuanqing and some elite students, he had thought that the small circle of elite students at Longyan Martial Arts School would be quite friendly, but now it seemed he had been naive. "The people from Blackstone Star are here." Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the inner square. The elite students in the square turned to look. A group of over 10 people was walking slowly toward the square, all wearing wicked smiles. Having entered Dini Star, joined Longyan Martial Arts School, and now become elite students, they thrived under the protection of the martial arts school, ruling over the small circle of elite students from lower-tier stars, enjoying themselves immensely. They had heard that new elite students were arriving today and had learned that one was from an unknown planet, which excited them greatly. Today, they are going to have some fun. Yang Chen looked calmly at the special level students from Blackstone Star, led by a late-stage starer of a small star level. Once one becomes a large star level, they are no longer a student and can serve as a martial master at the Longyan Martial Arts School. The surrounding special-level students, seeing that there was no fear on Yang Chen's face, exchanged sympathetic glances. In their eyes, Yang Chen clearly had no idea what he was up against. The group of over 10 from Blackstone Star stopped about 10 steps in front of Yang Chen. Their faces were filled with superiority. They looked down on Yang Chen from a height. Everyone in the inner courtyard square secretly pitied him, believing that Yang Chen's outcome today would surely be unpleasant. Now they just hoped that Yang Chen wouldn't be too aggressive when facing these people, otherwise, his fate would only be worse. On the other side, Zhang Xuanqing and a few others were watching everything happening in the inner courtyard square. Their faces also bore a serious expression. "Now we just have to see what Yang Chen does," Zhang Xuanqing said, his gaze fixed on the inner courtyard square. "These people from Blackstone Star are really arrogant. Who do they think they are? There's nothing we can do. There's someone in the upper management of Longyan Martial Arts School who is from Blackstone Star, otherwise, how could it be like this? Master Zhang is clearly in charge of managing the lower-level special students, and now these troublemakers from Blackstone Star have made it a mess. It's truly intolerable. I really hope Yang Chen is a powerful starer, that way he could teach these people from Blackstone Star a lesson." The two men beside Zhang Xuanqing were indignant. "Zhang, Xuanqing himself remained silent. He also wanted Yang Chen to teach these Blackstone Star ruffians a lesson. But ultimately, that was not very realistic. In the inner courtyard square, if I'm not mistaken, you should be called Yang Chen, right? A young man in his late 20s shot Yang Chen a cold smile. The young man speaking was named Lu Fong, a mid-stage starer of a small star level. Once they saw Lu Fong speak, they knew he would soon take action against Yang Chen. There was no doubt that Yang Chen's fate would be to be pressed to the ground and rubbed in. Yang Chen knew that these people were here to cause him trouble, so why should he greet them with a smile? Even when speaking, he had to be even more arrogant. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Chen looked at him with an indifferent expression and slowly uttered two words, trash. Wow. Everyone in the inner courtyard square was stunned. They would never have imagined that Yang Chen would say such a thing. Trash? Did Yang Chen really not know what he was facing? A newly minted special level student from an unknown lower level star. Even so, was his temper really that explosive? At this point, the special level students in the square could only admire Yang Chen. Young people are indeed young people. The people from Blackstone Star were also dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yang Chen, never expecting him to be so bold. What did you say? Lu Fong glared at Yang Chen. In his view, Yang Chen should have been scared out of his wits upon realizing that Blackstone Star was going to deal with him, but now he called them trash. How could he endure that? Why are you so angry? Yang Chen smiled calmly at Lu Fong in front of him and continued, I'm not targeting just you, I'm saying that everyone from Blackstone Star here is trash. This was an old trope. Back in Huaxia, he would only dare to joke like this online, but unexpectedly, after crossing over, he used it in reality. That feeling was quite exhilarating. Lu Fong and the others from Blackstone Star could never have imagined that Yang Chen would dare to be so aggressive. The special level students in the inner courtyard square were like wooden statues, speechless. For them, they had definitely heard the most unlikely words on Dimensional Star in their perception. A newcomer who just arrived here, daring to be so aggressive in front of the notorious people of Blackstone Star, was something they could never even dream of. This, Zhang Xuanqing and the two men beside him were equally bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances. It feels great, but one of the men swallowed hard and continued, why do I have a feeling that Yang Chen is going to have a rough time next? Time returned to the inner hall square. Good, very good. Lu Fong gritted his teeth and nodded. Yang Chen, it has been many years since anyone dared to treat our people from Blackstone Star like this. You may not know, but our Lord Su Chuan is one of the higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. Just think about it, if it weren't for this connection, how would we, who came from Blackstone Star, dare to act so arrogantly in the Longyan Martial Arts Academy? Lu Fong considered himself a reckless man, but after seeing Yang Chen, he realized that Yang Chen was the real reckless one. So, Lu Fong stared fiercely at Yang Chen. Even if I beat you to a pulp right now, no one would say anything. Everyone in the inner hall square was secretly shocked. They all knew Lu Fong was right. Those who came from Blackstone Star to Dimastar would not dare to be so rampant if it weren't for the backing of one of the higher-ups, Su Chuan. They had just thought that if Yang Chen did not act aggressively in front of these people, it would be fine, but being this aggressive would surely lead to a miserable outcome. Come on, I don't want to hear a piece of trash talk so much. Nonsense, Yang Chen said slowly. He felt that Lu Feng's words were just too much. I'll let you be arrogant. Lu Fong saw that not only was Yang Chen not intimidated by his words, but he even dared to speak to him like that, which infuriated Lu Fong to the extreme. After his words fell, Lu Fong threw a punch at Yang Chen. Lu Fong was a mid-level star warrior, a definite genius. Everyone in the square knew that Yang Chen had just become a special level student, and his strength should be at the early stage of the mid-level star. Although there was only one small realm difference between the early and mid-level star stages, the gap was significant. The other special level students in the square knew that Yang Chen should not be able to withstand Lu Feng's punch. The two were already close, and with Lu Feng's punch coming like the wind, his fist reached Yang Chen's face in an instant. Just as everyone thought Yang Chen would be sent flying by Lu Feng's punch, a figure indeed flew backward. However, it was not Yang Chen, but Lu Fong. Hiss. Upon seeing this, all the special level students in the inner hall square gasped in shock, their minds blank as if struck by thunder. They couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. Lu Fong was sent flying? Zhang Xuanqing and the two middle-aged men beside him were also dumbfounded, staring at the scene in a daze. Everyone knew that Lu Fong was a mid-level star warrior. But now, Lu Fong crashed heavily to the ground, landing face-first in the dirt. Inside, he was greatly alarmed, unable to fathom that he would be sent flying when facing Yang Chen. Lu Fong got up from the ground, and apart from shock, there was a hidden fear in his expression. He never expected Yang Chen to be so powerful. He was a mid-level star warrior and could not believe that Yang Chen, who had just become a special level student, could make him look so pathetic. Seconds later, Lu Fong glared fiercely at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you are the first person to push me to this point. Lu Feng's voice was icy. But do you think I will let this go so easily? As his words fell, Lu Fong activated his talent. Talent, Water Moon Song Wolf. A wuh. After Lu Fong unleashed the Water Moon Sun Wolf, a massive water-type giant wolf appeared behind him. The water system giant wolf let out a fierce howl, a sound that sent chills down the spine and filled the air with terror. On Demistar, there is a standard classification of talent levels: Mortal, Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Radiant Moon, Rising Sun, Divine Star, Sovereign, and Chaos. Lu Feng's Water Moon Sun Wolf has a talent level of Divine Star. A Divine Star level talent is already quite terrifying on Demistar, especially in front of someone like Lu Fong, who is still young and a true prodigy. Yang Chen, this is my talent. Even if you are defeated by it, you are still enough. Lu Fong was clearly very confident in his talent, sneering as he looked at Yang Chen. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. Although the Water Moon Sun Wolf's talent was fearsome, in his presence, such a level of talent was nothing extraordinary. Oh whoa! The Water Moon Sun Wolf suddenly howled again and charged fiercely at Yang Chen. All the elite students in the square were stunned by this scene. For them, Lu Feng's Divine Star level talent Water Moon Sun Wolf was indeed quite frightening. Now, the phantom generated by the Divine Star level Water Moon Sun Wolf was sweeping towards Yang Chen. Next, it would depend on whether Yang Chen could withstand it. Yang Chen knew that the gravity on Demistar was different from that on Blue Star. Although the Divine Star level Water Moon Sun Wolf looked terrifying, its destructive power was limited. If such a level of talent appeared on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be a scene of devastation. The elite students in the inner square were astonished, realizing that the phantom of the Water Moon Sun Wolf was already so close. Yet, Yang Chen remained unmoved, as if he didn't regard the approaching phantom of the Water Moon Sun Wolf at all. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the Water Moon Sun Wolf finally reached Yang Chen and launched an attack. Yang Chen delivered a heavy punch to the phantom of the Water Moon Sun Wolf. Although he did not activate his immortal battle body and talent, one thing should not be forgotten. The Chaos level physical talent, the Blood Dominator battle body, does not require activation. At the Divine level talent, it provided an all attribute boost to the body, not to mention now. He was in the late stage of the Little Star level, and with the Blood Dominator battle body not needing activation, breaking the Water Moon Sun Wolf was indeed an easy task. As the Water Moon Sun Wolf approached him, he struck heavily at the phantom. In an instant, the phantom of the Water Moon Sun Wolf froze in space for a few seconds, then shattered like a broken mirror, disappearing with a crack in the air. At that moment, Yang Chen activated his Chaos level talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. After activating the Shadow Sky Speed God, a black whirlwind erupted from his legs. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Fong. Lu Fong could hardly react to such speed. Yang Chen grabbed Lu Fong as if he were lifting a chick, his legs leaving the ground. Then, Yang Chen threw him out again. Boom! When Lu Feng's body hit the ground, he was still somewhat dazed. Zhang Xuancheng and the two men were completely knocked to the ground by Yang Chen's display of power. They saw clearly that Yang Chen had used a speed talent to reach Lu Fong so quickly. What kind of speed talent could achieve such a level? Could it be Chaos level? Zhang Xuancheng and the two men were secretly alarmed. If it were truly a divine level speed talent, it would be terrifying. Now, even though Lu Fong had unleashed his talent, he was still defeated so miserably, so the people from Blackstone Star probably had nothing to say. Once they regained their composure, Zhang Xuancheng and the two men felt quite good. Usually, this group from Blackstone Star acted arrogantly in the lower star elite student hall, and now being taught a lesson was entirely deserved. In the inner courtyard square, at the forefront of the Blackstone Star was a late-stage Star Master. He and the other Star Masters looked at the scene before them, their faces showing deep shock. The expressions on the faces of the elite students in the square were the same. Just moments ago, they had thought Yang Chen was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but now they understood. It turned out the fool was actually them. I suppose no one dares to challenge me now, right? Yang Chen's gaze was piercing, a glint of brilliance flashing in his pupils as he spoke to the crowd from Blackstone Star. The students from Blackstone Star did not dare to speak. The power Yang Chen had displayed was too terrifying for them to contend with. Since no one dares to challenge me, then I'll take my leave. At this point, Yang Chen seemed to think of something else and said to the group from Blackstone Star, try to avoid appearing in front of me in the future, because my eyes don't particularly like you. Yang Chen felt a strong aversion towards this group from Blackstone Star. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the group shivered, swallowed hard, and quickly left the inner courtyard square. The elite students in the square were filled with excitement. To them, Yang Chen was simply amazing. He was the first to stand out in front of the Star Masters of Blackstone Star like this. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yang Chen noticed that the elite students in the square were preparing to flatter him, but he found it rather meaningless. He had only entered the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall because of its name. If it weren't for the necessity of joining a force upon arriving in Howren City, he wouldn't have joined the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall at all. He then returned to his room. The next day, Yang Chen discovered that he had once again condensed a star power tiger within him. He now had a total of 4 star power tigers, which equated to 4 million star points. He calculated that, with the Chaos Divine Decision, he could increase about 500,000 star points in a day, but this was not fixed. It could be 600,000 star points one day, or perhaps 300,000 the next. After these 2 days, he had figured out the structure of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. When he first arrived on Dimensional Star, he didn't understand. Although many people came from lower-tier stars to Dimensional Star, once they arrived, they were Dimensional Star people. Why still distinguish between lower-tier stars and locals of Dimensional Star? After these 2 days, he began to understand a bit. Not to mention Dimensional Star, even Howren City had over 1 billion humans. With such a vast population, it was natural that many strong individuals would emerge. For those coming from lower-tier stars to stand out, they had to perform exceptionally well. Howren City was not lacking in strong individuals. Yang Chen thought about how he had already condensed 4 star power tigers within him. The current rate of star point increase was completely insufficient. He considered that the star power training room in the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall was where he needed to go. 2 more days passed. The tasks in the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall had begun. In the task room of the inner hall, many elite students were preparing to accept tasks. Completing tasks could earn points, which could be exchanged for combat skills, techniques, and weapons in the martial arts hall. Entering the star power training room also required points. The point system set by the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall clearly indicated one thing: no idle people would be supported. Don't think that not accepting tasks would let you off the hook. If you don't complete tasks for a long time, you will be expelled from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen also arrived at the task room. Within the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, the locals of Dimensional Star generally did not associate with those of them from lower-tier stars. When the elite students in the task room saw Yang Chen arrive, they all stepped aside to make way. Back in the inner courtyard square, these elite students had witnessed Yang Chen display his strength firsthand. Now, facing Yang Chen, they had to be cautious and respectful. Yang Chen. When Zhang Xuanqing saw Yang Chen arrive, a smile appeared on his face. Yang Chen had thoroughly slapped the faces of the people from Haishi Star in the square, which relieved some of his pent-up frustration. He was also someone who came from a lower-tier star, and now his fondness for Yang Chen had rapidly increased. Yang Chen noticed a large screen in the mission room. The screen displayed various tasks, such as capturing fugitives, dealing with ferocious beasts, and combating cults. Each task had a level, ranging from F to SSS. Of course, even SSS-level tasks were designed for elite students, otherwise, it would be a one-way ticket to death. Above the elite students were the core members, who had access to a larger volume of tasks. However, to become a core member at the Longyan Martial Arts School, one had to be at least a major star level. Beyond core members, the distinction between lower-tier stars and others became less significant. Zhang Xuanqing was wary of the people from Haishi Star mainly because they had a high-ranking member from Haishi Star backing them within the Longyan Martial Arts School. Soon, all the elite students in the mission room successfully accepted their tasks. Yang Chen looked at the tasks displayed on the large screen. If he were to accept a task, it had to be an SSS level 1, otherwise, it would be meaningless. A few seconds later, an SSS level task caught his eye. Task: capture or kill Huang Lang. Task overview: Huang Lang from the Insure sect is causing trouble in Anling City and is currently hiding in the wilderness outside Anling City, posing a risk of re-entering the city at any time. Task difficulty: SSS. Task reward: 200,000 points. Task duration: 1 month. Without a second thought, Yang Chen accepted the task. Successfully accepted SSS level task. In an instant, Yang Chen had completed the acceptance of the task. Everyone in the mission room gasped as they saw Yang Chen take on an SSS level task, especially one from the Insure sect. Yang Chen actually accepted this task. He really has guts. I have high hopes for Yang Chen. He's so strong, he might just complete this task. But Huang Lang is from the Insure sect. Our Howren City has always been at odds with them. So what? Are we really afraid of the Insure sect in our Howren City? Zhang Xuanqing was also taken aback when he saw Yang Chen accept this task. Yang Chen, good luck, he said, patting Yang Chen on the shoulder after regaining his composure. Clearly, Zhang Xuanqing also thought this task was quite difficult. The technology on Dini's star was not something Blue Star could compare to. After accepting the task, a set of information appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The information included Huang Lang's appearance, age, strength, and the location of Anling City. Yang Chen, you can be equipped with a flying device for the SSS level task. Do you need one? Zhang Xuanqing asked Yang Chen. Due to the gravitational restrictions on Dini's star, the dayform flying was no longer feasible. However, a flying device could solve the problem of aerial travel. Yes, Yang Chen nodded in response. He thought to himself that it would be foolish to refuse a flying device. Over the past few days, he had noticed many star users flying in the air using flying devices above Howren City. Next, Zhang Xuanqing had someone take Yang Chen to a place filled with many flying devices. The so-called flying devices were simply platforms that one could stand on, powered by star energy, allowing for extremely fast speeds. Yang Chen casually selected a flying device. He had been quite bored at the Longyan Martial Arts School these past few days, and now that he could finally undertake a task, he was eager to get started. After Setting the route, the flying device took off. It was his first time using such a device, and he felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Yang Chen thought he needed to become a core member as soon as possible to tackle more challenging tasks. Staying in the lower-tier Star Elite Student Hall was hardly fulfilling. If it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble, he could have easily taken action against the people from Blackstone Star and killed them. After the aircraft ascended into the sky, he headed towards Anling City. The aircraft he used was, of course, the most inferior type, while there were many others crafted with advanced technology. Each of those was extremely expensive. Anling City. Among the many cities under the jurisdiction of Haoran City, Anling City was a very small one, with a population of just over 2 million. Not to mention on Demi Star, even on Blue Star, a city with over 2 million people is considered quite small. In the cities on Demi Star, the highest authority is not the governing body, but the Lord's Mansion. At this moment, in the Lord's Mansion of Anling City, a middle-aged star practitioner hurriedly walked into the main hall, his face filled with excitement. Lord, according to the information, the special-level student from the Longyan Martial Arts Hall has taken on the task of Huanglang, the middle-aged star practitioner said to the City Lord, Lu Fong, who was inside the hall. Really? City Lord Lu Fong also became excited. His mood was stirred. After all, Anling City was just a small city. Yet, within this small city's area, people from the Inshan sect had intruded. The Inshan sect was indeed a formidable force for Anling City. Recently, many people had gone missing in Anling City, making it clear that there were definitely more than just Huanglang in the wilderness of Anling City. Anling City was already weak, and if they rashly attacked, with the presence of strong members from the Inshan sect in the wilderness, their attacking forces would surely be annihilated. Now that someone had taken on the task, and it was a major entity like the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, they felt reassured. A day later, an aircraft appeared in the sky above Anling City. City Lord Lu Tsang and the star practitioners of the Lord's Mansion all saw the aircraft hovering above. They knew that the people from the Longyan Martial Arts Hall had arrived. The aircraft came into view and landed at the Lord's Mansion. When City Lord Lu Tsang and the star practitioners clearly saw Yang Chen on the aircraft, they were all taken aback. They all knew that the task involving Huanglang from the Inshan sect was an SSS-level task, and anyone daring to take on such a task must possess considerable strength. However, Yang Chen's age would certainly give them a misconception. In their eyes, someone of Yang Chen's age couldn't possibly be a strong practitioner. Yet, Lu Tsang and the star practitioners of the Lord's Mansion were not fools. They understood that since Yang Chen dared to take on such a task, he must have exceptional abilities. After a brief moment of shock, City Lord Lu Tsang and the star practitioners quickly approached Yang Chen. Greetings, my lord, I am Lu Tsang, the City Lord of Anling City. Saying this, Lu Tsang extended his hand to Yang Chen. Just call me Yang Chen, Yang Chen replied after shaking hands with Lu Tsang. Brother Yang Chen, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Tsang, a late-stage small star practitioner, exchanged a few pleasantries before leading Yang Chen into the main hall of the Lord's Mansion. After inviting Yang Chen to sit down, all the star practitioners in the hall focused their gazes on Yang Chen's face. While their attitude was polite, they still harbored doubts about Yang Chen's strength as he appeared too young. Huanglang was a disciple of the evil sect Inshan, and the amount of bloodshed he had caused was unknown. Moreover, there might be other members of the Inshan sect in the wilderness of Anling City, which caught the star practitioners off guard. They had initially thought that such a task should be taken on by even more powerful star practitioners. At the same time, they were secretly astonished, thinking that the Longyan Martial Arts Hall was indeed impressive, even regarding such a level of task with a sense of disdain. Brother Yang Chen, ever since Huanglang from the Inshan sect appeared in our Anling City, many people have gone missing inexplicably. We can't tell if those missing people were captured by the Inshan sect or killed. No one can say for sure, City Lord Lu Tsang said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen listened to Lu Tsang's words, momentarily taken aback. When he accepted the mission, he only knew that Huanglang from the Inshan sect was causing trouble in Anling City, but he wasn't very clear on the specifics. Now it seemed that the difficulty of this task was a bit more challenging than he had imagined. Brother Yang Chen, I've said so much, you should understand how difficult this task is, right? So, Lu Tsang paused here, not continuing, but the implication was clear. He was advising Yang Chen to be cautious, even to abandon the task. Yang Chen certainly understood what Lu Tsang meant, but how could Lu Tsang know how terrifying his true strength was? He had been on Dimastar for several days, yet he had never revealed his real abilities. City Lord, I won't say much more. I'm going to scout the outskirts of Anling City now, Yang Chen said to Lu Tsang. He thought to himself that since the task level was only this high, there was no need to hesitate. City Lord Lu Tsang and the star practitioners in the hall were somewhat bewildered to see Yang Chen's calm demeanor. Shouldn't Yang Chen have actively given up after learning about the difficulty of the task? Why was he now so eager to scout the outskirts of Anling City? For a moment, the star practitioners in the hall were like old monks in meditation, wanting to say something but unsure how to express it. Brother Yang Chen, have you really thought this through? City Lord Lu Tsang asked tentatively, seeing the resolute look on Yang Chen's face. I've thought it through, Yang Chen nodded. Good. Seeing Yang Chen's agreement, Lu Fong suddenly stood up from his seat, speaking with a boldness, since brother Yang Chen has such courage, then I, Lu Fong, will accompany you to the death. The atmosphere in the hall moved the star practitioners. It's not courage, I just think it's not a big deal, Yang Chen said, not to show off, but because he truly had that strength. Just think about it, besides having an immortal battle body, he also possessed 16 chaos level talents. Not to mention Howren City, even the entire Dimastar, who could have that? If such strength couldn't even handle a small SSS level task, it would only mean he was truly pathetic. City Lord Lu Fong and the star practitioners in the hall had never seen anyone like Yang Chen before. When they came to their senses, they found that Yang Chen had already walked out of the hall. After regaining their composure, City Lord Lu Fong and the star practitioners followed him. In the outskirts of Anling City, Yang Chen and the people from Anling City arrived in the wild area. The wilderness of Dimastar was far superior to that of Blue Star in every aspect. After all, there were simply too few ferocious beasts on Dimastar, making the wilderness here quite suitable for tourism. Of course, with the absence of ferocious beasts, there had also appeared a cult. The Inshan sect, a powerful and supreme sect. It was said that the sect leader's strength was incredibly formidable, even comparable to the city lord of Howren City, a true giant in the region. The so-called cult practiced evil arts, existing in opposition to humanity, which is why they were despised by people. But they had their own path. Who could say who was a good person and who was a bad person? Yang Chen had no connection with the Inshan sect. He was only here in the wilderness of Anling City to complete a task. After arriving in the wild area with the strong practitioners of Anling City, they began searching for traces of the Inshan sect. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After searching for several hours in the outskirts of Anling City, they still had not found any trace of the Inshan sect. Just when Yang Chen felt that there was little hope in this area, he finally sensed the presence of humans. Were they from the Inshan sect? When Lu Fong and the others also sensed the human presence, they realized that Yang Chen was no longer in front of them. Lu Fong and the star practitioners immediately began searching for Yang Chen's location after noticing he was gone. After several dozen seconds, they finally found Yang Chen. At this moment, standing before them were not only Yang Chen, but also 2 men dressed in black robes. On these men's black robes were the words Yin Mountain. Clearly, these 2 men were from the Yin Mountain sect. Both of these men were moon-level star practitioners. And upon seeing Yang Chen and Lu Fong's group, their faces showed nothing but cold smiles. The Yin Mountain sect was so powerful that they didn't even regard the star practitioners of Anling City. Tell me, where is Huang Lang? Yang Chen's face was as calm as water. If he wanted to kill these 2 moon-level star practitioners, it would be easier than squashing 2 ants. The 2 Yin Mountain sect moon-level star practitioners were slightly taken aback by Yang Chen's words. It seems you are well prepared. I thought you were just a bunch of weaklings from Anling City. Once they regained their composure, the 2 Yin Mountain sect members looked disdainfully at Yang Chen and his group. Although their strength was not impressive, they should not forget one thing: they were backed by the Yin Mountain sect. Yang Chen knew that if he didn't use some tactics, these 2 Yin Mountain sect members would not tell the truth. Just as the 2 Yin Mountain sect men were about to say something, Yang Chen unleashed his chaos-level mental talent, Absolute Divine Right. Absolute Divine Right did not have a corresponding combat skill, and now its power had risen to the chaos level. These 2 Yin Mountain sect members were merely moon-level star practitioners and could not possibly withstand the immense mental power of Absolute Divine Right. In an instant, the vast mental power entered the minds of the 2 Yin Mountain sect men. Before they could react, they were already under mental control. Lu Fong and the other star practitioners sensed something was off as they looked at the vacant eyes and dazed expressions of the 2 Yin Mountain sect men. They had already guessed that these 2 were under mental control. Lu Fong and the other star practitioners were secretly shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Chen to be such a powerful mental practitioner. Tell me, where is Huang Lang? Yang Chen asked the 2 controlled Yin Mountain sect men. I can't specify the exact location, but I can take you there, one of the Yin Mountain sect men replied. Seeing this, Yang Chen did not dwell on the question and asked the next one. Did your Yin Mountain sect capture many people from Anling City? What is your purpose in capturing them? Yang Chen recalled what Lu Fong had told him about the recent disappearances of many people from Anling City. Lu Fong and the other star practitioners turned their gazes toward the 2 Yin Mountain sect men when Yang Chen asked this question. Now that these 2 men were under mental control, whatever they knew would surely be the truth. We have indeed captured many people from Anling City because we need to conduct experiments using our Yin Mountain sect's unique demon god technique to inject demonic energy into the brains of the test subjects. This turns the test subjects into mere walking corpses, completely under our control, one of the Yin Mountain sect men said. Yang Chen and Lu Fong's group were slightly stunned upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the Yin Mountain sect to have such a sinister ambition. Then what is the strongest star practitioner at your base? Yang Chen asked again. Mid-level great star, originally the strongest was Huang Lang, who was a late-stage small star practitioner. Lord Wu Dao has also come over these past few days, the Yin Mountain sect man replied. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Fortunately, it was just a mid-level great star. Lu Fong and the other star. Practitioners looked at the expression on Yang Chen's face, all of them taken aback. I in the outskirts of Anling City, at the Yingshan sect stronghold, the most powerful presence was a mid-level star master. Could it be that a mid-level star master was not a match for Yang Chen? Lead the way, Yang Chen said, not wanting to ask too many questions. The two Yingshan sect men, controlled by mental power, obediently guided Yang Chen and his group. Lu Fong and the Star Masters followed these two Yingshan sect men to a certain location. Moments later, under the guidance of the two Yingshan sect men, Yang Chen and his group arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave entrance was not very large, and it was somewhat dark inside, with sounds occasionally emanating from within, which were truly unsettling. What's wrong with you two? Just as the two Yingshan sect men were about to lead Yang Chen and his group into the cave, several men walked out from inside. These men were also from the Yingshan sect, and they noticed something was off with the two Yingshan sect men. Immediately, the group of men turned their attention to Yang Chen and his group. Yang Chen and his companions had already realized that this cave was the stronghold of the Yingshan sect in the outskirts of Anling City. Now, the two Yingshan sect men were no longer important to them. Not good, they'd been controlled. The group of men, all mid-level Moon Star Masters, immediately realized that the two Yingshan sect men were under control, their eyes bulging in shock as they all turned to look at Yang Chen and his group. It seems you're not too foolish after all, Yang Chen sneered, then activated his chaotic level mental talent, Absolute Divine Authority. However, this time, the released mental power was not aimed at controlling others' minds. Like a wave, the mental power surged into the brains of these Yingshan sect followers. Their brains could not withstand such immense mental power, leading to widespread brain death. Ding! Slaying a moon-level Star Master, star value plus 50,000. Ding! Slaying a moon-level Star Master, star value plus 50,000. Ding! Slaying a moon-level Star Master, star value plus 50,000. The data of star value drops appeared in Yang Chen's retina. These moon-level Star Masters were not worth much, each only added 50,000 star value, which was insignificant. Yang Chen used his mental talent to slay these Yingshan sect followers without making much noise, allowing the people inside the cave to remain unaware. Yang Chen's expression was calm, as if killing these Yingshan sect followers was merely a trivial task. Before Lu Fong and the others could think further, Yang Chen had already stepped into the cave. Yang Chen and Lu Fong entered the cave. It wasn't long before they encountered the Yingshan sect members. In front of Yang Chen stood a dozen or so Yingshan sect followers. Among them, the strongest was a mid-level small star master. Such strength was pitifully weak in front of Yang Chen. As these dozen or so people looked at Yang Chen and the Star Masters from Anling City, expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. But soon, they regained their composure and looked at Yang Chen and Lu Fong with cold smiles. It seems you don't know where this place is, the mid-level small star master sneered. In their view, with Yang Chen and his group entering here, only death awaited them. Isn't this your Yingshan sect's stronghold outside Anling City? Yang Chen retorted to the mid-level small star master. The dozen or so Yingshan sect members were clearly taken aback by Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen's response indicated that he knew what this place was, yet they had entered here. Therefore, their purpose was already self-evident. He. The mid-level small star master, regaining his composure, sneered again, seeing the cold laughter of the moon-level Yingshan sect star practitioner. Yang Chen also revealed a smile on his face. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I take action against you? Yang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. The more than 10 members of the Yingshan sect were shocked by Yang Chen's words, never expecting him to say such a thing. To be able to say such words in the face of our Yingshan sect, I admire you. The mid-level star practitioner of the small star level spoke again. The Lord of Anling City, Lu Fong, and the star practitioners all turned their gazes towards Yang Chen, knowing that he was about to take action against this group of Yingshan sect star practitioners. Go ahead, let these ignorant ants know about our Yingshan sect. However, before this mid-level small star practitioner could finish his sentence, a terrifying mental force surged towards him and the more than 10 Yingshan sect followers. How could these more than 10 Yingshan sect followers withstand such a mental attack? In an instant, their brains could not resist the mental force and they collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open, already unable to close them. The data of star value dropping appeared in Yang Chen's retina. Let's go. After this little episode, Yang Chen turned to Lu Fong and the others and said, once Lu Fong and the others reacted, they nodded and continued deeper into the cave. The cave was not very deep, and Yang Chen and his group reached the end of the cave. However, the end of the cave was quite large, with many inner caves that seemed to be interconnected. Just like outside the cave, Yang Chen used the chaotic level mental talent of Absolute Divine Authority to kill those Yingshan sect followers. Therefore, there was no sound, and the Yingshan sect members at the end of the cave did not notice anything. The more than 10 Yingshan sect followers had just happened to be out for something, which could only be said to be bad luck for them. Yang Chen, Lu Fong, and the other star practitioners discovered a large circular altar at the end of the cave. This circular altar was built very exquisitely. At this moment, there were several people on the altar. These people were undoubtedly the missing individuals from Bai City, their faces entangled with demonic energy, their eyes dull and hollow. Yang Chen's gaze fixed on these people on the circular altar. He knew they had been controlled. The means of controlling them was the so-called demon god technique. Who are you? There were many Inshan sect followers at the end of the cave, and Yang Chen's group had no intention of hiding. Before long, they were discovered by the Inshan sect members. Over 100 Inshan sect followers surrounded them. The members of the Inshan sect were all dressed in black robes, with the words Inshan on them. Yang Chen and Lu Fong's group stood out like cranes among chickens. The over 100 Inshan sect members glared fiercely at Yang Chen and his group, not expecting them to be so bold. Even if they had accidentally wandered in here, upon discovering so many Inshan sect followers, shouldn't their first instinct be to flee? The over 100 Inshan sect followers were not fools. Seeing the expressions on Yang Chen's group's faces, they knew they had not stumbled in by accident. What a ridiculous joke! Someone actually dares to invade the stronghold of the Inshan sect. Suddenly, a cold laugh from a middle-aged man echoed in Yang Chen's group's ears. Yang Chen's group looked over, and Lu Fong and the other star practitioners from Bai City were taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Huang Lang. Yang Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Wasn't his purpose for coming to Bai City to find Huang Lang? After receiving the task, he had already learned Huang Lang's appearance. Now that he saw Huang Lang appear, he felt relieved. Tell me, did you invade my Inshan sect's stronghold to rescue the humans we captured? Huang Lang stopped in front of Yang Chen and his group, a smile appearing on his face. Lu Fong and the starers all looked at Yang Chen. They had come here with a mental preparation. Now it was up to Yang Chen to speak. If it was to be done, then let it be done. They might be, but I'm different, Yang Chen said calmly, looking at Huang Lang. I came here to take on your task. At this point, Yang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. In other words, I came here to kill you. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Huang Lang but also the hundreds of Inshan sect followers were taken aback. Ha ha ha. Immediately, a loud burst of laughter echoed from the end of the cave. To the hundreds of Inshan sect followers, Yang Chen's words were simply too amusing. Kid, don't you think? Boom. Just as Huang Lang was about to say something mocking to Yang Chen, a muffled grunt echoed through the space. A wave of mental power surged forth from all directions. This was a cave, and using absolute divine power for an attack was the best choice. The hundreds of Inshan sect followers were very close to Yang Chen, and in an instant, their brains were all invaded by the mental power. In a flash, all the Inshan sect followers, except for Huang Lang, lost all signs of life. Ding! Slayed a mid-level moonstarer, star value plus 50,000. Ding! Slayed a high-level moonstarer, star value plus 80,000. Ding! Slayed a mid-level moonstarer, star value plus 50,000. Ding! Dropped the talent of the Radiant Moon level shadow system, Shadow of Slaughter. Ding! Slayed a mid-level moonstarer, star value plus 50,000. The lowest strength among the hundreds of Inshan sect followers was also a moonstarer. This allowed Yang Chen to instantly condense several star power tigers within him. He was now very close to the early stage of the great star level. He knew that once he became a great starer, he could become a core member of the Longyan martial arts school. At that time, the tasks he would encounter would be different. Moreover, he had unexpectedly dropped a talent. On Dini's star, talent conversion did not turn into divine level talent but rather into chaotic level talent. First, let's resolve the matter at hand. Mental talent. Huang Lang looked at the hundreds of corpses of Inshan sect followers on the ground, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with fear. To be able to cause the death of hundreds in an instant, the level of this mental talent must be very high. Huang Lang had initially thought that Yang Chen was just a reckless young man who didn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. But he never expected that Yang Chen possessed such terrifying mental talent. Lu Fong and the starers from Bai City looked at the corpses of the Inshan sect scattered on the ground, their faces also showing expressions of shock. They knew Yang Chen's mental talent was formidable, but they never imagined it could be this terrifying. Before entering this cave, Yang Chen had already controlled 2 Inshan sect followers. From their mouths, he learned that the strongest in this Inshan sect stronghold was not Huang Lang, but Wu Dao. Wu Dao was a mid-level great starer. Huang Lang, you've experienced great storms and waves. Are you really scared by such a small scene? Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain appeared at the end of the cave. Lu Fong and the other starers immediately looked over, and a man around 40 years old came into their view. They recognized him as the Wu Dao Lord mentioned by the 2 Inshan sect followers. Wu Dao had an extremely sinister appearance, giving off an involuntary feeling of dread, a chilling sensation that made one's scalp tingle. Upon seeing Wu Dao appear, Huang Lang swallowed several times, steadying his nerves. After a few seconds, the terror on Huang Lang's face was replaced by a cold smile. Lord Wu Dao. Huang Lang respectfully bowed to Wu Dao. After Wu Dao nodded, he shifted his gaze to Yang Chen. Having a mental talent doesn't mean much. You Just as Wu Dao was about to say something to Yang Chen, a brilliant radiance surged around Yang Chen. Wu Dao and Huang Lang stared at the dazzling colors before them, both momentarily stunned. Lu Fong and the other star practitioners from Annihilating City were similarly perplexed, confused by the fireworks of light surrounding Yang Chen. Then, the immortal battle body came into view for everyone. The immortal battle body looked utterly shocking, with numerous chaotic level talents shining in response, enough to leave one speechless. The immortal golden body combined with the blood of tyranny and the earth god. Even in close combat, Wu Dao would not be his match. Playing tricks. Wu Dao glared coldly at Yang Chen. He had no idea what this was. To him, Yang Chen merely possessed a decent level of mental talent. You might not know, but I am a great star. A mere mid-level great star dares to come out and embarrass himself? Before Wu Dao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Chen. As the words fell, Yang Chen raised his giant glass fist and struck fiercely at Wu Dao. Wu Dao's pupils constricted sharply as he clearly sensed the power of this punch. He quickly dodged. After all, he was a mid-level great star practitioner. It was unrealistic for Yang Chen to kill Wu Dao with a single punch using the glass fist. However, while Wu Dao managed to evade, Huang Lang was not so fortunate. After Wu Dao dodged the glass fist, Yang Chen suddenly turned his fist, targeting Huang Lang directly. Huang Lang was only a mid-level small star practitioner, and he had no way to resist or evade the glass fist. Boom! The glass fist struck heavily against Huang Lang's body. Poof! In an instant, Huang Lang was sent flying, crashing against the cave wall, a mouthful of blood gushing from his mouth. Huang Lang wanted to muster the last bit of his strength to say something, but before he could finish, he collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Seeing Huang Lang dead, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This SSS level task was considered complete. Do you know that many powerful members of the Inshan sect will come here? Wu Dao, seeing Yang Chen kill Huang Lang, looked horrified, staring at Yang Chen in shock. I know you might not believe it, but this is one of our strongholds. We captured hundreds of people from Annihilating City and used the demon god technique to control them. The masters of the Inshan sect are coming here to witness this historic moment. Wu Dao, fearing Yang Chen wouldn't believe him, added further. Lu Fong and the other star practitioners from Annihilating City listened to Wu Dao's words and realized that most of the missing people from Annihilating City had not yet been controlled. They intended to wait for the so-called powerful members of the Inshan sect to arrive, then let the missing people enter the circular altar to conduct mass experiments using the demon god technique. If this experiment matured, it would bring about a terrible catastrophe for Haoren City. But the powerful members of the Inshan sect, Lu Fong and the star practitioners knew that those powerful beings were like celestial beings to them, their strength far beyond what they could compare to. At the very least, they had to be at the Star King level. After the Great Star level, it was the Star King. There was a terrifying boundary limit between the Great Star and the Star King. This boundary limit was like a chasm, blocking the path of countless Great Star practitioners. So, if you leave now, you won't face any consequences. Wu Dao cautiously looked at Yang Chen. From the earlier attack of the glass fist, he knew he could never be Yang Chen's opponent. Even if he used his talent, there was no possibility of defeating Yang Chen. Now, he can only bring out the masters of the Inshan sect to make Yang Chen retreat. Are you done talking? Yang Chen looked at Wu Dao with an indifferent expression. It's done, he said. Wu Dao nodded in response. Since it's done, then die. With that, Yang Chen raised his glazed giant fist and slammed it down towards Wu Dao once more. Wu Dao was taken aback. He had thought his words had some effect, but he realized that Yang Chen hadn't listened to a single word. The glazed giant fist came crashing down on Wu Dao. Wu Dao was filled with terror. He already knew he was no match for Yang Chen. Now that Yang Chen was directly attacking him, it was a fight to the death. Wu Dao understood that his only chance of survival was to risk everything against Yang Chen. Thunder Moon Sovereign. Immediately, Wu Dao activated his talent. Thunder Moon Sovereign was a dawn-level talent. A dawn-level talent was already quite impressive on Demistar. Coupled with its lightning attribute, it allowed Wu Dao to almost control lightning at the mid-stage of the Great Star level. But unfortunately, he was facing Yang Chen. Crackle! After activating his talent, waves of lightning power, like giant serpents, surged towards Yang Chen's position. Watching this lightning power, Yang Chen's expression remained unchanged. The glazed giant fist struck out, and in an instant, the lightning power that had been rushing towards Yang Chen vanished without a trace. Wu Dao looked at this scene, despair washing over his face. He knew that even with his talent, he was no match for Yang Chen. What he hadn't expected was that the attack derived from his talent would be utterly useless. Bang! 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 Next, the cave's end was filled with the sound of the glazed giant fist's sonic booms. In addition, various glazed lights filled the cave's end. After barely dodging a few punches, despair was evident on Wu Dao's face. Can we talk? Wu Dao wanted to say more to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen had no interest in listening to Wu Dao's nonsense. Bang! He raised his glazed giant fist and struck again towards Wu Dao. This punch was immensely powerful. Wu Dao looked in horror at the incoming glazed giant fist, knowing he couldn't withstand it. No! As the glazed giant fist drew closer, Wu Dao shouted. He knew that if this punch hit him, he would have no chance of survival. Boom! Without a doubt, Yang Chen's punch landed heavily on Wu Dao's body. Wu Dao, like a yellow wave, spat out a mouthful of blood, already on the brink of death. We, the masters of the Yin Mountain sect, will not let you go, Wu Dao said with the last of his strength. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, all the star power within Yang Chen began to rapidly condense, forming a black dragon at an incredible speed. Star-powered dragon. A star-powered dragon was worth 10 million star points. With the condensation of a star-powered dragon, Yang Chen had proven that he had broken through to the great star level. After forming the star-powered dragon, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He thought to himself that the difference between the small star level and the great star level was indeed incomparable. The gap in strength was quite significant. I think you all heard that the people from the Yin Mountain sect will come here, so you should leave first, Yang Chen turned to say to City Lord Lu Fong and the Star Masters. Lu Fong and the Star Masters were still immersed in the scene of Yang Chen killing Wu Dao. Hearing Yang Chen's words, they snapped back to reality. My lord, let's release the people trapped in here and we can take them back to Annihilating City together, Lu Fong said to Yang Chen. The Yin Mountain sect had captured many people and these captives were surely imprisoned at the end of the cave. Alright, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing Yang Chen's consent, Lu Fong immediately led people to search within the inner caves at the end of the cave. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they found the people imprisoned inside. Hundreds of individuals were held in a massive stone chamber, and when they were discovered, their faces were filled with despair and pallor. They knew that being captured by the Yinshan sect meant that death awaited them. However, what they never expected was the appearance of the city lord and the powerful figures from Annihilating City. Their presence here meant that they were saved. City Lord, are you here to rescue us? A young man asked, disbelief evident in his eyes as he looked at City Lord Lu Fong. Yes, everyone is safe now. Let's return to Annihilating City together, Lu Fong nodded. The atmosphere in the massive stone chamber instantly became electrified as everyone looked at Lu Fong's affirmative response. Besides excitement and exhilaration, many had tears welling in their eyes. The arrival of City Lord Lu Fong and the powerful figures pulled them back from the brink of death. Soon after, everyone in the stone chamber left the place. Lord Yang Chen, aren't you coming back with us? Lu Fong tentatively looked at Yang Chen, who he no longer dared to call brother. Previously, he had called Yang Chen brother because he thought they were of the same level. But now it was different. Even the mid-stage great star level Wu Dao had been easily killed by Yang Chen, so he had to address him as Lord. No, Yang Chen shook his head. He thought that if he left as well, the powerful figures of the Yinshan sect would surely retaliate against Annihilating City. Although he could completely distance himself from it, that was not his character. He wanted to see just how powerful these so-called Yinshan sect experts were. In other words, killing these members of the Yinshan sect would also yield star values and talents, which was far more beneficial than the current effects of the Chaos Divine Decision. By the way, Lord Yang Chen, Lu Fong directed his gaze toward the circular altar in front of him. On the circular altar, there were several humans who had already been demonized. To put it bluntly, they were no longer true humans but rather demonized beings. Demonized beings were different from zombies. Zombies were decayed all over, while demonized beings, apart from their faces being entwined with demonic energy, were not much different from normal people. Yang Chen also looked at the several demonized beings on the circular altar, nearly forgetting about them. He then slowly walked toward the circular altar. The demonized beings were currently in a deep slumber, seemingly unable to break free from the constraints of the circular altar. Lu Fong and the Star Masters looked on with puzzled expressions. They were somewhat unclear about Yang Chen's purpose in approaching the circular altar. Once on the circular altar, Yang Chen activated the God of Life, which was now a Chaos-level talent. With the power of the God of Life, he should be able to heal these demonized beings. Green, gentle star power flowed toward the several demonized beings. A few minutes later, the black demonic energy that had been entwined around their faces vanished. Their vacant eyes and dull expressions returned to normal. Lu Fong and the Star Masters of Annihilating City watched in astonishment as the demonized beings on the circular altar were now restored to normal. They had never expected this and were initially confused about Yang Chen's purpose in stepping onto the circular altar. Now they understood. Lu Fong and the Star Masters looked at Yang Chen on the circular altar in shock. They realized that Yang Chen was using a healing talent. Long before this, they had been completely awed by the strength Yang Chen had displayed. Yet, even so, every time Yang Chen showcased his power, they were deeply astonished. What's happening to me? At that moment, the few individuals on the circular altar had awakened. They were still somewhat unclear about what had happened. Staring blankly at the crowd before them, seeing this, the city lord Lu Fong quickly walked up to the circular altar and spoke a few words to the men before him. The men understood immediately and then looked at Yang Chen with gratitude. They knew that if it weren't for Yang Chen, they would now be no different from the dead. Soon, Lu Fong, along with the Star Warriors, led these men out of the cave. After everyone had left, Yang Chen finally opened the dropped data panel. The dropped Hueyua level talent Shadow Killing had not yet undergone talent conversion. Ding! Do you want to convert the Hueyua level talent Shadow Killing? The system's voice appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Convert. Ding! Shadow Killing has been converted to the Chaos level Shadow talent Evil Shadow Emperor. Ding! Do you want to fuse with Evil Shadow Emperor? The system's voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind once again. Listening to the system's voice, Yang Chen chose to fuse with Evil Shadow Emperor without hesitation. Ding! Fusion with Evil Shadow Emperor successful. Ding! You have autonomously comprehended the Chaos level Shadow talent Absolute Shadow Kill. Absolute Shadow Kill, a Chaos level combat skill that, when used, splits the body into tens of thousands of Shadow Killing clones, each with formidable power. Looking at the description of Absolute Shadow Kill, Yang Chen was secretly astonished. This skill was indeed impressive. Now, with the Evil Shadow Emperor, he had a total of 17 Chaos level talents. Not wanting to linger in the cave any longer, he headed towards the cave entrance. The next step was to wait for the strong ones from the Inshan sect to arrive here. Based on Yang Chen's estimation, the Star Warriors from the Inshan sect coming to the outskirts of Anling City should be at the Star King or Star Venerable level. Beyond the Star Venerable level, he certainly wouldn't dare to claim anything. However, he was completely confident in defeating those at the Star Venerable level. This wasn't just self-satisfaction, but his strength was indeed formidable. Once outside the cave, Yang Chen didn't go anywhere. He waited there for the arrival of the Inshan sect's strong ones. On the other side, Lu Fong and the Star Warriors of Anling City had already brought the missing residents back to Anling City. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, the first thing they did was report. Anling City and some surrounding cities were within the influence of the Longyan Martial Hall. This meant that the tasks for these cities were all taken by the people from the Longyan Martial Hall. Other cities had different forces taking over, which helped avoid competition for tasks. Lu Fong and the Star Warriors could only report to the Longyan Martial Hall. If it were just to complete the task of Huang Lang, there would be no need to report. But now it was different. Strong ones from the Inshan sect would be coming to the outskirts of Anling City. Regardless, they had to report. Time passed outside the cave. Yang Chen had been waiting outside for a long time, which made him somewhat suspicious that Wu Dao might have said that on purpose to make him retreat. However, having waited this long, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Yang Chen continued to wait outside the cave. After a few more hours, suddenly, several dangerous auras entered Yang Chen's heart. Sensing the dangerous aura, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew that the strong ones from the Inshan sect had arrived. Moments later, a group of 4 or 5 people appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight. Looking at these people, Yang Chen noticed that the strongest among them was a high-level Star King, with 2 other low-level Star Kings and 2 late-stage Star Warriors. Such a power configuration was already quite terrifying in a place like Anling City. Yang Chen had no fear of a high-level Star King. He was waiting for them outside the cave, and now seeing that there were no overly powerful Star Warriors, he felt relieved. If a Supreme Being had come, it wouldn't matter if he had 17 Chaos-level talents. Even if he had 27, the effect would likely be minimal. The Inshan sect had been able to contend with Haoran City for so many years, which undoubtedly meant they had incredibly powerful existences. He was now in Haoran City, where he didn't think much of some mid-level star practitioners, but against some truly powerful ones, he was still no match. A few star practitioners from the Inshan sect also noticed Yang Chen. After a moment of surprise, they stopped in their tracks, looking at Yang Chen with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, you are not one of us from the Inshan sect, right? A late-stage star practitioner coldly stared at Yang Chen. His intuition told him that Yang Chen appearing outside their Inshan sect stronghold was not a good sign. Yes, I am not one of you from the Inshan sect. Yang Chen nodded, his expression showing little change. Since you are not one of our Inshan sect star practitioners, why do you dare to appear here? The late-stage star practitioner sneered. The many residents within Haoran City and its vicinity trembled in fear at the mention of the Inshan sect. Yet this young man before them, they could tell, was waiting for them. The high-level Star King and 2 junior Star Kings also turned their gaze to Yang Chen's face, curious about what he would say next. Because Yang Chen met their gaze without flinching. I want to kill you. The high-level Star King, the 2 junior Star Kings, and the 2 late-stage Star Practitioners were all taken aback upon hearing Yang Chen's words. Wanting to kill them? They could hardly believe that Yang Chen would say such a thing to them. Then you won't have already taken down our Inshan sect stronghold, will you? It seems you aren't too stupid. The late-stage Star Practitioner was interrupted by Yang Chen before he could finish his sentence. The high-level Star King and the 2 junior Star King's pupils suddenly constricted. Kid, you're looking for death. Instantly, a late-stage Star Practitioner launched an attack at Yang Chen. Watching the late-stage Star Practitioner attack, Yang Chen thought it was just the right opportunity to test out his newly acquired talent, the Shadow Evil Emperor. As the late-stage Star Practitioner attacked Yang Chen, he activated the newly acquired chaotic-level Shadow talent, Shadow Evil Emperor. After activating the Shadow Evil Emperor, Yang Chen instantly transformed into that form. Due to the different characteristics of the planet, even though it was a chaotic level talent, the Shadow Evil Emperor's form was only a few hundred meters large. Absolute Shadow. Kill. Yang Chen did not hold back. After activating the Shadow Evil Emperor, he directly used the chaotic level combat skill, Absolute Shadow Kill. Upon using Absolute Shadow Kill, countless shadow clones instantly split from the Shadow Evil Emperor's form. The late-stage star practitioner who attacked Yang Chen was immediately surrounded by numerous shadow clones. These clones began to assault the late-stage star practitioner. At that moment, the late-stage star practitioner felt as if he were in a hellish nightmare, never expecting to encounter such an attack. There was no way he could withstand such an assault. Under the onslaught of the numerous shadow clones, the late-stage star practitioner let out a series of pig-like screams. What? The high-level Star King, the 2 junior Star Kings, and the remaining late-stage star practitioner were all stunned. They had not anticipated the attack Yang Chen unleashed. After killing the late-stage star practitioner, the data of the star value drop appeared in his retina. The form of the Shadow Evil Emperor vanished, and he was now merely at the early stage of a late-stage star practitioner. Using the Shadow Evil Emperor to kill a late-stage star practitioner was still somewhat acceptable, but facing a Star King was a whole different matter. The high-level Star King, the 2 junior Star Kings, and the remaining late-stage star practitioner, upon seeing the disappearance of Yang Chen's Shadow Evil Emperor form, regained their composure from their shock, a cold smile appearing on their faces. They knew Yang Chen was a powerful star practitioner, but when facing them, it was utterly impossible for him to survive. Kid, it seems your strength is quite impressive. The junior Star King stared at Yang Chen. Why not join our Inshan sect? Upon hearing the words of this junior Star King, Yang Chen found them rather amusing. I've said it before, I'm here to kill you. Yang Chen shook his head at the several star practitioners from the Inshan sect in front of him. Seeing Yang Chen's resolute words, their expressions turned cold. Let me tell you, the strongest star practitioner here is a senior Star King. In the eyes of this junior Star King, Yang Chen's audacity in front of them was simply due to ignorance of their strength, otherwise he would never dare to be so arrogant. Thanks to the system's characteristics, Yang Chen already knew that the strongest among them was the senior Star King. Not to mention a senior Star King, he wouldn't even fear a senior Star Venerable. The Inshan sect star practitioners, noticing that Yang Chen showed no signs of fear, couldn't help but grit their teeth. They acknowledged that the strength Yang Chen had just displayed was indeed terrifying, and his shadow-type talent should be of the chaotic level. But what could a chaotic level shadow talent do? There were many with chaotic level shadow talents on Dinistar, and how could they be so arrogant in front of them? They wondered if Yang Chen was unaware that the one he had just killed was merely a late-stage star practitioner of the great star level. Since you refuse to join our Inshan sect, then I suppose you won't have any objections to me killing you? The junior Star King could no longer tolerate Yang Chen's arrogance. As a junior Star King of the Inshan sect, when had a younger generation ever been so brazen in front of him? Die! As soon as the words fell, the junior Star King attacked Yang Chen. Watching the attacking junior Star King, Yang Chen squinted his eyes again. He thought to himself that this junior Star King could have lived a little longer, but now he was seeking death, so he had no one to blame. Immortal Battle Body. The moment the junior Star King attacked Yang Chen, he unleashed the Immortal Battle Body. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, a chaotic level talent's brilliance surged throughout Yang Chen's body, making it blindingly bright. Sky-swallowing Flame Dragon Explosion. Annihilation Thunder Pillar. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, Yang Chen directly unleashed chaotic level fire and thunder combat techniques. In fact, he knew that even using the Glazed Giant Fist would be enough to kill this junior Star King who attacked him. But with these chaotic level combat techniques, if he didn't use them, what difference would it make? Tens of thousands of flame giant dragons and countless annihilation thunder pillars surged towards the junior Star King. The junior Star King would never have imagined, even in his dreams, that he would be attacked by 2 chaotic level techniques. Moreover, they were chaotic level fire and thunder techniques. Such combat techniques were truly terrifying, and in an instant the junior Star King fell into an irretrievable abyss. He regretted, he hated. In fact, he should have thought of this earlier. Yang Chen had used chaotic level shadow techniques to kill that late-stage star practitioner of the great star level. With such effortless ease and no fear of the others, with this level of strength, there was naturally no need to fear them. Under the intertwining attacks of thunder and fire, it was utterly impossible for the junior Star King to survive. Boom! In an instant, explosions erupted in the area of the junior Star King, the sound deafening. Ding! Killed junior Star King, star value plus 2.4 million. Looking at the dropped star value data, it meant that this junior Star King had been slain by Yang Chen. Witnessing this scene, the senior Star King, the remaining junior Star King, and a late-stage star practitioner of the great star level finally felt fear. You all attack together, eliminate him. The senior Star King suddenly sneered. Upon hearing the senior Star King's words, a chill ran from the heels of the junior Star King and the late-stage star practitioner. straight to the top of their heads. They would never have imagined, even in their dreams, that Lord Lu Yao would actually make them take action against Yang Chen. The truth proved that they were simply no match for Yang Chen. Having Lord Lu Yao command them to act against Yang Chen was no different from sending them to their deaths. There was absolutely no difference. The junior Star Kings and late-stage Star Warriors felt that Lord Lu Yao must have misspoken. They all looked at the high-level Star King Lu Yao with disbelief. This time we came with 5 people. Besides me, there are 2 junior Star Kings and 2 late-stage Star Warriors. Now, what do you think you are still doing here? Lu Yao sneered at the junior Star Kings and late-stage Star Warriors beside him. Go on, if you don't, I will kill you. The junior Star King turned pale. They could never have imagined that Lu Yao would be such a person. When they joined the Inshan sect, there was a saying, share life and death, endure hardships together. Now Lu Yao actually wanted them to be cannon fodder? But what could they do? Lu Yao was a high-level Star King. The combat power of a high-level Star King was not something they could compare to. It could be said that if Lu Yao wanted to kill them, it would be very easy. But similarly, if Yang Chen wanted to kill them, it would also be an extremely simple matter. What should they do now? They already regretted joining the Inshan sect. Lu Yao, you want us to die, then I'll fight you. Suddenly, this late-stage Star Warrior, not knowing where he found the courage, shouted at Lu Yao and attacked him. However, the gap between a late-stage Star Warrior and a high-level Star King was simply too vast. No matter what he did, he could not kill Lu Yao. Bang! A golden dragon of star power surged out from Lu Yao's body, crashing heavily into the late-stage Star Warrior. In an instant, the body of the late-stage Star Warrior was pierced through by the golden dragon of star power. The late-stage Star Warrior fell into a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. What a coward! The high-level Star King looked at the fallen late-stage Star Warrior and shook his head. He had originally wanted the late-stage Star Warrior and the junior Star King to attack Yang Chen. In that interval, while Yang Chen was not paying attention, he would strike and kill Yang Chen, achieving a one-hit kill effect. Why do this? Simply because he believed he might not be able to defeat Yang Chen. What he did not expect was that this late-stage Star Warrior and the junior Star King turned out to be cowards. And you? After killing the late-stage Star Warrior, Lu Yao's gaze turned to the remaining junior Star King. As a junior Star King, he was not exactly calling the shots in the Inshan sect, but it was still quite good. For the first time, he felt deeply powerless. Seeing Lu Yao say such words, the junior Star King swallowed several times, looking at Lu Yao in terror, then glancing at Yang Chen. I. Before the junior Star King could finish his words, he took a step and fled, using the fastest speed ever recorded. He knew he could not be a match for Lu Yao, but he also could not be a match for Yang Chen. Now, the only chance for survival was to escape. Watching the fleeing junior Star King, Lu Yao was filled with uncontrollable anger. He did not understand why the people of the Inshan sect were so afraid of death. Was it just to make them cannon fodder? Did it require such fear? Moreover, he was not sending them to be cannon fodder for nothing. They would attract Yang Chen's attention while he would strike to kill Yang Chen. Even if they were killed by Yang Chen in the process, wasn't that still a good thing? With that thought, he could only strike and kill the fleeing junior Star King. Bang! Immediately, Lu Yao punched towards the direction where the junior Star King was escaping, and a fist of star power shot violently towards the junior Star King's location. The junior Star King, who was fleeing in a panic, sensed a tremendous danger behind him and quickly turned around. Seeing an unstoppable punch wave coming at him, he was filled with terror, his soul nearly leaving his body. Boom! The punch wave struck him squarely, piercing through his body. The junior Star King fell to the ground, devoid of any life fluctuations. Now, only Yang Chen and Lu Yao remained at the scene. While Lu Yao and their dog-eat-dog situation unfolded, Yang Chen admitted he was utterly bewildered. If it weren't for making them cannon fodder, would you really think I intended to strike at them? Lu Yao sneered at Yang Chen, and after saying this, he continued, after all, they are still my people from the Inshan sect. Although Yang Chen was confused, after some careful thought, he began to understand Lu Yao's meaning. Now, it's my turn to strike at you. Lu Yao's expression was extremely cold, a glint of icy light shooting from his pupils. Lu Yao, do you think there's no one in my Dragon Flame martial arts hall? Just as Lu Yao was about to make his move against Yang Chen, a cold voice rang in their ears. Hearing this, both Yang Chen and Lu Yao turned to look in the direction of the voice. 2 flying vehicles appeared in the sky, each carrying a middle-aged man. These 2 middle-aged men were naturally powerful figures from the Dragon Flame martial arts hall, both at the level of senior Star Kings. At the Star King level, one could already use star power to form wings, but long-distance flight consumed an enormous amount of star power, making flying vehicles more practical. In the Star Sovereign realm, star power wings were much more effective. Yang Chen showed little reaction to the arrival of people from the Dragon Flame martial arts hall. The city lord of Anling City, Lu Fong, and those star practitioners had already returned to Anling City, and upon their return, they would undoubtedly report the situation. Lu Yao blared at the 2 senior Star Kings from the Dragon Flame martial arts hall in the sky, gritting his teeth in extreme anger. In an instant, the 2 senior Star Kings descended from their flying vehicles. Upon reaching the ground, they were about to say something to the furious Lu Yao, but when they saw Yang Chen's immortal battle body, astonishment spread across their faces. Gentlemen, Yang Chen looked at the two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall and said, "He is mine." The two senior Star Kings were momentarily stunned by Yang Chen's words. Although they weren't entirely clear on the function of the immortal battle body, they knew that Lu Yao was indeed a senior Star King. Yang Chen's statement indicated his intent to kill Lu Yao. Lu Yao realized he had fallen into a perilous situation today. Seeing Yang Chen speak to him like this, he could only let out a series of cold laughs. "You don't really think you're my match, do you?" Lu Yao knew that facing the two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, he was definitely not their opponent. However, he didn't believe he was not Yang Chen's match. He is a senior Star King, you. The two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall thought Yang Chen was somewhat overestimating himself and prepared to advise him. But before one of the senior Star Kings could finish his sentence, Yang Chen interrupted him. "A mere senior Star King is nothing to fear." Yang Chen spoke slowly. As soon as these words left his mouth, the two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall were left dumbfounded, speechless. A mere senior Star King? Just like that? This was a senior Star King. The two senior Star Kings had not expected Yang Chen to say such a thing. Senior Star Kings were already quite formidable. But for Yang Chen to say this, the two senior Star Kings pondered for several seconds, realizing they had already warned Yang Chen. They didn't want to say much more. They indeed found it somewhat unbelievable, but better safe than sorry. What if Yang Chen's strength is truly terrifying? Not to mention anything else, the immortal battle body does indeed look quite fearsome from the outside. Immediately, the two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall tactfully stepped aside. Since Yang Chen wanted to kill Lu Yao, they would just watch from the sidelines. "I really don't believe you have." Lu Yao's expression grew even colder as he saw the two senior Star Kings retreat. Just as he was about to say this to Yang Chen and then attack him, before he could finish his words, Yang Chen had already struck first. Underworld, God Ice Prison, Angry Blade Heaven Slash, Sky Devouring Mad Sword Formation, Fallen Mad Dragon Tornado. These battle techniques were considered god-level techniques back on Blue Star, but on Demi Star, they had become chaos-level techniques. Yang Chen unleashed these god-level techniques in a frenzied assault on Lu Yao. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in Lu Yao's area. Various shockwaves soared thousands of meters high, looking truly terrifying. "This is insane." The two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall watched the scene, their eyes bulging out as if struck by lightning. They speculated that Yang Chen might have some strength, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm in the face of senior Star Kings. But now, watching the attacks Yang Chen unleashed, they were dumbfounded. What kind of battle technique is this? The two senior Star Kings swallowed hard, thinking that this level of technique was being thrown out as if it cost nothing. Under the blockade of various chaos-level techniques, Lu Yao was left with no way to escape, neither to heaven nor to earth. In fact, not even a complete corpse was left behind. No, it should be said that not even ashes were left. Ding! Kill a senior Star King, star value plus 6 million. Looking at the increase in star value on his retina, Yang Chen thought to himself that killing these strong opponents indeed yielded a lot of star value. 20 million star value would make one a mid-level Star Master. Who would believe that before Yang Chen came here, he was still a late-stage small Star Master, and now he was already a mid-level large Star Master? He transformed back into his original form. He came here to wait for the strong members of the Yin Mountain Sect, and now that these Yin Mountain Sect people had been killed by him, there was no need for him to stay any longer. The two senior Star Kings on the side, seeing how young Yang Chen was, were completely stunned. This brother, no. One of the senior Star Kings was about to say something to Yang Chen but realized he had misspoken, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Sir, may I ask your name?" The two senior Star Kings from the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, one named Guan Koan and the other Huo Lin, looked at Yang Chen, eager to know his name. Yang Chen, special level student of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen introduced himself to Guan Koan and Huo Lin. Special level student? Guan Koan and Huo Lin were stunned. They never expected Yang Chen to be from their Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, let alone that someone with such strength was merely a special level student. Shouldn't he be one of the higher-ups in their Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall? Thinking back to the battle techniques Yang Chen had just displayed, Guan Koan and Huo Lin were still somewhat shaken. If those techniques were used against them, they would have no chance of survival. Suddenly, Guan Koan and Huo Lin thought of a shocking possibility. When they requested support from their Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall in Lang City, it was indeed indicated that there were people from their Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall here, but they hadn't thought of any strong opponents. Now it seemed their previous assumption was utterly ridiculous. Yang Chen's purpose in revealing his identity to Guan Koan and Huo Lin was simple: to have them introduce him to the higher-ups when he returned to the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. It was far too boring to engage in petty squabbles in the circle of special-level students. "Lord Yang Chen, you Just call me Yang Chen. Yang Chen interrupted Guan Kuan, being called sir by someone of a higher realm felt somewhat unpleasant. Yang Chen, you have become a special level student of our Longyan Martial Arts Academy. Is it for the sake of experiencing life? Guan Kuan looked at Yang Chen. Huolin also turned to Yang Chen upon hearing this. With Yang Chen's strength, it was simply impossible for him to be a special level student at their academy. They could only think that Yang Chen was here to experience life. Pretty much. Yang Chen was not keen on elaborating on this topic. Then if we go back and tell the academy head about what happened today, you. Sure. Yang Chen understood what Guan Kuan and Huolin meant, and he nodded in agreement. Seeing Yang Chen's acceptance, Guan Kuan and Huolin's faces lit up with joy. They knew that with this, their Longyan Martial Arts Academy would gain another strong member. If Yang Chen only wanted to be a special level student, then it truly was just an experience, and he could leave at any time. But if Yang Chen held a certain status in the academy, that would be much more stable. So, Yang Chen, are we going back together, or? Huolin tentatively asked Yang Chen. You guys go back first. Yang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Guan Kuan and Huolin did not intend to say much more. After boarding the flying vehicle, they headed towards Haoren City. Yang Chen returned to Anling City. At the city lord's mansion. After entering the mansion, it wasn't long before City Lord Lu Tsang and several Star Masters came out to greet him. Lu Tsang and the Star Masters looked quite excited. Sir Yang Chen. Upon reaching Yang Chen, Lu Tsang and the Star Masters respectfully addressed him. The matter with the Inshan sect has been dealt with, so I will head back to Haoren City now. Yang Chen said to City Lord Lu Tsang and the Star Masters. Alright, Sir Yang Chen. After Lu Tsang finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and said to Yang Chen. Sir Yang Chen, when you go back to submit the mission, you will need Huang Lang's. Upon hearing Lu Tsang say this, Yang Chen finally recalled that he needed to bring Huang Lang back to submit the mission. Otherwise, no one would know if the mission was completed. Thanks. Yang Chen gestured to Lu Tsang to express his gratitude. Not at all, Sir Yang Chen. If it weren't for you, we in Anling City wouldn't know how long we would be in turmoil. Lu Tsang said with a beaming smile. Yang Chen boarded the flying vehicle. Once on the vehicle, he headed towards the outskirts of Anling City. Upon arriving at the Inshan sect's stronghold, Huang Lang's body was still there. Yang Chen placed Huang Lang's body into a spatial bag. After receiving a mission, one would always get a spatial bag. After exiting the cave, Yang Chen boarded the flying vehicle again and headed towards Haoren City. On the other side, Guan Kuan and Huolin had already returned to the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. After arriving, they hurriedly went to a certain place. Not long after, following a report, the two met with the academy head, Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan was one of the strong figures in Haoren City with a strength level of high Star Saint. Above Star Venerable is Star Saint. Guan Kuan, Huolin, what brings you here? Lu Zhan asked the two. Upon hearing this, Guan Kuan and Huolin immediately told Lu Zhan about the situation in the outskirts of Anling City. Lu Zhan was taken aback. He certainly did not expect Guan Kuan and Huolin to come to him with such news. A young man, instant killing a high Star King? So many terrifying combat techniques? Each one sounded so dreadful, shocking. Guan Kuan, Huolin, you're not joking with me, are you? Lu Zhan stared at Yang Chen. Head, how could we dare joke about such matters with you? Guan Kuan and Huolin replied with a wry smile. Looking at the expressions on Guan Kuan and Huolin's faces, Lu Zhan realized they were not joking. In that case, where is Yang Chen now? Lu Zhan knew that if what Guan Kuan and Huolin said was true, then Yang Chen would definitely become an extremely powerful Star Master in the future. This matter is crucial. He cannot afford to neglect such a prodigy. Yang Chen hasn't returned yet. Then notify me immediately when he does. Lu Zhan said to the two. Okay, understood. Guan Kuan and Huolin nodded. Yang Chen returned to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall aboard the flying vehicle. After returning the vehicle, he headed towards a certain place. Moments later, he saw Zhang Xuancheng. Yang Chen? In the hall, besides Zhang Xuancheng, there were several star practitioners. They looked at Yang Chen entering the hall, their expressions somewhat stunned. After Yang Chen accepted the task regarding Huang Lang, they all knew that if he wanted to complete this task, it would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Chen would return so quickly. Could it be that he had completed the task? But this was an SSS level task. If he really finished it so quickly, wouldn't that be against the heavens? No. The star practitioners in the hall shook their heads. In their view, Yang Chen absolutely could not complete an SSS level task so quickly. Since Yang Chen returned from Anling City so soon, there was only one possibility. He wanted to give up on this task. In fact, from the moment Yang Chen wanted to take on the Huang Lang task, they more or less believed he could not complete it. Now that he returned to give up the task, they could understand that. Zhang Xuanqing thought the same way. The star practitioners in the hall all knew that once Yang Chen gave up this task, he would no longer be so oblivious when taking on tasks in the future. Is it to submit the task here directly? Yang Chen ignored the strange looks from the elite students in the hall. This. The elite students in the hall were all dumbfounded, never expecting Yang Chen would say such a thing. Submit the task? Wasn't Yang Chen back to give up the task? To submit a task, one must complete it first. Did Yang Chen really complete the Huanlang task in such a short time? For a moment, all the elite students in the hall were frozen like wooden sculptures. For them, an SSS-level task was absolutely the pinnacle of difficulty. If they wanted to complete an SSS-level task, it would be as hard as reaching the sky. It's to submit the task. Here, you. Zhang Xuanqing was also in a daze. After Zhang Xuanqing said that, Yang Chen took out Huan Lang's corpse from his spatial bag. Hiss! The elite students in the hall gasped, staring wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. If they had some doubts earlier, now the corpse of Huan Lang was real and tangible. Yang Chen really completed an SSS-level task in such a short time. Damn, Yang Chen is too awesome. He completed an SSS-level task in such a short time. Yeah, and the target of the task was someone as vicious as Huan Lang. It's truly unbelievable. I'm so envious. The Huan Lang task is worth 200,000 points. It would take me years to earn that much. Is this what it means to be strong? For a strong person, completing an SSS-level task is still too easy. The elite students in the hall were so envious that certain parts of them turned purple. Zhang Xuanqing looked at Huan Lang's corpse on the ground, then at Yang Chen. After swallowing several times, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, to Yang Chen, congratulations, Yang Chen, you completed the task. 200,000 points will be injected into your points card. Yang Chen was very clear about the purpose of points. He had no interest in martial arts techniques, combat skills, or weapons. The only thing he was interested in was the star power training room. The Chaos Divine Decision is indeed impressive, but the star power in Haoran City is still somewhat thin. Although the speed of increasing star value is quite good, it is unrealistic to condense a terrifying amount of star value in a short time. Now that I have 200,000 points, everything is no longer a problem. By the way, Yang Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanqing mysteriously called Yang Chen aside. Master Zhang, is there something wrong? Yang Chen looked at Zhang Xuanqing in confusion. Last time you slapped the faces of the Blackstone star users here, they won't let it go so easily. You must be careful. At this point, an awkward expression appeared on Zhang Xuanqing's face. Although I manage these special students from the lower level stars, you know that I am weak in the Longyan Martial Arts Academy, and there is a powerful presence in the academy that is the backing of the Blackstone star, so I hope you won't blame me. After saying this, Zhang Xuanqing lowered his head in shame. He was just a mid-level star user, and in the Longyan Martial Arts Academy, he had no say at all. It's fine. Yang Chen smiled at Zhang Xuanqing. At first, he had no particular feelings for Zhang Xuanqing, but now that Zhang Xuanqing had said such words to him, he began to see him in a new light. He wondered if Guan Kuan and Huolin had returned to the academy and informed the higher-ups about what had happened in the wilderness of Anleng City. After chatting a few words with Zhang Xuanqing, he prepared to leave the hall. The special students in the hall still wore shocked expressions on their faces. Master Zhang, I'll take my leave now, Yang Chen said to Zhang Xuanqing. All right. Zhang Xuanqing nodded. As Yang Chen walked out of the hall, he never expected to be met by a group of star users coming towards him. These star users were all from the Blackstone star. The special students in the hall understood what was about to happen when they saw this scene. Last time in the inner hall square, Yang Chen had severely slapped the faces of the Blackstone people. This time, the star users from the Blackstone star were coming in groups, clearly looking for trouble. Yang Chen's gaze was sharp. To him, this group of Blackstone star users was nothing but a rabble. He did not continue to step forward but wanted to see what these people from the Blackstone star were planning to do. Zhang Xuanqing also knew that these people from the Blackstone star would eventually come looking for trouble. However, he did not expect them to come to Yang Chen so quickly. The special students in the hall had already come out by this time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the people from the Blackstone star had approached Yang Chen. Most of them were from last time, including Lu Fong, who had been knocked away by Yang Chen. But there were two high-level star users among them who had not appeared last time. Clearly, the people from the Blackstone star had brought reinforcements this time. Yang Chen, weren't you very arrogant last time? Lu Fong sneered at Yang Chen. After that, he continued to say to Yang Chen, in the lower level stars, no one dares to oppose us from the Blackstone star. Last time he was openly humiliated by Yang Chen here, which had turned them into a laughingstock among the lower level star users. It was not just a slap in the face, it was a slap in the face of their Lord Su Chuan. The special students looked at the imposing presence of the Blackstone star and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although Yang Chen was powerful, he was still too weak when facing the Blackstone star. Among the lower level stars, there were some who were core members of the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. However, compared to the Blackstone star, there was still a significant gap. Moreover, Yang Chen was from the Blue Star, which was not even in the same category as them. They admired Yang Chen, but if it came to helping him, they still couldn't do it. They didn't have the courage. A bunch of ants. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He had just arrived on Dini's star and didn't want to cause too much trouble. If this were in the wilds of Haoren City, he would make this group of people from Blackstone Star lose their lives forever. The elite students in the inner hall square all heard Yang Chen's words, looking at him with disbelief. Yang Chen actually dared to say that these people from Blackstone Star were a bunch of ants? How could he say that? Zhang Xuancheng and several star practitioners also clenched their fists, eager for Yang Chen to teach these people from Blackstone Star a lesson again. The group of star practitioners from Blackstone Star, upon hearing Yang Chen's mockery, stared at him fiercely. So it's Yang Chen, huh? You think? One of the mid-level star practitioners couldn't stand Yang Chen's arrogance any longer. Just as he was about to say something sarcastic to Yang Chen, his words were cut short. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged through the inner hall square, raising clouds of dust. This wind was not the result of a wind-type talent, but rather the force generated by incredible speed. This star practitioner was at the mid-level of the Great Star rank. Yang Chen was also at the mid-level of the Great Star rank. The difference was that Yang Chen possessed the blood battle body, which enhanced all his attributes, and now he had activated the chaos level speed talent, Shadow Sky Speed God. This made his speed reach its peak. Everyone in the inner hall square watched Yang Chen's speed, all of them dumbfounded. The form of Shadow Sky Speed God surrounded Yang Chen with a black hurricane which looked somewhat magical. The mid-level star practitioner who was about to mock Yang Chen was now completely stunned. Last time, Yang Chen defeated Lu Fong here, who was only a mid-level star practitioner. Even if Yang Chen defeated Lu Fong at a fast speed, it could only indicate that Yang Chen's strength was at the Great Star level, but he was also a Great Star practitioner and a mid-level one at that. Yang Chen. This mid-level star practitioner had no time to react before his entire body was sent flying. Wow! Everyone in the inner hall square was in an uproar, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The mid-level star practitioner who was sent flying was Zhou Zhangming, a core member of the Martial Arts Academy. They all knew that Zhou Zhangming was a mid-level Great Star practitioner. It should be noted that Zhang Xuanqing, the manager of the lower-level Star Elite students, was also just a mid-level Great Star practitioner. But how could a mid-level Great Star practitioner be sent flying like that? Is this real? Some elite students, who couldn't believe it, quickly blinked several times. But no matter how they rubbed their eyes, the result was the same. Zhou Zhangming really was sent flying. The star practitioners from Blackstone Star, upon seeing Zhou Zhangming fly out, had their eyes widen in shock. They never expected Yang Chen's strength to be this formidable. Zhou Zhangming, who crashed to the ground, was dazed, and when he came to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat. Just now, when Yang Chen attacked him, he felt a deep terror, a sensation that was even worse than death. This made him realize the vast gap between him and Yang Chen, a difference as great as heaven and earth. If Yang Chen were merely a late-stage Great Star practitioner, he definitely wouldn't have been able to exert such pressure. Star King? As Zhou Zhangming quickly calmed down and thought of this, he was left dumbfounded. If Yang Chen were a Star King, then the matter would no longer be a conflict between Blackstone Star and Yang Chen. A Star King this young, he had never even heard of such a thing. The Longyan Martial Arts Academy was one of the top forces in Haoren City. If a talent of this caliber entered the academy, they would surely cultivate Yang Chen. So even if Blackstone Star had Lord Sichuan backing them in the academy, it would be useless. The others from Blackstone Star also realized this, and they began to panic. Zhang Xuancheng and several star practitioners looked at Yang Chen with frozen expressions. Yang Chen had become this strong? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Star Kings Guan Kuan and Huo Lin have arrived. Just as the atmosphere in the inner hall square grew tense, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. After this shout echoed across the square, everyone immediately snapped back to attention. They all turned their gazes toward one spot. Sure enough, they saw Guan Kuan and Huo Lin, the two senior Star Kings, walking toward them. The elite students in the square were stunned. They could hardly believe that two prominent senior Star Kings would come here. Zhang Xuancheng quickly stepped forward to greet them. Star King Guan Kuan, Star King Huo Lin, he respectfully called out to the two. Everyone in the inner hall square was eager to know what these two senior Star Kings were doing here. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, they noticed that Guan Kuan and Huo Lin were indeed heading in the same direction, toward Yang Chen. Could it be that these two senior Star Kings were here to find Yang Chen? Amidst everyone's speculation, they saw Guan Kuan and Huo Lin stop right in front of Yang Chen. Lord Yang Chen, you have returned, Guan Kuan and Huo Lin said, joyfully as they looked at Yang Chen. My heavens! Everyone in the inner hall square was struck dumb when they heard Guan Kuan and Huo Lin address Yang Chen in such a manner. It felt as if they had been hit by 5 thunderbolts, leaving them speechless. Guan Kuan, and Huo Lin were both senior star kings, yet they referred to Yang Chen as Lord? Had they misheard? But everyone in the square exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't have misheard. The people from Blackstone Star were utterly bewildered. They wouldn't have dared to dream of such a scene. Guan Kuan and Huo Lin, these two senior star kings, were calling Yang Chen Lord. However, based on their understanding of Yang Chen, he had only recently become a special elite student at their Longyan Martial Arts Academy, and he came from an unknown lower star. Such a person shouldn't have any connection with senior star kings like Guan Kuan and Huo Lin. Could it be that Yang Chen was actually a secret high-ranking member of their Longyan Martial Arts Academy, and becoming a special elite student was just a way to experience it? Considering the strength Yang Chen had displayed, everyone in the inner hall square thought this was an astonishing possibility. The elite students in the square finally understood why Yang Chen seemed so unafraid of the people from Blackstone Star. It now appeared that it was the people from Blackstone Star who were afraid of Yang Chen. They were certainly not wrong in their assumptions. The people from Blackstone Star in the square were now pale-faced, looking at Yang Chen in shock, their bodies trembling. Just call me Yang Chen, Yang Chen said to Guan Kuan and Huo Lin. He had already addressed this issue when he was outside in Anling City, but Guan Kuan and Huo Lin still called him that when they saw him in the academy. Yang Chen didn't really mind, he just felt a bit awkward when others called him Lord Yang Chen. Yang Chen, the academy master wants to see you, Guan Kuan said to Yang Chen. Hearing this, Yang Chen understood that they had returned to inform the higher-ups about what had happened in Anling City. He didn't linger in the inner hall square and followed Guan Kuan and Huo Lin out. Everyone in the inner hall square quickly exchanged glances, as if silently asking each other whether they had offended Yang Chen at any point. The elite students in the square knew they had not offended Yang Chen, except for those elite students from Blackstone Star. At this moment, those elite students were looking at the Star Warriors from Blackstone Star with expressions of schadenfreude. The people from Blackstone Star had been bullying others in the lower star's inner hall for too long, and they were already dissatisfied with them. Now, without a doubt, the people from Blackstone Star had kicked a hard rock, and it was just a matter of how they would handle the aftermath. The people from Blackstone Star no longer dared to stay in the square. They quickly left. I'm actually not a person who takes pleasure in others' misfortune, but I don't know why, seeing such a scene today, I really want to gloat. Who says otherwise? I want to gloat too. If I had the strength, I would have dealt with those people from Blackstone Star long ago. I hope Lord Yang Chen can strike at those people from Blackstone Star, otherwise, they'll continue to be so arrogant. Everyone in the inner courtyard square, after seeing the people from Blackstone Star leave, began to excitedly discuss among themselves. Zhang Xuancheng and several Star Masters also wore happy expressions. They were already very pleased last time, and this scene allowed them to vent their frustrations thoroughly. Under the leadership of Guan Kuan and Huo Lin, Yang Chen arrived in front of an extremely magnificent office. Yang Chen, wait here for a moment, I'll go in and report. No need to report. As soon as Guan Kuan's words fell, a deep, resonant voice appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen focused his gaze and found a burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Zhan, the head of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall and one of the powerful figures in Haorin City. At the level of a high-level star saint, he had already heard about any disturbances outside. After Yang Chen, Guan Kuan, and Huo Lin arrived outside his office, he was already informed. Hall Master. Seeing the Hall Master come out, Guan Kuan and Huo Lin respectfully called out. You must be Yang Chen, Hall Master Lu. Zhan said, momentarily taken aback, then noticing how young Yang Chen really was, his face broke into a smile. Yes, Hall Master. Yang Chen nodded in response to Lu Zhan. Soon, Lu Zhan invited Yang Chen into the office. Once inside, Lu Zhan asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen, regarding your situation, aside from what Guan Kuan and Huo Lin have told me, I have some understanding myself. If I'm not mistaken, you come from a planet called Blue Star, right? As the head of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, having a prodigy like Yang Chen appear in the hall was significant. If he only relied on Guan Kuan and Huo Lin's words without investigating himself, that would be quite irresponsible. Yes, we Blue Star haven't established a passage with Dim Star, so no one from our lower tier star knows about it. Yang Chen replied to Lu Zhan. Then, can I know how strong you are now? After a few seconds of silence, Lu Zhan tentatively looked at Yang Chen. Guan Kuan and Huo Lin also turned to Yang Chen. They had witnessed Yang Chen's strength firsthand and knew he was powerful, but they didn't know exactly how strong he was. Well, Yang Chen hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he was unwilling to say, in fact, he didn't know how strong he was either and could only give a rough estimate. After all, being able to easily slay a high-level Star King at the Great Star level was something others would find impossible. Actually, I don't know my exact strength either. After pondering for a few seconds, Yang Chen said to Hall Master Lu Zhan. Hall Master Lu Zhan. Guan Kuan and Huo Lin were somewhat taken aback, but after a few seconds, they understood. They knew that some top geniuses on Dim Star could challenge opponents of higher levels. Yang Chen not knowing his specific strength likely meant he could challenge beyond his level. With this thought, their hearts calmed a bit. Initially, they thought Yang Chen's realm had reached Star Venerable, since he could easily kill a high-level Battle King. Yang Chen, what is your current realm? Lu Zhan asked Yang Chen again. Quan, Kon and Huolin also looked at Yang Chen. While he was unclear about his specific strength, he should know his realm. Mid-Great. Star level. Yang Chen did not wish to hide anything about his realm. He had no powerful enemies on Dim Star, so there was no need to conceal everything. Moreover, only by showcasing his strength could he receive more training in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall even. On a planet like Dimastar, he wanted to become the most powerful star user as soon as possible. What did you say? Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin stared in shock at Yang Chen. They never expected that Yang Chen's realm was only at the mid-level of the Great Star stage. This meant that at the mid-level of the Great Star stage he had easily killed a high-level Battle King? Even Lu Zhan, a high-level Star Saint, showed a series of incredulous expressions on his face. He was a high-level Star Saint, already hundreds of years old and one of the strong figures in Haoren City. In all these years, he had seen all kinds of storms, and had encountered many geniuses, but to easily kill a high-level Battle King at the mid-level of the Great Star stage, was that even possible? What if he had chaotic-level talent? And even if he possessed chaotic-level combat skills, what could that do? It shouldn't allow him to easily slay a high-level Battle King at the mid-level of the Great Star stage, right? That was simply impossible. However, what Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin did not know was, when Yang Chen killed Lu Yao, he was still at the early stage of the Great Star level. They also wouldn't know that after arriving at Dimastar, aside from his talent automatically converting to chaotic level talent, his combat skills also automatically transformed into chaotic level combat skills. These were not ordinary chaotic level combat skills, but the most suitable chaotic level combat skills matched to this talent. Their power, of course, could not be compared to ordinary chaotic level combat skills. Moreover, Yang Chen also had the Blood Tyrant Battle Body, a talent that provided enhancements without needing to be activated. Coupled with the Immortal Battle Body and numerous perfect chaotic level combat skills, killing a high-level Battle King was indeed a simple task. Yang Chen, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this is too incredible. If possible. At this point, Lu Zhan paused, then continued to Yang Chen, could you check your star value? Checking the star value was the most straightforward approach. Sure. Yang Chen thought that since he had already joined the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, there was no need to keep so many secrets. Checking his star value was not a difficult task. He just needed to avoid mentioning anything about his system. Let's go, we'll check together. There were no star value detection instruments in the Hall Master's office. After Lu Zhan said this, he walked out of the office. Guan Kuan and Huolin followed behind. It wasn't long before they arrived at the star value detection room. At this moment, there were some other students in the star value detection room. When they saw the Hall Master and the two high-level Battle Kings enter, they all turned their attention toward them. The Hall Master actually came here. I've never seen the Hall Master here before. To be frank, I haven't seen it either. I wonder what's going on. That young man can actually walk alongside the Hall Master. This seems a bit unbelievable to me. The Hall Master and the two Battle Kings came to the star value detection room. They can't be here to check their own star values, right? The students in the star value detection room began to whisper among themselves. Yang Chen, go ahead and check, Hall Master Lu Zhan said to Yang Chen. Okay. After Yang Chen nodded, he focused his gaze on the star value detection machine in front of him. The star value detection machine was different from the combat power detection machine. The combat power detection machine required a punch to display the combat power index on the screen. In contrast, the star value detection machine only needed to be touched to detect the star value. Under the watchful eyes of Hall Master Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin, Yang Chen placed his hand on the star value detection machine in front of him. Instantly, a star value data appeared on the screen of the star value detection machine. This star value data represented Yang Chen's current star value, 21,200,000. Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin looked at the star value data on the screen, and shock appeared on their faces. Aside from the three of them, some other students in the star value testing hall had also gathered behind Yang Chen, staring at the star value data on the testing machine screen, which exceeded 20 million. They were left speechless, their mouths agape. What shocked these students was that Yang Chen was actually a mid-level star practitioner. They were still at the moon level, and some of them hadn't even reached that yet. The only reason they could enter the Longyan Martial Arts Academy was that they were locals. Most of them were older than Yang Chen, but the gap in their realms was simply worlds apart. Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin were also astonished by Yang Chen's realm. The only difference was that they thought Yang Chen's realm was too low. They had initially thought Yang Chen was joking, but now that they saw he was indeed a mid-level star practitioner, they realized everything was true. The students in the star Value Testing Hall now understood that the Academy head and the 2 Star Kings were there to accompany Yang Chen for the star value test. They certainly did not have such treatment, nor would they dare to even think about it. Now, seeing the star value data that Yang Chen had tested, they knew he deserved this treatment. After Yang Chen and the others exited the star value testing hall, the Academy head Lu Zhan still looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. Yang Chen, can you enter the combat experience room and test your specific strength? After Lu Zhan spoke, he thought of something and added, don't worry, we can't see the specific scenes. Inside the combat experience room, we can only know the assessed true strength at the end. Combat experience room? Yang Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected there was such a thing in the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin noticed that Yang Chen was unaware of the combat experience room. Then, Guan Kuan explained to Yang Chen, the combat experience room is a battle room designed to test specific strength, where both mechs and simulated strong opponents are incredibly realistic. Listening to Guan Kuan's explanation, Yang Chen understood. Okay. He also wanted to see how far his current strength had progressed. After all, the combat skills he used in the experience room wouldn't be visible to those outside. Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin felt relieved when they saw Yang Chen agree. Then let's go now. After leaving the star value testing room, the group headed towards the combat experience room. Moments later, under the guidance of the others, Yang Chen arrived outside the combat experience room. Academy head, Star King Guan Kuan, Star King Huolin. Outside the combat experience room, many star practitioners were surprised to see the Academy head here. Once they realized, they immediately bowed respectfully to the 3. Yang Chen, this is our Longyan Martial Arts Academy's combat experience room. Once you enter, you can set the difficulty you want, Lu Zhan said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood and prepared to enter the combat experience room in front of him. These star practitioners hadn't expected the Academy head to speak to a young man in such a tone. They knew this young man must have an extraordinary background. Ignoring the astonishment of these star practitioners, Yang Chen walked into the combat experience room. Upon entering, he found himself in a void space. Please select the desired scene. A line of text suddenly appeared before Yang Chen. Looking at the text, Yang Chen thought it was quite intelligent. He discovered he could set the scene to desert, forest, volcano, or snowy ground. Yang Chen didn't know what purpose these 4 scenes served, but he thought they were probably meant to make it more realistic. He randomly chose a desert scene, and after clicking confirm, he found himself in a desert. Once in the desert, another line of text appeared before him. This line prompted him to set the difficulty. The difficulty setting was quite simple. It was to set the realm. Talents and combat skills could not be set. Yang Chen discovered that the realms he set had randomly assigned talents and combat skills. He didn't care about these details. He thought to first set a beginner star sovereign and see how it went. After selecting the difficulty, a phantom of a beginner star sovereign appeared in his retina. Outside the combat experience room, no one could see the specific battle situation inside, nor could they record it. Everyone had some secrets, which was why the combat experience room was set up this way, to avoid detection. However, it was possible to know the difficulty that had been set. After Yang Chen set the difficulty, the curator Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin all realized that Yang Chen had set it to beginner star sovereign. Their expressions did not change much at this difficulty level. It was quite normal to set the difficulty to beginner star sovereign, especially since even advanced star kings could be easily killed. However, they knew that since Yang Chen had set the difficulty to only beginner star sovereign, he must be lingering around that level. Although there was only a small gap between advanced star kings and beginner star sovereigns, the difference in strength was still significant. In Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Huolin's view, Yang Chen's true strength should be between beginner and intermediate star sovereign. But the surrounding star practitioners did not know Yang Chen well. Upon seeing that the young man who had just entered the combat experience room had set the difficulty to beginner star sovereign, they all wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Did he set the difficulty wrong? This is a beginner star sovereign. I think he set it wrong too. How could he possibly be a match for a beginner star sovereign? Maybe he set it this way on purpose to see just how strong a beginner star sovereign really is. But even if you won't die in the combat experience room, it still hurts just the same. The star practitioners outside the combat experience room basically thought Yang Chen had set the difficulty wrong. You are too naive. He didn't set the difficulty wrong at all. Huolin couldn't help but smile calmly as he listened to the words of the star practitioners. The star practitioners outside the combat experience room heard Huolin's words and looked at him in disbelief. He didn't set it wrong? How could that be? For the star practitioners outside, this was simply impossible. Outside the combat experience room, they could see 2 light spots on the big screen. One red light spot represented the challenger. One green light spot represented the set difficulty. If the red light spot disappeared, it meant the challenge failed. If the green light spot disappeared, it meant the challenge succeeded. as soon as Lin finished speaking, the star practitioners outside the combat experience room immediately turned their attention to the big screen. Just as they were about to think that Lin was joking with them, the green light spot on the big screen had already vanished. Hiss! Watching the green light spot disappear from the big screen, the star practitioners outside gasped in shock. They never expected that Yang Chen had indeed not said it wrong. Moreover, not only did he not said it wrong, but he also killed a beginner star sovereign at such a fast speed. Not just the star practitioners outside the combat experience room, but even the curator Lu Zhan, Guan Koan, and Lin were stunned. They had thought Yang Chen's true strength should be intermediate star sovereign. Now it seemed they had underestimated him. Their perspective was simply too narrow. My god, he actually said it to advanced star sovereign? Suddenly, a star practitioner at the control panel was taken aback. Everyone outside the combat experience room was stunned by this exclamation. Yang Chen had just set it to beginner star sovereign, and now he had jumped straight to advanced star sovereign? What did advanced star sovereign even mean? The next step up would be star saint. Everyone outside the combat experience room held their breath, staring at the big screen, eager to know if Yang Chen could defeat an advanced star sovereign. Time returned to the combat experience room. After Yang Chen set the difficulty again, a high-level star sovereign appeared in his field of vision. Defeating the low-level star sovereign had not felt very difficult, and in his view, defeating the mid-level star sovereign would be no problem at all. Now, it was time to face the high-level star sovereign. First, he would use various chaotic-level combat techniques. After activating the immortal battle body, numerous chaotic-level talent lights surged around Yang Chen. Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Explosion, Annihilation Thunder Pillar, Underworld Ice Prison, Rage Blade Heaven Slash, Bloodthirsty Mad Sword Array. Yang Chen began to bombard the high-level Star Sovereign's Phantom with various chaotic-level combat techniques. He currently had a total of 17 major chaotic-level talents, and aside from the God of Life, Absolute Divine Authority, and Tyrant Blood Battle Body, which did not have perfectly matched combat techniques, the rest of the talents were matched with the most perfect chaotic level combat techniques. Devouring Heaven Flame God, Crimson Thunder Emperor, Extreme Ice Underworld God, Shadow Heaven Speed God, Rageblade Heaven Sovereign, Bloodthirsty Sword God, Fallen Wind God, Fierce Poison God, God of Life, Absolute Divine Authority, Tyrant Blood Battle Body, God of the Angry Sea, Desert Emperor, Earth God, King of Demon Fog, Dark Monarch, Evil Emperor of Divine Shadows. If he didn't possess so many chaotic level talents, how could he dare to annihilate the Star Sovereign at the Great Star level? Boom! Various terrifying chaotic combat techniques swept toward the high level Star Sovereign's Phantom. However, Yang Chen realized that the high-level Star Sovereign was indeed a high-level Star Sovereign, and its effect was not very obvious. He knew that if this continued, the high-level Star Sovereign's Phantom would break through the blockade of these chaotic-level combat techniques and reach him to kill him. It seemed that this was the limit with the high-level Star Sovereign. He still dared not think about the Star Saint. Devouring Heaven Flame God Fusion, Crimson Thunder Emperor Fusion, Extreme Ice Underworld God Fusion, Shadow Heaven Speed God Fusion. Next, Yang Chen fused the 17 major chaotic level talents. The Annihilation Divine Decision fused onto the Immortal Battle Body's Glazed Giant Fist, and as the high-level Star Sovereign's Phantom broke through the blockade of chaotic level combat techniques and stepped toward Yang Chen, the Annihilation Divine Decision was unleashed toward the high-level Star Sovereign's Phantom. Outside the combat experience room, the curator Lu Zhan, Guan Kuan, and Lin were all staring intently at the light points on the big screen. The difficulty Yang Chen set this time was a high-level Star Sovereign. The low-level Star Sovereign and high-level Star Sovereign were simply not on the same level of existence. Disappeared? After seeing the green light point on the big screen vanish again, everyone outside the combat experience room was stunned. They were dumbfounded, unable to believe that the high-level Star Sovereign had disappeared so quickly. This was a high-level Star Sovereign. Could it be that Yang Chen's strength was even greater than that of the Star Saint? Thinking of this, curator Lu Zhan, Guan Koan, and Lin all wore incredulous expressions. They wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. To eliminate a high-level Star Sovereign so quickly, you say he doesn't have the strength of a Star Saint? How could they know that inside the combat experience room, Yang Chen was using the ultimate move, the Annihilation Divine Decision? While everyone outside the combat experience room couldn't believe it, Yang Chen walked out from inside. He now had a clear understanding of his own strength. He knew he had to break through to a higher realm as soon as possible. His current realm was simply too low. Although he had the protection of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, he still felt it was insufficient. Even within the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, there were still some issues. For example, the people from Blackstone Star. They dared to be so arrogant in front of the lower-level Star students simply because they relied on having a high-ranking presence within the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. That high-ranking individual from Blackstone Star would probably not let things rest easily. Now, facing a high-level Star Sovereign, and even a low-level Star Saint, the Annihilation Divine Decision should be able to handle it. But what about mid-level Star Saints, high-level Star Saints, or even those above Star Saints? It should be
noted that there were 12 giant cities on Dimistar and Howran City was just one of them. In addition to the city lords of each giant city, there were also powerful Star Lords on Dimistar, although these people currently have no enmity with him and won't come looking for trouble, who can predict what the future holds. Yang Chen, let's talk in my office, said the Hall Master Lu Zhan. When Guan Kuan and Huo Lin saw Yang Chen coming out of the practical experience room, they all snapped back to reality and quickly approached him. Alright, Yang Chen replied, then followed Hall Master Lu Zhan to a certain location. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Hall Master's office. After they sat down, Hall Master Lu Zhan looked at Yang Chen with delight and said, Yang Chen, it's simply wonderful that you can join our Longyan martial arts. Hall Lu Zhan was well aware that Yang Chen would undoubtedly become an incredibly powerful Star Master in the future. By then, the status of their Longyan martial arts Hall would also be different from what it is now. From now on, you can freely use the Star Power Training Room at Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Do you need me to notify the higher-ups to meet you? Listening to Hall Master Lu Zhan's words, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Whether or not to meet the higher-ups of Longyan Martial Arts Hall was of no consequence, but being able to use the Star Power Training Room freely was simply fantastic. Guan Kuan, please notify Zheng Ju in the Star Power Training Room area. Lu Zhan then looked at Guan Kuan. Yes, Hall Master. Guan Kuan nodded and left. Yang Chen, from now on you have the highest authority in our Longyan Martial Arts Hall. At this point, Lu Zhan pondered for a few seconds before continuing. However, our Longyan Martial Arts Hall is quite large, and if you continuously use the Star Power Training Room, it's inevitable that some people will talk. What I mean is, you should occasionally take on some tasks. Yang Chen could certainly understand Lu Zhan's concern. Although he had entered Longyan Martial Arts Hall merely to use it for his own improvement, he was indeed now a member of Longyan Martial Arts Hall. It was only natural for a member of Longyan Martial Arts Hall to do some work for it. After chatting a bit more with Hall Master Lu Zhan, Yang Chen left the Hall Master's office. The sky had darkened by now, and Yang Chen planned to enter the Star Power Training Room to take a look the next morning. The effect of the Chaos Divine Decision was impressive, but unfortunately, the star power in Howran City was quite lacking. It seemed that perhaps the entire Dini Star was like this. Now it depended on how the star power in the training room was. After returning to his room, Yang Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yang Chen got up early. After washing up, he headed towards the Star Power Training Room area. After entering Longyan Martial Arts Hall, he had mostly stayed within the inner hall for lower-level Star Special students. Longyan Martial Arts Hall was large, and there were many places he had not yet visited. On his way to the Star Power Training Room area, Yang Chen encountered many students. After a while, he arrived outside the Star Power Training Room area. The area for the Star Power Training Room was vast and visually stunning. Without lingering outside, he walked into the Star Power Training area. Through his understanding, he discovered that there were many levels of Star Power Training Rooms in this area. The higher the level of the training room, the more points were required to use it. Of course, the star power inside was also more concentrated. Excuse me, student, is this your first time in the Star Power Training Room area? The Star Power Training Rooms were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The person speaking to Yang Chen was a staff member of Longyan Martial Arts Hall, who was also a student there. Working here allowed them to earn a certain number of points and star coins each month. The staff member in front of Yang Chen noticed him looking around when he entered the Star Power Training Room area, and based on her experience, she assumed it was his first time. Yes, Yang Chen nodded at the staff member. I'll introduce you to the Star Power Training Rooms. The yellow level Star Power Training Room requires 50 points per hour. The Shen level requires 100 points, the Earth level requires 200 points, and the Heaven level requires 500 points per hour, the staff member said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen thought to himself that the points required for the Star Power Training Rooms were quite expensive. The Heaven level training room costs 500 points per hour, which adds up to 12,000 points for 24 hours. The SSS level task he completed only earned him 200,000 points, and without the proper permissions, 200,000 points wouldn't even last him 20 days in the Heaven level training room. Since this is your first time at the Star Power Training Room, why not try the Yellow level training room? The staff member had a pleasant demeanor, her face beaming with a sweet smile. It was clear that Yang Chen was new to the Longyan Martial Arts Academy, and it wasn't hard to deduce that he had just recently joined. If his cultivation level was low, entering a higher level Star Power Training Room wouldn't be very beneficial. It's important to know that higher level training rooms not only have a rich concentration of star power but also a strong sense of pressure. Ordinary star users can't last long in these advanced training rooms. If they were to enter, they would only get a brief experience of the dense star power inside. I want the Heaven level Star Power Training Room, Yang Chen said to the staff member in front of him. Are you serious? The staff member looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. My name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen thought that Guan Kuan, the Star King, must have informed the people here of his name. Since he needed to use the Star Power Training Room anyway, he might as well say it. Sure enough, when he mentioned his Name, the female staff member's fair cheeks visibly froze, her expression one of shock.
Why, you are Lord Yang Chen?
Once she regained her composure, she swallowed hard,
looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Isn't it obvious? Yang Chen smiled slightly. And no, it's not that, Lord Yang Chen, I just didn't expect you to be so young.
The female staff member quickly shook her head and waved her hands, afraid of offending Yang Chen.
Lord Yang Chen, I'll notify Master Zhang right away.
With that, the female staff member stumbled off in a hurry, looking as if she had been stunned.
Yang Chen thought to himself that Guan Kuan, the Star King, must have spoken with great authority, otherwise, this staff member wouldn't have reacted this way.
A few minutes later, the startled staff member entered a room.
Inside was a stunning woman in her
30s, but anyone who knew her would realize that her age was definitely not just in her 30s. The woman was named Zhang Ju, a martial artist in charge of managing the Star Power training room area.
Master Zhang, Lord Yang Chen has arrived, the female staff member said without a hint of concealment. What? Zhang Ju, who was only
at the late stage of the Great Star level, was a minor character in the Longyan Martial Arts Academy.
When Guan Kuan, the Star King, informed her of this matter yesterday, she was completely bewildered.
She couldn't believe that the Longyan Martial Arts Academy had made such a decision. Unlimited access to the Star Power training room, and without any restrictions on the level of the training room, this was something she had never even dared to imagine before. She also understood that since the Academy had made such a decision, it could only mean that Lord Yang Chen had an extraordinary background. Such a background was something even a colossal entity like the Longyan Martial
Arts Academy wouldn't dare to provoke.
Zhang Ju suddenly stood up from her seat, her mind racing with thoughts.
Then, she quickly walked out of the room. The female staff
member followed closely behind her. Under the guidance of the female staff member, Zhang Ju soon arrived in the hall, where she saw Yang Chen. When she first saw Yang Chen, she admitted she could hardly believe it. But she knew that the young man before her was indeed the Lord Yang Chen mentioned by Guan Kuanqing.
Lord Yang Chen, not daring
to show any negligence, Zhang Ju quickly stepped in front of Yang Chen and respectfully bowed.
The students in the hall were dumbfounded when they heard Zhang Ju address Yang Chen this way.
But they knew it was not an illusion. Zhang Ju calling Yang Chen Lord proved that he was certainly not someone they could provoke.
Subsequently, Zhang Ju led Yang Chen to a room.
Lord Yang Chen, the Star Power training room has separate training rooms. I wonder if you need one?
Zhang Ju asked in an extremely cautious tone. Sure. Yang Chen thought having a private room was quite nice.
Seeing Yang Chen agree, Zhang Ju did not dare to linger and personally led him in a certain
direction.
A few minutes later, Yang Chen arrived in front of a private heavenly stage Star Power training room.
Lord Yang Chen, please.
Zhang Ju gestured for him to
enter.
Yang Chen did not stop outside the heavenly stage Star Power training room. He walked in. He had long wanted to experience the effects of the Star Power inside the
training room.
The Chaos Divine Decision not only absorbed Star Power but could also randomly drop talents. However, to drop a talent, a certain amount of star value had to be absorbed. After entering the heavenly stage Star Power training room, Yang Chen felt a vast ocean of star power surging towards his body.
Due to the special effect of the Chaos Divine Decision, the star power entering his body was converted into star value.
Outside, he could condense about 500,000 star value in 24 hours. He thought that inside the heavenly stage Star Power training room, he could condense about 5 million in a day. It didn't seem like much, but Yang Chen was already very satisfied.
It was better than being outside.
Next, Yang Chen began to frantically use the Chaos Divine Decision to absorb the star power in the heavenly stage Star Power training room.
Inya Mountain.
In a lifeless great hall, the high-ranking members of the Yin Mountain sect were seated.
Our Yin Mountain sect is not afraid of the entire Haoran city, yet we actually suffered losses in a small and Lang
city, a high-ranking member of the Yin Mountain sect said coldly. The faces of the other high-ranking members in the hall were also not looking good. This incident was a slap in the face for them.
The high-ranking
members of the Yin Mountain sect had not suffered such losses in many years. If other lower-level disciples were killed, it would be one thing, but for a Star King-level person to be killed in the wilderness of a
small and Lang city was simply unbelievable. Sect Master, we have already conducted an on-site investigation and detected the scent using our Yin Mountain sect's special equipment.
As he spoke, a high-ranking
member took out a small vial.
He opened the vial and several scents emerged. These scents filled the great hall. The sect master In Shimo and the high-ranking members remembered these scents. They knew that if they encountered someone with such a scent again, they would be able to identify them instantly.
He.
In Shimo sneered repeatedly. As the sect master of the Yin Mountain sect, his own strength was incredibly powerful. Our Yin Mountain sect usually doesn't even regard Haoran City. As far as I know, the tasks issued in the Inlang City area are managed by the Longyan Martial Hall, right? In Shimo scanned the high-ranking
members in the hall.
Yes. The high-ranking members of the Yin Mountain sect nodded in succession. I suppose the ones who killed my Yin Mountain sect members are from the Longyan Martial Hall.
Do you think we should just let this go? Shimo was extremely thin, and his pale, bloodless face looked devoid of any spirit. If he were not alive, one would certainly think he was a ghost. We shouldn't. Of course not. We must make the Longyan Martial Arts Hall and even the entire Haoran City pay the price so they know what kind of situation they face when they offend our Yingshan Church. The high-ranking members of the Yingshan Church in the main hall were filled with righteous indignation. Shimo's pale face once again revealed a cold smile. Then I'll have a word with Guy Longji and ask him to hand over the person. What do you all think? Shimo's gaze swept over the high-ranking members of the Yingshan Church in the hall, and he continued, if he refuses to hand over the person, then let him experience our Yingshan Church's methods. The high-ranking members in the hall nodded in agreement, believing that the leader's plan was quite good. However, some high-ranking members felt that the leader's method was simply unfeasible. Asking Guy Longji to hand over the person was unacceptable to them. As the Lord of Haoran City, if he were to hand over someone like this, it would be too much of a failure for him as a city lord. Longyan Martial Arts Hall, Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room. Yang Chen had already been here for a full 4 days. During these 4 days, he not only felt no fatigue but instead felt invigorated, as if he had boundless energy. Spending 4 days in this isolated Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room had allowed him to condense nearly 20 million star values within him again. If others knew that he had condensed 20 million star values in just 4 days, they would probably refuse to believe it even if it meant their death. But this was indeed a fact. 30 million star values was already the basic star value for the late stage of the Great Star level. This meant that he was now a late-stage Star Master and had even surpassed the basic star value, the Great Star level and the Star King level. These two realms could be considered a watershed. There was a terrifying boundary limit between these two realms, and breaking through this boundary limit was not easy. However, Yang Chen was not worried at all. He knew that with the Chaos Divine Art and the Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room, reaching the Star King realm should be quick. The basic star value for a junior Star King was 60 million. Currently, Yang Chen's star value was only 40 million, so he still needed some time. Ding! Dropped the Winyu level light system talent, light manipulation. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. He knew that after the Chaos Divine Art absorbed star values to a certain extent, it would randomly drop talents. But it hadn't dropped anything until now, so he felt relieved when it finally did. A light system talent, another impressive talent. Ding! Would you like to convert the Winyu level light system talent, light manipulation? Convert. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen chose to convert. Ding! Conversion successful. Light manipulation has been converted to Chaos level light system talent, Lord of Light. Lord of Light, mastery of light, capable of reaching the speed of light in a short time. This simple introduction already indicated how terrifying the Chaos level light system talent, Lord of Light, was. Ding! Would the host like to fuse with the Chaos level light system talent, Lord of Light? Fuse. Ding! Fusion. Successful. A few seconds later, Yang Chen successfully fused with the Chaos level light system talent, Lord of Light. Ding! Automatically matched with Chaos level light system combat skill, Divine Light Arrow. Rain. As the system's voice fell, the Divine Light Arrow rain appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The proficiency, just like on Blue Star, instantly rose to a perfect level. Yang Chen's face was filled with joy. Now, with the Lord of Light, he had a total of 18 Chaos level talents. 18 Chaos level talents, what kind of concept is that? If adding one Chaos level talent wasn't something to be overly excited about, let me tell you. The fusion of 17 Chaos level talents and the fusion of 18 Chaos level talents are not even on the same level. Yang Chen knew that if he fused 18 Chaos level talents, the power of the Annihilation Divine Art would increase another notch. Yang Chen suddenly froze for a moment. He discovered that the chaotic star source had appeared in his body once again. The last time the chaotic star source appeared was in the Doomsday Magic Sea of Blue Star. The emergence of the chaotic star source meant that once it reached a certain level, he could improve his immortal battle body. The immortal battle body was something he had created in the Martial Awakening Tower of Blue Star in conjunction with the Lioli cells. On Demi Star, it was still somewhat lagging behind the times. However, the chaotic star source in his body was still not abundant. He was unsure whether the chaotic star source needed to absorb star power to increase or if it increased by killing targets. He wasn't quite clear on that yet. Just as Yang Chen was about to continue absorbing star power in the Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room, he found that the star power inside had actually been depleted. A few seconds later, he felt relieved. It was normal for the Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room to deplete if it absorbed a certain amount of star value. Since it was depleted, there must be a way to recharge it. Not wanting to linger in the Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room any longer, he walked out. Lord Yang Chen. To Yang Chen's surprise, just as he stepped out of the Heavenly Stage Star Power Training Room, he heard Zhang Ju's voice. Yang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and found Zhang Ju walking towards him with a smile on her face. He didn't place much importance on feminine beauty. From an aesthetic perspective, although Zhang Ju was somewhat older, her face was quite nice. Yang Chen was focused on becoming stronger, and even stronger. But if he really fell for a girl or did something because of a girl that made him feel fond of her, he wasn't so rigid. Having crossed over, he should understand that anything could happen in any situation. For now, he just wanted to grow stronger. Lord Yang Chen, the sense of oppression in the heavenly stage star power training room is quite strong. Do you want to? Zhang Ju's words were left unfinished and she wouldn't continue. She was merely testing the waters with Yang Chen. It's fine, the sense of oppression inside is average. Yang Chen shook his head and smiled. He did feel some oppression inside, but it was negligible for him. Zhang Ju was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yang Chen to respond that way. After a moment's thought, she realized he must be lying. For the sake of face. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen said to Zhang Ju, the star power inside has been depleted. Is there a way to refill it? Zhang Ju's eyes widened, looking at Yang Chen with disbelief. Lord Yang Chen, are you sure you're not joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Chen retorted. But when you went in, the star power was definitely full. It's only been a few days. The star power inside should last at least a month for absorption. I mean, it could supply a star sovereign or a high star sovereign for a month. Zhang Ju expressed her opinion. Her words were also a reminder to Yang Chen to have some self-awareness. The star power in this heavenly stage star power training room could last a high star sovereign for a month. You went in for just 4 days and depleted it? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Or is your absorption speed more terrifying than a high star sovereign? Regardless of whether others believed it, Zhang Ju certainly did not. Go in and take a look. Yang Chen didn't want to waste time on this issue. Zhang Ju knew that checking the heavenly stage star power training room was the most straightforward way. Without asking further, she walked into the separate heavenly stage star power training room. She initially thought Yang Chen was just joking with her, but when she stepped inside, she froze like a statue. She was stunned in this heavenly stage star power training room, her face filled with disbelief, as if she had entered a meditative state, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Zhang Ju knew that Yang Chen was not joking with her. This separate heavenly stage star power training room was indeed devoid of star power. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Yang Chen's speed of absorbing star power was truly more terrifying than that of a high-level star sovereign? But how could that be possible? After a long while, Zhang Ju finally regained her composure and looked at Yang Chen awkwardly, not expecting that she would be the one to be slapped in the face. Lord Yang Chen, usually, when the star power in a training room is depleted, it takes 5 days to replenish it. In these 5 days, perhaps due to her earlier confidence, Zhang Ju's tone when speaking to Yang Chen had now become cautious. Yang Chen was taken aback. Does it really take 5 days to replenish the star power? But upon reflection, 5 days is just 5 days, not a big deal. He could still go to other heavenly stage star power training rooms. After thinking it over, Yang Chen decided to abandon that idea. He was currently enjoying the benefits of the Lyan Martial Arts Hall, and it would be inappropriate to act recklessly. After all, his speed of absorbing star power under the influence of the chaotic divine decision was indeed terrifying. This separate heavenly stage star power training room was already like this. If he were to enter one of those training rooms that could accommodate many people, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Yang Chen thought to himself not to dwell on this issue for now and decided to test the effect of the light divine master first. He did not plan to conduct the experiment within the Lyan Martial Arts Hall. After spending 4 days in the heavenly stage star power training room, it was time to stretch his muscles. After leaving the Lyan Martial Arts Hall, he headed towards the outskirts of Haoren City. In the wild, upon reaching the outskirts of Haoren City, Yang Chen found a suitable spot. He activated the Light Divine Master. After using the chaotic level light attribute talent, the Light Divine Master, a sacred radiance surged all around him. A true godlike form, hundreds of meters tall, appeared. This true godlike form was composed of countless sacred and holy glows resonating with each other. Divine Light Arrow Rain. In an instant, Yang Chen unleashed the chaotic level light attribute combat skill, Divine Light Arrow Rain. After casting the Divine Light Arrow Rain, numerous beams of light around him condensed into countless arrows of light, all aimed at the same area. Yang Chen's purpose for this trip was merely to test the effects of the Light Divine Master and Divine Light Arrow Rain. His intention was not to destroy a certain place. He could perfectly control the proficiency of the Divine Light Arrow Rain. Therefore, the damage caused to the open space before him was not significant. After testing the effects, Yang Chen did not plan to stay in the wild for long. He was preparing to return to the Lyan Martial Arts Hall. He was still unaware that a star power mark sent by Yin Shimo, the leader of the Yin Mountain sect, had already arrived at the Lord's mansion of Haoren City. The Lord, Gai Longji, was the most powerful star user in Haoren City and also its guardian deity. Everyone in Haoren City, any force, developed under the protection of Lord Gai Longji. Gai Longji was a great star saint. Yin Shimo was also a great star saint. The perception of great star saints was extremely terrifying. Even when the star power mark sent by Yin Shimo was still outside Haoren City, he had already sensed it. Gai Longji looked at the star power mark before him, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Immediately, a stream of star power flowed from his fingertips towards the star power mark in front of him. After being struck by this stream of star power, the star power mark instantly unfolded and an image appeared before Gai Longji. Gai Longji. The figure in the image was none other than In Shimo, the leader of the In Mountain sect. In Shimo's appearance was extremely terrifying. After emitting a cackling sound, he continued, "You people from Haoren City have killed my In Mountain sect members in the wilds of Onling City and destroyed our stronghold. I give you 10 days to hand over the people, otherwise, my In Mountain sect will surely flatten Haoren City." After In Shimo's words fell, the image closed. Gai Longji was frozen in place. In recent years, there hasn't been any intense conflict between Haoren City and the Inshan sect. As one of the 12 major cities on Dini's star, Haoren City is led by its lord, Gai Longji. He knows that it is impossible for him to be aware of every detail. However, if it were truly just a minor issue, the sect leader In Shimo wouldn't need to act this way. Gai Longji pondered for a few seconds and thought of Onling City, a very small city within Haoren City's jurisdiction. The star power mark from In Shimo indicated that the Inshan sect's stronghold in the wilderness of Onling City would be destroyed. If I remember correctly, the task area of Onling City should be managed by the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, Gai Longji said. As he spoke, a pair of golden star wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the golden wings, he was instantly airborne. Once in the air, Gai Longji headed towards the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, Yang Chen was also returning to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. As the only Grand Star Master of Haoren City, Gai Longji's speed was incredibly fast. It wasn't long before he arrived above the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. In an instant, the entire sky above the Longyan Martial Arts Hall was illuminated in a brilliant gold. The students inside the hall looked up at the phenomenon in shock. Then they saw the middle-aged man with golden wings soaring above. His stature was imposing, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and dominance. "See, City Lord." Everyone in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall was stunned. They certainly hadn't expected the City Lord to suddenly visit them. In no time, the higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall received the news. They rushed to the square and were indeed frozen in place upon seeing Gai Longji hovering above. Gai Longji had only one reason for coming to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall: to clarify what had happened. In Shimo demanded that he hand over someone. Otherwise, Haoren City would face unbearable consequences. What a joke! As the City Lord of Haoren City, it was simply impossible for him to hand anyone over. Even if the Longyan Martial Arts Hall had caused a significant problem, as the City Lord, he would protect them. Soon, Gai Longji descended at high speed into the square of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. The numerous students in the square watched in shock as the City Lord descended at such speed. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The realm of Grand Star Master was far too distant for them, like an insurmountable mountain. City Lord Lu Zhan, the head of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, and the higher-ups immediately approached him. Lu Zhan understood that the City Lord wouldn't come to a place lightly. Now that he was at their Longyan Martial Arts Hall, something must have happened. He invited City Lord Gai Longji to the main hall. The main hall of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall was where significant matters were discussed. After he, the higher-ups, and City Lord Gai Longji entered the hall, everyone took their seats. "City Lord, is there something you need from us at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall?" Lu Zhan asked directly. The other higher-ups in the hall also turned their gazes towards City Lord Gai Longji, eager to know the purpose of his visit. "You all know about In Shimo, right?" Gai Longji scanned the faces of everyone in the hall. Lu Zhan and the higher-ups certainly knew that In Shimo was the leader of the Inshan sect. "Today, I received a star power mark from In Shimo," he said. Gai Longji recounted In Shimo's exact words. Lu Zhan and the higher-ups exchanged glances, puzzled. The higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall looked at each other, completely unaware of what had transpired. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhan spoke up. "Recently, a formidable figure has joined our Longyan Martial Arts Hall. The incident in the wilderness of Onling City was caused by him. His name is Yang Chen. He accepted a task from the Inshan sect's Huang Lang, which is an SSS level task." And then, Lu Zhan explained the general course of events. He had learned about this from Guan Koan and Huolin. After personally witnessing Yang Chen's terrifying abilities, he also asked Yang Chen if he would meet with the higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, but was met with Yang Chen's refusal. Therefore, it is quite normal that these higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall are unaware of what exactly has happened. Upon hearing the hall master say this, the high-ranking members in the main hall were somewhat astonished. A formidable figure has joined the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, so why are they, as the higher-ups, in the dark about it? Gai Longji remained silent, knowing that Lu Zhan's words were not finished. Yang Chen is very young. During the practical experience session, he annihilated a high-level star sovereign phantom. As for how young he is, let's just say that even the most terrifying prodigy from Dimastar is no match for him, Lu Zhan added. His words left everyone in the main hall with a look of confusion. Very young? So he is a child of destiny. But if he is indeed a child of destiny, how could he annihilate a high-level star sovereign phantom? Has a being of unparalleled greatness emerged from Dimastar? If there really is such a person in Howran City as the City Lord, I couldn't possibly be completely unaware, Gai Longji expressed his doubts. The high-ranking members in the main hall then turned their gazes toward Hall Master Lujan. They knew that only Hall Master Lujan could answer this question. Yang Chen is from a lower level star and has only recently arrived at Dimastar, Lujan said to everyone. The crowd in the hall? They were all dumbfounded, speechless. A being like this actually came from a lower-level star? When did lower-level stars become so formidable? In a corner of the hall, a high-ranking member sneered coldly. He had also been shocked by Hall Master Lujan's words, but now he already knew who the Hall Master was referring to. Yang Chen, the one who recently had conflicts with them from Haishi Star. This high-ranking member was none other than Su Chuan, the representative of the Star Masters from Haishi Star at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. After a while, Hall Master Lujan sent someone to call Yang Chen from the Star Power training room area. However, Yang Chen had already left the Star Power training area. With no other choice, Lujan had to issue an order that as soon as Yang Chen returned, he should be brought to the main hall immediately. Not long after Lujan's order was given, Yang Chen returned to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. At the first moment, Wan Kuan found him. Yang Chen, the Hall Master wants you to go to the main hall. The City Lord is also there. Wan Kuan's expression was very urgent. Yang Chen was somewhat puzzled. He still didn't understand what had happened. However, he didn't think too much about it and followed Guan Kuan toward the main hall of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Under Guan Kuan's lead, it wasn't long before he arrived outside the main hall. Yang Chen, I'll go in and announce your arrival first, Guan Kuan said to Yang Chen. After Yang Chen nodded, Guan Kuan stepped into the main hall. Hall Master, Lord Yang Chen is waiting outside, Guan Kuan said to Lu Zhan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the main hall immediately reacted with shock. Quick, let Yang Chen in. Yes, Hall Master. Guan Kuan walked toward the main hall's entrance. In the entire hall, aside from Hall Master Lu Zhan, no one else knew Yang Chen, and their understanding of him was limited to Lu Zhan's brief remarks just now. Now that Yang Chen was about to enter the main hall, they were eager to see what kind of person he truly was. Shortly after Guan Kuan exited the main hall, a young man who looked to be no more than 20 walked into the hall. Upon seeing the young man enter, everyone inside the hall couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Hall Master Lu Zhan's earlier words had already prepared them mentally. Lu Zhan had told them that Yang Chen was very young, and they understood that he was indeed very young, but they could never have imagined that Lu Zhan was referring to someone this young. Could he really have already annihilated a high-level Star Sovereign Phantom in the practical experience room? How powerful must he be? Given time, wouldn't he become the most powerful Star Master on Dimastar? Even beings like the Star Master would have to avoid confronting Yang Chen in the future. The high-ranking officials in the Great Hall all understood that the emergence of such a figure in Howran City was undoubtedly a blessing for them. They also knew that as Yang Chen grew, he would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with someone of the City Lord Gai Longji's caliber. By that time, even if the Dark Demon Cave stirred up chaos again, they would not feel so helpless. Reflecting on that era, countless ancestors had entered the Dark Demon Cave to quell disturbances when they were still very young. If it weren't for the timely support, Howran City might have already ceased to exist on Dimastar. Now, although the Dark Demon Cave had been quiet for a long time, it was uncertain when chaos might erupt again. No one could predict that. City Lord Gai Longji looked at Yang Chen's age, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, he sensed an endless aura of slaughter surrounding Yang Chen. He knew that such a fierce killing intent could only be achieved by exterminating many living beings. From Lu Zhan, he learned that Yang Chen came from a lower-ranked star, and he felt that Yang Chen must have experienced tremendous waves of turmoil on that lower-ranked star. Yang Chen, this is our City Lord of Howran City, Lu Zhan introduced as Yang Chen entered the Great Hall. City Lord, Yang Chen addressed Gai Longji. Although he did not know Gai Longji personally, he was, after all, the City Lord of Howran City, and calling out to him was not against the law. This was not a novel, and he was not one of those over-the-top protagonists. He simply knew that in someone else's territory, addressing the City Lord was not a big deal. City Lord, it seems you are here to find me? Yang Chen tentatively inquired of Gai Longji. He understood that at Gai Longji's level he was definitely not a match. He sensed an incredibly dangerous aura emanating from Gai Longji. Yes, Gai Longji nodded in response and recounted the matter of the 10 demons sending him a star power mark in detail. Yang Chen had suspected that the Mountain sect might seek revenge, but a suspicion was merely a suspicion. He never expected that the revenge would indeed come, and so forcefully. Yang Chen, I came to the Longyan Martial Hall just to find out what exactly happened in the wilderness of Onling City that led the 10 demons to send me such a star power mark. Now that I know, I am very pleased. Gai Longji smiled at Yang Chen and continued, I can only say that the 10 demons are a bit too naive to think they could make me hand over people. At this point, Gai Longji sneered, as if he looked down on the 10 demons' demand for him to surrender anyone. Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. Gai Longji knew that this was the Longyan Martial Hall, and although he was the city lord of Howren City. It was not appropriate for him to say everything. City lord, what is there to discuss? Of course, we won't hand anyone over. Haha, the Een 10 demons are truly ridiculous. Thinking we Howren City would fear the Een Mountain sect? We'll just wait for the day they demand someone and see what kind of moves the Een Mountain sect will make. If it comes to it, we'll just fight. The high-ranking officials of the Longyan Martial Hall and the Great Hall appeared to be middle-aged, but their actual ages were much more. In their youth they had fiery tempers, now, they had merely cooled down, not extinguished. Their mindset had become much more peaceful compared to their younger days. But now, the star power mark from the Een 10 demons had successfully ignited their anger. Just fight. Just as the high-ranking officials of the Longyan Martial Hall were almost reaching a unanimous decision in the Great Hall, a different voice suddenly emerged. Actually, I have another idea, but I don't know if I should say it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Great Hall turned to look at the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Su Chuan, who supported the Blackstone Star. Su Chuan, you are also one of the high-ranking officials of the Longyan Martial Hall. Feel free to say what you want, Lu Zhen said with a slight frown. He learned from Guan Koan that Yang Chen had some issues with the people from Haishi Star when he entered the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Su Chuan, who also came from Haishi Star, was now one of the higher-ups in their Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Zhen knew that Su Chuan would likely say something unfavorable about Yang Chen. As everyone knows, our Howren City has not had any major conflicts with the Yinshan sect in recent years. If this balance is broken because of one person, it doesn't seem too good, does it? Of course, I am lowly and my words carry little weight. I am merely expressing my opinion. Our Howren City does not fear the Yinshan sect, but if we fight to mutual destruction, our territory can easily be taken by other major cities. Moreover, if the Dark Demon Cave stirs up chaos again, how can our Howren City enter the Dark Demon Cave to quell the unrest? Su Chuan spoke these words to everyone in the hall. The people inside the hall understood Su Chuan's meaning clearly. He wanted to hand over Yang Chen. Su Chuan, you. The other high-ranking members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall were puzzled. They did not understand why Su Chuan would say such things. They were unaware of the enmity between Yang Chen and Haishi Star, otherwise, they would have understood why Su Chuan wanted to hand over Yang Chen. What the Dark Demon Cave was, Yang Chen did not want to concern himself with right now. He was very interested in Su Chuan's words. Handing him over to the Yinshan sect would be tantamount to sending him to his death. If they wanted him dead, he would not hold back. There's no need for a gentleman to take revenge. 10 years is not too late. Su Chuan was merely a junior star saint. He had now obtained the Chaos Level Light System talent, the Light God Master. Using the World Destruction Divine Decision, he believed it would be no difficulty to slay Su Chuan. After Su Chuan finished expressing his thoughts, the high-ranking members in the hall were also filled with confusion. They did not understand why Su Chuan would say such things. The city lord, Gai Longji, narrowed his eyes. He did not expect there to be such a person in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. May I ask if your name is Su Chuan? Just as Lu Zhen was about to say something to Su Chuan, Yang Chen's voice appeared. The crowd in the hall was taken aback. They did not expect Yang Chen to take the initiative to speak to Su Chuan. At this moment, you should call me Lord Su Chuan. Su Chuan was also surprised that Yang Chen would suddenly speak to him, and in such a domineering tone. He had just learned from Hallmaster Lu Zhen that Yang Chen had annihilated the projection of a senior star venerable in the Practical Combat Experience Room. However, the Practical Combat Experience Room was just that, a simulation, not reality. Moreover, even if it were reality, what could it change? He was a junior star saint. The difference between a senior star venerable and a junior star saint was only one small realm, but the gap in strength was significant. He knew that if Yang Chen had the strength to kill a junior star saint, then in the Practical Combat Experience Room he would not have annihilated a senior star venerable's projection, but rather that of a junior star saint. The high-ranking members in the hall noticed Su Chuan's response. They were not fools and sensed something was off. They all looked at Yang Chen, eager to see how he would respond to Su Chuan's words. Dai Longji chose to remain silent. He could see that Yang Chen must have experienced great storms when he was in the lower star realm. He was now curious to see how Yang Chen would handle this situation. Lord Su Chuan? A cold smile appeared on Yang Chen's calm face. Do you think you are worthy? Su Chuan wanted to hand him over, which meant he wanted him dead. How could he calmly converse with Su Chuan under such circumstances? In that instant, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. The high-ranking members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall felt their pupils constrict uncontrollably. Su Chuan's words were unexpected, but Yang Chen's response was even more so. Ha! Su Chuan did not expect Yang Chen to be so straightforward. Since it was like this, he decided not to pretend anymore. Yang Chen, you have humiliated the people of Haishi Star like this, and I won't say much about it, but now it's a matter of great importance regarding Howren City. You destroyed the base of the Yinshan sect during your mission. I don't think that was within the scope of your task, was it? If we hand you over, everything will calm down. I believe you should understand this logic, right? Su Chuan spoke to Yang Chen in one breath. The high-ranking officials in the hall understood why Su Chuan was targeting Yang Chen like this. It turned out that there was a grudge between the people of Haishi Star and Yang Chen. As Su Chuan was the backing of the star practitioners from Haishi Star, this was akin to slapping his own face. At this point, a smug smile crossed Su Chuan's face. He knew that getting the city lord to hand over Yang Chen was absolutely impossible. He said this to provoke Yang Chen. If Yang Chen was truly hot-blooded, he would definitely want to fight him. If that were the case, this battle would be a fight to the death. Yang Chen was from a lower star and had no backing in Haoren City. If he didn't take action, then in the future, those coming from lower stars wouldn't know the might of Haishi Star. Just say it directly. What is your purpose? Yang Chen's face had returned to calmness. He knew Su Chuan's intentions were definitely not that simple. The people in the hall remained silent, wanting to see how things would unfold. Yang Chen, I really have no ulterior motives. I just think that Haoren City has finally stabilized, and now. Su Chuan naturally couldn't reveal his true thoughts. That would be too foolish. How about this? You want me dead, and I have no reason to want you alive, so let's fight. Yang Chen fixed his gaze on Su Chuan, a glint flashing in his eyes, and slowly uttered two words, how about it? Everyone in the hall was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Chen, never expecting that he would want to fight Su Chuan. If it were just a normal competition, that would be one thing. Yang Chen made it very clear, you want me dead, I have no reason to let you live. This statement was enough to represent everything. It was a desire to engage in a fight to the death with Su Chuan. Su Chuan was a junior star saint and also one of the high-ranking members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen was also a rare figure. It was already difficult for someone like him to enter their Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Did they want to fight? As the city lord of Haoren City, Gai Longji also didn't expect Yang Chen to be so tough. He was a great star saint, and from the realm aura fluctuations emanating from Yang Chen, it was evident that such fluctuations were very weak. In fact, he was even weaker than a Star King level practitioner. Gai Longji didn't misjudge. Yang Chen was still only in the late stage of the great star level, but he was so powerful because he possessed numerous chaotic level talents. However, he was not happy right now. Although he wanted to see how Yang Chen handled things, he really couldn't bring himself to like Su Chuan. He knew that even if Su Chuan agreed to fight Yang Chen, even if it was a fight to the death, even if Yang Chen was not Su Chuan's opponent, it didn't matter. At a critical moment, he would step in. If Su Chuan died, then so be it. But Yang Chen, he valued him highly. Why couldn't Su Chuan understand this? Also, the previous words had all been spoken by Lu Zhan, which probably gave Su Chuan a false impression. Su Chuan, upon hearing Yang Chen's words, was also stunned. He wanted to fight Yang Chen, but he was also a bit worried about whether Yang Chen would agree. But he never expected that Yang Chen would take the initiative to challenge him. What a stroke of luck. Yang Chen, do you really want to engage in a fight to the death with me? Su Chuan looked at Yang Chen with a cold smile. Do you think I'm joking? Yang Chen replied to Su Chuan with a calm expression. Good. Su Chuan nodded heavily, as if afraid that Yang Chen would back out. How about the location being in the inner hall for special students of the lower star? Su Chuan continued to speak to Yang Chen. The high-ranking officials in the main hall understood Su Chuan's meaning when they heard him speak. Yang Chen certainly understood Su Chuan's intention as well, but what was there to refuse? Su Chuan was merely trying to convey to those star practitioners from Haishi Star that they were not to be trifled with. But could he actually do it? Clearly not. Sure, Yang Chen nodded. Everyone in the hall felt a surge of tension when they saw Yang Chen agree. When? Now. Yang Chen met Su Chuan's gaze without flinching. Good. Su Chuan smiled. After saying that, he walked out of the main hall. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, looking at Yang Chen, then at the hall master Lu Zhan and the city lord Gai Longji, before they followed out of the hall. Yang Chen, Su Chuan is a junior star saint and a high-ranking member of our Longyan Martial Arts Hall, so there are many things I can't say. Lu Zhan's words trailed off, but the implication was already clear. It was true that there was a conflict between Su Chuan and Yang Chen, but the contributions Su Chuan had made to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall over the years were also real. He didn't want a fight between Su Chuan and Yang Chen, but now both sides had agreed to a life-and-death battle. Even if he stopped it now, as long as such thoughts existed, a life-and-death battle would eventually take place. As the hall master, what could he do? Seeing that Yang Chen remained silent, Lu Zhan said to him, I hope you can understand me. With that, Lu Zhan also exited the main hall. Yang Chen listened to Lu Zhan's words and felt that Lu Zhan was quite reasonable. This was originally a matter between him and Su Chuan. Even if Lu Zhan was the hall master of Longyan Martial Arts Hall, there was no need for him to get involved. Gai Longji noticed that only he and Yang Chen were left in the main hall, so he stood up from his seat and patted Yang Chen on the shoulder. Yang Chen, I will step in at a critical moment. Su Chuan is a junior star saint, and there should be a certain gap in strength between you two. Gai Longji was very clear about what it meant for someone like Yang Chen to appear in Haoren City. As the city lord, he had to control the overall situation in Haoren City. He didn't care what the people from Longyan Martial Arts Hall thought. It's fine, City Lord, he's just a junior star saint. Yang Chen smiled at Gai Longji. With that, he stepped out of the main hall, leaving Gai Longji standing there in a daze. Gai Longji was utterly bewildered and astonished. He simply couldn't understand why Yang Chen was not afraid of a junior star saint. In front of him, a junior star saint indeed seemed like an ant, but in front of Yang Chen, he considered them quite powerful. Even though Yang Chen had killed a senior star Venerable Phantom in the practical training room of Longyan Martial Arts Hall, it should be noted that senior star Venerables and junior star saints were not on the same level. Thinking of this, Gai Longji couldn't help but shake his head. He was becoming more and more curious about Yang Chen. With his status and strength, he hadn't been curious about a prodigy for many years. It was quite strange. He had just met Yang Chen, yet he felt a sense of equality. It was as if Yang Chen was not a junior at all, but rather a brother. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. Gai Longji did not linger in the main hall any longer and also walked out. In the inner hall of the lower-level star special students, Zhang Xuancheng and several star practitioners were discussing something when he suddenly received a notification. The hall master and the high-ranking officials were coming to their inner hall. After receiving such a notification, Zhang Xuancheng and the other star practitioners were stunned. They would never have dreamed that the hall master and the high-ranking officials would come to them. What major event had happened here? The city lord Gai Longji had even come to their Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Shouldn't the hall master and the high-ranking officials be discussing important matters with the city lord in the main hall? Master Zhang. Just as Zhang Xuanqing and the other star practitioners were still processing this, an urgent voice appeared. With the emergence of this voice, a star master rushed into the room. Master Zhang, the latest news. The city lord is also coming our way. My heavens! Zhang Xuanqing and the few star masters in the room were frozen in place like statues. What on earth had happened in their inner hall that even the city lord was coming here? This matter could definitely not be kept under wraps. It wasn't long before all the elite students in the inner hall knew about it. Although they didn't know why the city lord, the hall master, and the higher-ups were visiting their inner hall, they all felt that the situation was certainly serious. Do you think someone in our inner hall has committed some unforgivable crime? Come on, I don't believe that. If that were the case, the enforcement team should be here. Is it possible that the city lord, the hall master, and the higher-ups are just here for an inspection? After visiting our inner hall, they might go to other places in our Longyan Martial Hall just to accompany the city lord. What a thrill, what a thrill! Not only are the hall master and the higher-ups coming here, but even the city lord has come. This is a grand event for our inner hall. The elite students in the inner hall began to discuss among themselves. The Longyan Martial Hall was large, and the city lord, hall master, and higher-ups had come on foot. It would take some time to reach the inner hall of the lower-tier elite students. But after all, they were in the same martial hall, and under the eager gazes of the students in the inner hall square, the city lord, hall master, and higher-ups finally appeared in their line of sight. Seeing so many big shots at once, the elite students in the inner hall square were all filled with excitement. My blood pressure just shot up. Can you even describe it? If you can't, just don't say anything. Is there even a need to describe? Who wouldn't be excited seeing this lineup? The inner hall square was not lacking elite students from Haishi Star, and these elite students were equally thrilled. So many strong figures, and even our Haishi Star's most formidable person, Lord Sichuan, has come. The elite students from Haishi Star in the inner hall square knew very well that they could stir up trouble in the lower-tier elite students' inner hall because of this Lord Sichuan. City Lord, Hall Master, esteemed lords. With so many big shots arriving, Zhang Xuancheng and the few star masters could no longer sit still. They hurried out to greet them respectfully. Hall Master Lu Zhan nodded in response to Zhang Xuancheng. Hall Master, I don't know why you all have come. Zhang Xuancheng, as the martial master managing the lower-tier elite students, had done quite well in front of some students. But in front of these big shots, he was no better than an ant. Just a speck of dust, a drop in the ocean. To conduct life and death battles here, Hall Master Lu Zhan said. His voice was not loud, but the inner hall square was filled with elite students, and their hearing was excellent. At that moment, they all heard Hall Master Lu Zhan's words and stood there in shock. Conducting life and death battles in their lower-tier elite students' inner hall? What was going on? Everyone in the inner hall square of the lower-tier elite students wore expressions of confusion. They had thought that the city lord, hall master, and higher-ups had come here just to inspect their lower-tier inner hall and would then go to other places. But they never expected that these lords had come to conduct life and death battles. Who was fighting whom? The students in the inner hall square were most eager to know this. Yang Chen, are you ready? Just as the many elite students were filled with confusion, a voice appeared in everyone's ears. All eyes in the inner hall square turned to one place. Seeing that it was Sichuan speaking, their faces showed a look of astonishment. The special students from Blackstone Star in the square were starting to get a bit agitated. They had been humiliated by Yang Chen multiple times, and now they were going to engage in a life and death battle with him. Was this to regain their honor?
Thinking of this, smiles could not help but appear on the faces of the special students from Blackstone Star. The special students in the inner hall square, including Zhang Xuanqing and several Star Masters, also knew that Su Chuan was the powerful figure behind Blackstone Star. Now that Su Chuan wanted to engage in a life and death battle with Yang Chen, the reason was obvious. To prevent damage here, I will activate the gravity barrier to minimize the area of destruction. Those watching can observe from outside the gravity barrier. Before Yang Chen could speak, the hall master Lu Zhan took the lead in speaking. Everyone in the inner hall square nodded secretly, knowing that a life and death battle would definitely be ruthless, and with the protection of the gravity barrier, it would be much safer. However, Su Chuan's gaze did not waver. He continued to stare at Yang Chen, wanting to see what he would say next.
Come on. Yang Chen did not want to engage in too much conversation with Su Chuan.
Strictly speaking, he had no hatred towards Su Chuan, but now that Su Chuan wanted to kill him, he could not be blamed. Seeing that Yang Chen had made up his mind, Hallmaster Lu Zhan let out a cold shout and then released a massive amount of star power from his body. This star power quickly formed a gravity barrier in the area between Yang Chen and Su Chuan. Those outside the gravity barrier could still see clearly what was happening inside. At this moment, everyone in the inner hall square was watching intently inside the gravity barrier, afraid of missing any exciting moments. Yang Chen, I know you killed a high-level Star Sovereign's phantom in the practical experience room. Su Chuan looked at Yang Chen with a cold smile and continued, but you don't really think that just because of that, you can do anything to me, do you? After saying this, the cold smile on Su Chuan's face became even more pronounced. He found it quite amusing that Yang Chen wanted to engage in a life and death battle with him. Can you stop talking so much nonsense? A fierce light burst forth from Yang Chen's pupils, directly targeting Su Chuan. Immediately after, he activated the Immortal Battle Body. After activating the Immortal Battle Body, various chaotic level talent lights surged forth. In an instant, the many special students in the inner hall square were blinded by such brilliance. City Lord Gai Longji, Hall Master Lu Zhan, and the high-ranking officials of the Dragonflame Martial Hall were all astonished by this dazzling light. Yang Chen did not intend to use these chaotic talent battle techniques to crush Su Chuan. The risk was too great. After all, Su Chuan was a junior star saint. With only 17 chaotic level talents, he would not dare to say so. But now he had 18 chaotic level talents. If the fusion of 18 chaotic level talents could not defeat a junior star saint, then it could only be said that the Annihilation Divine Decision was nothing special. Is this your reliance? Su Chuan coldly stared at Yang Chen, who had transformed into the Immortal Battle Body with no sign of fear on his face. In my opinion, it's nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chuan prepared to strike at Yang Chen. But at that moment, Yang Chen had already begun to fuse numerous chaotic level talents. Heaven Swallowing Flame God, fuse. Crimson Emperor Thunder Sovereign, fuse. Extreme Ice Underworld God, fuse. Shadow Sky Speed God, fuse. Angry Blade Heaven Sovereign, fuse. Light God Lord, fuse. Although Yang Chen had a total of 18 chaotic level talents, the speed of fusion was extremely fast. The people outside the gravity barrier had not even reacted when the Annihilation Divine Decision had successfully fused onto Yang Chen's glazed giant fist. City Lord Gai Longji, Hall Master Lu Zhan, and the high-ranking officials of the Dragonflame Martial Hall all focused their gaze on the Annihilation Divine Decision on the glazed giant fist. They still did not fully understand how terrifying the Annihilation Divine Decision was, but their instincts told them it must be extremely fearsome. Su Chuan also knew that the power of the Annihilation Divine Decision should not be underestimated, and a serious expression appeared on his face. However, he knew that even though the Annihilation Divine Decision condensed on the glazed giant fist was formidable, it was impossible for Yang Chen to defeat him. There was no other reason, simply because he was a terrifyingly powerful junior star saint. Yang Chen, since you've already made your move against me, then you shall die. Suddenly, an incredibly sharp aura surged from Su Chuan's body, and even the elite students outside the gravity barrier felt a tremor in their hearts. Mighty Heavenly Sovereign. As the words fell, Su Chuan activated his own talent. Wasn't his talent also a chaos-level talent? The effects of Mighty Heavenly Sovereign were comparable to that of the Earth God. After using Mighty Heavenly Sovereign, the power of the Earth began to surge into Su Chuan's body, and his form rapidly grew larger. In an instant, Su Chuan transformed into the form of Mighty Heavenly Sovereign. Yang Chen, this is my talent. The chaos-level talent Mighty Heavenly Sovereign. Originally, I didn't want to use it, but to give you some face, I have no choice but to unleash it. Su Chuan was extremely confident in his talent, Mighty Heavenly Sovereign. He knew that Yang Chen's immortal battle body was also his talent. Mighty Heavenly Sovereign was not afraid. But how could Su Chuan know that Yang Chen's immortal battle body was not a talent at all, but a battle body? The Annihilation Divine Decision on the glazed giant fist was the true talent. Moreover, it had the effect of merging 18 chaos-level talents together. Yang Chen, come, make your move against me. After activating
The chaos-level talent mighty heavenly sovereign, Sichuan beckoned to Yang Chen with his finger. Go. Yang Chen sneered, Annihilation. Divine Decision. The Annihilation Divine Decision condensed in the glazed giant fist shot towards Sichuan at an incredible speed. The speed was so fast that the many people in the inner hall square could not react in time. Gai Longji, the hall master Lu Zhan, and the high-ranking members of the Dragonflame Martial Hall were all shocked by the speed of the Annihilation Divine Decision. Inside the gravity barrier, Sichuan looked in horror at the Annihilation Divine Decision rushing towards him. At first, he knew that the Annihilation Divine Decision condensed on the glazed giant fist should be terrifying, but he also knew that even if the Annihilation Divine Decision was fearsome, what could it do? Its power was certainly not enough to defeat him, let alone kill him. He and Yang Chen were engaged in a life-and-death battle. But now, as the Annihilation Divine Decision swept towards him, he finally understood the speed and power of the Annihilation Divine Decision. Being inside the gravity barrier, he had the most direct experience of its terror. Sichuan was very clear that he absolutely could not withstand the power of the Annihilation Divine Decision. To dodge. The distance between him and Yang Chen was too close. It was unrealistic to evade the speed of the Annihilation Divine Decision. Boom! 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 At that moment, the gravity barrier constructed by Hall Master Lu Zhan began to tremble violently. Everyone outside the gravity barrier looked at the shaking barrier, all stunned as if struck by lightning. Was the gravity barrier about to collapse? Before those outside the gravity barrier could react, the Annihilation Divine Decision, fused with 18 chaos-level talents, had already struck Sichuan's area. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing such an explosion brought the thoughts of everyone outside the gravity barrier back to reality, and they immediately turned their gazes towards Sichuan. The place where Sichuan stood was enveloped in the brilliance of various chaos-level talents, making it difficult to see what had happened to him. The elite students of the Blackstone Star in the inner hall square looked at the scene, their faces turning pale. Sichuan is the backstage support for their Blackstone Star at the Longyan Martial Arts School. Without Sichuan, Blackstone Star would be nothing in the Longyan Martial Arts School in the future. The gravity barrier continued to tremble violently, and in the next moment, it finally couldn't withstand the immense pressure and exploded. In an instant, the elite students in the lower-level Star inner hall square felt the ground shake. Not good, shouted the hall master Lu Zhan. He wasn't afraid of these surging waves, but the elite students on the square were merely low-level Star warriors, and they couldn't withstand such fluctuations. He quickly re-established a gravity barrier. He was a high-level Star Sage, while Sichuan was only a low-level Star Sage. In his eyes, the life-and-death battle between Yang Chen and Sichuan should be within a controllable range. But he never expected that the attack unleashed by Yang Chen would actually destroy the world-destroying divine decision he had constructed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This scene also made Lu Zhan realize that during the practical experience session, Yang Chen had still held back. Ding! Slaying a low-level Star Sage, star value plus 24 million. Looking at the increase in star value, Yang Chen was quite satisfied with this figure. However, he also knew that relying solely on slaying to increase star value was somewhat unrealistic. After all, they were all human. How could there be so many deep-seated grudges? If there were a large number of ferocious beasts on Dimistar, that would be quite appealing. The data showing the increase in star value appeared in Yang Chen's retina, which meant that Sichuan had already been obliterated by his world-destroying divine decision. Sichuan was hit head-on by the world-destroying divine decision, and it was impossible for him to survive. One could say that even his corpse couldn't be left behind. Yang Chen still didn't know what the dark magic cave meant. He thought he would ask about it later. After the fluctuations from the chaotic level talent dissipated, there was no trace of Sichuan in the area he occupied. The elite students in the lower-level Star Inner Hall Square couldn't help but gasp in shock. They were well aware that Sichuan was not only a high-ranking member of the Longyan Martial Arts School but also a powerful low-level Star Sage. How could a low-level Star Sage, someone they couldn't surpass, be killed just like that? Not even a corpse was left behind. The elite students were left in a daze, astonished, and frozen in place. The elite students from Blackstone Star, upon seeing that Lord Sichuan had left no body behind, felt as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies. Most of them slumped helplessly onto the square. City Lord Gai Longji, Hall Master Lu Zhan, and the high-ranking members of the Longyan Martial Arts School also never expected that Sichuan would be killed by Yang Chen in such a manner. After the martial artist Zheng Xuancheng, who managed the lower-level Star Elite Students' Inner Hall, came to his senses, he let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of emotions or anything else, he hoped Yang Chen would win. After Yang Chen won, the elite students from Blackstone Star would no longer be able to act arrogantly in the lower-level Star Elite Students' Inner Hall. Yang Chen, this isn't the place to talk, let's go to the main hall, Hall Master Lu Zhan said as he regained his composure. With Yang Chen having just killed Sichuan, it further proved Yang Chen's formidable strength. Next, they would discuss how to deal with the Yinshan sect. Hall Master, I have a request. I wonder if you can grant it? As Hall Master Lujan took a step forward, Yang Chen called out to him. Lujan paused, wanting to know what request Yang Chen had. Yang Chen, go ahead. The crowd in the inner hall square also looked at Yang Chen, eager to know his request. I hope the Lyan Martial Arts School will no longer recruit people from Blackstone Star and all existing members from Blackstone Star should be expelled from the Lyan Martial Arts School, Yang Chen said slowly to Hall Master Lujan. He was not a good person. When he first entered the Lyan Martial Arts School, Blackstone Star wanted to teach him a lesson. Just imagine, if he hadn't had the strength, where would he be now? Heavenly Stone Star wanted to give him a taste of their power, and he would never indulge them. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of elite students in the lower star's inner hall plaza erupted in an uproar. They could never have imagined that the request Yang Chen mentioned was this. The elite students of Heavenly Stone Star in the plaza were struck like a bolt from the blue, collapsing in shock, their faces ashen, their pupils appearing hollow. Lujan, come here for a moment. Suddenly, the city lord, Gai Longji, spoke. Lujan walked up to Gai Longji and whispered, City Lord, is there something you need? Agree to him, Gai Longji instructed Lujan. Agree to him? Lujan had thought the city lord called him for something important, but it turned out to be this matter. In fact, he would have agreed to Yang Chen without the city lord's prompting. The delay in his agreement was merely to add some social niceties. Alright, city lord. Before Gai Longji could finish, Lujan continued. The city lord's words were enough to prove his regard for Yang Chen. He had some insight after all. The elite students of Heavenly Stone Star in the lower star's inner hall were now in deep distress. They regretted provoking Yang Chen, realizing that if they hadn't, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, Yang Chen, I agree to your request, the hallmaster Lujan said, turning his gaze to Yang Chen. Then let's go to the main hall, Yang Chen replied. The crowd of Heavenly Stone Star students, even though the matter was already settled, looked like walking corpses, their expressions terrifyingly vacant. The other elite students from the lower star, seeing the hallmaster agree to Yang Chen's request, felt a surge of excitement. After entering the Dragonflame Martial Hall and becoming elite students, they had all been bullied to some extent by the elite students of Heavenly Stone Star. Now, it seemed that Heavenly Stone Star had kicked a hard board. They were eager to see how they would handle it. City Lord Gai Longji, Hall Master Lujan, and the higher-ups of the Dragonflame Martial Hall did not linger in the lower star's elite student inner hall but headed towards the main hall of the Dragonflame Martial Hall. It wasn't long before they all arrived inside the main hall. Once inside, everyone took their seats. I believe everyone has witnessed Yang Chen's strength firsthand, City Lord Gai Longji said, surveying everyone in the hall. Hallmaster Lujan and the higher-ups of the Dragonflame Martial Hall nodded in agreement. They still vividly remembered the scene where Yang Chen instantly defeated Su Chuan in the lower star's elite student inner hall. They knew that such a scene would never be forgotten. It was simply too shocking for them. So now everyone needs to unify their thoughts. I don't care if any of you have other intentions, but handing Yang Chen over to the Yin Mountain sect is absolutely out of the question. Gai Longji's words were very forceful. Hallmaster Lujan and the higher-ups of the Dragonflame Martial Hall understood some things from Gai Longji's statement. In fact, they already knew this without the city lord saying it. They were well aware that the emergence of someone like Yang Chen in Haoren City was a tremendous boon. Su Chuan's desire to hand Yang Chen over was purely out of hatred. But City Lord, how are we supposed to face the Yin Mountain sect then? Hallmaster Lujan raised the most realistic question. He was the hallmaster of the Dragonflame Martial Hall and one of the strongest in Haoren City. If the highest level meeting of Haoren City were to be convened, he would also be qualified to attend. The higher-ups of the Dragonflame Martial Hall in the main hall looked towards City Lord Gai Longji, eager to know his next plan. Haoren City was certainly not afraid of the Yin Mountain sect, but Su Chuan's words were not without reason. In recent years, there hasn't been any significant conflict between the Yinshan sect and Haoren City. If a fierce clash were to occur now, it would undoubtedly be a monumental battle. Lujan, please invite the strong from Haoren City here to discuss, said Gai Longji, his expression showing no signs of seriousness. His tone made everything clear: protect Yang Chen, and everything else was off the table. Yang Chen remained silent. He had been in Haoren City for a while, and it would be nice to meet the most powerful star warriors within the city. Alright, City Lord, shall I go do that now? Let the strong ones come tomorrow. After all, the Yinshan sect has given us 10 days, Gai Longji replied with a smile. It was already late, and there was no need to rush. As the City Lord of Haoren City, he had to manage the overall situation. Although the Yinshan sect was powerful, he wasn't worried at all. Despite the imposing demeanor of the 10 demons of Yin, he didn't believe they would dare to engage in an all-out war with Haoren City. Even if they did dare, would Haoren City be afraid? If the Yinshan sect insisted on causing chaos, they would have to show them what true terror looked like. He was more concerned about the Dark Demon Cave, which was far more terrifying than the Yinshan sect. The Dark Demon Cave hadn't seen turmoil for many years, and if it were to erupt again, no one could predict the level of horror that would ensue. Only the top warriors of Howren City knew that the Dark Demon Cave had begun to fracture, with some strong individuals already entering it and even carrying out missions. To avoid causing panic in Howren City, this matter was kept strictly confidential. Now that someone like Yang Chen had appeared in Howren City, the city lord was more than pleased. He certainly wouldn't consider handing Yang Chen over, that would be utterly ridiculous. Yes, city lord. Lu Zhan responded and left the main hall. After the meeting, Yang Chen also exited the hall. He didn't go anywhere else but returned to his room. Once inside, he remembered that he had forgotten to ask the curator about the Dark Demon Cave. The curator had gone to inform the other strong individuals in Howren City, so he could only ask someone else. He thought that many people must already know about the Dark Demon Cave. Did Guan Kuan and Huolin know about it? Yang Chen decided to ask them. Soon, he stepped out of his room. After inquiring with a few people, he learned Guan Kuan's location. Moments later, Guan Kuan came into view. Lord Yang Chen? Guan Kuan was taken aback, not expecting Yang Chen to come looking for him. Although he wasn't present when Yang Chen killed Su Chuan, as a high-level Star King, he received the news immediately. When he got the news, he was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. He knew Yang Chen's strength was unparalleled, but he never imagined it was to such an extent that he could even slay Su Chuan. No, it should be said that he could eliminate him in an instant. Didn't I say? Just call me Yang Chen, Yang Chen said to Guan Kuan. No. Guan Kuan quickly waved his hands, saying to Yang Chen, how could I not add lord to someone like you? Alright then, Yang Chen replied, understanding. Since Guan Kuan had said it that way, he didn't want to say much more. Lord Yang Chen, may I ask what brings you to me? Guan Kuan asked, cautiously. He was eager to know Yang Chen's purpose for seeking him out. Do you know? Yang Chen looked directly at Guan Kuan. About the Dark Demon Cave? The Dark Demon Cave? Guan Kuan was startled. He hadn't expected Yang Chen to come to him to inquire about the Dark Demon Cave. He knew Yang Chen came from a lower level star, so it was quite normal for him not to know about the Dark Demon Cave. Lord Yang Chen, there is a type of creature in the Dark Magic Cave. This creature is not human. They can also speak our language. We call them the Insect Clan, Guan Kuan said to Yang Chen. Insect Clan? Yang Chen was taken aback. He wondered if they were a race similar to the Beast Clan. How does the Insect Clan compare to the Beast Clan? Yang Chen wanted Guan Kuan to clarify his confusion. They are somewhat similar races, but the Beast Clan has various forms, while the Insect Clan is quite uniform. Moreover, in terms of strength, the Insect Clan is much more powerful than the Beast Clan, Guan Kuan explained. Listening to Guan Kuan's words, Yang Chen understood and a smile crossed his face. He had thought that aside from the scarce Beast Clan on Demi Star, there were only humans. But now he discovered there was also the Insect Clan, which was something to be happy about. Guan Kuan, do you know where the Dark Magic Cave is? Yang Chen asked Guan Kuan again. It's at the very edge of Howren City, quite far from here. Guan Kuan shared everything he knew with Yang Chen. Seeing Guan Kuan's response, Yang Chen did not ask further. He then returned to his room. Once inside, Yang Chen lay on his bed and fell asleep without thinking about anything. The next day, Yang Chen woke up early, washed up briefly, and came out of his room. After exiting, he saw a figure with golden wings hovering above the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. The city lord actually came to our Longyan Martial Arts Hall again. What's going on lately? It seems you don't know yet. One of our high-ranking members was killed yesterday. Ha! A high-ranking member of our Longyan Martial Arts Hall was killed? That sounds unbelievable. I have the latest news. The one who was slain was Lord Su Chuan. The students of Longyan Martial Arts Hall whispered among themselves as they looked at the city lord, Gai Longji, in the sky. The city lord Gai Longji descended into the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Just as the students were in shock, more golden-winged powerhouses appeared above the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Not just one, but over 10. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the students of Longyan Martial Arts Hall couldn't help but gasp. They never dreamed that the most powerful star users of Howren City would all gather above their hall. Is a change coming? The golden-winged powerhouses quickly entered the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. City Lord. Once inside, the powerhouses immediately saw the city lord Gai Longji and respectfully called out to him. If everyone is here, let's head to the main hall, Gai Longji said, walking towards the main hall. The powerhouses of Howren City followed him inside. At this moment, these powerhouses looked bewildered. They had no idea why the city lord had summoned them to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall for the highest meeting. After everyone arrived in the main hall and took their seats, Lu Zhan, the head of Longyan Martial Arts Hall and one of the powerhouses of Howren City, was also present. In the entire hall, aside from Gai Longji and Lu Zhan, the other powerhouses were clueless about what had happened that led the city lord to call them for a meeting at Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Yang Chen had not yet entered the main hall. After whispering a few words to Yang Chen, Lu Zhan walked out of the hall.
Shortly after, he saw Yang Chen. Hallmaster, Yang Chen greeted Lu Zhan as he approached. All the powerhouses of Howren City are here, let's go to the main hall, Lu Zhan said. Alright, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. He then followed Lu Zhan towards the main hall. A few minutes later, Yang Chen and Lu Zhan arrived outside the main hall. They did not linger outside the great hall and walked directly inside. The powerful figures of Howren City within the hall looked at Yang Chen, who was beside Lu Zhan, their faces filled with astonishment. They could not understand Lu Zhan's purpose in bringing Yang Chen here. Could it be that the reason for convening the highest meeting was because of him? With this thought, they became immensely curious about this. Young man, Yang Chen. You may not know him yet, but this is Yang Chen. In my eyes, Yang Chen is the #1 person of all time. Not only is he the most terrifying genius of our Howren City, but he is also the most formidable talent in the entire Dini Star, said the city lord, Gai Longji, to the powerful figures in the hall. Upon hearing such praise from the city lord, the strong individuals in the hall were utterly shocked. The city lord's meaning was simple: the #1 genius of all time. Such an evaluation would not be made lightly unless it were truly remarkable. In an instant, the powerful figures of Howren City in the hall became even more curious. City Lord, you speak of Yang Chen in such terrifying terms. May I ask what this is based on? The strong individuals in the hall knew that the City Lord was not joking, but their curiosity was overwhelming, and they wanted to understand just how impressive Yang Chen truly was. At this moment, all eyes turned to the City Lord, Gai Longji. They knew that the answer could only come from him. Seeing the gazes of the powerful figures in the hall focused on him, Gai Longji could not help but smile. If I told you that Yang Chen killed a junior star saint in an instant, would you believe it? Gai Longji slowly spoke to the strong individuals in the hall. The powerful figures in the hall were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. They could hardly believe that the city lord would say such a thing. Killing a junior star saint in an instant? Was that even possible? Clearly, it was an impossible feat. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent, as still as the deep sea. The strong figures of Howren City dared not speak, unsure of how to respond. On one hand, they were skeptical. On the other hand, they knew the city lord was not joking. If what the city lord said was true, and Yang Chen had indeed killed a junior star saint, then he would undoubtedly be the #1 person of all time. You don't really doubt it, do you? Seeing the atmosphere in the hall, Gai Longji spoke again. The powerful figures in the hall, upon hearing Gai Longji's words, could not help but swallow hard. City Lord, it's not that we don't want to believe it, it's just too incredible, said a senior star saint. Among the powerful figures in the hall, everyone except Yang Chen was a senior star saint. With the City Lord Gai Longji being a mid-level great star saint, this formed the strongest force in Howren City. What the City Lord said is true. The junior star saint that Yang Chen killed was none other than Su Chuan, a senior member of our Longyan Martial Arts Hall, Lu Zhan said to the powerful figures in the hall. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, the strong individuals in the hall recognized Su Chuan, though they had no direct interactions with him. It was absurd. After all, Su Chuan was a star saint, and how could these top-tier strong figures of Howren City not know him? Actually, that is not the reason I called you here. Suddenly, the city lord Gai Longji spoke. Again. The powerful figures in the hall looked at each other in confusion. Was the city lord not calling them here to meet someone of Yang Chen's caliber? The strong figures fell silent once more, knowing that the city lord had not finished speaking. When Yang Chen was in Anling City, Gai Longji then recounted the entire sequence of events. The powerful figures in the hall understood upon hearing this, so that was how it was. I see that the Inshan sect is truly tired of living, daring to ask us, Howren City, to hand over people? Yes, don't say that it's someone like Yang Chen, a prodigy of this level, even if it's just an ordinary person. What? Then? If our Howren City really hands over people, wouldn't that mean we are afraid of the Inshur sect? It's utterly ridiculous. The Inshur sect can't think that just because there haven't been any major conflicts with us in recent years, they can look down on us. The powerful figures in the Great Hall were all filled with righteous indignation at the Inshur sect's demand for them to hand over people. Anling City belonged to their Howren City, and the Inshur sect was causing trouble there, not to mention wanting to control them with the demon god technique. Since everyone has reached a consensus, let's see what kind of consequences the Inshur sect is preparing for us, Gai Longji said with a smile. After seeing the city lord smile, the other powerful figures in the hall also began to laugh. The emergence of a genius like Yang Chen in Howren City was certainly something to be immensely excited about. Yang Chen, hello, I am Lu Tiantang, the chairman of Luiyue Company. Saying this, a man who looked to be around 60 extended his hand to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also reached out and shook hands with the man. The other powerful figures in the hall also took turns shaking hands with Yang Chen, introducing themselves. To say he didn't feel warmth would be a lie. Yang Chen thought he needed to become stronger quickly. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to eliminate the Inshur sect. For the time being, he decided to stay in the Star Power training room.
The last time he was in the heavenly level star power training room, it was still recharging, and he originally didn't want to be so selfish as to enter another heavenly level star power training room. Now it seemed that during these few days he should utilize the other heavenly level star power training rooms to absorb crazily using the Chaos Divine Decision, and become a junior Star King first. After the powerful figures in Howran City reached a consensus, the meeting ended shortly after. City Lord Gai Longji and the powerful figures gradually left the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Hall Master. Just as Hall Master Lu Zhan was about to go to his office to handle some matters, Yang Chen called out to him. Hearing Yang Chen's voice, Hall Master Lu Zhan paused, turned around, and looked at Yang Chen with a hint of confusion. Yang Chen, is there something else? Hall Master Lu Zhan asked Yang Chen. There is a heavenly level star power training room that I have completely drained of star power. Now I want to enter another heavenly level star power training room. What do you think? Although Lu Zhan had promised him that he now had the highest authority in the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, he was still the Hall Master, and it was always good to discuss certain matters. You can just talk to Zhang Ju about this. In Lu Zhan's view, what Yang Chen mentioned was an incredibly trivial matter. But at the same time, Yang Chen's words also left him astonished. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Without such a speed of absorbing star power, Yang Chen wouldn't have been able to become such a powerful existence at this age, right? One more thing. The deadline given by the Insure sect was drawing closer. He didn't expect that Yang Chen still had the mind to enter the star power training room to cultivate. Yang Chen headed to the star power training room. It wasn't long before he arrived at the area of the star power training rooms. Once there, he quickly found Zhang Ju. Master Yang Chen, Zhang Ju respectfully called out to Yang Chen. Unlike last time, in addition to respect, there was also a hint of fear on Zhang Ju's face. She had already learned about Yang Chen killing Su Chuan. To her, Su Chuan was an unattainable existence, and now he had been killed by Yang Chen. The news she received was that he was killed in an instant. She didn't dare to show any displeasure in front of Yang Chen. If she angered him, she wouldn't even know how she would die. Are there any other private heavenly level star power training rooms? Yang Chen knew there were public heavenly level star power training rooms as well as private ones. He wanted to know if there were any other separate heavenly stage star power training rooms besides the one he had drained. If there were, he would definitely choose to enter a separate heavenly stage star power training room. Yes, there are, Zhang Ju nodded. She was secretly shocked, thinking to herself that Lord Yang Chen was truly a cultivation fanatic. He had just drained the star power from a separate heavenly stage star power training room, and now he wanted to absorb more. This was too terrifying. Then take me there. Seeing Zhang Ju say this, he felt relieved. Zhang Ju dared not delay. She hurriedly led Yang Chen to a certain location. A few minutes later, under Zhang Ju's guidance, Yang Chen arrived in front of a separate heavenly stage star power training room. Looking at this separate heavenly stage star power training room, Yang Chen showed no hesitation and walked straight in. Once inside, Yang Chen began to sit cross-legged on the ground and activated the Chaos Divine Art to absorb the vast star power within. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, several days passed just like that. The star power within Yang Chen had reached a critical point. The so-called critical point was the boundary limit between the late stage of the Great Star level and the initial stage of the Star King. This heavenly stage star power training room seemed to be even richer than the last one. Yang Chen had a premonition that he was about to break through the boundary limit between the late stage of the Great Star level and the initial stage of the Star King. Another day passed. The star power within him condensed into a 5-clawed blood dragon. The star power condensing into a 5-clawed blood dragon represented that his strength had broken through to the initial stage of the Star King. Ha! He let out a breath. As long as he broke through to the initial stage of the Star King, he would feel at ease. It seemed that the terrifying boundary limit between the late stage of the Great Star level and the initial stage of the Star King was nothing in the face of the Chaos Divine Art. He could also clearly feel that after breaking through to the initial stage of the Star Saint, his strength had increased significantly. The star power in this heavenly stage star power training room was almost exhausted. Yang Chen was also ready to leave the heavenly stage star power training room. He wanted to see what had happened outside. After exiting the heavenly stage star power training room, Zhang Ju came into Yang Chen's view. Lord Yang Chen, the star power in this heavenly stage star power training room hasn't been drained by you again, has it? Zhang Ju tentatively asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, seeing Yang Chen's meaningful smile, Zhang Ju knew her guess was correct. As Yang Chen was leaving, Zhang Ju looked at the heavenly stage star power training room in front of her. After a moment of silence, she decided to go in and take a look. Upon entering this heavenly stage star power training room, Zhang Ju felt the already exhausted star power inside inwardly, wondering why such a level of existence existed. Inya Mountain. Inside the main hall, there were high-ranking members of the Yin Mountain sect. Above the hall, Yin Shimo had a grim expression. The other high-ranking members in the hall also looked displeased. It's Seems that Howren City has no intention of handing anyone over, Shimo said as he scanned the high-ranking members in the hall. Hearing the leader's words, the high-ranking members understood that Howren City had no intention of handing anyone over. Now it was up to the leader to make a decision. What I mean is, if we fully engage in war with Howren City, it would be unfavorable for our Mountain Sect. Although our Mountain Sect is not afraid of Howren City, we can arrange a place to meet and have that madman fight our star warriors in a life-and-death battle. At this point, Shimo once again scanned the high-ranking members in the hall and continued, "What does everyone think?" Shimo gave the star power mark to Gai Longji to try to intimidate him and see if his courage had diminished. But it was clear that Gai Longji remained as strong as ever inside the Grand Hall. The high-ranking members of the Inshan sect were not fools. They did not wish to engage in a full-scale war with Howren City. The words of the sect leader now served as a potential solution to the situation. "Leader, I agree. Leader, I agree. Leader, I agree." In an instant, the high-ranking members of the Inshan sect reached a unanimous decision. Seeing that the leaders had all agreed, Shimo spoke up. "Then, since that's the case, I will send another star power mark to Gai Longji." After the meeting concluded, the star power within Shimo erupted and a star power mark was condensed. Once the star power mark was formed, it swept toward a specific location. Howren City, the Lord's Mansion. The star power mark arrived at the Lord's Mansion of Howren City. Once inside, Lord Gai Longji naturally noticed this star power mark. He recognized it as a mark sent by Shimo, and a cold smile flickered across his face. He then opened the star power mark sent by Shimo. As the mark opened, Shimo's face appeared in Gai Longji's retina. "Gai Longji, it seems you have no intention of handing anyone over. In that case, our Inshan sect will definitely not let this go. 3 days from now, our Inshan sect will set up a life and death arena in the Blood Cloud Land. If your Howren City has the guts, let that madman from Howren City step onto the arena and fight against our star user from the Inshan sect. If your Howren City dares not come to the Blood Cloud Land, then the consequences will be borne by you." After finishing, Shimo's star power mark vanished. Gai Longji knew of the Blood Cloud Land. It was a place situated at a considerable distance from both Howren City and the Inshan sect. Choosing this location showed a degree of sincerity from the Inshan sect. With only 3 days left, time was tight. Gai Longji ordered a star user to summon all the strong individuals from Howren City. After receiving the order, the star user quickly made his way to a specific location. Upon receiving the notification, the strong individuals of Howren City hurried to the Lord's Mansion. They understood that being summoned by the Lord was certainly related to the Inshan sect, and they could not afford to be negligent. Moments later, the major powerhouses of Howren City arrived at the Lord's Mansion. Lu Zhan, the head of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, and Yang Chen also reached the entrance of the Lord's Mansion. Just as they were about to enter the Grand Hall, a voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. "Ding! Dropped the dawn-level flying talent, Wings of Flight." Hearing the voice in his mind, Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. A flying talent? He had no idea such a talent existed. And now that he knew, it was quite interesting. "Hallmaster, you go in first, I'll be there shortly," Yang Chen said to Lu Zhan beside him. Okay, Hallmaster." Lu Zhan nodded. As Hallmaster Lu Zhan walked toward the Grand Hall of the Lord's Mansion, Yang Chen began to convert the dawn-level flying talent, Wings of Flight. "Ding! Do you wish to convert the dawn-level flying talent, Wings of Flight?" "Convert." Yang Chen decisively chose to convert. "Ding! Dawn-level flying talent converted to chaos-level flying talent, Divine Wingwalker." A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he gained another chaos-level talent. With this, he now possessed a total of 19 chaos-level talents. Under the fusion of talents, their power became even more terrifying. "Ding! Do you wish to fuse the chaos-level flying talent, Divine Wingwalker?" "Fuse." "Ding! Fusion of Divine Wingwalker successful." After the successful fusion of Divine Wingwalker, it did not match with a perfect level combat skill. Yang Chen was already accustomed to this. He knew that after fusing the chaos-level flying talent Divine Wingwalker, once he unfolded the divine wings, both his flying time and speed would receive a tremendous boost, far surpassing the star power wings condensed by a Star King. The most important thing is that flying does not require the consumption of star power. This is the most crucial point. After merging with the chaotic level flying talent, the Divine Wingwalker, a smile flickered across Yang Chen's cheeks. Now he possessed a total of 19 major chaotic level talents, and with his realm having also broken through to the Junior Star King, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to before. In addition, he now had more chaotic star sources within him. Once the chaotic star sources condensed to a certain level, he would be able to improve his immortal battle body. Without lingering outside the hall, he walked inside. Upon entering the hall, the city lord, Gai Longji, and the many powerful figures of Howren City were already present. As Yang Chen entered, everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards him. The strong knew that the city lord had summoned them to the city lord's mansion for matters concerning the Yin Mountain sect, and now it was up to the city lord to speak. Guided by Lu Zhan, Yang Chen sat down next to him. After seeing Yang Chen arrive, City Lord Gai Longji looked at everyone in the hall and said, "The Yin 10. Demons have sent me another star power mark, and the content inside instructs us to go to Blood Cloudland in 3 days. The Yin Mountain sect will set up a life and death arena there, and at that time, the Yin Mountain sect will select a Star Master to fight Yang Chen in a life and death battle." Hearing the City Lord's words, the powerful figures in the hall fell silent. Soon, Lu Jun, the head of the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall, sneered and said, "I was just wondering how the Yin Mountain sect would deal with us in Haoran City if we didn't hand over anyone. Now it seems they are not so formidable after all." Although Lu Jun did not know whether the City Lord would allow Yang Chen to engage in a life and death battle with the Yin Mountain sect's Star Master, he knew that if Yang Chen truly fought against the Yin Mountain sect's Star Master, he would not be afraid at all. With Yang Chen's strength, even as a high-level Star Saint, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. "I thought at the time that the Yin Mountain sect would definitely not dare to wage a full-scale war against us in Haoran City, and it seems that is indeed the case. Who says otherwise? Even if the Yin Mountain sect wanted to wage a full-scale war against us, so what? I don't know about others, but I certainly won't be afraid. Now it all depends on whether Yang Chen is willing to engage in a life and death battle with the Yin Mountain sect's Star Master." At this point, the powerful figures in the hall turned their gazes towards Yang Chen, eager to know whether he would agree. "Yang Chen, this matter depends on your will." The City Lord Gai Longji thought the same way. Yang Chen truly did not expect that the Yin Mountain sect would choose such a method for revenge. A life and death arena? The corners of his mouth lifted, forming a smile. "I am willing to go." Yang Chen's response came almost without hesitation. What was he afraid of? He was now a junior Star King, possessing a total of 19 major chaotic level talents. If he were afraid of this, wouldn't he be a complete waste? Seeing Yang Chen agree, City Lord Gai Longji and the powerful figures in the hall did not voice any objections. Yang Chen was a true powerhouse in every sense, having weathered many storms. He had his own choices, and they certainly would not choose to interfere excessively. "Since Yang Chen has agreed, we will head to Blood Cloudland in 3 days, said City Lord Gai Longji. After discussing a few more matters, the meeting concluded, and everyone left the City Lord's mansion. Yang Chen returned to the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall. After several days of spreading the news, everyone in the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall knew that an extraordinary presence had appeared within their hall. They also learned that one of the former high-ranking members of the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall had been killed by Yang Chen in an instant. Now, most people in the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall were incredibly eager to know what kind of existence Yang Chen truly was. Upon returning to the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall, Yang Chen headed straight to the Star Power Training Room area. The heavenly level Star Power Training Room he initially entered should be fully charged by now. These past few days cannot be wasted. Before long, he arrived at the Star Force Training Room area. Just as he was about to head towards the separate heavenly stage Star Force Training Room, Zhang Ju appeared in his line of sight. Lord Yang Chen. Zhang Ju knew that Yang Chen was very fond of training and absorbed Star Force at an astonishing speed. She had to do her job well. If Yang Chen came one day and she didn't notice, she couldn't bear the blame. Therefore, Zhang Ju had been patrolling every day recently, hoping to see Yang Chen the moment he arrived at the Star Force Training Room area. Naturally, Yang Chen was not the only one in the Star Force Training Room area. There were many students from the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. When these students saw Zhang Ju address the young man before them as Lord Yang Chen, their pupils all shrank suddenly. They knew Yang Chen too well. He had even defeated Su Chuan in an instant. How could such a being appear right in front of them? The students immediately began to act submissively, fearing that Yang Chen would cast his gaze upon them. Yang Chen paid no attention to the students' looks and asked Zhang Ju, "Is the Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room I entered for the first time charged up?" "Yes," Zhang Ju nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen did not linger any longer and walked towards the Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room. Zhang Ju followed closely behind. Just as the two were about to reach the separate Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room, a voice interrupted them. "Master Zhang, I would like to use that separate Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room." Hearing this voice, both Yang Chen and Zhang Ju turned to look, discovering a man in his 30s. The Star Force Training Room did not belong to anyone in particular, so it was perfectly normal for others to want to use it. "Wang Kong, this time it's not possible." Zhang Ju shook her head. The middle-aged man was named Wang Kong, and he was the son of a high-ranking official at the Longyan Martial Arts Academy. He was a core member of the academy, currently at the late stage of the Great Star level, which could be considered a genius. However, having just broken through to the late stage of the Great Star level, it was impossible for him to break through to the Star King level in a short time. He wanted to enter the Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room merely to experience the rich Star Force inside. "Not possible?" Wang Kong was taken aback. "Zhang Ju, understand your position. It was allowed before, so why not now? You can go to other Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Rooms, but the one you want is not allowed," Zhang Ju replied. Seeing Zhang Ju say this, Wang Kang's expression softened slightly. "Fine," he nodded, then asked Zhang Ju, "But I want to know, why can't I use that separate Heavenly Stage Star Force Training Room?" He fixed his gaze on Zhang Ju, wanting to know the answer from her. Zhang Ju listened to Wang Kang's words, glanced at Yang Chen, and seeing that there was no significant change in his expression, she felt relieved. Because Zhang Ju paused for a moment before saying to Wang Kang, Lord Yang Chen wants to use that separate Heavenly Stage Star Force training room. Lord Yang Chen. Wang Kang immediately gasped. His father was a high-ranking official at the Longyan Martial Arts Academy, so he certainly knew about Yang Chen and had told him that Yang Chen was the #1 prodigy of all time, very young. Could it be? Wang Kang quickly looked at Yang Chen beside Zhang Ju. Is that him? Realizing this, Wang Kang's body trembled suddenly and he hurriedly clasped his fists respectfully towards Yang Chen, saying, Lord Yang Chen, I apologize for wasting your time. Regardless of whether the person beside Zhang Ju was actually Yang Chen, he had to act this way. His father had sternly warned him and explained the significance of Lord Yang Chen's presence in Haoren City. It's fine, Yang Chen said to Wang Kang, and without pausing for this matter, he continued walking towards the separate Heavenly Stage Star Force training room. After arriving outside the solitary Heavenly Stage Star Power training room, Yang Chen walked in without a second thought. Once inside, he began to operate the Chaos Divine Art, and under its absorption, vast star power entered his body. Time passed quickly, and in just a few days, Yang Chen emerged from the training room having condensed another 15 million star points. His current star points totaled 87 million. However, it's important to note that the base star points for a mid-level Star King is 100 million. He was still a bit short. Yang Chen thought that once the Chaos Star Source in his body condensed to a certain level, he would not only improve the immortal battle body but also enhance the Chaos Divine Art. For now, being at the Star King level, the Chaos Divine Art was sufficient, but as his realm increased, the current absorption speed of the Chaos Divine Art was still lacking. After leaving the solitary Heavenly Stage Star Power training room, Yang Chen knew it was time to head to the Blood Cloud Land. Lord Yang Chen, Zhang Ju said with an urgent expression on her face as she saw Yang Chen come out of the training room. The pavilion. Master said that as soon as you come out, you should go to his office to find him. Understood. Yang Chen nodded. He then made his way to the pavilion master's office. Moments later, he arrived at the office. Upon seeing Yang Chen, pavilion master Lu Zhan smiled and said, Yang Chen, I have no doubt about your strength. According to our agreement, we are about to head to the Blood Cloud Land. With that, Lu Zhan stood up from his chair, and he and Yang Chen walked out of the pavilion master's office. At the city lord's mansion. After Yang Chen and pavilion master Lu Zhan arrived at the city lord's mansion, other powerful figures from Haoren City had also gathered. There, city lord Gai Longji and the other strong ones were in the square. When they saw Yang Chen and Lu Zhan arrive, they all came forward. Yang Chen, are you ready? City lord Gai Longji asked, looking at Yang Chen. Don't worry, I will definitely eliminate the star cultivators of the Yin Mountain sect. Yang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Yang Chen's confidence, City Lord Gai Longji and the others felt somewhat reassured. Then let's set off. As soon as the words fell, City Lord Gai Longji and the others summoned their star power golden wings. Yang Chen also activated the Divine Wing Walker, and a pair of unparalleled golden wings rapidly formed. This, aside from the star power golden wings of City Lord Gai Longji, the golden wings of the other high-level star saints were clearly a size smaller than Yang Chen's large golden wings. These high-level star saints were somewhat bewildered. They never expected Yang Chen's golden wings. No, soon these high-level star saints realized that Yang Chen's golden wings were not formed from star power but were a talent. Such a talent must be a flying talent. The high-level star saints all knew that such golden wings could only come from a chaos level flying talent. They were now sincerely impressed by Yang Chen. City Lord Gai Longji looked at the unparalleled golden wings behind Yang Chen, and after a moment of distraction he quickly regained his composure. Let's go! With a command from City Lord Gai Longji, the star power golden wings behind the strong ones began to flap, and they ascended into the sky. Yang Chen's unparalleled golden wings followed suit, and under the lead of City Lord Gai Longji, the group headed towards the Blood Cloud Land. The Blood Cloud Land was a completely unfamiliar place for Yang Chen, but even so, he felt no panic. Coming from Blue Star to Demi Star signified the beginning of a new journey. He still hoped to find an immortal elixir for his father on Demi Star or somewhere else. Blood Cloud Land. This was an area where the air was severely polluted, with all vegetation appearing blood red, and even the clouds in the sky were blood red. It looked like a place that could make one's scalp tingle. At this moment, in an open area of the Blood Cloud Land, a platform had already been constructed. Beneath this platform, there were many star cultivators dressed in black robes, each adorned with the words Yin Mountain. These black-robed star cultivators were, of course, members of the Yin Mountain sect. Yin Shimo, the leader of the Yin Mountain sect, was closing his eyes in anticipation. With his understanding of Haoren City, he was certain that the strong ones from Haoren City would come here. By then, he would know who dared to act against the Yin Mountain sect. Leader, this time we will let him take action. That madman will surely be scared to death. That madman killed our high-ranking Star King from the Yin Mountain sect. He must be at least a Star Sovereign, and M is a high-ranking Star Sovereign.
Now it all depends on whether he dares to accept the challenge. We brought a standard star value detection machine. This machine cannot hide star values, and any realm will be detected. No matter what realm he is, even if he is a junior star sovereign, we in the Een Mountain sect have backup personnel. The members of the Een Mountain sect were well aware that if Yang Chen was a junior star sovereign, he would only be willing to engage in a life and death battle with someone of the same rank. Regardless of Yang Chen's realm, they were prepared this time. Their goal was to eliminate Yang Chen. Seeing the high-ranking members of the Een Mountain sect speak this way, Een Shimo's face, as thin as a skeleton, revealed an extremely unpleasant smile. Daring to offend our Een Mountain sect, if we don't show him a bit of color, what are we even doing? Een Shimo said. The high-ranking members of the Een Mountain sect chuckled coldly at their leader's words. Everything was ready, they just needed the right moment. As long as the people from Howran City arrived, they could engage in a life and death battle. They're here. Suddenly, a series of golden star power appeared in the sky above the blood cloud land, covering the originally blood-red sky. The members of the Een Mountain sect looked at the sky enveloped in golden light, and expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. As long as the people from Howran City arrived, they would feel at ease. Soon, the city lord, Gai Longji, and the high-ranking star saints descended to the ground. Looking at the arena set up on the ground, Gai Longji and the high-ranking star saints wore cold smiles. They thought about how the Een Mountain sect wanted to regain their honor through a life and death battle, but how could they know how powerful Yang Chen truly was? Gai Longji. Een Shimo sneered at the city lord before him. For Een Shimo, Gai Longji was the greatest opponent of his life. Tell me, who is the arrogant fool that killed our Een Mountain sect members? Een Shimo grinned grotesquely at Gai Longji. If there were children present, they would surely be scared to tears by Een Shimo's smile. It's me. Yang Chen stepped out from the crowd, locking his gaze on Een Shimo, and slowly said, but I am not an arrogant fool. Upon hearing this, Een Shimo, the high-ranking members of the Een Mountain sect, and some star practitioners were all taken aback. They never expected that the one who killed their Een Mountain sect members would be such a person. But in the next second, Een Shimo and the high-ranking members of the Een Mountain sect all realized that it was indeed Yang Chen who did it. After discovering the incident in Anling City, they had gone there to investigate and found traces. There was indeed Yang Chen's scent. They had also smelled it in the main hall of the Een Mountain sect. Gai Longji, your Howran City is truly impressive to have such a genius emerge. Een Shimo's face turned extremely cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. For the Een Mountain sect, having someone like Yang Chen from Howran City was undoubtedly a bad thing. In other words, Yang Chen must die. He didn't need to worry. After all, Yang Chen was about to engage in a life and death battle with their star practitioners. They had their backup plans. No need for more nonsense. Tell me, what do you want to do? Gai Longji stared at Een Shimo. Een Shimo let out a cold laugh. I brought a standard star value detection machine. Let's check your realm first so I can select the disciples of our Een Mountain sect to fight. After saying this, a standard star value detection machine appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the machine, Yang Chen understood its purpose through the introduction of a senior star saint. The so-called standard star value detection machine is capable of detecting one's true realm. For instance, if someone wants to hide their strength, a star value of 10 million can only detect the star value that others wish to reveal. However, the standard star value detection machine cannot hide one's own star value. Yang Chen, go ahead and get tested, said the city lord, Gai Longji, while patting Yang Chen on the shoulder. The senior star saints also looked at Yang Chen, eager to know his true realm. Under the watchful eyes of the powerful on both sides, Yang Chen walked towards the standard star value detection machine. Once in front of it, he placed his hand on the machine. Beep beep beep. After a few sounds from the machine, a star value data appeared on the screen. 87.8 million. Looking at the star value data displayed on the screen, everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape. They never expected Yang Chen's star value to be only 87.8 million. This was merely the star value of a junior star king. How could Yang Chen be just a junior star king? But what about Su Chuan, who could kill junior star saints? It should be noted that there is still a realm of star venerable between star kings and star saints. The people of Een Mountain sect were also bewildered. If Yang Chen was merely a junior star king, how did he kill their two senior star kings? Could it be that he possessed such terrifying talent that allowed him to kill beyond his level? It didn't take long for the people of Een Mountain sect to come to terms with it. They felt that this was the only possibility. However, City Lord Gai Longji and the powerful figures of Howran City were not so quick to accept it. They had witnessed Yang Chen kill Su Chuan with their own eyes. But being top-tier experts, they recalled what had happened and realized that Yang Chen had used the Annihilation Divine Decision to kill Su Chuan. They just couldn't understand how a junior star king could unleash such a level of combat skill. You are a junior star king, yet you killed two of our senior star kings in the wilds of Anling City, which proves your strength is above the Star King realm. Een Shimo stared at Yang Chen.
He had tried to think of Yang Chen as terrifying as possible, but after the star value detection, he realized he hadn't thought it through enough. Our Ain Mountain sect will send a star venerable to fight you. I believe you won't refuse. In Shimo said to Yang Chen. Hearing In Shimo's words, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he shook his head. I won't refuse. Seeing Yang Chen so calm, In Shimo and the higher-ups of In Mountain sect began to feel puzzled. The sect leader only mentioned a star venerable would fight him, but hadn't specified the exact realm. Was he not afraid it could be a senior star venerable? Yang Chen was merely a junior star king. Even if he had heaven-defying talent, it would be utterly absurd for a junior star king to slay a senior star venerable. In Shimo was taken aback by Yang Chen's quick agreement, and his lack of any visible concern. He glanced at Gai Longji and the other powerful figures of Haoren City and noticed they also showed no signs of worry. However, In Shimo quickly calmed down. Yang Chen was indeed a junior star king. The standard star value detection machine he brought was definitely reliable, and he couldn't believe a junior star king could defy the odds. You agreed so quickly. Are you not afraid that our Ain Mountain sect will send a senior star venerable to fight you? It doesn't matter, Yang Chen replied as soon as In Shimo finished speaking of the high-ranking members of the Inshan sect. As powerful beings, they have seen all kinds of people, but they have never encountered someone like Yang Chen. What on earth is this? Even if he is a high-level star venerable, it doesn't matter? According to their understanding of martial arts, a junior star king could never fight against a high-level star venerable. Could it be that Yang Chen has some kind of backing? In Shimo and the higher-ups of the Inshan sect all know that even if Yang Chen has some support to be so arrogant, they have no reason to be afraid. Since you have agreed, Ma Gue, come out. After In Shimo's words fell, a man with a face full of pockmarks, looking extremely disgusting, appeared in Yang Chen's line of sight. Yang Chen knew that there was a talent on Dini's star called the invisibility talent. Ma Gue's sudden appearance must be due to this invisibility talent. However, in his view, the invisibility talent is quite ordinary. If one gets close, they can still be sensed. Even if one cannot be sensed, it doesn't matter. If one wants to kill a powerful Star Master, it is simply impossible. But if Yang Chen were to have the invisibility talent, he would naturally be more than willing. After all, with that talent, the Annihilation Divine Decision could become incredibly powerful. Master. After Ma Gue appeared, he respectfully bowed to Master In Shimo. In Shimo looked at Ma Gue and nodded in satisfaction. Ma Gue, he must die today, he is just a junior Star King. You are a high-level star venerable, you can't possibly fail to kill him, right? And, after In Shimo said the word and, he let out a meaningful cold laugh and did not continue. Master, rest assured, I am your loyal follower and I will definitely complete the task you assigned to me, Ma Gue said to In Shimo. In Shimo patted Ma Gue's shoulder, seemingly pleased with his answer. After the words fell, Ma Gue turned his gaze toward Yang Chen. Kid, you really have guts, you're just a junior star king, yet you dare to fight me, a high-level star venerable. Ma Gue sneered. In Ma Gue's eyes, Yang Chen was already a cold corpse. City Lord Gai Longji and the high-level star saints all knew that although Ma Gue was a high-level star venerable, he was nothing in front of Yang Chen. They had witnessed the scene where Ma Gue, as a junior star saint, was killed by Yang Chen in an instant. Don't you think your words are excessive? Yang Chen looked calmly at Ma Gue in front of him and continued, I will make your words fewer. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Ma Gue smiled thoughtfully, and a playful expression appeared on his pockmarked face. Oh, I would like to know how you will make my words fewer? Ma Gue had already regarded Yang Chen as a cold corpse in his heart. He didn't mind saying a few more words to him. If you die, won't your words be fewer? Yang Chen said casually, as if he were merely stating an insignificant fact. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Inshan sect members turned cold. They simply could not understand what kind of backing Yang Chen had that allowed him to be so arrogant in the face of a high-level star venerable. He. Ma Gue, upon hearing Yang Chen's words, was slightly taken aback, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. Then let's go to the life and death arena. After saying that, Ma Gue directly walked onto the life and death arena. Yang Chen, it's up to you now, said City Lord Gai Longji to Yang Chen after Ma Gue stepped onto the arena. After Yang Chen nodded in response, he also walked onto the life and death arena. Gai Longji, let's form a gravity barrier, In Shimo said after Ma Gue and Gai Longji had both stepped onto the life and death arena. Sure. Immediately, Gai Longji and In Shimo acted simultaneously, and in an instant, a huge gravity barrier enveloped the life and death arena. Kid, your name is Yang Chen, right? Ma Gue on the life and death arena had a cold expression, and his tone was already filled with a murderous intent. Seeing that Ma Gue still had so much nonsense to say, Yang Chen couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. In an instant, he activated the immortal battle body. After activating the immortal battle body, an incredibly dazzling light appeared. An immortal battle body, radiating various chaotic level talent glows, came into everyone's view. Ma Gue was somewhat shocked upon seeing this. In his eyes, this was already beyond his comprehension. Sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion. What a joke! To slay a mere high-level star sovereign, did he still need to activate the Annihilation Divine Decision? Absolutely not. After Yang Chen activated the sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion, due to the confinement of the gravity barrier, the explosion couldn't create an overly shocking dragon scene. However, Yang Chen didn't need such a shocking scene. His goal was to kill Ma Gue. The numerous flame dragons derived from the sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion would deliver a pinpoint strike against Ma Gue. After Yang Chen unleashed the sky-swallowing flame dragon explosion, he once again cast the Annihilation Thunder Pillar. Then, he cast the Underworld Ice Prison. After unleashing several chaotic-level battle techniques, Yang Chen stopped. In Ma Gue's area, the residual power from various chaotic-level battle techniques had already enveloped the surroundings. City Lord Gai Longji and the high-level Star Saints looked at such an attack, their faces filled with shock. When Yang Chen killed Su Chuan at the Dragon Flame Martial Arts Hall, they had never seen such an attack. At that time, they could never have imagined that Yang Chen possessed so many terrifying battle techniques. City Lord Gai Longji and these high-level Star Saints all knew that the battle techniques Yang Chen had unleashed must be chaotic-level techniques. In Shimo, the leader of the In Mountain sect, and the higher-ups looked at the area where Ma Gue had been sealed by various terrifying battle techniques, their faces turning pale. They finally understood why Yang Chen dared to act so arrogantly in the face of a high-level Star Sovereign. They also couldn't comprehend how Yang Chen could unleash so many terrifying battle techniques at the initial Star King realm. After the residual power of various chaotic-level battle techniques disappeared, Ma Gue had already turned to ashes. After killing Ma Gue, 2 5-clawed blood dragons condensed within Yang Chen, clearly indicating that he had successfully broken through to the intermediate Star King level. In contrast, In Shimo's expression was cold, filled with extreme anger. The faces of the higher-ups of the In Mountain sect were not only shocked but also filled with rage. How had the In Mountain sect ever suffered such losses? Yang Chen had already walked out from the gravity barrier. City Lord Gai Longji and the high-level Star Saints showed smiles upon seeing Yang Chen emerge from the gravity barrier. Immediately, City Lord Gai Longji's gaze turned to In Shimo. In Shimo, what else do you have to say? Gai Longji, don't go too far. In Shimo glared fiercely at Gai Longji. Am I going too far? Wasn't this life and death arena set up by your In Mountain sect? Your In Mountain sect Star Warrior has already been slain by Yang Chen, which proves that the life and death arena has ended. If your In Mountain sect wants to act recklessly, then why should we fear you? As Gai Longji spoke, various kingly auras surged around him. In any case, I won't let this matter. Go! In Shimo insisted. Yang Chen looked at In Shimo and slowly said, don't worry, one day, I will go to your In Mountain sect. Yang Chen's words were clear. That was to go to the In Mountain sect and destroy it. Everyone present could hear it. Now that you say that, I can rest easy. I thought you would only hide in Haoran City to develop. In Shimo stared at Yang Chen. Although he knew this matter was not that simple, what else could he do now besides being furiously impotent? Indeed, Gai Longji was not wrong at all. This time, it was indeed the life and death arena set up by their In Mountain sect, and Ma Gue was also chosen by them to fight. Besides being a high-level Star Sovereign, Ma Gue also carried the extreme insect virus. The high-ranking members of the In 10 Demons and the In Mountain sect all knew that the extreme insect virus carried by Ma Gue was a backup plan. In short, as long as Yang Chen agreed to fight Ma Gue, there would be absolutely no chance for him to survive. However, the outcome of events often does not meet expectations. They never anticipated that Ma Gue wouldn't even get close to Yang Chen before being killed. Let's go, said the city lord Gai Longji, who didn't want to linger any longer. After Gai Longji's words fell, starry golden wings appeared behind everyone, and they ascended into the air. Haoran City, City Lord's Mansion. Gai Longji and his group had returned to the City Lord's Mansion. Once they entered the main hall, everyone took their respective seats. Yang Chen, is what you said in the Blood Cloud Land true? Gai Longji looked at Yang Chen. Although it was somewhat unexpected during their time in the Blood Cloud Land, they knew that Ma Gue, as a high-level Star Venerable, could not possibly be Yang Chen's opponent. The high-ranking Star Saints in the hall also looked at Yang Chen, eager to see what he would say next. It's true, Yang Chen nodded. Once I reach a certain level of strength, I will go to Inya Mountain and destroy the In Mountain sect. He continued. Gai Longji and the high-ranking Star Saints in the hall knew that Yang Chen absolutely had that strength. After a while, the other powerful figures in the hall left, leaving only Yang Chen and Gai Longji. Yang Chen, I want to talk to you about the Dark Demon Cave, Gai Longji said. The Dark Demon Cave? Yang Chen was taken aback. He had already learned about the Dark Demon Cave from Guan Koan and was quite interested in it. However, he felt that his current strength was still somewhat lacking, and entering the Dark Demon Cave to slaughter the insect race was not a wise choice. Recently, a crack has appeared in the Dark Demon Cave, and some strong individuals from our Haoran City have already entered the Dark Demon Cave to carry out missions, bringing back a massive Energy Star Crystal, Gai Longji continued to explain to Yang Chen. Yang Chen could naturally understand that a crack had appeared in the Dark Demon cave, likely indicating that the insect race inside was about to break through and invade the wild areas of Haoren City. However, he had no idea what an Energy Star Crystal was. City Lord, what is an Energy Star Crystal? Yang Chen asked, looking at Gai Longji with some confusion. An Energy Star Crystal contains an extremely pure and vast star power without any impurities. This Energy Star Crystal is quite large, and if you need it, I can give it to you, Gai Longji explained, which made Yang Chen understand immediately. When Yang Chen showcased his strength at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, he wanted the higher-ups to notice him so that resources could be tilted in his favor. He didn't want to be the best among the younger generation. On Dini's Star, he wanted to be the best on Dini's Star. Now the City Lord was offering him an Energy Star Crystal, and a massive one at that. With the terrifying speed of absorbing talent through the Chaos Divine Decision, he certainly needed it. That I will graciously accept it, Yang Chen smiled. Seeing Yang Chen agree, Gai Longji also let out a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to give the Energy Star Crystal brought back from the Dark Demon Cave to Yang Chen. But if Yang Chen didn't need it, he couldn't force it upon him. Saying this, Gai Longji called over a mid-level star. King Zhang Tu, take Yang Chen to the place where the Energy Star Crystal is. After saying this, Gai Longji looked at Yang Chen again. Yang Chen, I should be entering seclusion soon, so make sure to practice well during this time. Yang Chen acknowledged. Zhang Tu was a star practitioner from the City Lord's mansion, and he had already understood Yang Chen's terrifying abilities over the past few days, so he naturally treated him with utmost respect. Lord Yang Chen, please follow me, Zhang Tu said, leading Yang Chen to a certain location. It wasn't long before, under Zhang Tu's guidance, Yang Chen arrived outside a warehouse. After following Zhang Tu into the warehouse, a massive blue transparent stone appeared in his line of sight. Looking at this crystal clear stone, Yang Chen could already sense how terrifying the star power contained within it was. He had never absorbed an Energy Star Crystal before, so it was hard to make a judgment. However, he was certain of one thing: if he could absorb all the star power from the Energy Star Crystal, the effect would definitely be impressive. Well, that was as good as saying nothing. Lord Yang Chen, I'll head out first. Then, alright. After getting Yang Chen's consent, Zhang Tu left the warehouse. Yang Chen gazed at the Energy Star Crystal, looked around, and then prepared to operate the Chaos Divine Decision to absorb this massive energy crystal. Just then, a somewhat harsh voice rang in his ears. This is a restricted area for Energy Star Crystals. What are you doing here? Hearing such a voice, Yang Chen turned around and saw a young man with striking features and bright eyes. The boy looked to be no more than 20 years old, yet he was already at the late stage of the great star level, a true prodigy among prodigies. Of course, he couldn't compare to Yang Chen. After all, he was a man with a cheat. Who are you? Yang Chen asked, taking a keen interest in the young man before him. Gai Yun. The boy confidently stated his name. Gai Yun? Yang Chen pondered for a moment, noting that he shared the same surname as the City Lord, Gai Longji. What is your relationship with the City Lord? The City Lord is my father. When mentioning City Lord Gai Longji, a strong sense of superiority appeared on Gai Yun's face. Indeed, who wouldn't be proud to have such a father? My name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen also introduced himself to Gai Yun. He thought to himself, truly a tiger father begets no dog son. He knew Gai Yun would undoubtedly become a very powerful star master in the future. Gai Yun? Upon hearing Yang Chen's name, Gai Yun looked astonished, staring blankly at Yang Chen. Why, you are Yang Chen? You know me? Yang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. It was normal for people from the Longyan Martial Arts Hall to know him, but Gai Yun, he quickly realized that his father must have informed him. A few seconds later, Gai Yun came back to his senses, looked Yang Chen up and down, and said, no wonder you can come here, so you are Yang Chen. After saying that, Gai Yun smiled at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, my father holds you in very high regard, saying you are the greatest prodigy of all time. What a coincidence. Before you showed up, I was the #1 genius of Haoren City. As the #1 genius of Haoren City, I want to experience the power of you, the greatest prodigy of all time, Gai Yun said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen knew Gai Yun wasn't joking. Becoming a late-stage great star at such a young age was undoubtedly the strongest genius in Haoren City. His presence made Gai Yun the second, so feeling a bit emotional was quite normal. How about this? I'll take 2 small energy star crystals, and we can compare the speed of absorbing star power? Gai Yun looked at Yang Chen tentatively, as if afraid Yang Chen would refuse. Yang Chen was taken aback. Was this really happening? City Lord Gai Longji had only given him this massive energy star crystal, and how could he feel right about absorbing any of the smaller ones? Now that Gai Yun had taken the initiative to say this, he had no reason to refuse. Although they were small energy star crystals, always remember this, even the smallest fly is still neat. Let's do it, Yang Chen said. Seeing Yang Chen agree, a smile instantly crossed Gai Yun's handsome face. Immediately, Gai Yun brought over 2 energy star crystals the size of fists. He handed one of the Energy Star crystals to Yang Chen. Let's begin. After Gai Yun said this to Yang Chen, he started to operate his star power technique to absorb the star power from the Energy Star crystal. However, how could Gai Yun's star power technique possibly compare to the Chaos Divine Decision after Gai Yun began absorbing the star power from the Energy Star crystal? Yang Chen also started to operate the Chaotic Divine Decision, absorbing the fist-sized Energy Star crystal. 10 minutes later, this fist-sized Energy Star crystal was completely drained by Yang Chen. You lost. While Gai Yun was still sweating profusely from his absorption, Yang Chen had already exhausted the Energy Star crystal. Gai Yun stared at the depleted Energy Star crystal, his face blank, frozen like a wooden sculpture. He believed his speed of absorbing star power was already terrifying, as the absorption of star power is closely related to one's own body. In addition to the star power techniques, Gai Yun took several deep breaths, completely shocked by Yang Chen's demonstrated absorption speed. At that moment, he just couldn't fully accept it. After a moment, the dazed Gai Yun finally came to his senses, swallowing several times as he looked at Yang Chen. I admit defeat, but not completely, Gai Yun said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen found Gai Yun quite interesting and wanted to know what Gai Yun meant by admitting defeat but not completely. Tell me, what do you mean? Yang Chen said to Gai Yun in front of him. You only defeated me in star power absorption, in terms of strength. I understand. Before Gai Yun could finish his sentence, Yang Chen interrupted him. As soon as he spoke, Yang Chen released his pressure towards Gai Yun. Although his own realm was only a beginner Star King, one must not forget the overwhelming killing intent that surrounded him. Gai Yun's pupils rapidly contracted and he involuntarily took several steps back, his face filled with shock and fear. Suddenly, Gai Yun was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never felt such killing intent before. This overwhelming murderous aura made him feel as if he had entered a hellish purgatory. This feeling, once experienced, was something he never wanted to encounter again. Yang Chen knew he had achieved his goal, so he withdrew his pressure. After retracting his pressure, Gai Yun felt a sense of relief. Huff. I completely admit defeat. After saying this, Gai Yun added, then, I'll take my leave now. Gai Yun dared not stay any longer and hurriedly exited the warehouse. Once outside, Zheng Tu came into his view. Young master, I told you not to go in, but you just wouldn't listen. Zheng Tu knew Gai Yun had suffered an unprecedented blow inside the warehouse, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Uncle Zhang, I know my father values Yang Chen highly, and I also know Yang Chen is a genius, but I had no idea he was this terrifying. Gai Yun looked aggrieved. Hearing this, Zheng Tu shook his head and continued, actually, young master, you still know too little about Lord Yang Chen, or rather, the city lord has told you too little about him. Gai Yun was shocked to hear Zhang Tu say this. Uncle Zhang, if I heard correctly, you referred to Yang Chen as lord? Gai Yun knew Zhang Tu was a star king, but to call Yang Chen lord meant Yang Chen must be incredibly formidable. Of course, I must refer to Yang Chen as lord. Zhang Tu smiled. Lord Yang Chen killed Su Chuan in seconds at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Su Chuan? Gai Yun was suddenly startled. He knew Su Chuan, one of the higher-ups at the Longyan Martial Arts Hall, who was a beginner star saint. Killed in seconds? Yang Chen actually killed a beginner star saint in seconds? He couldn't believe his ears. Uncle Zhang, you really are getting better at joking. In Gai Yun's view, Zhang Tu must be joking with him. He did admit that Yang Chen was much more terrifying than him, but to think that Yang Chen could kill someone like Su Chuan, a beginner star saint, in seconds was something he absolutely could not believe. Young master, I am definitely not joking. Besides, Lord Yang Chen also, as he spoke, Zhang Tu then told Gai Yun everything about Yang Chen. Gai Yun was completely stunned, clearing out the Yinshan sect's stronghold, slaying the Yinshan sect's star king. Moreover, he had even killed a high-ranking star venerable of the Yinshan sect in Bloodcloud Land. Compared to such experiences, Gai Yun felt like a flower in a greenhouse. On the other side, in the warehouse, Yang Chen had already activated the Chaos Divine Decision and began absorbing the immense star power within. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. Yang Chen's star value was skyrocketing. 150 million, 200 million. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen opened his eyes. The expression on his face was incredibly brilliant. After absorbing this massive energy star crystal, he had broken through from a junior star king to a junior star venerable, completing a significant leap in realm. Ding! Dropped divine star level body refinement talent, battle saint body. Looking at the dropped talent, Yang Chen was overjoyed, thinking to himself that he had gained another talent. Yang Chen knew that as long as he could convert this divine star level body refinement talent into a chaos level talent, he would have a total of 20 chaos level talents. Just the thought of having 20 chaos level talents felt incredibly terrifying. It should be noted that these were 20 chaos level talents. Without further thought, Yang Chen began to convert the divine star level body refinement talent, battle saint body. Ding! Battle Saint body successfully converted to Chaos level body refinement talent Battle God Venerable. After the conversion, Yang Chen fused with Battle God Venerable. The Battle God Venerable did not match perfectly with the battle techniques, and after fusing with Battle God Venerable, Yang Chen could clearly feel the changes in his entire body. This was a completely different transformation. Compared to before he had the Battle God Venerable, he was now a Junior Star Venerable, possessing a foundational star value of 300 million. Plus, with the Immortal Battle Body. Right. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. After exhausting this enormous energy star crystal, he had condensed numerous Chaos Star sources within him. The Chaos Star sources should allow him to improve the Immortal Battle Body. Not wanting to stay in the warehouse any longer, he stepped out. Just as he emerged from the warehouse, he saw Star King Zhang Tuesday Lord Yang Chen. How did you come out so soon? Zhang Tu looked at Yang Chen in confusion. He knew Yang Chen was inside to absorb that massive energy star crystal, and he didn't expect Yang Chen to come out so quickly. I've completely absorbed that energy star crystal, Yang Chen explained to Zhang Tuesday. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tu gasped in disbelief. Looking at Yang Chen, such a large energy star crystal was absorbed cleanly? That was impossible. To Zhang Tu, what Yang Chen said was completely a tale from a fantasy world. By the way, is there a place in Haoran City for creating one's own battle techniques, like a place where thoughts can be broadened after entering? Lord Yang Chen, are you referring to the Star Spirit Tower? Zhang Tu's words brought him back to reality from his astonishment. Star Spirit Tower? Yang Chen knew that in Blue Star, such a place was called the Martial Awakening Tower, but since this was Demi Star, it was perfectly normal for the name to be different. Where is the Star Spirit Tower? Yang Chen asked Zhang Tuesday. He had long had the idea of improving the immortal battle body back on Blue Star, wanting to achieve a qualitative change in it. But back then, he thought too simply. Although he now possessed quite a few Chaos Star sources, he didn't dare to let the immortal battle body achieve a qualitative change. It's right outside our City Lord's mansion, over there. As he spoke, Zhang Tu pointed to a location. Yang Chen looked out and saw a towering 100-story giant tower. This was not the first time he had seen this tower. He had thought it was a star power tower back then. He didn't expect it to be a place for creating one's own battle techniques and methods. Is there any requirement to enter the Star Spirit Tower? At least a Star Venerable, Zhang Tu replied. Hearing Zhang Tu say this, Yang Chen understood. He was currently a Junior Star Sovereign and could definitely enter the Star Spirit Tower. Then I'll go take a look. After dropping this sentence to Zhang Tu, he walked towards the City Lord's mansion. Zhang Tu watched Yang Chen's departing figure, not daring to say too much to him. He turned to look at the warehouse piled with energy star crystals and walked inside. Upon entering the warehouse and seeing the energy star crystals that had indeed been absorbed to the point of exhaustion, he stood there in a daze. How could there be someone on Demi Star who could absorb star power so terrifyingly? How was this even possible? Zhang Tu was greatly shocked. On the other side, Yang Chen had also arrived outside the Star Spirit Tower. There were many people under the Star Spirit Tower. Yang Chen looked around and found the entrance to the Star Spirit Tower. When he reached the entrance, he was stopped by several junior star-level starers. This is the Star Spirit Tower, you can't just enter. The entrance to the Star Spirit Tower had always been accessible only to powerful starers. Haoran City also had clear regulations that at least a Junior Star Sovereign was required to enter the Star Spirit Tower. The people under the Star Spirit Tower looked at Yang Chen wanting to enter and couldn't help but chuckle. In their eyes, Yang Chen was definitely someone from a lower-level star, and a newcomer at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so ignorant. I know that to enter the Star Spirit Tower, I need to be at least a Junior Star Sovereign. Yang Chen looked at the few Junior Star-level starers in front of him. Then, a Star Power Purple Dragon appeared within him. Seeing the evolved Star Power Purple Dragon, everyone present lost their composure, staring in shock at the suddenly appearing Star Power Purple Dragon. The Star Power Purple Dragon was a star power form that only a Junior Star Sovereign could possess. In an instant, everyone under the Star Spirit Tower felt a burning sensation on their faces. They had thought Yang Chen was just a bumpkin from a lower-level star, but unexpectedly, he was indeed a Junior Star Sovereign. Such strength, some people quickly left under the Star Spirit Tower. Mocking a Junior Star Sovereign was definitely not a good idea. Yang Chen didn't mind this. The few Junior Star-level starers in front of Yang Chen also looked terrified, and after regaining their senses, they hurriedly bowed to Yang Chen. My Lord Star Sovereign, I apologize, we were blind. It's fine, can I go in now? Yes. The few Junior Star-level starers didn't dare to obstruct him at all and quickly let Yang Chen in. After entering the Star Spirit Tower, with someone's introduction, Yang Chen finally understood the structure of the Star Spirit Tower. Once inside the Star Spirit Tower, one would not see others on the same level. With each ascending level, the sense of pressure increased. This was quite similar to the Martial Awareness Tower on Blue Star. My Lord Star Sovereign. The Junior Star King who introduced Yang Chen looked at him respectfully. and said, "Please register your name, and then you can truly ascend the Star Spirit Tower." After Yang Chen registered his name, he began to ascend the Star Spirit Tower. First level, second level, third level. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen reached the 20th level of the Star Spirit Tower. He now had quite a bit of chaotic star source within him, and he wanted to improve his immortal battle body on the 100th level, 20th level, 30th level, 40th level, 60th level. Perhaps because Yang Chen had experienced too much, even after reaching the 60th level of the Star Spirit Tower, the sense of pressure he felt was still not overwhelming. Keep going. Without any pause, Yang Chen walked towards the higher levels of the Star Spirit Tower. 80 level. Upon reaching the 80 level, the sense of pressure did increase a bit. However, if he couldn't overcome this little difficulty, wouldn't that make him a bit too pathetic? 90 level. There was no feeling of struggling to move, it was just that compared to the 80 level, the sense of pressure was heavier. 92, 94, 98, 100 level. With Yang Chen's relentless perseverance, he finally reached the inside of the 100th level. It must be said that the 100th level of the Star Spirit Tower still exuded a terrifying sense of pressure, but Yang Chen was able to withstand such a sense of oppression. He began to operate the chaotic star source within his body. Inside the 100th floor of the Star Spirit Tower, he could feel that his mind was much broader than when he had not entered the Star Spirit Tower. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed day by day. This time, Yang Chen was determined to achieve a successful transformation of the immortal battle body. 10 days passed just like that. Yang Chen opened his eyes on the 100th floor of the Star Spirit Tower. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. The immortal battle body had indeed been improved by him. A height of 30 zhang. It could have been compressed a bit more, and the higher it was, the more impressive it became. But considering that 20 zhang and 30 zhang wouldn't make much difference, 30 zhang it was. He was ready to rename the immortal battle body to the chaotic divine body. Once he activated the chaotic divine body, all his attributes would undergo a qualitative change, and with the dominant blood divine body he possessed, he now had the respect of a war god. This made Yang Chen clearly aware that in all aspects he could absolutely be compared to a star saint level. In terms of star value, as long as he activated the chaotic divine body, he would have a total of 1.5 billion star value. What does 1.5 billion star value mean? Such star value data was already the basic star value of a junior star saint. Plus, he now had 20 chaotic level talents. If they were fused into the Annihilation Divine Decision, his strength. Yang Chen's face was filled with joy. This time entering the Star Spirit Tower was truly a great gain. In his view, the transformation of the immortal battle body into the chaotic divine body had already resulted in a qualitative change. He could now be said to be frighteningly strong. He had come here to improve the immortal battle body, and now that it had become the chaotic divine body, there was no need for him to stay inside any longer. He then exited the Star Spirit Tower. After coming out of the Star Spirit Tower, Yang Chen returned to the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he returned, Wan Kuan found him immediately. "Lord Yang Chen, the Hall Master said that as long as you return, you should go to his office," Wan Kuan said to Yang Chen. After Yang Chen responded, he headed towards the Hall Master's office. Moments later, he arrived at the Hall Master's office where he saw Hall Master Lu Zhan. "Yang Chen, you're here." Upon seeing Yang Chen arrive at the office, Hall Master Lu Zhan immediately stood up from his chair. "Hall Master, did you need something from me?" Yang Chen looked at Hall Master Lu Zhan in confusion. "Yang Chen, you know that the City Lord has been in seclusion recently, and you've also been in the Star Spirit Tower these days. I discussed with the other senior Star Saints about taking turns patrolling the Dark Demon Cave," Hall Master Lu Zhan said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen knew that Hall Master Lu Zhan was one of the high-ranking members of Haoren City, so it was very easy for him to know what Yang Chen was doing in the Star Spirit Tower. However, patrolling the Dark Demon Cave, that was unexpected. But thinking about his current strength, a great Star Saint wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. But senior Star Saints, he didn't take seriously at all. It was just a trip to the Dark Demon Cave, so why not go? "Yang Chen, would you like to accompany me to the Dark Demon Cave?" "Sure." As soon as Hall Master Lu Zhan finished speaking, Yang Chen responded immediately. Seeing Yang Chen agree, a gentle smile appeared on Hall Master Lu Zhan's face. "Along with us are the senior members of my Longyan Martial Arts Hall." Hall Master Lu Zhan looked at Yang Chen and continued, "We discovered a boundary within the Dark Demon Cave, and it seems there aren't too many insect tribes inside. This time we are going to patrol the Dark Demon Cave, and we may very well enter that boundary. The broken part of the Dark Demon Cave is right there." Listening to Hall Master Lu Zhan's words, Yang Chen's face was quite exciting. If it was just patrolling outside the Dark Demon Cave, that would be too uninteresting for Yang Chen. Entering the Dark Demon Cave to take a look would be much more challenging. "Master, when are we going?" "In 2 days, Master Lu Zhan replied. Yang Chen nodded upon hearing this. Not wanting to linger in the master's office, Yang Chen returned to his room. During these 2 days, he did not plan to go to the Tianjie Star Power training room to absorb star power. His strength was already formidable, but at this time, it was also necessary to stabilize his mindset. For instance, some star practitioners who cannot maintain their composure can easily fall into madness if they are not careful. For these 2 days, Yang Chen stayed in his room without going anywhere. The 2 days quickly passed, and after getting up early and freshening up, he stepped out of his room. After finding Master Lu Zhan, the senior members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall had also arrived. Yang Chen was undoubtedly one of the senior members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall now. Once Master Lu Zhan saw that everyone was gathered, they set off. They still activated the star power golden wings. Yang Chen, on the other hand, used his chaos-level flying talent, the Divine Wingwalker. After arriving at the outskirts of Haoran City, they headed towards the area of the Dark Demon Cave. The Dark Demon Cave was located at the very edge of Haoran City. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Yang Chen and his group finally reached the boundary of Haoran City. At this moment, they had descended from the air to the ground. A bottomless abyss came into view for everyone. Beyond the abyss, a scene resembling a space-time wormhole appeared in Yang Chen's sight. Yang Chen understood clearly that this was the Dark Demon Cave. Initially, he thought the Dark Demon Cave was just a cave. Now it seemed his previous assumption was completely wrong. This is just one of the entrances. We need to find that broken junction point and see if we should enter, Master Lu Zhan said. He spoke quickly, and Yang Chen soon discovered several more entrances to the Dark Demon Cave, all of which were situated on the edge of a cliff, looking incredibly shocking and eerie. This is the entrance, Master Lu Zhan suddenly said. The senior members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall and Yang Chen focused their gaze, and they indeed found a slightly broken entrance to the Dark Demon Cave. This is the junction point. Inside, a powerful warrior from Haoran City brought out a huge energy star crystal. Master Lu Zhan told Yang Chen and the senior members. Yang Chen understood. He thought to himself that the huge energy star crystal he absorbed actually came from inside. Since that was the case, he felt even more compelled to enter and take a look. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Master, I want to go in. Master Lu Zhan and the senior members of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall were not too surprised by Yang Chen's words. They were already outside the Dark Demon Cave. Who wouldn't be curious to see what was inside? Moreover, this was a junction point within the Dark Demon Cave where the number of insectoids was extremely low. On the way here, everyone knew they might enter this junction point of the Dark Demon Cave to take a look. Master Lu Zhan pondered for a few seconds. He knew that entering was possible, but not entering was also an option. Let's go in, Master Lu Zhan said, looking at Yang Chen and the senior members. He understood that only by entering this junction point could they determine how severe the fragmentation was. Subsequently, the group activated the star power golden wings again and headed towards the entrance of the Dark Demon Cave. Entering the entrance of the Dark Demon Cave will bring a tremendous tearing sensation. Everyone be cautious, Master Lu Zhan reminded everyone before they entered the entrance of the Dark Demon Cave. Sure enough, the moment they entered the entrance of the Dark Demon Cave, everyone felt a tremendous tearing sensation. However, they could naturally endure such a tearing feeling. Once inside the Dark Demon Cave, Yang Chen realized that it was entirely another world. The insectoid matter. According to City Lord Gai Longji, the insectoids inside the Dark Demon Cave once attempted to break through the limitations of the Dark Demon Cave to enter Haoran City. That was the essence of their invasive nature. Although the Dark Magic Cave has not experienced turmoil in recent years, with the current dimensional rift shattered, no one can predict what will happen next. As the curator Lu Zhan mentioned, there aren't many insectoids within this rift. The group is currently situated on an endless plain, where they can clearly see the fragmented space around them. The fragmentation is quite severe. Let's patrol this rift. Everyone remember not to act recklessly. Our task is merely to survey, Curator Lu Zhan reminded Yang Chen and the higher-ups. After saying this, Curator Lu Zhan seemed to recall something and added, as for the location between the rift and the insectoid territory within the Dark Magic Cave, do not venture inside. If you do, there may be unknown dangers. The higher-ups of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall nodded in agreement, understanding that the curator's words were quite reasonable. Yang Chen also had no intention of acting recklessly. He indeed wanted to enter the Dark Magic Cave and slay some insectoids while he was at it. After learning about the Dark Magic Cave, he had checked some information in Haoran City and had a general idea of what the insectoids looked like. Most insectoids had humanoid forms, with tentacles, entirely black bodies, and appeared exceedingly evil, usually standing over 10 feet tall. Yang Chen knew that if his recklessness endangered Curator Lu Zhan and these higher-ups, or even the entire Haoran City, that was not what he wanted to see. Moreover, the curator had mentioned that there were very few insectoids in this rift, and very few meant there could still be some. If there were, they might be lucky enough to encounter them directly. Additionally, Yang Chen had another thought about entering this Dark Magic Cave rift. He wanted to see if there were any energy star crystals within this rift. The massive energy star crystal he absorbed in the City Lord's mansion still left him wanting more. If he could absorb another such enormous energy star crystal, that would be delightful. Unfortunately, this was merely a thought.
It seems that aside from the fragmentation, there are no significant abnormalities in this rift. Things should still be within a controllable range, Curator. Lu Fong said after the group had patrolled around the rift. Let's head out, Lu Fong added. After all, they were inside the dark magic cave, and staying here for too long was not wise. Just as the group was about to leave this dark magic cave rift, they all stopped simultaneously. Clearly, they sensed some unusual presence. Humans, this is our insectoid territory. You think you can come and go as you please? Upon hearing this chilling voice, the group immediately turned to look in the direction it came from. Yang Chen squinted his eyes. During his research in Bai City, he had learned that insectoids were also ranked. There were insect soldiers, large insect soldiers, insect generals, large insect generals, and insect commanders, etc. Each rank was further divided into low, medium, and high levels. Among them, insect soldiers were equivalent to the initial 10 ranks of star apprentices on Dini's. After the large insect soldiers, their strength equaled that of moon-level star warriors. With the system's characteristics, Yang Chen easily recognized that the insectoids appearing before them were merely large insect soldiers. There were a total of 5 low-level large insect soldiers. Such strength was no different from that of ants in front of them. At that moment, Yang Chen was still puzzled, since the insectoids in the dark magic cave were so terrifying. Why were there still strong individuals from Bai City executing tasks? Now he somewhat understood. The insectoids appearing in this dark magic cave rift were indeed pitifully weak. Unlike ferocious beasts, these weak insectoids could even speak human language, which surprised Yang Chen a bit. Curator Lu Fong and the higher-ups of the Lyan Martial Arts Hall showed little fluctuation on their faces. They chose to enter this dark magic cave point, so they had already anticipated that such a situation might arise. They could also sense from the aura that the few insectoids in front of them were incredibly weak. Were they seeking death by appearing before them? Humans, haven't you heard us speaking to you? Our great Lord Shinka is coming, and when he arrives, you will surely have no place to bury your bodies. One of the low-level insect soldiers coldly laughed at Yang Chen and his group. Can your Lord Shinka even find this place? Of course. The low-level insect soldier's dark face was filled with superiority. Oh, then you can die first. After Yang Chen said this, several streams of star power were released from his body, instantly striking the bodies of the low-level insect soldiers. Ding! Killed a low-level insect soldier, star value plus 500. Ding! Killed a low-level insect soldier, star value plus 500. Ding! Killed a low-level insect soldier, star value plus 500. Looking at the increasing star value data, Yang Chen's face showed a hint of boredom. It was also true, he had recently been slaying powerful star users, and the increase in star value was a terrifying figure. Now, killing these lowest-level insectoids, such an increase in star value naturally could not satisfy him. Let's see that so-called Lord Shinka first. The museum owner Lu Fong and the senior members of the Lyan Martial Arts Hall did not expect Yang Chen to suddenly take action against these insect soldiers. However, they knew that even if Yang Chen did not act, they would still have to. How about? Yang Chen looked at museum owner Lu Fong and the senior members of the Lyan Martial Arts Hall. You all go out first. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Lu Fong and the senior members looked somewhat bewildered. They did not expect Yang Chen to say such a thing to them. Yang Chen, you also heard that insect soldier just now. More insectoids are coming soon. I think we should. Museum owner Lu Fong's words were not finished, but the implication was already very clear. It's fine, museum owner. If there are too many people, I'm afraid it will implicate you. The low-level insect soldier was saying that only Lord Shinka would come. What if even more powerful insectoids arrived? Yang Chen planned to stay in this point. It would be a bit troublesome if it affected others. We are not afraid of being implicated. After understanding Yang Chen's meaning, Lu Fong and the senior members all said to Yang Chen, since that's the case, then let's go together. Seeing that museum owner Lu Fong and the senior members were so resolute, Yang Chen felt embarrassed to continue saying anything else. Soon, the group began to wait for the so-called Lord Shinka in this dark magic cave point. After a moment, an insectoid appeared in their line of sight. It was an insect general. An insect general equivalent to a human star user of the day level. Upon seeing this, disappointment washed over Yang Chen's cheeks in waves. This was a mid-level insect general, the so-called Lord Shinka mentioned by the low-level insect soldier. Humans, you dare to. Before Shinka could finish speaking, Yang Chen was not prepared to let it continue. Another stream of star power was released from his body, and Shinka fell into a pool of blood. After killing Shinka, he gained a small increase in star value. Next, Yang Chen and his group did not plan to stay in this dark magic cave point any longer. They came out. Museum owner Lu Fong instructed 2 senior members of the Lyan Martial Arts Hall to stay behind and report immediately if there was any news. The others returned to Bai City. Lyan Martial Arts Hall. After returning to the Lyan Martial Arts Hall, Yang Chen pondered his current strength. With a primary star respect and the Chaos Divine Body. After using the Chaos Divine Body, his star value could reach an astonishing 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion star value was the basic star value of a primary star saint, and, besides the star value, all other various attributes could match with the 1.5 billion star value. Moreover, he also possessed talents such as the Earth God, the Blood Battle Body, and the War God's Prestige, not to mention the numerous other Chaos-level talents, coupled with the Annihilation Divine Decision. If he were to go to the Yin Mountain sect now, he would be completely unafraid. However, Yang Chen did not want to act so. Presumptuously, he knew that the greatest threat to him from the Yin Mountain sect was the sect leader, Yin Shimo. He decided to first check if there were any tasks related to the Yin Mountain sect available in the martial arts hall. Given his current status, it was impossible for him to continue taking tasks in the lower-level Star Elite Student Hall. After inquiring with the Hall Master, he found that the tasks he could access were the core tasks of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. The core inner hall was managed by King Guan Kuan. Yang Chen and Guan Kuan were somewhat old acquaintances. As night fell, he prepared to find Guan Kuan the next day. Early the next morning, he headed towards the core inner hall of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. The many students of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall were well aware of the name Yang Chen. However, almost all of them had no idea what Yang Chen looked like. Therefore, as Yang Chen walked through the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall, no students cast envious or admiring glances at him. Before long, he arrived outside the core inner hall. Please show your pass. Entry to the core inner hall is not allowed without permission. The core inner hall was different from the other inner halls and could not be entered freely. Yang Chen understood this. My name is Yang Chen. He told his name to the several star-level members in front of him. The star-level members were all core members of the Dragonflame Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing Yang Chen's name, their expressions froze, filled with shock. Why, you are Yang Chen? These core students had heard of Yang Chen's name far too many times. They couldn't even count how many times they had heard it in recent days. Just the matter of slaying Su Chuan was a hot topic among them in the core inner hall. They never expected Yang Chen would appear outside their core inner hall at this time. However, these core students were not fools. They knew they couldn't just take Yang Chen's word for it that he was indeed Yang Chen. This was the core inner hall who would take responsibility if something went wrong. Lord Yang Chen, it's not that we don't believe you, it's just. The core students put on a difficult expression. Yang Chen understood their meaning. However, he had nothing on him to prove his identity. It would be better to summon the Star Power Purple Dragon again. Immediately, a Star Power Purple Dragon appeared outside the core inner hall. Once the several hundred-meter-long Star Power Purple Dragon appeared, the several star-level core students immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This kind of pressure was terrifying for them, and their faces were filled with horror. The core students all knew that only a Star Sovereign level star user could condense a Star Power Purple Dragon. This meant that the person in front of them had to be at least a Star Sovereign. Can I go in now? After the Star Power Purple Dragon disappeared, Yang Chen asked the core students. The core students no longer dared to stop him. They didn't care whether this person was really Yang Chen. Stopping a Star Sovereign would be akin to seeking death. After Yang Chen entered the core inner hall, he instantly saw Guan Kuan. Guan Kuan, he called out as he approached Guan Kuan. Guan Kuan was somewhat stunned. He recognized that voice belonged to Yang Chen. He just didn't expect to hear Lord Yang Chen's voice at this moment. However, the core students in the square of the core inner hall did not think the same way. As the manager of the core inner hall, King Guan Kuan was someone they all respected. These core students never expected that Yang Chen would dare to call Guan Kuan by his name directly. They certainly did not know that the person calling Guan Kuan by name was Yang Chen. All the core students in the square knew that Yang Chen was about to face a serious challenge. Lord Yang Chen. What these core students did not expect was that Guan Kuan, the Star King, would say such a thing. Guan Kuan immediately rushed to Yang Chen's side, visibly excited. Lord Yang Chen? Once the special students in the square regained their senses, they finally understood why Guan Kuan was so agitated. The special students in the core inner hall square saw that Lord Yang Chen had come here. In that instant, everyone turned their gaze towards him. They could hardly believe that this was the legendary Lord Yang Chen. The faces of these core students in the square were not only filled with astonishment but also deep shock. Lord Yang Chen, this is not a place for conversation. Follow me, Guan Kuan said, and then led Yang Chen to a certain location. A few minutes later, Guan Kuan brought Yang Chen into a room. Lord Yang Chen, did you come here to find me for something? Guan Kuan asked curiously. Is there any recent mission regarding the Inshan sect? Yang Chen did not hide anything and directly stated the purpose of his visit. The core students in the inner hall were all at the great star level and their strength was not particularly formidable. However, the missions they could access were much higher than those available to special students. Yang Chen was not here to take on the missions meant for these core students. What he wanted to do was the most core mission of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, it was related to the Inshan sect. Didn't the Inshan sect want to deal with him? Now he would return the favor. He would not rest until the Inshan sect was eradicated. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Guan Kuan was secretly shocked. He had just had an encounter with the Inshan sect.
He never expected that Lord Yangchen would now want to take on a mission related to the Inshan sect. Guan Kuan knew he was just a minor high-star king, and he was clear about what questions were appropriate to ask and which were not. Lord Yangchen, a new mission was released yesterday, and it is related to the Inshan sect. There is another stronghold of the Inshan sect outside Qiyun City, and they are using the same method, employing the demon god technique to transform others into demons for their use. However, we detected that the Inshan sect star responsible for the area outside Qiyun City is a high-ranking member of the Inshan sect with the strength of a high star saint. Guan Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread just by stating this. Even if someone had the strength to take on such a person, how many would be willing to do so? In Guan Kuan's view, Lord Yangchen would also be reluctant to take on such a mission. I will take this mission, Yangchen said. Guan Kuan's body trembled. He had thought that Yangchen would be unwilling to take on such a mission, but he never expected he was overthinking it. The rewards are not important. What matters is that I want to take on this mission, Yangchen smiled. He was genuinely afraid there would be no missions related to the Inshan sect, or even if there were, they would be trivial tasks. Now that there was a mission of this level, he was thrilled. Lord Yangchen, are you really not considering this carefully? Guan Kuan knew he shouldn't have asked this question, but he couldn't help himself. There's nothing to consider. The one responsible for the Inshan sect stronghold outside Qiyun City is just a high star saint, Yangchen replied. Seeing Yangchen say this, even though there were many things he wanted to say, Guan Kuan found himself at a loss for words. If even a high star saint was not taken seriously by Lord Yangchen, it was enough to prove that Yangchen had thought this through. From what Guan Kuan knew of Yangchen, he realized Yangchen was not joking. He simply found it unbelievable. Qiyun City was the most powerful city within the mission scope of the Longyan Martial Arts Hall. Among the cities governed by Haoran City, it was also an extremely powerful existence. With a population of tens of millions, the strength of the city lord is that of a mid-level star saint. Such a realm is one that instills fear in the strong of other cities. After accepting the mission, Yangchen left the core inner hall. He arrived at the office of the hall master. For a task like this, he felt it was best to inform the hall master. Upon reaching the hall master's office, Yangchen told hall master Lu Zhan about the task he was about to undertake. Hall master Lu Zhan was taken aback, looking at Yangchen in disbelief. Yangchen, could it be that your strength has become terrifying enough to slay a high-level star saint? In Lu Zhan's eyes, the speed of Yangchen's growth was indeed frightening. He stared intently at Yangchen, clearly eager to hear the answer from him. Pretty much, Yangchen replied slowly to the hall master. Ah. Upon hearing Yangchen's response, hall master Lu Zhan realized that Yangchen was definitely being modest. Yangchen's answer implied that he could indeed slay a high-level star saint. In Lu Zhan's heart, he couldn't help but admire Yangchen. After all, he was the #1 prodigy of all time. In this era, it was enough to make everyone else feel ashamed. Yangchen, since you've chosen to take on this task, then go ahead and do it, Lu Zhan said. He knew Yangchen was there to inform him, not to seek his decision. Yet even so, he felt quite emotional. It proved that Yangchen still regarded him, the hall master, with importance. If he didn't value him, he could have simply gone to Qiyun City without notifying him. What could he do then? He would have had no way to respond. After leaving the hall master's office, Yangchen activated his chaos-level flying talent, the Divine Winged Walker. With the unparalleled golden wings on his back flapping, he soared into the air in an instant. Once in the air, he headed towards Qiyun City. Qiyun City. As one of the powerful cities under the jurisdiction of Haoran City, its lord's mansion is also quite grand. Recently, the city lord, Lu Fong, has been suffering from a headache. According to their investigations, at least tens of thousands of people have gone missing in Qiyun City during this time. They also know that a base of the Yin Mountain sect has appeared in the wilderness of Qiyun City. But what could they do? The base of the Yin Mountain sect in the wilderness of Qiyun City is extremely powerful, with its strongest star practitioner being the high-ranking member, Bai Ku. Bai Ku is a high-level star saint. They could only report it. Otherwise, they could only watch as the base of the Yin Mountain sect in the wilderness of Qiyun City gradually encroached upon them.